Chapter 1. Is the six-winged angel truly powerful? At last I've arrived. Before the grand entrance of the Spirit Hall, a small boy, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years old, gazed at the imposing doors with a sigh of wonder. Perhaps due to the arduous journey, his cherubic face was smudged with dirt, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. His name was Zhao Su, an individual not originally hailing from the Douluo world, but rather a traveler from the modern era. A fervent admirer of Douluo, he had been engrossed in the latest anime adaptation, nauseated by the various exploits and hypocrisy of Tang San. He often mused about what it would be like to traverse into the Douluo realm, vowing to become a formidable villain and exact vengeance upon Tang San. Perhaps fate had heard his fervent desires, for he found himself transported here. Ding! Host detected arrival at the Spirit Hall. The destiny of a great villain system has awakened. Congratulations, host, you have received a novice gift pack. Restricted Spirit 1, Soul Devouring Silver Needle 1, Soul Saint Pill 1. System tasks are now being released. Awaken your spirit. Become the disciple of Pope BB Dong. Success reward. 10,000 year Soul Ring 1. Failure penalty. System collapse. Condemned to a life of begging. Upon hearing this familiar voice, a smile crept onto Zhao Su's lips, his spirits lifting. The system had finally arrived. It seemed his decision to come to the Spirit Hall was indeed fortuitous. Soul Saint Pill? What might that be? Could it grant me immediate status as a Soul Saint? As he pondered, Zhao Su's smile grew ever brighter. Without further hesitation, he hastily retrieved the Soul Saint Pill and consumed it. However, after swallowing it, he felt no immediate changes. Just as disappointment began to creep in, the system's voice resonated once more. Congratulations, host! You have obtained a Soul Saint-level physique. A powerful spirit and an extraordinary soul ring demand a robust body to bear their might. Get lost, you beggar. Don't block the way. As Zhao Su stood there, engrossed in the system's notifications, a domineering voice erupted from behind him. Turning to investigate the source, he beheld a group of 7 children, with a little girl leading the pack. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall? What are you staring at? Do you want a beating? One of the boys clad in white, glaring at Zhao Su, raised his fist in a menacing manner, ready to strike without inquiry or reason. Li Kai, don't cause trouble. The little girl called out, halting the advancing Li Kai. Her voice carried an air of aloofness, as she refused to even glance at Zhao Su before turning and entering the yet unopened Grand Hall. Is this truly the golden generation of the Spirit Hall? Impressive. Such an attitude befits a villain arrogance. Particularly striking was Hulaina, who appeared even more enchanting than her animated counterpart. With her fox spirit, she exuded an innate allure that captivated onlookers. At that moment, Zhao Su felt a silver needle nestled quietly in his palm, the soul-devouring needle. Laced with potent poison, it could seal the fate of any individual below level 40 upon a mere scratch. It could be said that Hulaina inadvertently spared Li Kai's life. From this, it was evident that a true villain must possess strength, otherwise they would merely be cannon fodder. Soon after, an individual emerged from within the hall, beckoning the waiting children, including Zhao Su, to enter and prepare for their spirit awakening. In total, nearly 30 children gathered, with all but Zhao Su accompanied by their elders. Upon entering the hall, they found nearly 100 children undergoing spirit awakenings. These youths hailed from various sects or were affiliated with the Spirit Hall, enjoying preferential treatment. The core of the golden generation and all potential candidates resided here. The Spirit Hall allowed these children to undergo spirit awakening alongside commoners to showcase its might. Most of the children's parents possessed formidable spirits, and it was highly likely that their offspring inherited such prowess. I heard that Miss Qianren Xue will also awaken her spirit today. We are truly fortunate, as we might witness the world's most powerful spirit. Not long after Zhao Su entered the hall, he overheard a discussion nearby. Indeed, I can hardly contain my excitement to see what the most powerful spirit looks like. She's coming out. Miss Qianren Xue is appearing. A commotion erupted as Qianren Xue, clad in a porcelain white gown, emerged, flanked by the titled Douluo's Shimiao and Sito. Immediately, she ascended the awakening platform. Shimiao Dao personally initiated the spirit awakening for Qian Renshue. On the platform, 6 black spiritual stones emanated golden specks of light, cascading down upon Qian Renshue. As the golden radiance entered her being, it intensified momentarily, and a golden phantom materialized behind her. Gradually, the phantom took on substance, revealing a pure white form with an ethereal beauty, radiating a divine glowing angel with 6 wings, hovering gracefully in midair. 3 pairs of golden wings began to materialize behind her. As the 6-winged angel gently flapped its wings, all darkness in the realm seemed to dissipate, leaving only light. An involuntary urge to kneel before the divine angel welled up within the hearts of the onlookers. Astounding! The 6-winged angel is truly the most powerful spirit. Is this the 6-winged angel? It's beyond comprehension. Is this truly the first spirit? In that instant, all gazes were fixed upon the 6-winged angel floating behind Qian Renshue. Each pair of eyes reflected awe, not daring to harbor any disrespect towards the angelic being. My goddess, I shall devote my everything to you." A nearby individual gazed at Qian Renshue, utterly infatuated, trembling with excitement, as if on the verge of fainting. Zhao Su couldn't help but chuckle at this quintessential modern-day sycophant. "What are you laughing at?" Although Zhao Su's laughter was not loud, the proximity allowed it to be heard. The boy, glaring with fury, turned to Zhao Su and demanded, "What's so funny?" "Nothing, I just laughed because I felt like it. By the way, is the 6-winged angel truly powerful?" Zhao Su's voice, initially soft, echoed in the hushed hall, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Thus, his words reverberated, drawing the attention of all present. Everyone turned to Zhao Su, their expressions a mix of bewilderment and ridicule, some even smirking. Even the titled Douluos safeguarding Qian Renshue, Shimiao, and Sitong cast glances at Zhao Su. Though their eyes reflected anger, they remained silent. It would be undignified for 2 titled Douluos to confront a mere child. At that moment, Qian Rengshu's spirit had fully awakened. With the 6-winged angel spirit behind her, the golden wings fluttered gently, and a surge of divine soul power rushed toward Zhao Su. Ding! Danger detected for the host, releasing restricted spirits' soul power. As the system's voice echoed, an aura of death emanated from Zhao Su. This aura? Chapter 2. My spirit is far superior to yours. Standing on the awakening platform, Shimiao and Sidong Doa sensed this deathly aura and turned their attention toward Zhao Su. As Qian Renshue radiated her sacred energy, the deathly aura intensified. Feeling the growing malevolence, the 6-winged angel spirit abruptly opened its eyes, releasing an even more potent divine presence. The escalating death aura proved resilient, even against the sanctity emanating from the 6-winged angel. This formidable death aura caused Qian Renshue, enveloped in divine energy, to feel a twinge of apprehension. Even the 2 titled Douluos, Shimiao and Sitong, were taken aback, ready to intervene if necessary. To carry such a formidable death, or could he be an evil soul master? Descending from the awakening platform, Qian Renshue approached Zhao Su, intensifying her divine presence in an effort to obliterate the death aura, while seeking to purify him completely. "Don't hastily label others, I merely speak. The Trithme spirit is far superior to yours." Zhao Su, hands behind his back, regarded Qian Renshue, and now enveloped in divine energy, with an air of nonchalance. What audacity!" Hulaina interjected, stepping toward Zhao Su. "Nana, forget it. He's just putting on a show. Why bother arguing with a fool?" Yin, following closely behind Hulaina, chimed in. "Exactly. It's a waste of breath to converse with a beggar. Kid, best be on your way. Soon you won't be able to leave." "Ha! That boy's words are undoubtedly the finest joke I've heard in my life." As the golden generation led the charge, laughter and scorn erupted from the surrounding crowd. In the eyes of these individuals, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall represented an invincible future. Their mockery grew increasingly harsh, eventually devolving into personal attacks. You are all mere frogs at the bottom of a well, unable to comprehend the vastness of the sky. I speak only the truth, yet you choose not to believe. Very well, since that is the case, awaken your martial soul now, and let us engage in battle. Qian Rinxue had been educated from a young age to believe that her martial soul was eternally invincible. Thus, with her proud disposition, she would never permit anyone to insult her six-winged angel. Sure, but I fear that you may not even have the opportunity to make a move. Zhao Su replied nonchalantly. Utterly reckless. Although Hu Laiina and Qian Rinxue had always been at odds due to Bibi Dong, she was well aware of the formidable strength of the six-winged angel. Seeing Zhao Su treat the six-winged angel with such disdain, she couldn't help but scoff. Enough of this chatter, allow me to show you what a truly powerful and invincible martial soul looks like. As Zhao Su spoke, he stepped onto the awakening platform. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Uncle Shimao, please personally awaken his martial soul. Qian Rinxue possessed unwavering confidence in her six-winged angel. She could not fathom that a person who appeared from nowhere could awaken a martial soul more potent than her own. In that case, I shall personally assist you in awakening your martial soul. Shimao Duo was also curious to discover what kind of martial soul Zhao Su could awaken. The deathly aura emanating from Zhao Su reminded him of the time after Bibi Dong returned from the Slaughter City with the domain of the God of Slaughter. However, the deathly aura Zhao Su released was even more pure and powerful than that within the God of Slaughter's domain. Place your hand upon the blue crystal ball. Shimao Duo instructed Zhao Su. Zhao Su nodded and extended his hand to touch the blue crystal ball at the center of the awakening platform. At the moment Zhao Su's hands made contact with the blue crystal ball, it initially emitted only a few scattered golden specks of light. Shimao Duo couldn't help but utter a sound of surprise. Only level 2 soul power? Turns out he is just a waste. Qian Rinxue coldly scoffed from below the awakening platform. Losing interest, she decided not to waste any more time on such a useless individual. Just as she was about to turn and leave, a gasp drew her attention back to the awakening platform. Look, the soul power is rising. Those golden specks are growing more intense. The golden specks became increasingly concentrated, gradually transforming into a radiant golden light as if to take form. In an instant, it enveloped the entire hall. Even the formidable Shimao Douluo and Cyclid Douluo felt a twinge of fear in their hearts. The overwhelming aura of soul power surpassed even that of their 92 ranked title Douluos. The strength of soul power is intricately linked to the strength of one's martial soul. They could hardly imagine what kind of powerful martial soul such formidable innate soul power would produce. The sheer force of this soul power instilled a sense of reverence, even in Shimao Duo, who stood on the awakening platform. Suppressing the fear within, Shimao Duo activated the 6 black spiritual senses on the awakening platform meant for martial soul awakening. He could hardly contain his eagerness to see what kind of martial soul Zhao Su would awaken. With a flicker of thought, a miniature humanoid model emerged from the system interface and entered his body. Subsequently, the golden light enveloping him began to disperse. As the golden radiance spread, a phantom appeared behind him, reminiscent of the ethereal form of Qian Rengshu's six-winged angel when it first manifested. However, while Qian Rengshu's martial soul phantom was white, Zhao Su's was suffused with golden luminescence. As the phantom became increasingly tangible, all present widened their eyes in astonishment. Yet, while Qian Rengshu's martial soul was a female angel, Zhao Su's martial soul took the form of a male angel. What is this? A six-winged angel martial soul? Could he be the illegitimate son of the previous pope? Impossible, this cannot be. This is not a six-winged angel. Look at the wings behind that angel. As the golden light was absorbed by the 12-winged angel, the wings behind it began to grow steadily. With each pair of wings added, the angel exuded an even more solemn and divine aura. Before long, the wings surpassed the 6 of the 6-winged angel. 8-winged angel? No, it continues to grow. 10-winged angel. 12-winged angel. Once the wings reached 6 pairs, their growth finally halted. At this moment, the golden light was fully absorbed into the 12-winged angel's form, rendering its body resplendent. The emitted golden radiance instilled a sense of reverence in all present. Even the awakening of the most powerful martial soul, the 6-winged angel, had never evoked such a feeling. Amidst the awe, there was an invigorating life force that pervaded the atmosphere. A solemn aura radiated forth, as if it could purify the souls of all present. Those who had already awakened their martial souls felt a warm current, enhancing their soul power within. Even those who had yet to awaken their martial souls experienced a similar warm flow, unlocking their latent potential. Moreover, it influenced the emotions of others, igniting a desire to bow toward Zhao Su. It felt as though standing there was not Zhao Su, but a true divine angel. And this was not the end. Above the head of the 12-winged angel, a golden halo gradually began to coalesce. At the moment the golden halo took form, the previously closed eyes of the 12-winged angel began to slowly open. Instantly, a solemn and sacred aura emanated, suffusing the entire hall with a golden hue, enveloping the spirit hall in a divine and auspicious atmosphere. Qian Rinxue gazed at the radiant 12-winged angel with incredulity in her eyes. Before she could react, the 6-winged angel spirit, which she had just retracted, automatically emerged. Suspended behind Qian Rinxue, an astonishing scene unfolded once more. The 6-winged angel gradually knelt before the hovering 12-winged angel on the awakening platform. Even Qian Rinxue, under the influence of her spirit, could not help but kneel as well. All present were left in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with a sense of awe that bordered on the eerie. The 6-winged angel was far too weak. You are unworthy to engage with me. Zhao Su's lips curled upward as he softly addressed Qian Rinxue, who knelt before him. In that moment, any voices of doubt dissipated entirely. All present, including Hu Laina, bowed their heads in reverence beneath the sacred aura emanating from the 12-winged angel, displaying their devotion. In a bedroom within the Pope's palace, Pope Bibidong abruptly opened his eyes, gazing toward the grand hall that radiated a benevolent energy, his expression filled with shock and confusion. He swiftly rose and made his way toward the hall. The secluded sanctuary of Qian Douluo, the esteemed elder of the spirit hall, was likewise awakened by this divine aura. Initially, confusion flickered in his eyes, but soon a smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Shuero has awakened the 6-winged angel spirit?" In Qian Daolio's heart, the 6-winged angel spirit was a unique heritage of the Qian family. Little did he know, from this moment forth, the 6-winged angel would no longer hold the title of the strongest spirit. Contemplating this, Qian Douluo also rose to proceed toward the grand hall. The other esteemed members of the spirit hall gathered, along with several elders from the elder hall, who remarkably emerged from their seclusion. Each held the belief that Qian Rinxue had awakened an angel spirit surpassing all predecessors. They considered this the emergence of their true leader. However, upon arriving at the grand hall and witnessing Zhao Su standing on the awakening platform, accompanied by the 12-winged angel radiating divine energy, expressions of disbelief washed over them. 12-winged angel? As a peerless titled Douluo of the 99th rank, Qian Douluo possessed knowledge beyond others. He recalled hearing his father speak of the 12-winged angel during his childhood. At the dawn of the continent, the angel god had first descended upon Douluo continent as a 12-winged angel. Yet, the descendants of this angel had been unable to bear the weight of such a formidable spirit, leading to the 12-winged angel spirit's evolution into the 6-winged angel. Even so, the 6-winged angel remained the mightiest spirit on Douluo continent, endowed with the divine domain of angels. As all present marveled in astonishment, they were unaware that within Zhao Su, beyond the 12-winged angel, lay another spirit. Perhaps this second spirit was the one meant to awaken within him. As this spirit gradually manifested, two entirely contrasting auras simultaneously filled the grand hall. The solemn and sacred aura purified the soul, instilling a sense of reverent awe that forbade disrespect. Yet, intertwined within was an essence of destruction and death that evoked an involuntary fear within hearts. A thick black mist began to coalesce behind Zhao Su. Chapter 3. Taking a master with soul bones. Once the black silhouette took form, the aura of death grew increasingly terrifying. A figure of exquisite beauty, with a flawless visage, began to sprout wings from her back, ultimately revealing 6 pairs of wings, the 12-winged dark angel. A dark halo coalesced above her head. At the moment their eyes met, a powerful energy erupted, triggering two distinct domains, one of darkness and one of light, one embodying righteousness and the other representing malevolence. The divine aura and the terrifying essence of death began to merge seamlessly. Not only did the two domains fuse into one, but the 12-winged angel and the 12-winged dark angel also intertwined. In the end, the two angels engaged in close proximity, existing within one another, while Zhao Su himself was illuminated in half black and half gold. The embodiment of righteousness and evil converged, one hand wielding the holy sword that shatters darkness, while the other grasped the death spear, a representation of annihilation. As one of the divine enforcers of the 12-winged holy angel, the ruler of all angels, both sacred and dark. In this moment, even Zhao Su found himself ensnared in a haze of confusion. Was he to be considered as possessing dual spirits, or merely a singular spirit? Perhaps it was a mutated spirit? Little one, which sect do you belong to? Just as Zhao Su contemplated the nature of his spirits, a voice snapped him back to reality. Zhao Su lifted his gaze, and the speaker was none other than Douluo, the high priest of the spirit hall. Without any sect, he roamed independently. Would you care to join the spirit hall and take me as your master? In time, you shall become a high priest of the spirit hall. Douluo's invitation was nothing short of a formidable proposition, aimed squarely at enticing Zhao Su into his fold. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong, adorned in a resplendent golden robe and wielding a scepter, exhibited a trace of unease. She was acutely aware that Douluo had been seeking an opportunity to eliminate her. Should Zhao Su truly become Douluo's disciple, it would undoubtedly herald a future calamity. Given Zhao Su's formidable martial spirit and extraordinary innate soul power, it is merely a matter of time before Zhao Su ascends to the title of Douluo. Even attaining divinity is not an unattainable dream. I desire to join the spirit hall, yet I have no intention of becoming your disciple. Upon Zhao Su's utterance, an air of incredulity enveloped all present, casting a veil of surrealism over the gathering. It is essential to recognize that Douluo holds the esteemed position of the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall, wielding authority that eclipses even that of Pope Bibi Dong. Moreover, the other prominent priests of the Spirit Hall are beholden solely to the Grand Priest's commands. To ascend to the rank of Grand Priest is to possess the audacity to traverse the Douluo continent with unparalleled confidence. Yet, Zhao Su exhibited not a hint of hesitation in his outright refusal. This left many pondering the rationale behind his decision. Oh, you do not wish to take me as your master? Pray tell, why? You are far too aged, and you cannot even best Tang San. To apprentice under you offers no promising future, Zhao Su casually remarked. In truth, it was not that he was unwilling to apprentice under Douluo, but rather that the system prohibited him from doing so. To be candid, he had long coveted the angelic ensemble that could directly elevate one to divinity, which Douluo possessed. Upon uttering these words, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as they struggled to comprehend what they had just heard. In the Spirit Hall and indeed throughout the entirety of Douluo continent, very few dared to address him in such a manner, let alone a mere child of 6 or 7 years. Douluo, upon hearing this, took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the fury that surged within him. In the presence of such a multitude, Zhao Su not only declined to acknowledge him as a mentor, but also went so far as to mock him, leaving him feeling somewhat humiliated. The memory of his earlier defeat to Tang San, albeit by a mere half-move, would forever haunt Douluo as a lingering specter of his own inner turmoil. Observing the shifting expressions on Douluo's face, one could sense the turmoil within. Zhao Su paid no heed to his surroundings. Instead, he cast his gaze around before finally resting his eyes upon Bibi Dong. He approached her briskly, lifting his head to meet her gaze with his bright, expressive eyes, and innocently inquired, "Beautiful elder sister, would you be willing to take me as your disciple?" Zhao Su's words took even Bibi Dong by surprise. Shortly thereafter, he retrieved a bone from his embrace. Though the bone appeared rather unremarkable, it captivated the attention of several titled Douluos present. A soul bone. Remarkably, it was a supplementary soul bone. Who exactly is this young man? Not only does he possess innate soul power of extraordinary strength and an unusual martial spirit, but he also carries a soul bone with him. The titled Douluos began to privately speculate about Zhao Su's origins. It is well known that even titled Douluos find it quite challenging to acquire soul bones, let alone a supplementary one. Sister, if you take me as your disciple, I shall gift you this bone as a token of my apprenticeship. How does that sound? Do you know what this is? Bibi Dong turned her gaze to Zhao Su, her voice somewhat frigid yet melodious. Is it called a soul bone? It's a trivial item, and I have no fondness for bones. Zhao Su spoke as he placed the white soul bone into Bibi Dong's hands. Humph. Qian Daolu let out a cold snort, choosing not to linger any longer as he turned and departed from the grand hall. The remaining elders, witnessing Qian Daolu's exit, also followed suit and turned to leave. Very well, in that case, I shall take you as my disciple, Bibi Dong declared, clutching the soul bone. Feeling the potent aura emanating from it, she understood that the seemingly ordinary bone might very well be a Fade. In her estimation, Zhao Su, with his unparalleled talent and enigmatic background, was truly one of a kind. Accepting him as a disciple would be mutually beneficial. Moreover, she had always harbored intentions of recruiting exceptional talent to strengthen her own influence. Even from another perspective, taking Zhao Su as her disciple was preferable to allowing Qian Daolu to claim him. Subsequently, amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the onlookers, Zhao Su followed Bibi Dong back to the papal hall. From now on, you shall reside here. Do not wander outside without my permission, and focus on your cultivation, Bibi Dong coldly instructed as she showed Zhao Su to a room within the papal hall. Understood, he replied. Zhao Su nodded with an expression that appeared innocent and untainted. Indeed, when I find the time, I shall take you to hunt soul beasts to acquire your first soul ring. Until then, do not recklessly absorb any soul rings. He aimed to create the most exquisite soul ring configuration for Zhao Su. Bibi Dong understood that it would be exceedingly difficult for her to completely liberate herself from the constraints imposed by Qian Daolu. To entirely break free from Qian Daolu and the other few high-ranking officials who monopolized the authority of the Spirit Hall, it was essential to nurture an individual stronger than Qian Daolu. Clearly, Bibi Dong had placed her hopes upon Zhao Su. Yes, Zhao Su nodded. Ding. Task completed, rewards acquired. First Spirit Ring, Zhuyin, 60,000 years, Soul Skill, Law of Heaven and Earth. After Bibi Dong departed, the system interface reappeared, notifying him of the successful completion of the mission to join the Spirit Hall, along with the rewards obtained. 60,000 years, the Law of Heaven and Earth. Quite impressive. As Zhao Su spoke, he closed the door and summoned forth the dual-natured, half-black and half-golden, sacred yet deathly, 12-winged seraphim spirit. Subsequently, as Zhao Su's will stirred, the system rewarded him with the 6,000-year black soul ring of Zhuyin, which materialized before him. It gradually ascended towards the crown of the 12-winged seraphim behind him. At the moment the black soul ring encircled the luminous fusion of black and gold, a profound transformation began. Zhao Su felt the soul power within him ignite instantaneously, swiftly circulating through his meridians before settling into his dantian. Concurrently, the method of employing the first soul rings accompanying soul skill, heavenly phenomenon, and earthly domain, manifested in his mind. As he directed his thoughts, the amalgamated 12-winged holy angel behind him began to expand rapidly, ultimately shattering the roof above. The colossal figure of the 12-winged holy angel stood majestically, one hand wielding a sword and the other grasping a spear of death. However, the most crucial aspect was the first soul ring, radiating a mesmerizing black luminescence. Chapter 4. Worthless remains. Everyone within the Spirit Hall was rendered speechless by the towering presence of the 12-winged holy angel. The fusion of divine essence and the aura of death evoked a tumultuous blend of reverence and fear in their hearts. A black soul ring? Qian Daolu, situated atop the Douluo Hall, cast a venomous glance towards the direction of the Pope's Hall where the 12-winged holy angel stood. A malicious thought crept into his mind, contemplating the elimination of Zhao Su before he fully matured. Who exactly is this young man? The second elder, Golden Crocodile, appeared beside Qian Daolu and inquired, to my knowledge, there is no family on this continent that possesses the 12-winged holy angel as their martial soul. Moreover, to awaken a martial soul today and already possess a soul ring that surpasses 10,000 years is unprecedented. We must find someone to test him. With a casual remark, Qian Daolu leaped away. At that moment, Zhao Su stood atop the roof, attuned to the transformations bestowed upon him by the 12-winged holy angel and the first soul skill, heavenly phenomenon and earthly domain. Suddenly, he sensed a hint of murderous intent. How fortuitous. He was just contemplating finding someone to test his newfound abilities. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gazed in a particular direction. A shadowy figure, akin to a specter, emerged behind him. Humph. Zhao Su let out a soft snort, as the death spear wielded by his martial spirit struck towards the dark figure behind him. Simultaneously, a terrifying aura of death locked onto his target, and the shadowy figure was obliterated, its head severed without a moment's chance for resistance, vanquished in an instant. How could a level 10 soul master so effortlessly annihilate an 82-level agile attack soul Douluo? What manner of individual are you? Standing by the window of her chamber, Bibi Dong had already sensed the presence of the soul Douluo. Initially, she had intended to intervene and protect Zhao Su, but to her astonishment, he dispatched the foe with a mere flicker of his power. Yet this event reignited within her the hope of her grand aspirations. She resolutely vowed that even if Douluo himself were to confront Zhao Su, she would fight to her last breath to safeguard him. At that moment, a notification appeared on the system interface, detecting the dissipating soul power from the headless corpse on the ground. A white halo began to absorb the soul energy from the lifeless body. Is it possible to do this? This revelation brought an unexpected thrill to Zhao Su. Absorb, he commanded. As Zhao Su's thoughts stirred, the soul power drawn in by the radiant white light flowed into his being. A chime echoed, signaling the completion of the absorption. His 82nd level soul Douluo's soul power transformed into 1,000 energy points. Accompanied by the system's voice, a page appeared before Zhao Su once more. A page visible solely to him. At that moment, detailed information about Zhao Su materialized on the system page. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel. Soul Skill, First Soul Skill, Celestial Phenomena. Level, 19th level Battle Soul Master, specializing in offense. Spiritual Power, 23,200 points, Spirit Domain Realm. Energy Points, 1,000. Fortune Points, 19. System, what is the purpose of energy points and fortune points? Zhao Su gazed at the two lines at the bottom of the system interface, somewhat perplexed, and inquired of the system. The energy value can be exchanged for luck value, which in turn can enhance mental strength upon reaching 100 luck points. The host may ascend to divinity. So that is how it is, Zhao Su nodded thoughtfully. Apart from absorbing the soul power of deceased soul masters, what other means are there to acquire energy values? Completing tasks issued by the system, in addition to acquiring martial souls, soul rings, and soul bones, will also yield energy value rewards. Very well, I shall exchange 1,000 energy points for luck value. Insufficient energy value, exchange impossible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's expression turned grim, yet it mattered little. After all, he currently stood as an invincible entity, and the urgency of attaining divinity was negligible. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a decade had passed. During these 10 years, Zhao Su did not remain solely within the spirit hall. Douluo had repeatedly attempted to eliminate him from the shadows. Were it not for Zhao Su's formidable strength and Douluo's reluctance to confront Bibi Dong directly, the situation may have escalated. Zhao Su may have long been eliminated by Douluo. For the sake of his safety, he departed from the spirit hall many years ago, not only to guard against the threat of assassination by Douluo, but also to attend to other matters. However, Zhao Su secretly vowed that when he returned to the spirit hall, it would be at a time of complete upheaval within its ranks. In the kingdom of Balak, within the confines of the Rose Hotel in Soto City, the sounds of a fierce skirmish echoed from within, drawing a crowd of onlookers who gathered at the entrance. Dressed in a flowing black robe, with a subtle smile playing on his lips, Zhao Su merged into the throng. 5 years prior, the system had issued a mission. Ding. New mission. Encounter Tang San and embark on your journey as a villain. Mission reward. Mutated martial soul. 7 kills, sword X1. Unlock the system mall. 5 years ago, Tang San had just awakened his martial soul and was on his way to Notting Academy. At that time, Tang San was too young. Tormenting him held no appeal. So Zhao Su bided his time for 5 years. Now, within the hotel, the battle between Tang San and Dai Mubai had escalated to a fever pitch. Tang San had forced Dai Mubai to unleash his third soul skill. How formidable! Is this truly the apex of the White Tiger martial soul? Revered as the king of the forest? The young man, possessing remarkable talent, wielded what appeared to be blue-silver grass as his martial soul, managing to contend with the powerful White Tiger martial soul. Remarkably, this youth was merely at the 20th level, with only 2 soul rings. In an instant, the crowd gathered at the hotel entrance began to chatter excitedly. The admiration of the onlookers greatly satisfied Tang San's vanity. His attacks became increasingly fierce. Tang San was inherently a person of immense vanity, and he was also exceedingly hypocritical and dual-standard. He was self-serving to the core. Master Yu Shaojing, regardless of his personal character, had shown boundless compassion towards Tang San. Yet after Tang San's ascension to godhood, He left the master to grow old and perish in the Douluo continent. Outside of Douluo, in the other narratives of the Douluo universe, Tang San's hypocrisy and selfishness reached their zenith. He could be described as a person who feigned benevolence while harboring darkness within. Merely a discarded martial soul and a mediocre soul master, it is evident that the weak are often more inclined to form friendships. Observing the mutual admiration between the two within the hotel, Zhao Su could not help but mock, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Kid, you're impressive. Why don't you step up? Yes, it's easy to talk when you're standing idle. I doubt you even possess a martial soul. Zhao Su paid them no heed, simply striding into the hotel, indifferent to Tang San and Dai Mubai. Instead, his gaze was drawn to the pair of identical twins not far away. Their physiques were exquisite, particularly their mesmerizing eyes that stirred something deep within him. Moreover, the two were capable of igniting a sense of longing and fanciful thoughts in anyone who beheld them. What are you staring at, kid? Keep it up, and I'll have your eyes. Dai Mubai's irritation had already been piqued by Zhao Su's earlier mockery. Now, as he watched Zhao Su enter the hotel lobby, his eyes fixated on the enchanting beauties he had brought along, a surge of anger welled within him. A worthless fool should remain silent and spare himself the embarrassment. At last, Zhao Su shifted his focus from the twins to Dai Mubai, remarking, "Such stunning beauties wasted on you." Seeking death, Dai Mubai bellowed, his fierce gaze intensifying as his white tiger martial spirit fused, instantly activating his third soul skill. The white tiger's diamond transformation. He raised his fist and hurled it toward Zhao Su. Bang! Everyone present felt a blur before their eyes as the enlarged form of Dai Mubai was sent flying by a single punch from Zhao Su. A waste is indeed a waste. Zhao Su blew on his own fist, and without even summoning his martial soul, he propelled the 37th level soul master Dai Mubai through the air solely with the strength of his physical body. He did not forget to deliver a final taunt. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Tang San. At this moment, the crowd gathered in the hotel fell utterly silent, stunned by Zhao Su's formidable punch. Among the onlookers were not only ordinary people but also many soul masters. While the layman might not grasp the true power of a soul master, those possessing martial souls were acutely aware. To be able to send a 36th level soul master flying with mere physical strength, surely this cannot be a dream? What an incredibly formidable physique! What kind of extraordinary martial soul must accompany such strength? In an instant, curiosity ignited among all the spectators. Zhao Su, however, paid them no heed and turned his gaze towards Tang San, standing beside him. Are you not inclined to assist your friend? We are not friends, merely acquaintances. Tang San replied, his demeanor and words proving to be a source of satisfaction for Zhao Su, epitomizing the essence of a perfect egoist. Simultaneously, it revealed the hypocritical and selfish nature of Tang San in stark relief. Just moments ago, he had lauded Dai Mubai, harboring thoughts of forging a connection with him. Yet now he dismissed their encounter as mere happenstance. Nevertheless, this was precisely what Zhao Su sought to witness. Sowing discord among the Shrek Seven Devils was among his objectives. Haha, you are quite astute, recognizing the importance of adapting to circumstances. Zhao Su did not wish to directly crush Tang San. He intended to savor the process. After all, he had an abundance of time at his disposal. Zhao Su refrained from directly eliminating Tang San, primarily because Tang San was endowed with the auspices of the heavenly Tao, embodying the archetype of a protagonist. Throughout his journey, he would encounter numerous fortuitous events. This can be regarded as a privilege granted by the heavenly Tao, a distinction reserved for protagonists. Conversely, the malevolent figure, who was endowed with the essence of an antagonist, was deprived of such advantageous traits. Yet, it mattered little. What one lacks can often be appropriated from others. Perhaps this is the true privilege of a formidable villain. As Zhao Su pondered this, a sudden flash caught his attention, revealing two long, slender legs entwined around his neck. The smooth, delicate sensation akin to jade left him momentarily disoriented, accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Clearly, it was the work of Xiao Wu. In the instant of her martial spirit fusion, her body's flexibility surged, enhancing both her speed and strength. The legs that wrapped around Zhao Su's neck exerted considerable force, attempting to fling him away. However, it proved no easy feat. Zhao Su had allowed her to ensnare him due to a lapse in vigilance, lost in his thoughts. Now, having regained his composure, it was Xiao Wu who faced inevitable defeat. At the moment she exerted her strength, Zhao Su also sprang into action. His feet felt as if they had taken root, rendering Xiao Wu's efforts utterly futile. Simultaneously, he seized her slender calf, effortlessly casting her aside. Yet, as she was flung away, she executed a graceful somersault and charged back towards Zhao Su. At that moment, Dai Mubai rose once more, his formidable white tiger martial spirit fusing anew. With a resounding roar that reverberated through the heavens, he lunged at Zhao Su once again, displaying indomitable ambition. Zhao Sui remained remarkably composed, however. She could not help but regard Dai Mubai with newfound respect, for he exhibited far more ambition than Tang San. Tang San repeatedly claimed that Xiao Wu was his beloved sister and that he would not permit anyone to harm her. Yet, when he witnessed Xiao Wu in distress, he refrained from intervening, paralyzed by the overwhelming soul power emanating from Zhao Sui. Zhao Su showed mercy towards Xiao Wu, yet he spared no compassion for Dai Mubai. With a single, forceful blow, he shattered Dai Mubai's martial soul once more, this time with even greater finality. Dai Mubai coughed up a mouthful of blood, rendering him unable to unite with his martial soul for at least a week. Return to your Shrek Academy and tend to your injuries. Do not embarrass yourself any further, he admonished. At that moment, Tang San finally made his move, albeit through underhanded tactics rather than a direct confrontation. A flurry of poisonous silver needles was launched toward Zhao Su. Is this all you can do, resorting to such treachery? Zhao Su effortlessly caught the needles and sent them back, forcing Tang San to refrain from merging with his martial soul. Tendrils of ghostly vines, imbued with a potent anesthetic toxin, began to entwine around Zhao Su. Should one become ensnared, it would undoubtedly spell trouble. However, for Zhao Su, this posed no challenge whatsoever. Zhao Su, with bare hands, seized the ghostly vine and effortlessly pulled Tang San closer. The blue-silver grass was simply too feeble. Just as Zhao Su was poised to strike, intending to eradicate Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul and extract the Haotian hammer martial soul, a message from the system appeared. Ding! This individual possesses the fate of a protagonist, encountering continuous fortuitous events. It is advised that the host refrain from directly incapacitating him. Ding! Task of encountering Tang San completed. Reward: Mutated Martial Soul, 7 Killing Sword 1, System Mall unlocked. As the system's voice resonated, Zhao Su retracted his raised hand and cast Tang San aside. What do you mean? It means nothing. You are far too weak. Fighting you holds no interest. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su turned and departed, leaving everyone else in a state of bewilderment, uncertain of Zhao Su's true intentions. Brother Dai, are you all right? After Zhao Su's departure, Tang San feigned concern for Dai Mubai, whose pale face was stained with blood. I am fine. Who exactly is this person? How can they be so powerful? Are they from the Spirit Hall? They must be. Tang San's brother, Dai Mubai, expressed his intent to leave quickly to tend to his wounds, so as to avoid any lingering injuries from the battle. With that, he departed the Rose Hotel, supported by the twins. As Zhao Su and Dai Mubai exited, the crowd gradually dispersed. Sir, may I assist you in securing a room? Despite Tang San having been thoroughly defeated by Zhao Su, the hotel manager, being astute, recognized that even Tang San was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he remained courteous to both Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San's expression was grim, although his martial spirit was the inferior blue-silver grass. His Xiantian skill rendered him formidable, rivaling even the strongest martial spirits. Coupled with his memories from a past life, he had crafted various powerful hidden weapons, establishing himself as a prodigy from a young age. He was highly regarded by Master Yu Xiaojiang, who saw him as a hope for realizing his ambitions. Though he appeared polite, pride simmered within him. However, Zhao Su's emergence shattered his arrogance, leaving him unsettled. It must be noted that one commendable trait of Tang San was his unwavering determination to grow stronger, even in the face of setbacks. Perhaps this resilience was a hallmark of a protagonist's fate. In Soto City, within a quaint courtyard, Zhao Su was awakening his newly acquired mutated martial spirit, the 7 Kills Sword. In the world of Douluo continent, it was well known that only one Douluo possessed the 7 Kills Sword, namely, the sword Douluo Chun Xian from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, recognized as the most potent offensive martial spirit, rivaling even the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect. However, the 7 Kills Sword that Zhao Su awakened bore similarities to Chun Xian's, yet was distinctly different, without even considering its appearance. The aura emanating from it far surpassed that of Chun Xian's. The seemingly ancient longsword hovered silently behind Zhao Su, emanating terrifying sword intent that sent chills down one's spine despite its recent awakening. As the 7 Kills Sword's martial spirit fully awakened, Zhao Su slowly opened his eyes, turning to gaze upon the hovering sword. It was apparent that one side of the sword was intricately carved with mountains and rivers, while the other depicted flying birds and roaming beasts. The sword's hilt, measuring over a foot in length, bore 5 characters: Emperor's 7 kills sword. These characters were not from the current era but belonged to the ancient script of the Douluo's inception. The overwhelming pressure radiating from these 5 characters surpassed all sword martial spirits, including the 7 kills sword of the sword Douluo. Congratulations, Master, on awakening a powerful martial spirit once again. At that moment, a shadowy figure appeared behind Zhao Su, bowing slightly and speaking with an unusually respectful tone. Have you found any leads? I have discovered some clues, but nothing is confirmed yet. This individual is named Ying, a formidable warrior personally cultivated by Zhao Su over the years, entirely loyal to him. The members of the Shadow team excel in stealth, particularly their captain, whose martial spirit is a shadow. By fusing with this spirit, even a titled Douluo would struggle to detect him. Moreover, he himself is a titled Douluo of the 97th rank, though he does not hold any official title. Even the Spirit Hall is unaware of his existence. Under Zhao Su's orders, he infiltrated various sects, families, and the 2 great empires, both to monitor their next moves and to fulfill a hidden task assigned by the system. Hidden task: find the 9 guardian divine dragons lost in the Douluo continent. This task not only bore no rewards, but also had stringent requirements. Until the 9 guardian divine dragons were located, he could not break through to godhood. In other words, unless he gathered all 9 guardian divine dragons, Zhao Su would never ascend to divinity. Indeed, as you suspected, the martial spirit of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is likely one of the 9 guardian divine dragons, the Golden Sacred Dragon. However, this clan's physique is too weak to endure the arrival of the Golden Sacred Dragon. Additionally, the martial spirit of the titled Douluo Gu Rong from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect is the Bone Dragon. Those are the only 2 leads we have. The shadow, enveloped in a black cloak, spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, blending seamlessly with the surroundings. I understand. Continue your search. And under no circumstances should you act against these 2 families without my command. Yes. Ying respectfully nodded in agreement but seemed to harbor unspoken concerns. Speak freely. Do not hesitate. Today, the young lady you encountered emitted a faint aura of a soul beast, likely one from 100,000 years ago. As Zhao Su watered the plants he tended during his idle moments, a powerful divine aura intermingled with a deathly essence enveloped Ying. Under the weight of this immense spiritual pressure, even the 97th rank titled Douluo felt a surge of fear. The black cloak that enveloped Ying fell to the ground under this overwhelming force, revealing her true form. She was a woman of stunning physique. While not conventionally beautiful at first glance, her form was nearly perfect, possessing all the right curves without an ounce of excess. Who would have imagined that such an exquisite figure lay concealed beneath that black cloak? My subordinate did not intend to monitor the master. I merely wished to report the findings of my investigation and happened upon this. Ying lowered her head, trembling slightly under the weight of Zhao Su's powerful aura. Remember, do not attempt to challenge my limits. Yes, I shall remember. Ying felt the oppressive aura recede and breathed a sigh of relief, hastily changing the subject. Master, I have uncovered another piece of information. Oh, what news? Gu Rong does not seem to belong to this world. Zhao Su was taken aback by Ying's revelation. He pondered silently. Could there be another traveler besides myself? His background was shrouded in mystery. Before becoming a titled Douluo, no one had heard of him. Not even within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. The shadow continued, stating that prior to becoming the titled Douluo, no one had ever heard of this individual, which seemed somewhat implausible. It is well known that while there are numerous soul masters on the Douluo continent, they are by no means abundant. Particularly, those who surpass the rank of Soul Emperor at level 60 are exceedingly rare. While a low profile might be understandable, the complete absence of any past information raises questions. Investigate thoroughly, trace his origins, starting from the place of his birth. Yes, my subordinate understands. Zhao Su waved his hand, signaling Shadow to withdraw. Shadow bent once more, and the black robe that had fallen to the ground automatically enveloped her exquisite form before gradually fading from sight. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, then. Perhaps it is time to visit Shrek Academy. After Shadow departed, Zhao Su settled into a lounge chair beneath a ginkgo tree in the courtyard. Gently swaying as thoughts filled his mind. His motivation for journeying to Shrek Academy was the knowledge that the most gifted and favored young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong, would also be present. Gu Rong's fondness for Ning Rongrong was unparalleled, Perhaps through her, he could uncover some insights regarding Gurong. System, where's the marketplace? Once he resolved what to do next, Zhao Su once again delved into the rewards provided by the system. The attribute panel materialized at his command, accompanied by the system's voice. At that moment, all of Zhao Su's attribute data appeared before him. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel, Emperor's 7 kills sword. Soul skills. First soul skill of the 12-winged Holy Angel, Celestial Phenomenon. Second soul skill, Annihilating Palm. Third soul skill, Ninefold Sword Technique. Fourth soul skill, True Form of the Holy Angel. Emperor's 7 kills sword, None. Level 42 Battle Soul Master, Assault Type. Spiritual Power, 23, 200 points. Spirit Domain Realm. Energy Value, 95,000 points. Fortune Value, 23 points. Guardian Dragon, None. System Marketplace. Would you like to activate it? Activate the System Marketplace. Zhao Su's heart stirred as the system's marketplace vanished from the attributes introduction page, only to reappear at the top left corner of the system's homepage. Subsequently, the system's marketplace opened automatically. Before her lay an array of colorful soul rings, alongside a variety of soul-guiding devices. Zhao Su cast a cursory glance. Noting the silent projectiles, the dragon whisker needles, the sand photography techniques, and the King of Hell's talisman. He even observed formidable area of effect weapons such as the torrential rain pear blossom needles, the weeping guanyin, and the wrathful lotus of Buddha. Yet, Zhao Su felt little intrigue towards these hidden weapons. Instead, he was captivated by the 6 soul bones radiating a resplendent golden hue within the soul bone compartment. These 6 pieces, known as the 12-winged Holy Angel set, represented a complete collection of all absorbable body part soul bones. The attributes of each soul bone elicited a reaction akin to that of a famished wolf spotting its prey. However, upon seeing the energy values required for each soul bone, his excitement was doused like flames doused by a bucket of cold water. Even the bones of the left and right legs demanded an energy value of 100,000. The most powerful torso bone would undoubtedly require even more. Disheartened, Zhao Su contemplated examining the soul rings to find 4 suitable ones for his recently awakened Emperor's 7-kill sword. By chance, his gaze fell upon the last soul bone. The description indicated it was an external soul bone, not part of the Holy Angel set, lying solitary in the final slot of the soul bone page. It only required an energy value of 10,000? Zhao Su first glanced at the required energy value and confirmed his ability to afford it before delving into the details of the item. The external soul bone, obtained by defeating the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, would allow the host to sprout a pair of wings from their back, enabling them to ride the winds. Upon discovering this, Zhao Su couldn't help but smile. This item effectively compensated for his inability to fly. It is important to note that aside from flying-type martial souls, other martial souls are incapable of flight, and even flying-type martial souls have limitations on their duration of flight. However, the soul bone dropped by the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly permitted limitless flight. Moreover, external soul bones are capable of evolving, rendering their quality less significant. With this thought in mind, Zhao Su ceased his deliberation and directly exchanged for the external soul bone of the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly. Upon commencing the fusion, a pair of butterfly-like wings manifested behind him. With a gentle flap, a tremendous force propelled him into the air. Subsequently, Zhao Su selected 4 10,000-year soul rings for the Emperor's 7-kill sword, each requiring 2,000 energy points. After this, coupled with the previously exchanged external soul bone, his energy value dwindled to a mere 5,000 points. This situation effectively returned Zhao Su to his pre-liberation state. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. For energy points could be earned anew. Just as Zhao Su pondered this, the system's voice resonated. Ding. New task unlocked. Devise a method to approach Ning Rongrong and extract information about Bone Douluo Gurong. Task reward: 100,000-year soul ring and 10,000 energy points. 100,000-year soul ring? Excellent. Upon encountering the task rewards that had popped up, Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction. He then exited the courtyard. With only 5,000 energy points remaining, he needed to devise a means to earn more. His method of accumulating energy was rather straightforward. It involved taking the lives of those deemed wicked. He targeted only the malevolent individuals, such as the evil soul masters who preyed upon innocent civilians and the nefarious wrongdoers who deserved their fate. As Zhao Su stepped out of the courtyard, he spotted Tang San and the lively Xiaowu making their way nearby. A smirk curled at the corners of his lips as a hint of malicious intent arose within him, prompting him to silently follow them. Soon, he observed Tang San and Zhao Wu entering a shop adorned with the emblem of the Spirit Hall. How much for this crystal? Tang San inquired upon entering, his gaze fixed on a rather murky and unremarkable crystal tucked away in a corner. 100 gold soul coins, replied the elderly man reclining in a chair, opening his eyes to glance at Tang San. At that moment, Zhao Su feigned passing by and entered the shop as well. Upon seeing Zhao Su, the old man, who was none other than Flinder, the founder of Shrek Academy and one of the legendary Golden Iron Triangle, couldn't help but narrow his eagle-like eyes in surprise. I'll offer 200 gold soul coins. I want that crystal, Zhao Su declared. Zhao Su tossed 2 bags of golden soul coins to Flander and reached out to seize the crystal ball in Tang San's hand. Do you understand the principle of first come, first served? Why should those who arrived first yield to you? Tang San remained silent, but Zhao Wu swiftly stepped forward, forcefully pushing Zhao Su's hand away. With her hands on her hips and a glint of fierceness in her eyes, she admonished, "Is it really so difficult to comprehend that the one who pays more should receive the reward?" Zhao Su scoffed with disdain. In his perception, it is a common trope in novels for the antagonists, who are often arrogant and brazen, to initially seize the protagonist's possessions or to tease the alluring companions of the hero. Subsequently, the protagonist retaliates, delivering a resounding slap to the face of the villain, thus achieving a moment of triumph. Therefore, Zhao Su, embodying the role of the antagonist, felt compelled to emulate this narrative arc. However, he intended to indulge in both scenarios. Such an adorable little bunny trailing alongside a mere wastrel was truly a pity. Zhao Su surveyed Zhao Wu with a somewhat significant smile, expressing a hint of regret in his voice. Upon hearing Zhao Su's remark and perceiving the weighty gaze directed at her, Zhao Wu instinctively took a step back, her heart racing. What do you intend to do? Tang San, provoked multiple times by Zhao Su, could no longer contain himself and shot a cold glare towards him. Concurrently, his right hand rested on the hilt of the 24 bridges by night, ever ready to unleash hidden weaponry. At that moment, Flinder also noticed the belt at Tang San's waist. Flinder was well acquainted with this belt and contemplated whether Tang San would decide to take action. The formidable aura Zhao Su had exuded upon entering the establishment had even stirred a flicker of alarm within Flinder, who had already attained the rank of 78 level Soul Saint, making him hesitant to act recklessly. Zhao Su was unperturbed by his anger. Rather, he feared the absence of it. It was only when he was enraged that things became entertaining. Otherwise, what was the point of pretending alone? Are you angry? Are you prepared to unleash your silent daggers upon me? Who exactly are you? Why do you persist in opposing us? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Tang San was not only taken aback, but also revealed a flicker of trepidation in his gaze as he looked at Zhao Su. An ordinary person. I have no intention of opposing you. I merely came to purchase something, and it so happens that we both desire the same item. Zhao Su spoke nonchalantly. Yet within his heart, he casually mused, because you are the protagonist, and I am the antagonist. An antagonist exists solely to provide the protagonist with opportunities for triumph. Alas, should your own strength be insufficient, you cannot blame others. Zhao Wu, let us depart. Ultimately, Tang San chose to endure, hastily leading the concealed Zhao Wu behind him away. In Tang San's perception, a concealed weapon that has been seen through is no longer a hidden weapon, it has transformed into an overt one. Such a concealed weapon has undoubtedly lost its original purpose. Tang San recognized that he was not Zhao Su's match, thus he could only temporarily suppress his feelings. The saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Observing the departure of Tang San and Zhao Wu, Zhao Su could not help but reveal an evil grin, one befitting a true antagonist. Indeed, once you grow stronger, the scenario will be even more perfect. Zhao Su murmured softly, turning to face Flander. At the moment Zhao Su fixed his gaze upon him, Flander's trepidation deepened considerably. Sir, this crystal does not require such an exorbitant amount of gold soul coins. A mere 100 gold soul coins will suffice. Flander returned one of the 2 pouches of gold soul coins Zhao Su had just tossed to him. No need for that. Let this additional 100 be my sponsorship to the Shrek Academy. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su turned and departed before Flander could respond. As he left, he made sure to take with him the seemingly murky crystal ball. Could it be that a prodigy from some illustrious family or sect was out in the world honing their skills? Flander's keen, eagle-like gaze was fixed upon the departing Zhao Su, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Chapter 8. The Battle Soul Sect with 4 10,000-year soul rings. After Zhao Su departed, Flander contemplated for a moment before exiting the shop and locking the door behind him. Meanwhile, Zhao Su continued to wander through the city of Soto, in search of that wretched individual. The young lady possesses an appealing figure. Perhaps she could entertain me? At that instant, an arrogant and domineering voice pierced the air, capturing Zhao Su's attention. Zhao Su turned towards the source of the sound and beheld a stall selling intricate trinkets. Before him stood a young woman, her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her porcelain skin radiant, and her figure undeniably alluring, yet still bearing a hint of youthful innocence. Her expression was notably indifferent, seemingly unfazed by the provocations of the 4 or 5 ruffians surrounding her. "Hey, girl, I'm talking to you. Are you disrespecting me? Do you even know who I am?" One of the ruffians, a burly man with a face full of blubber, declared as he reached out to touch the delicate contours of her face. "Ah, such is the essence of a villain, brash and unyielding, quite admirable." Yet, just as Zhao Su began to admire the audacity of these thugs, the composed young beauty made her move. Her martial spirit resembled that of a feline, and upon merging with it, her speed was significantly enhanced. "Is that Zhu Qing, one of the Shrek 7 monsters?" Upon seeing the ethereal spirit cat, Zhao Su recognized her identity. Yet another individual possessing the fate of a protagonist. In this world governed by the antagonist system of Douluo, it is not solely Tang San who holds the mantle of the main character. Logically speaking, though Zhao Su is cast as the antagonist, he is, in fact, the true protagonist. "I find this young lady quite captivating." Zhao Su observed the fierce and swift actions of Zhu Qing, who effortlessly incapacitated several individuals, a flicker of surprise evident in his gaze. Zhu Qing's frigid demeanor undoubtedly resonated with his preferences. "Please, spare us. We shall never dare to offend again," pleaded the strongest among the 5 bullies, who barely reached the 18th level and wielded nothing more than a common domesticated canine spirit. They only dared to bully ordinary individuals. In stark contrast, before Zhu Qing, who had already attained the 26th level and possessed 2-century-old martial spirits, they were reduced to their knees, begging for mercy. "Begone!" Zhu Qing sheathed her martial spirit, uttering a single word, as if to speak further would be an affront to her dignity. Zhao Su observed the few individuals who were fleeing in a hasty and disordered manner, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Indeed, these petty minions and bullies existed solely to serve as a foil for those destined for greatness. "Do you fancy it? I shall bestow it upon you." Zhao Su approached the stall selling handicrafts and selected an adorable little kitten, which he then presented to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's expression remained as indifferent as ever. She cast a fleeting glance at the smiling Zhao Su but chose to ignore him, swiftly turning away and departing. Zhu Qing, indeed. Zhao Su extracted a golden soul coin from the jade pendant at his waist and presented it to the proprietor. "Sir, this amount is excessive. I only require 10 copper soul coins, and I cannot provide change for this." "No matter, there is no need for change." Zhao Su placed a golden soul coin upon the stall and pursued the direction in which Zhu Qing had departed. However, as Zhao Su observed Zhu Qing turn into a narrow alley, by the time he caught up, she had vanished from sight. Yet, this mattered little to Zhao Su, for he was well aware that Zhu Qing would undoubtedly head to Shrek Academy. Thus, he proceeded directly to Shrek Academy. 2 days later, at the dilapidated entrance of Shrek Academy, Zhao Su arrived just as an elderly man in charge of admissions was intimidating a father and son duo who sought to reclaim their 10 golden soul coins as registration fees. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already arrived and were standing in line. Upon noticing Zhao Su, Dai Mubai, seated beside the admissions officer, grew visibly anxious and leaned over to whisper something into the elder's ear. The elder then raised his head and followed Dai Mubai's gaze, locking eyes with Zhao Su. Although Zhao Su wore a harmless smile, it still caused the old man to feel a surge of unease. "You must promptly report this matter to the dean. This individual is not to be underestimated." The old man, known as Li Yusong, swiftly instructed Dai Mubai, who nodded without hesitation and turned to enter the academy. "Ladies and gentlemen, I must reiterate, those who are over 13 years of age and have not attained the rank of a level 20 soul master should not squander their time here." Li Yusong, a formidable soul emperor with a level 62 weapon soul, summoned his dragon-patterned staff. With a gentle strike against the ground, an overwhelming force of soul power radiated outward. The emergence of his 6 soul rings served to intimidate the parents who had brought their children to enroll. However, Zhao Su remained unfazed. Observing the first white soul ring, he disdainfully shook his head. Zhao Su's performance was undoubtedly noted by Li Yusong, who could clearly perceive Zhao Su's disdain. The purpose behind his summoning of the martial spirit was not to intimidate the other students and their parents, but rather a direct challenge to Zhao Su. Despite an involuntary flicker of fear that arose within him when he gazed upon Zhao Su, he observed that the latter appeared to be no older than 16 or 17. In Li Yusong's estimation, at such a tender age, even a prodigy or a genius from a prominent family could not possibly surpass his own prowess as a ranked 62 battle spirit emperor. This served as a subtle warning for Zhao Su to withdraw. However, Zhao Su paid no heed to the immense pressure emanating from the powerful soul force generated by the dragon-patterned staff that struck the ground in Li Yusong's right hand. Instead, he boldly bypassed the queue of waiting individuals and approached Li Yusong directly. "I wish to join your academy." Zhao Su refrained from unnecessary pleasantries and directly addressed Li Yusong. Li Yusong scrutinized Zhao Su from head to toe, a faint smile appearing on his aged visage. "I believe you may not have comprehended my earlier remarks. Should you grasp the essence, while you cannot become a student, teaching is still an option. However, our institution's faculty is currently at full capacity, and we have no need for additional instructors. Moreover, your age renders you ineligible to be a student, and your qualifications as a teacher may also fall short." "Is that so? What are the qualifications required to be a teacher?" Zhao Su inquired. "At the very least, one must attain the realm of a level 60 soul emperor, and the martial spirit must not be overly extravagant." Before Li Yusong could finish his statement, Zhao Su unveiled his martial spirit. A majestic ancient sword emerged from behind him, radiating an aura far more formidable than the dragon-patterned staff wielded by Li Yusong. "For black soul rings? Am I dreaming? The first soul ring is a 10,000-year soul ring? Is this the 7-killing sword?" Just then, Flender, accompanied by Douluo, arrived at the academy's entrance, witnessing Zhao Su reveal his imperial 7-killing sword martial spirit. He too was taken aback by the 4 10,000-year soul rings emanating a dark glow. In the Douluo continent, the 7-killing sword is heralded as the martial spirit with the most potent offensive capability. Even the Haotian hammer pales in comparison. The 7-killing sword is inherently a variant martial spirit, and Zhao Su's imperial 7-killing sword can be deemed an anomaly among anomalies. Although Zhao Su currently stands at only level 42, the overwhelming aura he exuded compelled even Li Yusong, a level 78 battle soul saint, to instinctively take a step back. The 7-killing sword? Could this individual be related to the sword grandfather? A young girl clad in a flowing white dress murmured softly as she observed the imperial 7-killing sword hovering behind Zhao Su. "Well then, do I possess the qualifications to become a teacher at your esteemed academy?" Zhao Su stood there, gazing at the 7-killing sword martial spirit behind him and the 4 10,000-year soul rings, when Flander, lost in thought, inquired about Zhao Su. Zhao Su had already devised a plan. Should the 7-killing sword prove ineffective, he would unveil his 12-winged holy angel. After all, he was determined to enter Shrek. Enough is enough. Flanders wore a beaming smile, gesturing for Zhao Su to retract his martial soul. "May I inquire, young brother, how old are you this year?" 16. Hiss. As Zhao Su's words echoed in the air, a collective gasp escaped the lips of everyone present. A 16-year-old from the Battle Soul sect was a rarity they had never even heard of, let alone encountered. Moreover, this was a sect boasting 4 10,000-year soul rings. Chapter 9, The Haotian Hammer. Was it truly so ordinary? It is noteworthy that Douluo, at the tender age of 16, had only reached the 33rd rank. Yet even this achievement marked him as a prodigy among prodigies. "Young brother, please enter the academy for a discussion," Flender said respectfully, gesturing for Zhao Su to step inside. Flender was determined to retain Zhao Su within Shrek Academy. As Zhao Su entered the academy, he turned to gaze at the queue, his eyes landing on the young girl Ning Rongrong, who had just gasped in astonishment. The system's task was to approach Ning Rongrong and glean information about the ancient banyan tree through her words. Zhao Su understood that since the system had issued such a task, it undoubtedly indicated that Ning Rongrong possessed some knowledge. Although his arrival at Shrek Academy was not solely for Ning Rongrong, he still needed to ensure that she appeared at Shrek Academy, as described in the text. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's actual presence, Zhao Su felt a sense of relief and followed Flandra into the academy. As Zhao Su entered the academy alongside Flender, the enrollment continued. Much like the outcomes depicted in the book, Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing successfully advanced to the second round of tests. With Douluo's recommendation and the evaluation of their soul power, they directly progressed to the 4th round, ultimately securing their places at Shrek Academy. Likewise, Zhao Su also became a teacher at the academy. One night, within the chambers of the formidable king of the unmoved, Zhao Wujie, a towering figure clad in tattered attire and exuding an overwhelming aura entered his room. The visitor was none other than Tang Hao. It was evident that Tang Hao had been concealed in the shadows during the fourth round of tests, observing everything unfold. There was no need to flaunt a broken hammer. The moment Tang Hao appeared, Zhao Su sensed the presence of the Haotian hammer and, alongside Flinder, made his way to Zhao Wujie's chambers. Zhao Su, do not be disrespectful to the esteemed Haotian. Though Flinder recognized Zhao Su's genius and the extraordinary configuration of his soul rings, he could hardly believe that Zhao Su, at level 42, could withstand the assault of a titled Douluo, particularly one as formidable as Tang Hao, who possessed the mightiest weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer. Do you truly think that possessing the 7 killing sword spirit, along with 10,000-year soul rings, renders you invincible? Zhao Su had initially intended to disregard Tang Hao's provocations, but the hint of disdain in Tang Hao's tone ignited his temper. Zhao Su had long been intolerant of Tang Hao's daily display of arrogance, as if he were the unparalleled champion, a mere waste who could not even protect his own wife. If you dare, give it a try. I shan't even use my spirit. Go ahead. This was a statement Tang Hao had made to Zhao Wujie, but Zhao Su's arrogance surpassed it. After all, Zhao Wujie was inherently inferior to Tang Hao, and Zhao Su dared to speak thus to one of the most renowned titled Douluos in the continent at only level 42. Though their words bore similarities, their essence was entirely different. Haha, young man, you are exceedingly presumptuous. Tang Hao scoffed at Zhao Su before launching an attack. He refrained from revealing his Haotian hammer, believing that dealing with a brash youth like Zhao Su did not warrant the use of his spirit, let alone his full strength. If a young person is not audacious, what does it mean to be young? Zhao Su casually evaded Tang Hao's strike, retorting, if you do not reveal your Haotian hammer, you shall have no opportunity. Flinder and Zhao Wujie, who stood nearby, dared not utter a word. On one hand, they were wary of Tang Hao's power. On the other, they were curious to see whether Zhao Su would genuinely flee or merely feign bravado. Upon witnessing Zhao Su effortlessly sidestep Tang Hao's attack, their eyes revealed a hint of disbelief. It was well known that Tang Hao had reached the terrifying pinnacle of a 95-level super Douluo, even without utilizing his spirit. His physical speed and strength were fearsome. Yet, he was easily evaded by a mere level 42 Soul Master. The most striking aspect was that Zhao Su also refrained from employing his spirit, relying solely on his physical prowess, exhibiting such composure while throwing a taunt at Tang Hao. Tang Hao could not help but feel a twinge of surprise. Subsequently, he abandoned all pretense, yet still did not reveal his spirit, instead channeling his formidable physique towards Zhao Su. I have stated, if you do not reveal your spirit, you shall have no chance. Observing Tang Hao's colossal fists descending upon him like sandbags, Zhao Su effortlessly remarked while grasping Tang Hao's fist, here, I offer you another opportunity. Zhao Su exerted a sudden force, gripping Tang Hao's fist and forcefully pushing him away. Impossible, how could this be? Tang Hao, feeling the overwhelming strength that had just propelled him, gazed in disbelief at the still composed Zhao Su. Be cautious, for now it is my turn. As Zhao Su spoke, he forcefully propelled himself towards Tang Hao. He continued to rely on his own fists. At this moment, Tang Hao became serious, no longer holding back. A brilliant light emanated from his right hand, followed by a surge of formidable soul power that radiated from within him. The 9 soul rings belonging to Tang Hao materialized in succession. Upon witnessing the dazzling red soul rings, a smile crept onto Zhao Su's lips. Zhao Su was aware that the crimson 10,000-year soul ring had been offered to Tang Hao by Tang San's mother, Ain. In his heart, he had already devised a plan. This soul ring would inevitably belong to him. However, it was not intended for his own use. Rather, it was prepared for his enchanting master, Bibi Dong. In truth, one could say that both Xiao Wu and the soul ring were designated for Bibi Dong. Furthermore, he harbored another intention, which could also be regarded as an experiment. After Xiao Wu's sacrifice, Tang San revived her and intended to return the soul ring to Xiao Wu. Yet, despite a Yin's resurrection, the 10,000-year soul ring she had offered to Tang Hao did not vanish. Zhao Su contemplated whether it was possible to resurrect Ain through Tang Hao, only to slay her once more in order to acquire her 100,000-year soul ring. This would essentially grant him 2 such rings. However, this notion was merely a nascent idea, lacking maturity. At that moment, the Haotian hammer was firmly grasped in Tang Hao's hand, hurtling towards Zhao Su with formidable force. Was this truly the mightiest weapon spirit? It appeared rather ordinary. With a mere, airy remark from Zhao Su, the Emperor's 7-kill sword was similarly clasped in his grip. The first black 10,000-year soul ring shimmered to life. As the Emperor's 7 kills sword intercepted the Haotian hammer, which bore down with overwhelming power. Concurrently, a blade intent surged through the Haotian hammer, targeting Tang Hao. Within that blade intent, Tang Hao sensed a trace of divine essence, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Was this the God Layer sword, endowed with its own domain? At this juncture, Tang Hao's expression was one of deep dismay. He had once believed himself a prodigy, possessing rapid cultivation abilities, augmented by the unparalleled might of the Haotian hammer. He had regarded others with disdain. Even the Pope of the martial soul hall, Qian Xuanji, had been on the brink of death under his blows. Yet, before Zhao Su, he felt an insidious sense of powerlessness. The invincible heart of a warrior began to crumble under Zhao Su's relentless pressure. You possess some knowledge. Yet this is merely a trivial skill. Zhao Su spoke as he retracted his martial soul, enveloped in a radiant aura of black and gold. He gazed at Tang Hao and continued, "Allow me to demonstrate what true physical prowess truly embodies." As soon as Zhao Su's words fell, before Tang Hao could respond, he felt himself being violently propelled backward by an overwhelming force. Chapter 10. Are you the offspring of Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa? In truth, Zhao Su merely intended to intimidate Tang Hao and did not speak the truth. The black golden radiance enveloping him was not a manifestation of pure physical strength, but rather the fourth soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, the true form of the holy angel. This was a recent discovery by Zhao Su. His twin martial souls, the 12-winged holy angel and the imperial 7-kill sword, differed significantly from the dual martial souls of Tang San or Bibidong. While they possessed dual martial souls, they had to be utilized separately, thus imposing considerable limitations during combat. However, Zhao Su's twin martial souls could be employed independently or fused together, and he could even utilize soul skills without the need to release his martial souls. At that moment, Zhao Su resembled a divine warrior descending from the heavens. After sending Tang Hao flying, he approached him, raising his fist, shrouded in black golden light, to deliver a barrage of strikes. It felt as if all of Tang Hao's soul power had been sealed by an overwhelming aura, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Standing at a distance, Zhao Wujie and Flinder were left completely dumbfounded by the scene before them. It felt surreal. You are too weak. Focus on enhancing your strength. I will take it upon myself to instruct your son, Tang San. After approximately 5 minutes, Zhao Su ceased his assault and addressed the now defeated Tang Hao, who lay on the ground, having abandoned any notion of resistance. Tang Hao, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, rose from the ground, clearly sensing the long-standing affliction within him dissipating due to Zhao Su's earlier ferocious blows. Thank you, Senior. No need for gratitude. Your talent is the most formidable I have ever encountered. Cultivate diligently, and perhaps when you grow stronger, you may even revive your wife. Tang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zhao Su. He had preserved a seed of Ayin, hoping one day to resurrect her. This was a secret known only to him. Yet Zhao Su had spoken it aloud. You need not concern yourself with how I know. Zhao Su interrupted Tang Hao. This is a soul-nourishing pill. It may prove beneficial to you. Thank you for the gift, Senior. Tang Hao reverently accepted the soul-nourishing pill with both hands, kneeling before Zhao Su. In this life, I shall serve you, Senior, to repay your kindness. There is no need for repayment. Upon witnessing Tang Hao's actions, Zhao Su could not help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. It is worth noting that his efforts in healing Tang Hao and providing him with the soul-nurturing pill were not motivated by a genuine desire to assist, but rather by his ulterior motive to resurrect Ayin and acquire her 100,000-year soul ring. However, it soon dawned on Zhao Su that he was inherently a villain, and such deeds were indeed befitting of his role. Moreover, the love between human and beast is fundamentally condemned by the heavens. This holds true in any world. From now on, Senior, you shall be my idol, Zhao Wujie, he declared with unwavering admiration in his gaze. I shall follow your commands without hesitation. After Tang Hao departed, Zhao Wujie hastened to Zhao Su's side, gazing at him with reverence. Teacher Zhao, you flatter me. I am merely an ordinary individual, Zhao Su humbly remarked. However, in the eyes of Flander and Zhao Wujie, Zhao Su's humility came off as somewhat pretentious. Subsequently, Zhao Su pointedly gestured towards Zhao Wujie. In his previous life, Zhao Su had a particular fondness for Zhao Wujie while watching Douluo continent. Yet, Zhao Wujie's conflicts with the Spirit Hall, along with his deep friendship with Flander, intertwined with Flanders' connections to the Master and Xiao gang, complicated matters. Zhao Su remained uncertain whether he could eventually bring Zhao Wujia under his influence. Thus, he merely offered him a few basic pointers without genuinely aiding in his enhancement of soul power levels. Nevertheless, even these modest suggestions from Zhao Su instilled a profound sense of enlightenment within Zhao Wujia. After expressing his gratitude once more, he retreated to his chamber to engage in further cultivation. Meanwhile, Flander lingered closely by Zhao Su's side, appearing as if he wished to speak but hesitated. Caught in a web of indecision, Flander, the Academy's director, seemed to possess something significant to convey. Who exactly are you? And what is your purpose in coming to Shrek Academy? Flander regarded Zhao Su with a wary gaze, his eyes reflecting not only suspicion but also a hint of perplexity. He had contemplated every conceivable hypothesis, only to dismiss them all. It is quite simple. I am not a person of great significance. I came to Shrek merely out of boredom, Zhao Su replied. Is it truly that straightforward? Flander inquired. Indeed, it is that simple. Very well. Since you choose not to elaborate, I shall refrain from pressing further. However, I must insist on one point. Do not lay a hand on those children. Rest assured, I can guarantee that, and I will personally mentor them. Zhao Su assured him. I hope you will keep your word. With that, Flander departed. Zhao Su gazed at the receding figure of Flander, a faintly sinister smile gracing his lips. At present, he had no intention of taking action against them. But when the time came, circumstances might dictate otherwise. After all, Zhao Su was a villain, aligned with the Spirit Hall. As long as Tang San and his companions diligently pursued their training, he would refrain from interfering. However, should they oppose the Spirit Hall in the future, he would have no choice but to express his regrets. He had always dismissed anything that might be detrimental to his own interests. In the early morning, having just risen from his slumber, Zhao Su stepped out of his room and noticed a young girl standing not far away, her gaze directed towards his chamber. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. Have you come to seek me? Zhao Su stretched languidly and cast a glance at the seemingly demure and charming Ning Rongrong. If not for Zhao Su's awareness that Ning Rongrong's current demeanor was merely a facade, one could indeed say that she epitomized the ideal daughter of someone else's family. Ah, is your martial spirit the seven killing sword? Ning Rongrong inquired, trotting up to Zhao Su. Are you familiar with the seven killing sword? Zhao Su feigned surprise as he turned to Ning Rongrong and inquired, Of course, but as far as I know, the seven killing sword is a mutated martial soul, which cannot be inherited. How could you possess the seven killing sword martial soul? Are you from the seven treasure glazed tile school? You still have not answered my question. Ning Rongrong's delicate face appeared somewhat indifferent as she sternly replied to Zhao Su. I was born with it. I cannot fathom why I possess the seven killing sword martial soul. Is that explanation satisfactory? That's not right. You must have some connection with Grandpa Jian. Are you perhaps his illegitimate child? As she spoke, the previously aloof expression on her face gradually transformed into one of inquisitiveness, her eyes gleaming with delight at uncovering a secret. Seeing this, Zhao Su felt a twinge of helplessness. It dawned on him that this little girl had sought him out so early merely to discern the nature of his relationship with Tang San. However, such matters held little significance for Zhao Su, as he had no interest in Tang San. His curiosity lay instead with Gu Rong, who possessed the Bone Dragon martial soul. I have no connection with Tang San, but I do have a certain relationship with Gu Rong. Zhao Su shifted the conversation towards the enigmatic figure of Bone Douluo Gu Rong. Bone Grandpa? Ning Rongrong's eyes displayed a flicker of confusion, followed by a rather audacious remark that left Zhao Su somewhat taken aback. Could it be that you are the offspring of Bone Grandpa and Sword Grandpa? But how could two old men possibly have a child? Chapter 11. Indeed peculiar, isn't it only men and women who can bear children? At this point, Ning Rongrong seemed to ponder further. Could it be that Bone Grandpa is a woman? Ning Rongrong's statement not only rendered Zhao Su speechless, but also led him to reflect inwardly. Indeed, the world of Douluo continent regards individuals as adults by the tender age of 12. Yet, within her words, he discerned a glimmer of insight. Zhao Su inquired hastily. Why do you say that? I cannot divulge it. It is a secret of Grandfather Gu, Ning Rongrong replied, turning swiftly to depart. Indeed, there was something amiss. Zhao Su cast a knowing glance at Ning Rongrong, his expression reflecting his realization. Understanding that Ning Rongrong possessed knowledge of significance, he felt no urgency. After all, he had ample time and was not concerned about the passing days. Ding. Approaching Ning Rongrong and extracting information regarding Gu Rong was deemed successful. Reward acquired. 100,000 your spirit ring and 10,000 energy points. Upon hearing the system's notification, A smile graced Zhao Su's countenance as he turned and entered his chamber. Due to the absence of a suitable spirit ring, he had been restrained in his cultivation of the 12-winged holy angel spirit power. Now, with the acquisition of this 100,000-year spirit ring, there was no longer a need to delay. Upon returning to his chamber, Zhao Su summoned his 12-winged holy angel martial soul without the slightest hesitation. It bore 4 soul rings, 2 black and 2 red. With a mere thought, the suppressed soul power surged rapidly, soon reaching the esteemed level of 50, thereby enabling the absorption of the 5th soul ring. At that moment, Zhao Su's detailed attributes were as follows. Host, Zhao Su, martial soul, 12-winged holy angel. Emperor's 7 kills sword, soul skills, 12-winged holy angel. First soul skill, celestial phenomenon. Second soul skill, annihilating palm. Third soul skill, 9-fold sword technique. Fourth soul skill, true form of the holy angel. Fifth soul skill, indomitable titan. Emperor's 7 kills sword. First soul skill, supreme sword intent. Second soul skill, name of destruction. Third soul skill, name of slaughter. Fourth soul skill, name of one sword dividing worlds. Level 51 battle soul master. Assault type, spiritual power, 23,200 points. Spirit domain realm, energy value, 15,000 points. Fortune value, 23 points. Guardian dragon, none. As Zhao Su's 5th soul ring was fully integrated, a domineering aura radiated outward. In the adjacent room, Zhao Wujia was abruptly awakened by this overwhelming presence. His eyes reflecting fear as he gazed towards Zhao Su's chamber, his heart seemingly harboring a flicker of ominous thoughts. Zhao Wuji was born in a modest city within the territory of the Tiando Empire, and he was considered a noble. However, tragedy struck when his parents were wrongfully accused and perished, leaving him as the sole survivor. Driven by a desire to avenge his parents, he dedicated himself to rigorous cultivation. Yet, despite his relentless efforts, his strength proved insufficient, and he ultimately found himself grievously injured and forced to flee from an ambush by the forces of the Spirit Hall. Initially, he believed that the hope for vengeance had slipped away for good. However, the emergence of Zhao Su reignited a flicker of hope within his heart. After Zhao Su absorbed the soul ring, he conducted a brief test of the 5th soul skill he had just acquired, and he was quite pleased with the results. The fusion of the soul ring and the testing of the 5th soul skill had indeed consumed a considerable amount of his energy. Feeling a slight pang of hunger, he rose from his seat and decided to head out for a meal. The dining hall of Shrek Academy was located within the village, and upon Zhao Su's arrival, he found that Tang San and the others were already present. Besides Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, whom Zhao Su had encountered the previous day, Zhu Zhuqing was also there. Additionally, there was a portly fellow and a bearded man with charming, peach blossom eyes. Zhao Su recognized that these 2 individuals were Ma Hongjun and Oscar. Greetings to you. Zhao Su casually approached and seated himself beside the group, greeting them with a smile. Have you truly become a teacher at Shrek Academy? Dai Mubai inquired incredulously, glancing at Zhao Su, who was only slightly older than himself. Although Dai Mubai acknowledged that he could not surpass Zhao Su in strength, he found it hard to believe that Zhao Su could persuade Flander to accept him as a teacher. It is worth noting that Shrek Academy not only requires its students to be exceptional, but the standards for hiring teachers are even more stringent. Of course. Is there any doubt about it? Zhao Su lifted the bowl of rice porridge before him and took a sip, offering a casual reply. Following that, he fell silent. Everyone occasionally glanced at Zhao Su, who maintained a gentle smile throughout. The teaching methodology at Shrek Academy was rather unique. It lacked a fixed curriculum and instead adapted to each individual student at any given moment. That evening, under the guidance of Flander, the Shrek 7 were taken to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Naturally, Zhao Su accompanied them as well. Although Zhao Su is a teacher, he is merely 16 years of age and is equally eligible to participate in the soul fighting. Regarding Zhao Su, Flander felt no inclination to comment. He understood that, given his own capabilities, he could not adequately instruct Zhao Su. As long as Zhao Su did not create trouble, that would suffice. However, Zhao Su had no intention of engaging in the soul fighting. He was simply here to enjoy the spectacle. Master. As Zhao Su settled into his seat within the audience area of the duel arena, a shadow materialized beside him. This shadow perfectly overlapped with Zhao Su's own, skillfully concealing its presence. Moreover, the audience section of the duel arena was sparsely populated, allowing the shadow to speak freely without hesitation. What have you discovered? Gu Rong indeed harbors secrets. It is highly probable that his identity is linked to a certain family from the divine realm. He encountered an unforeseen incident during his trials in the lower realms and was subsequently rescued by the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, where he remained. A being from the divine realm? Zhao Su furrowed his brows, feeling an inexplicable sense of foreboding arise within him. He had always sensed that his journey through realms was anything but ordinary. The emergence of the system appeared to be far more complex than he had initially perceived. To his astonishment, it entangled him with a family from the divine realm. Presently, his prowess rendered him nearly invincible across the Douluo continent. However, encountering beings from the divine realm posed an entirely different challenge. An ethereal aura surrounded him, invoking a sense of trepidation even within me, making me hesitant to approach and investigate further. I understand now. I must remain vigilant about my safety while concealing my true nature. Upon hearing Zhao Su's seemingly caring words, a flicker of fervor ignited in Ying's gaze as she regarded him. Thank you for your concern, Master. There is also another matter. What is it? His Holiness the Pope has arrived in Soto City, currently residing at the Grand Hotel. Oh, she is in Soto City? What for? On the surface, it is for the upcoming Intermediate Soul Master competition. In reality, it is to hunt the 10,000-year soul beast within the Douluo forest. She intends to hunt the 10,000-year soul beasts? That seems to be the case. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Zhao Su waved his hand dismissively. Losing interest in the battle arena, his thoughts drifting elsewhere. As far as Zhao Su was aware, there were 600,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo forest, including Xiao Wu. However, only 4 remained alive. The Duming Sky Blue Bull Python, the Air Ming Titan Giant Ape, Xiao Wu, and an unnamed fawn. Tang San's mother, Ayin, and Xiao Wu's mother had both perished. Chapter 12. If you desire 100,000-year soul ring, await my arrival. Among the 4 living 100,000-year soul beasts in the Douluo forest, only the shape-shifting Xiao Wu posed a manageable challenge. The other 3 soul beasts were far beyond Bibi Dong's current capabilities. With this thought, Zhao Su hesitated no longer and quietly exited the battle arena. In a lavish suite within the Soto City Grand Hotel, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged on her bed, engrossed in her cultivation. Do not venture into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts. The time is not yet ripe. With her eyes closed, Bibi Dong recognized Zhao Su's somewhat familiar yet foreign voice and slowly opened her eyes to gaze upon him. At 16, Zhao Su stood at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, his youthful features still retaining a hint of innocence, yet radiating a resolute demeanor. It seems you have indeed left a watchful eye upon me, Bibi Dong remarked coldly, her voice devoid of any warmth. My intent in leaving a watchful eye was not to surveil you, but to ensure your protection. I, Bibi Dong, require no one's protection. Alas, your stubbornness is detrimental to your cultivation. I believe you ought to endeavor to forget certain painful memories. What do you mean? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a flicker of panic crossed Bibi Dong's eyes, shattering her previously composed facade. Do you not comprehend my meaning? How could I possibly know? Bibi Dong furrowed her brow, her eyes betraying a hint of anguish, as though haunted by memories she wished to forget. In that damp chamber, she had not only lost her most treasured possession that night, but had also seen her pride and kindness utterly shattered. One must not dwell solely in the past. One must learn to forget. The future holds boundless beauty. After all, Qian Xuanji is dead, and your vengeance has been avenged. Silence. Zhao Su's words utterly infuriated Bibi Dong. As a formidable surge of soul power enveloped Zhao Su, she could not comprehend how Zhao Su had acquired such knowledge. Yet, this was a secret she needed to conceal eternally, an indelible anguish within her heart. Zhao Su also made his move, sealing off the somewhat tyrannical soul power emanating from Bibi Dong, while simultaneously infusing her with an essence imbued with immense vitality. Within this potent life force lay a restorative power that promised the resurgence of all things. Under the influence of this warm current, Bibi Dong gradually regained her composure. Her once domineering and indifferent gaze softened, and tears began to flow as she wept. The revitalizing warmth stirred memories of her childhood within her heart. She recalled her early years spent in an ordinary village, which was ultimately annihilated by the malevolent soul masters. However, she was discovered by Qian Xuanji, who brought her to the spirit hall and personally took her as a disciple, guiding her with care. In the beginning, Qian Xuanji was the person she respected and admired the most. Yet, it was also he who shattered her love and dismantled her life. Enough of the tears. Forget the past. Everything you desire, I shall help you attain, as long as you safeguard yourself. Zhao Su stepped forward, softly offering comfort to Bai Dong. Why do you wish to help me? Bai Dong inquired, lifting her gaze to Zhao Su's youthful yet resolute visage. There is no particular reason. I simply wish to do so, and thus I shall. Bai Dong chuckled, her exquisite beauty radiating an enchanting allure as she leaned closer to Zhao Su. While a perpetually alluring woman may evoke a sense of visual fatigue, the sudden charm of a frosty beauty like Bai Dong can undeniably render one utterly captivated. Zhao Su unconsciously took a step back, only for Bai Dong to follow closely, her entire being almost pressing against him as she reached out to caress his cheek. This tender gesture sent Zhao Su's heart racing uncontrollably. Do you desire my body as well? Her captivating gaze, coupled with her straightforward yet subtly suggestive words, along with her alluring figure and enchanting fragrance, struck at the very core of Zhao Su's soul, nearly overwhelming him. He felt an intense urge to push Bai Dong down and cherish her passionately right then and there. Ultimately, however, Zhao Su restrained himself, acknowledging that he held no interest in the young girl and was utterly defenseless against a woman as mature as Bai Dong. Yet, he was also aware that even if he wished to claim Bai Dong, the timing was not right. Though he could attain what he desired at this moment, it would cast a deeper shadow over Bai Dong's heart, as she harbored painful memories she was reluctant to revisit. Moreover, he understood the vital distinction between fleeting pleasure and repeated indulgence, as well as the difference between passivity and proactivity. Zhao Su was well aware of the choice he should make. Let us not act foolishly. You desire the soul ring of 100,000 years. I shall assist you. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su hastily departed. He dared not linger any longer. Continuing in this manner filled him with trepidation, for he feared he could no longer suppress the restlessness of his soul. As Zhao Su withdrew, the once enchanting gaze of Bai Dong gradually turned cold and indifferent. She had not anticipated that Zhao Su could withstand her allure. Bai Dong possessed considerable confidence in her beauty and figure, although she believed her prowess did not necessitate the exchange of her physical form. Zhao Su's rejection led her to form a perception of him that diverged from her view of others. Of course, to Zhao Su, Bai Dong was merely a pawn on his path to greatness. In fact, within Bai Dong's heart, she had never truly regarded Zhao Su as her disciple. She was merely captivated by his formidable martial spirit and strength. Zhao Su had planted spies not only within Bai Dong's ranks but throughout the entire spirit hall. In turn, Bai Dong had her own eyes monitoring Zhao Su. Over the past decade, Zhao Su's actions were as transparent to her as glass. However, what Bai Dong remained oblivious to was that she was only privy to the information Zhao Su wished her to know. This could be considered one of Zhao Su's strategies. He sought to conquer Bai Dong while simultaneously refusing to be ensnared by her. In other words, he did not wish to become a sycophant. Upon exiting the hotel, Zhao Su inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous fire that raged within him. He turned to glance at the room where Bai Dong resided, a devilish smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Little enchantress, my master. Just then, the presence of shadow enveloped Zhao Su. Having learned from the previous encounter, she always released a trace of her aura to alert Zhao Su of her arrival. Stay close to her, and when necessary, I permit you to act against her. But remember, do not inflict any real harm. As Zhao Su proceeded towards the Grand Soul Arena, he spoke to the shadow lurking in the darkness. Yes, I understand. The shadow replied, yet chose not to follow closely behind Zhao Su. Once Zhao Su's figure vanished around the corner, the shadow gradually materialized from the obscurity. Her gaze harbored a hint of resentment and a sense of unfulfilled longing. She could not comprehend why Zhao Su showed such unwavering concern for Bai Dong, while he had never cast a discerning glance in her direction. Chapter 13, The 6 Oddities of Soto City. The shadow's true name was Zhang Ying, who had been pursued by enemies 3 years prior, only to be rescued by Zhao Su. Zhao Su not only avenged her, but also elevated her once ordinary shadow martial soul to an all-encompassing shadow martial soul. Furthermore, over the span of a year, he aided her in advancing her soul power to the esteemed level of a 97th rank super Douluo. During these years spent by Zhao Su's side, she subtly hinted at her feelings for him on numerous occasions, even boldly offering herself. Yet Zhao Su consistently rebuffed her advances. One day, you will come to realize that in this world, I am the only one who truly loves you and cares for you, Ying murmured softly before vanishing once more, transforming into a genuine shadow. Upon Zhao Su's return to the Grand Soul Arena, he discovered that Tang San and his companions were surrounded by 5 individuals, seemingly embroiled in some conflict. What happened? Zhao asked. Teacher Zhao, these individuals claim this place is under their protection and demand a fee for it. Dai Mubai responded. Protection fee? Teach them a lesson. I will take responsibility for any repercussions. Zhao Su cast a glance at the 5 brazen individuals, one of whom bore a terrifying scar across his face, his robust physique bulging with muscle, towering at over 2 meters in height. The remaining 4 were equally imposing, all muscular men. Observing that Tang San and his companions were merely children of around 12 or 13 years and with no teacher accompanying them, they sensed an opportunity to extort a sum of money, especially given that Tang San's group had just triumphed in the soul duel, possessing a considerable amount of gold soul coins. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the scar-faced giant could not suppress a laugh. Kid, I believe you are courting death. Have you not heard of the infamous 6 monsters of Soto City? The 6 monsters? Are they formidable? Zhao Su inquired. Teacher Zhao, these 6 individuals possess mutated beast martial souls and have terrorized Soto City and the surrounding Stardow Forest, committing heinous acts without remorse. Even the Spirit Hall has attempted to subdue them multiple times, yet to no avail. The leader, the scar-faced one, wields a soul power of level 59, with a mutated wild boar spirit. So what will it be? Will you pay up, or shall you wager your life? Upon hearing Dai Mubai's introduction, the scar-faced leader became even more audacious, casting a mocking glance at Zhao Su. Just a wild boar? Killing him would be seen as a service to the people. Zhao Su gestured dismissively at Dai Mubai, urging him to take action. Despite being a prodigy who had reached the rank of 32 Soul Master at the tender age of 15, Dai Mubai felt a twinge of apprehension facing the formidable Soul King of 59. However, having witnessed Zhao Su's prowess, he resolved not to hesitate any longer. His innate pride compelled him to reject any semblance of intimidation. With a fierce roar reminiscent of a tiger's, Dai Mubai's white tiger martial spirit began to merge. Unleashing his most powerful 3rd soul skill, the white tiger diamond transformation, as he charged at the scarred-faced adversary. Unbeknownst to him, the scarred face did not engage directly, rather, it was one of his subordinates who attacked, wielding a similarly sinister white tiger martial spirit. This incarnation appeared malevolent, its body shrouded in thick, grotesque fur, dripping with repugnant pus. Like his leader, this foe was also a Soul King, surpassing the 50-level threshold. The first of his 5 soul rings glowed ominously as he lunged toward Dai Mubai. The disparity between the 30-something and the 50-something levels was palpable. After just a few exchanges, Dai Mubai found himself struggling to maintain his ground, retreating repeatedly. Observing this, Zhu Shuqing sprang into action. Merging with her nether cat martial spirit, her form becoming so swift it was nearly imperceptible, rushing to assist Dai Mubai. Tang San and Xiao Wu joined the fray, the 4 of them coordinating an assault. Tang San unleashed the most potent hidden weapon he could forge at that moment, the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. With a swift release, 3 arrows shot forth without warning, piercing through the chest of the wielder of the mutated white tiger martial spirit, staring at the gaping, transparent hole in his chest. Disbelief and a hint of resentment filled the man's eyes as he collapsed. The efficacy of hidden weapons was astonishing. Witnessing Tang San slay a Soul King with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, it was evident, even if by surprise, just how formidable the weapon truly was. Zhao Su couldn't help but feel intrigued by these concealed armaments. He mused that if a single Zhuge Divine Crossbow possessed such immense power, the might of Tang Min's most lethal hidden weapons, such as the Rain of Pear Blossoms, Guanin's Tears, and the Buddha's Wrath of Tang Lotus, would be unfathomable. A sense of urgency arose within him to eliminate Tang San as soon as possible, for the ability to craft such devastating weapons posed a potential threat. However, his contemplations were abruptly interrupted. The scarred face, incensed by the sudden demise of his comrade, along with the remaining brothers, were now seething with rage, merging their martial spirits. They sought vengeance against Zhao Su and his companions, eager to avenge their fallen brother. Just a few mere monsters, they dared to emulate the art of robbery. Rather than merely observing from behind, Zhao Su took decisive action. The Emperor's 7-kill sword manifested at that moment, emanating an overwhelming aura of power. The 5 individuals, led by the scar-faced man, found themselves paralyzed, unable to move. The 4 black eternal soul rings left them utterly astonished. However, Zhao Su did not grant them an extended moment of astonishment. A surge of sword intent erupted, piercing through the chest of the group with unerring precision, devoid of any hesitation. As the 5 collapsed to the ground, the system activated simultaneously, absorbing their soul power completely. Yet, the soul power of these 6 was feeble, yielding a mere 5,000 energy points. Nevertheless, Zhao Su did not disdain such a meager sum, for every little contribution counts. After all, Many a little makes a mickle. Tang San, please check if they possess any golden soul coins or other treasures. Zhao Su addressed Tang San and the others, who were staring in a daze at the unfolding scene. Oh, splendid. Tang San responded, moving forward to inspect the pockets of the 6 individuals for soul coins and treasures. Teacher Zhao, there are merely fewer than 10 gold soul coins and some silver soul coins. Nothing else of value, Tang San reported, presenting a handful of soul coins to Zhao Su. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Oscar arrived as well. Ning Rongrong appeared rather pallid, wearing an expression of discontent. Zhao Su was aware that Ning Rongrong was unable to restrain her temper as a spoiled young lady, having been reprimanded by Flanders. Thus, she still wore a rather displeased expression. What was the matter? Observing several corpses lying on the ground, Oscar inquired with curiosity of Dai Mubai and the others. It's nothing, merely a few robbers who attempted to obstruct our path. Consider this money as an unexpected gain. The hour is still early, and there is no rush to return. You may take this opportunity to treat yourselves well, replied Dai Mubai. Really? That is wonderful, Oscar exclaimed, his interest piqued. A mischievous glint appeared in his dual-colored eyes, but it swiftly vanished when he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Humph. The aloof Zhu Zhuqing, noticing this, emitted a cold snort, choosing not to say anything further as she turned and departed briskly. Zhuqing, it's not what you think, Dai Mubai called out as he hurried after her. Teacher Zhao, aren't you coming with us? Oscar asked Zhao Su. I have some other matters to attend to. I shall not be joining you. You may go ahead. Zhao Su gazed at the scarred corpse lying on the ground, a hint of perplexity reflected in his eyes. Without lifting his head, he addressed Oscar. I see. Then we shall proceed on our own. Oscar did not press further and, accompanied by Tang San and the others, they made their way towards the bustling district of Soto City. At this hour, the nightlife was just beginning to awaken. In the Douluo continent, where civil systems and regulations are still in their infancy, the nocturnal offerings were indeed abundant. After Tang San and his companions departed, Zhao Su approached the corpse of the scarred-faced man and crouched down. Moments ago, while absorbing the soul energy from the scarred figure, he sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from the body. This prompted Tang San to inspect the corpses of the others in search of valuable items. However, he discovered that they possessed only a handful of soul coins. This indicated that the peculiar energy was not external but rather resided within the scarred man's being. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The presence of the 9-winged dragon was detected, seemingly a fragment of its bone. At that moment, a line of text appeared on the system interface, marking the first instance of the system employing an uncertain tone. A bone. The soul bone of the 9-winged dragon. It is widely acknowledged that soul bones manifest only when soul beasts are slain or sacrificed. If this truly is a soul bone of the 9-winged dragon, it would imply that the majestic creature has fallen to the hands of another. This revelation was far from favorable for Zhao Su, who sought a living guardian dragon rather than mere fragments of its essence. It appeared that this was not merely a soul bone, but rather a remnant of the 9-winged dragon's corporeal form. As the system articulated this, it conjured a bone-slicing knife and proceeded to dissect the scarred man. Goodness, system, could you not find a more secluded location? This is exceedingly gruesome. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Su could not help but feel somewhat speechless. At the entrance of the Grand Soul Arena, individuals would occasionally emerge. Upon witnessing such a spectacle, they would undoubtedly regard Zhao Su as a peculiar being. Someone's coming, we must leave. However, the system paid no heed to Zhao Su's concerns, continuing its tasks with unwavering focus. After approximately 3 minutes, a bloody bone was seized by the ethereal hand conjured by the system, which simultaneously provided Zhao Su with a subtle reminder. Zhao Su had no time for contemplation. He leaped into the air, swiftly departing from the scene. He arrived at the tranquil abode he had acquired on the outskirts of Soto City. Subsequently, Zhao Su tossed the bloody bone into the water tank in the eastern part of his courtyard, where lotus flowers flourished. He meticulously cleansed the bone, which was remarkably light. Even when cast into the tank, it did not sink, but instead floated gracefully upon the surface. Once the blood was washed away, it emitted a faint golden glow, accompanied by a potent surge of spiritual energy. It was evident that the scarred-faced man had stumbled upon this bone, mistakenly believing it to be a soul bone, and had subsequently absorbed its essence. Zhao Su extended his hand into the water tank and retrieved a bone. The moment he touched it, he sensed a flicker of vitality, as if the bone itself possessed a semblance of life. Could this truly be the bone of the Yinglong? Indeed, if my conjecture holds true, it must be that the 9-winged Yinglong having sustained grave injuries, split into fragments to survive. Once these fragments are gathered and placed into the fire, the nine-winged Yinglong shall be resurrected. Is it truly feasible? Upon hearing the system's words, Zhao Su felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. This is an innate ability of the nine-winged Yinglong lineage, rebirth through fire. But can I ascertain how many fragments of the nine-winged Yinglong's bones exist and their locations? That remains unknown for now. I must engage in careful calculation. After delivering its message, the system fell silent. Zhao Su settled himself at the stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the bone in his hand that emitted a faint golden glow. He found himself increasingly enamored with the world of Douluo, which was undeniably more vibrant and intriguing than his original realm. The following morning, as Zhao Su returned to the cafeteria of Shrek Academy, he noticed several others present. Yet the atmosphere among them was somewhat delicate. The previously indifferent Zhu Zhuqing had become even more aloof, deliberately positioning herself at a distance from the group. Observing this, Zhao Su naturally took a seat beside Zhu Zhiqing. Was it not for Dai Mubai that you had come here? Zhao Su leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing's ear and whispered softly. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a hint of surprise emerged on Zhu Zhuqing's indifferent face. Just yesterday, she had felt a sense of familiarity towards Zhao Su. Now, as she gazed at him, the memory finally dawned upon her. Zhao Su was indeed the individual she had encountered a few days prior in Suada City. Furthermore, Zhao Su's subsequent actions served to confirm Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. This is specially bought for you, a gift just for you. Zhao Su presented the small cat figurine she had purchased at the craft stall to Zhu Zhuqing. What do you mean by this? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, gazing at the charming trinket before lifting her eyes to meet Zhao Su's smiling face. She felt somewhat perplexed by Zhao Su's intentions and sensed that Zhao Su was well aware of her circumstances. It's nothing significant. I simply thought you might like it. So I decided to give it to you. Zhu Zhuqing did not refuse further and accepted the small cat figurine, continuing to question, who exactly are you? How do you know so much? I possess a wealth of knowledge, far beyond your imagination, Zhao Su replied. Do not associate with Tang San and his companions, for it will not bode well for you in the future. Zhao Su was determined to eliminate Xiao Wu to acquire her soul ring. For now, she spared her merely to allow her to mature. A fully grown, 10,000-year-old soul beast is significantly more formidable than its juvenile counterpart. Once she slays Xiao Wu, Tang San would inevitably be embroiled in a deadly conflict with the Spirit Hall. Whether he crushes them with a single blow or allows them to seek powerful resources for him, the outcome would not be favorable. Moreover, Dai Mubai, being the prince of the Star Luo Empire, could not idly witness the destruction of his nation at the hands of the Spirit Hall. Their destinies were fated to clash. Choosing not to eliminate Dai Mubai now and instead nurturing him was a strategic move to later utilize him against his brother, Davis. Gaining true control over the Star Luo Empire was essential. Otherwise, even Zhao Su, despite her strength, could not single-handedly confront the vast army of the Empire. Utilizing Dai Mubai was the most expedient approach. As for Oscar and Ma Hongjun, they posed little threat. She could dispose of them at her discretion. Finally, with Ning Rongrong, she needed to devise a plan to approach the protective Douluo of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile School, Gu Rong. Dailao, I believe you're in peril. Dai Mubai, who had been dining not far away, had been observing Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing accept the small cat figurine from Zhao Su, Ma Hongjun displayed a mischievous expression and remarked to Dai Mubai, Fatty, are you feeling a bit frisky? If so, I wouldn't mind helping you loosen your bones. Dai Mubai's eyes blazed with anger as he retorted vehemently at Ma Hongjun. Realizing that Dai Mubai was genuinely furious, Ma Hongjun promptly fell silent. Dai Mubai's gaze shifted to Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing, who were standing close together in uncertain silence, his eyes aflame with wrath, unsure of their thoughts. Chapter 15. Who loses must bow 3 times. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing finished their breakfast and rose to leave the dining hall. Seeing this, Dai Mubai lost his appetite and followed suit. Soon, Oscar's soul power reached the 30th level. To find suitable soul rings for Oscar and to further train the 7 of them, Flandra assigned Zhao Wujie to lead them to the Star Doe Forest for soul beast hunting. At Zhao Su's behest, she joined the expedition. After considering the situation, Flandra concluded that Zhao Su's presence would ensure their success, thus he consented. The atmosphere among the Shrek 7 monsters was notably delicate. Dai Mubai consistently sought to approach Zhu Zhuqing, yet she skillfully evaded him, denying him any opportunity. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing had been in Soto City for a while, trailing behind Dai Mubai for days. She had witnessed him frequent the Rose Hotel with various women, which explained her cold demeanor towards him despite being there for him. Zhu Zhuqing was a person of emotional integrity. She despised the thought of being with a man known for his infidelity. Before long, they arrived at a city approximately 100 miles from the Stardow Forest, planning to rest there before continuing their journey the next day. That evening, Zhao Su and Zhao Wujie shared drinks in their hotel room, enlivened by the prospect of assisting Oscar in obtaining a soul ring. Teacher Zhao Wujie began. But Zhao Su interrupted him. There's no need for formalities. Just call me Zhao Su. As Zhao Wujie lifted his wine glass and was about to speak, Zhao Su interrupted him, simultaneously raising his own glass. Brother Zhao, allow me to toast to you. In that case, I shall not be courteous, Zhao Wujie replied. I also toast to you. Zhao Su drained his cup in one swift motion, then picked up his chopsticks to delicately select a dish, seemingly nonchalantly inquiring of Zhao Wujie. Brother Zhao, I have heard whispers of a feud between you and the Spirit Hall. While the original narrative of Douluo continent does not explicitly delineate this, many devoted fans speculate that Zhao Wujie is an undercover agent sent by the Spirit Hall to infiltrate Shrek Academy, providing numerous pieces of circumstantial evidence. However, this remains an uncertain conjecture. Thus, Zhao Su intentionally broached the subject with Zhao Wujie. It may not exactly be a personal vendetta against the Spirit Hall. Rather, it is the city lord of Jiangyun City, Jiang Hong, who harbors enmity. Jiang Hong was responsible for the demise of my parents and conspired with Charles, the Grand Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Jiangyun City, to eliminate me. Zhao Wujie spoke, his right hand gripping the wine glass, which had begun to turn pale. His gaze was infused with boundless resentment. So it is. What, then, are Brother Zhao's thoughts on the Spirit Hall? Zhao Su continued to inquire. It is quite commendable. Not only does it provide subsidies to soul masters, but it also offers free awakening of martial souls to the common folk, thereby transforming the lives of many. However, the internal affairs of the Martial Soul Hall are excessively shadowy. Zhao Wujie raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp, then shook his head with a hint of disappointment. If the Spirit Hall had the opportunity to assist you in avenging yourself and invited you to join, would you accept? I doubt it. I caused quite a stir for the Spirit Hall back in the day. They would be more inclined to eliminate me than to welcome me into their ranks. Zhao Wujie shook his head in refutation of Zhao Su's hypothesis. Zhao Su refrained from pursuing the inquiry further, harboring his own thoughts. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, when the opportunity arises, we shall journey to Jiangyun City together. And I shall aid you in avenging your grievances, even taking down the high-ranking bishops of the Spirit Hall. Really? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wujie's eyes sparkled with hope. If Brother Zhao can truly assist me in exacting my revenge, I, Zhao Wujie, shall undoubtedly follow Brother Zhao loyally in the days to come. Brother Zhao, you exaggerate. Zhao Su personally filled Zhao Wujie's cup to the brim with wine, and the two of them drank it down in one swift motion. Zhao Wujie is indeed a clever individual. From Zhao Su's earlier words, he has almost deduced Zhao Su's identity. However, for Zhao Wujie, revenge takes precedence over all else. As the two engaged in a convivial exchange, the sounds of a scuffle erupted from the lobby of the hotel below. Accompanying this commotion was Dai Mubai's furious roar. Exchanging glances, the two rose and exited their room. They encountered Tang San and his companions, alongside an entourage of 8 from Tsanghui Academy. Leading the Tsanghui group was the teacher Yi Zhiqiu, who, bolstered by his rank of over 50, was bullying Tang San and the others. It was indeed a disgrace for a Soul King at such a level to prey upon mere children. At this moment, Zhao Su and Zhao Wujie descended the stairs and, upon witnessing Yu Zhiqiu brandishing his martial spirit to intimidate Tang San and his friends, Zhao Su mockingly questioned, "Who are you? Are you also a student from Shrek Academy?" Yi Zhiqiu scrutinized Zhao Su, noting his youthful appearance of around 15 or 16, and naturally assumed him to be another teacher. "I suppose so, since you wish to compete. How about a duel between us?" Zhao Su proposed. "You," Yi Zhiqiu scoffed, displaying a hint of disdain. After all, given Zhao Su's age, it was inconceivable that he could rival a 53rd rank Soul King. "Just me? Speak, what are the stakes if you lose?" "I have no intention of losing," Zhao Su replied firmly. "Spare me your trivialities. If you lose, you will kneel and bow 3 times, then vanish without a trace. Only if you agree to my terms first." Yu Zhiqiu retorted, his temper flaring as he charged toward Zhao Su, incensed by Zhao Su's apparent indifference. At that moment, all 5 of his soul rings ignited, indicating that he was no longer merely intent on teaching Zhao Su a lesson. Zhao Su observed a peculiar green-shelled turtle charging towards him in an odd manner. Without revealing his martial soul, a colossal hand manifested and swiftly sent the turtle soaring away. Initially, Yi Zhiqiu brimmed with confidence. However, as he drew closer to Zhao Su, an overwhelming surge of soul power suddenly emerged, seemingly sealing his own soul energy. In an instant, he felt as if he were being uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing violently to the ground. A distinct crack appeared on the shell on his back, and turmoil surged within him, prompting him to involuntarily spout a mouthful of fresh blood. Struggling to rise, Yi Zhiqiu cast another glance at the composed Zhao Su standing firm, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. "I give you one more chance. Come forth," Zhao Su casually remarked to Yi Zhiqiu. At that moment, Yi Zhiqiu was utterly terrified and dared not take any action. Accompanied by the students, he was about to depart. "Wait a moment. Is there anything else you have yet to address?" Zhao Su intercepted Yi Zhiqiu, who was intent on leaving, and with a slight smile gracing his lips, he addressed her. Yi Zhiqiu's countenance was far from pleasant, her face shifting from a shade of green to a hue of purple. Ultimately, however, she chose to relent. After all, Zhao Su had effortlessly sent her flying without even revealing his martial soul. Deep down, Yi Zhiqiu recognized that no amount of desperate resistance could secure her victory. With a thud, she bent her legs and knelt on the ground, offering 3 resounding bows to Zhao Su. Swiftly rising, she dared not linger even for a moment, departing in a hasty retreat, accompanied by her fellow students. Chapter 16. A farewell to Qian Rinxuan. Not far behind Zhao Su, Zhu Qing gazed at his retreating silhouette, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. It was not only Zhao Su's eloquence that captivated her, but also the small kit he had gifted her, alongside his formidable prowess, which stirred within her a myriad of unusual emotions. Although Zhu Qing hailed from a noble lineage, her life had been predetermined by the elders of her family from the moment of her birth. She had been promised to Dai Mubai, a prince of the Star Luo Empire, effectively binding her fate to his from a young age. This predetermined existence was one she abhorred. Initially, under the persuasion of her parents and family elders, she had begun to accept this life dictated by others. Otherwise, she would not have sought out Dai Mubai among the Shrek Academy students in Soto City. Yet, upon encountering him once more and witnessing his dissolute lifestyle, she found herself increasingly despondent about her future. This despair was the reason behind her perpetual expression of indifference and her cold demeanor. Zhao Su, however, imparted to her a distinctly different sensation. "What are you still doing here? Why don't you hurry back to bed?" At that moment, Zhao Wujia's penetrating voice resonated, startling Zhu Qing, who had been lost in contemplation of Zhao Su. Taking a deep breath to calm her racing thoughts, she returned to her room alongside Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. With the conclusion of this brief interlude, the hour had grown late. Tomorrow morning, they would need to rise early to venture into the Star Doe forest to hunt soul beasts. Zhao Su and Zhao Wuji concluded their drinking session and returned to their respective rooms to rest. At dawn, the first light of day began to emerge. Zhao Wuji summoned everyone to set out for the Star Doe forest. It was still over 100 miles away, and they needed to hasten their journey to reach the Star Doe forest, where Oscar could hunt suitable spirit beasts, ideally before dusk. Although the formidable support of Zhao Su eased Zhao Wuji's concerns considerably, it was still prudent to depart before nightfall. The Star Doe forest differed significantly from the imperial forests where spirit beasts were raised. Within its depths lay a diverse array of spirit beasts, including those of extraordinary strength, some surpassing tens of thousands of years in age. Although Zhao Su and his companions were traveling on foot, they were buoyed by the invigorating support of Oscar's restorative sausages, enabling them to maintain a swift pace. Before long, they arrived at the Star Doe forest. The vast expanse of the forest appeared limitless, with towering ancient trees casting shadows that obscured the sun. Prior to their actual entry into the Star Doe forest, Zhao Wujin once again offered a few words of caution to Tang San and the others. Zhao Wuji led the way, followed by Tang San and the 7 others in the middle, with Zhao Su bringing up the rear. In truth, with Zhao Su present, there was no need for such complexities. They could simply seek out the appropriate spirit beasts. However, Zhao Su remained silent, quietly trailing behind. Zhao Su was aware that he could encounter the Titan giant ape, Erming, at this location. He pondered whether to hunt Erming now or to wait and hunt alongside the azure bull python. Additionally, there was the elusive 10,000-year spotted deer, which had a minimal presence in the original narrative. With Zhao Wuji's assistance, Oscar swiftly captured a Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Just as Zhao Wuji urged Oscar to quickly process the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and absorb its soul ring, a voice interrupted him. Turning towards the source of the voice, they beheld an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s, accompanied by a youth whose delicate features made him resemble a maiden rather than a boy. The elder was known to Zhao Su, having encountered him previously at the Spirit Hall. He was none other than Shilong, the Serpent Spear Douluo, one of the two titled Douluo by Qian Rinxue's side. Zhao Su gazed at the youth before him, who was none other than Qian Rinxue. Might I inquire what guidance you have, esteemed senior? Those who venture into the starry forest are undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. Thus, even the soul sage Zhao Wujia, of over 70 levels, conducted himself with remarkable humility. Moreover, Zhao Wujia sensed an overwhelming soul power emanating from Shilong, far surpassing his own. This soul beast was discovered by us first. I kindly request that you return it to us, esteemed sir. Shilong regarded Zhao Wujia and Zhao Su, recognizing that they must be from an academy seeking to hunt soul beasts for their students. He dismissed them entirely, believing that possession is determined by strength. Whoever slays it claims it is their own. What are you to assert such a claim? Zhao Wuji remained silent, while Zhao Su stepped forward, producing a dagger which he offered to Oscar, gesturing for him to eliminate the Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake and its absorbed soul ring. Oscar glanced at Zhao Wuji, who nodded in affirmation, before accepting the dagger and aiming for the snake's vital point. Such audacity. I am eager to witness the extent of your capabilities. Shilong scoffed, perceiving that Zhao Su and his companions regarded him with disdain. Enraged, he summoned a surge of azure light, manifesting a blue-purple serpent spear in his hand. Directing his attack towards Oscar in an attempt to thwart his effort to slay the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Is this all they can muster? Zhao Su swiftly positioned himself directly in front of Oscar, casually extending his hand to catch the azure and violet spear. You are too weak. Perhaps you should wait for your companions. Together, you may stand a chance against me. Shilong and the spiked porcupine Douluo were tasked with protecting Qian Rinxue. With both Qian Rinxue and Shilong appearing here, it was certain that the spiked porcupine Douluo was nearby as well. Do you know my identity? The nonchalant manner in which Zhao Su effortlessly caught his spear, coupled with his words, sent a tremor through Shilong's heart, causing him to hesitate in his attack. Since I have said so, I am naturally aware. Since you are aware of my identity, why then do you oppose me? And what of it? Moreover, the soul beasts in the Douluo forest are unclaimed entities. Whoever obtains them possesses them. If you are so unreasonable as to attempt to seize them, do not blame me for being impolite. Indeed, in the realm of soul masters, few dare to speak to us in such a manner. As Oscar concluded his absorption of the soul ring from the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, it became clear to him that he would not be able to claim this beast today. The expression on Zhao Su's face, one of utter disregard, further ignited Shilong's fury. He dispatched a specialized signal to summon the spiked porcupine Douluo to his side. Among the Shrek faction, aside from the seemingly elder Zhao Wujia, who was over level 70, the rest were notably youthful, even younger than Qian Rinxue by a few years. However, Shilong dared not underestimate them. After all, Zhao Su had effortlessly intercepted his spear with ease. Most importantly, he was responsible for Qian Rinxue's safety, and he could not allow her to come to harm. In his heart, Shilong had already fostered a murderous intent, wishing to eliminate Zhao Su and his companions entirely. In this Douluo forest, one need not fear retaliation from the opposing sects or students when taking a life. This, in fact, underscored the perilous nature of the Douluo forest. Not only must one be wary of the various soul beasts that could appear at any moment, but one must also be cautious of ambushes from fellow soul masters. Many who entered the Douluo forest were not solely there to hunt for soul rings. Some came with the intent of murder and plunder. The 6 monsters of Soto City were among the more notorious of such individuals. I offer you a chance. Await your companion's arrival, and together, let us have one final encounter. Zhao Su cast a glance at Oscar, who was seated cross-legged on the ground, merging his spirit rings. Realizing that everything was in order and the spirit rings had fully integrated, he now awaited the adaptation of the spirit power and its complete absorption for his own use. Chapter 17. An astonishing configuration of spirit rings. What audacity! Today, I shall impart a lesson to you, an impudent junior who knows not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth, and teach you the meaning of respecting your elders. Shilong sensed that the stingray Douluo was approaching, and with a cold snort, the first 7 spirit rings illuminated simultaneously. While the azure-purple spear in his hand glowed brightly, he charged towards Zhao Su, declaring, "You ought to respect me. rather than expect me to show reverence to a weakling. Zhao Su gazed at Xilong, who was charging towards him, his eyes brimming with disdain. In Zhao Su's perception, Xilong was utterly feeble, not to mention himself. Even if the titled Douluo of the were present, their combined strength would scarcely match that of Tang Hao, let alone that of Zhao Su, who could easily overpower Tang Hao. Zhao Su, unarmed, effortlessly seized the violet spear thrust at him by Xilong. Impossible. How could it be? Without a martial soul. How could one possibly grasp the true form of my martial soul with bare hands? Observing the spear's true form captured in Zhao Su's grasp, Xilong's face contorted with terror. Zhao Su casually snapped the azure snake spear in half. At that moment, Xilong felt as if his chest had been struck with tremendous force, and he sensed his soul power rapidly dissipating. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. "Uncle Snake Spear, are you all right?" Qian Rushue, noticing Xilong's injury and the blood he had spat out, hurriedly stepped in front of him. "Little girl, you have become far more beautiful than you were 10 years ago." Zhao Su cast a glance at Qian Rushue and could not help but think to himself. Although Qian Rushue was dressed as a youth at this moment, she did not disguise her true self. Her exquisite beauty was still evident. This serves as a warning. Remember, if one possesses no overwhelming strength, one must tread lightly and conduct oneself with humility. Zhao Su refrained from taking further action, merely issuing a warning to Xilong. Grateful for the mercy shown, Xilong's demeanor towards Zhao Su underwent a complete transformation. "May I inquire how to address you?" "Zhao Su of Shrek Academy," Zhao Su casually remarked. Upon hearing that name, Xilong's eyes widened in astonishment, as if a realization struck him. "I beg your pardon. Please do not take offense." Xilong adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware that he could not contend with Zhao Su, and he also recognized Zhao Su's esteemed identity. Years ago, it was Zhao Su who awakened his martial spirit, a moment not easily forgotten. He had merely failed to recognize Zhao Su earlier. Yielding to Zhao Su was not solely an act of self-preservation. More importantly, it was to ensure the safety of Qian Rushue. After voicing his intentions, Xilong departed with Qian Rushue. Once the two had left, Oscar completed the absorption of his soul ring and soon regained consciousness. Upon awakening, Oscar excitedly introduced his newfound third soul skill, acquired from absorbing the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, to everyone present. Zhao Su has long asserted that in the realm of soul masters on the Douluo continent, the ability to fly holds paramount significance. Possessing the power of flight can be likened to having an additional talisman for survival. This is particularly vital for food-type soul masters like Oscar. Food-type soul masters, especially those whose martial spirits, like Oscar's, are purely culinary in nature and resemble sausages, inherently lack any offensive capabilities. Should they attract the attention of adversaries, even those of a lower rank could easily extinguish their lives. Naturally, food-type soul masters typically have protectors by their side. However, one can never be certain whether these guardians might harbor treachery. Thus, it is essential to possess one's own means of self-preservation. Although Oscar's flying soul skill grants him merely a minute of flight, it is undoubtedly sufficient for critical moments of survival. Everyone be cautious. There is movement. Just as Oscar was exuberantly demonstrating the flight effect of his third soul skill, Zhao Wuji suddenly spoke, beckoning Tang San and the others to approach him. The group followed the direction indicated by Zhao Wuji and soon beheld a colossal titan beast not far away, gazing intently in their direction. Indeed, it had arrived. Upon encountering the king of the forest, the titan ape, Zhao Su did not feel fear. Rather, he experienced a surge of excitement. He yearned to test whether he possessed the strength to conquer this terrifying sovereign of the woods. "Brother Zhao, you safeguard the students. Allow me to take on this challenge." As Zhao Su spoke, the Emperor's 7-kill sword manifested behind him, and the 4 resplendent black soul rings simultaneously illuminated. "I possess a sword. Named, one sword to separate worlds." With Zhao Su's declaration, the Emperor's 7-kill sword was grasped firmly in his hand, releasing a terrifying intent capable of annihilating all things. Directed towards the approaching Titan Great Ape, a roar erupted. Under the influence of Zhao Su's sword intent, even the Titan Great Ape, whose body was as unyielding as that of a tidal Douluo, suffered a significant setback. This served to thoroughly enrage the Titan Great Ape, which let out a thunderous roar. Its towering form, standing at a staggering 20 meters, rose fully, extending its colossal hand towards Zhao Su in an attempt to strike. At that moment, Zhao Su felt an unprecedented pressure. A massive surge of energy caused his blood to boil within him. Is this the might of a 100,000-year soul beast? Furthermore, The Titan Great Ape was not merely an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast, but an ancient aberration. By human standards, it could be deemed a paragon of unparalleled genius, augmented by the formidable lineage of the Titan Great Ape clan and its invincible physique. Even two titled Douluos might not stand a chance against the Titan Great Ape. However, this only ignited Zhao Su's fighting spirit. He sheathed the Emperor's 7-kill sword and unveiled his martial soul, the 12-winged Holy Angel, a striking black and gold visage, imbued with vitality and an aura of destruction, hovered behind Zhao Su. As the 12-winged Holy Angel opened its eyes, its presence grew ever more formidable. Upon witnessing the 12-winged Holy Angel, Zhao Wuji and the others were utterly taken aback, particularly when they beheld the 5 soul rings adorning Zhao Su. The astonishment they felt was beyond the capacity of mere words to convey. 2 black 10,000-year soul rings and 3 red 100,000-year soul rings enveloped them in an overwhelming sense of unreality. A twin martial soul? What manner of martial soul is this? Exuding such formidable energy? Teacher Zhao, are those truly 100,000-year soul rings? Indeed, starting from the 3rd soul ring, they are all 100,000-year rings. This is inconceivable. What immense physical prowess and what extraordinary martial soul must one possess to endure the overwhelming soul power of a 100,000-year soul ring from the very 3rd ring onward? It is utterly surreal. Not only have they never seen such a thing, but they have not even heard of it in tales. As Zhao Wujie and others gazed upon Zhao Su, who appeared to embody both the divine and the dark angels simultaneously descending upon the earth, they were utterly taken aback. Chapter 18. Truly, one destined for greatness at the same moment, Shilong and Qianren, who had just suffered a setback at Zhao Su's hands, had reunited with the Porcupine Douluo. Upon hearing Shilong recount the recent events, the Porcupine Douluo's expression turned grave. Shilong, you have been exceedingly reckless. How did Zhao Su come to be here? How could I have fathomed he was Zhao Su? It has been nearly a decade since we last met, and I never anticipated he would grow to such formidable heights. Shilong sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Both of them were titled Douluos belonging to the Qian Dao lineage, always adhering to Qian Dao's commands, never truly recognizing Bibi Dong as the legitimate pope. They were aware of Zhao Su's connection to Bibi Dong. Exchanging a glance, they formulated a plan before following the path Zhao Su and his companions had taken. When they finally located Zhao Su, they witnessed him summoning the 12-winged Holy Angel Spirit along with an unimaginable configuration of 5 soul rings. Old Snake, are those 300,000-year soul rings? Am I dreaming? Is this still humanity? Even though they had both attained the level of title Douluo, standing at the pinnacle of this world, they had never encountered such a scene. Particularly striking was the 12-winged Holy Angel behind Zhao Su, radiating an aura of immense vitality and destruction, its soul power far surpassing that of a decade prior. Unyielding Titan body, activate. With Zhao Su's command, the 12-winged Holy Angel Spirit gradually melded into his being. At this moment, empowered by the 12-winged Holy Angel and the 5th soul skill, the unyielding Titan body, Zhao Su's physical prowess was unparalleled, exceeding even that of the Titan giant ape. His strength eclipsed that of the Titan giant ape itself as he stood firm, trading blows without evasion. Bang! Ultimately, Zhao Su gained the upper hand, delivering a punch that sent the Titan giant ape flying. The colossal creature landed with a thud, skidding to a halt some 10 meters away, right beside Zhao Wudre and the others. Roar! The Titan giant ape rose, glancing at the terrifying Zhao Su not far away. Realizing it was outmatched, with a furious roar, it charged toward Zhao Wujie and his companions. However, even in its fury, a sliver of reason remained, as it refrained from attacking them directly. Instead, it lunged for Xiao Wu, seizing her with its massive hand before swiftly retreating. Xiao Wu. Upon witnessing Xiao Wu's abduction by the Titan giant ape, Tang San was immediately filled with urgency. He requested a mushroom sausage from Oscar and hastily pursued the direction in which the Titan giant ape had fled. Zhao Su, however, did not strike again, nor did he impede Tang San. Ultimately, he decided to nurture the Titan giant ape for the time being, believing that now was not the most opportune moment to slay them for their soul rings. Presently, his soul power level was insufficient to absorb the 6th soul ring, and unlike soul bones, it could not be preserved for future fusion. Furthermore, the soul ring belonged to the one who had slain it. Additionally, with the presence of the system, he found no necessity for the Titan giant ape's soul rings, as the 100,000-year soul rings available for exchange through the system were far more suited to his needs. Old Snake, let us depart. Upon seeing Zhao Su's 12-winged holy angel directing its gaze towards them, the porcupine hastily called out to Shilong. The two of them, flanking Qianrenxue, departed without delay. Initially, they had contemplated trailing Zhao Su, biding their time to eliminate him. However, after witnessing Zhao Su's battle against the Titan giant ape, their fleeting intentions vanished entirely. Brother Zhao, do you know those two individuals and that young lady? Upon witnessing the serpent spear and the stabbing pufferfish Douluo swiftly departing with Qianrenxue, Zhao Wuji approached Zhao Su and inquired, I have seen them, though I am not well acquainted. Are both of them titled Douluos? In Zhao Wuji's eyes, disbelief lingered as he inquired of Zhao Su. Indeed, they are elders of the Spirit Hall, and that girl disguised as a boy is highly likely to be the daughter of Pope Bibi Dong. Elders of the Spirit Hall. The Pope's daughter? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji cast a peculiar glance towards Zhao Su and tentatively inquired, Who exactly are you? I am simply Zhao Su. It is as straightforward as that. Zhao Su replied with a smile, continuing, Brother Zhao, Tang San has gone in pursuit of the Titan giant ape. We must hasten to catch up to him to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Very well, let us depart at once to pursue. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji's expression grew somewhat peculiar, yet he refrained from inquiring further. Instead, he nodded and replied. Following the traces left by the Titan giant ape, Zhao Su and his companions swiftly located Tang San, who was in the process of absorbing the soul ring of the faceless demon pearl. Upon awakening, Tang San unveiled the 8 arachnid legs that emerged from his back, a clear indication of an external soul bone. Zhao Su couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Indeed, he was one destined to be a protagonist. Under ordinary circumstances, the probability of obtaining a soul bone from a spirit beast, even one several thousand years old, is exceedingly rare, let alone an external soul bone. Yet, Tang San managed to manifest an external soul bone from a mere several thousand-year-old faceless demon pearl. Teacher Zhao, what is the significance of these 8 arachnid legs on my back? Could it be a mutation of the soul ring? Tang San inquired, genuinely perplexed, as he had never encountered such a phenomenon before. Zhao Wuji, gazing at Zhao Su, found himself enveloped in an overwhelming sense of admiration for the latter. Despite his uncertainty about Zhao Su's true identity, this profound reverence inspired Zhao Wuji to regard Zhao Su as the epitome of his aspirations. The affection and admiration he received from others were not solely attributed to Zhao Su's formidable prowess, rather, it was also a consequence of his formidable mental fortitude, subtly influencing the thoughts of those around him. This influence was merely a passive emanation of his spiritual power. Had he chosen to focus it upon an individual, he could have commanded their obedience. However, Zhao Su eschewed such manipulation. Noticing the gazes of Zhao Wuji and his companions fixed upon him, Zhao Su feigned contemplation before articulating. If I am not mistaken, this is not a mutation of the soul ring, but rather an external spirit bone. An external spirit bone? Indeed. Based on the characteristics exhibited by Tang San's spider leg and its subsequent attachment to 8 ribs, I believe there is no error in this assessment. How could a millennium soul beast shed a spirit bone, let alone an external one? Upon hearing that Tang San had acquired an external spirit bone from the man-faced demon spider, even Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed with intense envy, inadvertently revealing a hint of avarice that perhaps he himself was unaware of. When one encounters that which they have long desired, it is natural to feel a twinge of greed. Some individuals can master this impulse, while others succumb to its allure. Chapter 19. Collective enhancement of strength. Though spirit bones are exceedingly rare, their occurrence is not entirely improbable. After all, Tang San is simply fortunate. Zhao Su nonchalantly remarked, a mistress. Teacher Zhao. Just then, a clear voice pierced through the silence, revealing none other than Xiao Wu, who had been seized by the Titan great ape. Not only had she returned unscathed, but her stature and physique had also undergone a remarkable transformation, exuding an aura of maturity. Under Zhao Wuji's inquiry, Xiao Wu maintained the same narrative as in the original tale, asserting that the Titan great ape had been startled by a sudden bellow, causing it to abandon her and hasten towards the heart of the Douluo forest. Moreover, she claimed that due to the immense pressure exerted by the Titan great ape, she had ascended to level 30. Fortuitously, she encountered a dying soul beast that was perfectly suited to her, thus acquiring her 3rd soul ring. Listening to this string of coincidences, Zhao Wuji and the others expressed no suspicion. Instead, they marveled at Xiao Wu's extraordinary luck, not only for surviving the clutches of the Titan great ape, but also for attaining the rank of Soul Master. Remarkably, this expedition into the Douluo forest, initially intended solely for Oscar to seek an appropriate soul ring, had unexpectedly led Tang San and Xiao Wu to both reach level 30. Most astonishingly, Tang San had even obtained an external soul bone. It seemed that this journey had indeed borne fruit. Zhao Wujie gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, feeling quite pleased with the achievements of his team during their expedition to the Stardow Forest. Since they were already present, it would be prudent to also seek suitable soul rings for Zhu Qing, Rong Rong, and the Fatty, thereby avoiding another trip in the future. However, this notion was met with hesitation. Although the Fatty had already reached the 28th level and might soon attain the 30th, Zhu Qing and Rong Rong were merely at 26, making their urgency somewhat unwarranted. At this moment, despite Zhao Wujie's great trust in Zhao Su, he couldn't help but feel that such aspirations were somewhat implausible. After all, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril. One must advance steadily and not rush. Otherwise, it could be more harmful than beneficial. It is quite simple, Brother Zhao. I believe it is time for you to elevate your own level as well. Zhao Su summoned his 12-winged holy angel, this time opting not to merge it with the dark angel, but rather to conjure the pure 12-winged angel. An immense divine power radiated forth, flowing into the bodies of those present, causing their soul energy to stir gradually within. All individuals seated themselves in a meditative posture, ready to fully comprehend and appreciate the experience. Zhao Wujie was the first to react, although he had already attained the remarkable level of 76, which could be deemed prodigious at his age. He had not experienced any advancement for several years. However, under the sacred radiance of Zhao Su, a glimmer of enlightenment unexpectedly emerged in his mind, accompanied by signs of movement within his soul power. What are you still waiting for? Quickly sit cross-legged and immerse yourself in this moment of comprehension. Letting this opportunity slip away will bring you sorrow. Hearing Zhao Wujie's call, Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun promptly settled into a meditative position. Tang San and Oscar, along with the other four, surveyed the surroundings vigilantly, ready to thwart any potential ambush or the emergence of formidable soul beasts. Zhao, you should also sit cross-legged. I will first guard you, he replied. No need to worry. There is no danger. All right. Zhao Su's unexpected words rendered Zhao Wujie silent, marking a pivotal moment in his potential breakthrough to the Soul Douluo level. He promptly settled into a meditative posture. Subsequently, Zhao Su amplified the divine power, channeling a portion of it into the bodies of the four individuals. Instantly, their martial souls seemed to respond to a call, autonomously detaching from their forms and hovering above them or behind them. Particularly, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure, glazed tile martial soul radiated an immense supportive energy, living up to its reputation as the most formidable auxiliary martial soul. Under the influence of Zhao Su's divine energy, the martial souls of the group began to undergo a gradual transformation. Zhu Qing could perceive subtle changes in her ghostly cat martial soul. Although its external appearance remained largely unchanged, she distinctly sensed a profound internal evolution. Notably, her once oil-green eyes began to shift in color, one eye turned entirely black while the other became completely white. It was evident that the ghostly cat had evolved into the yin-yang cat. With this harmonious balance of yin and yang, she no longer required the fusion with the evil eye white tiger of the Starluo Empire's royal family to unleash her full potential. She had already attained the formidable strength of the ghostly white tiger, a fusion technique with the evil eye white tiger. Contemplating this, Zhu Qing's mind began to wander. The Zhu family's allegiance to the royal family of the Starluo Empire had merely been a means to compensate for the deficiencies of their martial souls. Now that her martial soul's flaws had been rectified, there seemed little reason to remain bound to the imperial family, allowing her to reconsider her engagement to Dai Mubai. For cultivators, indulging in errant thoughts during meditation is considered a grave misstep. Zhu Qing's distractions caused the powerful soul energy generated by her martial soul's evolution to backfire. She suddenly coughed up blood, her complexion paling dramatically. The newly evolved yin-yang cat, still in a state of instability, began to exhibit erratic emotions. Little wildcat, now is not the time for frivolous thoughts. Maintain your focus and clear your mind. At that moment, Zhao Su approached Zhu Qing, leaning close to her ear and whispering soothingly with a magnetic charm. He placed a hand on her back, allowing a warm energy to flow into her, quickly calming her turbulent spirit. With Zhao Su's life force augmenting her, the yin-yang cat stabilized rapidly, appearing increasingly majestic. Zhu Qing's own soul power surged swiftly, soon reaching level 30. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix also underwent a transformation, expelling impurities that not only strengthened the martial soul, but also diminished its inherent flaws. Compared to the changes in Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongyuan's martial souls, Ning Rongrong's transformation was even more pronounced. The 7-treasure glazed tile, already an auxiliary martial soul, began to grow visibly in height under the influence of divine energy, evolving from 7 layers to 8. While the 7-treasure glazed tile was lauded as the most powerful auxiliary martial soul on the Douluo continent, it bore a critical flaw that was gradually being rectified alongside its growth. In contrast to these transformations, Zhao Wuji's great strength diamond bear martial soul remained relatively unchanged, merely appearing more formidable, with its explosive musculature giving off an overwhelming sense of power. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong had all reached level 30. Their martial souls fully upgraded and stabilized. Zhao Su thus acquired the 12-winged Holy Angel martial souls, allowing them to independently comprehend and better familiarize themselves with their upgraded forms. Although the divine essence emanating from the 12-winged Holy Angels facilitated their rapid growth, it was ultimately their own cultivation that proved most reliable. Consequently, Zhao Su focused primarily on enhancing their martial souls, rather than hastily elevating their soul power levels. Zhao Wuji's rank is exceedingly elevated. To elevate him to the status of a soul Douluo in one fell swoop would require nearly half of Zhao Su's soul power. Having coexisted with soul beasts for a century, and having recently witnessed the formidable strength of a 10,000-year soul beast, Zhao Su is naturally disinclined to take such a course of action. Even if he may assist Zhao Wuji in the future, now is not the time. He must prioritize his own safety and avoid placing himself in perilous circumstances. After all, survival is the very foundation of all existence. Brother Zhao, how do you feel? Zhao Su inquired with a subtle smile, his lips curving upward as he gazed at the first to awaken, Zhao Wuji. In the days to come, should my brother Zhao ever call upon me, I, Zhao Wuji, shall spare no effort. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji promptly rose and grasped one of Zhao Su's hands, gazing at him with eyes full of admiration, utterly captivated from the depths of his heart. In pursuit of vengeance and for the sake of his future achievements, Zhao Wuji had resolutely made up his mind. No matter the time or circumstances, he would steadfastly stand in Zhao Su's camp. Brother Zhao, you flatter me. Zhao Su understood that Zhao Wuji was pledging his loyalty. He then retrieved an exquisite porcelain vial from the storage space jade pendant and handed it to Zhao Wuji. This is a soul-gathering pill, which, when consumed during meditation, can significantly enhance your cultivation efficiency and even alter your physical constitution. Thank you, brother. Zhao Wuji took the porcelain bottle, feeling the faint fragrance of medicine wafting from within, which only heightened his excitement. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and the others gradually regained consciousness. What a delight, the 8-treasure glazed pagoda. Upon awakening, Ning Rongrong beheld her martial soul transformed into the 8-treasure glazed pagoda, her eyes sparkling with unrestrained exhilaration. Since her family first obtained the legacy of the 7-treasure glazed pagoda, each generation had endeavored to evolve it into the 8 or even 9-treasure glazed pagoda, yet none had ever succeeded. Even her father, Ning Fengji, renowned as a once-in-a-century genius of the 7-treasure glazed sect, had tried countless methods without success. It was utterly astonishing that she had achieved it, especially considering she was merely a 12-year-old girl. How could she not be thrilled? I will diligently train, and when the time is right, I shall find a way to elevate your 8-treasure glazed pagoda to the 9-treasure glazed pagoda. Truly, Brother Su, you are simply wonderful. I adore you. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Ning Rongrong leaped toward him in sheer excitement, her address now transformed. Zhu Zhuqing, observing this, revealed a hint of unusual depth in her gaze. The magnetic and gentle voice that Zhao Su had whispered in her ear during the perilous moment of backlash lingered in her heart, an indelible memory. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. Ma Hongjun also spoke up, though his enthusiasm was more subdued compared to Ning Rongrong's. Nevertheless, his eyes reflected a similar excitement. Although this evolution had not entirely rectified the flaws in his martial soul, he could sense the intensity had significantly diminished. Although he still needed to occasionally find ways to release the excess energy, it was no longer a daily struggle. This was a tremendous aid to his cultivation. You needn't thank me. It is but my duty. Now it is getting late. Let us find a place to rest for the night. And tomorrow I will assist you in seeking a suitable 3rd spirit ring. At this moment, Zhao Su was indeed the pillar of support for their group. The words spoken by Zhao Su would not be questioned. A small group of individuals traversed nearly 5 miles, and the sky had completely darkened. Zhao Su remarked, "There is light ahead. It is very likely a gathering place for soul masters entering the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts. Shall we rest there? Zhao Su, who was leading the way, halted, pointing towards the distant glow and the faint sounds of chatter that wafted through the air, inquiring of Zhao Su. Within the realm of soul masters, to facilitate their endeavors in the Douluo forest for hunting soul beasts and obtaining suitable soul rings, many powerful soul masters collaborated to establish numerous shelters within the forest. These sanctuaries offer a place for soul masters to rest during the night. Additionally, there exists an unwritten rule within these shelters: regardless of enmity, no conflict is permitted within their confines. Violating this code would undoubtedly invoke the ire and pursuit of the entire soul master community. Several formidable sects and families have also provided security for these havens. Thus, it is customary for soul masters hunting soul beasts in the Douluo forest to seek nearby shelter as dusk falls. Very well. Let us seek refuge within the shelter for the night. With the decision made, they proceeded without hesitation towards the flickering lights of the sanctuary. Zhao Su and his entourage of 7 moved swiftly, arriving at the so-called sanctuary in less than 5 minutes. However, to refer to it as a sanctuary was somewhat misleading. It was merely a gathering place enclosed by a rudimentary fence. Although there existed an unwritten rule prohibiting any form of violence within the sanctuary, even enmity had to be resolved outside its confines. Nevertheless, vigilance remained paramount, as every team occupied positions advantageous to their interests. Even during moments of respite, 2 individuals were always stationed as sentinels, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Brother Zhao, it seems we have arrived late. There may no longer be a place for us here. Zhao Wuji cast a glance at the more than a dozen teams within the enclosure. It was evident that these teams had occupied all available space, leaving them with no option but to remain at the entrance, merely serving as sentinels. It would be far more prudent for them to seek a relatively secure location elsewhere. Driving them away would suffice. Zhao Su casually remarked, "Isn't this rather inappropriate? After all, there are regulations that prohibit violence within the shelter. Rules are established for the weak. We possess the strength to reside in the finest of places." Zhao Su had yet to voice one more thought. Rules, while often crafted for the weak, are also established by those who uphold justice. However, as he is a villain, he is naturally unconcerned with any such regulations. Zhao Su, with a determined stride, stepped into the enclosure, making his way directly towards the group of over 10 individuals who were merrily drinking and conversing at the far end. "I have taken a liking to this place of yours. You may reside at the entrance." Zhao Su interrupted a group of over a dozen individuals who were indulging in drink and meat. Though his voice was not particularly loud, it resonated throughout the entire shelter, capturing the attention of all present. Initially taken aback, the crowd soon erupted into unabashed laughter. "Youngster, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Among those provoked by Zhao Su, a robust man, evidently the leader, not only joined in the laughter but also cast a fleeting glance of menace towards Zhao Su as he inquired, "What do you intend to convey?" Zhao Su replied with clarity, "I shall reiterate. You have one more opportunity. Vacate this place immediately." Zhao Su spoke casually. Chapter 21. Practical experience is the best training. "Kid, it seems you are inviting danger, seeking to throw your life away." Among the crowd, a robust man rose to his feet and approached Zhao Su, his gaze laced with disdain. "Who is this brat?" The other members of the team gathered around, whispering amongst themselves. "I have no idea. He must be from some academy. Look at his group. Aside from their leader, the rest appear to be merely 12 or 13 years old. Are the academy students so brazen nowadays? Perhaps they hail from some prominent family, untouched by the harsh realities of society. How unfortunate at such a tender age." As the murmurs of those around him grew, the man who sought to teach Zhao Su a lesson had already made his move. Without revealing his martial spirit, he extended his hand and struck directly at Zhao Su. Bang! Zhao Su stood there, motionless, emanating a formidable spiritual force that effortlessly sent the assailant flying. The individual crashed to the ground, scrambling to his feet, only to be met with the mocking gazes surrounding him, which ignited a sense of humiliation within. Without hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit, a formidable great sword radiating an intense chill. 5 soul rings illuminated from beneath him, with the most noteworthy being his first soul ring, which was over a century old, while the 4th began with a millennium's worth of power. This alone indicated the extraordinary nature of his team. With his right hand gripping the great sword, all 5 soul rings flared to life, and his intentions shifted from merely teaching Zhao Su a lesson to a desire to utterly annihilate him, seeking to avenge the earlier disgrace. Waves of powerful sword energy erupted from the blade, culminating in a ferocious blade wind that surged toward Zhao Su. Should he be caught in this tempest, he would surely be reduced to mere bones. At that moment, Zhao Wujin intervened. His martial spirit, the mighty diamond bear, elevated his stature to over 2 meters, exuding an aura of immense strength. In Zhao Wujin's mind, these individuals were utterly unworthy of Zhao Su's direct engagement. Tang San and his companions entered the sanctuary, casting their gaze upon the group of a dozen or so adversaries, poised and ready to act. Zhao Wujie stood resolutely before Zhao Su, and without the need for him to take action, the 7 soul rings emanating from his being served as the most compelling testament to his prowess. After all, in the realm of Douluo continent, power is the ultimate measure of worth. Upon witnessing that Zhao Wujie was indeed a soul sage of over 70 levels, the leader of the opposing group exhibited a flicker of caution in his gaze and rose to his feet. As a soul sage of such formidable strength, do you intend to disregard the established rules of this sanctuary? I harbor no desire to disrupt the order. However, this individual has insulted my brother and must be taught a lesson. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Wujie suddenly sprang into action, seizing the wielder of the large blade spirit and forcefully pinning him to the ground, shattering his formidable weapon spirit with a series of powerful blows. He then effortlessly lifted the defeated opponent and ejected him from the sanctuary. Turning his gaze towards the leader, he declared, "Come on, let all of you engage at once." In his youth, Zhao Wujie was a notorious troublemaker, unafraid of confrontation. However, having assumed the role of a mentor, he had adopted a more temperate demeanor. Yet, upon encountering Zhao Su, the indomitable spirit within him was rekindled. Most significantly, Zhao Su stood right behind him, instilling a sense of invincibility. "I am Qiancheng, the elder of the Spirit Hall in Qianhong City. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Although Qiancheng held a rank superior to Zhao Wujie, the overwhelming aura emanating from Zhao Wujie's spirit caused him to waver slightly. Reluctantly, he revealed his identity. In the Douluo continent, the reputation of Spirit Hall elders often held considerable weight. Enough of this nonsense. Either act or vacate the premises. Spare me any further trivialities. Zhao Wujie stood there with his arms crossed, domineeringly addressing Qiancheng. "In that case, I welcome your guidance." Qiancheng, too, had a temper, and was immediately provoked by Zhao Wujie's demeanor. He swiftly manifested his martial soul, the resplendent multicolored barbarian bull. Upon merging, a pair of imposing horns sprouted from his head, and his limbs underwent a notable transformation. The 8 soul rings, symbolizing the soul Douluo level, glowed brilliantly from top to bottom. With a mighty bellow reminiscent of a wild bull, he charged fiercely towards Zhao Wujie. The barbarian bull charge. Zhao Wujie exhibited remarkable courage, refusing to retreat even a step. He boldly braced himself against the oncoming bull's horn. With a fierce roar, he lifted Qiancheng and forcefully hurled him away. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward, his palm striking down upon Qiancheng with the ferocity of a bear's paw. However, the fundamental disparity in their levels, Zhao Wujie being 7 or 8 ranks inferior to Qiancheng, rendered him somewhat outmatched. Moreover, the formidable strength of the barbarian bull, coupled with the advantage of his powerful golden bear martial spirit, diminished Zhao Wujie's prowess. "Brothers, let's join forces and take them down," one of the onlookers shouted, undeterred by the notion of overwhelming their adversary through sheer numbers. A dozen individuals unveiled their martial spirits simultaneously, intent on decisively eliminating Zhao Wujie and his companions. 4 Soul Kings, each above level 50, charged toward Tang San and his group, clearly aiming to eradicate any potential threats entirely. Dai Mubai and Tang San took the lead in the assault, while Ma Hongjun and Zhu Zhuqing safeguarded Ning Rongrong and Oscar. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu operated as a free agent, poised to provide support at any moment. The 7-person team had begun to develop a rudimentary synergy, coordinating their efforts to confront the enemy together. Zhao Su cast a glance towards Tang San and his companions, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, refraining from intervening, wishing instead to allow them to hone their skills against the 4 adversaries. Indeed, real combat serves as the finest training. However, Zhao Wujie found himself in peril. He was already at a disadvantage against Qiancheng. Now, besieged by more than a dozen opponents, he was gradually finding it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Which academy boasts such formidable strength? No wonder they exhibit such arrogance. I suspect they are not from an academy, but rather the direct descendants of a prestigious family venturing out to gain experience. Did you notice that the most brazen one at the outset has yet to make a move? What kind of illustrious family possesses so many prodigies? The eldest among those children appears to be no more than 15, yet they have already reached the 30th level. Some even possess only 2 spirit rings. How utterly abnormal. Look, that individual has finally made a move. The remaining teams, previously sheltered within the confines of the enclosure, retreated outside once Zhao Wujie and Qian Cheng engaged in battle. Someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention towards the enclosure, where Zhao Su stood like a deity of war. Though he did not reveal his martial soul, his entire being was enveloped in a radiant white light, exhibiting immense strength as he dispatched those spirit masters, each at least at the 50th level, with a single punch, sending them crashing to the ground. What appeared to be a light blow shattered their martial souls, leaving them incapacitated and unable to continue the fight. Before long, apart from the 4 still entangled with Zhao Wujie and Tang San's group, the remaining 10 adversaries had been swiftly dealt with by Zhao Su. Chapter 22. The need for coordination and trust you 7 are far too weak. There is evidently no semblance of teamwork. At this moment, Zhao Su truly assumed the role of a teacher. Ma Hongjun, is your fire merely for warming others? Zhu Zhuqing, leverage your speed to your advantage. Dai Mubai, you are the king of the forest, not a timid kitten. Why are you merely wandering about? Ning Rongrong, tailor your enhancements according to each individual's needs. Xiao Wu, charge in and strike. Are you merely prancing around like a cheerleader? Tang San, are your spider legs merely ornamental? Oscar, recite your lewd incantation. With Zhao Su's commanding voice, the 7 began to synchronize their efforts, and although each was only at the 30th level, they nonetheless posed a significant threat to the 4 spirit masters exceeding the 50th level. As the battle progressed, those 4 gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, rendered helpless and forced to endure the onslaught. Observing this, Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction before turning his gaze back to the confrontation between Zhao Wujie and Qian Cheng. While Qian Cheng held a slight edge over Zhao Wujie, witnessing his companions being overwhelmed only heightened his anxiety. Zhao Wujie, growing increasingly formidable, found the gap between himself and his opponent gradually diminishing. Brother Zhao, I believe it is nearly time. Leave the matter to me while you handle those 4 individuals. After approximately half an hour, although Tang San and his companions had successfully cornered the 4 adversaries, defeating them still required considerable effort. Additionally, the practical training session was nearing its conclusion, prompting Zhao Su to call out to Zhao Wujie. Very well. Zhao Wujie nodded in acknowledgement, exerting all his strength to repel Qian Cheng. Seizing this opportunity, he turned and charged towards the 4 individuals ensnared by Tang San and his companions. Your opponent is me. As Qian Cheng sought to persist in his entanglement with Zhao Wujie, Zhao Su intervened to obstruct him. Who are you, and why do you oppose the Spirit Hall? At that moment, alongside his fury, Qian Cheng was also enveloped in a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of how he had provoked Zhao Su and his allies. Zhao Su stepped forward, directly confronting Qian Cheng. He reached out and grasped the vibrant horns of Qian Chen's soul beast, the colorful barbarian bull. With a sharp crack, he forcefully wrenched the sturdy horns free. Simultaneously, he sealed the soul power within Qian Chen's body. Leaning closer to Qian Chen's ear, Zhao Su whispered softly, as an external elder of the Qian Cheng family in the Spirit Hall, have you forgotten how long you hunted me down? It was you. Carry this secret with you on your eternal journey. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile as he decisively dealt with Qian Cheng. Immediately after Zhao Su departed from the Spirit Hall, he was relentlessly pursued by the external disciples of the Qian family, among whom was Qian Cheng. Over the years, Zhao Su had undergone significant changes. In his efforts to evade the relentless pursuit, he seldom summoned his 12-winged, holy angel martial soul. This was not due to fear, but rather the inconvenience it entailed. Were Qian Douluo to personally engage him, he would indeed be intrigued by the prospect of a contest. However, the incessant waves of lesser opponents merely squandered his time, offering him no substantial assistance. Before reaching the sanctuary, Zhao Su had already sensed the aura emanating from Qian Cheng, which was precisely why he had chosen this location. Otherwise, with his strength, he could rest anywhere within the Star Doe forest without fear of danger. At this moment, Zhao Wujie had also dealt with the 4 assailants and approached Zhao Su's side. Esteemed guests, he said, this is a private grievance between our Shrek Academy and the Spirit Hall, and does not concern you. We hope you will refrain from disseminating the events that transpired here. Zhao Su cast a glance at the crowd gathered outside the fence, seemingly cautioning them against meddling. He inadvertently revealed from the outset that he was a member of Shrek Academy. Zhao Su's intentions were rather straightforward. He sought to position Shrek Academy in opposition to the Spirit Hall. At that moment, the Spirit Hall was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering it impossible for the two great empires and the seven sects to openly confront it. Even though they harbored dissatisfaction towards the Spirit Hall, they chose to bide their time in silence. Zhao Su aimed to cultivate a formidable adversary for the Spirit Hall, not only to facilitate its unification of the entire Douluo continent, but also to eliminate the faction of Douluo, thereby consolidating power entirely in the hands of the Pope. This would lay a solid foundation for the future establishment of a Spirit Hall empire. Concurrently, Zhao Su had to train the members of Shrek in their cooperative combat abilities while occasionally sowing discord among them. The most effective means of creating such discord was through the influence of women. Zhao Su had evidently charted the course he intended to pursue. That very night, within the confines of the sanctuary, only Zhao Su and his companions resided there, while the rest of the individuals, wishing to avoid trouble, ventured into the darkness to escape. Although these individuals were unaware of which academy Shrek Academy belonged to, they were acutely aware of the Spirit Hall. In their minds, any academy bold enough to oppose the Spirit Hall could not possibly be weak. After all, the prowess displayed by Zhao Su and his party had already attested to this fact. The remainder of the night unfolded in tranquility, devoid of any further incidents. As dawn broke, and the first rays of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy of trees, the Douluo forest came alive once more. A beautiful day had begun. Zhao Su rose and stretched languidly, softly murmuring, "Brother Su, have a drink." Upon Zhao Su's awakening, Ning Rongrong was the first to approach, offering him the fresh water she had on her person. Ever since Zhao Su had assisted her in upgrading the 7-treasure glazed tower to the 8-treasure glazed tower the previous day, Ning Rongrong had begun affectionately referring to Zhao Su as Brother Su. Zhao Su naturally comprehended Ning Rongrong's subtle intentions. She merely sought to win Zhao Su's favor, hoping to entice him to accompany her back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, even if she could not persuade Zhao Su to join their esteemed institution. Achieving the elevation of her father, Ning Fengji, and several of her brother's martial spirits to the 8-treasure glazed pagoda would still signify a successful endeavor. "Thank you, but I am not thirsty. You may drink instead." Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile, a visage that could be described as a natural expression of joy. Though not strikingly handsome, his countenance exuded a comforting aura. Not far away, Oscar observed Ning Rongrong gravitating towards Zhao Su early in the morning. A flicker of despondency reflected in his gaze. With a resigned shake of his head, he began to contemplate relinquishing his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, acknowledging that his chances of success paled in comparison to Zhao Su's. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing cast a glance in the direction of Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Throughout the night, Zhao Su's melodious and gentle voice lingered in her mind, depriving her of restful slumber and causing bloodshot veins to appear in her eyes. Daimubai also regarded Zhu Zhuqing, harboring his own unspoken thoughts. The dynamics among the group were undeniably intricate. In truth, this complexity was part of Zhao Su's design. The lingering presence of his voice in Zhu Zhuqing's consciousness was a result of his formidable mental prowess. Chapter 23, The Ethereal White Fox. Zhao Su, having lived 2 lives, inherently understands the art of captivating the heart of a naive young girl. The initial step is to embed oneself in her memory, ensuring that the echoes of your presence or voice frequently resonate within her mind. Gradually, this subtle influence will lead her to believe that you are her destined soulmate. While this approach may seem somewhat unscrupulous, from the recent behavior of Zhu Zhuqing, it appears to be the most effective and straightforward method. Now, let us partake in some refreshments and prepare ourselves, for we are about to embark on a quest to seek an appropriate soul beast to acquire a soul ring. Zhao Wuji's voice shattered the delicate balance among the group, prompting everyone to retract their gazes and begin to gather their belongings, preparing to depart from this place. The party had meandered through the Douluo forest until nearly noon, yet they had failed to locate suitable soul beasts for Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Ma Hongjun. The prolonged state of mental strain had left them all feeling somewhat fatigued. "Zhao Su, it seems we should consider leaving the Douluo forest and retreating to the nearest city for a few days of rest before returning to search for appropriate soul beasts." Zhao Wuji approached Zhao Su, seeking his counsel. "Indeed, if we are unable to locate a suitable soul beast before nightfall, let us temporarily withdraw and take a few days to recuperate before we proceed." As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, the sounds of a fierce battle reached his ears from a distance. It seemed we had spoken too soon. In addition to the clamor of the fight, Zhao Su sensed a powerful surge of soul power. This energy did not emanate from the soul masters themselves, but rather from a formidable soul beast. Judging by the intensity of this soul power, the beast must be at least 2,000 years old. Let us investigate, but maintain our formation and stay vigilant. With that, Zhao Su led the way, with Tang San and the others following closely behind, and Zhao Wujin bringing up the rear as they swiftly approached the source of the commotion. Before long, the combatants came into view. On one side stood 7 youthful human soul masters, appearing to be no older than 15 or 16 years. Among them were 6 males and 1 female, each having attained at least the 30th rank, with 2 reaching the 38th rank, while the sole female had achieved the remarkable 40th rank. It was evident that their purpose in hunting the soul beast was to procure a soul ring for her. The creature they surrounded was a pure white fox, its agile form and sharp claws allowing it to navigate the onslaught with remarkable ease. Members of the Spirit Hall, Zhao Wuji leaned closer to Zhao Su, softly remarking while pointing at the insignias adorning the garments of the 7 individuals. Furthermore, judging by the 6 distinct emblems on their attire, it is evident that they hail from the Spirit Hall. They are likely the core members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, and the woman leading them is quite possibly a disciple of Bibi Dong. Zhao Su undoubtedly recognized that these individuals were indeed the core of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, led by Hulaina. However, the words spoken were not entirely certain. What shall we do? Zhao Wuji sensed that, apart from the 7 individuals led by Hulaina, there were 2 others concealed in the shadows. They were dispatched by the Spirit Hall to safeguard the 7, particularly to protect the title Douluo Hulaina. The Netherworld White Fox not only possessed remarkable speed but also wielded formidable offensive capabilities, making it exceptionally suitable for Zhu Qing. Zhao Su spoke while casting a glance at Zhu Qing, deliberately displaying a hint of difficulty on his face. However, there were at least 2 titled Douluo lurking in the shadows, and we are likely not their match. The words of Zhao Wuji served as divine assistance for Zhao Su. Fear not, for the sake of Zhu Qing, I am willing to risk everything, Zhao Su declared, casting a glance at the indifferent face of Zhu Qing. It was evident that the cold demeanor of Zhu Qing grew increasingly complex as she listened to Zhao Su's proclamation. Brother Zhao, I will go and restrain those 2 titled Douluos lurking in the shadows, while you confront the 7 adversaries. Zhu Qing, you and your companions should seize this opportunity to hunt the white fox. Be cautious. Zhu Qing, who seldom spoke, gently addressed Zhao Su. Rest assured, those 2 titled Douluos cannot harm me, but you must act swiftly. Upon Zhao Su's utterance, he stepped forth, the Emperor's 7-kill sword materializing in his grasp. 4 soul rings simultaneously illuminated, and 2 strands of sword intent cleaved towards a singular direction, compelling the concealed ghost leopard and demon bear, both titled Douluo, to reveal themselves. You 7, exercise caution. After hunting the white tiger, merge swiftly. Before launching his attack, Zhao Wuji once again cautioned Zhu Qing and the others. Then, he merged with the powerful golden bear and charged towards Huoli Na and her companions, who were encircling the spectral white fox. Seizing this opportunity, the spectral white fox attempted to flee swiftly. However, Tang San and his companions would never allow it to escape. They swiftly formed ranks and advanced towards the already weakened fox. Who are you to dare oppose the Spirit Hall? Ghost Leopard and Demon Bear were astonished that Zhao Su, despite being only at level 42, could withstand their joint assault. One of them cast a cold gaze at the Emperor's 7-kill sword in Zhao Su's hand and inquired icily, "Speak less and show us your strongest abilities, or you shall have no chance at all." Although Zhao Su outwardly expressed such sentiments, he was secretly diminishing his own strength. He aimed to create an illusion for Zhu Qing that he had risked his life to fend off the spirit Douluos, Ghost Leopard, and Demon Bear, in order to obtain soul rings for her. Zhao Su's actions can undoubtedly be deemed as the quintessential tactics of a rogue in contemporary society. While undeniably unscrupulous, they proved to be unfailingly effective in deceiving those Na'vi young maidens. Humph. Although we remain oblivious to the means by which you have managed to thwart our combined assaults, your mere level in the 40s makes it exceedingly simple to eliminate you. The Demon Bear cast a glance at Zhao Wujia, who had thoroughly restrained Hulaina and her 6 companions, while Tang San and his group commenced their siege to hunt down the white fox. With a disdainful snort, he hesitated no longer. The 4th, 5th, and 6th soul rings illuminated simultaneously, unleashing the true form of the blood demon mad bear martial spirit. It was even more colossal than Zhao Wujia's formidable golden titan bear. with the mad bear's crimson eyes radiating an aura of ferocious bloodlust. With all his might, he struck towards Zhao Su. At this juncture, the ghost leopard Douluo also sprang into action, moving with an uncanny grace and remarkable speed, seeking to breach Zhao Su's defenses to aid Hulaina and her companions. Do you think you can escape? Upon encountering the ghost leopard Douluo, Zhao Su sought to depart. In his grasp, the Emperor's 7-kill swords swiftly fragmented into 36 elongated blades, each imbued with a distinct sword intent. This formation ensnared both adversaries. Roaring with frustration, the demon bear Douluo exerted his utmost efforts, yet remained incapable of breaching Zhao Su's sword array. Each assault seemed poised to shatter the imprisoning formation, yet invariably fell just short. With every clash, the agitation within the hearts of both the demon bear and ghost leopard Douluo intensified. Moreover, witnessing Zhu Zhuqing successfully vanquish the white fox, a violet soul ring materialized within the creature's form, gradually merging with Zhu Zhuqing's essence. Their fury swelled, for they comprehended that even if they were to eliminate Zhao Su and his companions today, the humiliation they bore would remain indelible. As Zhao Su skillfully employed the sword formation to ensnare the two titled Douluo, the demon bear and the ghost leopard, he remained acutely aware of Zhu Zhuqing's ongoing fusion of her soul rings. Chapter 24. To capture, one must first let go. Boom. Bang. At the very moment when Zhu Zhuqing's soul rings achieved complete fusion, the ghost leopard and the demon bear simultaneously broke free from Zhao Su's sword formation, unleashing a ferocious force that sent Zhao Su hurtling through the air. Zhao Su found himself not far from Zhu Zhuqing and the others. Upon seeing him, Zhu Zhuqing hurried over, assisting Zhao Su to his feet while anxiously examining him for any injuries. "Are you all right? You haven't been hurt, have you?" she inquired, her face etched with concern and her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I'm fine," Zhao Su replied, seizing the opportunity to seemingly casually grasp Zhu Zhuqing's hand. At that moment, a jolt coursed through Zhu Zhuqing's heart, yet she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she gazed at Zhao Su with a complex expression. Zhu Zhuqing's hand was petite but incredibly soft, as if devoid of bones, and exceptionally smooth, akin to holding a piece of delicate jade. Although it felt somewhat cool to the touch, it was remarkably comforting. At that juncture, Zhao Wujie also noticed the unfolding situation. Shaking off Hulaina and her companions to join Zhao Su's side, Gui Bao and Mo Xiong, along with Hulaina's group, began to converge towards Zhao Su and the others. For Gui Bao and Mo Xiong, today's events would forever be a source of profound humiliation, even if they managed to slay Zhao Su. The fact that two titled Douluos could allow someone to snatch away a soul beast they had so nearly captured would surely become a point of mockery for those who knew them, haunting them for a lifetime. "Brother Zhao, you take them and leave first. I will hold them off." Zhao Su reluctantly released the soft little hand, then turned to Zhao Wuji and said, "No, let them go. I will stay and confront them with you." At that moment, Zhao Wuji regarded Zhao Su as the person he admired most and naturally could not allow Zhao Su to face danger alone, even in the face of death. He wished to fight alongside Zhao Su. Moreover, he was inherently fearless of death. "Rest assured, as long as you are safe, they will not be able to detain me." Zhao Su would undoubtedly not allow Zhao Wujie to remain. The demon bear and ghost leopard, being affiliated with Bibidong's faction, were entrusted with the protection of Hulaina. Otherwise, Bibidong would not have appointed them. Moreover, nurturing a titled Douluo is no simple task, which is why Zhao Su would refrain from eliminating them. Will there truly be no repercussions? There will be none, trust me. Very well, but do exercise caution. We shall await you ahead. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wujie ceased to resist and hurriedly urged Tang San and the others to depart. As Zhu Zhuqing was prompted by Zhao Wujie to leave, she cast a worried glance at Zhao Su, who, in turn, smiled gently at her. "Do you truly believe you alone can hinder our progress?" The ghost leopard and demon bear watched Zhao Wujie escorting Tang San and the others away, unhurried, for they understood that eliminating Zhao Su was the key. The others could be dispatched at any moment. Zhao Su remained silent, waiting until Zhao Wujie and the others had completely vanished from sight before tossing a token to the magic bear. Upon catching the token, the magic bear noticed that, in addition to the 6 emblems representing the spirit hall, there was another symbol engraved on the back of the papal token, 6 pairs of angelic wings. Although Zhao Su had spent less than a year in the spirit hall, most of which was devoted to solitary cultivation, as a senior elder of the spirit hall, he was well aware of Zhao Su's awakening of the 12-winged holy angel. Thus, upon seeing this distinctive papal token, He immediately recalled Zhao Su's identity. Is it you? Hu Laina, upon seeing the angelic wings on the back of the token, also recognized Zhao Su. No wonder you look so familiar. It's you, Zhao Su. Little Nana. Have you missed me after all these years? Zhao Su turned to Hu Laina with a playful grin and asked, why are you assisting others in seizing my soul beast? Hu Laina disregarded Zhao Su's inquiry and, with a piercing gaze, questioned him. I am helping you. This soul beast is far too feeble and unworthy of you. Zhao Su casually replied, it's no matter, as he dismissed her concerns with a wave of his hand. Noting the menacing look in Hu Laina's eyes, Zhao Su decided not to linger any longer. He took the token from the hands of the magic bear and swiftly departed. It's all right, after all. There are plenty of soul beasts in the Douluo forest. We shall find another, Ghost Leopard reassured Hu Laina after Zhao Su had left. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie and the others, who had run a fair distance away, began to decelerate. Zhu Zhiqing occasionally glanced back. Upon spotting Zhao Su's figure, she couldn't help but smile. In truth, when Zhu Zhiqing's stern demeanor softened into a smile, she appeared quite enchanting. Ah, we've finally shaken them off. Are you hurt? Upon the appearance of Zhao Supingen, Zhao Wujie exhaled a sigh of relief and approached him, inquiring, those two won't pose a threat to me. To prevent them from catching up, we must hastily depart and find a refuge to conceal ourselves. After confirming that Gue Bao and Ma Xiong had not pursued them, they sought out a sanctuary to rest temporarily before leaving the Douluo forest. Brother Su, allow me to offer you a bite, murmured Zhu Zhiqing, as she approached the meditating Zhao Su, holding a piece of golden, roasted soul beast meat. Unbeknownst to her, her address for Zhao Su had subtly shifted. While it lacked the affectionate tone of Ning Rongrong's brother Su, it carried a weight of its own. Ning Rongrong's appellation served merely to foster a closer bond, aiming to entice Zhao Su into joining the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Even if she ultimately failed in her endeavor to recruit him, her goal would still be fulfilled if Zhao Su could assist her family in elevating the seven-treasure glazed pagoda to the eight-treasure glazed pagoda. In contrast, Zhu Zhiqing's reference to him as Brother Su signified a profound transformation in her feelings towards him. Brother Su, I am grateful for your willingness to face such peril to assist me in acquiring my soul ring, Zhu Zhiqing said, settling beside Zhao Su on the stone. Her head bowed as her fingers intertwined nervously. There is no need for thanks, Zhao Su replied. It is my duty to assist. Not only you, but even if I encounter suitable soul beasts for Rongrong and the fatty, I would act in the same manner. Zhao Su, while savoring the succulent roasted wild boar meat, casually remarked. Zhao Su could be said to have employed a strategy of feigned retreat, for he understood that the time was not yet ripe to claim Zhu Zhiqing as his own. He intended to utilize her to sow discord among the Shrek 7 monsters. Furthermore, given their youth, he felt no urgency. Time was on his side. So it is, I thought your kindness was solely directed at me. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhu Zhiqing revealed a hint of disappointment, her eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears as she murmured softly, what did you say? Zhao Su not only genuinely failed to hear what Zhu Zhiqing had said, but also feigned ignorance with casual indifference. It's nothing, but nonetheless. I ought to express my gratitude to you, Zhu Zhiqing remarked before swiftly rising and departing. Zhao Su's words extinguished the flickering hope that Zhu Zhiqing had just begun to nurture, plunging her spirits into the depths of despair. Chapter 25, The Pact Between Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. After resting for nearly an hour, they set off once again, departing from the Douluo forest. They arrived at a city approximately 100 miles away, intending to recuperate for a few days and indulge in some relaxation. The recent battles and the heightened tension within the Douluo forest had left everyone utterly exhausted. Night fell. In a hotel room, Zhu Zhiqing sat by the window, cradling the small cat that Zhao Su had gifted her. With her left hand propping up her chin, her gaze was somewhat distant, lost in thought. Yu Qing, what are you pondering? Ning Rongrong suddenly appeared behind her, giving her shoulder a gentle pat. Startled, Zhu Zhiqing instinctively tucked the small cat away. She ran her fingers through her hair, feigning composure as she replied, oh, nothing, just a bit bored. Teacher Zhao and Tang San are downstairs drinking. Why aren't you joining them? I'm feeling a bit unwell, so I don't wish to go. You can't possibly have developed feelings for Brother Su, can you? Ning Rongrong inquired, her eyes glinting with significance. Zhu Zhiqing's heart raced at Ning Rongrong's question, leaving her momentarily speechless. Of course not, she finally muttered, hastily retreating under the covers. Oh come now, we are young women. What is there to be embarrassed about? If you like someone, you like them. Ning Rongrong pursued her, pulling back the blanket that covered Zhu Zhiqing's head. Rongrong, Do you have feelings for Zhao Su? Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Zhu Zhuqing sat up in bed, her expression serious as she queried, "Who wouldn't admire someone as exceptional as Brother Su?" Ning Rongrong continued, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing. "But if you do like him, I want to compete with you. After all, we are good friends." "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened at her words. But then a shadow passed over her face as she recalled something. "But I can't allow myself to like him. Why ever not? Because I am already betrothed. A promise made since childhood." Perhaps it was Zhu Zhuqing's genuine desire to confide in someone that prompted her to share her feelings, lest they fester within her. "You ran away because of a betrothal made in your youth?" Ning Rongrong's curiosity was piqued. "Sort of." Zhu Zhuqing initially shook her head, but then nodded. "It must be someone among our circle who is not engaged to you, right?" Ning Rongrong, perceptive as ever, speculated, "Is it Dai Laoda? How did you know?" "You are from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, so Dai Mubai must belong to the imperial family, correct?" This deduction was not particularly difficult, especially as Ning Rongrong had some knowledge of the situation. Despite being a spirited young lady, she hailed from one of the three esteemed sects, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and was cherished by both the Sword Douluo and the Bone Douluo. Moreover, given her exceptional talents, Ning Fingji had long intended to groom her as his successor. Thus, understanding the various powers within the Douluo continent was a subject she had been educated in since childhood. "It seems you are already aware." Zhu Zhuqing was not overly surprised by Ning Rongrong's knowledge. "Alas, this is quite a predicament." Ning Rongrong sighed, tilting her head as she contemplated. The Zhu family had attained noble status in the Star Luo Empire not merely due to their formidable martial spirits or the presence of prodigies like Tang Chun and Tang Hao. Instead, their elevation stemmed from strategic marriages with the Dai family of the imperial line. Historically, the empresses of the Star Luo Empire had predominantly been from the Zhu family. If Dai Mubai were not to become the crown prince, then breaking off the engagement would be inconsequential. However, if he were to be established as the next heir to the throne, dissolving the betrothal would effectively spell ruin for the entire Zhu family, endangering her parents and siblings as well. This was the crux of her dilemma. "I believe I know what must be done." Ning Rongrong whispered something into Zhu Zhuqing's ear, causing her expression to shift dramatically. She quickly shook her head. "No, that won't do. This is the best solution I could conceive. As for how you choose to proceed, that is your own affair," Ning Rongrong stated, sensing Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation. With that, she leapt off the bed and turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "You must choose your own future. Seize any opportunities that arise." As Zhu Zhuqing watched Ning Rongrong leave the room, she found herself lost in contemplation once more. What Zhu Zhuqing did not anticipate was that after Ning Rongrong exited, she made her way to the hotel rooftop, where Zhao Su was seated, a jar of wine beside him, gazing up at the moonlit sky. "How did it go?" Upon Ning Rongrong's arrival, Zhao Su withdrew his gaze from the moon and took a sip from the jar. "I discovered that Zhu Qing harbors feelings for you, but she is already bound by a betrothal. She truly is from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire? Indeed, Dai Mubai belongs to the royal lineage, and it is he who is betrothed to Zhu Qing. She came to Shrek Academy for his sake. Just as I suspected, I have fulfilled my promise to you. When will you honor yours? Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. When the opportunity arises, I will accompany you back to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to assist your family in evolving the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda." As Zhao Su spoke, he glanced at Ning Rongrong, formulating additional plans in his mind. "I will help you transform the Seven Treasures Glazed Pagoda into the Nine Treasures Glazed Pagoda, and in return, you will assist me in winning Zhu Shuqing's heart. Deal?" Without much deliberation, Ning Rongrong extended her hand to Zhao Su. Zhao Su also extended his hand, signifying the establishment of an agreement. After a 2-day respite, Zhao Su and his companions re-entered the starry forest on the 3rd day. Upon learning the secret of Zhu Shiqing from Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing donned a facade of indifference and, either intentionally or inadvertently, began to avoid Zhao Su. Zhao Su remained indifferent, for they were still young, and he felt no urgency, believing there was ample time ahead. 5 days later, deep within the Star Do forest, they finally discovered suitable soul beasts for Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. After acquiring the soul rings, they wasted no time and returned directly to Shrek Academy, situated outside Soto City. Upon seeing Tang San and the others reaching the 30th level, Flinder was instantly taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. He promptly pulled Zhao Wujin aside to inquire about all the events that had transpired during their time in the Stardo Forest. "No wonder you were gone for so long. So much had occurred." After listening to Zhao Wujin's account, Flinder felt a pang of regret, realizing that had he known, he would have accompanied them. Perhaps, with Zhao Su's assistance, he could have broken through the stagnation of his soul power at level 78, elevating himself to the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo. He was confident that once he achieved that rank, he could eventually reach the exalted heights of a title Douluo. Chapter 26. The Inquiry from Master Yu Xiaojing Big Brother. Should we both go find Zhao Su and ask him to assist you in breaking through to the rank of soul Douluo? Zhao Wujia undoubtedly perceived the disappointment in Flander and tentatively inquired, "Is this truly feasible?" Flander felt a flicker of temptation. After all, who could resist the allure of becoming stronger? Shall we give it a try? After all, we stand to lose nothing if it doesn't work out. It is impossible for conventional methods to aid soul masters in enhancing their soul power levels, so you must exercise caution. Just as Flander pondered his next course of action, a deep voice resonated from outside the door. Zhao Wuji had long sensed the sound of footsteps, assuming it to be that of a schoolteacher, and thus paid it little heed. To his surprise, it was a voice he was entirely unfamiliar with. Instantly, he became alert. "Fear not, for an old friend has arrived. Allow me to introduce you," exclaimed Flander, rising from his seat and approaching the figure who stood at the threshold, having pushed the door open. It was none other than Master Yu Xiaojing, a member of the esteemed Golden Iron Triangle. "Xiaojing, I present to you Zhao Wuji," Flander continued, turning to Zhao Wuji. "This is my old friend, Yu Xiaojing, also known as Master." "Master, it is an honor to finally meet you," Zhao Wuji greeted, but the master's visage appeared somewhat aged, devoid of any expression, exuding an aura that seemed to repel all who approached. In response to Zhao Wuji's salutation, he merely acknowledged him with a nonchalant nod. "What did you mean by what you said earlier, Xiaojing?" Flander interjected swiftly, hoping to steer the conversation in another direction. Yu Xiaojing maintained his impassive demeanor, speaking at a measured pace, based on my investigations and the data I have gathered. Aside from the possibility of rapidly increasing one's rank at the cost of burning one's own life force, there are no other means to enhance soul power through external forces. Are you suggesting that Zhao Su is aiding those children in elevating their soul power by sacrificing their own lives? Flander felt a surge of concern. He recognized that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were rare talents. If what Yu Xiaojing posited were true, it would effectively stifle the potential of these prodigies. That cannot be. "Master, your findings are merely probabilities, not certainties. How can you be so certain that no one possesses such abilities?" Zhao Wuji, without further deliberation, directly rebuffed Yu Xiaojing. Simultaneously, he unleashed his formidable martial spirit, the great strength diamond bear, which appeared even more majestic and emanated an overwhelming sense of power. He continued, "Do you truly believe this resembles the act of burning one's life force to attain such strength?" Upon witnessing the great strength diamond bear exuding an aura of immense power, Yu Xiaojing's brow furrowed in contemplation, just as Zhao Wuji had articulated. If the enhancement of soul power came at the cost of one's vitality, it might allow for a rapid ascension in levels for a fleeting moment. Yet it could never fortify one's martial spirit. "Bring those children here. I wish to observe them personally. Perhaps your own potent soul power affords you a solid foundation. But the children are a different matter entirely." "Very well. Since you are steadfast in your conviction, I shall disabuse you of it. Assemble on the playground in 15 minutes. Zhao Wujie uttered these words before turning away. It was evident that the initial encounter between the two was far from pleasant. At this moment, Zhao Wujie harbored immense admiration for Zhao Su, having witnessed firsthand the transformation of each individual's martial soul alongside the elevation of their soul power. It could not possibly be, as Yu Xiaojing suggested, that the enhancement of soul power came at the cost of burning one's own life force. However, Yu Xiaojing possessed an unwavering confidence in his own research. The two held their respective viewpoints. "Xiaojing, are you truly certain?" Flandre expressed uncertainty, having witnessed Zhao Su's formidable power rivaling Tang Hao's. Yet, he had an immense respect for the theories of his former partner and dearest friend. "What? Do you also doubt my theory?" Master S' expression turned towards Flandre, prompting him to quickly retract. "Let us set this aside for the moment. I merely wish to remind you that even if Zhao Su did indeed elevate those children's soul power through the method you described, you must remain calm. Why? If it truly involves the burning of life force, then that individual is an evil soul master and must not be allowed to live." Sighing in exasperation, Flandre found himself in a difficult position. Yet, ultimately, to prevent Yu Xiaojing from acting impulsively, he disclosed the incident regarding Zhao Su and Tang Hao. "What? Impossible. Did you not say he had just turned 16? This is what I witnessed with my own eyes. How could it be false? Are you certain that person was Tang Hao? Of course, I am familiar with the Haotian hammer. And the aura emanating from that individual could not possibly belong to anyone other than Tang Hao. Could it be that such a person truly exists in this world? Upon hearing Flandra's words, a flicker of doubt surfaced on Yu Xiaojiang's typically stoic face for the first time. Now, let us not dwell on this any longer. We should head to the playground and resolve our doubts. My intention in sharing all this with you was merely to urge you to remain composed. With that, Flandra and Yu Xiaojiang exited the room, making their way towards the playground. Yu Xiaojiang nodded silently, his mind in a state of turmoil. Upon their arrival at the playground, Tang San and his companions were already awaiting them. Zhao Su has also arrived, and Zhao Wuji is quietly conversing with Zhao Su. They have arrived. Zhao Wuji, upon encountering the master, offered a reminder to Zhao Su. Zhao Su also turned his gaze towards the approaching Yu Xiaojiang. However, at that moment, Yu Xiaojiang appeared quite aged, his face resembling that of a zombie, evoking an unsettling sensation. Particularly disconcerting were his bloodshot eyes. For a moment, Zhao Su found himself perplexed, pondering what extraordinary abilities Yu Xiaojiang possessed that could lead Bibi Dong and Lu Erlong to remain so persistently enamored with him. This thought inevitably stirred a tinge of jealousy within Zhao Su's heart. "Teacher, you have arrived," Tang San exclaimed upon spotting Yu Xiaojiang, rushing forward with a smile and respectfully calling out to him. Yu Xiaojiang merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from uttering a word. Instead, he directed his attention to Zhao Su, who stood nearby alongside Zhao Wujuan. Upon noticing Yu Xiaojiang's gaze directed towards him, Zhao Su took a deep breath to steady his composure. He then strode forward alongside Zhao Wuji to stand before Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder, the remaining instructors of Shrek Academy. Having heard that the master had arrived and was already in conflict with Zhao Su, hurried over as well. "The master?" Zhao Su cast a disdainful glance at Yu Xiaojiang and exclaimed, "I am curious to know what enables you to assist others in transforming their martial souls and enhancing their soul power. In my research, aside from sacrificing one's life, there exists no alternative." Yu Xiaojiang, exhibiting remarkable candor, confronted Zhao Su without any pretense, directly inquiring about his perspective. "Your research is utterly inconsequential, and your so-called 10 theories are nothing but farcical nonsense," Zhao Su, without any mercy, retorted directly. Chapter 27. The Master's mentality has crumbled, seeking continued updates. A joke? Due to the mutation of his martial soul, Yu Xiaojiang is unable to surpass the 30th level of soul power. Thus, he can only focus on theoretical studies. He cannot permit others to look down upon his theories. Is it not so? Zhao Su retorted, "I have the capability to make Tang San the youngest title Douluo, to find the perfect soul ring that suits him, and to maximize his combat potential. All of this is achievable solely based on my theoretical foundation." Humph. Do not flatter yourself. If Tang San were to possess only a single blue silver grass, what would it matter, even if he had innate full soul power? Do you understand? Upon hearing Zhao Su's remark regarding Tang San's singular blue silver grass, Yu Xiaojiang was taken aback. He had been at Shrek Academy for 3 days and had inquired with Flanders about Tang San's details. Yu Xiaojiang was aware that Flanders and the others were oblivious to the fact that Tang San possessed a second martial soul. "Of course I know. It is not merely something one can observe. I need not review any of his documents. As long as he stands before me, I can discern it." "Impossible. There is nothing impossible. Furthermore, your insistence that you can make Tang San the youngest title Douluo is not due to your theoretical prowess, but rather his innate talent. How can one cultivate an individual of mediocre potential? What merit is there in nurturing someone with poor talent? Then, tell me, Master, are you not a waste yourself?" Zhao Su let out a cold laugh, rendering Yu Xiaojiang utterly speechless. The expression on Yu Xiaojiang's face shifted from a pallid hue to a purplish tint, as he struggled to find a counterargument to Zhao Su's words. "Indeed, what you say may hold some truth. Yet I remain unconvinced that you can elevate your soul power level without the aid of elixirs. Even a deity would find such a feat impossible. Deities are unnecessary. To me, they are merely individuals of a higher rank, hardly worthy of mention." Zhao Su turned to gaze at the line of Shrek's 7 monsters standing beside him. He waved at Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, please display your martial soul for our esteemed master to behold." "All right," Ning Rongrong replied, stepping out of the formation to present her 8 treasure glazed tile martial soul before the master. Gracefully, she held the resplendent tower in her right hand. However, it was merely the 7 treasure glazed tile. What was so special about that? Yu Xiaojiang casually glanced at it. To the onlookers, The 7-treasure glazed tile might be deemed the supreme auxiliary martial soul, yet in Yu Xiaojiang's heart, it was merely a relatively potent martial soul. Before he could finish his thought, his eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the 8-treasure glazed tile that Ning Rongrong held aloft. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8 layers? An 8-treasure glazed tile? Yu Xiaojiang meticulously counted the layers again, his expression one of disbelief. It is well known that for the 7-treasure glazed tile to evolve into the 8 or even 9-treasure glazed tile, a significant enhancement of one's physique is imperative. Many prodigies have emerged from the 7-treasure glazed sect, yet none have succeeded in evolving their 7-treasure glazed tile into the 8-treasure glazed tile. This is not due to a lack of talent, but rather an insufficient physique to withstand the immense soul power of the 8 or 9-treasure glazed tile. Yet, at this moment, Ning Rongrong's martial soul had astonishingly evolved into the 8-treasure glazed tile, indicating that she had not merely burned her life force. Rather, her vitality and physique had undergone a remarkable enhancement. This is impossible. Could their martial souls be changing in such a manner? Even faced with this undeniable evidence, the master remained skeptical, shaking his head and stepping back a few paces, pointing towards Zhu Zhuqing and the others. If you do not believe, then let the facts speak for themselves. Zhao Su gestured once again to Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, urging them to reveal their martial souls to the master. Yes. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the two exhibited no hesitation and unleashed their martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang scrutinized their martial souls closely. Although the changes in their martial souls were not as pronounced as Ning Rongrong's 8-treasure glazed tile, upon closer inspection, the transformations were evident, particularly in the aura of their martial souls. When he observed Ma Hongjuan's evil phoenix martial soul beginning to exhibit less malevolence, now infused with a hint of ancient phoenix blood, and Zhu Zhuqing's originally ghostly feline eyes evolving into a black and white yin-yang spirit cat, the master cast aside all doubt. He understood that the elevation of their soul power levels was not achieved through the burning of life force, but rather through the evolution of their own martial souls, thereby gaining an enhancement in soul power. Master, what do you think? I am no master. You are the true master here. I, Yu Xiaojiang, humbly apologize to you. Yu Xiaojiang quietly lowered his head, feeling an unprecedented sense of complete respect for another. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Wujie displayed a trace of prideful amusement upon his visage. Master, did I not tell you? How could my dear brother Zhao resort to such nefarious sorcery to enhance his student's soul power? Now do you believe it? Wujie, Fran, observing Yu Xiaojiang's countenance, hastily interjected, attempting to mediate the situation. This is merely a misunderstanding. It is quite normal for us educators to have differing views on pedagogical matters regarding our students, is it not? Indeed, it is perfectly normal. Let us not dwell on it, and let bygones be bygones. Other teachers chimed in agreement with Fran's words. I do not deserve to remain here, Fran. I shall take my leave, Yu Xiaojiang uttered, his expression tinged with melancholy as he cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Su, then turned to Fran before resolutely departing. The blow dealt to him by Zhao Su today was nothing short of monumental. Not only did it render his esteemed theories on core competition and soul ring configuration utterly futile, but it also rendered his cherished adage, there are no worthless martial souls. Only worthless soul masters, a mere jest in his own heart. Just a worthless fool. Zhao Su gazed at the departing figure of Yu Xiaojiang, a sense of indifference washing over him. Xiaojiang, what are you doing? Did you not promise to stay? Fran hurriedly pursued, grasping Yu Xiaojiang's arm in an attempt to persuade him to remain. Suddenly, a notification resonated. The remnants of the golden sacred dragon soul were detected within Yu Xiaojiang. A new mission was issued. Retain Yu Xiaojiang and uncover the relationship between his mutated martial soul and the golden sacred dragon. Mission rewards: 100,000 years of soul rings, 20,000 energy points, along with the dual cultivation technique, the ancient freedom technique. Zhao Su gazed at the 3 lines of text that had emerged on the system page before him. His eyes were drawn to the dual cultivation technique, the ancient freedom technique, listed among the task rewards, and a barely perceptible smile graced his lips. It was evident that upon encountering the term dual cultivation, his thoughts began to drift. However, prior to receiving the reward, he was unable to discern the specific effects of the technique, nor comprehend the intricacies of this so-called dual cultivation. Chapter 28. Retaining the master under the pretext of evolving martial souls, as Zhao Su pondered. A myriad of bizarre images flooded his mind, and the smile at the corner of his mouth gradually morphed into something else. Ding. Please refrain from such lewd thoughts, host. If you do not intervene, Yu Xiaojiang will escape. In a moment of exasperation, The system could no longer bear to watch. Realizing that Flander was powerless to stop Yu Xiaojiang, it hastily urged Zhao Su with a reminder. Ahem. Zhao Su promptly dismissed his inappropriate thoughts, cleared his throat, and approached Yu Xiaojiang. Master, I sincerely hope you will remain with us, although your theories may occasionally seem rather superfluous. Your ability to train students surpasses that of individuals like us. Zhao Su approached Yu Xiaojiang with a solemn expression and said, I apologize, but I am merely a failure. I am incapable of teaching students. A single remark from Zhao Su ignited an escalating fury within Yu Xiaojiang, compelling him to stifle his rage. He forcefully shook off Flander's grasp on his arm and hastily strode towards the exit of the academy. Is this how you intend to leave? In desperation, Zhao Su unleashed his ultimate taunt. Do you wish to remain a perpetual failure, a wretch scorned even by your own kin? What do you mean? Do not presume that your formidable strength grants you the liberty to act as you please. At this moment, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer contain himself. He turned and charged towards Zhao Su, his eyes, bloodshot with fury, fixed menacingly upon him. Zhao Su, however, did not display anger. Instead, he broke into a smile. Master, you have misunderstood my intentions. Although you are inherently inept, Zhao Su paused for a moment, as if he could feel the intensity of Yu Xiaojiang's gaze, which seemed ready to devour him. Yet, I possess the means to transform your martial soul, liberating you from your current state of ineptitude. Initially, Yu Xiaojiang was on the verge of a complete explosion, willing to risk his very life in a confrontation with Zhao Su. However, upon hearing the latter's subsequent words, his fury waned, gradually transforming into a yearning. Although Yu Xiaojiang professed indifference to the opinions of others, asserting that he could cultivate formidable talents through his own theories to validate himself, he understood that even if he succeeded in nurturing powerful individuals, skeptics would still argue that such prodigies were inherently gifted, capable of greatness regardless. Only through his own ascendance could he silence all naysayers. Yu Xiaojiang's choice to pursue a theoretical path was, in truth, a reflection of his own helplessness. Do you truly possess the ability to alter my martial soul? Indeed. You have witnessed Rongrong's 7 treasure glazed tile and Zhuqing's nether cat. You should comprehend that I possess such power. But I am unlike them. They possess superior martial souls, whereas I am burdened with a useless one. Although Yu Xiaojiang still harbored some skepticism, the tone of his voice had softened considerably. Helping an inept individual rise to strength offers a sense of accomplishment far greater than aiding a prodigy in their ascent. Although Zhao Su's words may be unpalatable, they are indeed the truth. This time, even Yu Xiaojiang did not offer a rebuttal. So, what do you wish to gain from me? Stay and assist Shrek Academy in training. Is that all? Indeed, that is all. In his pursuit of transforming his seemingly useless martial spirit, Yu Xiaojiang willingly set aside his pride. When weighed against the prospect of becoming a formidable force, what is pride or dignity worth? Excellent. With your assistance, Zhao. Once your martial spirit successfully evolves, we shall seek her out. The Golden Iron Triangle will undoubtedly carve an even greater reputation for itself. When Flander mentioned her, a flicker of something unusual passed through Yu Xiaojiang's eyes, yet he refrained from contesting it. The Golden Iron Triangle is renowned far and wide. I must certainly meet the other member when the opportunity arises. Zhao Wujia approached Flander and Yu Xiaojiang with a smile, reassuring them, rest assured, you will have the opportunity to meet. Flander patted Yu Xiaojiang on the shoulder and continued, Xiaojiang, the training of these children is entrusted to you. Yu Xiaojiang responded, yes, you can rely on me. I will ensure they are trained well. With Yu Xiaojiang's commitment, the evening's interlude came to a temporary close. In the ensuing month, the Shrek 7 monsters embarked on a grueling training regimen that could only be described as hellish. During this time, Zhao Su personally investigated Yu Xiaojiang's mutated martial soul. The 3 cannons of Luo, noting its peculiar appearance and lamentably weak spirit power, Zhao Su pondered for an entire day yet failed to uncover any connection between the peculiar, flatulent Luo Sanpao and the golden holy dragon, even when concealing his 12-winged, holy angel martial soul. The inherent sacred essence emanating from the soul did not suffice to facilitate the evolution of Luo Sanpao, as orchestrated by Yu Xiaojiang. Under the aura of this divine essence, Yu Xiaojiang felt the purity of his soul power intensifying and his strength augmenting, yet he remained perpetually unable to transcend the confines of the 30th level. Alas, this method proves ineffective. It appears I must seek an alternative solution. Zhao Su sighed softly, noticing a hint of regret in Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor. He continued, but rest assured, even if we cannot evolve your martial spirit, the three-headed cannon. I possess a method to help you transcend the level 30 limitation. Really? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Of course. But not at this moment. The time is not yet ripe. After Yu Xiaojing departed, a peculiar black figure materialized within Zhao Su's chamber. Master, I have uncovered the truth. To evolve Yu Xiaojing's three-headed cannon into a true golden sacred dragon, we must not only gather the golden iron triangle, but also acquire the dragon seal and the dragon transformation soul bone, which have been passed down through the blue electric tyrant dragon clan. It appears my intuition was correct. Yu Xiaojing's physique is too frail to endure the descent of the golden sacred dragon. It is imperative that the three of us unite to truly summon the golden sacred dragon. Indeed, you must not return to the Star Luo Empire. Instead, go to the city of Tiando and seek employment at a prestigious Soul Master Academy known as Blue Tyrant Academy. Find a way to earn Lu Erlong's trust. Understood. The shadow assented before gradually fading from sight. Lu Erlong. Zhao Su murmured softly to himself, contemplating how to guide all the faculty and students of Shrek Academy along the trajectory of the original storyline towards Heavendo City. To rendezvous with the Iron Triangle at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Only then would there be a chance to unravel the mysteries of the Golden Sacred Dragon. System. How is the calculation of the remaining bones of the nine-headed dragon progressing? It is still under computation. It appears that a formidable force is obstructing my analysis. The system's voice echoed within Zhao Su's mind. Given this, let us commence our endeavors with the Golden Sacred Dragon and the Bone Dragon. Zhao Su nodded thoughtfully, contemplating how to proceed without arousing suspicion as he made his way to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. After all, the sect was conveniently located near Heavendo City, allowing him to address the matter expediently. Perhaps he could glean additional information regarding the Guardian Dragon from Gu Rong. It was imperative for him to hasten his pace, for he was eager to discover the transformations that the Guardian Dragon might bestow upon him. Zhao Su comprehended that his current strength was still insufficient. At most, he could contend with two titled Douluos simultaneously, which was evidently inadequate. Chapter 29. The Devouring Celestial Cat and the Yin-Yang Spiritual Cat. A month later, Zhao Su's Emperor 7 Killing Sword soul power reached level 50, allowing him to exchange for a 10,000-year soul ring in the marketplace. At this moment, Zhao Su's overall attributes were as follows. Host. Zhao Su Martial Soul. 12-Winged Holy Angel. Emperor 7 Killing Sword Soul Skills. 12-Winged Holy Angel. 1. First Soul Skill, Celestial Phenomenon 2. Second Soul Skill, Annihilation Palm 3. Third Soul Skill, Ninefold Sword Technique 4. Fourth Soul Skill, True Form of the Holy Angel 5. Fifth Soul Skill, Undying Titan Body, Emperor 7 Killing Sword 1. First Soul Skill, Supreme Sword Intent 2. Second Soul Skill, Sword Name, Destruction 3. Third Soul Skill, Sword Name, Slaughter 4. Fourth Soul Skill, Sword Name, A Sword Divides the Worlds 5. Fifth Soul Skill, True Form of the Emperor 7 Killing Sword Level. Level 51 Battle Soul Master, Power Type Mental Strength, 25, 200 points, Spiritual Domain Energy Value, 23. 000 points Fortune Value, 23 points Guardian Dragon, Remnant Bone of the Nine-Winged Ing Long. When after reviewing his attributes, Zhao Su reopened the marketplace. Aside from the rows of soul rings and the 6-piece set of the Holy Angel Soul Bone, a plethora of martial souls reappeared. Could it be possible to awaken additional martial souls? Zhao Su casually flipped through the pages, yet he felt little interest in awakening a martial soul. After all, in his view, his 12-winged Holy Angel and Emperor's 7 kills sword were more than sufficient. He had no need for additional martial souls. Suddenly, a notification chimed. It revealed the potential to trigger a fusion technique with the martial soul, Devouring Heaven Links. Just as Zhao Su was about to close the marketplace page, a new window appeared before him. Concurrently, a detailed introduction of the Devouring Heaven Links materialized in Zhao Su's sight. The Devouring Heaven Links, capable of merging with the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat to trigger the martial soul fusion technique, crossing the 7 absolutes, could enhance all attributes by 70%. Could it trigger a fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Su ultimately decided to awaken the Devouring Heavenly Cat, seizing the opportunity to draw closer to Zhu Zhuqing. Ever since their return from the Star Do Forest 2 months prior, Zhu Zhuqing had been evading him, dedicating herself to relentless training until exhaustion rendered her unable to rise. Initially, Zhao Su had intended to employ a strategy of seduction through distance, hoping that Zhu Zhuqing would approach him of her own volition. However, he found himself somewhat miscalibrated, perhaps underestimating her resolve. Following the awakening of the devouring heavenly cat, Zhao Su did not immediately exchange for a 10,000-year spirit ring. Instead, he adhered to the standard spirit ring configuration, selecting 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings to complement Zhu Juqing. That morning, when Zhao Su arrived at the dining hall, Tang San and the others had already gathered, indulging in the special breakfast prepared for them by the master. Zhao Su, however, did not enjoy such treatment, still having to settle for plain congee and a small serving of pickled vegetables. Upon Zhao Su's arrival, a few individuals greeted him. Ning Rongrong, in particular, approached Zhao Su with her bowl in hand, drawing closer to him. Zhu Juqing, on the other hand, merely lowered her head, engrossed in her own meal, seemingly regarding Zhao Su as inconsequential. Although Zhu Juqing appeared indifferent on the surface, she often called out his name during the night. As Ning Rongrong was placed beside Zhu Juqing as an informant by Zhao Su, she dutifully reported on the situation daily. Is that so? There is no doubt. I sleep right next to her, so I cannot be mistaken. However, Ning Rongrong shifted her tone, revealing that in her probing, Zhu Juqing seemed prepared to sacrifice herself for her family, continuing the union with Dai Mubai. Why would that be? Has someone said something to her? I cannot say for certain, but I do know that she secretly visited Soto City yesterday. I understand. Well done. Zhao Su finished the congee in his bowl and, after uttering a few words to Ning Rongrong, rose to depart. On this day, Master had nearly completed the first phase of the intensive training. Given the financial difficulties faced by Shrek Academy, he decided to advance the practical combat training for the Shrek 7 monsters. They would head to the Soto City Great Soul Arena to participate in soul battles. This not only allowed them to swiftly adapt to the rhythms of real combat, but also provided an opportunity to earn gold soul coins to subsidize the Academy's expenses. To ensure they were in optimal condition for the soul battles, Master granted them a 3-day break, after which they were to gather on the playground in the evening to proceed to the Great Soul Arena. Although Master was primarily theoretical in his approach, he possessed a profound understanding of teaching students. After 2 months of intensive training, the synergy among the Shrek 7 monsters had grown remarkably, and their physical prowess had significantly improved. Even the support-type soul masters, Ning Rongrong and Oscar, appeared much stronger. Before long, the 3 days had elapsed. On that evening, just as the sun began to set, the Shrek 7 monsters convened on the playground. This time, it was not only Master present. Flinder, Zhao Wujia, and Zhao Su were also there, all preparing to accompany them to Soto City. Simultaneously, Zhao Su would participate in the soul battles. Brother Zhao, with your level of Soul King at 50, you may find it challenging to encounter a worthy opponent at the Soto City Arena. I can compete at both 50 and 30. Zhao Su smiled at Zhao Wuji and casually remarked, isn't your other martial soul of a higher rank? Hearing Zhao Su's words, Zhao Wuji, somewhat puzzled, leaned closer and inquired in a hushed tone. At that time, when Zhao Su had unleashed his 12-winged holy angel in the Star Doe forest to aid them in the evolution of their martial souls, he had advised them to keep the secret of his 12-winged holy angel martial soul confidential. Thus, aside from Flander, the others were unaware of it. Brother Zhao, is it true that soul masters can only possess twin martial souls? With a hint of playful amusement, Zhao Su inquired of Zhao Wuji. Could it be that you possess another martial soul? Zhao Wuji's eyes narrowed as a thought struck him, prompting an exclamation that captured the attention of Master Flander and the Shrek 7 monsters who were ahead. Particularly, upon hearing Zhao Wuji's outcry, Master Flander became intrigued and inquired, who do you say possesses another soul? Zhao Wuji did not respond to the master, but merely cast a glance at Zhao Su. You possess dual martial souls as well? The master employed the word also, yet no one seemed to take notice. Flandra and the Shrek 7 monsters were aware of Zhao Su's 2 martial souls. Hence there was no overt display of astonishment. Indeed, Zhao Su refrained from excessive words and directly unleashed his devouring celestial chinchilla martial spirit, a pure white chinchilla, devoid of any blemish and no larger than a kitten, majestically perched upon Zhao Su's shoulder. Particularly striking were its eyes, vast and mysterious like the starry sky. Merely gazing into those orbs instilled an involuntary shiver of fear within one's heart. Yet, one individual felt otherwise, Zhu Juqing. When she beheld the chinchilla upon Zhao Su's shoulder, she experienced no trepidation, but rather an uncanny sense of familiarity. This sensation was peculiar, akin to that of her own yin-yang spirit cat. A chinchilla martial spirit? A trisoul martial spirit? Flinder blurted out upon observing the devouring celestial chinchilla. Besides the chinchilla and the 7 killing sword, there existed yet another martial spirit? The master gasped at Flinder's words, staring incredulously at Zhao Su, realizing that the truth was already unveiled. Zhao Su deemed it unnecessary to conceal further and showcased his 12-winged, holy angel martial spirit, along with the astonishing configuration of 2 black and 3 red soul rings that should have been impossible. Chapter 30. Do not mind. Let it repel, as it will. This is impossible. Since encountering Zhao Su, the master had repeatedly uttered this phrase. Indeed, Zhao Su's emergence had utterly overturned the theoretical constructs he had spent 2 decades researching. The existence of the world itself was a miracle. Thus, within this wondrous realm, anything could transpire. How did you resolve the repulsion among each martial spirit? The master hastily inquired of Zhao Su. He had previously advised Tang San against hastily augmenting soul rings on the Haotian hammer, as he had yet to discover a method to counteract the repulsion without peril. Wishing to spare Tang San from unnecessary risks, do not mind, let it repel as it will. Zhao Su had summoned the 12-winged seraphim, uttering a remark that once again left the master feeling a sense of discomfort in his chest, almost as if he might bleed from it. Let it be repelled? Let it be repelled? Ha! The master's thoughts were now entirely in disarray, as he incessantly muttered Zhao Su's words, occasionally emitting an unsettling laughter. Xiao Gang, are you all right? Flander quickly supported the master, who seemed unsteady and on the verge of collapsing, expressing his concern. I am fine. This world is vast and intricate. The emergence of 1 or 2 extraordinary anomalies is understandable. Your theories still apply to the majority of soul masters. Flander continued to reassure the master. Alas, you need not comfort me. I comprehend all these principles. At that moment, the master appeared to have aged several years, looking quite haggard. However, Zhao Su remained indifferent to these matters. As long as he was alive and could achieve the Trinity fusion technique with Flander and Lu Erlong, he was content. Zhao Su's assistance to him was merely an endeavor to enhance the likelihood of merging into the golden sacred dragon. The hour grows late. We must hasten to the Soul Arena in Soto City. The master took a deep breath to steady his emotions and continued toward the direction of the Soul Arena. To avoid unnecessary troubles, the Shrek 7 wore matching attire and masks. Prior to engaging in soul battles, it was essential to establish pairs. Each individual needed a partner to participate in the duo soul battles. The battles could be individual, duo, or team-based. A team comprised a minimum of 7 and a maximum of 10 participants, with the smaller team taking precedence. Individual battles were straightforward. One merely needed to register. Their current discussion revolved around the pairing for the duo teams. Dai Mubai wished to team up with Zhu Zhuqing, but was declined. At this moment, the master interjected, stating, I have already devised your pairs. Mubai, you shall team with Oscar. Your level has reached 36, making you a formidable opponent at the 30th level. You will take Oscar under your wing. Reluctantly accepting the arrangement, Dai Mubai refrained from protesting. Tang San was paired with Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun with Ning Rongrong, Zhao Su with Zhu Zhuqing. Master, I wish to team with Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed upon hearing the master's allocations. Your strength is inferior to Ma Hongjun's. He can better protect Ning Rongrong. Therefore, I propose you partner with Ma Hongjun, while Rongrong teams with Zhao Su. The choice is yours. Before I could utter a word regarding Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong interjected, I will team with my fatty. I adore my fatty. With a flirtatious glance at Ma Hongjun, she added, I, too, will be with Rongrong. Ma Hongjun quickly chimed in. With this consensus, Zhu Zhuqing chose to remain silent, tacitly agreeing to the arrangement. Why are you unwilling to pair with me? Zhao Su leaned closer to Zhu Zhuqing, whispering gently in her ear as they awaited their turn on the platform within the Soul Arena. The warm breath grazing her ear, accompanied by his rich, gentle voice, caused Zhu Zhuqing to shiver slightly, her heart racing. Taking a deep breath, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Zhao Su's eyes, and softly replied, No. Really? Zhao Su continued to press for answers. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, felt her thoughts become a tumultuous whirlpool. She shifted slightly to the side, wishing to avoid excessive contact with Zhao Su. Do not be anxious, relax, and for a moment, I shall safeguard you. With a gentle smile, Zhao Su leaned in closer and spoke softly. Little did anyone know that Zhu Zhuqing's anxiety stemmed not from the impending battle, but rather from Zhao Su himself. Just days prior, Zhu Zhuqing had received a message from her family elders, summoning her to meet in Soto City. The elders explicitly instructed her to swiftly cultivate a relationship with Dai Mubai and to master the fusion technique, the spectral white tiger. Within the Star Luo Empire, the competition for the position of Crown Prince had always been divided between 2 factions, one supporting Davis and the other backing Dai Mubai. Similarly, the Zhu family was split into 2 factions. They needed to ensure their family's survival amidst these rival powers and to maintain their influence within the Douluo Empire. This urgency prompted the family elders to hasten Zhu Zhuqing's fusion with Dai Mubai, preparing for the ultimate contest for the crown prince position. From a young age, Zhu Zhuqing had been inundated with the notion of marriage alliances, with the Zhu family's status and power taking precedence. Thus, she dared not defy the directives of her family elders. Furthermore, her parents, due to the Zhu family's unique standing within the Douluo Empire, had raised her with strictness. This sternness was not born of affection or a desire for her success, but rather for the sake of the family's prestige. In essence, their daughters were seen as pawns for the imperial family of the Douluo Empire. Regardless of their personal desires or willingness, rebellion was not an option. As they were indoctrinated from childhood to prioritize obedience to family, obedience to the imperial house. In a particularly cruel twist, the two daughters were betrothed to the empire's princes, pitted against each other. In their parents' eyes, it mattered not which daughter ascended to the role of queen, as long as it was one of their own. This internal conflict and anguish in Zhu Zhuqing's heart arose after her encounter with Zhao Su. Had she not met him, she might have fulfilled her family's wishes without a second thought, approaching Dai Mubai to perfect the fusion of their martial spirits. Irrespective of whether Dai Mubai would become an emperor or she a queen, such was the life she envisioned. However, after meeting Zhao Su, a sense of rebellion blossomed within her. Yet she felt too fearful to act upon it. Soon, the duo's soul battle commenced. With Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing facing opponents, a young man appearing to be around 18 or 19, and a girl seemingly younger. Let us proceed. Zhao Su extended his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing, who hesitated for a moment, contemplating the gesture. Ultimately, she refrained from reciprocating and proceeded directly towards the soul-fighting platform. Observing this, Zhao Su helplessly shrugged his shoulders and followed closely behind her onto the platform. Chapter 31. A new attempt at persuasion. As both parties arrived at the soul-fighting platform, a voice resonated from above, signaling the commencement of the match. The male participant took the initiative to strike, while his female counterpart focused on providing support. In an effort to conceal his true capabilities, Zhao Su refrained from directly eliminating the two adversaries. Subsequently, he revealed his formidable martial soul, the devouring sky chinchilla. As the second spirit ring illuminated, the chinchilla perched upon Zhao Su's shoulder leapt into the air, its form suddenly expanding to a size reminiscent of a tiger. With a ferocious roar, it lunged towards the support-type woman hidden behind the man. Yao Yao, be careful. The man, Zhang Yuren, urgently cautioned. He discarded his curved blade martial soul, aiming to intercept the oncoming devouring sky chinchilla. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action, her movement swift as she transformed her hands into lethal claws, targeting Zhang Yuren, who had thrown his martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing displayed a ruthless ferocity, showing no mercy as if she sought to purge her inner turmoil through combat. Faced with this unrelenting assault, Zhang Yuren acted decisively, choosing to surrender without hesitation. However, Zhu Zhuqing's attack had already reached him, aiming for his throat. It was too late for her to withdraw. Just as Zhang Yuren closed his eyes, bracing for the end beneath Zhu Zhuqing's claws, he felt a firm embrace around his waist, halting her advance. It was Zhao Su who intervened. Your mind is too chaotic. This could easily lead to complications. Zhao Su held Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist tightly, a warm current reminiscent of the revival of all living things coursing through her being, gradually bringing her to a state of calm. As she reveled in Zhao Su's comforting embrace, the pent-up frustrations and sorrow within her could no longer be contained. She leaned on Zhao Su's shoulder, disregarding the gazes of those around her, and wept heartily. Enough of the tears, Zhao Su murmured gently, I am here for you. No matter the circumstance, I shall assist you in overcoming it. Zhao Su gently wiped away Zhu Zhuqing's tears, whispering softly in her ear. This moment rendered Zhu Zhuqing utterly captivated, leaving her unable to extricate herself from the spell. Thank you for saving me, brother. We have lost. Zhang Yuren understood well that it was Zhao Su who had spared his life. Had it not been for him, he might now be but a lifeless corpse. Thus, he bowed respectfully in gratitude towards Zhao Su. We were merely competing, not enemies. There was no need to take lives. Thank you. Zhang Yuren expressed his gratitude once more before turning to descend the soul-fighting platform with the supportive female soul master, Yao Yao. Let us take our leave. Do not weep any longer, for tears will mar your beauty. Zhao Su grasped the delicate, smooth hand of Zhu Zhuqing, leading her down from the Duhan platform. Observing the scene from the audience was Dai Mubai, whose eyes, imbued with a hint of malice, flickered with a flash of ferocity. Dai Mubai, It seems your chances have dwindled, remarked Oscar, who was seated beside him, indulging in a large sausage to replenish his soul power, casting a wistful glance at Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing as they descended together. You should concede, Dai Mubai, added Ning Rongrong, voicing her opinion. Yet, throughout this exchange, Dai Mubai remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly frigid. Upon Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing's return to their companions at Shrek Academy, the others, save Dai Mubai, eagerly surrounded them. Soon, the individual and duo matches of Tang San and the others concluded, all resulting in victory, which greatly bolstered the morale of Shrek's members. The next phase was the team battle, in which Zhao Su chose not to participate, allowing the Shrek 7 to form a cohesive unit. During the clash, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing initially intended to employ their martial soul fusion technique. However, for reasons unknown, be it Zhu Zhuqing's personal circumstances or the evolution of her martial soul from the Nether Cat to the Yin Yang Cat, they were unable to successfully merge. Following the failed fusion, Dai Mubai cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, his enchanting eyes revealing a trace of relief before he focused intently on the incoming adversaries. Little Zhao, you must have known about Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's origins all along, haven't you? How do you deduce that? Just a guess. Zhao Wuji cast a significant smile towards Zhao Su, then gently patted her shoulder. The master is in a foul mood. I shall accompany Flander to share a drink with him. I leave this place in your capable hands. All right, understood. After Zhao Wuji had departed, only Zhao Su remained. Leaning against the back of the spectator's seat, gazing at Tang San and the others on the soul-fighting platform. The smile on his face gradually faded as he contemplated his next course of action. In the following days, the achievements of the Shrek Academy members were nothing short of remarkable. The names of the Shrek 7 gradually gained prominence in the Grand Soul Arena. People were eagerly inquiring about the masked Shrek 7, speculating about the faction to which they belonged. Upon witnessing Ning Rongrong's 8 Treasure Glazed Tower, some began to conjecture that they were affiliated with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect. In the minds of these individuals, only a super sect like the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect could possibly nurture such extraordinary talents. On this day, Zhao Su and the Shrek 7 were awaiting the final team battle of this phase in the audience area. Following this battle, a month-long ceasefire would ensue. Is the girl wearing the mask too unattractive to be seen? At that moment, an arrogant voice broke through, and the speaker reached out to remove Zhu Zhuqing's mask. Though Zhu Zhuqing was young, her physique was undoubtedly the best among the 3 girls, far exceeding her actual age. If you don't wish to meet a grim fate, remove your filthy hands and depart at once. Just as the intruder's hand was about to touch Zhu Zhuqing's mask, Zhao Su, seated beside her, seized his wrist. Kid, are you seeking death? The brash individual, known as Guangxi, forcefully shook off Zhao Su and glared at him with malice. It is exceedingly difficult to impart a lesson. No sooner had Zhao Su spoken than Guangxi was sent flying, crashing violently against the railing of the nearby spectator area. Regaining his balance, Guangxi was momentarily startled. Then filled with rage, preparing to charge at Zhao Su. Stop. At that moment, a voice intervened, and a man in his 40s approached, halting Guangxi. Whatever grievances you have, resolve them in the soul-fighting platform. Be cautious, he is called Guangxi, your upcoming adversary. Supervisor Ao reminded Zhao Su and the others before turning to leave. Rongrong, do not engage. I will take your place shortly. Zhao Su had resolutely decided to teach this so-called berserker team a lesson. Thus, he addressed Ning Rongrong, stating that the points garnered from team battles would accumulate within the team, and whether or not she participated would not affect her own score. Naturally, she readily agreed. I'll handle that fierce rhinoceros. The rest are yours. Let us resolve this swiftly, and then celebrate with drinks tonight. Zhao Su addressed Tang San and the others, inquiring whether they would face repercussions from the dean if they chose not to return. Today, I am leading the team, and my word is final, Zhao Su declared. Chapter 32. The Annihilation Squad. Then it is settled. It has been far too long since we indulged in a hearty feast and revelry. Upon hearing of the plan to celebrate with drinks, Ma Hongjun was particularly exhilarated. The surrounding spectators, witnessing Zhao Su and his companions engage in discussions about their impending celebration at such a late hour, could not help but shake their heads, deeming them naive and fearless like young calves before a tiger. The Annihilation Squad was renowned as the most formidable team within the Soul Arena of Soto City. Each member possessed soul power exceeding level 35. Their team configuration was impeccable, and their cooperation was seamless. The personal accolades Zhao Su and his companions had achieved in individual combat were not well known among the audience who favored team battles. as the one-on-one and two-on-two duels did not take place in the same arena. Zhao Su and his companions paid no heed to the discussions of those around them. Soon, it was their turn to take the stage. Zhao Su, unmasked, led the way, followed by the 6 members of the Shrek's 7 devils, arranged according to their ages. With the exception of Ningrongrong. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce both teams. On this side, we have the star team of Soto City, the Frenzied Warriors. In an instant, the fans of the Frenzied Warriors erupted into a frenzy, chanting their name. And on the opposing side, we present Soto City's rising star team, the Shrek's 7 devils. However, when the host concluded the introduction of the Shrek team, there was no applause, no cheers. Only the spectators gazed on with expressions of mere curiosity. Now, let the match officially commence. As the words were uttered, the Frenzied Warrior, having merged with his rhinoceros martial soul, sprouted a horn atop his head and charged towards Zhao Su and his team. Humph. Zhao Su cast a meaningful glance at Tang San and his companions before making the first move, concealing his martial soul. He stepped forward and seized the horn of the raging rhinoceros. A sharp crack echoed throughout the soul-fighting arena, followed by the resounding thud of the creature being slammed onto the fighting platform. The audience, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, widened their eyes in astonishment, with some even rising from their seats to get a better view. Zhao Su, having grasped the horn of the raging rhinoceros, exerted tremendous force, snapping the sharp horn while lifting the creature, which stood over 2 meters tall, and forcefully crashing it onto the arena floor. Remember this, in the future, restrain your hands and refrain from touching everything. As Zhao Su spoke, he raised the arm of the frenzied creature and forcefully twisted it until it snapped. A piercing cry of anguish echoed throughout the arena, resonating with the pain of the wounded beast. Meanwhile, the remaining team members had been effectively restrained by Tang San and his companions, rendering any attempts to rescue the frenzied creature utterly futile. After subduing the beast, Zhao Su's shadow darted across the platform with remarkable agility. When the spectators finally discerned his figure again, they were met with the sight of all 7 members of the frenzied battle team sprawled upon the arena floor, clearly devoid of any fighting capacity. Had the frenzied battle team truly succumbed in such a manner? A voice from the audience broke the silence, voicing this incredulity, and it jolted the spectators from their stupor. They gazed upon the fallen members of the frenzied battle team and the victorious postures of the Shrek team standing triumphantly in the center of the arena. From the announcer's declaration of the beginning to the conclusion of the battle, scarcely a minute had elapsed. Instantly, a wave of discussion erupted among the crowd, interspersed with angry outcries from those who had wagered on the victory of the frenzied battle team. The defeat of the team had resulted in significant losses for these individuals. Yet, the Shrek 7 had faced no further doubts regarding their prowess. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhao Su and his companions departed from the dual soul platform and proceeded directly to redeem their points. Without lingering excessively, they embarked on a celebration that was rightfully theirs. Within a tavern, the 8 of them ordered a lavish spread of delectable dishes and 2 barrels of fine ale. It appeared that the day was destined for revelry until inebriation took hold. Zhu Qing, I wish to speak with you. Suddenly, Dai Mubai, who had remained silent until now, addressed Zhu Qing, rising to step outside the tavern. The unexpected scene left everyone in shock. Even Ma Hongjun set down his chopsticks. Zhu Qing's countenance darkened as she glanced at Zhao Su, who remained silent. She then followed Dai Mubai out of the tavern. Brother Su, aren't you going out to sea? Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Zhao Su, nudging him as she spoke towards the tavern's exit. See what? We're here to drink. Zhao Su's face was still adorned with a smile as he filled his glass, and, while calling out to the crowd, downed it in one swift motion. However, beneath his carefree facade, Zhao Su's heart was far from indifferent. He understood that this moment marked the final choice for Zhu Qing. Should Zhu Qing choose Dai Mubai, he would not pursue her further. If she chose him, he would no longer exploit her feelings. Drink up, Brother Su. I'll drink with you. Ning Rongrong poured herself a glass and clinked it with Zhao Su's before tilting her head back to finish it in one go. Soon, Zhu Qing and Dai Mubai returned. Dai Mubai appeared noticeably more relaxed as he raised his glass to Zhao Su and said, Brother Su, I toast to you. Zhu Qing took a seat beside Ning Rongrong, her gaze towards Zhao Su tinged with a hint of shyness. Cheers. With everyone aware of Zhu Qing's choice and Dai Mubai seemingly accepting the outcome, Ma Hongjun seized the moment to enliven the atmosphere. The tavern was soon filled with the sound of glasses clinking. They continued to drink late into the night. Flander, noticing that Zhao Su and the others had not returned, grew concerned and sent Zhao Wujie to find them. After searching the city of Soto, he finally found the 8 of them thoroughly intoxicated in the tavern. "Brother Zhao, why are you joining their revelry?" On the way back to Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujie supported the head-down Zhao Su, who was retching, and asked in confusion, "Brother Zhao, perhaps this is the true me." Zhao Su gazed at Zhao Wujie and uttered an inexplicable remark. Zhao Su did not genuinely wish to oppose the Shrek 7 monsters. However, his yearning to return home, to his true home, compelled him to fulfill the tasks dictated by the nefarious system. He did not desire to embody a villain. Yet circumstances forced him into that role. For his own sake, and for the sake of those he wished to protect, he found it necessary to proceed in this manner. "Are you a member of the Spirit Hall?" Zhao Wujie watched as Tang San and his companions walked a considerable distance away before he turned to Zhao Su and softly inquired. Upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, Zhao Su's previously dazed expression gradually brightened, and he straightened his posture, fixing his gaze upon Zhao Wujie and asserting, "Indeed, this time I do not deny it. I wholeheartedly acknowledge it. Our Shrek Academy is merely an obscure institution, hardly worthy of your esteemed presence as an undercover agent. The Spirit Hall is not a monolith. I aspire to unify the Spirit Hall and subsequently bring harmony to the entire continent." Zhao Su did not speak the truth, yet neither did he entirely fabricate lies. The intertwining of reality and illusion embodies the pinnacle of deceit. Chapter 33. Zhao Wujie has irrevocably boarded the pirate ship. "Are you aligned with Qian Douluo or Bibidong?" Zhao Wujie continued to inquire. "Is your purpose for being here related to those 7 individuals? I am a disciple of Pope Bibidong, and beyond nurturing a few prodigies. There is also the matter of your awareness regarding the identities of Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing. Are you here for the Star Luo Empire? I wonder if Brother Zhao might be interested in joining me to witness the unification of the entire continent." Zhao Su had expressed himself clearly enough. Thus he chose not to respond further to Zhao Wujie's words, instead posing a question in return. "If I refuse, will you kill me?" "Of course not. Your agreement or disagreement does not conflict with my plans. Are you not afraid that I will reveal your scheme? At that moment, I would eliminate you and annihilate everyone at Shrek Academy." Zhao Su turned to gaze at Zhao Wujie, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Yet, Zhao Wujie felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a formidable soul beast. Even when confronted by the Titan Great Ape in the Stardoe Forest, he had never experienced such a sensation. "Ha, how truly candid you are." Upon hearing Zhao Su's unreserved words, Zhao Wujie could not help but chuckle. After a moment, he gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. "I am willing to fight alongside you." "Very well. In the future, you shall come to understand that your choice today is indeed the right one." Zhao Su, while speaking, retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage space within the jade pendant at his waist and handed it to Zhao Wujie. "This elixir is known as the Soul Gathering Pill. It has the capacity to transform your physique and accelerate your cultivation speed. Rest assured, this pill will only benefit you without any side effects, but it must be consumed sparingly, 1 every 7 days. With that, Zhao Su briskly made his way towards the Shrek Academy. Watching Zhao Su's departing figure, Zhao Wujie's gaze gradually solidified with determination. He had never been a man of indecision. Once he resolved upon a course of action, he would not waver. On the following morning, Zhao Su sat atop the roof, basking in the gentle embrace of the first rays of sunlight, his gaze cast skyward, his expression devoid of emotion. Truth be told, Zhao Su felt a pang of homesickness. Whenever such feelings arose, he would lift his eyes to the heavens. What was he doing here? Just then, a cool voice pierced the stillness from behind him. Without needing to glance back, Zhao Su instinctively recognized it was Zhu Qing. "It's nothing. Basking in the first rays of sunlight each day is beneficial for the body," Zhao Su remarked, shifting slightly to create space for Zhu Qing beside him. "After consuming so much alcohol yesterday, are you feeling unwell?" Zhu Qing settled down next to Zhao Su, responding softly before gazing at him with eyes full of tenderness. "However, when I think of someone, discomfort fades away." Zhu Qing, known for her aloof demeanor, expressed such sentiments with an allure that undeniably stirred the hearts of men. "And who might that person be?" Zhao Su inched closer to Zhu Qing, as if intending to press against her. His slightly teasing tone caused Zhu Qing's charming face to flush instantly. "Who do you think I am thinking of?" "Don't you know?" "How could I possibly know? I'm not in your mind, but you reside in my heart." Suddenly, Zhu Qing leaned toward Zhao Su, uttering these words, her face becoming even more radiant, resembling a tempting red apple. "Then allow me to touch your heart, to ascertain if your feelings are indeed as you profess." Zhao Su spoke as he cast his gaze towards a certain direction, his right hand restlessly reaching out. How annoying. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly blocked Zhao Su's advancing hand and whispered, "Not a single man is worth trusting, and that includes you." With that, she hurriedly rose and leaped down from the rooftop. Observing this, the smile on Zhao Su's face grew even more pronounced. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. At this moment, Zhao Su was already 21, while the youngest, Zhu Zhuqing, had reached 18. Under the rigorous theoretical training from their master and Zhao Su's practical assistance, the strength of the Shrek 7 monsters had grown immensely. Each member's soul power level had surpassed 50. The evil eye white tiger, Dai Mu Bai, at 20 years old, possessed a level of 57. Uncle Oscar, the big sausage, at 19, reached a level of 54. The thousand-handed Azura, Tang San, at 18, also held a level of 54. The evil fire phoenix, Ma Hongjun, at 19, achieved a level of 53. The soft-boned rabbit, Xiao Wu, at 18, maintained a level of 53. The 8 treasures glazed tile, Ning Rongrong, at 18, too held a level of 53. The yin-yang spirit cat, Zhu Zhuqing, at 18, reached a level of 53. Meanwhile, Zhao Su intentionally suppressed his own soul power level, remaining at just over 50. Zhao Su's actions can be described as a seamless integration into the illustrious Shrek 7 monsters. The students of Shrek Academy, who should have graduated long ago, could effortlessly assume the role of instructors in any esteemed Soul Master Academy. Yet it is evident that such prospects do not align with their desires. Within the dining hall, Zhao Su and his companions are enjoying their meal. Although Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor appears as cold as ever, her gaze towards Zhao Su is imbued with unmistakable tenderness. After clarifying matters with Dai Mu Bai 5 years prior, he ceased to invest time in Zhu Zhuqing, reverting to his former hedonistic lifestyle. His life has been punctuated by the presence of alluring twin sisters, a constant manifestation of innocence intertwined with allure. Furthermore, the passage of 5 years has only accentuated Zhu Zhuqing's already striking figure, rendering her a vision that could induce a nosebleed. Her voluptuous physique, paired with her aloof demeanor, transforms into a captivating softness when she looks at Zhao Su, inciting an uncontrollable restlessness within him. Alongside Zhu Zhuqing, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong have blossomed into increasingly enchanting individuals. Tang San and Xiao Wu, already deeply enamored, find Oscar intensifying his pursuit of Ning Rongrong, yet each attempt is met with her steadfast rejection. Brother Zhao. Just now the supervisor from the Soto City Great Soul Arena approached us, expressing a desire for our Shrek team to participate in a team soul battle. The Master and the Dean have tasked me with inquiring about your thoughts. A team soul battle? Who are our opponents? They call themselves the Royal Battle Team, having triumphed over more than a dozen teams in a month with ease. The Royal Battle Team? Indeed. What are your opinions? Upon hearing the name Huangdo, Zhao Su recognized that the long-awaited opportunity to assemble the Golden Triangle had finally arrived. Nevertheless, he still inquired of Dai Mu Bai and the others. Let us heed the leader's directives. Ma Hongjun was the first to voice his agreement. Over the past 5 years, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix had shed its extraneous impurities, transforming into a pure phoenix infused with the blood of ancient legends. It could be said that he was utterly devoted to Zhao Su, being one of the most trusted among the Shrek 7 monsters, second only to Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, Zhao Su had also emerged as the core of the Shrek team, taking over Dai Mu Bai's former position. We are a united team. We shall follow your arrangements, declared Tang San and Dai Mu Bai in unison. Then let us accept their challenge. It is fortuitous that our Shrek team has lacked adversaries, and we finally have one to hone our skills against. Very well, in that case, I shall convey our response to Master and Flinder. Zhao Wuji nodded upon hearing the words of the crowd and rose from the cafeteria, departing with purpose. Chapter 34. Journey to the Royal Academy of Tiendo. Within a VIP lounge at the Soto City Grand Soul Arena, Master and Flanders entered, presenting detailed information about their opponents to Zhao Su and the others. As Zhao Su and the Shrek team advanced in rank within the arena, the Soto City Grand Soul Arena had graciously allocated a VIP room specifically for them. During competitions, this would serve as their waiting area, and in the absence of matches, they could enjoy watching the contest from this privileged vantage point. Although our opponents are weaker, we must not underestimate them. I believe it is best for Zhao Su to take the lead, Master suggested, looking towards Zhao Su. They are only in their 40s. Do we really need the captain to step in? Ma Hongjun inquired, casting a glance at the opponents' profiles with a hint of skepticism. Despite their soul power being in the 40s, their team composition is formidable, especially their martial souls, each of which is among the most elite on the continent, Master replied, extracting 2 sheets from the dossier detailing their adversaries. The captain, Yu Tianhing, possessed the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul. Renowned as one of the most powerful beast martial souls, warranting particular caution. Most notably, their support-type soul master, Yi Lingling, wielded the 9 Hearts Sea Pearl, an extraordinarily potent ability. Is it truly more formidable than the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda? Ning Rongrong pondered. While it may not surpass the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda in reputation, its uniqueness and singular support soul skill indeed rendered it superior. As a direct descendant of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect, Ning Rongrong was acutely aware of the nuances among support-type martial souls. The 9 Hearts Sea Pearl was exceptional not only in its heritage but also in its soul skills, possessing only one, a comprehensive restoration ability. As long as her soul power remained intact, each member of her team effectively had a healer at their disposal. Fear not. I have faith in their capabilities, Zhao Su interjected, breaking his silence. If 5 Soul Kings at level 50 cannot overcome a team of Soul Zones at level 40, perhaps it would be wise to disband. At this moment, Zhao Su wished to remain inconspicuous, preferring to conceal his presence. Additionally, he was reluctant to intervene in order to avoid causing any unexpected deviations in the original narrative. His paramount objective was to expedite Shrek Academy's departure from Soto City en route to Heavendo City. On one hand, he aimed to facilitate the reunion of the Golden Iron Triangle and unravel the mysteries surrounding the Golden Sacred Dragon. On the other hand, it was only upon reaching Heavendo City that he could seize greater opportunities to approach the Bone Douluo, Gu Rong, of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Furthermore, he felt a pressing need to hasten their progress, for remaining indefinitely in the confines of Soto City was not an option. Only in Heavendo City could they engage with various factions. Since you have expressed your thoughts so clearly, let us proceed according to your counsel. The master ceased to argue with Zhao Su, signifying a reluctant concession. Strangely, the master appeared to be burdened with concerns today. Soon, as both teams entered the arena, the battle commenced. Due to the suppression of soul power levels, the outcome of this confrontation was devoid of any suspense, resulting in a decisive victory for the Shrek 7 monsters. After the battle, Qin Ming, the leader of the royal fighting team, approached the resting quarters of the Shrek team and, upon entering, prostrated himself before Flinder and Zhao Wujia. Xiao Ming, what brings you here? Zhao Wuji hurriedly approached and assisted Qin Ming to his feet. Upon seeing Qin Ming, Flander also expressed great excitement, and the 3 of them began to reminisce. Just as Zhao Su had anticipated, the following day, Flander summoned all the students and teachers, preparing to relocate the entire faculty and student body to the Royal Academy of the Tiando Empire in Tiando City. After deliberation, everyone reached a unanimous decision to proceed to the Royal Academy. Among them, Zhao Su was undoubtedly the most elated. Once a consensus was established, everyone returned to their quarters to pack their belongings, planning to depart in 3 days. That night, Zhao Su sat atop the roof, gazing up at the half-moon in the sky, contemplating the course of action that lay ahead. At that moment, he noticed Zhu Shiqing rushing in with an unusual expression before retreating to her room. Observing this, Zhao Su swiftly descended from the rooftop and made his way toward Zhu Shiqing's chamber. Zhu Qing. Zhao Su gently knocked on the door and softly called out to the room within. Although Zhao Su stood outside, the sound of Zhu Shiqing's weeping reached her ears with clarity. After nearly a minute, Zhu Shiqing opened the door, her eyes slightly swollen from crying. Upon seeing Zhao Su, she felt a wave of grievance and nestled into Zhao Su's embrace. What is the matter? Has someone bullied you? Zhao Su gazed at the weeping Zhu Shiqing nestled in his embrace, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Brother Su, if one day you discover that I deceived you, that I committed an unforgivable act, would you forgive me? After weeping for several minutes, Zhu Shiqing took a deep breath, composed herself, and earnestly inquired of Zhao Su. I am aware that you hail from the Zhu family of the Star Luo Empire, and I also know that Dai Mubai is a prince of the same empire. Do you know? Indeed, the moment you first laid eyes on me, you were already aware. Were you not? Yes. Zhao Su no longer concealed his intentions and responded with remarkable candor. So your kindness towards me and your pursuit of closeness is also driven by ulterior motives? With Zhao Su's confession, Zhu Shiqing's heart crumbled further. From a young age, her life had been manipulated by others. She had hoped that meeting Zhao Su would alter her fate, yet she discovered that he had been deceiving her all along. Your interpretation is not entirely mistaken, but my affection for you is genuine. Humph, I despise you. Zhu Shiqing glared coldly at Zhao Su, snorted in disdain, and swiftly closed the door. Standing at the threshold, Zhao Su took a deep breath before turning to leave. Zhao Su's actions are driven by a distinct purpose. He intends to lead Zhu Xuqing back to the Douluo Empire. Initially, his pursuit of her was merely a means to sow discord between Dai Mubai and the Shrek 7 monsters, maintaining a perpetual rift among them. However, as events unfolded, he was taken aback to discover that Dai Mubai had abandoned his pursuit of Zhu Xuqing, causing the situation to spiral out of control. Thus, Zhao Su felt compelled to steer matters back on course. Although he harbors feelings for Zhu Xuqing, he cannot forsake his path home or the entirety of the forest for her sake. 3 days later, the group from Shrek Academy embarked on their journey to the Royal Academy of Tiandou. Since Zhao Su's candid confession to Zhu Xuqing, her demeanor has grown increasingly indifferent, and she has been subtly avoiding him. Have you two had a quarrel? Ning Rongrong inquired quietly as she approached Zhao Su, glancing at Zhu Xuqing, who walked ahead. No, not at all. However, Zhu Qing's attitude has undergone a dramatic transformation over these past few days. Surely, you must have noticed. Putting that aside, you have yet to fulfill the promise you made to me. Zhao Su turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, subtly shifting the topic, and revealed a meaningful expression. Rest assured, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you, Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering determination. Chapter 35. If you favor poison, then so be it. 10 days later, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at the Tiandou Royal Academy. They marveled at the expansive grounds and the exquisite environment of the academy before them. It was indeed worthy of its royal status. Such grandeur and scale were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary institution. Upon entering the academy, a minor incident occurred. An insolent student, lacking discernment, spoke disrespectfully to their group and received a stern reprimand from Dai Mubai. Zhao Su understood that the individual before him was none other than the fourth prince of the Tiandou Empire. It was precisely due to this person that the faculty and students of Shrek Academy chose not to remain at the Tiandou Royal Academy. However, this aligned perfectly with Zhao Su's intentions. Had the Shrek group stayed, they would have been unable to proceed to the Lambo Academy, thereby preventing Master Flandre and Lu Erlong, the Golden Iron Triangle, from reuniting. Following this minor incident, Qin Ming had prepared accommodations for them, a separate courtyard that far surpassed the original Shrek Academy in magnificence. The next morning, Qin Ming escorted them to meet the 3 committee members of the Tiandou Royal Academy. Unsurprisingly, an unexpected event unfolded. The protagonist of the previous day's incident, Shui Bing, had summoned his uncle, Prince Xuexing, who in turn brought along the formidable Douluo de Gobo. They immediately displayed their authority over Shrek Academy. Despite this overwhelming pressure, Tang San, who possessed the fate of a protagonist, managed to navigate through the meridians under Dugobo's immense strain. Such serendipity and protagonist's destiny evoked a wave of envy in Zhao Su. In the original narrative, even with the assistance of the 3 committee members, Shrek Academy had found itself utterly suppressed by Dugobo, with no opportunity for resistance. However, the circumstances were now altered, for Zhao Su was on Shrek Academy's side. After all, what was a mere little venomous snake doing flaunting its power? Standing among the students of Shrek Academy, Zhao Su drew no attention. Not even from the esteemed Dugobo, let alone the 3 committee members who had just expressed their admiration for Shrek. Yet, with a seemingly casual remark, Zhao Su captured the gaze of all present. The faces of the Dream God Machine trio shifted, their expressions tinged with displeasure as they cast reproachful glances at Zhao Su, their eyes betraying a sense of indignation at his apparent ignorance of the gravity of the situation. They were not dealing with a mere avalanche, but rather a tidal Douluo. The trio had already been engaged in a delicate negotiation with Prince Xuexing, intent on retaining the Shrek students amidst the unfolding tension. Zhao Su's audacious remark completely nullified their efforts. However, in contrast to the reproaches from the 3 committee members of Dream Machine and the mockery from Prince Xuexing and Dugobo, the members of Shrek stepped back, wearing expressions of amusement. Are you addressing me? Dugobo scrutinized Zhao Su, noting his youth, barely in his 20s, and dismissed him with ease, advancing with the intent to teach him a lesson. Senior Dugu, why bother arguing with a mere child? Although Dream Machine was somewhat displeased with Zhao Su's arrogance, he took a step forward to intervene on behalf of Zhao Su, fully aware of Dugobo's ruthless nature. In their minds, it was clear that if Dugobo were to strike, Zhao Su would undoubtedly meet his demise. Of course I am speaking to you. Who else here resembles a little snake? Or is it that your age has dulled your hearing? Zhao Su, with arms crossed and a slight smile gracing his lips, casually addressed Dugobo. Foolish young one. Today I shall teach you the lesson that words should not be spoken carelessly. With that, Dugobo struck without a hint of mercy. wielding a drop of venom that could prove fatal. Sighing, Meng Shinji and his companions shook their heads, opting not to intervene, believing it would be beneficial for Zhao Su to learn a lesson. Is this merely a trivial skill? Can a dignified title Douluo rely solely on poison? Zhao Su stood there, utterly motionless, allowing the venom of Douluo to seep into his body. Impossible! Douluo initially displayed a triumphant grin upon witnessing his poison entering Zhao Su. But his expression swiftly transformed into one of horror. It became evident that the toxin had no effect on Zhao Su whatsoever. Since you delight in employing poison, I shall retaliate in kind. At that moment, Zhao Su sprang into action with astonishing speed, so swift that even the Dream God Machine trio, who had ascended to the Soul Douluo level, could scarcely perceive his movements. Suddenly, Zhao Su appeared beside Douluo, seizing him by the throat. In his other hand, a small porcelain vial materialized, from which a few drops of a foul-smelling liquid dripped, pouring into Douluo's mouth. The instant Zhao Su grasped Douluo's neck, the latter felt his entire soul power sealed, rendering him utterly incapable of utilizing it. He soon realized that his body was immobilized, leaving him defenseless. Are you not a venomous snake? I find your toxicity lacking. Allow me to administer some snake venom. After Zhao Su forcibly administered snake venom to Douluo, he casually discarded the small porcelain vial aside. Once Zhao Su released Douluo, the latter's soul power swiftly returned to normal, rapidly circulating to suppress the seething venom within. He attempted to articulate his thoughts, but found himself rendered speechless. How does it feel to play with poison? At that moment, both Xuexing and Xuebeng were utterly astonished by the recent spectacle. Equally astonished were the three esteemed members of the Dream God Machine. The disdain that had previously lingered in their eyes vanished entirely, leaving only a profound sense of incredulity. However, Zhao Su paid them no heed and instead turned to Flanders and the Master, Dean. This academy ultimately belongs to their royal lineage. Even if we remain, it is unlikely we will find an opportunity for advancement. I suggest we seek our fortunes elsewhere. Very well, Flanders responded with a single word. Indeed, it is best not to linger in such an institution. Zhao Wuji voiced his agreement. As the crowd began to disperse, Meng Shinji hurriedly interjected, esteemed guests. This is merely a misunderstanding. I will provide you with an explanation. Please, take your leave. The three committee members, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, felt their presence was no longer required. Qin Ming, observing Flanders and the others exiting the room, exchanged a few words with Meng Shinji before hastily following suit. Bringing up the rear, Zhao Su passed by the meditative Douluo, who was engaged in detoxification. Leaning down, Zhao Su whispered into Douluo's ear. If you wish to thoroughly eliminate the toxins lingering within you, you must journey to Lamba Academy. With that, Zhao Su departed with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Su's recent words were undoubtedly heard by Douluo. Although the snake venom Zhao Su forced him to consume seemed to inflict a profound humiliation, it paradoxically alleviated the lingering afflictions that had plagued him for many years. In that moment, Douluo found himself perplexed by Zhao Su's motives. Are you all right, Senior Douluo? Prince Xuexing ventured to approach Douluo softly, having waited until the others had departed. Humph. If anyone dares to speak of today as events, I shall ensure their suffering is greater than death. Douluo, still reeling from the humiliation and the unexpected relief from his long-standing ailments, was in a tumultuous state and offered no warmth to Prince Xuexing. As a titled Douluo, he commanded respect, not just from Prince Xuexing, but even the Emperor of the Tiando Empire would treat him with deference. Chapter 36. The selfish and hypocritical Yu Shaojiang after leaving the Tiando Royal Academy. The members of Shrek Academy were all in low spirits. Principal, what shall we do next? Qinming inquired of Flinder and the other teachers. Sigh. If it comes to that, we might as well return and re-establish Shrek Academy. Even if we were to return and recreate Shrek Academy, it would be far too cumbersome. It would be wiser for us to find another academy here in Tiando City. Zhao Su promptly spoke up to guide the crowd. Esteemed teachers, there is an advertisement for teacher recruitment at Blue Bulwark Academy. Just as the group was pondering their options, Ma Hongjun pointed to a job advertisement on the notice board at the city gate and exclaimed. Flinder and the others hurried forward to examine it closely. Although the compensation was not as generous as that offered by the Tiando Royal Academy, it was still quite comparable. Blue Bulwark Academy? Xiaoming, are you familiar with this institution? Flinder inquired of Qin Ming. It was evident that Flinder had already formulated his plans. It is considered a rather unique academy in Tiando City, accepting only commoners and not nobility. Beyond that, I am not very knowledgeable. Only accepting commoners? Flinder nodded thoughtfully. Very well, that's the one. We shall leverage Blue Bulwark Academy to challenge the Tiando Royal Academy, which only admits nobility. Zhao Su? Under Qin Ming's guidance. The group was making their way toward Blue Bulwark Academy when a gentle female voice called out, Zhao Su. Hearing this call, everyone turned in the direction of the voice. They beheld a woman clad in a flowing black gown, her dark hair cascading freely, a radiant smile illuminating her exquisite features as she gazed at Zhao Su. In comparison to her beauty, her figure was even more perfect. Her allure could rival that of Zhu Qing, if not surpass it. Most importantly, while she possessed an astonishing physique, she also exuded an air of enchanting charm that Zhu Qing did not possess, making her even more captivating. Is it truly you? After so many years, what brings you to Tiando City? This woman was none other than Ying, whom Zhao Su had sent to Tiando City 5 years ago to get close to Lu Erlong. Zhao Su was taken aback as Ying shed the dark cloak that had shrouded her daily existence, donning instead her usual attire, which was equally captivating. We have come here to beg for alms, yet I did not anticipate encountering you. As she spoke, Ying casually looped her arm through Zhao Su's, her gaze towards him brimming with unreserved affection. In truth, this serendipitous meeting was not orchestrated by Zhao Su. It was merely a stroke of fortune. Begging for alms. A flicker of confusion passed through Ying's eyes, yet she refrained from probing further. Since we have not seen each other in years, allow me to treat you to your first meal here, Ying declared, glancing at Flander and the others before continuing. Are these your friends? Shall we invite them along? My treat. Who would care for your invitation? Before Flander could voice his thoughts, Zhu Qing, observing the intimacy between Ying and Zhao Su, interjected swiftly and then turned away, hastening her departure. Since you are old friends reunited, we shall not intrude, Flander remarked, concerned for Zhu Qing's safety. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tang San and the others, signaling them to follow Zhu Qing. Then he turned back to Zhao Su, saying, Zhao Su, we shall await you at the Blue Tyrant Academy. Very well. Zhao Su refrained from saying much and merely nodded. After watching Flander and his companions depart, he turned to Ying beside him and inquired, was that intentional? What do you mean by intentional? Did you not say that I should not conceal my presence when I see you? Ying averted her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty and unable to meet Zhao Su's eyes. This caused Zhao Su to chuckle in exasperation, though he acknowledged that it was indeed something he had previously stated. With a resigned shake of his head, he asked, are you currently at the Blue Tyrant Academy? As they strolled towards a nearby restaurant, Zhao Su continued his inquiry. Yes, not only am I at the Blue Tyrant Academy, but I would say that I am now the best of friends with Lu Erlong, Ying remarked with a hint of pride. After 5 years apart, Ying appeared to have become significantly more cheerful. It seemed that she could no longer live solely in her own darkness. I learned from Lu Erlong that after the three of them fused their martial spirits, they summoned a golden sacred dragon. From her description, it appears to be the golden sacred dragon that the master is seeking. In a private room of the restaurant, Ying resumed her former indifferent demeanor and recounted everything she had discovered to Zhao Su. I cannot simply rely on her words. I must see it with my own eyes to ascertain whether it truly is the golden sacred dragon. That may prove to be quite difficult. Ying expressed her concern, adding, it seems there is some unresolved tension between Lu Erlong and Master Yu Xiaojiang. Each time I probed Lu Erlong about it, she would casually brush it aside. It is not merely tension. Do you know the nature of their relationship? Of course, they are teammates, part of the Golden Iron Triangle. Incorrect. Lu Erlong is Yu Xiaojiang's wife, but she is also his cousin, which is why they have not seen each other for 20 years. Wife? Cousin? These two terms should never be uttered in conjunction, as they contravene ethics and societal norms. This was one of Zhao Su's reasons for disliking Yu Xiaojiang. Although he had only discovered that Lu Erlong was his uncle's daughter after developing feelings for her, it did not excuse Yu Xiaojiang's actions. He had fled, leaving Lu Erlong to endure the scrutiny of her family and society alone. Upon their reunion, he continued to entangle himself with her, ultimately claiming that they had formed some so-called soul bond. His selfishness and hypocrisy were on full display, all while he extolled the virtue of disregarding societal judgment. What sort of relationship is that? Ying murmured, perplexed, as she turned to Zhao Su for clarification. Enough of that. Have you ever showcased your title Douluo's powers in front of Lu Erlong? I have. Otherwise, how could I have become a distinguished guest elder at the Blue Tyrant Academy? When we return to the Blue Tyrant Academy, do not reveal our true relationship. Simply state that we met during our training. Can we not concoct some other excuse? Ying rose from her seat opposite Zhao Su and moved beside him, continuing, for instance, claiming that something transpired between us. Say whatever you wish, but do not exaggerate too much. Zhao Su rose to his feet, preparing to depart swiftly for the heart of the sunset forest. Delaying might result in missing the opportunity to summon the golden sacred dragon through the golden triangle's fusion technique. However, Zhao Su was uncertain whether Douluo would follow the original storyline and abduct Tang San, or if Master, Flinder, and Lu Erlong would come to his rescue. After all, the narrative had gradually diverged from the original plot. During the day, Tang San had failed to pique Douluo's interest. Moreover, Zhao Su's intervention had made it clear to Douluo that he was no match for Zhao Su, casting doubt on his willingness to venture into the Blue Tyrant Academy. Reflecting on this, Zhao Su felt a twinge of regret for not restraining himself earlier. Nevertheless, upon arriving at the sunset forest, he beheld a radiant golden light soaring into the sky in the distance. Chapter 37, Tang San's Forbearance. Upon encountering the resplendent golden light, Zhao Su's lips curled into a faint smile, realizing he had arrived at the right place. Subsequently, he harbored no intentions of concealment, revealing his external soul bone, which manifested as a pair of wings resembling those of a butterfly, gracefully adorning his back. With remarkable speed, he surged towards the source of the golden radiance. Ding! Detection of the golden sacred dragon initiated. The relationship between Yu Shaojiang and the golden sacred dragon clarified. Mission accomplished. Rewards: 100,000 years soul ring, 20,000 energy points, along with the dual cultivation technique, ancient freedom technique. Ding! This golden sacred dragon is a pseudo-golden sacred dragon and cannot be hunted. Before Zhao Su appeared 3 successive notifications. Although he found the dual cultivation technique, ancient freedom technique, immensely intriguing, he recognized that this was not the opportune moment for exploration. System: what does pseudo-golden sacred dragon mean? As Zhao Su hurried towards the source of the golden radiance, he inquired of the system. Currently, the soul power of the 3 of them was too feeble to endure the complete descent of the golden sacred dragon. They must enhance their cultivation to summon the entire entity. How then shall we hunt the golden sacred dragon? I shall devise a method when the time comes. For now, your task is to assist Lu Erlong and Flinder in elevating their soul power to the rank of a titled Douluo. And what of Yu Shaojiang? He need only attain the level of a soul king to withstand the arrival of the golden sacred dragon. Very well, I understand. At that moment, Zhao Su arrived at the location where the golden iron triangle was engaged in battle with Douluo. Enough of this quarrel. Our demise is not imminent, for our ally has arrived. Sensing Zhao Su's presence, Flinder intervened to halt the master and Lu Erlong from sacrificing themselves to Douluo in favor of one another. Lu Erlong, initially stronger than Flinder, had lost her composure, allowing Flinder to sense Zhao Su's approach first. Naturally, Douluo, too, could feel it and quickly adopted a defensive posture. It seems the lesson bestowed upon you today was insufficient. Suddenly, Zhao Su appeared as if conjured from thin air, standing before Flinder and the others, his white robe accentuating his unassuming yet formidable stature. He regarded the fully alert Douluo. I apologize for my rudeness. I beseech you, Senior, do not hold it against me, please. Save me. Douluo hastily stepped forward and knelt before Zhao Su. Upon seeing Zhao Su, a flicker of hesitation crossed Douluo's eyes, but ultimately, he relinquished his dignity. If Zhao Su could assist him in dispelling the lingering afflictions caused by accumulated toxins, not only would he advance further, but his granddaughter, Douluo, would also be freed from suffering, paving the way for her boundless future achievements. Such an outcome was ample justification for him to forsake his pride. Witnessing this scene, Lu Erlong, unfamiliar with Zhao Su, was filled with confusion as she glanced at Flinder and the master beside her. Flinder gestured for her to remain silent. If you wish for my assistance, it is not out of the question, but you must agree to one condition. Speak, Senior. Anything within my power, I shall not refuse. Zhao Su gestured for Douluo to rise and approach him. Douluo, obedient as ever, leaned in to catch Zhao Su's whispered words. Upon hearing what Zhao Su conveyed, his expression shifted dramatically. What? Is there an issue? Very well, I shall acquiesce. With a resolute nod, Douluo committed himself to assisting Zhao Su when the latter required aid from the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire. However, the details remained shrouded in ambiguity, leading to Douluo's hesitation. Yet, it must be noted that Douluo was not inherently loyal. He was a man driven by self-interest. Furthermore, his relationship with the imperial family of Tiando was not one of master and servant, but rather a contractual one, which prompted him to readily agree to Zhao Su's request without extensive deliberation. Very well, you may depart. Come find me at the Lamba Academy tomorrow. Yes, I take my leave, Douluo respectfully bowed to Zhao Su, then retreated a few steps before hastily exiting the premises. Once Douluo had left, the master inquired of Zhao Su, "What terms did you propose to him in exchange for aiding him in purging the toxins from his body?" As an expert in theoretical studies, the master had indeed conducted extensive research on the rare beast martial soul of the phosphorescent serpent. While the poison associated with this martial soul provided its wielders with a significant advantage, it also posed a fatal threat. Nearly every soul master possessing the phosphorescent serpent martial soul ultimately succumbed to the venom it harbored. The master, true to his title, swiftly discerned the inherent flaw in Douluo's phosphorescent serpent emperor martial soul. Zhao Su offered a few words of praise for the master before replying. "There are no specific conditions. I merely require the celestial herbs that lie ahead on the mountain." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su proceeded toward the mountain's peak. "Who is he? Is he also a teacher at your Shrek Academy?" Lu Erlong inquired of Flander. "Indeed, and you should temper your fiery temperament, whatever she does or says. Simply acquiesce to him," Flander advised Lu Erlong as the three of them followed Zhao Su's footsteps toward the summit. "He appears to be merely in his 20s. How capable could he possibly be?" Lu Erlong remarked. "Do not underestimate him. Even the Haotian Douluo has only faced defeat under his hands." Flander energetically conveyed to Lu Erlong, revealing everything without any concealment. Upon reaching the vicinity of the ice and fire yin-yang well, they chanced upon Tang San emerging from the spring. Thanks to the effect of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Tang San's physique had ascended to an extraordinary level. "Teacher, Dean, what brings you here?" he asked. "Is it not to rescue you?" The master cast a mildly reproachful glance at Tang San, though it was more a reflection of his concern than true reproach. Once assured that Tang San was unharmed and had fortified his body with the spring's water, he felt a sense of relief. At this moment, Zhao Su had gathered all the celestial herbs. Tang San, wishing to express something, ultimately held his tongue. He too coveted the celestial herbs thriving here, but recognized that he could not compete with Zhao Su. Thus he chose to endure. A trait that had been part of his character since his previous life. Otherwise, he could not have quietly endured for 2 decades within the Tang sect, learning the Xintian skill and creating the Buddha's Fury Tang Lian. Well, since Tang San is unscathed, let us be on our way. Zhao Su naturally discerned the fleeting change in Tang San's gaze, yet he remained indifferent. Upon returning to the Blue Tyrant Academy, Zhao Wujin was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Zhao Su return alongside Master Flinder and the others, the tension in his heart finally eased. "Zhao, why are you with the master and the others?" With Zhao Wujin's inquiry, Master Lu Erlong and Flinder turned their attention to Zhao Su. Initially, they had assumed that Zhao Su had only just learned of Tang San's abduction upon arriving at the academy, prompting his rescue efforts. However, it was now evident that this was not the case. Chapter 38. The terrifying enhancement of the Holy Angel Set, Soul Bone. Noticing the expressions of those present, Zhao Wujin realized he had spoken out of turn and hastily directed his gaze towards Tang San to shift the topic. "Tang San, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Teacher Zhao." "That's good to hear. It's getting late. You should head back and rest." Upon finishing his words, Zhao Wujie turned and led the way into the academy. It is evident that Flander and the others harbor suspicions, hence, "I believe we must exercise greater caution in the future." After everyone had retired for the night, Zhao Wujie made his way to Zhao Su's chamber. "There is no need for concern. What does it matter if they are aware? My focus is not on them. The golden sacred dragon summoned by Flander and his companions, does it truly pose no threat to them?" Zhao Wujie gazed earnestly at Zhao Su and inquired. Flander and Zhao Wujie could indeed be considered close friends. It was Flander who sheltered him when he was pursued by the Titan, the leader of the Leaf family. Otherwise, he might have perished long ago. Although he had promised to assist Zhao Su, he was unwilling for Flander to suffer as a consequence. Rest assured, at most I will be unable to utilize the Trinity fusion technique, but I shall help elevate him to the rank of a title Douluo, which can be seen as a form of compensation. But what if they were to oppose the Spirit Hall? You must understand, in this world rife with peril, one is either a friend or a foe. Zhao Su's words are quite evident. This is an entirely different matter. He has assimilated the golden sacred dragon summoned by them to aid in his ascension to the rank of title Douluo as compensation. However, should they oppose him, they would cease to be friends and become adversaries instead. Very well, I comprehend. Brother Zhao, at times, one must be ruthless, while you may regard them as friends. They might not reciprocate that sentiment. Indeed, Zhao Wujie remained silent as he rose to open the door, returning to his chamber. The master had just received intelligence that Qian Rinxue was currently in Heavendo City, masquerading as Xue Qinghe, the crown prince of the Heavendo Empire. After Zhao Wuji's departure, as the candlelight flickered, a shadow emerged and spoke to Zhao Su. Xue Qinghe? Indeed. And according to our hidden spies within the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, it is highly likely that Xue Qinghe will soon take action against Xue Yi. I see. Zhao Su replied, suddenly pondering, has there been any recent activity from Bibi Dong? According to the reports from our spies, Bibi Dong has been in the city of Slaughter for 2 years and has yet to return. The shadow continued, gradually taking on a corporeal form, donning a black robe once more, and added, it seems that Qian Dalu has also been making moves, likely aimed at our master. Oh, aimed at me? It is highly probable that Qian Dalu has discovered the master's true identity hidden within Shrek Academy. The second offering of the hall, Qing Luan, departed from the spirit hall a month ago, and we have yet to determine his whereabouts, so the master must exercise caution. However, a mere bird poses little threat. We need only keep a watchful eye on Qian Dalu. Understood, the shadow affirmed. Nodding, its form gradually became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a shadow and vanishing completely. Once the shadow had departed, Zhao Su summoned the system interface, glancing at the rewards acquired today, particularly the dual cultivation technique, the ancient freedom technique. However, upon reading the introduction to the ancient freedom technique, Zhao Su felt a tinge of disappointment. The so-called dual cultivation method was not what Zhao Su had envisioned as the practice between a man and a woman. Instead, it was divided into 2 chapters, the 9 Netherdark method and the 9 Heavens Yang method. The term dual cultivation actually referred to the harmony of yin and yang. Nevertheless, Zhao Su's interpretation of dual cultivation was not entirely erroneous. Practicing both the 9 Netherdark method and the 9 Heavens Yang method individually would indeed achieve the balance of yin and yang and enhance one's being. However, if a man and a woman were to cultivate the 9 Heavens Yang method and the 9 Netherdark method respectively, the results would be even more profound. The male represents yang, while the female embodies yin, truly reflecting the fundamental principles of yin and yang in the universe, thus achieving the most perfect dual cultivation in accordance with the natural order. Alas, Zhao Su currently lacked a partner to engage in this ideal dual cultivation and could only practice alone for the time being. After fully comprehending the 2 methods of the ancient freedom technique, Zhao Su placed the reward of 100,000 years of soul rings upon the 12-winged holy angel. At this moment, Zhao Su's level ascended to the rank of 61st Soul Emperor, and he acquired the 6th soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel. The detailed attributes of Zhao Su are as follows. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged holy angel, Emperor's 7-kill sword. Soul skills, 12-winged holy angel, 1st soul skill, heavenly phenomenon and earthly manifestation, 2nd soul skill, annihilating palm, 3rd soul skill, 9-fold sword technique. 4th soul skill, true body of the holy angel, 5th soul skill, indestructible dominance, 6th soul skill, spear of death, Emperor's 7-kill sword, 1st soul skill, supreme sword intent, 2nd soul skill, sword name, annihilation, 3rd soul skill, sword name, slaughter, 4th soul skill, sword name, a sword through time, 5th soul skill, true body of the Emperor's 7-kill sword, 6th soul skill, sword name, 36 heavenly polarities, devouring sky dragon cat, martial soul fusion skill, dominance of the 7 absolutes, level, 61st battle soul master, assault type, mental power, 28,200 points, spiritual domain realm, energy value, 136,800 points, fortune value, 43 points, guardian dragon, remains of the 9-winged Yinglong One. Zhao Su gazed at the impressive total of 136,800 energy points and, after a moment's contemplation, accessed the system's marketplace. He exchanged 100,000 energy points for the right arm bone of the soul bone holy angel set, comprising 6 pieces. As Zhao Su grasped the right arm soul bone, which shimmered with an enchanting blend of black and gold, he could sense a formidable wave of soul power emanating from it. Since his arrival in the Douluo continent, he had never encountered such a potent surge of soul power from anyone. Even the esteemed Qian Dalu, a 99th level peerless Douluo from the Spirit Hall, exhibited soul power that paled in comparison. It is important to note that this was merely a single soul bone. Zhao Su was not only eager to witness the complete 6-piece seraph set, but also to ascertain its immense power. Suddenly, When the right arm soul bone of the seraph set merged with Zhao Su's right arm, a thunderous sound reverberated in his mind, accompanied by an excruciating pain. Ah! The intense agony compelled Zhao Su to cry out involuntarily. In that moment of cerebral explosion, his mental strength surged wildly, ultimately coalescing into a tangible golden liquid. Subsequently, a connection was established between his head and spirit, allowing the golden liquid to flow into his body, coursing through his meridians and gathering in his right arm. It was an exhilarating sensation. Zhao Su unconsciously murmured softly, transitioning from the intense agony he had just experienced to an overwhelming sense of comfort that enveloped his entire being. It was as if he had ascended directly from hell to heaven. This sensation, one could argue, was even more pleasurable than the mere act of entering paradise itself. Zhao Su was utterly immersed in this overwhelming sensation, oblivious to the fact that the surge of formidable spiritual power he had just experienced resonated throughout the entirety of Shrek Academy, felt keenly by the faculty members. Notably, the most powerful among them, Lu Erlong, felt her heartbeat quicken at the presence of this fearsome spiritual force. Chapter 39. The Doubts of the Shrek Community. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Erlong's door was rapped upon, followed by the voice of Flandra. Erlong, are you asleep? Creak. The door was soon opened from within by Lu Erlong, allowing Flandra and the master to enter her room. Did you also sense that formidable spiritual power just now? Indeed. It is truly unimaginable what kind of individual could possess such immense spiritual strength. Flandra's countenance was grim, however, despite his words. He had already formulated his own conclusion in his heart. In Shrek Academy, apart from the enigmatic Zhao Su, there seemed to be no one else capable of such power. Who exactly is Zhao Su? I do not know. Over the past 5 years, I have employed numerous methods to investigate, yet I have uncovered no leads. It is as if he appeared out of nowhere. What could his intentions be? Who can tell? Perhaps he is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Flandra sighed, acknowledging that Zhao Su had concealed his true self remarkably well over these 5 years, revealing no discernible flaws. Yet, Zhao Wujia's repeated cryptic remarks regarding the Spirit Hall had prompted Flandra to delve deeper into Zhao Su's identity, though he had come up empty-handed. Upon hearing the mention of the Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's expression shifted as she glanced at the master, who sat there with an inscrutable demeanor. Could it be because of Xiaogang? Why would anyone go to such lengths for me? I am but a useless individual. The master, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly at the self-deprecation. If it were not for Xiaogang, who else in Shrek Academy could warrant such attention from the Spirit Hall? These are merely our conjectures. Let us wait. He will inevitably reveal his true colors. Alas, I fear that when he does, it may be too late for us. Let us take it one day at a time. Even if we discern his intent to harm us, who among us could possibly stand in his way? The master remained expressionless, as if he had grown indifferent to life and death. After speaking, he rose to leave Lu Erlong's room. Lu Erlong exchanged a glance with Flandra, sharing a resigned smile. Though the master's words were harsh, they bore the weight of truth. Enough of such thoughts. Rest well, Flandra advised, following the master out. At this moment, Zhao Su had completely integrated the soul bone into his right arm. He could distinctly feel the powerful soul energy coursing through it. Simultaneously, Zhao Su discovered a golden pool in his mind, akin to a hot spring. Golden liquid flowed within it, and at the bottom of the pool lay a small orifice. The golden liquid poured forth, entering his body and circulating through every part before returning to the pool. It could be said that this golden liquid was constantly transforming Zhao Su's body. Is this the true power of the Holy Angel set? Zhao Su retracted his consciousness and murmured softly. The following morning, Lu Erlong convened a meeting for all the faculty and students of Lambo Academy, announcing its renaming to Shrek Academy. She appointed Flandre as the new dean, while she and Zhao Wujia assumed the roles of vice deans. Initially, Lu Erlong intended to appoint the master as a vice dean as well, but he graciously declined, preferring to remain a teacher. The Shrek's 7 monsters were assigned to different classes according to their respective martial spirits. In truth, given their current levels, they could have graduated long ago. However, they chose to wait until the conclusion of the Advanced Elite Soul Master Tournament before formally graduating. This decision represented their final contribution to the newly established Shrek Academy. Yet, from the beginning of the meeting, Zhao Su was conspicuously absent. After the meeting concluded, Lu Erlong introduced Zhang Ying, the former senior guest of Lambo Academy, to the master and Flandre. It's you? Upon seeing Zhang Ying, Flandre furrowed his brow in surprise. You are a titled Douluo? In the vast continent, titled Douluos are exceedingly rare, and each one is surely not an insignificant person. Greetings, Dean Flander. I am Zhang Ying, a rank 95 agility attack type title Douluo. Your humility is commendable. In my experience, no title Douluo would possess such modesty, Flander responded with a hint of respect. Acknowledging the significance of Zhang Ying's stature as a rank 95 title Douluo, a distinction that starkly contrasts with those below this level. Do you know each other? Lu Erlong inquired, surprised to see Flander and Zhang Ying's familiarity. Lu Erlong and Zhang Ying had met 5 years prior when Lu Erlong, having reached rank 70, ventured into the Sunset Forest in search of a suitable soul ring. After being ambushed and gravely injured, it was Zhang Ying who came to her rescue. Since then, Zhang Ying had become a senior guest at Lamba Academy and developed a close friendship with Lu Erlong. I had the fortune of meeting her yesterday, but I did not expect that title Douluo Ying would also be one of our teachers at Lamba Academy. Lu Erlong exclaimed. Did Zhao Su not mention this to you? Well, there was an incident yesterday, and by the time I returned, it was quite late. I have yet to see teacher Zhao today. I see. Very well then. You two converse while I seek out Zhao Su. After Zhang Ying spoke, she stepped out, and upon her next appearance, she was already outside the conference room. Flander exchanged a glance with the master and followed her. Meanwhile, in Zhao Su's chamber, he was busy distributing celestial herbs to the Shrek 7 monsters. This herb, known as the Heartbreak Red, is specially prepared for you. Zhao Su presented a seemingly ordinary white flower to Zhu Qing, which bore a striking hint of red. This touch of crimson lent an air of enchantment to the otherwise plain blossom. Simultaneously, the flower exuded a refreshing and delicate fragrance, truly delightful to the senses. Zhao Su then recounted the legend of this flower, known as the Heartbreak Red. I don't want it. Zhu Qing turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, and coldly uttered those 3 words. If you do not want it, then it is better suited for me. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse female voice resonated from outside the door, and soon, Zhang Ying appeared beside Zhao Su, clad in a flowing black gown that perfectly accentuated her alluring figure, entwining her arm with his. Shortly thereafter, Master Flandra and Lu Erlong entered the room. Observing the intimacy between Zhao Su and Zhang Ying, Zhu Qing's demeanor grew even more frigid. Bamboo Qing, this is not the time for sulking. Zhao Laoda has offered you the best, Ning Rongrong spoke to Zhu Qing. Moving closer and whispering in her ear, look at the woman beside Zhao Su. Her figure surpasses yours, and her beauty is no less. If you do not seize this opportunity, Zhao Laoda may be taken from you. Do you truly wish to part ways with him? Really don't want it? Zhao Su glanced at Zhu Qing once more, and then addressed Zhang Ying. Then I shall give it to you. I want it. Zhu Qing quickly interjected as she watched Zhao Su extend the Heartbreak Red towards Zhang Ying. Chapter 40. The Master breaks the level 30 limitation without a moment's hesitation. After Zhu Qing's declaration, she expelled a mouthful of blood onto the Heartbreak Red flower. Instantly, the white blossom, now stained with Zhu Qing's blood, became even more captivating. The flower's pure white exuded an elegant serenity, while the touch of red infused it with a hint of passion. After Zhu Qing's blood splattered upon it, the flower trembled violently before eventually falling. As the white flower descended, Zhu Qing's gaze toward Zhao Su transformed once more. She reached out to catch the falling blossom and brought it gently to her nose for a delicate sniff. Upon being caught, the flower, now adorned with a touch of red, radiated even more brilliantly. Consume it. It will greatly aid your cultivation. I'll eat it later. Zhu Qing remarked casually as she regarded the flower. Very well then. Zhao Su did not compel Zhu Qing. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong and presented her with another type of celestial herb. I promised you that I would assist in the evolution of the 8 treasure glaze tile. Consume this exquisite Kylan tulip, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, it will transform into the 9 treasure glaze tile. Is it truly so? Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the Kylan tulip in Zhao Su's hand. Only by consuming it will you discover its potential. Immerse yourself in the experience, and the understanding of the evolution process will be beneficial for you. Thank you, Brother Su. Ning Rongrong suddenly stepped forward and planted a kiss on Zhao Su's cheek, simultaneously taking the Kylan tulip from him. Oh dear. Zhao Su was taken aback by Ning Rongrong's unexpected gesture, feeling a mix of helplessness and surprise. Nonetheless, he paid it little mind and turned his attention back to the master. I have stated that even if I cannot facilitate the evolution of your Luo Sanpao, I will ensure that you surpass the threshold of level 30. This celestial herb may indeed fulfill my promise. Zhao Su presented another miraculous herb to the master. Can it truly enable me to transcend the 30th level? Upon hearing this, the master felt a surge of excitement. He had long been unable to surpass that threshold due to the inherent flaws in his martial spirit. However, should there exist a means to break through this limitation, perhaps he would not need to compensate for the deficiencies of his martial spirit, and he could still ascend to greatness. This quest for understanding the nature of martial spirits was, in fact, the original motivation behind the master's research. Yet, after countless attempts to achieve this breakthrough proved futile, he shifted his focus to theoretical studies. As the saying goes, this remains but a conjecture. Only by consuming the herb can one ascertain the possibility of success. With trembling hands, the master accepted the orb of the miraculous herb, eagerly settling into a meditative position before consuming it. Beside him, Lu Erlong observed with a countenance filled with both excitement and a hint of trepidation. "Erlong, this is prepared for you." Zhao Su promptly handed a mystical herb to Lu Erlong, a herb that was not harvested near the Eye of Ice and Fire. Instead, it was acquired through the exchange of energy points in the system's marketplace. His intention was to expedite Lu Erlong's ascension in soul power, aiming for the esteemed rank of title Douluo. "I suppose I won't need it?" Lu Erlong glanced at Flandra, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. "Please accept it, Erlong. It is a kind gesture from Teacher Zhao." Flandra encouraged her. After all, in Flandra's heart, Lu Erlong growing stronger would ultimately serve as better protection for herself. "Thank you, Teacher Zhao." Lu Erlong expressed her gratitude as she accepted the mystical herb. "Director Flandra, this is for you." "Thank you." Flandra did not refuse and graciously accepted it. At this moment, it could be said that everyone had received a mystical herb, with the exception of Zhu Zhuqing, who had not consumed the heart-wrenching red flower. The others had already entered a phase of comprehension. "Are you truly not going to eat it? Consuming it will not only enhance your physical constitution but also significantly elevate your soul power." "No, I wish to keep it." Zhu Zhuqing firmly shook her head, holding the white flower with determination. "Very well then, this mystical herb is for you." Zhao Su once again produced a mystical herb and continued. "Although this herb may not possess the formidable effects of the heartbreak flower, it is nonetheless better than nothing. No need. I can become powerful through my own cultivation." Zhu Zhuqing did not accept the mystical herb that Zhao Su had offered once more. "Well, very well then, I shall let you consume it." Zhao Su nodded and then turned to Zhang Ying beside her, saying, "I don't want it either. If she doesn't want it, then I shall not desire it." Zhang Ying cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing and, with a hint of pride, remarked, I truly cannot fathom what thoughts occupy your minds." Zhao Su shook his head in resignation and proceeded to consume the herb, although it had little effect on him at this stage. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a little is better than nothing. After approximately an hour, everyone gradually awakened, with the most significant changes observed in Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong's martial spirit. The 7 treasure glaze tile had officially evolved into the 9 treasure glaze tile, liberating her from the previous limitation of absorbing only 7 soul rings. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjuan's evil fire phoenix had completely expelled its impurities, resulting in flames that were now exceedingly pure and a more distinct phoenix shape. "Xiaogang, have you broken through?" At that moment, a gasp drew everyone's attention. Yu Xiaojiang appeared noticeably younger, and the previously expressionless countenance now bore a softness befitting a human face. "Indeed, I have broken through," the master exclaimed as he summoned his martial spirit, the 3-legged bird. While its appearance had not changed dramatically, it now exuded a greater aura of intelligence. Most importantly, its presence had undergone a significant transformation. "Wonderful!" Lu Erlong exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. She understood that the mutation of a martial spirit and the inability to surpass the 30th level had been his greatest mental burden. "Congratulations, master. After breaking through the 30th level, you shall no longer be constrained by the flaws of your martial spirit. Ultimately, your potential will depend on your own efforts." "Thank you." The master's expression softened, revealing a hint of emotion. Given that the Shrek 7 monsters possess soul power levels far exceeding those of ordinary students, they were granted a few days of leave, free to pursue their desires. As long as they returned before the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the continent. That same day, the master, Lu Erlong, and Flender departed from the academy to seek a suitable 3rd soul ring for the master. Both Lu Erlong and Flender had also reached level 79, and perhaps during their quest, they might attain the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo. Thus, they entrusted the entire academy to Vice Dean Zhao Wujie and left for Tiando City, assured that the presence of Shadow Dela Zhang Ying and Zhao Su would maintain order. Chapter 41. The Medusa Soul Bone set just as the master and his companions departed. Dugu Bo arrived at Shrek Academy, requesting to see Zhao Su. The guards at the academy's entrance displayed utmost respect upon recognizing the title Douluo, leading Douluo to the conference room and notifying Vice Dean Zhao Wujie of his arrival. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Wujie and Zhao Su entered the meeting room together. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Douluo's previously arrogant demeanor diminished, replaced by profound respect. "Senior, I wonder if you have devised a method to completely eradicate the ailment within me." Douluo stood beside Zhao Su, his head bowed as he spoke softly. "It is quite simple. Since it is poison, we merely need to draw it out. Senior, I have attempted such methods before, but it is impossible. Once drawn out, the next day new and even more potent toxins will emerge, subjecting me to greater suffering. What I mean by drawing it out is to channel it into an external soul bone. This way, not only will you be spared from the torment of daily poisoning, but it will also become one of your trump cards. Channel it into an external soul bone?" Douluo had indeed tried this method, yet the external soul bone, while merging with one's being, was not an intrinsic part of oneself and could not effectively guide the toxins produced by the martial spirit away. "What external soul bone do you currently possess?" "I do not possess any external soul bones at the moment," Douluo confessed, his face flushing slightly, though it was understandable. It was not uncommon for even titled doyuos of higher rank than Douluo to lack external soul bones. "How many soul bones do you have?" "I possess but one. A skull obtained from the 1,000-year-old Medusa snake queen that I have meticulously nurtured." Douluo contemplated for a moment before revealing this information to Zhao Su without reservation, for he had come to regard Zhao Su as his last hope. The most crucial point was that if Zhao Su could find a way to cure his ailment, then the toxins afflicting his granddaughter, Dogu Yin, would be trivial by comparison. Then we must gather all 6 parts of the Medusa's soul bones. "Senior, how is that even possible?" "There is nothing impossible." Zhao Su quietly opened the system marketplace, where he discovered 6 soul bones, including the additional serpent tail soul bone, dropped by Medusa, aside from the skull soul bone. Within this system marketplace, apart from the 6 sacred angel set soul bones, the remaining soul bones held little value. Currently, Zhao Su possessed over 50,000 energy points, ample enough for redemption. These were the other 5 soul bones dropped by Medusa, along with the supplementary serpent tail soul bone. "You may merge them at your discretion." Zhao Su casually tossed 6 soul bones onto the table beside Douluo. Could it be that these are the soul bones dropped by Medusa? Upon witnessing Zhao Su's nonchalance in presenting a complete set of soul bones for Medusa, along with an additional external soul bone of the same origin, Douluo found himself rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. "During the fusion, I shall assist you in clearing the toxins from your body, guiding them into the channels of the external soul bone resembling a serpent's tail, allowing you to fully integrate with all the soul bones." In stark contrast to Douluo's amazement, Zhao Su remained remarkably composed, as if these soul bones were nothing extraordinary, merely common fragments of bone. "From this day forth, I, Douluo, shall look up to you as a revered senior, and all members of the Baihan snake family are willing to lay down their lives for you, esteemed sir." Douluo's excitement was beyond the capacity of words to convey, as he knelt before Zhao Su with profound reverence, prostrating himself completely. "Enough of this idle chatter. I have matters to attend to. Let us expedite the fusion." Zhao Su spoke lightly, indeed. Douluo rose, his hands trembling as he reached for the soul bone that lay quietly on the table. Upon finally making contact with the soul bone, a sense of unreality surged within him. However, he no longer hesitated and sat cross-legged on the ground, commencing the fusion of the soul bone. As he began to merge the external soul bone resembling a serpent's tail, Zhao Su also extended his hand, channeling a potent essence of divinity into Douluo's being. Concurrently, the mental energy within Zhao Su's mind, which had transformed into a tangible force in the golden pool, demonstrated its formidable nature. At the moment the serpent's tail fused with Douluo's martial spirit, the emerald serpent monarch, he felt a warm current flow into the external soul bone. The toxins accumulated in his body over the years gradually streamed into the external serpent tail soul bone. Once the toxins were completely purged, a powerful soul force surged back from the external serpent tail into Douluo's body. The external soul bone had converted the toxins into soul energy, thus replenishing Douluo. Consequently, the toxins originally produced by the emerald serpent transformed from a source of torment into a boon for his cultivation. "Thank you, sir." Upon completing the fusion, Douluo acutely sensed the transformation of the toxins within him, and he knelt once more. "Enough. Just remember to honor your promise." "Of course." Douluo rose and looked at Zhao Su, wanting to say something, but ultimately holding back. "Your granddaughter is still young, and the toxins are not deeply rooted. You need only to find her an external soul bone and guide it into her soul bone. Zhao Su, while speaking, once again handed a small porcelain vial to Douluo, instructing him to have her consume the elixir when fusing with the external soul bone, and to simply await the results thereafter. Thank you, sir. Enough of the trivialities. Let us depart. You have just fused with the soul bone. It is essential to engage in further acclimatization, as it will be beneficial for you. Indeed. I shall take my leave. Douluo first bowed respectfully to Zhao Su, then nodded to the seated Zhao Wujia before gradually withdrawing. With Douluo's assistance, the downfall of the Heaven Do Empire now appears to be predestined. After Douluo's departure, Zhao Wujia finally addressed Zhao Su, noting that although his soul power level had not significantly increased over the years, he had, like Douluo, successfully fused all 6 soul bones dropped by the Titan Great Ape. While his soul power level may not match that of a titled Douluo, in a confrontation, he would not necessarily be outclassed by Zhao Wujia. This is, indeed, the extraordinary nature of soul bones. Furthermore, the reason for not hastening Zhao Wujia's soul power elevation is to avoid premature exposure. It is still uncertain. We are not the only ones watching the Heaven Do Empire. Zhao Su, contemplating, continued, I should seek assistance from another individual. Who? Someone rumored to have a unique connection with the Snow Knight Emperor. Zhao Su refrained from revealing the name of the individual, and Zhao Wujia chose not to press further. I reiterate my previous statement. I hope that when the time comes, you can spare Flander's life. As long as he does not oppose me. I have no intention of taking his life. Doing so would serve no benefit to me. I shall take my leave. Zhao Wuji nodded slightly before turning to exit the conference room. He now held the position of vice dean at the newly established Shrek Academy, which boasted hundreds of students, necessitating his attention to numerous pressing matters. Chapter 42. Ning Fingji of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. After Zhao Wuji's departure, Zhao Su rose, stretching languidly, preparing to venture out for a leisurely stroll, perhaps to explore a certain place. Just as he stepped outside, he encountered Zhang Ying, who was approaching from the direction of the conference room. It was evident that Zhang Ying had come specifically to seek him out. Are you looking to take a walk? I find myself with nothing to do, so I shall accompany you. I shall join as well. At that moment, a cold voice emerged from behind, belonging to Zhu Zhuqing. Without any superfluous words, she merely uttered 3 succinct words before passing by Zhao Su and Zhang Ying, heading towards the exit of the academy. Yu Qing, must you walk so briskly? We are merely out for a leisurely outing, not engaging in physical exercise. On the bustling street, Zhu Zhuqing moved with remarkable speed, nearly reaching a jogging pace. Zhao Su pursued Zhu Zhuqing, calling out to her. Zhu Zhuqing halted her steps, casting a glance at Zhang Ying, who had been trailing behind Zhao Su, before turning her gaze back to Zhao Su. Do you truly need to run to stay fit? Isn't your evening workout sufficient? Zhu Zhuqing's remark left Zhao Su momentarily speechless. Where do I even exercise in the evenings? Zhao Su rarely displayed any signs of embarrassment. Yet he stepped forward and gently grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, playfully suggesting, if you're willing, we could train together for 2 nights. Get lost. Who will want to train with you? Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast an exasperated glance at Zhao Su before hastily retreating. Soon, however, Zhu Zhuqing slowed her pace deliberately, maintaining a distance from Zhao Su. Master, Ning Fingji, and Chen Xian. The group wandered through the bustling streets of Tiando City for a while. Zhang Ying spotted a distinguished middle-aged gentleman, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of sophistication, accompanied by a tall elder with meticulously groomed silver hair, entering an auction house. Let us follow them. Zhao Su glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was walking ahead, contemplated for a moment, and then stealthily departed with Zhang Ying. When Zhu Zhuqing turned to look back at Zhao Su, she was taken aback to find both he and Zhang Ying had vanished without a trace. She hurriedly scanned her surroundings but could not locate Zhao Su. Humph, Zhao Su. Don't think you can expect me to pay you any mind in the future. Zhu Zhuqing stamped her foot, indignantly huffing. Meanwhile, Zhao Su and Zhang Ying had arrived at the entrance of the auction house, only to be obstructed at the door, as entry was prohibited without an invitation. Zhao Su then recalled the plot of the original story and retrieved the Zhuge Divine crossbow from his storage jade pendant. As anticipated, when the attendant at the entrance beheld the crossbow, her curiosity piqued significantly, and she ushered them to the evaluator. Before long, they secured their entry rights. And upon entering the auction hall, Zhao Su casually surveyed the surroundings. It was effortless to discern the pairing of Ning Fengji and the sword Douluo Chen Xian. Zhao Su cast a glance at Zhang Ying and then proceeded to sit beside Ning Fengji and Chen Xian. As Zhang Ying settled down, Chen Xian, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sensed the aura of a tidal Douluo and slowly opened his eyes, first directing his gaze towards Zhang Ying, and then towards Zhao Su. However, he was unable to discern Zhao Su's soul power level. Fengji, that girl is a tidal Douluo, and she may even have reached the staggering level of 95, a super Douluo. Chen Xian whispered into Ning Fengji's ear, deliberately lowering his voice and using his soul power to seal off the surroundings. What? Ning Fengji held great trust in Chen Xian's keen insight. This only amplified the astonishment within him. Zhang Ying appeared to be merely in her early 20s, yet she had already attained the level of a super tidal Douluo. However, it was Zhao Su who captured Ning Fengji's attention even more. Zhao Su, clad in white garments, bore a gentle smile at the corners of his lips, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of distinction. Notably, there was an absence of any soul power fluctuations emanating from him. Amidst Ning Fengji's astonishment, the auction commenced. The first item was a cat girl, a creature who had undergone a mutation during the awakening of her martial soul, her body fused with it. The cat girl was confined within a cage, bearing several bloody marks, her eyes wide with panic as she crouched in despair. How shameless to auction off a person as if she were mere livestock. Upon seeing the cat girl, Zhang Ying let out a cold snort, her aura uncontrollably radiating outward. In truth, had she not encountered Zhao Su and been rescued by him, she might have been condemned to a life of darkness. Now, witnessing the cat girl about to be auctioned off due to her martial soul mutation, destined to become a plaything for others, perhaps stirred memories of her own past. Although Zhang Ying's martial soul did not bear the feline traits that adorned the cat girl, she too had been hindered by the peculiarities of her shadow martial soul, fusing with shadows from a young age, rendering her existence unlike that of ordinary individuals. It was Zhao Su who had aided her in evolving her shadow martial soul into a more advanced form, allowing her to transcend its limitations and live like a normal person. Soon, the bidding for the cat girl surpassed 10,000 gold soul coins. With bidders adorned in extravagant noble attire, who cared little for the cost, merely desiring to possess the cat girl for their own amusement. 20,000. Ning Fengji placed a bid, instantly doubling the previous offer. The auctioneer and the noble who had bid earlier turned to Ning Fengji, recognizing him, and thus, silence fell over the crowd, no further bids forthcoming. Should we place a bid? Seeing that no one else was willing to increase their offer, Ying inquired of Zhao Su. No need. Zhao Su shook his head, for he understood that Ning Fengji aimed to pursue a different path than that of Catwoman and the nobles. In truth, Zhao Su held a deep admiration for Ning Fengji. Initially, he had contemplated directly courting Ning Fengji's allegiance, yet he recognized that the three upper sects were invariably interconnected. And given Ning Fengji's disposition, he would undoubtedly refrain from joining the Spirit Hall. Thus, they would unite against the two great empires and other sections. Consequently, Zhao Su shifted his focus towards Ning Rongrong. When necessary, he would assist her in ascending to the position of the new leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. This was an agreement forged between Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Young brother, how shall I address you? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words directed at Zhang Ying, Ning Fengji found himself increasingly intrigued by Zhao Su, prompting him to lower his guard and greet him. I am Zhao Su. Noticing the young man's remarkable demeanor, Ning Fengji inquired further. You must hail from a distinguished lineage, am I correct? As he continued to probe, he harbored additional plans in his mind. Due to the unique nature of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Tower's martial spirit, without formidable external guardians, not only was the status of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect at stake, but even the safety of the direct descendants of the clan could not be assured. Although Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Bone Douluo Gu Rong were immensely powerful, they were not invincible. Should the day come when these two esteemed guardians were to pass, it would spell catastrophic misfortune for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Therefore, he sought to aid the next generation leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect in achieving a seamless transition during his lifetime. Chapter 43. With me here. I will protect you. Lord Ning, you need not worry. I am merely a student of Shura Academy, not from any prestigious family. Zhao Su directly called out to the Lord Ning, even uttering the name of Shura Academy. Zhao Su was aware that Ning Rongrong had stealthily ventured out. Yet her whereabouts had long been known to Ning Fengji, who was undoubtedly familiar with the academy she belonged to, Shura Academy. Shura Academy? Just as Zhao Su had surmised. Upon hearing Zhao Su address him as Ning Zongzhu, Ning Fengji exhibited no surprise. After all, his identity was hardly a secret, and he frequently traversed the outside world. Thus, it was not unusual for others to recognize him. However, when he heard Zhao Su utter the name Shrek Academy, his eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, how could a student from Shrek Academy possibly be in Heaven Do City? Ning Zhongzhu might not yet be aware that our Shrek Academy has relocated to Heaven Do City and merged with Lamba Academy, which has now been renamed Shrek Academy. So, it was thus. Ning Fingji paused for a moment, glancing at the sword Douluo and Xin beside him. Since this young brother recognized me, he must also be aware that I am Rongrong's father. Certainly, Zhao Su did not deny it. Instead, he simply nodded and remarked, "So Rongrong is also in Heaven Do City? If I am not mistaken, she must have returned home early this morning. My young friend," he continued. "The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is not far from here. I wonder if you might be inclined to visit us at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Upon hearing Zhao Su's earlier statement that he was not from any prestigious lineage, Ning Fengji had already contemplated the possibility of persuading Zhao Su to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Not to mention the fact that Zhao Su was accompanied by a formidable super Douluo. Even he could not discern the level of soul power emanating from Zhao Su, which undoubtedly indicated that he was an exceptional talent. In that fleeting moment, Ning Fengji even entertained the notion of recruiting Zhao Su as a son-in-law for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, he thought better of it. Since Rongrong was returning home today, and given that it had been many years since the Ning clan's father and daughter had seen each other, they surely had much to discuss. Thus, he resolved not to intrude upon their heartfelt reunion. As Zhao Su spoke, he rose to leave, but after a moment's thought, he continued, "By the way, the next item up for auction belongs to me. If you fancy it, feel free to bid on it." With that, he made no further delay and swiftly departed. Zhang Ying promptly followed in his wake. "Master, given such a splendid opportunity to approach the ancient banyan, why should we not seize it? There is no need for haste. We must maintain our composure and not appear overly eager." Zhao Su turned to gaze into the auction house, revealing a subtly significant expression, and continued speaking to Zhang Ying. "Follow closely behind the two of them." "Understood," Zhang Ying replied, gradually becoming ethereal until he ultimately vanished. At that moment, Zhao Su lost the desire to linger further and returned to Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shrek Academy, he noticed a considerable crowd gathered at the gates. Zhao Su approached to take a glance and discovered that Tang San was embroiled in a conflict with the third generation of the Li family. It was a classic scenario of sons clashing with fathers and fathers with grandfathers. Under the immense pressure of the Titan's formidable soul power from the Li family, Tang San was compelled to unleash his Haoyan Hammer martial soul. Upon witnessing the Haoyan Hammer, the Titan knelt before Tang San. Zhao Su shook his head in disinterest and turned to walk back into the academy. "How did you return alone? What about your beautiful sister?" As Zhao Su stepped into the academy, a cold voice resonated behind him. "What beauty! We are merely friends." Noticing the unkind gaze of Zhu Zhuqing upon him, Zhao Su managed to muster a faint smile and retrieved a small cat he had previously purchased from his jade pendant. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he presented it to her. "This is for you," Zhao Su whispered in her ear. "It's a pair with the other cat. One for you and one for me." "How annoying. Always with your sweet words," Zhu Zhuqing retorted as she snatched the small cat from Zhao Su's hands and turned to walk into the academy. Zhao Su hurriedly caught up with Zhu Zhuqing, grasping her hand. "Zhuqing, please don't ignore me. Without you, I cannot eat or sleep. Just look at how much weight I've lost these past few days. Humph. You have your beautiful sister by your side. You seem to be thriving quite well. No other beauty can compare to you." At that moment, they reached a secluded spot where Zhu Zhuqing halted, gazing at Zhao Su. Suddenly, feeling overwhelmed with emotion, she collapsed into his embrace and began to weep. "Enough now, do not cry. It is my fault," Zhao Su said softly, his heart aching at the sight of her tears. "It is not your fault. It is my own issue." Wiping her tears away, Zhu Zhuqing looked at Zhao Su and continued, "Since you are aware of my identity and that of Dai Mubai, you must also understand the unique connection between the Zhu family and the royal family of the Xing Luo Empire." "I understand, but what does that matter? I only wish to ask you, do you like me, or do you prefer Dai Mubai? What do you think? I want to hear you say it." Zhao Su gently cupped Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face, compelling her to meet his gaze. With a hint of possessiveness, he declared, "I am fond of you. Yet my lineage ties me to the Zhu family, a circumstance beyond my control. As long as you hold affection for me, all else is inconsequential. The concerns of the Zhu elders and the celestial royal family shall not trouble you. I vow to protect you for all eternity." Zhao Su interrupted Zhu Zhuqing's words, gazing intently into her eyes as he spoke earnestly. Zhu Zhuqing returned his gaze, and the atmosphere between them grew increasingly ambiguous. Gradually, Zhao Su leaned in closer, pressing his lips against Zhu Zhuqing's. The moment their lips met, a tingling sensation surged through his entire body, rendering him utterly captivated. Slowly, Zhu Zhuqing began to respond to Zhao Su's advances. However, just as they were becoming fully engaged, a sudden cough interrupted them, causing Zhu Zhuqing to recoil as if electrified. Pushing Zhao Su away. Turning towards the source of the cough, they spotted Ma Hongjun standing not far off, a lewd grin plastered across his face as he watched them. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson. She playfully smacked Zhao Su before turning and fleeing. I must say, Zhao, even you should be mindful of your influence, Ma Hongjun remarked. Approaching Zhao Su, whose face still bore an expression of enjoyment as he savored the moment. Stop with the nonsense. What brings you here? Zhao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within his heart, and turned to the rotund figure beside him. Ning Rongrong has returned, accompanied by her father, the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He wishes to see you and is currently awaiting in the conference room. Ning Fingji? What could he want with me? Who can say? Perhaps he seeks your assistance in evolving the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Martial Soul. As they conversed, they made their way toward the conference room. At this moment, Zhao Su also composed himself, setting aside his earlier excitement, and a serious expression graced his face. Chapter 44. The Unparalleled Tang Yuehua. Soon, Zhao Su and Ma Hongjun arrived at the conference room, where Ning Fengji was seated with poise. Beside him sat the obedient Ning Rongrong, along with another individual of formidable stature. However, despite his towering height, the muscles on his face and body appeared quite emaciated, a consequence of his immense skeletal frame. Zhao Su recognized that this individual was indeed associated with the Douluo Gu Rong, one of the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm. Upon entering the conference room, a voice resonated in Zhao Su's mind, indicating the detection of a potent aura emanating from the Bone Dragon. It was at that moment that Zhao Su could confidently ascertain the connection between Gu Rong and the Bone Dragon, a mere conjecture he had previously entertained. With this realization, Zhao Su began to contemplate how to compel Gu Rong to unleash the true essence of his 7th soul skill and the 9th soul skill, the Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. Once it was established which of these was the Bone Dragon among the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, the path forward would become considerably clearer. If Zhao Su were to take action himself, he could naturally compel Gu Rong to utilize those 2 soul skills. However, this would disrupt the plan he had meticulously devised. By refraining from intervening, there are indeed very few individuals within the realm of tidal Douluo who could force him to unleash his full strength, unless a few were to conspire against him. This too would deviate from Zhao Su's strategy, prompting him to temporarily bide his time. Ah, my young friend. I did not expect our paths to cross so soon again. Ning Fengji exclaimed upon seeing Zhao Su enter the conference room, rising to greet him with a casual smile, a gesture that clearly indicated the esteem in which he held Zhao Su. Gu Rong sat nearby, his eyes softly closed, a few sparse strands of hair atop his head, remaining still and unperturbed. Ning Zongju, you are too kind. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss with me? Zhao Su spoke directly to Ning Fengji, stating, Since you are so forthright, I shall be candid as well. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Ning Fengji abandoned any further pleasantries. I wish to inquire about the Kira tulip that Rongrong mentioned, which possesses the ability to evolve the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 9-treasure glazed tile. Do you still have any? That particular celestial herb is truly a rare find. Thus far, I have only managed to acquire one, which I have already given to Rongrong. A fleeting glimmer of disappointment crossed Ning Fengji's eyes, yet he quickly masked it with composure. Then, where might one procure such a treasure? I do not know. I see. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude for your assistance in helping Rongrong evolve the 7-treasure glazed tile into the 9-treasure glazed tile. Rongrong is not merely my classmate. She is akin to a younger sister to me. There is no need for further thanks. Subsequently, Ning Fengji placed an order with Zhao Su for a set of concealed weapons for the protection of the 7-treasure glazed sect. Zhao Su was not obligated to assemble the items himself. Rather, he opted to sell the complete and detailed blueprints to Ning Fengji for the sum of 5 million gold soul coins. He also assured that he would provide free instruction to the artisans of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, teaching them the assembly process. This was, in fact, part of Zhao Su's clever scheme, as he anticipated that the craftsmen would undoubtedly encounter difficulties in the assembly. At that juncture, he could visit the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, thereby gaining closer access to Gu Rong, while simultaneously gauging Ning Fengji's sentiments to ascertain whether he could be of service to him. Early the following day, Zhao Su departed from Shrek Academy. He arrived at a grand building situated on the most bustling street of Tiando City. The edifice stood 5 stories tall, and its opulence was evident from the exterior. Above the main entrance hung a sign bearing the words Yuxian. Those familiar with the original narrative would recognize that the proprietor of Yuxian is none other than Tang Hao's younger sister, Tang Yuehua, who is also Tang San's aunt. However, Zhao Su's purpose for visiting was not to meet her, but rather the 4th prince of the Tiando Empire, Shuebong. From Douluo, Zhao Su had gleaned that Shuebong was not merely the frivolous prince he appeared to be. Under the oppressive shadow of the crown prince, Shueqinghe, he had been biding his time. Initially, when he and his uncle, Prince Shuexing, had expelled Shrek's entourage from the Tiando Royal Academy. It was not due to a conflict with Daimubai. That was merely a pretext. The true reason lay in the fact that the Tiando Royal Academy was entirely under Shueqinghe's control, with all 3 members of the teaching committee being his affiliates. Should Shrek Academy and its companions remain at the Tiando Royal Academy, they would likely become his adversaries. Good day, sir. May I inquire if you possess an invitation or a reservation? Upon entering Yuxian, Zhao Su was halted by the guard stationed at the entrance. No, I am here to see someone. I am sorry, sir, but without a reservation or an invitation, entry is not permitted. I am here to see Prince Shuebong. I regret to inform you that without a reservation, entry is not allowed. Zhao Su had initially wished to maintain a low profile, as he had covertly come to meet Shuebong without wanting to draw attention. However, the guard's obstinacy provoked Zhao Su's temper. Let me reiterate. I am here to see Prince Shuebong. As Zhao Su advanced, he was promptly halted once more after taking just a few steps. With this, he cast aside any hesitation and unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual energy, sending all those who obstructed him flying. However, he refrained from taking the lives of these individuals, for they were all affiliated with Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua still held significant value for him, and he deemed it necessary to extend her some courtesy. Cease at once. Do you not realize that the lady is resting? At that moment, a slender middle-aged man, resembling a steward, approached with a sharp rebuke. Steward Ao. This individual has neither invitation nor appointment and seeks to force his way in, another voice interjected. Who are you? Aodo inquired. His gaze towards Zhao Su laced with disdain, though his tone remained relatively mild. I have come in search of Prince Avalanche. I have made my intentions abundantly clear. Today marked a rare occasion where Zhao Su's temperament was well contained. In the past, he would have easily overturned this so-called moon pavilion. What is the meaning of this? Before Aoda could respond, another voice echoed from the staircase, accompanied by a gentle aura that enveloped Zhao Su. This soothing presence gradually quelled the anger that had begun to simmer within him. Zhao Su followed the direction of the sound and beheld a graceful lady descending the staircase. Clad in a shimmering silver gown, every movement she made exuded an effortless elegance. Zhao Su recognized the person before him as Tang Yuehua. The moment he laid eyes on her, his expression brightened immediately. In terms of both poise and beauty, she rivaled Bai Dong, albeit lacking the latter's imposing aura. Her figure, while not extraordinary, possessed the necessary curves in all the right places. Most significantly, she emanated a noble and gentle presence, unmatched by anyone else. Although she appeared to be merely in her mid-20s, the tranquility born from her experiences lent her an exquisite blend of youthful allure and mature grace, captivating Zhao Su entirely. Madam, there seems to be a disturbance. I sincerely apologize for interrupting your rest. Odell stepped forward, respectfully offering his apologies to Tang Yuehua. Odell, who is causing trouble? Before Tang Yuehua could respond, a cold voice interjected, laced with a palpable killing intent directed towards Odell. Under the weight of that formidable aura, Odell nearly succumbed to the urge to kneel, yet Tang Yuehua once again summoned her domain, dissipating the ominous pressure enveloping him. My apologies. It was my failure to manage the situation. The speaker was poisoned Douluo Douluo. It was not surprising for Douluo, a figure of noble lineage, to advocate for Zhao Su. However, his subsequent actions left everyone in attendance astounded. Douluo leapt from the 3rd floor directly before Zhao Su, bowing his head in a display of utmost respect. It is worth noting that Douluo was a titled Douluo, a guest of great renown, hired at considerable expense by the Tiando Empire, and the only one of his kind. Even the princes of the Tiando Empire and the Snow Knight Emperor treated him with deference, wary of any offense. Yet today, he lowered himself before a youth who appeared to be scarcely 20, humbling himself so profoundly. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further, Zhao Su replied. Please, do lead the way. Douluo gestured for Zhao Su to ascend, stating, Master Tang, it would be prudent to properly instruct your servants. If one cannot manage their own subordinates, how can they teach royal etiquette? Although Zhao Su expressed a desire to let go of grievances, he could not help but offer a word of caution to Tang Yuehua as Douluo passed by. Subsequently, he fell silent and caught up with Zhao Su, who was ascending the stairs. Madam, it is essential to remember not to act so recklessly in the future, since he has claimed to be looking for someone. A simple notification would suffice. Indeed, it is my folly for not knowing my place. I shall certainly be more mindful henceforth. Tang Yuehua nodded, not chastising her servant, but instead gazing at Zhao Su, who had just entered the room. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Zhao Su, a profound interest blossomed within her heart. As if a voice within her mind urged her, approach him. He possesses the power to transform your martial spirit. This was, in fact, the influence of Zhao Su's formidable mental prowess. Zhao Su no longer felt inclined to approach Tang Yuehua with the same gradual methodology he employed with Zhu Zhuqing. This was partly due to the fact that Tang Yuehua, unlike the naive Zhu Zhuqing, was well-versed in the intricacies of the aristocratic and bureaucratic realms. Her experiences and insights surpassed those of many, including men. Hence, the strategies effective against Zhu Zhuqing were utterly futile in her case. Given this, Zhao Su resolved to adopt a more forthright approach. After Zhao Su assimilated the right arm soul bone from the Holy Angel set, his mental prowess underwent a formidable enhancement, elevating him beyond the spirit domain realm to a staggering 53,000 points in the divine origin realm. Furthermore, his mental strength had attained a tangible form. Even the mental capabilities of a titled Douluo who had ascended to divinity would scarcely rival his. Confronting someone as relatively inexperienced as Tang Yuehua, who was merely at the 9th level, would be a trivial task, even considering her innate domain. Just then, a knock echoed at the door of the room where Zhao Su and his companions resided. Under the title of Poison Douluo, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness towards Mr. Zhao, Odd said, instructing those accompanying him to bring in exquisite gifts as a token of contrition. That will be all. You may leave, Douluo replied, his gaze still icy. Odd bowed slightly, refraining from further remarks, and respectfully exited. He had done all that he could. The outcome was no longer within his control, leaving him to resign to fate. Did you say that Prince Xueqinghe is an impersonator sent by the Spirit Hall? After Odd's departure, the incredulous Xuebing turned to Zhao Su for confirmation. Indeed, Zhao Su leaned casually against the back of his chair, speaking with a sense of certainty. So that is the case. No wonder there has been such a significant change in Xueqinghe's style of conduct over the years. Xuebing, rising to his feet, knelt before Zhao Su, pleading, "Please, sir, save me." On the surface, Xuebing appeared to be a debauched prince, but in truth, he had merely been masquerading for years, living in constant fear of Xueqinghe's assassination attempts. Furthermore, Xuebing had witnessed Zhao Su's fierce treatment of Douluo at the Tiando Royal Academy. At present, Douluo showed unparalleled respect towards Zhao Su, which instilled in Xuebing a glimmer of hope. "Rise," Zhao Su commanded. "If you wish for my assistance, you must adhere to my plans. I can assure you that you shall become the next emperor of the Tiando Empire." Xuebing was willing to heed the sir's guidance without question. The first step is to continue your facade as a wayward prince. Do not allow Xueqinghe to detect any irregularities. Bide your time. What do you mean by the right moment? Xuebing inquired. It will come soon. You shan't have to wait long, Zhao Su replied, gesturing for Xuebing to come closer. Remember, until I instruct you to take action, remain inactive, regardless of what transpires. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Xuebing nodded solemnly. Very well, that is good to hear. I shall take my leave now. Allow me to escort you, sir. Douluo exclaimed, rising hastily at Zhao Su's departure, but Zhao Su forestalled him, saying, no need. As Zhao Su finished speaking, he exited the room. Just as he turned to descend the stairs, a voice called out to him, Mr. Zhao, might you be interested in coming up for a moment? The speaker was Tang Yuehua, who stood there, clearly having awaited Zhao Su's arrival. Zhao Su's lips curled upwards as he turned to gaze at Tang Yuehua, saying, it is indeed a privilege to be personally invited by the esteemed Moon Sovereign. As Zhao Su spoke, he ascended towards the uppermost level, a realm reserved for Tang Yuehua's exclusive use. Not even the esteemed overseer, Aoda, was permitted entry without her express consent. Upon entering the chamber, a gentle and refreshing fragrance enveloped him, invigorating his senses with its revitalizing essence. While this delightful aroma was indeed pleasing, one could ponder whether the Moon Pavilion Master would fear that indulging in it excessively might disrupt her slumber at night. Zhao Su casually settled onto the sofa, a playful smile gracing his face as he gazed at Tang Yuehua. In response to Zhao Su's gaze, Tang Yuehua inexplicably felt her heart begin to race. A woman accustomed to the tempests of life, it was uncharacteristic for her to exhibit such a lapse of composure, especially towards someone merely in his early 20s. Sleeping is perhaps the most extravagant waste of time. I wish I could remain awake forever. As Tang Yuehua uttered these words, a flicker of complex emotions danced in her eyes, seemingly reminiscent of something profound. Time is abundant. Why fear its squander? As Zhao Su spoke, he reached out and grasped Tang Yuehua's hand. Surprised by the sudden contact, Tang Yuehua felt a jolt, followed by a soothing warmth coursing through her body. This warmth spread swiftly, flowing through her meridians, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort. Her previously pallid complexion gradually took on a rosy hue. Despite the mutation of her Haotian hammer martial soul, which inherently possessed the noble domain of the aristocratic ring, it proved to be of little use against true powerhouses. Moreover, with her soul power only at level 9, she lacked the means to maintain an ageless appearance like other formidable spirit masters. Her youthful visage was merely a facade, sustained at a cost. Chapter 46. The Elite Spirit Master competition begins. It can be said that Tang Yuehua's ageless beauty was merely superficial, a combination of the noble ring's domain and external influences. In reality, her body had long begun to deteriorate, a torment she endured daily. The warm current that Zhao Su infused into her body was none other than the Jiuyou Mingfa, a component of the ancient dual cultivation technique known as Taiku Zhaigong. The term Ming signifies the yin, perfectly aligning with the essence of femininity. The harmonious interplay of both can significantly alter one's state, even for an ordinary individual. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yuehua gradually emerged from the comfort bestowed by this warm flow. She could sense a slight loosening in her 9th-level soul power, which had been forever hindered by a flaw in her martial spirit. Simultaneously, she noticed her body becoming increasingly youthful, her skin growing smoother and more delicate, as if reborn. The master truly lived up to his reputation, effortlessly resolving a persistent ailment that had eluded Yuehua for many years. Tang Yuehua gazed at Zhao Su, who had once again reclined comfortably on the sofa. Her tone softened, and she began to refer to herself as Yuehua. "You flatter me, master." This was merely a simple matter, hardly worthy of mention. "You are too humble, master." Tang Yuehua approached, bending down to pour tea for Zhao Su. Her gaze filled with a hint of hesitation as she inquired, "Might I ask if you could share the method that transformed my constitution? I would be willing to offer you 100,000 gold soul coins as a reward." Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's smile brightened even further. Indeed, all women, whether ordinary or endowed with extraordinary abilities, possess a profound concern for their appearance. There is no need for a reward. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved an ancient-looking tome from the jade pendant stored at his waist. The cover of the book was fashioned from an unknown animal hide, inscribed with 4 archaic characters, 9 nether dark arts. "As long as the Moon's sovereign can remember me, that shall suffice." Zhao Su placed the ancient text before him on the table and, without uttering a word, rose to depart. Tang Yuehua stood there. Casting a glance at the ancient tome before her eyes drifted towards Zhao Su's retreating figure, her emotions intensifying within her heart. Born into the Haotian sect, Tang Yuehua possessed a unique martial soul that had transformed into a wish ring, rendering her soul power unable to surpass level 9 for life. Nevertheless, she inherently belonged to the noble class, making her a figure of distinction. The most pivotal aspect was her 2 elder brothers, particularly Tang Hao, whose exceptional prowess overshadowed her own. This reality fostered a belief within her that no one could surpass her brothers, and certainly no man was worthy of her. However, upon encountering Zhao Su today, this perception began to shift. Standing at over 6 feet tall, Zhao Su, while not extraordinarily imposing, bore an upright demeanor. Though not exceptionally handsome, his perpetual smile rendered him irresistibly charming, striking a perfect balance that captivated those around him. Undoubtedly, Tang Yuehua's burgeoning feelings were not solely attributed to Zhao Su's inherent excellence, but were also influenced by his formidable spiritual presence. Regardless, Zhao Su's image had indelibly etched itself in her heart. "I hope we can meet again," Tang Yuehua mused softly, as she sat down and reached for the 9 nether mysterious method that Zhao Su had left on the table, her thoughts lingering on his visage. Soon, 6 months passed, and the elite competition of the continent's advanced soul master academies was on the horizon. Recently, the master and his companions returned, just as Zhao Su had anticipated, having secured suitable soul rings for the master. Liu Erlong and Flinder had both broken through to level 81, achieving the rank of Soul de Law. Among the trio, Liu Erlong exhibited the most remarkable transformation, her physique becoming increasingly striking, her skin as delicate as that of a maiden, leaving Zhao Su momentarily stunned. Yet, he had no intention of provoking Liu Erlong. 3 days hence marked the selection day for the elite competition, and he hoped they would unleash their utmost strength to reach the finals. In Shrek Academy's training room, Flinder and several other instructors were conducting a pre-battle briefing. Aside from the Shrek 7 monsters, 3 additional teams were also present, poised to represent Shrek Academy in the preliminary selections. The extent of their advancement would depend on the capabilities of each team. Following the mobilization, once the other teams had departed, the master turned to the Shrek 7 monsters and stated, "The highest level among the members of the other academies is merely 48, whereas you have all surpassed level 50. I believe reaching the finals should be well within your grasp. Master, rest assured, with Zhao Su leading, claiming the championship will be a piece of cake." Ma Hongjun interjected eagerly. In his mind, he had already envisioned his team as champions of the elite Soul Master competition. This time, only the 7 of you will compete. Zhao Su will not participate. Why? This is a test for you. If Zhao Su were to compete, the purpose of the test would be lost. Hence, he will not participate. The master's stance was unwavering, yet he turned to Zhao Su, inquiring, "What is your opinion, Zhao Su?" The master's reasoning was sound. With all of you being Soul Kings above level 50, if you cannot even defeat those at the 40s, there would be no need to compete in this tournament. Conveniently, Zhao Su also intended to refrain from participating, as he had other matters to attend to, thus alleviating the master's dilemma. Once confirmed, no further words were exchanged as they prepared for the preliminary competition in 3 days. During the selection tournament, the other 3 teams from Shrek Academy were swiftly eliminated. Yet the Shrek 7 monsters surged forward with remarkable tenacity. Each time they revealed their 5 dazzling soul rings, their opponents lost all confidence in the battle. According to the master's projections, the only team that might stand a chance against the Shrek squad would be the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall. However, based on the data, the highest level among the Golden Generation was only 48, and they were still at a disadvantage against the Shrek 7 monsters, all of whom had surpassed 50. Yet, the possibility of the Golden Generation concealing their true abilities could not be dismissed. The Shrek 7 monsters soon faced the Royal Combat Team of the Tiando Royal Academy. This duel would determine which team would advance to the finals in Spirit City. Upon the emergence of the Tiando Royal Academy, Emperor Shui Yi, who concurrently served as the Academy's president, along with 3 of its committee members, made their appearance. Beside Emperor Shui Yi stood the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe. Zhao Su understood that the current Shui Qinghe was not the true Shui Qinghe, but rather Qian Renxue. As she gazed toward Shrek Academy, upon her eyes falling upon Zhao Su, her brows involuntarily furrowed. As one of the witnesses to Zhao Su's awakening of the 12-winged holy angel martial soul, she was well aware of his formidable strength. Recognizing that once he took the stage, the royal fighting team of the Tiando Royal Academy stood no chance. Among the royal fighting team, aside from the Captain Yu Tianheng and Vice Captain Du Guiyan, all the others were her close confidants, nurtured and supported in secrecy. Beyond maintaining control over the Tiando Royal Academy, she sought to stage a confrontation between the royal fighting team and the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall, aiming to convey to Bibi Dong that she was not to be underestimated. Chapter 47. Entering the Finals, Journey to Spirit City. Proving herself to Bibi Dong was also a fixation in Qian Renxue's heart. Otherwise, she would not have risked everything by masquerading as Shui Qinghe and infiltrating the Tiando Empire for so many years. In addition to Qian Renxue's scrutiny of Zhao Su, another individual had also noticed Zhao Su from the Shrek Academy side. In contrast to Qian Renxue's wariness upon seeing Zhao Su, the glimmer in her eyes betrayed an undeniable fervor. She was Tang Weiwa, the owner of the Moon Pavilion, responsible for instructing the etiquette of the royal nobility of the Tiando Empire. It had been nearly half a year since her last encounter with Zhao Su, and during this time, whenever she practiced the 9 nether mysterious technique that he had imparted to her, thoughts of him lingered in her mind. The figure and visage of Zhao Su would materialize in her mind. Unbeknownst to her, the 9 nether yin technique and the 9 heavens yang technique are complementary, embodying the harmonious dual cultivation of yin and yang. Those who practice the 9 nether yin technique and those who cultivate the 9 heavens yang technique are inherently drawn to one another. Furthermore, under the influence of Zhao Su's mental prowess, Tang Yuehua finds herself increasingly ensnared in this intricate web. Zhao Su seemed to have noticed that someone was observing him. As he raised his gaze towards the elevated platform on the eastern side of the arena, where the aristocrats of the Tiandu Empire were seated. First, he cast his eyes upon Qian Wanque, offering her a glance imbued with profound significance. Then, he turned his attention to Tang Yuehua, his lips curving into a gentle smile. Over the past 6 months, due to Tang Yuehua's profound comprehension of the 9 nether demon arts, she not only appeared increasingly youthful, but her entire demeanor had also undergone a remarkable enhancement. Adorned in a perfectly tailored gown, she exuded an air of opulence and elegance, becoming ever more captivating. A certain part of Zhao Su's body stirred involuntarily. Over the past 6 months, although Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing had often engaged in some intimate contact, whenever the moment became crucial, Zhu Zhuqing would invariably decline, preventing Zhao Su from progressing further. He had long been harboring a surge of pent-up desire. At this moment, upon encountering the alluring Tang Yuehua, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Zhao Su diverted his gaze from Tang Yuehua and fixed it upon the Snow Knight Emperor, who sat resplendently at the center. Although adorned in opulent attire and crowned regally, a pallor graced his visage, revealing an unmistakable weariness. Soon, the match between the Shrek 7 monsters and the royal fighting team commenced. This time, the defeat of the Tiandu Royal Academy was even more pronounced than before. Their previous loss could be attributed to a stroke of luck for the Shrek 7 monsters, but this time, the defeat was indisputable. The 3 committee members of the Tiandu Imperial Royal Academy, seated behind the Snow Knight Emperor, beheld the Shrek 7 monsters effortlessly vanquishing the royal fighting team, their expressions flickering with a mix of resignation and simmering resentment directed towards Prince Xuesheng. Originally, such prodigious talents as the Shrek 7 monsters were meant to belong to their academy, yet now they stood as the conquerors of the Academy's strongest battle team. How could they not feel indignant? Yet, they were powerless, for the Tiandu Royal Academy was under the auspices of the Tiandu Imperial family. They were merely subordinates in this grand scheme. The Shrek 7 monsters emerged victorious, securing their opportunity to advance to the finals in Wuhuan City, scheduled to take place in 10 days. Thus, they had little time for preparation and needed to set off promptly. Any delay would result in forfeiture of their chance to compete. At this moment in Wuhuan City, within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sat regally upon the Pope's chair, listening to reports regarding the teams from the 2 great empires entering the finals. Upon learning that each member of the Shrek 7 monsters was merely 18 or 19 years old, yet had attained the rank of Soul King, a flicker of astonishment crossed her otherwise indifferent gaze. Such talent and training speed surpassed even that of Tang Hao, widely regarded as the most gifted. Moreover, this was not the achievement of a singular individual, but of all 7 members collectively. Provide me with the detailed profiles of all members of the Shrek 7 monsters. Bibi Dong's voice, devoid of any emotion and tinged with coldness, commanded authority. Upon hearing her request, the attendants swiftly retrieved and respectfully presented the detailed profiles of the 7 members. As Bibi Dong perused the documents, her astonishment grew with each detail. The rapid advancement of their martial souls was remarkable. Even Oscar, whose martial soul was merely a sausage, had reached the Soul King level at such a tender age. Particularly, when she encountered the information regarding Tang San's twin martial souls and his mentor, Yu Xiaojiang, her aura intensified further. Leave. Bibi Dong handed the profiles back to the attendants and, having reigned in her imposing presence, waved them off. Yes. The attendant replied promptly, bowing respectfully before retreating. Yu Xiaojiang, I shall not grant you your wish regarding your student. Once she was alone in the grand hall, her aura erupted unrestrained, enveloping the space with a chilling sense of impending doom. On this day, Master Flander and Lu Erlong led their entourage, preparing to set off for Wuhuan City. Upon arriving at the city gates, they were approached by an individual who impeded their progress. Greetings. May I inquire if Mr. Zhao Su is accompanying you? The speaker was none other than the steward Ode from Yuxian. Hearing Ode's voice, Zhao Su poked his head out from the carriage and inquired, What business do you have with me, steward Ode? My lady wishes to speak with Mr. Zhao. She assures that it will not take much of your time. Ode added with a supplementary remark. Who is this lady you speak of? In the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor sharpened at the mention of lady, and she directed a piercing gaze at Zhao Su. An old acquaintance, do not overthink it. Zhao Su reached out to gently touch the pouting cheek of Zhu Zhuqing before disembarking the carriage. He addressed Flandra, saying, Director Flandra, you may proceed without me. I shall follow shortly. Time is of the essence, so do not delay on the road. With a final, soft reminder to Flandra to exercise caution, he concluded. Be careful on your journey. Flandra, momentarily taken aback, nodded in acknowledgement and, without further ado, cracked the whip against the horse's rear. Upon Zhao Su's arrival at the Moon Pavilion with Odd, night had already fallen, and Tang Yuehua stood at the entrance awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Zhao Su, her smile blossomed even more brightly. Uncertain of the reason for the Moon Pavilion master's summons, he pondered whether it was related to difficulties encountered in comprehending the 9 Netherdark Law. Zhao Su deliberately inquired of Tang Yuehua, "Let us ascend the stairs. I have prepared tea and pastries, allowing us to chat while we indulge." Tang Yuehua casually linked her arm with Zhao Su's and proceeded upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, Zhao Su indeed beheld the tea and pastries that had been meticulously arranged, and in the grand hall, there lay a guqin. "I wonder if Mr. Zhao would be interested in listening to me play a piece?" Tang Yuehua remarked as she gracefully seated herself before the guqin, her slender fingers lightly resting upon its strings. It is often said that the melodies played by the master of Wuxian are the most exquisite and enchanting sounds on this continent. It seems that today, I, Zhao, am fortunate to have the privilege of such auditory delight. Zhao Su settled onto the sofa, his gaze directed at Tang Yuehua imbued with tenderness. Chapter 48. The true yin-yang harmony with Tang Yuehua. Sensing Zhao Su's gentle eyes, Tang Yuehua refrained from speaking, instead offering a serene smile. Her fingers, resting lightly upon the guqin, began to dance across the strings, producing a melodious and soothing sound that resonated throughout the room. Concurrently, Tang Yuehua's innate domain unfurled, and with the music, a gentle wave of tranquility emanated from her aura, as if it could soothe all the sorrows of the world. Even Zhao Su, enveloped in this serene ambience, gradually felt his heart relax. The harmonious music seemed to liberate him from the burdens of life's intrigues, transporting him back to the carefree days of his youth. Slowly, Zhao Su closed his eyes, leaning back on the sofa, savoring this rare moment of ease. After nearly 10 minutes, he remained lost in this delightful reverie. "How do you feel? Are you more relaxed?" Tang Yuehua's soft voice gently roused Zhao Su from his enchanting experience. She had now moved closer, sitting beside him. Her exquisite visage, adorned with a smile, captivated Zhao Su's heart with each subtle expression. "It's good, but I could be even more relaxed. I wonder if sister you would be willing to assist me?" As Zhao Su spoke, a fervent intensity ignited in his eyes. The soft sensation of her leaning against his arm, along with the delicate fragrance emanating from her, stirred within him a long-dormant beast, awakening his primal instincts. His tone became increasingly suggestive. "Sister, I am willing to assist you in any way that I can." Tang Yuehua responded to Zhao Su's somewhat ambiguous words, her gaze growing increasingly dreamy and enticing as she noticed his palpable response. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Zhao Su felt the beast within him fully awaken. To hold back any further would be to fall beneath even the basest of instincts. "Really?" Zhao Su inquired once more. "As long as you desire it." Perhaps it was the allure of Tang Yuehua's voice that captivated him at that moment. Her words resonated with an enticing charm that was simply irresistible. With a mischievous smile, Zhao Su no longer hesitated and leaned in for a kiss. Tang Yuehua initially offered a token resistance, but soon began to reciprocate. Zhao Su's movements became increasingly pronounced, and his hands gradually grew more restless. After a few minutes, when Zhao Su finally broke through the last barrier, Tang Yuehua beneath him let out a soft hum, her brows furrowing as a hint of pain emerged on her face. Zhao Su was taken aback. He never anticipated that Tang Yuehua, the Lord of Moonlight, who had long been entrenched among the nobility of the Heavenly Empire and was rumored to have a special relationship with the Snowy Night Emperor, was, in fact, still an untouched gem. Zhao Su cast a glance at Tang Yuehua, whose expression had grown increasingly alluring, her cheeks faintly flushed. His movements gradually softened. What began as discomfort slowly transformed into delight. Amidst this profound ecstasy, Tang Yuehua, burdened by the limitations of her mutated martial soul, inadvertently surpassed the 9th level of soul power, a feat unattainable by many. Half an hour later, still blushing, Tang Yuehua shyly nestled in Zhao Su's embrace, relishing the tranquil moments that followed their shared joy. "Sister, you must diligently contemplate the 9 nether mysterious arts. It not only has the potential to alter your constitution, but also to accelerate your cultivation speed." Zhao Su gently kissed Tang Yuehua on her cheek, softly uttering words of affection. Tang Yuehua merely nodded without speaking. Observing this, Zhao Su felt a surge of emotion, and he rose to embrace Tang Yuehua, carrying her towards the bedroom. The following day, while still enveloped in slumber, Zhao Su sensed something brushing against his cheek. Drowsily opening his eyes, He found Tang Yuehua already awake, tenderly gazing at him, her hair playfully teasing his face. The little rascal is up. The sun is shining on your backside. Following the harmonious union of their energies the night before, Tang Yuehua appeared even more enchanting, her gaze towards Zhao Su imbued with increasing tenderness. However, that very look rendered Zhao Su somewhat helpless. I don't want to get up. How about we sleep a little longer? Zhao Su gazed at Tang Yuehua with eyes shimmering brightly, extending his hand to draw her into his embrace. Was last night not sufficient? Do you desire more? Tang Yuehua gasped as Zhao Su pulled her closer. This time, he merely enveloped her in his arms, refraining from any further actions. After all, the harmony of yin and yang must be approached with moderation, especially considering that Tang Yuehua had just experienced a significant change the previous night. An excess could prove detrimental to her well-being. Although Zhao Su may be a beast, he is nonetheless a good beast. After sharing tender moments for a while, Zhao Su finally rose from his slumber. Tang Yuehua had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Once they finished their meal, Zhao Su prepared to depart. While the warmth of the moment was enticing, he had other matters to attend to and could not remain there indefinitely. Can I possibly delay my departure for a few days? After the Soul Master competition concludes, I promise to return to you. However, he realized that if he did not leave soon, he would not reach Wuhuan City in time. Very well, but do remember to come back for me. Though Tang Yuehua felt a pang of disappointment, she acquiesced to Zhao Su's departure, reminding him with a gentle admonition. Rest assured, once I have attended to my affairs, I shall certainly return. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved a spherical object from the storage space of the jade pendant at his waist, handing it to Tang Yuehua. Wear this at all times, wherever you may go. In the face of danger, channel your soul power through it. Even a tidal Douluo shall be powerless against you. Simultaneously, Zhao Su transmitted the specific method of utilizing the Buddha's wrath of the Tang Lotus into Tang Yuehua's mind, ensuring she would remember it vividly and never forget. I shall await your return, Tang Yuehua said, clutching the sphere tightly as she looked at Zhao Su. Take care of yourself. Zhao Su gently kissed Tang Yuehua on the cheek and, without any hesitation, swiftly turned and departed. Upon exiting the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su glanced back. Inhaling deeply to suppress the tumultuous emotion swirling within, he hastened towards the city gates. At this moment, his master, Yu Xiaojiang, had already separated from Flinder and his companions. Making his way alone to the spirit hall to meet Bibi Dong, who had dispatched the tidal Douluos, Zhu Gui and others, to intercept Tang San and his companions. Zhao Su had barely taken a few steps when he appeared by his side. Go and covertly protect Tang San and his companions. They cannot perish just yet. Understood, Zhang Ying replied, his form gradually becoming ethereal before vanishing completely. Zhao Su did not linger and hastened towards the direction of Soul City with unwavering determination. After 7 days, Zhao Su finally arrived at Soul City, coinciding perfectly with Yu Xiaojiang's visit to the Spirit Hall to seek the Pope, Bibi Dong. Within the Grand Hall of the Pope's Palace, hidden in the shadows, Zhao Su observed Bibi Dong, who, in the presence of Yu Xiaojiang, exhibited none of her usual imposing authority, her emotions running high. Zhao Su not only felt a hint of desolation, but he also understood that in Bibi Dong's heart, the memory of Yu Xiaojiang had never faded. As the saying goes, without love, there cannot be hatred. Yet, the intensity of Bibi Dong's animosity towards Yu Xiaojiang reveals the significance he holds in her heart. Chapter 49. A forcibly twisted melon may quench one's thirst, yet it lacks sweetness. Tang San must not perish at this moment. After Yu Xiaojiang departed, he gazed at Bibi Dong, who sat there, unable to find solace for an extended period. Zhao Su emerged without any pretense, softly addressing Bibi Dong. Is it truly you? Upon seeing Zhao Su, Bibi Dong appeared to recall something. Abruptly rising and coldly fixing her gaze upon him as she continued. Were you the one who secretly rescued Tang San? Indeed, it was I, Zhao Su affirmed. Why? Why must you betray me as well? Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with malice as she regarded Zhao Su, her voice icy and devoid of compassion. In contrast to Zhao Su, Bibi Dong embodied the essence of a true antagonist. At times, Zhao Su pondered whether he was truly living up to the role of a villain. I have not betrayed you. I am merely assisting you in realizing your dreams and liberating you from your self-imposed isolation. I require no assistance from you, nor from anyone else. I am fully capable on my own. Perhaps I have overstepped my bounds. Proceed as you see fit. Zhao Su helplessly shook his head. His gaze tinged with melancholy as he turned and departed from the grand hall. Zhao Su found himself utterly disillusioned with Bibi Dong. never anticipating the profound significance that Shao Gang held in her heart. He was unwilling to play the role of a mere pawn. Nor did he wish to employ coercive methods against Bai Bai Dong. Although it is said that forcibly obtained fruit lacks sweetness, it can still quench one's thirst. Nevertheless, he preferred fruit that was both sweet and refreshing. 3 days later, at the finals of the Soul Master competition, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned grim upon facing the Royal Academy of the Star Luo Empire. Particularly, her demeanor darkened when she beheld a woman from the opposing team who bore an uncanny resemblance to her, almost an 8-point match. Alongside Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai also wore a troubled countenance. Anxiously, Zhu Zhuqing scanned the surroundings, yearning to catch a glimpse of Zhao Su, but as the match was about to commence, he remained conspicuously absent. Do not indulge in unfounded worries. Have faith. You will surely triumph over them and emerge as the ultimate victor. Just as she was about to step onto the battle stage, a chill ran through Zhu Zhuqing, and her slightly sweating hand was enveloped by a warm palm. Zhao Su's gentle voice echoed in Zhu Zhuqing's ear. Zhuqing, have you truly betrayed the family's oath? At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's every move was closely observed by Zhu Zhuyun from the Star Luo Empire battle team as they approached the soul fighting platform. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent. Beside Zhu Zhuyun, Davis cast a smirk tinged with malice at Dai Mubai, saying, Mubai, the other half of your martial soul has betrayed you. What can you possibly use to contend with me? Humph, even without the martial soul fusion technique, I can still defeat you. My Star Luo Empire can be invincible without it, Dai Mubai retorted coldly, his alluring eyes gleaming with a fierce light fixed on Davis. Very well. Let us see how you intend to overcome me, Davis replied with a cold sneer, choosing silence as he awaited the commencement of the match. Soon, both sides ascended the soul fighting platform, revealing their respective martial souls. Upon witnessing Tang San and his companions, all exceeding level 50 and adorned with dazzling soul rings, both Davis and Zhu Zhuyun wore expressions of disbelief. They were 3 or 4 years older than Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, and within a mere 5 years, had been surpassed by them, instilling an unprecedented sense of crisis within their hearts. They resolved that regardless of the outcome of this battle, they must swiftly devise a means to eliminate Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Otherwise, upon their return to the Star Luo Empire, they would pose a significant threat to them. However, despite their unwillingness, they would ultimately be crushed in this battle. The nearly 10-level disparity was an insurmountable chasm. Davis, you have already lost. I offer you a chance. Never return to the Star Luo Empire, and I shall not trouble you. After defeating the royal battle team of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai's aura surged, exuding the formidable presence of a king of the forest. This is merely a competition. The outcome is yet to be determined. Davis's gaze turned icy. Had it the power to kill, Dai Mubai would have been rendered to mere tatters at that moment. Yet, despite his words, Davis's body betrayed him. As he made no further delay at the Spirit Hall, swiftly returning to the Star Luo Empire with the remaining members of the Royal Academy. With the defeat of the Royal Battle team of the Star Luo Empire, only the Shrek team and the Spirit Hall Academy team remained. Marking the battle that would capture everyone's attention, the Pope, Bibi Dong, accompanied by the formidable Zhu Douluo, Yu Guan, and Ghost Douluo, Gui Mei, along with Ning Fengji, emerged to witness this decisive battle for the championship. At this moment, Bibi Dong regained her former majesty, her elegant attire accentuating her perfect figure. Crowned with a diadem and wielding a staff adorned with jewels, towering over 2 meters. The sheer aura emanating from her rendered many unable to meet her gaze, as all participating Academy members except for Shrek knelt before her in reverence. Bibi Dong cast a glance toward Shrek Academy but lingered only briefly before gesturing for them to rise. She then announced the final prize for the champions, 3 soul bones. The sight of these 3 soul bones astonished everyone present, many gazing at them with avarice, yet none dared to make a move. As the battle commenced, Master had indeed deduced correctly. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall Academy had concealed their true strength. Each member surpassed level 50, akin to the 7 Shrek monsters. Although their participation in the preliminary and subsequent advancement rounds did not adhere to tournament regulations, the final rule granted the Spirit Hall the ultimate interpretation rights. Even raising objections proved futile, revealing their inherent cowardice. Thus, the Shrek Academy had no choice but to step forth, as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall might not necessarily be stronger than them. The battle raged fiercely as the golden generation, personally selected and esteemed by Pope Bibi Dong, showcased their might. The martial soul fusion technique of Hu Laina and Xiaoyu proved particularly formidable. Yet, The outcome remained unchanged as they succumbed to the Shrek 7 monsters, with Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and their companions succumbing to a potent poison. Though Tang San aided in alleviating the poison, it had already penetrated their meridians, significantly impacting their future cultivation. Nevertheless, Tang San remained indifferent to the repercussions of the poison on their training. His sole concern was victory. According to the tournament regulations, Pope Bibi Dong awarded the 3 soul bones to the Shrek 7 monsters. After declaring the successful conclusion of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition, her gaze shifted to the petite figure of Xiao Wu, hidden behind Tang San. Zhu Douluo, Ghost Douluo, seize that little girl, Pope Bibi Dong commanded, raising her staff toward Xiao Wu. Yes, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, having discerned the identity of the 100,000-year soul beast, exhibited no hesitation as they advanced toward Xiao Wu. Wait, Your Holiness, why such fury toward a mere child? What offense has she committed? Ning Fingji interjected, blocking their path. Before Bibi Dong could respond, the sword Douluo, Chen Xian, whispered in Ning Fingji's ear. Frowning, Ning Fingji turned to look at Xiao Wu. Ning Zhongzhu, will you still impede me? Bibi Dong asked, her tone calm yet laced with malice. Should Ning Fingji continue to intervene, she would show no mercy toward the 7 treasure glazed tile school, including him. Yu Guan and Gue Mei took a step forward, their intentions threatening. With a sigh, Ning Fingji ultimately chose to withdraw, stepping aside. Witnessing this, the members of Shrek Academy grew tense, with Master hastily stepping forward to shield them, producing the Pope's token that Tang Hao had bestowed upon him. Bibi Dong, as an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, I have the right to know why you are acting in this manner. If you wish to know, why not ask your student? Master turned to Xiao Wu, concealed behind Tang San. Xiao Wu is not human. She is a 100,000-year soul beast in her transformation phase. At this juncture, even concealment proved futile. Tang San could only speak the truth. Ultimately, Master Flanders and Lu Erlong resolved to protect Xiao Wu. After all, she was their student. Particularly, Lu Erlong, not only Xiao Wu's teacher but also her godmother, stood resolute. The trio positioned themselves, raising their right hands, and the Trinity fusion technique was instantly activated. At this moment, Lu Erlong and Flanders had both attained the rank of Soul Douluo at level 82. The Master had surpassed the 30-level limitation, and the summoned golden sacred dragon radiated an even more resplendent golden aura, exuding an overwhelming presence. Even against a title Douluo, they could potentially hold their own. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing scanned the surroundings but found no trace of Zhao Su. He had vanished amidst the chaos. Ultimately, Zhu Zhiqing chose to side with Shrek Academy. What are you two waiting for? Anyone who dares to obstruct shall be dealt with ruthlessly. With Bibi Dong's command echoing, Yu Guan and Gue Mei ceased their hesitation, charging towards the Master and his companions, while one advanced towards Xiao Wu. A chrysanthemum and a little ghost dared to harm my son. At that moment, a domineering voice resonated, accompanied by the arrival of a massive hammer. The newcomer was none other than Tang Hao, whose tattered attire belied the formidable aura he now emanated. The immense soul power radiating from the Haotian hammer sent Yu Guan and Gue Mei reeling. In this instant, Bibi Dong sprang into action, intervening to shield Yu Guan and Gue Mei from Tang Hao's next hammer strike. Just then, a powerful aura surged from within the papal palace behind Bibi Dong, rapidly approaching their location. It was the other 4 elders of the Spirit Hall. Truly, the Spirit Hall was formidable, boasting 7 titled Douluos. Tang Hao hovered in midair, the Haotian hammer suspended beside him, his gaze coldly fixed on Bibi Dong and the 6 titled Douluos behind her. Tang Hao, do you genuinely believe you can withstand the combined assault of the 7 of us? Let us see. As he spoke, Tang Hao moved, gripping the Haotian hammer and unleashing his ultimate move, the true body of the Haotian hammer. Yet at that moment, the elders of the Spirit Hall, save for Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo, unexpectedly retreated, withdrawing into the papal palace. Clearly, they had never truly regarded Bibi Dong as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, possibly acting under Qian Daoliu's directives. With Qian Rinxuan now grown, her ascension to the papacy would be imminent upon Bibi Dong's demise. This had likely been a long-considered scheme, merely awaiting the opportune moment. Tang Hao's emergence signaled to them that the chance to eliminate Bibi Dong had arrived. Boom. The moment left no room for Bibi Dong to ponder further. She summoned all her strength to counter Tang Hao's full-force strike of the true body of the Haotian hammer. Bang! Tang Hao and the Haotian hammer became one, delivering a relentless barrage of strikes. His overwhelming power was a testament to his status as the youngest titled Douluo on the continent. With a series of mighty blows, he sent Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo flying, before fixing his sights on Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, years ago Qian Xuanji withstood 3 of my strikes. How many can you endure? Tang Hao's voice, though tinged with age, resonated with authority. As his words faded, the Haoyan hammer descended upon Bibi Dong. In that instant, her composure shattered. The immense pressure, the betrayal of the 4 elders, and Tang Hao's reference to Qian Xuanji ignited an uncontrollable fury within her, mingled with a hint of fear. Bang, bang, bang. Uft. The 3 successive strikes landed. Although Bibi Dong managed to block them, she sustained injuries and coughed up blood. Is that all you are capable of? What of your twin martial souls? Boom. Tang Hao swung the hammer once more. Bang. Just as it seemed that Bibi Dong would either perish or suffer grave injuries from Tang Hao's strike, a figure cloaked in black appeared. One hand encircling Bibi Dong's waist while the other effortlessly intercepted the colossal Haoyan hammer. With a sudden surge of strength, the figure sent both the hammer and Tang Hao hurtling away. Let us go. After propelling Tang Hao back, Zhao Su did not pursue further, but coldly regarded him. Tang Hao stood, staring at the figure enveloped in black, his eyes widening as memories flooded back to the time at Shrek Academy when Zhao Su had helped him dispel the lingering injuries within him. You cannot leave. Eliminate them. Bibi Dong struggled fiercely to break free from Zhao Su's embrace, utterly devoid of her previous composure, and shouted in anger, "Everyone, step aside. Let them pass." The voice of Zhao Su, imbued with formidable spiritual power, sent a tremor through the hearts of the Spirit Hall's enforcement team, who had barred the way of Tang Hao and the members of Shrek Academy. They hesitated, unwilling to defy him further, and retreated. Although Zhao Su was shrouded in a black cloak that concealed his entire form, Zhu Zhuqing, well acquainted with him, recognized him at once. Her gaze, filled with a hint of confusion, lingered on Zhao Su. Zhuqing was about to leave when Ning Rongrong gently tugged at her arm, bringing her back to reality as she followed the others, glancing back repeatedly. Why? Why let them go? You promised you would help me. After Tang Hao and the members of Shrek Academy had departed, Bibi Dong cast a frigid glare at Zhao Su and exclaimed loudly, "You see your current state? You have lost your mind. You must take a moment to regain your composure." Zhao Su spoke as he extended his hand, resting it gently upon Bibi Dong's back. A divine essence capable of purifying the soul flowing into her being. Gradually, she found solace and leaned her head against Zhao Su's shoulder. Chapter 51. Bibi Dong in complete madness. Once Bibi Dong had calmed, Zhao Su lifted her and returned to the bedroom within the papal palace, laying her gently upon the bed. He then retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage space of the jade pendant at his waist, pouring out a pill and administering it to Bibi Dong. At that moment, Douluo Yueguan and Ghost Douluo Guemei entered the room. Douluo's complexion appeared somewhat pale, and although Ghost Douluo's features were obscured, Zhao Su could discern that both had sustained injuries beneath Tang Hao's formidable Haoyan hammer. Take the pill and rest well. Your wounds will mend swiftly, Zhao Su assured them. Is His Holiness unharmed? Douluo inquired anxiously, stepping closer to examine Bibi Dong, who lay upon the bed with a furrowed brow. She is fine. A good sleep will suppress the inner demons, Zhao Su replied. Upon hearing this, Douluo felt relieved and turned to the now enrobed Zhao Su, asking, "What shall we do with those 4 individuals? What purpose does it serve to keep the traitors?" A glint of murderous intent flickered in Zhao Su's eyes as he continued. You need not concern yourselves. I shall handle this matter. The specter, whose face remained obscured, cautiously inquired, Your Grace, should we await the awakening of His Holiness the Pope before making a decision? It is entirely at your Grace's discretion, replied the chrysanthemum Douluo, as he respectfully guided the ghost Douluo out. After the departure of Yueguan and ghostly charm, Zhao Su seated himself beside Bibi Dong's bed. Shortly thereafter, another spectral figure materialized behind Zhao Su, stating, Master, the 4 traitors have been executed. Has there been any movement from Douluo? None for the time being. A day ago, the 3rd enshrined, the Azure Phoenix Douluo, returned to the Douluo Palace after a mysterious absence and met with Douluo. But there has been no further news since. Summon Guangdao Hongfeng back. He shall remain at the Spirit Hall, keeping a watchful eye on Douluo. Master, why complicate matters? Simply eliminate Douluo, and all will be resolved, sparing you from further troubles. Douluo cannot be disposed of just yet. He still serves a purpose. We merely need to keep him under surveillance. Indeed, the Shadow, though perplexed by Zhao Su's intentions, refrained from further inquiries. There is one more matter. Zhu Qing has sought me out, inquiring about your whereabouts. She intends to return to the Star Luo Empire with Dai Mubai. A few days prior, Bibi Dong had dispatched Yueguan and Ghostly Charm to ambush the Shrek group, but it was the shadow who intervened at a critical moment, repelling Yueguan and ghostly charm, subsequently remaining with Shrek's party. Understood. Zhao Su nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Please don't go. Stay with me, won't you? Just as Zhao Su was about to rise and depart, Bibi Dong suddenly grasped Zhao Su's arm. Looking down, Zhao Su realized that Bibi Dong was still in slumber, her eyes remaining closed. Perhaps she was lost in a dream at that moment. I have nothing left now. Everyone has betrayed me, and you are all I have. Zhao Su gazed upon Bai Dong, who, in her slumber, furrowed her brows and shed tears, revealing a rare glimpse of vulnerability in this petite woman, stirring a pang of compassion within him. Yet, throughout it all, Bai Dong never uttered the words, I have only you, leaving the identity of the addressee shrouded in mystery. Zhao Su cautiously withdrew the hand of Bibi Dong that clutched his arm and gently covered her with a blanket. At the entrance of the spirit hall, the Shrek 7 monsters faced the moment of separation, destined to pursue their own paths. Tang San and Xiao were taken away by Tang Hao, while Ning Rongrong and Oscar accompanied Ning Fingji back to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. The master and his companions returned to Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun set out alone to explore the continent. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai remained. In Zhu Zhuqing's hand was a flower, white with a hint of crimson, as she gazed longingly towards the spirit hall, reluctant to depart. Zhuqing, we must leave, Dai Mubai urged. I wish to wait for him before I go, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her gaze fixed on the flower, her expression tinged with melancholy. He will not come. If he intended to, he would have arrived by now. That is not true. He will surely come, Zhu Zhuqing insisted, shaking her head. Seeing this, Dai Mubai merely shook his head, choosing not to say more. However, as dawn approached, Zhao Su still had not appeared. Zhu Zhuqing once again turned her gaze toward the spirit city, her eyes gradually growing colder, revealing a hint of disappointment. We should leave. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was devoid of emotion, as she addressed Dai Mubai, who sat nearby on the steps. As Zhu Zhuqing turned away, the delicate white flower slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Just as she departed, Zhao Su arrived. Yet he failed to catch a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing's figure. Zhao Su lowered his head and beheld a white flower adorned with a hint of vivid red, gently resting upon the ground. As the soft breeze caressed it, a delicate fragrance wafted forth from the blossom. Zhao Su bent down to pick up the flower, which now appeared to be somewhat withered. Zhuqing, I am truly sorry. Zhao Su tenderly kissed the flower in his hand and gazed into the distance, softly speaking. Upon his return to the spirit hall, he found Bibi Dong awake, seated regally upon the opulent papal throne, her former composure and aloofness restored. I thought you would not return, she remarked coldly, her icy gaze fixed upon Zhao Su. I shall depart shortly. In your current state, even if you achieve divinity, you will never rival Tang Hao. Impossible. As long as I can ascend to godhood, not just Tang Hao, but all shall perish. I hope your wishes come to fruition. Zhao Su gazed upon the utterly deranged Bibi Dong, choosing silence as he turned to depart. Do not leave. I am aware that Tang Hao is no match for you, nor are the 100,000-year soul beasts. Will you assist me? Bibi Dong, sensing Zhao Su's determination to leave, swiftly rose and positioned herself before him. A glimmer of madness flickered in her eyes as she suddenly embraced Zhao Su. As long as you can aid me, I am willing to offer you anything you desire. Even myself. As she spoke, she discarded her scepter and began to shed her garments. Witnessing Bibi Dong's frenzied actions, Zhao Su's earlier words resonated with truth. She had indeed succumbed to madness. Her mind had warped into a twisted realm, believing that all individuals were malevolent and harboring a desire to exact vengeance upon the entire continent. At this moment, her ambitions transcended the mere unification of the spirit hall over the land. She envisioned the destruction of the two great empires, the annihilation of all sects, and the obliteration of the spirit hall itself. The spirit hall was a legacy of the Qin family, the very embodiment of the person she despised the most. If you continue on this path, I shudder to think of the monstrosity you may become. Zhao Su grasped the hand of Bibi Dong, who was in the process of shedding her long robe, and continued, the aura of death from the land of slaughter has already begun to affect you. Heed my advice and destroy the domain of the god of death. Humph, Zhao Su, your words are elegantly spoken. If I possessed your talent, your martial spirit, and your opportunities, would I have become what I am today? Bibi Dong retorted with a cold laugh, withdrawing her hand and ceasing to undress as she picked up the staff from the ground. She turned and sat once more upon the grand papal throne, her gaze icy as she regarded Zhao Su. You may leave. Your refusal to assist me is acceptable, but I hope you will not impede my actions. Chapter 52. The supreme unity of both these elixirs can suppress your bloodthirsty nature and prevent the deathly aura of the god of death from corroding your soul. Take heed of my counsel. Zhao Su stepped forward and placed a small jade vial into Bibi Dong's hands. Without any hesitation, he turned and departed from the Pope's hall. With a resounding crash, Bibi Dong, watching Zhao Su's retreating figure, forcefully hurled the jade vial to the ground. The vial shattered, scattering numerous white elixirs across the floor. No one shall impede my ambitions. Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. My master, you must remain in the Pope's hall, by her side, to prevent her during her moments of madness. Master, there is one thing I failed to comprehend. Do you wish to inquire why I must thwart Bibi Dong? Indeed. Allowing Bibi Dong to take the lead would be beneficial for us, for when they are mutually weakened, we can reap the rewards. However, the time is not yet ripe. We have yet to locate any of the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm. We cannot permit their ascension to divinity at this early stage, for it would spell our ruin. Though Zhao Su did not share Bibi Dong's fervor, he was the true mastermind orchestrating everything from the shadows. The villain system had previously stated that he could not attain divinity until the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm were secured. While he was invincible among the ranks of title Douluo, no one could guarantee that he would remain so against deities who had transformed their soul power into divine power. Hence, he needed to swiftly locate the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm while simultaneously enhancing his own strength to elevate himself to the level of title Douluo. Only then could he ensure his position remained unassailable. Understood, my subordinate. I know what must be done. You must also safeguard yourself, regardless of the situation. Prioritize your life when confronted with danger. Am I to understand that you are expressing concern for me? At Zhao Su's words, Zhang Ying smiled. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she gazed at him. I have always been deeply concerned for you. Zhao Su also broke into a smile and, without further ado, swiftly departed from the spirit hall. In Zhang Ying's heart, Zhao Su's words were such that she would willingly sacrifice her life for him. After Zhao Su departed from the Hall of Spirits, he displayed no hesitation and promptly returned to the Heaven Do City, where he intended to enter the City of Slaughter and acquire the domain of the God of Death. Only by obtaining this domain could he devise a means to mitigate the detrimental effects of the death aura emanating from it. The reason Tang San was able to withstand the lethal onslaught of the God of Death's domain was, on one hand, due to the assistance of Tang Yuehua, but more significantly, it was the harmonizing influence of the Blue-Silver Emperor's domain. One cannot help but acknowledge that Tang San's fortune is extraordinarily fortuitous, with every element complementing one another. Under the protection of the Blue-Silver Emperor's domain, he not only remained unscathed from the death aura but also maximized the potential of the God of Death's domain. Even Tang Hao, renowned as the greatest genius and the youngest title Douluo, could not achieve such a feat moreover. Bibi Dong's growing hatred was exacerbated by the encroaching death aura of the God of Death's domain, driving her further into madness. However, before making his way to the City of Slaughter, he felt compelled to visit Tang Yuehua first. Little beauty, what are you pondering? In the private quarters of Tang Yuehua on the top floor of the Moon Pavilion, she sat by the window, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at the waning moon in the sky, lost in thought. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through her reverie. Su, you have finally returned. I have missed you so. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, Tang Yuehua's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. Forgetting her dignified demeanor as a teacher of the Heaven Do Empire's etiquette, she sprang up and leaped into Zhao Su's embrace. In that moment, Tang Yuehua was entirely devoid of her former authority, embodying the joy of a woman who had just reunited with her beloved. I have missed you too. Zhao Su gently embraced Tang Yuehua, his gaze filled with tender affection. Subsequently, he lifted her and carried her into the room. In Zhao Su's arms, Tang Yuehua's slightly flushed face evoked an even deeper sense of adoration within him. An hour later, Tang Yuehua, breathing softly, leaned against Zhao Su's broad chest, her expression one of complete contentment. This time, you won't leave, will you? If I must go, I am bound for the City of Carnage. At the mention of the City of Carnage, Tang Yuehua instantly tensed, her face clouded with concern. That place is akin to hell. Once you enter, there is no escape without traversing the path of the damned. What do you intend to do there? I seek to attain the realm of the God of Slaughter. Is becoming stronger truly that vital to you? Tang Yuehua inquired, a hint of despondency in her voice. Zhao Su gently pressed his lips to Tang Yuehua's forehead before continuing. This is my mission, an immutable destiny. Su, may I inquire about something? Please do not be upset. Are you curious about my true identity? It is perfectly fine if you choose not to share. Just promise me you won't be angry. Tang Yuehua rested her chin upon Zhao Su's chest as she spoke. I am a member of the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong is my mentor. Spirit Hall? Indeed. Although Bibi Dong has attained the God of Slaughter's domain in the City of Slaughter, she has also been corroded by its malevolent aura. I seek to transform the God of Slaughter's domain. Are you venturing into the perilous City of Slaughter for Bibi Dong? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a flicker of despondence crossed Tang Yuehua's eyes as she reached for her robe, wrapping it around her graceful figure. Rising from the bed, she approached the window. She is my mentor. I must rescue her. Seeing Tang Yuehua in such a state, Zhao Su also rose, donned his clothing, and joined her at the window, gently encircling her delicate shoulder. Is she merely a mentor? Of course. Humph. Tang Yuehua let out a playful huff, continuing, I find that hard to believe. In truth, she was feeling a twinge of jealousy, aware from the outset that someone like Zhao Su could not possibly have only one woman in his life. Yet, this did not trouble her. As long as Zhao Su loved her, that was sufficient. Really, how could I ever bear to deceive my little darling? How vexing. At last, a smile grazed Tang Yuehua's face as she nestled once more into Zhao Su's embrace. The two sat quietly together, gazing up at the moonlit sky. Su, our Haotian sect, particularly my elder brother, has deep-seated enmity with the Spirit Hall. Can you promise me, no matter the circumstances, that you will not harm him? Rest assured, I shall not bring him harm. I knew you would be the best. As she spoke, Tang Yuehua's hands began to wander, her gaze imbued with a teasing spark. Under her playful provocation, Zhao Su felt a resurgence of desire, lowering his head to capture her flawless visage in a fervent kiss. As if he sought to consume her entirely, merging their very beings into one, reaching the pinnacle of unity. Chapter 53. Assisting Tang Yuehua in strengthening her power in the subsequent 3 days, the two scarcely left their chamber. Through their harmonious union, Zhao Su's life-giving water, infused with the essence of yin and yang, flowed into Tang Yuehua, fundamentally transforming her constitution. This infusion greatly enhanced her mutated martial soul, the Rui Ring. Once a mere white, the Rui Ring now radiated with hints of golden halos. The innate domain of the Rui Ring, the noble circle, not only calmed murderous intent and soothed the hearts of others, but also gained significant offensive capability. The Rui Ring could now split into two, evolving into the Meridian Mandarin Duck Blade. This is the Jade Maiden's profound heart technique. Combined with your evolved Meridian Mandarin Duck Blade, it will greatly augment your attack strength. With your protection, what use is this to me? Lounging languidly on the sofa in the hall, Tang Yuehua showed little interest in Zhao Su's offering of the Jade Maiden's profound heart technique. Having faced the shortcomings of her mutated martial soul throughout her life, she had never engaged in training. Although the Rui Ring had evolved and was no longer affected by its previous flaws, she remained disinclined to practice. I cannot be by your side forever. In my absence, I hope you will possess the ability to protect yourself. Zhao Su gazed at Tang Yuehua, asserting without room for dispute, this afternoon, I shall accompany you to the Sunset Forest in search of a suitable soul ring. Tang Yuehua opened her mouth as if to protest, but Zhao Su forestalled her. Listen to me. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, her voice tinged with grievance, and refrained from further argument. It matters not if you do not wish to cultivate. Simply dedicate some time each day to ponder and reflect. Once you possess the ability to protect yourself, I shall feel at ease. Are you leaving again? Indeed, I must hasten to the City of Slaughter. I fear that prolonged delays may lead to unforeseen circumstances. How about this? I shall accompany you to the City of Slaughter. At this suggestion, Tang Yuehua's eyes sparkled with hope, unwilling to part ways with Zhao Su. No, the City of Slaughter is perilously dangerous. Should you encounter any harm, I would never forgive myself. In truth, while the City of Slaughter was fraught with danger, it posed little concern for Zhao Su. Zhao Su possesses her own considerations. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, Tang San will undoubtedly venture into the City of Slaughter. She does not wish for Tang Yuehua to remain by her side, primarily to prevent her from encountering Tang San. Tang San, due to his mastery of the Xiantian skill, coupled with his extraordinary fortune and formidable hidden weapons, has been progressing at an alarming rate. It is essential to appropriately restrain his cultivation speed. It is worth noting that even with Tang Hao's presence, Zhao Su harbors no fear of Tang San at this moment. However, she is aware of the limitations imposed on her ascension to divinity, while Tang San is free from such constraints. Should he achieve divinity before she acquires the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian, the transformation of his soul power into divine power could lead to unpredictable outcomes. At that juncture, he may indeed surpass her in strength. Such a scenario is utterly unacceptable. Should Tang San defeat her, the villainous system would collapse, deeming her unworthy of the destined role of the great antagonist, leading to her erasure and the search for a more suitable candidate. Very well. She must remain cautious and avoid any peril. Tang Yuehua has also refrained from insisting on accompanying Zhao Su into the city of slaughter. Although she has never set foot in that dreadful place, she is well aware of its terrifying reputation. She fears that her insistence on following Zhao Su could place her in danger, necessitating Zhao Su's protection. In Tang Yuehua's heart, Zhao Su represents her entire world. Rest assured. For I alone am impervious to harm in this realm, at least for the time being. But what does for the time being truly imply? Zhao Su took a deep breath and pondered carefully before revealing a portion of the truth to Tang Yuehua. However, he replaced the term system with devouring demon god and concealed his identity as a traverser, an identity that must remain a secret, known to none but himself. After all, once a secret is shared with another, it ceases to be a secret. The inheritance of the devouring demon god? Upon hearing Zhao Su's account, Tang Yuehua furrowed her brows and displayed a look of concern. Indeed, in my childhood, I inadvertently encountered the inheritance of the devouring demon god. In my ignorance, I accepted it, unaware of the numerous constraints it entailed. So, if you fail to locate the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm within the stipulated time, you will perish? Yes, not merely death, but the complete annihilation of the soul, rendering rebirth impossible and leading to utter disappearance. Then, your allegiance to the Spirit Hall is not due to Bibi Dong. Tang Yuehua's thought process was rather erratic and peculiar, still fixating on Bibi Dong at this juncture. Of course not. I must complete the trials left by the devouring demon god to survive. Otherwise, death awaits me. Su, you will surely succeed in the trials of the devouring demon god. I will assist you, no matter the cost. Tang Yuehua's gaze gradually solidified with determination. With this proclamation, she rose swiftly, pulling Zhao Su along to acquire soul rings. According to her, she needed to grow stronger to better support Zhao Su. At that moment, Tang Yuehua was no longer the seasoned and adept moon master, navigating the treacherous waters of the Tiandu Empire's royal court. Instead, she was a young girl entranced by love. Observing her demeanor, Zhao Su felt a pang of guilt rise within him, a reluctance to deceive her. Yet, he found himself powerless, compelled to act thus for his own survival and the hope of their eternal union. Yuehua, thank you. Zhao Su gently embraced Tang Yuehua, whispering, between us, there is no need for thanks. Your love is sufficient. I love you. Leaning closer to her ear, he professed his feelings. After hearing Zhao Su's tale, Tang Yuehua no longer resisted the notion of acquiring a soul ring. Instead, she was determined to enhance her own strength. 5 days later, Zhao Su procured her first soul ring, the Blood Moon Mantis, which had existed for over 2 millennia. With Zhao Su's assistance in the elevation of Tang Yuehua's innate talent, it was not challenging for her to break through and absorb the essence of this ancient creature. Upon absorbing the Blood Moon Mantis soul ring, a hint of crimson appeared amidst the golden aura of her martial spirit, the Rui ring. The combination of gold and red intensified her might. After the evolution of her martial spirit into the Meridian Mandarin Duck Axe, the blade bore barbed protrusions, a gift from the Blood Moon Mantis's innate devouring ability. Any opponent struck by these barbs would find themselves parasitized, their vitality and soul force consumed. This marked the inception of Tang Yuehua's first soul skill. Upon returning to the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su further exchanged for a complete set of soul bones tailored for Tang Yuehua within the system's marketplace. These bones melded seamlessly into her being, alongside an external soul bone obtained from a void beast, which harbored a spatial teleportation skill. With this ability to transcend spatial constraints, she could escape danger even if she found herself overmatched in battle. Chapter 54. Journey to the City of Slaughter. Having accomplished all this, Zhao Su prepared to depart. This time, Tang Yuehua did not attempt to hinder him, for she understood that his mission was imperative, though she yearned for Zhao Su to remain by her side eternally. Her greater wish was for his survival. Take care of yourself, and when we meet again, do not let yourself grow thin. Zhao Su embraced Tang Yuehua, reluctantly whispering, I will, and you must take care of yourself. Tang Yuehua's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she clung tightly to Zhao Su, unwilling to release her grip. Ultimately, under the lingering gaze of Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su, no longer hesitating, strode away with purpose. He had already delayed for far too long. A day later, Zhao Su arrived at the outskirts of the City of Carnage. Even before stepping into the town, he was struck by a pungent scent of blood. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the overwhelming stench still unsettled him, causing him to furrow his brow. I could use a Bloody Mary, he thought to himself. Zhao Su, with a stoic expression, arrived at an establishment reminiscent of a tavern. Upon taking a seat, he called out to the attendant. Soon, a drink, resembling the hue of fresh blood, was presented before him. Is this your first visit? The attendant inquired, placing the Bloody Mary, indeed, a concoction made from genuine human blood, before Zhao Su. The attendant's complexion appeared notably pallid, yet was accompanied by a peculiar smile that evoked an unsettling sensation. Particularly when gazing at Zhao Su, the attendant's expression was imbued with a ravenous greed, akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Zhao Su paid no heed to the server, lifting the glass before him filled with a Bloody Mary and splashing it across the man's face. Simultaneously, the Emperor's 7-kill sword was drawn in an instant, piercing through the individual's chest. I do not favor your smile. Zhao Su rose, striding purposefully towards the tavern. Now that he had arrived in the city of slaughter, it was time to truly embark on the path of carnage. Boy, do you grasp the nature of this place? Do you intend to disrupt the established order? The tavern's patrons, all soul masters, stood in unison, while the manager's voice pierced through the tension, coldly addressing Zhao Su. Order? To me, I am the order. Seeking death. The manager, witnessing Zhao Su's audacity, bellowed, whoever eliminates him shall receive a permanent residency permit in the city of slaughter, exempting them from the annual hellish arena battles. The onlookers, whose strength barely surpassed the 20th rank, were eager yet hesitant about entering the city of slaughter. Upon hearing the manager's proclamation, they erupted with enthusiasm, each revealing their martial souls and charging towards Zhao Su. Humph! Zhao Su let out a cold snort, utterly ignoring them. In an instant, a streak of sword intent swiftly traversed the air, severing their heads with precision. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground, further intensifying the already acrid stench of the hotel. Your judgment is woefully inadequate. Perhaps it is time for the King of Slaughter to appoint a new overseer. With that, Zhao Su advanced toward the manager, grasping his shoulder firmly and, with a sudden burst of strength, propelled him forcefully towards the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The tremendous impact caused the entire hotel to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. At that moment, the remaining patrons within the establishment dared not intervene. They were rendered speechless, fearing that a mere word might provoke Zhao Su, the harbinger of death, to take their lives. In this place, often dubbed the haven of vice, human life was worth the least. However, after Zhao Su had smashed the floor, the manager was left in a grotesque state, his body a horrific mess of blood and flesh. Zhao Su cast aside the manager and leapt into the abyss. Soon, a battalion of knights, clad in armor and arranged in perfect formation, obstructed his path. Zhao Su did not indulge in idle chatter. He struck directly, unleashing a blade of intent that effortlessly pierced the heavy armor, leaving no opportunity for resistance. Although the realm of slaughter, dominated by the King of Slaughter, prohibited the use of soul techniques, this regulation proved utterly ineffective in the presence of Zhao Su's divine essence as a 12-winged holy angel. May I see your proof? Upon arriving at the ancient and imposing gates of the city of slaughter, Zhao Su was confronted by the guards stationed there. They are all dead. They provided me with no proof. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, the guards were initially taken aback, soon displaying a flicker of astonishment. The enforcement team stationed at the gates of the city of slaughter, while not the strongest among all enforcement squads, possessed formidable strength. Under the prohibition of soul techniques, they found it hard to believe that anyone could annihilate an entire enforcement squad. Esteemed guest, welcome to the city of slaughter. At that moment, a woman clad in a black robe emerged from within the gates, approached Zhao Su, offered a respectful bow, and gestured for him to enter. Zhao Su, at the entrance, dispatched the overseer and subsequently annihilated the entire enforcement team. The King of Slaughter has become aware of this. The woman in the black robe has come, acting upon the orders of the King of Slaughter, to guide Zhao Su into the city. Zhao Su's countenance remained as indifferent as ever as he stepped into the city of carnage. May I inquire, esteemed guest, from whence you hail? The dark-robed woman inquired respectfully after entering the outer city of the city of carnage. I have come to acquire the domain of the god of slaughter, not to engage in idle chatter. Spare me the pleasantries and guide me to the infernal arena. Zhao Su's voice was icy, his tall and slender figure clad in black exuding a palpable aura of lethal intent. Do you not wish to first familiarize yourself with the city of slaughter? What is there to learn about a mere city of slaughter? I trust you comprehend that this place exists under the dominion of the great King of Slaughter. Your words are a slight upon his majesty. If you possess the courage, summon him forth. At this moment, Zhao Su had already stepped into the inner city of the City of Slaughter. The rampant debauchery and the gruesome spectacles of carnage only intensified his disdain for this locale. It could more aptly be described as a hell of depravity than a paradise of sin, for it transformed individuals into true beasts. Humanity is not defined by a superior cultivation talent over wild beasts, but rather by an understanding of the most fundamental principles of morality and ethics. Here, the very essence of being human had evidently been forsaken. I hope you do not come to regret your words. Upon hearing Zhao Su's remarks, the woman in black felt her expression turn equally frigid. She merely uttered a terse response before hastily departing, eager to report to the King of Slaughter. Zhao Su paid her no heed and pressed on, embarking on a solitary quest to locate the infernal slaughterhouse. Caution! At that moment, Zhao Su sensed a surge of murderous intent emanating from behind him. Before he could react, a woman clad in form-fitting black attire, her long hair ensnared by a coarse rope, swiftly intervened, dispatching the assailant who sought to ambush him from behind with her dagger in hand. Zhao Su gazed at the individual before him, the indifference etched on his face gradually softening. He had not anticipated that the first familiar face he would encounter in this place would not be Tang San, but rather Hulaina. Her nearly flawless figure and somewhat icy countenance stood in stark contrast to the surrounding women clad in revealing attire, making her appear strikingly out of place. Chapter 55, The City of Unfathomable Slaughter. To think he would also venture into the City of Slaughter? It was evident that Hulaina had recognized him. And with this realization, Zhao Su no longer felt the need to conceal his identity. Why should I not come to the City of Slaughter? Oh, it is simply a surprise to see you here. Hulaina's expression remained inscrutable as she nonchalantly uttered these words before turning to leave. May I inquire? Where is the infernal arena? Zhao Su gazed at the departing silhouette of Hulaina and inquired. Hulaina halted her steps, turning once more to face Zhao Su. A flicker of uncertainty danced in her eyes, yet she uttered no further words, merely responding with an indifferent tone. It's just ahead. Turn left at the tallest building. Thank you. Zhao Su smiled at Hulaina, and without further hesitation, made his way toward the hellish slaughter arena. At that moment, Hulaina was also heading toward the same arena, preparing to face her 76th match. Just moments ago, she had been ambushed, with the intent to severely injure her and prevent her from continuing her victorious streak. However, she effortlessly dispatched her assailant. Upon entering the depths of the hellish slaughter arena, the brutality of the combat was palpable. On the expansive fighting platform, a group of individuals were engaged in a savage melee, akin to wild beasts fighting to the death. The audience, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, exhibited no signs of pity or fear. Instead, they were driven into a greater frenzy. Soon, Hulaina took to the stage. Having achieved 75 consecutive victories, she had garnered a certain level of fame. As she entered, the other 9 competitors swiftly united against her, seeking to eliminate her first. Yet, Hulaina displayed no signs of trepidation. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her almost flawless physique, she stood poised with a short sword, awaiting the onslaught from her adversaries. As the battle commenced, the 9 opponents showed no mercy, launching lethal attacks without hesitation. Initially, Hulaina managed to hold her ground against their coordinated assault, but it was merely a matter of survival, as she found no opportunity to counterattack. The synergy displayed by her opponents indicated they had clearly trained for this moment, specifically to combat Hulaina. After nearly half an hour, Hulaina, having exhausted her strength, was caught off guard and suffered a deep cut to her back. Blood flowed freely, quickly staining her garments. Observing silently from the audience, Zhao Su contemplated whether to intervene. His involvement would undoubtedly breach the rules, potentially leading to unnecessary complications. However, if he refrained from acting, it seemed likely that Hulaina would not survive to leave the fighting platform today. The rule dictated that only one individual could walk away from each match alive. Yet, despite this, the 9 continued their relentless assault on Hulaina, perhaps orchestrated by the so-called King of Slaughter. Otherwise, how could it be that in a millennium, only 8 individuals had achieved 100 consecutive victories in the hellish slaughter arena? As Zhao Su pondered this, Hulaina was struck once more. Her body trembling from the loss of blood and severe fatigue, her vision gradually blurring. Finally, Zhao Su chose to act, though not with direct involvement. He hurled a dagger, intercepting a fatal blow aimed at Hulaina. Instantly revitalized, Hulaina began to move swiftly, her short sword mercilessly claiming the lives of her attackers. Cheating! Cheating! She is cheating! The audience erupted, pointing at Hulaina, the last standing competitor on the arena floor. Disregarding their shouts, Hulaina noticed the absence of the arena's enforcers, suggesting their tacit approval of her victory. Dragging her weakened form, she made her way out of the hellish slaughter arena. However, no sooner had she exited than she became the target of numerous gazes. Besides those seeking to eliminate her as a formidable opponent, there were also those who coveted her beauty. In this city of slaughter, while there were many female soul masters, none could rival Hulaina's extraordinary beauty and perfect figure, enhanced by the innate allure of her fox spirit. Many sought to bask in her charm, while others, lacking the courage to approach her directly, trailed behind. Waiting for the moment, she faltered. "Little girl, if you agree to entertain us, we promise no one will harm you. What do you say?" As Hulaina ventured just a short distance, 6 individuals encircled her. The leader of the group, a scrawny man with a lecherous grin, extended a grimy hand toward Hulaina. Shameless. Hulaina's pale visage, marred by blood loss, radiated an overwhelming disdain as she glared at them. Uttering a furious retort, she lunged forward with her short sword. "If you seek to take advantage, do not blame us for being merciless." The lecherous man, taken aback by Hulaina's defiance, grew cold and replied, "Once we are done with our fun, everyone will have their turn." At his words, the surrounding individuals erupted in excitement. Hulaina, despite her exceptional talent and relentless efforts, having attained the rank of level 55 Soul King before the age of 25, would undoubtedly ascend to the title of Douluo in the future had she not entered the city of slaughter. However, at this moment, it was too late for any negotiations. Exhausted and bleeding, she recognized the impossibility of contending with the 6 lecherous men before her. A flicker of resignation crossed her cold gaze, soon transformed into determination. Raising her short sword, she aimed it at her own alabaster neck. Even in death, she refused to allow her body to be sullied by these filthy, repugnant individuals. Just then, a small stone struck, knocking the sword from her grip. Confused, Hulaina turned to identify the source of the projectile. Zhao Su. "Here is your chance at survival. Leave." Zhao Su approached step by step, his voice laced with murderous intent as he addressed the 6 individuals. "Humph, you foolish boy," he remarked, before the word death could escape the lips of their leader. At that moment, Zhao Su's martial soul, the Emperor's 7 kills sword, materialized before them, accompanied by 6 resplendent black spirit rings that gleamed with an otherworldly brilliance. Aside from the improbable configuration of spirit rings, there was also the undeniable fact that Zhao Su was not bound by the rules of the City of Slaughter, which prohibited the use of spirit abilities. In this realm, only 2 types of individuals were immune to the oppressive domain of the King of Slaughter: those who had attained the status of a slaughter god, or the enforcers of the City of Slaughter who pledged loyalty to the king. Both categories were far beyond the reach of these 6. In a desperate bid for mercy, the 6 individuals hastily knelt, their heads knocking against the ground as they pleaded, "Spare us. We did not mean to offend. Please forgive our rudeness. We are willing to offer you the purest Bloody Mary." Chapter 56. Divine Will. "Consider it my betrothal gift to the Tang family." Too late. With Zhao Su's cold declaration, the Emperor's 7 kills sword flew forth, severing the heads of the 6 without hesitation. At that moment, Zhao Su had already reached Hulaina's side and said with a smile, "Do not forget, you owe me a life." Unable to endure any longer, Hulaina was overtaken by a wave of dizziness and fainted on the spot. Zhao Su swiftly caught Hulaina and lifted her into his arms, scanning the surroundings in search of a place to take refuge. Yet, this dilapidated city, along with its crumbling edifices, offered no semblance of direction or sanctuary. "Come here." Zhao Su gestured towards a young man not far away, who, despite being somewhat haggard from the pervasive aura of slaughter that enveloped the city, possessed a resolute gaze that betrayed no hint of cowardice. The man had clearly witnessed the preceding events, including the Emperor's 7 slaughter sword, which hovered beside Zhao Su, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent that cowed all present into submission. He approached Zhao Su without a hint of defiance. "I inquire of you, is there a place to reside nearby, one that is both spacious and clean? Proceed eastward and around the corner. There you will find residences designated for those who have achieved over 50 victories. It is significantly cleaner than this area. And what must one do to acquire the right to reside there? There are no formal rules. Simply eliminate the current occupants of the dwelling, and it shall become yours." "Very well." Without further ado, Zhao Su embraced Hulaina and proceeded eastward as directed by the man. Upon reaching the end of the path and making a turn, they arrived at another street. Indeed, this place was as the man had described, remarkably tranquil and tidy. Zhao Su casually glanced around, identified a room, and strode inside without hesitation. Before long, an unfortunate soul was unceremoniously expelled, treated by Zhao Su like a mere punching bag. Upon entering the room, it became evident that it was rather small, measuring approximately a mere 10 square meters. The furnishings were exceedingly sparse, consisting solely of a bed, a table, and a few chairs. Gently positioned Hulaina on the bed, reaching out to remove her form-fitting black attire. The black garment worn by Hulaina was a one-piece, necessitating the removal of her pants as well. Soon, her delicate pink lingerie was revealed beneath. Although Hulaina was lying on the bed, the snug-fitting pink shorts, which barely grazed the tops of her thighs, accentuated her subtly rounded posterior, rendering her even more alluring. Coupled with her long, slender legs, smooth and devoid of any excess flesh, they nearly caused Zhao Su's nose to bleed from sheer admiration. Zhao Su closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to quell the restlessness coursing through his body. Fortunately, he had spent 3 tender days with Tang Yuehua before entering the city of slaughter. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to temptation by now. The horrifying scar, an outwardly gaping wound on his smooth and delicate back, marred what was once a flawless physique. Yet it also imbued him with a touch of primal ferocity. Zhao Su suppressed the turmoil within his heart, refraining from gazing at the alluring silhouette of Hulaina, whose figure was clad only in pink hot pants. From the storage pendant at his waist, he retrieved a healing elixir and administered it to Hulaina. Subsequently, he meticulously crushed the remaining pills and gently applied the powder to the wound on her back. After accomplishing all this, Zhao Su hastily covered Hulaina's body, averse to looking any further, fearing that he might succumb to base desires. He then ventured out to procure a clean set of clothing for her and dressed her with care. After completing this task, Zhao Su took a seat at a nearby table, within the abode of the King of Slaughter in the City of Carnage. A tall figure clad in crimson attire sat regally upon a stone throne, listening to the reports from his subordinates. You mean to say there exists an individual who is unaffected by the oppressive aura of the Slaughter domain and can wield soul techniques at will? The King of Slaughter's blood-red eyes glinted with a hint of perplexity. Since ascending to his title, such an occurrence had never transpired. Not even with the 2 existing deities of Slaughter, who had adhered to his rules upon their arrival. Indeed, although he is merely a sole emperor of over 60 ranks, all 6 of his soul rings are of the 10,000-year caliber. Where is this individual now? According to the scouts, he has taken the Hell Messenger, who boasts a streak of 76 consecutive victories, to a residence on East Street. Very well, remember, do not obstruct him in any way, for I shall personally meet him. After issuing his command, the King of Slaughter waved his hand, dismissing his subordinate, and then suddenly vanished without a trace. In the East Street room, Zhao Su sensed a powerful aura approaching him. A smirk crept across his lips. The King of Slaughter, one could only wonder if he truly deserved such a title. As the King of Slaughter soared through the air, he was startled by Zhao Su's voice, realizing too late that Zhao Su had materialized behind him without his awareness. Whether I deserve it or not, you will find out for yourself. The King of Slaughter's crimson gaze narrowed, and without a moment's hesitation, he struck out. Yet, as he did, regret washed over him, for he soon recognized that a formidable mental force had enveloped him. Mind control? In a daze, the King of Slaughter found himself ensnared by this overwhelming psychic power, and escape was no longer an option. A mere foul bat dares to claim the title of King of Slaughter? How absurd. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, extending his right hand to form a seal, which he then pressed upon the center of the King of Slaughter's forehead. Following this, his hand transformed into a claw, forcibly extracting a blood-red bat from within. The blood-red bat king emitted a shrill squeak from its mouth, flapping its repugnant wings in a desperate attempt to escape Zhao Su's grasp. At the moment the blood-red bat was drawn forth, the King of Slaughter's crimson eyes gradually dulled, a glimmer of light emerging within their depths. Are you the one who has aided my escape? The King of Slaughter spoke, his voice no longer as hoarse, gazing at the struggling blood-red bat king in Zhao Su's hand. With a puzzled expression, he turned to Zhao Su and inquired, "Is this true?" "Indeed. The fragment of divine will I left within you serves as a token of my goodwill to the Tang family of Haotian sect. Whether you can pass the trial of the Shura God and attain divinity in physical form rests solely upon your own efforts. Do you know who I am? A token of goodwill? What does it mean? You need not concern yourself with such matters for now, focus on your comprehension." Zhao Su spoke as he once again took action, sealing the blood-red bat king, whose deathly aura had been obliterated and was now entirely under his control. Back within the body of the King of Slaughter, namely Tang Chun, the The reality remained unchanged. The Douluo continent still did not permit the ascension of mortals to godhood. Thus, Zhao Su chose to re-establish the Bat King as a parasite within Tang San, continuing its role as his king of slaughter. However, this Bat King was now fully under Zhao Su's dominion, enveloped by that divine consciousness. Should Tang San comprehend this divine essence, he would break free from the Bat King's control and reclaim his awareness. This could be seen as a boon for Tang San's potential ascension to godhood. Much like Zhao Su proclaimed, it served as an engagement gift for the Tang family. Upon completing this task, Zhao Su vanished entirely, and the eyes of the King of Slaughter transformed back to a blood-red hue, gazing vacantly at the desolate street, a hint of confusion flickering in his gaze. Chapter 57. Rules are man-made and hence can be altered at that moment, although the King of Slaughter could not recall the events that had just transpired. He retained a vivid memory of Zhao Su's terrifying divine consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, he hastened back to his lair at the swiftest pace. He commanded that, regardless of Zhao Su's actions within the city of slaughter, even if he were to utterly annihilate it, no one should intervene. His cloaked subordinates, witnessing their great king exhibit such fear for the first time, dared not utter a word or pose any questions, promptly acquiescing to execute the King of Slaughter's orders. Hulaina did not awaken until noon the following day. Upon opening her eyes, she first displayed a hint of bewilderment, which was swiftly followed by a flood of memories from before her unconsciousness. In an instant, she sprang upright, lowering her gaze to observe the unfamiliar clothing draped upon her. A complex array of emotions flickered in her eyes, despite the inherent allure bestowed upon her by her fox spirit martial soul. Hulaina had always prided herself on her chastity. Even though Yan, a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had pursued her since childhood, she had never permitted him so much as a touch. The possibility that she may have lost her virtue filled Hulaina with a growing sense of despair, causing her once vibrant eyes to dim. She collapsed onto the bed, tears streaming unbidden down her cheeks. Enough with the tears. I merely applied medicine to your wounds and took a glance. I did not do anything to you. At that moment, Zhao Su's voice resonated from the doorway. He then entered the room, placing a meal he had procured from an unknown source onto the table. Is that true? Hulaina initially felt a surge of joy, only to turn to Zhao Su with a tone laced with skepticism. Your interest is too minimal. I am not captivated. Zhao Su spoke while gesturing toward Hulaina's chest. Go to hell. Hulaina exclaimed as she charged at Zhao Su, inadvertently aggravating her still-healing wound, letting out a cry of pain. I have already treated your wound. It will heal in a few days without leaving a scar. As Zhao Su spoke, he tossed a small porcelain vial to Hulaina. Take one each day. It will expedite the healing of your wounds. Thank you. Hulaina replied, accepting the vial. She gazed at the resolute half of Zhao Su's face, which, while not conventionally handsome, had nevertheless stirred something within her. Gripping the vial tightly, she softly addressed Zhao Su. You need not thank me. It is Bibi Dong who has entrusted me with your care. Should you perish in the city of carnage, I would find it difficult to account for it to her. Is it solely because of my master that you saved me, treating me with such kindness? Hulaina asked, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice. Not entirely. Zhao Su replied. You have made quite a favorable impression on me. It would be a tremendous pity for you to meet your end here. Is there no other reason? Perhaps regarding my appearance or figure? Hulaina inquired, her cheeks flushing slightly. Indeed, Zhao Su responded. Your figure is quite commendable. Aside from that one area being a tad petite, your pert backside is rather delightful. Therefore, do not be overly self-conscious about your physique. At first, Zhao Su spoke with some semblance of reason, but as the conversation progressed, he became increasingly incoherent. Go to hell. Hulaina glared at Zhao Su with an intensity that seemed capable of devouring him whole, uttering those venomous words before swiftly departing. Hulaina possessed her own residence within the city of slaughter, for she was a formidable contender with an impressive record of 76 consecutive victories. Despite her injuries, which were merely superficial, her soul power had nearly replenished, granting her a degree of self-preservation even in the face of danger. Hence, Zhao Su chose not to pursue her, as he had his own matters to attend to. Earlier, aside from seeking sustenance, he had also inquired about Tang San's whereabouts, just as Zhao Su had surmised. Tang San had indeed arrived in the city of slaughter and had already achieved 56 consecutive victories. Those soul skills were rendered ineffective here. The profound cultivation of his Shintian skill had endowed Tang San with physical prowess that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Coupled with his elusive and devastating hidden weapons, Even the king of slaughter would find it challenging to confront him, much like Hulaina. In the spectator stands of the Hell Slaughter field, Zhao Su sat observing Tang San within the arena, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Tang San's rate of advancement was truly beyond Zhao Su's expectations, particularly with the transformation of the blue-silver grass into the blue-silver emperor, a skill of immense control, complemented by the formidable Haotian hammer, which elevated Tang San's combat prowess beyond Zhao Su's predictions. It could be described as a perfect amalgamation of control and output. If my memory serves me correctly, you must also be from Shrek Academy. Truly, all of you from Shrek are monsters, remarked Hulaina, who had unexpectedly taken a seat beside Zhao Su. Her gaze fixed on Tang San in the arena. This monster is rather unexpected. Zhao Su stroked his chin, contemplating, and turned to Hulaina beside him. Do you wish to surpass him? I do. But the rules of the Hell Killing Field state that those who achieve 50 consecutive victories are not assigned to the same group. Rules are established by man, and thus, they can also be broken by man. A wicked smile danced across Zhao Su's face as he continued. Do you truly believe you can surpass him? No. Although Hulaina was exceedingly proud and detested failure, she could not deny that, when faced with Tang San, her chances of victory were exceedingly slim. I shall assist you. Even if we are placed in the same group, one of us must perish, Zhao Su declared, as I mentioned earlier. Rules are merely constructs of man and can be altered. Rising from his seat, he instructed, wait for me here. With that, Zhao Su exited the arena of hellish slaughter. Before long, he returned to the arena, where Tang San had already claimed victory, achieving his 57th consecutive win. When Tang San takes the stage again, the two of you will be paired together, and the rules governing simultaneous victories shall be amended. Each individual shall have one opportunity to concede, but consecutive victories will be nullified. Who exactly are you, capable of influencing even the king of slaughter? It is rather simple. One merely needs to defeat him. Zhao Su spoke with an air of casual simplicity, yet to Hulaina's ears, it resonated like a thunderclap on a clear day. She had once believed she comprehended Zhao Su thoroughly, assuming his infiltration into Shrek was solely to aid her master, Bibi Dong, in her grand design to unify the continent. However, it has now become evident that she had scarcely grasped the true essence of Zhao Su. In her heart, she felt that given Zhao Su's formidable strength, he had no need for such convoluted schemes. Zhao Su, undeterred by any delays, prepared for the upcoming match with the aim of swiftly achieving his 100th victory and embarking on the perilous path to attain the domain of the God of Slaughter. That afternoon, a notice announcing the alterations to the rules of the hellish arena was affixed for all to see. Upon witnessing this announcement, many inhabitants of the inner city of the City of Slaughter found themselves elated. However, for some who had already secured over 50 consecutive victories, the sentiment was far from agreeable. Each individual capable of achieving such a remarkable streak possessed their own unique prowess, and grouping them together inevitably heightened their risk of demise. Yet, within the confines of the City of Slaughter, governed entirely by the will of the King of Slaughter, their descent held no significance. The King's decree was absolute. Chapter 58, Suppressing Tang San. Entrapping him within the City of Slaughter that night, within Zhao Su's chamber, Hulaina, somewhat perplexed, inquired, why must you insist on my participation? If you were to compete, there would be no need to amend the rules. You could simply eliminate him directly. He cannot perish just yet. I must keep him alive. Why? There is no reason. He cannot die now. It is a matter of necessity. Remember, even if you have the opportunity to slay him tomorrow, do not take action. Zhao Su initially refrained from eliminating Tang San, intending to harness Tang San's formidable destiny as the protagonist to aid him in the quest for treasures. Currently, he withholds the act of killing Tang San to allow him to grow stronger, so that he may utilize his blue-silver emperor spirit to resurrect Ayin. Otherwise, if Ayin were to restore herself, the duration of her revival remains uncertain, a weight Zhao Su cannot afford. This explains why Zhao Su has consistently spared Tang San, refraining from suppressing him, and instead facilitating his rapid enhancement of strength. However, Tang San's growth has become excessively swift, necessitating a restriction on his advancement. Moreover, today Zhao Su sensed the aura of divinity emanating from Tang San, indicating that he may well have attracted the attention of the Shura God from the divine realm. It is widely acknowledged that even within the original narrative, during Tang San's assessment by the Shura God, he was granted leniency. No one can ascertain whether the Shura God has intervened at this juncture. This is also the rationale behind Zhao Su's decision to prevent Tang San from achieving divinity, before he has gathered the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian. The threats he faces may extend beyond the Douluo continent, potentially reaching into the divine realm. Furthermore, his system and his transmigration could very well be entangled in the conflicts of divine factions. Of course, these remain mere conjectures. Zhao Su now contemplates whether, upon the day of achieving divinity, it is imperative to accept the inheritance of a deity from the divine realm. Ultimately, this would not constitute true ascension, but rather becoming a mere substitute or even a servant for the deity from whom the inheritance is drawn. However, at present, Zhao Su must prioritize the suppression of Tang San's cultivation speed, albeit without imposing excessive restraint. After all, he still relies on Tang San's blue-silver emperor domain to resurrect Ain. A task involving soul rings and soul bones that have existed for 100,000 years. How could one not be captivated by such a lure? Are you so certain that I can defeat him? With my presence, nothing is impossible. Zhao Su conveyed a formidable burst of divine consciousness into Hulaina's mind and continued. At the crucial moment, harness this divine consciousness to subdue him, and you will effortlessly vanquish him. Are you not concerned that I might disregard your instructions and kill him? You will not be able to kill him. Zhao Su spoke with an air of casualness, yet his conviction was palpable. It seemed as though he held dominion over all that existed, dictating the course of events. On this day, just as Zhao Su had predicted, he and Hulaina were assigned to the same team. Apart from the two of them, 3 others had also achieved a winning streak exceeding 50 matches. This battle could be deemed one of the most exhilarating encounters in nearly a century since the inception of the Helles Arena. Hulaina did not confront Tang San directly. Instead, the two allied against the remaining 8 contenders, swiftly reducing the battlefield to just themselves. They retreated a short distance, gazing at each other without haste to strike first. I didn't expect our paths to cross again in such a setting. Hulaina initiated the conversation. You should concede. You are no match for me. Tang San replied nonchalantly, exuding a fierce killing intent, his gaze icy as it fixed on Hulaina. Only through combat can one ascertain who is the true opponent. Hulaina retorted before springing into action, her short sword in hand, as she lunged towards Tang San. She did not wish to rely on Zhao Su's mental prowess to eliminate Tang San instantly. Rather, she aimed to vanquish him through her own strength. Seeking to redeem herself for the humiliation she endured at the hands of Tang San during the Elite Soul Master competition. Additionally, she sought revenge for her brother, Xiaoyu, who had suffered greatly to protect her, being severely poisoned, though he had subsequently recovered, the ordeal having irrevocably tarnished his essence, potentially barring him from ever achieving the rank of title Douluo. As Hulaina charged, Tang San remained unfazed, dismissing her assault entirely. It soon became clear to Hulaina that she could not prevail against Tang San in her current state, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Yield now, or you will perish by my hand. Tang San's voice was devoid of emotion as he repelled her relentless attacks. Do not rejoice too soon. Today I shall spare your life, but mark my words, I will defeat you honorably one day. As soon as Hulaina spoke, Tang San felt an overwhelming mental force seize him, rendering him immobile. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Hulaina closed the distance, seizing Tang San's shoulder and violently flinging him away. He crashed against the unforgiving concrete ground outside the arena, the impact causing a surge of pain in his chest, prompting him to cough up blood. The fierce determination in Tang San's gaze was mingled with a sense of resignation. He realized that the opportunity for another confrontation had slipped away. In that moment of despair, Tang San activated his hidden skill, endurance. Rather than recklessly seeking death and defeat, he chose to retreat and await a more opportune moment. He glanced back at Hulaina, who was basking in the adulation of the crowd, and without hesitation, turned to exit the arena. Preserving his strength was paramount to avoid being ambushed. With Tang San's departure, Hulaina celebrated yet another victory, while Tang San's streak was abruptly halted, necessitating a fresh start. Moreover, with the alteration of the rules, participants with winning streaks exceeding 50 could now compete in the same match, making the attainment of 100 consecutive victories increasingly arduous. This was indeed Zhao Su's scheme, designed to ensnare Tang San within the confines of the City of Slaughter. However, Zhao Su was aware that Tang San could not be contained for long, compelling him to hasten his cultivation. Even if he could not ascend to divinity, reaching the title Douluo level swiftly was imperative. In the ensuing days, Tang San remained absent, while Zhao Su's winning streak climbed to over 30 matches. Although he detested the City of Slaughter, a hub of malevolence, he could not deny the abundant energy he harvested daily. Death was a constant presence, both within the city and the arena, allowing him to convert the souls of the deceased into energy points. Eventually, Zhao Su found himself somewhat fond of this place, contemplating whether to amass enough resources to exchange for a complete set of the holy angel soul bones before departing. However, as the mechanical voice of the system echoed, Zhao Su realized it was time to leave. Ding! The location of the remaining fragments of the nine-winged dragon has been determined. There is a skull fragment at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Ding! Quest initiated. Proceed to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School to retrieve the nine-winged dragon skull. Quest rewards: 100,000. Year Soul Ring X1. Holy Angel Set Skull X1. Upon viewing the quest interface that appeared, a smile graced Zhao Su's face. Although he was uncertain of the benefits that the Guardian 9 Divine Dragons would confer, he was well aware of the advantages bestowed by the soul bones within the Holy Angel set. Just a single right arm bone had elevated his mental prowess to the divine origin realm, transforming it into tangible divine consciousness. One could only imagine the terrifying power that would arise from collecting all 6 pieces. In the following 3 months, Zhao Su engaged in relentless slaughter, participating in numerous arena matches daily. In this brief span, his winning streak soared to 97, and his energy points accumulated to an impressive 16,000. One night, he accessed the system marketplace, bypassing all else to directly select the Holy Angel set soul bones. He exchanged for the left arm bone, no longer feeling the urgency for the skull, knowing it would be rewarded upon quest completion. The torso bone required 20,000 energy points, which he lacked. Thus he opted for the left arm bone instead. Upon completion of the exchange, Zhao Su wasted no time and began the fusion process. As the left arm bone integrated with his arm, a surge of powerful mental energy flooded his mind. Yet this time, the presence of the golden pool alleviated any pain that might have arisen. Once this immense mental force melded with the golden pool, it transformed into a tangible liquid state. Simultaneously, the fragment of the nine-winged dragon appeared within the golden pool, enveloped in formidable divine consciousness, rendering the seemingly ordinary bone radiant with golden light. As Zhao Su fused with the left arm soul bone, the vast divine consciousness rapidly extended outward, causing a tremor in the hearts of all within the city of slaughter. However, this divine presence was fleeting and did not impose significant consequences. Within the cave where the king of slaughter resided, his eyes snapped open, revealing a crimson hue filled with both fear and curiosity. Just as Zhao Su completed the fusion, a knock echoed at the door, and before he could respond, it swung open to reveal Hulaina. Was that immense power you just unleashed? You barged in without a care. Are you not worried I might be undressed? Zhao Su did not respond to Hulaina's words. Instead, he poured himself a glass of water, his gaze fixed upon Hulaina's alluring form. I truly wonder what kind of person you are, he mused. Unperturbed by Zhao Su's scrutiny, Hulaina approached him and settled beside him, continuing. I have come to seek your assistance with a particular matter. Seek my help? How peculiar. You, Miss Hu, have something to request of me? Zhao Su remarked with a hint of incredulity. After achieving 100 victories, I wish to traverse the path of hell alongside you. Is it a lack of faith in me, or do you doubt yourself? Hulaina retorted. Before my arrival, my master advised me not to hasten my 100 victories, but to thoroughly absorb the essence of death emanating from the city of slaughter, for it is essential to have any hope of succeeding on the path of hell. Humph. Zhao Su exhaled with a touch of exasperation. It is truly unfortunate that you have such a mentor. She is not aiding you, but rather leading you astray. Zhao Su, I may tolerate your disdain for me, yet I will not permit you to insult my master. I speak only the truth. She is transformed into a madwoman. If I am not mistaken, it is the malevolent aura of death within the city of slaughter that has driven her to this state. What do you mean by that? The domain of the god of slaughter is less a domain and more a vessel for absorbing the world's evil. Excessive absorption of the malignant essence from the city of slaughter can instill a powerful urge to kill, yet it also erodes one's inner self, turning an otherwise sane individual into a being of extreme madness. Furthermore, this Bloody Mary merely facilitates the swift and flawless absorption of malevolence. Zhao Su gestured towards the Bloody Mary held by Hulaina. What? Hence, one should not believe everything that Mad Master of yours says. She is no longer the Bibi Dong of old. Impossible. What is impossible about it? You have been by her side every day. Have you not noticed that ever since she entered the city of slaughter and attained the domain of the god of killing, she has undergone a complete transformation? Hulaina lowered her head as she listened, for as Zhao Su had stated, she indeed felt the change in Bibi Dong. Quick to anger and increasingly brutal, Her demeanor had shifted dramatically. Yet for Hu Laina, her master was the closest person to her. In her heart, she had long regarded Bibi Dong as her mother. She was unwilling to accept the reality that her master had become a lunatic. Is there any way to remedy this? Not at the moment. I came to the city of slaughter to obtain the god of killing domain and seek a solution to the malevolent aura within it. These pills, taken daily, will suppress the evil energy within you. Refrain from consuming that dreadful Bloody Mary. Zhao Su handed a small porcelain vial to Hu Laina, then pointed solemnly at the Bloody Mary on the table. He wished to prevent Hu Laina from becoming a madwoman like Bibi Dong one day. The following day, Zhao Su resumed his participation in the arena of slaughter, engaging in consecutive battles until he quickly amassed 100 victories. At that moment, Hu Laina also achieved her own centennial triumph. The entire arena erupted in fervor, for these individuals had only heard tales of those who had attained 100 victories. Yet no one had ever witnessed it firsthand, especially not two individuals at once. Unbeknownst to them, all who had seen those who achieved 100 victories had perished, for their blood was the key to unlocking the path to hell. While the crowd was still engulfed in ecstatic excitement, the King of Slaughter, clad in a crimson robe with blood-red eyes, made his appearance. The King of Slaughter wasted no breath. He formed a seal with his hands. The spectators who had been chanting his name suddenly exploded, their blood cascading down the grooves of the spectator stands into the arena below. Soon, an opening appeared on the slaughter platform, revealing the entrance to the path of hell. The King of Slaughter seemed intent on swiftly ushering Zhao Su out of the city of slaughter. Zhao Su lingered here, a profound sense of crisis looming in his heart. Although he could not recall having ever clashed with Zhao Su, an indelible fear of that formidable spiritual presence persisted within him. Come, follow closely behind me. I shall lead you away from this place. Without hesitation, Zhao Su turned to Hu Laina behind him and, with a swift motion, leaped into the impenetrable darkness of the cave entrance. As they ventured deeper, visibility dwindled to nothingness, plunging them into complete obscurity. Even standing face to face, they could scarcely discern one another. You must be on the verge of obtaining your 6th spirit ring, correct? Zhao Su inquired, noticing Hu Laina's noticeably labored breathing. Indeed, I reached level 60 upon entering the city of slaughter. My master advised me to hunt spirit beasts for my spirit ring only after I attained the domain of the god of slaughter, which would enable me to transcend my limits. Very well, then I shall gift you a spirit ring. As Zhao Su walked forward, he spoke casually. Chapter 60, The Blood-Red Bat King, The Evil Eye. Is it really here? Hu Laina inquired, somewhat perplexed. Not to mention that soul skills cannot be utilized here. Even if they could, what kind of soul beasts could possibly exist in such a place? Squeak. Before Zhao Su could utter a word, a cacophony of chattering sounds reached his ears. The 6th soul ring has an absorption period of 30,000 years. However, I suspect the soul beast is no less than 50,000 years old. If my conjecture holds true, absorbing the soul beast may very well suppress the malevolent thoughts that arise after you attain the realm of the god of slaughter. Admittedly, Zhao Su's actions here are somewhat unscrupulous, as he is essentially using Hu Laina as a subject for experimentation. Nevertheless, he is confident that even if his hypothesis fails, he will ensure that Hu Laina suffers no harm. Are you referring to these bats? Just wait. Heed my command and do not act recklessly. Although Zhao Su spoke to Hu Laina in such a manner, he had already taken action. The Emperor's 7-kill sword was unsheathed, emanating a formidable sword intent that surged towards the bats. The brilliance of the sword light flickered across the dark cavern, casting a faint illumination. Hu Laina stood there, observing Zhao Su, who was positioned protectively before her. Her gaze was somewhat dazed. A woman often finds herself enamored with a man for numerous reasons. It was evident that Hu Laina had developed feelings for Zhao Su, captivated by him for many reasons, yet inexplicably drawn to him without a singular justification. Although Zhao Su's appearance may not be conventionally handsome, he has undoubtedly etched himself deeply into her heart. Every woman desires a powerful man who can provide her with a sense of security. Moreover, the more formidable the woman, the greater her yearning for a man who surpasses her in strength to cherish and protect her. Zhao Su embodies such a person. Why are you standing there in a daze? Move along. Zhao Su turned to glance at Hu Laina, who had not kept pace, and promptly called out to her. Hu Laina took a deep breath, suppressing her emotions, and quickened her steps to catch up. After traversing nearly 500 meters, amidst the swarm of black bats, a formidable figure emerged, the crimson-winged Bat King. Although this Bat King was not as powerful as the blood-red 9-headed Bat King residing within Tang San, Its aura suggested that it had undoubtedly surpassed 30,000 years of age. It is you. Zhao Su cast his gaze upon the blood-red wingback king, and in an instant, the 12-winged holy angel spirit manifested behind him. The formidable essence of the divine swept away all malevolence. Simultaneously, it enveloped Hulaina, who immediately felt her tumultuous heart gradually attain tranquility. The Bat King, sensing this overwhelming divine aura, lost all will to fight and contemplated escape. Yet, Zhao Su would not permit such an eventuality. A colossal hand emerged, effortlessly crushing every bat except for the blood-red winged Bat King. He seized the creature and brought it before the stunned Hulaina. What are you pondering? Eliminate it and absorb its soul ring. Absorb its soul ring? Enough of the idle chatter. Let us proceed swiftly. Zhao Su, while assisting Hulaina, summoned his own fox spirit soul. After Hulaina integrated the spirit soul, a fluffy fox tail manifested behind her, enhancing her allure. Without hesitation, Hulaina drew her short sword and thrust it into the now completely still blood-red Bat King. As the blade pierced, the Bat King definitively succumbed to its lifeless state. Immediately thereafter, a black soul ring, interspersed with golden ripples, emerged. Upon seeing this golden-ringed soul, Zhao Su realized that the Bat King exceeded his initial expectations in terms of age. Additionally, beside the soul ring, a soul bone fell, evidently an external soul bone, shimmering with a faint crimson glow. Quickly, integrate it. In the interest of safety, Zhao Su enveloped Hulaina with his vast spiritual consciousness, ready to intervene at the slightest hint of danger. Coupled with the sacred essence that purifies the mind, this provided a dual layer of protection. Perhaps due to this spiritual presence and divine intent, Hulaina's fusion proceeded remarkably smoothly, culminating in completion in less than 10 minutes. What is your sixth soul skill? Upon witnessing Hulaina open her eyes, Zhao Su recognized that the fusion was successful and retracted his spiritual consciousness, along with his 12-winged holy angel. His gaze, imbued with anticipation, turned towards Hulaina. Evil Eye, Hulaina proclaimed, activating her sixth soul skill. Instantly, an eye manifested upon her forehead. Under the gaze of this evil eye, the darkness that had previously obscured everything became crystal clear. Furthermore, it could unleash malevolent energy, disrupting the opponent's attacks. Even within a domain, it could disregard any constraints, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. Isn't this incredible? After grasping the capabilities of the evil eye, Hulaina beamed with delight. Although she had yet to test it in battle, the mere description of the soul skill filled her with exhilaration. As I suspected, the evil eye absorbs all evil thoughts. Thus, within the realm of the god of death, evil thoughts can autonomously be drawn into the evil eye, protecting you from the corruption of malevolent energy. Is it truly so? Zhao Su, shifting his attention to the soul bone radiating a blood-red glow, inquired, "Do you possess any external soul bones?" "Yes," she replied. But then her excitement was tempered. "What's wrong?" Zhao Su gestured towards the blood-red soul bone dropped by the Bat King. A soul bone that grants the ability to fly like a bat. Upon seeing this soul bone, Hulaina's eyes ignited with fervor. This meant that by integrating this soul bone, she wouldn't just fly. She could soar like a bat for extended periods. Is there a way for me to merge with this soul bone? Although Hulaina was aware that, aside from limb soul bones which could be severed in a painful manner, other soul bones and external ones could not be extracted while alive. She still posed the question to Zhao Su. "System, is there a way to remove an external soul bone?" "Yes, but it entails enduring inhuman torment, comparable to having one's ribs extracted. Additionally, one must remain conscious. Otherwise, it would be impossible to merge with the soul bone again." The system's voice remained devoid of emotion. Yet Zhao Su could almost feel the anguish of having his ribs forcibly removed. "There is a method, but I fear you may not withstand it. I can endure it. No matter how excruciating, I can bear it." Zhao Su then shared with Hulaina the method for extracting the fused soul bone and subsequently merging with a new one. Upon hearing this, Hulaina's complexion paled slightly. The prospect of extracting a soul bone while fully conscious and merging with a new one filled her with a sense of despair. The pain aside, any minor misstep during the procedure could lead to death. Chapter 61. Bone Exchange, Temptations in the Cave. How do you feel? Do you still believe you can endure this? Zhao Su observed the panic in Hulaina's expression and shook his head as he inquired. Just when Zhao Su presumed that Hulaina would choose to surrender, the fear in her eyes transformed into a resolute determination. "I can endure it. As long as I can undergo this transformation, I can withstand any pain," she declared. You must understand that failure does not signify that nothing has occurred. It signifies death. I fear not even death. He asked her once more, are you truly resolved to proceed with the transformation? This marks the third inquiry Zhao Su has made to Hu Laina, and it shall be the final one. Should she persist, Zhao Su will not decline. However, the outcome and survival will hinge upon her own determination. I am resolute that even in the face of death, there will be no regrets. Very well, if that is the case, I shall assist you in the transformation. Now, let us remove your garments. Zhao Su extended his hand to form a seal, conjuring a colossal palm that effortlessly drew a massive boulder closer, swiftly flattening it with just a few motions. He gestured towards the stone, resembling a bed of rock, and inquired of Hu Laina, is this suitable? Where do you wish to go? Zhao Su countered with a question. Elaborating, to achieve a transformation of your spirit bone, it is best to do so before you attain the domain of the god of slaughter. This way, once you obtain it, you will be able to harness the murderous intent of the domain to seamlessly integrate the new spirit bone with your body, achieving a state of perfection. Very well. Hu Laina responded without further ado, reaching to untie the belt that loosely secured her garments at the waist. She shed her outer attire, revealing a pink ensemble beneath, a clear indication of her fondness for the color. To be candid, Zhao Su often remarked that Hu Laina's figure was petite. However, it was anything but. Typically concealed by clothing, her impressive silhouette remained unexposed. Particularly captivating were her long, slender legs, which added to her allure. Zhao Su took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within him, even resorting to exuding a hint of divine aura for assistance. What is your other external soul bone? He inquired, gazing at Hu Laina, who lay atop the massive stone clad only in pink lingerie. The tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox. She replied, the tailbone? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su involuntarily cast his gaze toward Hu Laina's pert posterior, his eyes reflecting a peculiar curiosity as he asked, could it possibly be fused to that part? Although Hu Laina's expression remained frosty, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. She remained silent, merely nodding in response. You truly know how to present me with a challenge. Zhao Su spoke as he gestured for Hu Laina to turn over. Are you certain this is necessary? Indeed, I must first extract your soul bone before you can assimilate a new one. Hu Laina's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she complied with Zhao Su's request and turned onto her stomach, her flawless contours once again unveiled before him. Let me clarify, I hold no interest in you. My sole purpose is to assist you in this bone exchange. Understood, proceed. Zhao Su nodded, choosing to remain silent, his demeanor growing serious. He prepared everything necessary and placed a pill into Hu Laina's mouth, saying, although this pill cannot completely alleviate your suffering, it will stimulate your consciousness and prevent you from losing consciousness. Remember, it is essential to stay alert. Hu Laina responded with a faint acknowledgement, her tension palpable. Her entire body taut, accentuating her elongated form. Release your external spirit bone. As Zhao Su's voice resonated, a fox tail, divided into 9 segments, gradually manifested at Hu Laina's curvaceous rear. Zhao Su, without any hesitation, extended his hand to rest just above the center of Hu Laina's curvaceous form, adorned with a fox's tail. Through the delicate fabric of her shorts, the silky, elastic sensation jolted his senses. He found it necessary to amplify the sacred intent that could soothe his spirit, urging himself to remain composed. The moment Zhao Su's hand made contact with Hu Laina's shapely figure, her body trembled in response, only to be swiftly overtaken by a wave of intense pain. As Zhao Su applied increasing pressure, attempting to extricate the soul bone that had become one with Hu Laina, the sensation of agony intensified. Soon, beads of perspiration enveloped her entire body. Despite her efforts to suppress her cries, Hu Laina could no longer endure and let out a desperate plea. Do not succumb to slumber, whatever you do. Zhao Su meticulously controlled the force of extracting the soul bone, calling out to the gradually silent Hu Laina. He infused a fragment of his consciousness into her mind, enabling her to remain aware, yet intensifying her sensation of the excruciating pain from the shattered bones below. At the moment the tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox was completely severed, Hu Laina could no longer restrain herself and let out a cry. Sweat poured from her body as if she had just emerged from a bath, glistening on her flawless, smooth skin, rendering her even more alluring. However, Zhao Su was not in the mood to appreciate this picturesque scene. His focus was entirely on extracting the bone for Hu Laina. After removing the tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox, he would need to supplement her skeletal structure. The original tailbone had become thoroughly integrated with her own bones. and extracting the soul bone was akin to removing a part of her very being. After 10 minutes of meticulous effort, he finally completed the task. Hulaina lay there, as if utterly drained of strength, while the sensation of pain gradually subsided. Once everything was done, Zhao Su draped a garment over her body. Now, he merely needed to wait for her to regain some physical strength before she could absorb the soul bone of the blood-red Bat King. Soon, as Hulaina sat cross-legged on the smooth boulder, a pair of wings sprouted from her back, signifying the complete success of the bone exchange. Abruptly, she opened her eyes, and as her bat wings fluttered, she soared into the air. Simultaneously, her form began to shrink, allowing for swifter and more stable flight. After a brief test flight, when Hulaina landed, her body instantly returned to its original size, and her wings swiftly retracted into her being. She could distinctly feel her back ribs becoming increasingly strong and powerful, occasionally sending a refreshing sensation through her. How wonderful! So this is the feeling of flight. Hulaina was utterly immersed in the joy brought by soaring through the skies, completely forgetting the inhuman pain she had just endured. She was oblivious to the fact that she was clad only in pink lingerie, and more importantly, her snug shorts had torn during the bone extraction, leaving half of her pert, smooth behind exposed. The dark cavern was filled with an irresistible allure. Chapter 62. Perfect absorption of malicious intent, reluctant separation. What is that expression on your face? Hulaina asked Zhao Su, her voice tinged with confusion as she noticed his peculiar demeanor. Zhao Su remained silent, tilting his head to one side as he pointed with his finger towards the pert posterior of Hulaina. Following Zhao Su's gesture, Hulaina glanced down in that direction. In an instant, her face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple, as she hurriedly rummaged through her soul guide device for clothing. She hastily donned the garments. Once Hulaina had dressed, Zhao Su turned his head, a lingering smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "It seems you have a fondness for pink, as it appears you wear it frequently." "Go to hell," Hulaina retorted, her cheeks growing even redder as she scolded Zhao Su. "Yet, it seems Bibi Dong treats you exceedingly well." Zhao Su paid no heed to Hulaina's scolding, as he reached for the tailbone of the nine-tailed celestial fox resting upon the boulder. He could feel the immense soul power emanating from this soul bone. Subsequently, he extended it towards Hulaina, saying, "Take this. When the time comes, it may serve someone in need. Consider this soul bone as a token of gratitude for your assistance." However, Hulaina did not accept the soul bone offered by Zhao Su. Softly, she replied, "It would be better if you kept it. If you find it unnecessary, you could sell it for gold soul coins. It holds little value for me." Zhao Su ultimately placed the soul bone into Hulaina's hands. Observing her acceptance, she did not refuse but instead stowed the bone away. "Thank you." After a while, Hulaina's emotions began to stabilize, and her complexion was no longer as flushed. She approached Zhao Su and expressed her gratitude. "There is no need for thanks. It is your own strength that is remarkable. Few could endure such pain." This statement came from the depths of Zhao Su's heart, devoid of any flattery. In that moment, Zhao Su found himself viewing Hulaina with newfound respect. Her tenacious spirit and earnest demeanor had dispelled any previous underestimations he held of her. What Zhao Su remained unaware of was the fact that Hulaina's childhood was far from joyful. Prior to her encounter with Bibi Dong, she and her brother endured countless scorn and suffering. This explains Hulaina's unwavering desire to become powerful. On one hand, she sought to escape the disdain and humiliation inflicted by others. On the other, she wished to repay the kindness bestowed upon her by Bibi Dong's guidance and nurturing. Thus, Hulaina had long sworn in her heart to dedicate her entire life to the Spirit Hall, aiding her master Bibi Dong in realizing the dream of unifying the continent. Even death held no significance for her. An hour later, Zhao Su and Hulaina finally emerged from the treacherous path, returning to the small town where they had entered the city of slaughter. Both had successfully acquired the domain of the god of slaughter. When Hulaina activated this domain, the malevolent eye of evil, which had just attained its 6th soul skill, also awakened automatically, absorbing the wicked essence within the domain. With each instance of absorbing this malevolence, the eye of evil grew increasingly formidable, perfectly counterbalancing the corrupting influence of the domain's evil on her being. Moreover, as the eye of evil consumed all malevolence, Hulaina herself underwent a sublime transformation, her spirit becoming ethereal and impervious to any allure or illusion. Well then, it is time for us to part ways. Zhao Su still had other matters to attend to. Therefore, upon emerging from the treacherous path of hell, he turned to his companion, Hulaina, and spoke. However, Hulaina's eyes did not reflect the joy one might expect from having traversed the path of hell and attained the domain of the god of slaughter. Instead, they were clouded with deep concern. As Zhao Su began to turn away, she suddenly called out to him, but ultimately, all she could muster was a trivial farewell. Until we meet again, take care. Take care. Zhao Su nodded slightly to Hulaina, uttering a brief farewell, before turning and vanishing within mere strides. As she gazed in the direction of Zhao Su's departure, Hulaina found herself inexplicably shedding tears. Child, I did not expect you to emerge so swiftly. At that moment, a voice broke through, pulling Hulaina back from her reverie. Upon seeing the newcomer, she hastily wiped her tears and exclaimed, Elder Zhu, Elder Gui? It was indeed Yu Guan and Gui Mei who had brought Hulaina to this city of slaughter. To her surprise, they had remained here for such an extended period without leaving. This demonstrated Bibi Dong's deep affection and regard for Hulaina, treating her as her own daughter. Child, how did you come to be with him? Gui Mei and Yu Guan had also witnessed Zhao Su's presence, yet they had concealed themselves in the shadows until he departed. We encountered each other in the city of slaughter. He guided me through the path of hell. Hulaina's gaze revealed a hint of melancholy as she spoke of him. You have surpassed level 60? Yu Guan inquired. His brow furrowed in confusion as he grasped Hulaina's hand, examining her closely. Confirming her status as a level 61 Soul Emperor, he felt a measure of relief, despite pondering how one could obtain soul rings in the city of slaughter. However, Hulaina's body and martial soul appeared unblemished. Indeed, I have acquired my 6th soul ring, Hulaina declared, releasing her martial soul. The 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, revealing no deception. Particularly, the 6th ring, while predominantly black, shimmered with dark golden ripples, signifying its quality far exceeding 10,000 years, perhaps even reaching 50,000 or more. Did you slay the Bat King on the path of hell? Indeed, and from the Bat King, I also obtained a soul bone, which I absorbed, an external soul bone. Hulaina lifted her chin proudly as she spoke. Your fortune is remarkable. An external soul bone? Yu Guan mused, recalling something, and continued. But had you not already fused with one? Correct, but I removed that external soul bone. What? Both Yu Guan and Gui Mei gasped in astonishment, as titled Douluos. They were well aware of the methods and costs associated with extracting soul bones. Yet, Hulaina evidently bore no trace of the toll they had anticipated. This is no trivial matter. We must depart. I have joyous news to share with my master. Hulaina, observing the astonishment on Yu Guan and Gui Mei's faces, playfully smiled, intentionally withholding details. Her demeanor had evidently transformed significantly. After speaking, Hulaina dashed forward and leapt into the air. In that moment of ascent, her form shrank rapidly, and a pair of wings sprouted from her back. Even Yu Guan and Gui Mei, both titled Douluos, felt humbled by her soaring speed. They exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting surprise and uncertainty, yet refrained from further discussion. They promptly followed her towards the Spirit Hall. Chapter 63. The soul hunting operation officially begins in the Spirit City. Within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sat in her grand throne, eyes closed in meditation. Sensing a presence approaching swiftly, she gradually opened her eyes, filled with curiosity, and turned her gaze towards the entrance. Soon, a diminutive figure with bat-like wings flew in. As Hulaina landed, her wings vanished, and her form returned to its normal size. With a cold demeanor restored, Hulaina approached and knelt before Bibi Dong, stating, Master, I have returned. Indeed, you traversed the path of hell and emerged from the city of slaughter in less than a year. As Bibi Dong spoke, Gui Douluo and Zhu Douluo entered the hall. Initially, Bibi Dong praised Hulaina, but then her tone turned stern. You have acquired your 6th soul ring? Yes, and I have also obtained a new external soul bone. Hulaina responded, unleashing her martial soul, enveloping the Pope's Hall in an overwhelming aura of power. As the 6th soul ring, adorned with golden ripples, glimmered, a blood-red eye appeared on Hulaina's forehead, absorbing the malevolent energy within the killing god domain. Bibi Dong frowned, sensing something amiss. Relate to me in detail your experiences in the city of slaughter, and remember to withhold nothing. Faced with Bibi Dong's icy gaze, Hulaina did not hesitate, recounting her experiences and Zhao Su's assistance in exchanging bones. Master, that is all. She reverently presented the 9-tailed sky fox's tailbone to Bibi Dong. Receiving the soul bone, Bibi Dong made no further inquiries, casually stating, in that case, Focus on your training and swiftly elevate your level. Yes. Furthermore, do not associate with Zhao Su in the future. After issuing her command, Bibi Dong turned and resumed her position upon the Pope's throne, gesturing for Hulayina to withdraw. A flicker of hesitation crossed Hulayina's eyes as she contemplated speaking but ultimately held her tongue, merely responding affirmatively before departing. Elder Gue, Elder Ju, it is time. Let us officially commence the soul-hunting operation. Your Holiness, is it not too soon? Yu Guan stepped forward, cautioning Bibi Dong. We have 3 titled Douluos stationed at the Spirit Hall, and I fear unforeseen complications may arise. Do not concern yourself with them. They must adhere to my commands. We shall not act hastily, but instead build alliances first. Understood, replied Gue Douluo and Zhu Douluo, bowing slightly before retreating. Hao Tian sect, your end is nigh? Bibi Dong cast her gaze towards the direction of the Haotian sect, her aura growing increasingly frigid, as if it were on the verge of materializing. At that very moment, not far from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, within the Sunset Forest, Ning Rongrong, accompanied by 2 other external disciples, found themselves being pursued. Recently, Ning Rongrong had successfully ascended to the 60th level, precisely as she sought the 6th spirit ring. Originally, the sword Douluo Xin Xin had intended to accompany her on this quest, but Ning Rongrong had declined, wishing to pursue the 6th spirit ring independently, marking her final trial before becoming the heir of the sect. Before entering the Sunset Forest, Ning Rongrong had teamed up with a few others to embark on this venture. As the most exceptional genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, and having evolved into the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, it was a simple task for her to assemble a team. However, ultimately, it was the treasure she bore that attracted unwanted attention. During an attempt to hunt a nearly 30,000-year-old spirit beast, they were ambushed at a critical moment. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of the 2 external disciples who fought desperately to break through the encirclement, Ning Rongrong would have already perished at the hands of the assailants. This predicament exemplifies the vulnerabilities of support-type spirit masters in the absence of protection. Even lower-ranked spirit masters could easily eliminate them. Miss, you must flee. We will hold them off, urged the 2 disciples, despite their grievous injuries, as they valiantly shielded Ning Rongrong. Both hailed from impoverished backgrounds, having been taken in by the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, which afforded them the opportunity to become spirit masters. Their very existence was indebted to the sect. No, I shall remain to assist you. We will fight together. Ning Rongrong's complexion was pale, clearly injured, yet she summoned the strength to invoke the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Radiant beams of light emanated from the pagoda in her hand, enveloping her companions. Just then, the pursuers closed in, 7 in total, with their leader having attained the 81st level of Spirit Douluo, while the others were all spirit saints in their 70s. It was evident that these individuals were aware of Ning Rongrong's identity and had come specifically to eliminate her. They understood that if she recognized them, her survival was imperative. Otherwise, upon her return to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, their fate would be sealed. Do not resist. Even if your 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda possesses unparalleled support capabilities, your cultivation is too low, and your companions too weak, the leading spirit Douluo taunted, observing Ning Rongrong, who was utterly surrounded. Tuoba Ming, do you truly wish to incite war among the 7 sects? Ning Rongrong retorted. Your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is merely a support-type martial soul. Without external aid, you would have long been expelled from the ranks of the top 3 sects. Upon hearing her words, Tuoba Ming scoffed, unleashing his oppressive aura upon Ning Rongrong and her companions. His power, as an 81st level spirit Douluo, was far beyond what Ning Rongrong could contend with. The mere ability to protect herself and her fellow disciples under his formidable pressure attested to the might of the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. Roaring with fury at Ning Rongrong's resilience despite her injuries, Tuoba Ming resolved to eliminate her swiftly to prevent further complications. His martial soul manifested as a white-armored earth dragon, resembling a dinosaur rather than the dragons known in lore. With a thunderous roar, Tuoba Ming lunged forward, intent on striking down Ning Rongrong and her companions. As he charged towards them, Ning Rongrong, overwhelmed by despair, closed her eyes, bracing for death. However, after a moment, she realized she had not been harmed. The ferocious assault from Tuoba Ming had ceased. Slowly opening her eyes, she beheld Zhao Su, clad in white, standing a short distance away. The members of the Holy Dragon sect lay defeated on the ground. Brother Su, Ning Rongrong exclaimed joyfully, retracting the 9-treasure glazed pagoda and rushing towards him. After more than a year apart, Ning Rongrong had blossomed into even greater beauty. While her figure may not rival that of Zhu Zhuqing, her white gown and fair skin exuded a charming innocence reminiscent of a neighboring sister. Chapter 64. Holy Dragon Sect. White-armored Earth Dragon, you are indeed audacious. Daring to venture out alone? Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he appraised Ning Rongrong from head to toe, remarking, "It has been over a year since we last met, and you have grown ever more beautiful." Ning Rongrong replied, "Brother Su, you are becoming increasingly handsome as well." Their reunion began with a mutual exchange of compliments. "Who are you?" Tuoba Ming, gravely wounded and half-kneeling on the ground, directed a fierce gaze towards Zhao Su, struggling to mask his fear. "Do not concern yourself with my identity just yet. I wish to inquire whether your sacred dragon sect possesses the remnants of the 9-winged Yinglong." Just moments prior, as Zhao Su approached Tuoba Ming, the system had alerted him to the presence of the 9-winged Yinglong's aura emanating from Tuoba Ming. Furthermore, the Bai Jia Dilong of their sacred dragon sect is, in fact, a degenerated form of Kuei Long, one of the 9 divine dragons guarding the realm. "How do you know this?" Upon hearing Zhao Su mention the 9-winged Yinglong, Tuoba Ming could no longer maintain his composure. Terror flickered in his eyes. This matter was considered highly confidential even within their sacred dragon sect, known only to the sect leader and a few elders, with even direct disciples remaining oblivious. "Take your questions with you to hell." Zhao Su did not respond to his words. Instead, he extended his hand and placed it upon Tuoba Ming's crown. With a sudden force, he shattered Tuoba Yuan's skull while simultaneously extracting all of his memories. Within Tuoba Yuan's recollections, Zhao Su discovered that the remnants of the 9-winged divine dragon, coveted by their holy dragon sect, were concealed within the ancestral tablet of the Holy Dragon Ancestral Hall. It was precisely due to this fragment of the 9-winged divine dragon that the Holy Dragon sect had managed to rise again after the decline of their martial spirits. "What exactly is this fragment of the 9-winged divine dragon you speak of?" Ning Rongrong inquired with keen interest, gazing at Zhao Su. "It is merely a soul bone that has fallen from the dragon's body," he replied. "Is that so?" she asked, skeptical. "Of course. Why would I deceive you? Then what brings you here? Surely, it isn't solely to rescue me?" "Certainly not. I am here tracking their trail, and I never anticipated that the Holy Dragon sect would appear in the Star Luo Empire." If my assumptions are correct, the Holy Dragon sect has long since submitted to the Spirit Hall. It seems the Spirit Hall intends to take action against my 7-treasure glazed tile school. Rest assured, I promised you that as long as your 7-treasure glazed tile school does not assist others in opposing the Spirit Hall, I can guarantee your safety. You will remain one of the top 3 sects. After the conclusion of the Elite Soul Master competition, Zhao Su had intervened to block Tang Hao's Haoyan hammer. Prior to this, Ning Rongrong had already discerned that Zhao Su was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. They had come to an understanding. As long as Ning Fengji did not consent to collaborate with the Spirit Hall, Ning Rongrong would replace him as the sect leader. Zhao Su assured her that the Spirit Hall would not harm anyone from the 7-treasure glazed tile school and would even provide defensive weapons. "You may be disappointed. My father will surely refuse, or else they wouldn't have resorted to violence against me. Have you forgotten our agreement?" "I have not forgotten. But the situation may not be as simple as we envision. Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu are staunch supporters of my father," Ning Rongrong expressed, furrowing her brow. Though she remembered their agreement, her attempts over the past year to test the waters upon returning to the 7-treasure glazed tile school had yielded little success. Although she was essentially recognized as the next sect leader, Ning Fengji was still young, and her own strength was insufficient for her to ascend to the leadership at this time, which left her feeling somewhat helpless. "Do not worry. Do not forget our agreement. I will handle the rest. What do you intend to do?" "I must make it clear that no harm must come to Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian, nor to my father. That will not happen. I will accompany you back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school." Zhao Su gestured to Ning Rongrong and continued, "Let us proceed. I will assist you in obtaining your soul ring, and then we shall return together." Although Ning Rongrong was uncertain of Zhao Su's intentions, she found herself with no viable alternatives and resolved to take things one step at a time. With Zhao Su's assistance, she swiftly acquired her 6th soul ring. Afterward, they returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, where Ning Fengji and the 2 titled Douluos were incensed to hear of Ning Rongrong's peril. The irascible Chen Xian. Disregarding any objections, insisted on confronting the Holy Dragon sect personally to seek an explanation. Uncle Jian, do not act rashly. The situation remains unclear. Your actions could incite internal conflict among the 7 sects. Humph, what of internal conflict? Those from the lower 4 sects never regarded us as allies. Indeed, old Jian and I shall go together and eliminate the Holy Dragon sect. The Bon Douluo, though few in words, spoke with lethal intent. Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Do you not understand? This is evidently a scheme by the Spirit Hall to incite us to slaughter one another. Fingji, shall we simply let this go? It is too humiliating. Considering that Rongrong has not been harmed, this is not the time for such deliberations. What do you think of Zhao Su? Ning Fingji urged the two to sit before addressing them. This Zhao Su is undoubtedly the black-clad figure who saved Bibi Dong in the Spirit Hall. It is unclear what his purpose is in coming to our 7-treasure glazed tile school, Chen Exine said, having regained his composure and speaking with cold detachment. Allowing such a person to remain among us is a potential calamity. We should eliminate him as soon as possible, Gulong declared, mimicking a throat-cutting gesture and continuing. Old Jian and I will strike together. I do not believe he can withstand our combined might. No, this individual is shrouded in mystery. He easily blocked Tang Hao's true form. If we were to fail, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Indeed. Have you noticed how Rongrong seems to obey him without question? There appears to be some connection between them. Ning Rongrong was the most cherished among them, and any subtle change in her demeanor did not escape their notice. Just then, Gulong seemed to recall something, his eyes narrowing. Could it be that he is after that artifact? Uncle Gu, what do you mean? Though outsiders were unaware of Gulong's true identity, Ning Fingji and Chen Exine understood. This was arguably the greatest secret of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As Zhao Su had surmised, Gulong was not a native of Douluo continent, but belonged to the dragon clan from the Divine Realm. The Divine Realm, which everyone on Douluo continent yearned for, was not the idyllic paradise it appeared to be, but was rife with factions, intrigue, and ceaseless conflict. The Dragon Clan, having been vanquished in the recent celestial skirmish, had no choice but to seal their divine powers and seek refuge in Douluo continent, biding their time. It is impossible. How could he possibly know about the Divine Realm? Let alone be aware that the 9-winged divine dragon skull is within our 7-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Fengji remarked, his skepticism evident as Gulong nodded in acknowledgement of his theory. This notion seems implausible, he added, his voice laced with incredulity. Chapter 65. The Bone Transformation Divine Dragon. The first guardian divine dragon, there is nothing impossible. Otherwise, how could he, a soul king of over 60 levels, withstand the Haotian true form? Gulong leaned back, his massive skeletal frame confirming his belief about Zhao Su's intentions. Old Bone, are you suggesting that Zhao Su is akin to you? That remains uncertain, but I can affirm that even if he is not from the Divine Realm, he is undoubtedly connected to it. Fengji, assist us in eliminating him. As Chen Xian's sword intent emanated, he addressed Ning Fengji. That is unwise. We have yet to ascertain the full situation. Acting impulsively could result in us acquiring a formidable adversary. At that point, not only would the 7-treasure glazed tile school be in jeopardy, but even Uncle Gu would be at risk. What then do you propose? Let us observe the developments and remain prepared to act at a moment's notice. The ever-genteel Ning Fengji now revealed an unexpected aura of murderous intent. Simultaneously, he dispatched the esteemed disciples of the 7-treasures glazed tile school to the Haotian school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, seeking to unite against the Spirit Hall. In their hearts, they had already concluded that Zhao Su was affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Confronting the Spirit Hall was tantamount to confronting Zhao Su. That evening, Ning Fengji personally hosted a banquet in honor of Zhao Su, ostensibly to express gratitude for Zhao Su's life-saving intervention on behalf of Ning Rongrong. However, beneath this facade, he sought to extract information. Yet, Ning Fengji's intentions were swiftly discerned by Zhao Su. With this realization, Zhao Su decided to abandon all pretense. You are indeed correct, Sect Master Ning. I am indeed associated with the Spirit Hall, but my purpose here is not aligned with theirs. And what, may I ask, brings you here, Brother Zhao? The remnants of the 9-winged divine dragon. Zhao Su spoke with utmost candor, his gaze fixed upon Gu Rong, who sat beneath Ning Fengji. Humph, you lack the strength. Gu Rong retorted with a cold snort, his frame seemingly expanding once more, and without hesitation, he struck. 9 soul rings manifested around him, each illuminating in unison. With a resounding roar, he fully merged with his martial spirit, the bone dragon, charging toward Zhao Su. With its gaping maw, it aimed to devour him whole. At that moment, both Ning Fengji and Shen Xian launched their attacks simultaneously. Ning Fengji, wielding the 7-treasure glazed tile, activated his 7th soul ring, transforming into his true form, casting 2 beams of light that enveloped Gu Rong and Shen Xian. Shen Xian unleashed his 7-killing sword, a formidable ancient blade radiating immense sword intent, aimed directly at Zhao Su. The 3 individuals unleashed their most powerful strikes in an attempt to catch Zhao Su off guard. Sect Master Ning, you have made a grave error in your decision. Upon encountering this individual, Zhao Su observed a remarkable lack of panic. He remained composed, seated serenely. Behind him, the 12-winged holy angel materialized. At the moment the 12-winged holy angel opened its eyes, an overwhelming aura imbued with the essence of death radiated forth. The angel seemed to detach from Zhao Su's form, enveloped in a resplendent golden-black glow, transforming into a towering giant of 2 men's height. This was the manifestation of the angel's first soul skill, heavenly law and earthly phenomena, albeit with control over its physical dimensions. Simultaneously, the 5th soul skill, indestructible dominance, was also in effect upon the 12-winged holy angel. One hand wielded a sword, while the other grasped a spear of death. The divine aura laden with the essence of mortality emitted by the 12-winged holy angel effectively nullified Ning Fengji's enhancements to Shen Xian and Gu Rong. With a resounding impact, the spear of death held by the dark angel swiftly pierced through Gu Rong's skeletal dragon form, pinning him against a nearby wall, shattering his corporeal manifestation. Gu Rong's gaze grew increasingly indifferent as a white halo flickered around him. Observing Shen Xian, also subdued by the weight of the sword's intent, Gu Rong gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Without a trace of hesitation, he bellowed in fury, forcefully extracting the spear embedded in his being. His colossal skeletal frame began to swell, and the withered muscles rejuvenated, instantaneously rendering him significantly younger. Divine power? Zhao Su sensed it as well. Gu Rong's soul energy was progressively transforming into divine energy, rapidly ascending in rank until it plateaued at the unrivaled level of 99, the pinnacle of a Douluo. Die. Gu Rong's eyes glinted with intense murderous intent. As he grew stronger, he also descended into madness. A bone sword materialized in his grasp, and he charged toward Zhao Su. Merely a pseudo-god, this was the first time Zhao Su felt such formidable pressure, solidifying his resolve that until the 9 divine dragons of Guardian were gathered, no one would be permitted to attain divinity. At this moment, Zhao Su also took action, unleashing for the first time the 4th soul skill of the 12-winged holy angel, the true form of the holy angel. Upon merging with the 12-winged holy angel, Zhao Su underwent a remarkable transformation. Under the influence of the law of heaven and earth, Zhao Su towered over 3 meters tall, adorned with 6 golden wings and 6 black wings, radiating an aura of sanctity intertwined with the essence of death. Zhao Su has shattered the long-held belief that even twin martial souls cannot engage in battle simultaneously. With the Emperor's 7-killing sword in his grasp, he transcended the sword intent of the Dust Heart's 7-killing sword, weaving a formidable sword net that temporarily ensnared Dust Heart within its confines. Subsequently, he focused his efforts on confronting Gu Rong. His immense physique, exuding a commanding presence, swiftly subdued Gu Rong, who had partially unsealed his own restraints. Bang, bang, bang. The colossal fist struck Gu Rong mercilessly. In desperation, Gu Rong realized he was entirely overpowered by Zhao Su. While Dust Heart and Ning Fengji found themselves at the brink within the 36 celestial sword array of the Emperor's 7-killing sword. Reluctantly, he resorted to his hidden trump card, the 9th soul skill, the bone transformation divine dragon. In an instant, the entire 7 treasures glazed sect reverberated with the resounding roar of a dragon. The initially skeletal bone dragon began to sprout flesh, gradually transforming into a true divine dragon. The 5 claws beneath the dragon indicated that it was the complete form of the divine creature. Ding! The system's voice resonated. Detecting the complete bone dragon among the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian realm, inquiring whether to absorb it. At that moment, Zhao Su's will chose absorption, unleashing a powerful aura that materialized into a colossal hand. This hand seized the bone divine dragon rushing towards Zhao Su. The hand formed seals, and a pentagram symbol emerged, completely binding the bone dragon. Roar! After being entirely restrained, The bone dragon emitted another roar, this time filled with rage and a hint of fear. The black hand gripped the dragon's head tightly, forming seals once more before forcefully extracting the dragon's consciousness. As the consciousness was gradually drawn out, the flesh on the bone dragon began to dissipate, reverting it to a mere skeletal form, significantly diminishing its imposing presence. The divine energy emanating from Gu Rong also vanished entirely, causing his forcibly elevated rank to regress back to its original level of 95. Chapter 66. The Turmoil of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. After the black hand completely extracted the bone dragon's consciousness, it flipped upward, revealing a sinister black flame, seemingly refining the dragon's essence. After nearly a minute, the dragon's consciousness fell completely silent. The black hand clenched into a fist, enclosing the dragon's essence within, before surging into Zhao Su's body. In that moment, Zhao Su felt as though he were engulfed in searing flames, an inferno that consumed not only his flesh, but also scorched his very soul. The liquid spiritual energy within his mind, akin to a golden pool, erupted violently. This essence coursed through Zhao Su's entire being. Soon, the agonizing sensation of soul burning faded, replaced by a surge of formidable power. All 9 of his meridians transformed into a radiant gold, and the spiritual liquid in the golden pool of his mind thickened considerably. Zhao Su emitted a resounding shout, his formidable soul power surging forth and propelling Gu Rong away with tremendous force. Simultaneously, Ning Fengji and Chun Xin, ensnared within the 36 heavenly sword formation, were also cast aside. A mouthful of fresh blood was expelled. At that moment, the system interface displayed Zhao Su's detailed attributes. Host, Zhao Su. Martial Soul, 12-winged Holy Angel. Emperor S7 Killing Sword, Heavenly Devouring Dragon Cat. Soul Skills, 12-winged Holy Angel. First Soul Skill, Celestial Phenomenon. Second Soul Skill, Annihilation Palm. Third Soul Skill, Ninefold Sword Art. Fourth Soul Skill, True Form of the Holy Angel. Fifth Soul Skill, Indestructible Body. Sixth Soul Skill, Spear of Death. Emperor S7 Killing Sword. First Soul Skill, Supreme Sword Intent. Second Soul Skill, Sword Name, Destruction. Third Soul Skill, Sword Name, Slaughter. Fourth Soul Skill, Sword Name, A Sword Across Time. Fifth Soul Skill, True Form of the Emperor S7 Killing Sword. Sixth Soul Skill, 36 Heavens. Heavenly Devouring Dragon Cat. Fusion technique with the Yin-Yang Spirit Cat S Martial Soul, traversing the 7 absolutes. Level, 69th level Battle Soul Master, Assault Type. Mental Power, 56,300 points, Divine Origin Realm. Energy Value, 83,000 points. Fortune Value, 53 points. Guardian Dragon, Remains of the 9-winged Long One, complete 9-winged Long. At the same time, Zhao Su noticed that the 9-winged Long was currently being nurtured within the golden pool. A white bone dragon was gliding through the liquid essence of divine thought. Zhao Su retracted his divine consciousness, summoning back both the 12-winged Holy Angel and the Emperor's 7-kill sword. Hand over the remnants of the 9-winged Long. Otherwise, you shall all meet your demise today. Zhao Su approached the pale Gu Rong, who lay on the ground, and crouched beside him. If you hand over the remnants of the 9-winged dragon, I can assure you that your 7 treasures glazed sect will forever remain among the top 3 sections. Who exactly are you, and how do you know this? You need not concern yourself with my identity. Merely understand that I am the only one capable of providing you protection, a safeguard for your entire 7 treasures glazed sect. Impossible. I cannot entrust the remnants of the 9-winged dragon to someone like you. Someone like me? What kind of person am I? Certainly a villainous accomplice. Do you grasp the secret of the 9 divine dragons? What do you mean? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su furrowed his brows, realizing that, as Gu Rong had articulated, his understanding of the so-called 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm was solely derived from the system's narrative. He remained oblivious to whether it was a blessing or a curse, or the reasons behind the necessity of gathering these 9 divine dragons. Each time he inquired, the system either feigned ignorance or evasively sidestepped his questions. Ha ha ha, just as I suspected, you are merely a puppet of an outsider. Upon witnessing Zhao Su's expression, Gu Rong recognized that his assumptions were indeed correct. He erupted into laughter, continuing, "Go ahead and kill me. Do you truly believe that by remaining silent, I will remain unaware?" Zhao Su, speaking, extended his right hand and gently placed it upon the sparse strands of hair atop Gu Rong's head. "Do not harbor any illusions. You cannot extract my memories. Gu Rong, fully aware of Zhao Su's intentions, nonchalantly uttered these words before closing his eyes. His consciousness was enveloped by an overwhelming spiritual force, and any forced exploration would inevitably lead to self-destruction. As Gu Rong spoke, the voice of the system echoed in Zhao Su's ears. Wait, do not harm Grandfather Bone. Here's your soul bone. At that moment, Ning Rongrong appeared, tossing a miniature dragon head soul bone, no larger than the palm of her hand, to Zhao Su. Zhao Su received the skull of the nine-winged dragon thrown by Ning Rongrong. The formidable aura of the divine dragon was unmistakable, which prompted him to stow the skull away. Mission accomplished, rewards obtained. After Zhao Su secured the skull, the voice of the system rang out, affirming that the reward had been credited. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su breathed a sigh of relief, a smile once again gracing his features as he settled down at a nearby table. I assure you, as long as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect refrains from participating in the conflict between the Spirit Hall and the seven major sects, no member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect shall encounter any misfortune. Zhao Su, do you truly believe that a mere Spirit Hall can stand against the entirety of the continent? Only by attempting can one truly know. Zhao Su spoke with an air of casualness. Since that is the case, let us wait and see. At this moment, Ning Fengji appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any anger, as if the matter at hand bore no relevance to him whatsoever. Father, are you all right? Ning Rongrong inquired with concern, her gaze slightly evasive. Unable to meet Ning Fengji's eyes. I am fine, Rongrong. I have grown old. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall be entrusted to you henceforth. It was evident that Ning Fengji understood that Ning Rongrong was fully aware of Zhao Su's intentions regarding the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. His eyes reflected a sense of helplessness. Father, please do not say anything further. I know that for over 20 years, the entire continent has been unnaturally tranquil. The responsibility of facing the impending storm rests upon you young ones. Upon uttering these words, Ning Fengji seemed to age a decade, sighing with a bittersweet smile as he made his way out of the hall. Chen Xian approached Gu Rong, helping him to his feet. The two exchanged no words, merely casting a glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su before following Ning Fengji's departure. They had resolved that as long as the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was not threatened with annihilation, they would remain hidden. Watching Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Chen Xian leave in desolation, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of sorrow. However, she had no other choice. For the safety of everyone in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had to act as such. Taking a deep breath, her expression gradually solidified with determination. No longer hesitating, she resolved that even if everyone despised her, it mattered not. Father, Grandfather Gu, Grandfather Jian, rest assured, as long as I am here, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall not falter, and no one shall be placed in danger. Ning Rongrong declared softly but resolutely, gazing towards the direction of Ning Fengji and the others' departure. Perhaps this is the best outcome, Zhao Su remarked to Ning Rongrong, seated at the table. I wish to know, if the Haoyan School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan were to oppose the Spirit Hall, what would you do? War brings not only calamity, but also progress. Though I am not fond of warfare, at times, it is the simplest means to resolve conflicts. Zhao Su's statement is indeed quite clear. Chapter 67. The System's Spiritual Awareness. The dark conspiracy behind the unseen. This is merely a fallacy driven by your own ambitions. Ning Rongrong, for the safety of her father and the members of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, reluctantly collaborates with Zhao Su, yet she does not endorse his views. Whether it be fallacies or ambitions, you will come to understand that this is an inevitable outcome. I no longer wish to discuss these matters with you. I have fulfilled my promises to you. When shall you complete your commitments to me? It can be done right now. Zhao Su spoke as he retrieved 5 exquisite Kiro tulips from the storage space of the jade pendant, placing them delicately upon the table. These Kiro tulips possess the remarkable ability to significantly alter one's physical constitution. However, I cannot guarantee that every individual consuming them will evolve into the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda. This I comprehend. While it is true that not every direct descendant inheriting the 7 Treasure Glazed Pagoda will necessarily transform into the 9 Treasure Glazed Pagoda, it is certain that even in the absence of complete evolution, their physical attributes will be greatly enhanced. This will undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits for their future cultivation. Well then, our agreement has been fulfilled, and henceforth, there shall be no further entanglements between us. Zhao Su rose from his seat, preparing to depart. At that moment, he realized he had acquired everything he desired. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School no longer held significance for him. Whether they would become adversaries or allies in the future depended solely on the decisions of the seven treasures, glazed tile school. You and Xu Qing are also seeking mutual benefits, aren't you? Ning Rongrong inquired just as Zhao Su was about to take his leave. Hearing this, Zhao Su paused but offered no reply, soon resuming his departure. This experience had rendered Ning Rongrong considerably more mature, as she understood that being the leader of the seven treasures glazed tile school was no easy task. She began to cultivate her own thoughts, realizing that she could not perpetually rely on others to ensure the safety of the seven treasures glazed tile school. However, these concerns had become inconsequential to Zhao Su. In a relatively secluded residence within the eastern street of Heavendo City, Zhao Su sat beside a stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the skull of the nine-winged Yinglong that lay quietly upon it, alongside the skull recently bestowed from the Holy Angel set. The words of the bone Douluo earlier that day prompted Zhao Su to waver, contemplating whether the formidable power derived from the system and these soul bones was ultimately a blessing or a curse. You need not ponder such matters, for you possess no alternative but to follow the tasks assigned by the system. A spectral figure materialized beside Zhao Su, its visage indistinct. There was no discernible fluctuation of soul power or divine energy emanating from it. Yet, from its emotionless, almost mechanical voice, Zhao Su discerned that this apparition was the consciousness of the system, an entity that had long forgotten its name. Were you once human? Zhao Su queried. Perhaps, it replied, a fleeting hint of emotion surfacing before it reverted to its prior impassivity. Did I cross over to this realm because of you? Zhao Su continued. Even if I divulged everything to you now, you would not retain it. Upon awakening the next day, you would forget all. You have no choice but to persist with your missions. What if I refuse to continue? Zhao Su challenged. You must understand, you are not alone. Only by completing all tasks and ascending to divinity might you possess the chance to resist. With that, the ethereal figure gradually faded away. Zhao Su turned his gaze once more to the skull of the Holy Angel set upon the stone table. Resolutely, he stowed away the skull of the nine-winged Yinglong and began the process of fusion. Upon completing the fusion, he felt his divine consciousness grow exponentially stronger, possibly surpassing the initial stage of divine essence. His mind became increasingly lucid, and the liquid consciousness within the golden pool in his mind swelled in abundance. The bone dragon nurtured therein grew ever more formidable under the influence of such immense divine consciousness. This augmentation transformed Zhao Su's presence dramatically. Subsequently, he summoned his 12-winged holy angel martial soul, fused it with the 10,000-year soul ring he had received as a reward, and officially ascended to the rank of soul sage at level 70. The soul bone from his head enhanced his handsomeness and added to his stature. Now, Zhao Su hastened his quest to locate the 9 divine dragons, fully aware that only by attaining true invincibility could he secure his safety. Before proceeding to the Holy Dragon sect within the Star Luo Empire, he first visited Shrek Academy. There, he discovered that Flinder and Lu Erlong had reached the 84th level of Soul Douluo, and even Master Yu Xiaojiang had surpassed the 40th level. Although their training pace was not exceptionally rapid, it was certainly beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Their accelerated progress was largely due to Zhao Wujia's daily inclusion of a pill left by Zhao Su in their tea, which facilitated their rise to the rank of title de law. In the Holy Dragon sect, not far from the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire, the meeting room buzzed with tension. Tuo Ba Shi, seated at the head of the table, and the 8 elders flanking him wore grim expressions. They had just learned that Tuo Ba Ming, who had covertly sought to form an alliance with Ning Fingji of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, had been killed after being rejected and subsequently pursuing the future heir, Ning Rongrong. Foolishness. He brought this upon himself. Tuo Ba Shi scoffed, slamming his palm against the table. Now is not the time for blame. We must consider our next course of action, one elder suggested. What can we do? The situation is dire. We can only remain passive and let events unfold as they will, Tuo Ba Shi replied. And how shall we respond to the Spirit Hall? Another elder inquired. We must assert our loyalty to the Spirit Hall and pledge our allegiance to His Holiness the Pope. The Holy Dragon sect found itself without options. Having offended the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and left with no choice but to align with the Spirit Hall. Lord, there is someone outside claiming to be from the Spirit Hall, requesting an audience with you and bearing the hall's insignia. A disciple presented the 6-symbol Pope's token to Tuo Ba Shi, who, upon recognizing it, was taken aback and swiftly rose. Please, do come in, he urged, quickly joining the elders to welcome their guest. I apologize for not having received you properly. Please do not take offense. Tuobashi greeted Zhao Su, who awaited in the grand hall, extending the Pope's token with great deference. You are too courteous, Tuoba Sectmaster. I wish to speak with you privately. Everyone else may withdraw. Zhao Su casually received the papal decree and addressed Tuobashi. Everyone, please leave. Tuobashi, believing that the elder from the spirit hall had come to interrogate him due to the incident involving Tuoba Ming, showed no hesitation upon hearing Zhao Su's words. He gestured to those behind him to step back. Chapter 68, Another Fragment of Bone, the Evolution of the White-Armored Earth Dragon. What? Your Excellency? Your jest is rather excessive. Once everyone had departed, Zhao Su gestured for Tuobashi to take a seat, contrary to Tuobashi's expectations of a reprimand. Zhao Su directly broached the subject of the nine-winged Inglong's remains, expressing his desire to obtain them. I am not one to jest, especially not with those who are not my friends. Although Zhao Su's face still bore a semblance of a smile, it sent a chill down Tuobashi's spine. As long as we can forge a friendship, I shall assist you, Tuoba, in ascending to the esteemed rank of title Douluo. That feat may not be within your grasp. Do you truly possess the means to help me transcend the bottleneck of level 89 and attain title Douluo? Of course, I assure you, I am not one to jest. Then what method shall be employed? Will it involve sacrificing my life force? Not only will there be no sacrifice of life force, but it will also result in a transformation of your physique. Your sacred dragon sex martial soul was not merely the white-armored earth dragon, was it? How do you know this? At that moment, the reverence Tuobashi had held for Zhao Su vanished, replaced by a sense of vigilance. Though he could not discern Zhao Su's level, he was resolute that should Zhao Su unleash his strength, he would not remain passive. The notion of altering one's physique to reach the rank of title Douluo seemed utterly preposterous. More significantly, Zhao Su possessed knowledge of their sacred dragon sect's closely guarded secrets, information even the Pope of the Spirit Hall could not know. I killed Tuoba Ming, and I have extracted all his memories. Humph, you are not of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Tuobashi abruptly rose, his aura surging rapidly. The formidable fusion of his martial soul, the white-armored earth dragon, amplified his already imposing figure. If that is the case, allow me to first express my sincerity. Zhao Su, having completed his transformation, suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving Tuobashi in astonishment. When Tuobashi encountered Zhao Su once more, the latter had already materialized before him. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself ensnared by an overwhelming force of divine consciousness. Not only was his soul power confined, but his very body was also rendered immobile. Now, even the slightest movement was utterly impossible. Zhao Su reached out and grasped Tuobashi's cheek, compelling him to open his mouth, and forcibly administered a pill. As the pill entered, it transformed into a warm current, flowing into Tuobashi's body. At that moment, the martial soul Tuobashi had fused with began to disintegrate, returning to his being and merging with the warm current. Upon contact with this warmth, the white-armored earth dragon commenced its evolution. Ultimately, it transformed from a creature resembling a dinosaur into a dark divine dragon, entirely black in hue, resembling a single-legged bull. The formidable aura it exuded far surpassed that of Tuobashi's original white-armored earth dragon. The immense power radiating from the Kuei-long martial soul effortlessly converted into soul power, allowing Tuobashi to shatter the long-standing bottleneck at level 89, ascending into the realm of the 90-level title Douluo. Upon the completion of this profound evolution, the constraints binding Tuobashi's body were utterly lifted, causing him to collapse to the ground. He was acutely aware of the transformation in his martial soul and the breakthrough he had achieved. His eyes gleamed with wild delight. For many years, he had been ensnared at the pinnacle of the ultimate soul Douluo level, having exhausted numerous methods without success. Now, not only had he triumphantly ascended to title Douluo, but he was also elated by the evolution of his martial soul. Although the white-armored earth dragon had been the inherited martial soul of his family since his father's time, an ancestral depiction of a different martial soul adorned the ancestral hall. The current evolved form mirrored that of the ancestor enshrined there. Thank you, esteemed elder. Since you desire that bone, it serves no purpose for me. I shall gladly present it to you. At this moment, the assertiveness that had once characterized Tuobashi in Zhao Su's presence had completely vanished, replaced by profound respect. Indeed, he would not hesitate to relinquish anything, even his wife, if Zhao Su so desired. Are you truly from the Spirit Hall? Soon. Tuobashi personally fetched the remains of the nine-winged Inglong and respectfully offered it to Zhao Su. He then inquired, I have resolved to no longer serve as a pawn of the Spirit Hall, but rather to pledge my loyalty to you. Should Zhao Su not be affiliated with the Spirit Hall, he would unhesitatingly sever ties with them. Naturally, Zhao Su discerned Tuoba Shi's intentions. As long as you remain faithfully loyal to the Spirit Hall and to His Holiness the Pope, that is all that is required. Zhao Su sensed a familiar aura emanating from the remnants of the nine-winged dragon, akin to that which he had encountered upon obtaining the skull from the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. Realizing that this was precisely what he sought, he promptly retrieved it from the box and stored it within the jade pendant space at his waist. Naturally, while our sacred dragon sect pledges allegiance to His Holiness the Pope, we also remain devoted to our esteemed predecessors. Brother Tuoba, you are far more astute than your cousin Tuoba Ming, Zhao Su remarked as he rose, extending the papal decree, intricately carved with angelic wings, to Tuoba Shi. From this moment forth, you shall be honored as the esteemed elder of the martial soul hall. Thank you, esteemed senior. Tuoba Shi reverently accepted the papal decree with both hands, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Zhao Su casually waved his hand, showing no intention of lingering, and turned to leave the Holy Dragon sect. As he gazed at Zhao Su's departing figure, Tuoba Shi's eyes reflected an intense desire, for human longing is insatiable. Upon reaching a certain height, one invariably yearns to scale yet another peak. In this moment, Tuoba Shi embodied such a mindset. After Zhao Su departed from the Sacred Dragon sect, he made his way directly to the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire, seeking out Zhu Zhuqing. In a secluded courtyard belonging to the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone in a pavilion under the cloak of night, her gaze vacant as she appeared lost in thought. It had been over a year since she and Dai Mubai returned to the Star Luo Empire, during which time Dai Mubai had decisively quelled Davis. Aside from a handful of diehard supporters of Davis, the majority of the royal aristocracy had rallied behind Dai Mubai. In stark contrast to Dai Mubai's spirited demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing found herself in a dire situation. Her refusal to unite with Dai Mubai in marriage had resulted in her expulsion from the ranks of the Zhu family's legitimate disciples, forcing her to relocate from the main estate to this secluded and sparsely populated courtyard. Throughout the past year, Zhu Zhuqing seldom ventured beyond the confines of her humble abode. Zhuqing. As she leaned against a pillar in the pavilion, the sound of Zhao Su's voice reached her ears, and a glimmer of light gradually returned to her once dull eyes. She quickly turned to the source of the voice, yet her gaze fell upon an empty space. For she had experienced countless auditory hallucinations of Zhao Su's voice over the past year. Each night, his shadow haunted her dreams. Zhu Zhuqing had initially believed that returning to the Star Luo Empire and distancing herself from Zhao Su would lead to his gradual forgetfulness. However, she soon realized the fallacy of her belief. The more she endeavored to forget, the clearer his image became. Chapter 69. A more proactive approach, a different sensation, Zhu Zhuqing, upon turning back to her previous position, found her spirit sinking once more. At that moment, a white flower with crimson accents appeared before her. Simultaneously, Zhao Su emerged, holding the flower aloft, a familiar smile gracing his face. Upon seeing Zhao Su's well-known smile, her heart ached, and tears brimmed in her eyes, though they quickly hardened into a cold demeanor as she turned her head away. Zhuqing, I'm sorry. It is all my fault. Please don't cry, Zhao Su implored, panic evident in his voice as he reached out to wipe away her tears. Zhu Zhuqing brushed aside his hand, still weeping as she retorted, I do not need your concern. What are you doing here? I do not wish to see you. Do you really not want to see me? Zhao Su feigned sorrow. Very well. If you do not wish to see me, I shall take my leave. Don't go. Don't you realize I was merely speaking in anger? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her urgency palpable as she reached out to grasp Zhao Su's arm. If you insist I stay, then I shall remain, he replied with determination. Zhao Su shunned dismounted from his donkey and sat beside Zhu Zhuqing, once again presenting the flower before her. Look, this flower is wilting in your absence. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the blossom, reaching out to take it, and tears welled up anew. Do not leave me, never leave me, I promise. As long as you do not let me go, I shall never depart, I swear. Zhao Su, raising his right hand, declared, should I violate this vow, may the heavens strike me down. Do not utter such ominous words. I have faith in you. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, covering Zhao Su's mouth, her gaze softening with increasing tenderness. After this brief separation, Zhu Zhuqing had come to a profound realization of her own heart. She could no longer bear to be apart from Zhao Su. Zhao Su reached out and grasped the soft, smooth jade-like hand of Zhu Zhuqing, which was pressed against his mouth. His gaze gradually ignited with fervor. He leaned in slowly, and when their lips met, Zhao Su was once more enveloped in a sensation of exquisite tingling throughout his body. No, not here. Let us retreat to a room. As Zhao Su prepared to advance further, Zhu Zhuqing once again halted him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, the words that followed ignited the flames of desire within Zhao Su anew. Very well, I shall heed all your wishes, my dear. Zhao Su rose with a smile, lifting Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace, while she shyly buried her head in his chest. Upon entering the room, the flames of desire within Zhao Su surged to their zenith. He swiftly removed Zhu Zhuqing's garments, revealing her voluptuous figure, which stirred an insatiable yearning within him. Zhu Zhuqing let out a soft sound, biting her lip to stifle any further noise. Did I hurt you? He inquired. No. She shook her head, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. Although Zhu Zhuqing's physique rivaled that of Tang Yuehua, the experiences she offered Zhao Su were entirely distinct. The seemingly aloof Zhu Zhuqing proved to be far more assertive than Tang Yuehua, igniting a deeper connection with his soul. After more than 20 minutes, both souls reached their pinnacle, a blissful release that compelled Zhao Su to cry out involuntarily. The following morning, they departed from the Zhu family residence, with Zhu Zhuqing serving as their guide to explore the imperial capital of the Xinglua Empire. Following their night together, the now mature Zhu Zhuqing shed her youthful innocence, exuding an alluring charm. Hey, isn't that the fourth young lady of the Zhu family? A sharp, condescending voice interrupted their moment. For individuals, 2 men and 2 women approached, with the remark having come from one of the women. Upon seeing them, Zhu Zhuqing's expression hardened, unwilling to engage further. She grasped Zhao Su's hand, intent on leaving. Why are you leaving? Yet, the group showed no intention of parting, swiftly blocking their path. One woman scrutinized Zhao Su with a derisive smile, saying, "So, this is your wild man." Zhao Su felt a surge of anger rise within him. Just as he was about to respond, Zhu Zhuqing intervened. Luo Fei, I have no desire to converse with you. Please step aside. The Luo family, though not as esteemed as the Zhu family, still held significant influence in the Xinglua Empire. Luo Fei's aunt was married to a highly regarded general, favored by the emperor, which inflated Luo Fei's arrogance. Furthermore, Zhu Zhuqing's refusal to marry the now crown prince, Dai Mubai, had severely affected the Zhu family's standing in the empire. Had it not been for Dai Mubai shouldering the blame, claiming he did not wish to wed Zhu Zhuqing, the consequences for her would have been far graver than mere exclusion from the family lineage. Despite his attempts to protect her, the nobility of the Xinglua Empire understood the underlying truths. I see you have nothing to say, Luo Fei taunted, her gaze fixed mockingly on Zhao Su. I initially wondered who could make you forsake the crown prince. Clearly, your taste is lacking. The aura of soul power emanating from Zhao Su was not particularly potent, merely reflecting the level of a soul king in the 50s. This led those around him to mistakenly perceive Zhao Su as a mere weakling, unworthy of their attention. My discernment is of no concern to you. Zhu Zhuqing continually held on to Zhao Su, wary of his potential actions against them, and attempted to depart once more. However, these individuals regarded Zhao Su as an easy target, emboldening their arrogance. After all, the 2 youths behind them appeared to have already attained levels exceeding 60, and both were formidable. In their minds, subduing a soul king of merely 50 levels was an effortless task. The sight of Zhao Su, silent and shielded by Zhu Zhuqing, only reinforced their conviction. What? Are we not allowed to speak of your shameful deeds? As the voices of the 2 grew louder, curious bystanders quickly gathered. For the inclination to witness drama is a universal trait. Zhu Zhuqing's frosty yet striking visage turned a shade of crimson, incensed by their taunts. I shall grant you an opportunity. Step aside at once. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing on the verge of tears ignited an uncontrollable fury within Zhao Su. You are but a worthless fool. Speaking of opportunities. Before Luo Fei could finish her sentence, she felt her body uncontrollably propelled backward, crashing violently to the ground. Chapter 70. I never strike a woman. Unless she provokes me, I have never struck a woman, save for those who invite such treatment upon themselves. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, completely disregarding Luo Fei, who lay unconscious on the ground. Upon concluding his words, Zhao Su grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and made to depart. You insolent brat, do you think you can simply leave after assaulting someone? At that moment, the 2 onlookers standing not far away also sprang into action. One approached to assess Luo Fei's condition, while the other, uttering words of confrontation, reached out towards Zhao Su. Bang! Zhao Su casually kicked, sending the man soaring through the air. Initially, Zhao Su had no intention of embroiling Zhu Zhuqing in trouble. Hence he did not exert much force, seeking death. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the man was unceremoniously propelled away by Zhao Su's kick, naturally feeling humiliated. With a furious roar, he unveiled his martial spirit, a black wild boar with formidable fangs. Upon merging, sharp black spines erupted from his body, and 6 soul rings shimmered around him. He then charged violently towards Zhao Su. How audacious for a mere wild boar to act so recklessly. Zhao Su uttered a mocking remark, standing still as an imposing aura emanated from him, causing the wild boar charging towards him to collapse under the weight of his presence. A series of cracking sounds echoed from the man's body, indicating the shattering of bones. The wild boar's spirit swiftly dissipated, leaving the creature sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise, but overwhelmed by an excruciating pain. Would you care to give it a try as well? Zhao Su turned to the other individual, who appeared utterly paralyzed with fear, and inquired, "No, do not even attempt it." The person swallowed hard, hastily shook their head, and, in a state of panic, abandoned the others to flee, swiftly vanishing from sight. "I am Zhao Su. If you seek vengeance, feel free to come find me." After Zhao Su finished speaking, he dismissed them with indifference, turning to leave with Zhu Zhuqing. Following the commotion, both Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing lost the desire to continue their outing and returned together to the secluded courtyard of Zhu's family. The best way to forget one's displeasures is to engage in activities that bring joy. Soon, within their shared merriment, Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing cast aside the unpleasantness of the day. The individual whose martial soul Zhao Su had rendered useless and whose ribs he had fractured was the nephew of the renowned national general, known alongside Zhu Zhuqing's father as the twin generals of the starry sky. Upon witnessing the dire state of his nephew, the national general was filled with fury and dispatched powerful warriors from his estate, determined to locate Zhao Su and exact vengeance. Naturally, Zhu Zhuqing's father, Zhu Yuming, received word of the incident as well. When he arrived at the secluded courtyard where Zhu Zhuqing resided, he could hear her melodious laughter from outside. Clad in a long black robe, tall and with a stern visage, Zhu Yuming paused in surprise upon hearing his daughter's laughter. Despite being her father, he had never had the privilege of hearing Zhu Zhuqing's laughter due to the peculiar traditions of their family. Entering the courtyard, he found Zhu Zhuqing nestled in Zhao Su's embrace, oblivious to their conversation. Zhu Zhuqing's face was devoid of indifference, adorned solely with smiles. Ahem. Zhu Yuming cleared his throat a few times. Upon hearing the sound, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhao Su turned to see Zhu Yuming standing at the entrance with a cold expression. Zhu Zhuqing hastily rose, her smile quickly concealed, replaced by a mask of indifference. Father. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhu Yuming was still Zhu Zhuqing's father. Although Zhao Su held little regard for their family traditions, he still afforded Zhu Zhuqing the courtesy of standing. He gave a slight nod to Zhu Yuming. "Come in. I have something to discuss with you," Zhu Yuming commanded, stepping into the room. Zhao Su intended to follow, but was halted by Zhu Zhuqing, who understood that this matter needed to be addressed sooner or later. After all, she was now Zhao Su's, leaving her with no other choices. As Zhao Su anxiously paced in the courtyard, the assassins dispatched by the national general arrived just in time. "Perfect. I was just lamenting my lack of an outlet for my frustrations." Zhao Su let out a cold snort, and before the hidden assassins could make their move, he had already taken action. This time, Zhao Su summoned the Emperor's 7 killing sword directly. The 7 black soul rings shimmered simultaneously as sword intent surged forth, cleaving towards the concealed assassins. At that moment, Zhu Yuming and Zhu Zhuqing, who were in the room, heard the commotion outside and stepped out to witness Zhao Su ruthlessly dispatching the assassins. Clad in white, he transformed into a blade, leaving no opportunity for his foes to retaliate, as they were all swiftly eliminated. There were approximately 8 individuals, apart from the leader, a soul sage of over 70 levels. The rest had also attained levels in the 60s. Zhu Yuming observed the 7 black soul rings on Zhao Su's Emperor's 7 killing sword, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. "Sugu, are you all right?" Zhu Zhuqing, seeing Zhao Su revealing his martial soul, assumed he was facing a formidable enemy and hurried to his side, concerned. "I am unscathed. With these individuals, no matter how many come, they cannot harm me. They are from the Wang family, and I know Wang Jie's character. He will not let this go lightly." Zhu Yuming spoke coldly to Zhao Su. "And what if he does not let it go? Let him come." Zhao Su retorted confidently. "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, the Wang family will no longer trouble you." Just then, a voice resounded from outside the courtyard, and a figure entered, Dai Mubai. Having heard of the day's events, he knew Wang Jie would seek revenge and had sent someone to warn him not to provoke Zhao Su, but he was a step too late. Your Highness. Zhu Yuming greeted Dai Mubai with a slight bow of respect. There is no need for such formality, Uncle Zhu. Dai Mubai waved his hand dismissively before turning to Zhao Su. May we speak privately? Of course. What transpired between Zhao Su and Dai Mubai remained a mystery. Yet upon their conclusion, Dai Mubai exhibited even greater respect towards Zhao Su, as if they had reached some agreement. Subsequently, Zhao Su prepared to depart. But Zhu Zhuqing chose to stay behind, intending to assist Dai Mubai in solidifying his position as the crown prince. Simultaneously, Zhu Yuming announced Zhu Zhuqing as the next clan leader of the Yuming family. Even in the face of opposition from elders, he displayed his domineering nature, refusing to entertain any dissent. Otherwise, they could leave the Yuming clan. Thus, Zhu Yuming firmly united his clan with Dai Mubai, vowing to spare no effort in helping him secure his position as the future ruler of the Xingluo Empire, ensuring that the Zhu family remained one of the most powerful entities in the realm. Although Zhu Zhuqing's generation did not forge a marital alliance with the royal family of the Xingluo Empire, it did not preclude future generations from marrying Dai Mubai's descendants. Furthermore, Zhu Yuming understood that even if Zhu Zhuqing did not become the crown princess or future queen, her close relationship with Dai Mubai would not hinder the Zhu family's influence within the empire. Most importantly, Zhao Su possessed formidable strength, compelling Zhu Yuming to dismiss the opposition and elevate Zhu Zhuqing to the position of clan leader. Chapter 71. The Might of Strength. As the supreme authority in the Douluo continent, where strength reigns supreme, formidable power is undoubtedly the most compelling voice. Henceforth, Zhu Zhuqing emerged from her silence, standing resolutely behind Dai Mubai as the heir of the Yuming clan. After Zhao Su departed from the Star Luo Empire, he made his way directly back to Heavendo City. Having received news that Tang San had emerged from the City of Slaughter and had similarly acquired the domain of the God of Slaughter, Zhao Su could not help but marvel at Tang San's innate talent and his own capabilities. At this moment, Tang San was undergoing training under Tang Yuehua within the Moon Pavilion. Thus, Zhao Su chose not to visit the Moon Pavilion to meet Tang Yuehua, but instead concealed himself within Heavendo City. Months later, after Tang San had left the Moon Pavilion, Zhao Su finally made his appearance. At the summit of the Moon Pavilion, when Zhao Su manifested, Tang Yuehua immediately sensed his presence. Her exquisite visage broke into a smile as she turned to gaze in his direction. Upon seeing Zhao Su standing there, she quickly rose and rushed towards him. Little beauty, did you miss me? Of course I did. Did you miss me? It was perhaps only in Zhao Su's presence that Tang Yuehua exhibited her feminine charm. Of course I did, every single moment, day and night. Sweet talk. Though Tang Yuehua verbally expressed this, her heart was as sweet as honey. By the window, leaning against Zhao Su's embrace, Tang Yuehua suddenly lifted her gaze to him. Su, in a few days, I will return to the sect to see my brother. Would you care to accompany me? Isn't it inappropriate since the Haotian sect is currently in seclusion? What is inappropriate about it? Tang Yuehua rose from Zhao Su's embrace, her expression turning serious as she asked him, Do you wish to marry me? Yes. Zhao Su exhibited no hesitation and spoke directly. In this realm known as Douluo continent, there exists no constraint of monogamy. Thus, my father has passed away, and if you wish to wed me, you must secure my elder brother's consent. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall accompany you back to Haotian sect to meet your brother. As she spoke, Zhao Su smiled and turned to Tang Yuehua, inquiring, Are you not concerned that I might discover the location of Haotian sect, which could be detrimental to you? Although Haotian sect is discreet, do you truly believe that the spirit hall is unaware of its whereabouts? Tang Yuehua sighed and continued, They are merely wary of my grandfather's strength. Upon hearing Tang Yuehua mention Tang Chun, Zhao Su gently embraced her and, with a hint of mystery, remarked, Do you know whom I encountered in the City of Slaughter? Tang San. At this moment, Tang Yuehua realized that Tang San had also recently emerged from the City of Slaughter, and the timing of their respective visits was nearly coincidental. I did indeed meet Tang San, but he is not the one to whom I am referring. Zhao Su shook his head as he spoke. Who is that? Did you not mention him just moments ago? My grandfather? Tang Yuehua initially displayed a hint of confusion, but then realization struck her, transforming her expression into one of shock. My grandfather is in the City of Carnage? Indeed, but he cannot yet leave the City of Carnage. However, I have presented him with a betrothal gift. And your grandfather has already consented to our union. Although Zhao Su's assertion stemmed solely from his own beliefs, he reasoned that since he had offered a betrothal gift that had been accepted, it constituted agreement. You are not deceiving me, are you? Tang Yuehua. Observing Zhao Su's somewhat mischievous grin, seized his ear and demanded fiercely, "How could I deceive you? Everything I say is true. My dear Yaya, how could you not trust me? It pains me deeply." Zhao Su displayed a somewhat mischievous yet slightly aggrieved expression as she spoke. "Oh, truly. I am at a loss with you." Upon witnessing Zhao Su's demeanor, Tang Yuehua couldn't help but chuckle, releasing her grip on Zhao Su's ear. "You have wronged me. Should you not offer me some form of compensation?" Zhao Su cast his gaze upon Tang Yuehua's flawless form, his eyes glimmering with intrigue. "How detestable. I shall not yield to you," Tang Yuehua retorted, though her body betrayed her words with undeniable sincerity. Soon, the two of them were entwined in an exquisite union, becoming one and indistinguishable from each other. At the break of dawn, Tang Yuehua summoned Steward Ao to briefly discuss the affairs of Yuxian before she and Zhao Su departed together, setting their course towards the secluded Haotian sect. Traveling northward in a carriage for nearly 2 hours, they arrived at a rather unremarkable village. "Third Miss, you have returned?" This place lay on the periphery of the Haotian sect, inhabited by ordinary folk devoid of martial souls. Among the villagers were also external disciples affiliated with the Haotian sect, all of whom recognized Tang Yuehua. "Aunt Lu, has Sha Dundung awakened his martial soul yet?" Alas, a worthless home martial soul, with a mere level 3 soul power. Yet, it bears some merit. The speed of farming has indeed accelerated. Aunt Lu initially displayed a flicker of disappointment, only to be swiftly replaced by joy. These individuals were truly the easiest to satisfy. However, those endowed with formidable martial talents were forever unaware of contentment. Therein lay no fault. At this moment, Tang Yuehua had dismounted the carriage, and the laborers in the fields, upon seeing her, gathered around eagerly. Zhao Su initially hesitated to disembark, but upon reflection, she realized that since she had come, the unseemly daughter-in-law must eventually face her in-laws. Thus, she followed Tang Yuehua out of the vehicle. Upon seeing Zhao Su alight, Tang Yuehua was momentarily taken aback, but soon her face lit up with another smile as she spoke, making her way towards the village. "Auntie." As they ventured deeper into the village, the number of villagers surrounding them dwindled, leaving primarily a few children. At that moment, a jubilant voice echoed through the air. Following the sound, 2 robust young men, seemingly in their 30s, came into view. Towering at nearly 2 meters tall, they were both significantly taller than Zhao Su. These 2 individuals were Tang Long and Tang Hu, the most formidable members of the 3rd generation of the Haotian sect. Tang Long, in particular, had been adopted by Tang Xiao, and if all went as anticipated, he would become the future leader of the Haotian sect. The fact that these 2 had come personally to greet Tang Yuehua underscored her esteemed position within the sect. "It has been years. Yet you 2 have grown even more formidable," Tang Yuehua exclaimed with a smile, playfully patting their muscular arms. At that moment, Tang Long and Tang Hu also noticed Zhao Su standing beside Tang Yuehua. Zhao Su felt a sense of helplessness. Is it truly the case that he possesses so little presence? "Second aunt, is this indeed the uncle you mentioned in your letter?" Tang Long discreetly pulled Tang Yuehua aside, believing he was speaking softly. How utterly inadequate. The soul power emanating from Zhao Su was on par with that of the 2 individuals, eliciting a sense of disappointment. "Enough of your prattle, lead the way. I must meet my elder brother," Tang Yuehua admonished, giving Tang Long a nudge to guide them toward the Haotian sect, situated atop the mountain peak. Tang Long cast another glance at Zhao Su, refraining from further comment, and together with Tang Hu, they proceeded toward the nearby summit. Chapter 72. Journey to Haotian Sect. The Howling Sky Douluo. Under the guidance of Tang Long and Tang Hu, the quartet soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Gazing upward, the peak towered at least 500 meters high, devoid of any footholds. "Second aunt, grasp our shoulders. We shall assist you in ascending." Tang Long and Tang Hu were acutely aware that due to the mutation of her martial soul, Tang Yuehua could not surpass the 10th rank, rendering her incapable of scaling such a height. This was precisely why the 2 strongest among the 3rd-generation disciples had come to escort her, out of respect for Tang Yuehua, but more importantly, to ensure her safety. "No need. You 2 should first manage to keep up with me." At that moment, Zhao Su interjected, eschewing any superfluous dialogue. He swiftly wrapped an arm around Tang Yuehua's waist and, with a powerful leap, propelled himself upward. His speed astonished both Tang Long and Tang Hu, who hastily followed suit. Zhao Su, with Tang Yuehua in one arm, would occasionally pause to wait for the 2. "You 2 are far too slow." After a brief wait at the mountain peak, Zhao Su glanced at Tang Long and Tang Hu, casually remarking, evidently in response to their earlier assertion that he was too weak. Tang Yuehua, exasperated, looked at Zhao Su and leaned closer, whispering, "Why engage in rivalry with these children? Teach them a lesson, so they do not grow arrogant and suffer greatly in the future." As Zhao Su spoke, he once again linked arms with Tang Yuehua, and at the moment of their leap, he urged Tang Long and Tang Hu to follow suit. Tang Yuehua was acutely aware that the true Haotian sect resided atop that very peak. However, Zhao Su would pause intermittently to allow Tang Long and Tang Hu to catch up before resuming his advance. In their desperate bid to keep pace with Zhao Su, Tang Long and Tang Hu exerted every ounce of their strength, managing to barely keep up, albeit under Zhao Su's leniency. Soon, they arrived at a pair of peaks connected solely by a chain. "I shall await you on the peak ahead. Do not keep me waiting too long." Zhao Su had no protective measures in place and casually draped one arm around Tang Yuehua, confidently stepping onto the iron chain and swiftly advancing. What manner of creature is this? Tang Hu glanced at Tang Long beside him, whose expression mirrored his own unease, and murmured softly. He then began to don his ropes, making his way across the iron chain as well. Not far beyond the chain lay a structure reminiscent of a stone castle, dominating the entire mountain peak. Upon reaching the castle's grand entrance, two guards acknowledged Tang Yuehua before turning their attention to Zhao Su, requesting, "Please present your token." Token indeed. Surely, you are aware that this gentleman is the esteemed guest instructed by the sect master to arrive today? At that moment, both Zhao Su and Tang Yuehua's companion, Tang Long, stepped forward, indignation evident in their voices as they reprimanded the guards, clearly venting their frustration from the earlier encounter. "Enough, they are merely fulfilling their duties." Tang Yuehua interjected to Tang Long, then, linking arms with Zhao Su, entered the Haotian sect without further guidance from Tang Long or Tang Hu, proceeding directly to the courtyard where Tang Xiao resided. Upon their arrival, Tang Xiao awaited them at the door. "Elder brother." Tang Yuehua rushed toward him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It had been many years since the siblings had last met. Seeing Tang Xiao's graying hair tugged at her heartstrings, as the weight of their family's burdens had fallen squarely upon him since their father's passing and their second brother Tang Hao's departure from the sect. Now, no tears. You are no longer a child, and we cannot have the younger generation laughing at you." Tang Xiao's resolute face softened into a smile upon seeing Tang Yuehua. While comforting her, his gaze shifted to Zhao Su. As a super Douluo of the 96th rank, Tang Xiao could discern that Zhao Su's true strength was far more profound than what his outward soul power suggested. "Is this the suitor you mentioned in your letter?" Tang Xiao regarded Zhao Su with a furrowed brow, pondering whether the young man was perhaps too youthful. With a 25-year age difference, he had always cherished Tang Yuehua as a daughter. He worried that she might be swayed by the charming words of a youthful face, leading her to future heartache. Having suffered the agony of a love lost himself, he wished to spare his sister from a similar fate. "I am not inexperienced. I merely appear youthful," Zhao Su replied. Tang Yuehua wiped her tears and smiled, pulling Zhao Su closer. "Zhao Su, this is my elder brother, Tang Xiao." "Elder brother." Upon being introduced, Zhao Su addressed Tang Xiao respectfully. "Are you capable of safeguarding Yuehua?" Tang Xiao did not respond directly, but instead allowed his gaze to sharpen, a powerful pressure emanating from him towards Zhao Su. Yet, Zhao Su stood unfazed by the imposing aura of the titled Douluo. "Rest assured, I will protect Yuehua and ensure her safety," Zhao Su declared confidently. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile as he casually remarked to Tang Xiao, "Is that so? I believe you cannot protect Yuehua." Upon uttering these words, Tang Xiao sprang into action, a colossal black hammer materializing in his right hand as he launched an assault on Zhao Su. Although he refrained from employing any soul techniques, the formidable power emanating from Tang Xiao, a titled Douluo of the impressive rank of 96, combined with the inherent dominance of the Haotian hammer, rendered him a force that even a typical titled Douluo might struggle to withstand. With a resounding crash, a violent tremor ensued, and Tang Xiao, wielding the Haotian hammer, staggered backward for several paces before regaining his footing. In stark contrast, Zhao Su remained composed, standing unfazed, having not even summoned his martial soul. He merely relied on the strength of his physical form to repel Tang Xiao's attack. How can you possibly be this strong? This question echoed in Tang Xiao's mind. And even Tang Yuehua was taken aback. While she was aware that Zhao Su was not as feeble as he appeared, she had not anticipated such an extraordinary display of power. "Thank you for your kind words, Sect Master Tang. I merely possess a trifling skill." Zhao Su, for once, exhibited a rare humility and modesty as he was about to marry the sister of another. "Please, Brother Zhao," Tang Xiao said, having received the Haotian hammer. He slightly inclined his body and gestured for Zhao Su to enter. His manner of addressing Zhao Su had also shifted, indicating a preliminary acknowledgement of him. After you, my elder brother. Zhao Su extended his hand towards Tang Xiao, who, without hesitation, turned and entered the spacious room. The chamber, expansive at 100 square meters, was adorned with a minimalist aesthetic: 2 rows of bookshelves, a large desk, and 2 long sofas. Nothing more. Master, there is news from below. A person named Tang San has appeared in the village. At that moment, a disciple of the sect knocked and entered, addressing Tang Xiao. Upon hearing the name Tang San, a flicker of confusion crossed Tang Xiao's gaze, as memories of his youth involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Brother, Tang San is the son of our second brother and Ayin. It was I who invited him to the Haotian sect, acting on my own. Even if he arrives at the Haotian sect, the elders will undoubtedly create difficulties for him. Brother, Xiao San possesses remarkable talent, and he wields dual martial souls. He will surely gain the recognition of the elders. Dual martial souls? As Tang Xiao absorbed this information, the anger on his face gradually dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the waiting disciple, "You inform Tang Long to bring Tang San here to me." Understood. The direct disciple of the Haotian sect acknowledged and promptly departed to seek out Tang Long. Zhao Su reclined silently on the sofa, enveloped in a profound stillness. After nearly half an hour, Tang Long's voice pierced the silence. "Master, Tang San has arrived." Without turning from his position at the desk, Tang Xiao coldly commanded, "Let him in." Upon entering, Tang San immediately spotted Tang Yuehua and Zhao Su seated on the sofa. The moment his gaze fell upon Zhao Su, his eyes widened in shock, but he refrained from uttering a word, instead directing his attention to Tang Xiao at the desk. "I pay my respects to the master." Tang San bowed respectfully before the towering Tang Xiao, who stood over 2 meters tall. "Enough, rise." Tang Xiao's tone softened upon seeing Tang San, for he recognized in him the reflection of a long-lost dream. Zhao Su, observing this shift, understood the underlying reason for Tang Xiao's change in demeanor and couldn't help but reflect on the peculiar nature of love in the Douluo continent. Not only had the master and Lu Erlong forged a bond of love, but Qin Xuanji had also betrayed his own disciple merely to retain Bibi Dong within the spirit hall. The master had sacrificed his relationship with his first love for Lu Erlong, while Tang Hao and Ain's love transcended the boundaries of man and beast. Entangled in a love triangle with their own brothers, the tangled affections between Tangchen, Qin Douluo, and Poseidon further complicated the narrative. Not to mention Tang San's peculiar affection for a rabbit. One could hardly deny the convoluted and intricate emotions that plagued Tang San. "You seek to reclaim your lineage and atone for your father's sins. I have no objections. However, you must also secure the elders' consent," Tang Xiao stated, eyeing the 2 legacy soul bones that Tang San had presented, originally belonging to Tang Hao. As a super Douluo, Tang Hao was acutely aware of the price of extracting soul bones, and he closed his eyes, overwhelmed by the weight of it all. Yet, for the sake of his brother and Ayin, Tang Xiao reluctantly acquiesced to Tang San's desire for recognition. Nonetheless, the decision was not solely his to make. It required the approval of the elders. "Thank you, uncle. You should rest now. Facing the elders' inquiries tomorrow will not be an easy task." After Tang San departed, Tang Yuehua, tearful upon learning that Tang Hao had sacrificed a leg and an arm to retrieve the legacy soul bones, turned to Tang Xiao and asked, "Brother, do you truly have a way to persuade the elders to grant Tang San his rightful recognition?" "It is too early to say. It all depends on his performance tomorrow," Tang Xiao replied, shaking his head as he gazed at the 2 soul bones within the black box. Ding! The system's voice suddenly echoed in Zhao Su's ears, alerting him to the presence of the 9-winged dragon's remnants. Startled, Zhao Su straightened in his seat. Upon closer inspection, he indeed sensed the aura of the 9-winged dragon emanating from the soul bones, both resonating with the same energy. "Brother," Zhao Su pondered for a moment before rising. "May I propose an exchange for these 2 soul bones with those of your esteemed clan?" "Exchange?" Tang Xiao was taken aback by Zhao Su's proposition. While he was aware that the soul bones belonged to a dragon, he was unaware that it was the 9-winged dragon, merely considering them to be 2 high-quality soul bones. "Indeed, I am willing to trade a complete set of 6 soul bones for these 2, or you may select any specific soul bone you desire." Despite the commendable quality of the 2 soul bones, Tang Xiao questioned the wisdom of such an exchange. He reached into the black box, retrieving one of the bones to examine closely. "These 2 soul bones may seem trivial to you, but they hold immense significance for me. They are the remnants of the nine-winged dragon. The nine-winged dragon? One of the 9 divine dragons? Indeed, Zhao Su did not conceal anything, for Tang Yuehua was already aware of the matter. What of the nine-winged dragon? Brother, do not inquire further. This soul bone holds great significance for Zhao Su, so let him have it. In any case, he will contribute the remaining soul bones to the sect, which will also satisfy the elders. As the saying goes, a married daughter is like spilled water. This adage is vividly exemplified in Tang Yuehua's situation. However, what she said is not without merit. Exchanging 2 soul bones for 6 is indeed beneficial for the Haotian sect. Tang Xiao reached out and gently tapped Tang Yuehua's forehead, shaking his head in resignation. Since that is the case, I shall grant you these 2 soul bones without requiring an exchange. Consider them as your dowry, Yuehua. Tang Xiao placed the soul bones back into the black box and closed it, handing it to Tang Yuehua instead of Zhao Su. As for whom Tang Yuehua chooses to give these soul bones, he would no longer concern himself with it. Thank you, brother. Tang Yuehua received the box, her handsome countenance radiating an even brighter smile as she grasped Tang Xiao's arm. Just then, Tang Xiao suddenly turned to Tang Yuehua, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes before he took her hand. Due to Tang Yuehua's innate noble ring domain, even a titled Douluo could not discern her soul power level. In Tang Xiao's mind, he assumed Tang Yuehua could not surpass the 9th level, so he paid little mind to it. Additionally, Zhao Su's arrival and Tang San's intention to return to the Haotian sect with those 2 soul bones had left Tang Xiao feeling quite unsettled. Naturally, he did not pay much attention to Tang Yuehua's changes. Now composed, and with contact with Tang Yuehua, he suddenly sensed her unusual aura. 19 levels? You have broken through? Yes, I initially intended to surprise you, but I did not expect you to discover it before I could say anything. Tang Yuehua replied, releasing her martial soul. The Rui ring. Not only did it exhibit golden ripples tinged with a hint of crimson, but her aura also intensified significantly. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Tang Xiao smiled genuinely, feeling true joy for Tang Yuehua. But that is not all. As Tang Yuehua spoke, the Rui ring, radiating golden ripples, began to transform rapidly, reassembling into a pair of midday mandarin duck axes, adorned with numerous barbs. This was her first soul ring's soul skill, Blood Moon Devour. Chapter 74, Haotian Sect. Honorary Elder Brother, be careful. Tang Yuehua warned Tang Xiao, and in an instant, she vanished from her position. When Tang Xiao next perceived her, she had appeared behind him. The midday mandarin duck axes aimed towards him. Although she leveraged the spatial teleportation of the external soul bone, granting her considerable surprise, her soul power level was too weak. Even with the enhancement from the external soul bone and the complete set of soul bones, Tang Xiao effortlessly blocked her attack. Nevertheless, it left him momentarily astonished. If Tang Yuehua's level were higher, once she reached the rank of a titled Douluo, even if Tang Xiao could fend off this unexpected strike, he would likely face consequences. After all, such a sudden assault bore no warning. By the time he sensed it, it was already too late. External soul bones and a complete set of soul bones. Yuehua, your return has indeed astonished me. This was all thanks to ASU. Tang Yuehua retracted her martial soul and gazed at Zhao Su, her eyes filled with affection. Zhao, I apologize for my earlier words upon first meeting you. Tang Xiao bent slightly towards Zhao Su, his gaze no longer laced with disdain. Brother, you are too courteous. Yuehua is my beloved. These are but my duties. Zhao Su replied, retrieving a black box from the storage space of a jade pendant at his waist and placing it upon the large desk. Here are 6 soul bones. I kindly ask you to accept them. Subsequently, Zhao Su opened the black box, revealing 6 soul bones within. The skull and torso bones were included, forming a complete set of soul bones. Moreover, these were the complete soul bones dropped from the Forest King White Tiger, whose regal aura, combined with the unparalleled Haotian hammer, would endow the latter with even greater might. Seeing each piece of this White Tiger soul bone set, individually no less valuable than the 2 soul bones of the 9-winged dragon, even Tang Xiao, who prided himself on his worldly experience, could not suppress his greedy desire. In that case, I shall no longer decline. Ultimately, Tang Xiao accepted the 6 White Tiger soul bones. However, as he was already a full soul bone, he could not absorb any further, which left him somewhat regretful. Yet he dismissed such thoughts, choosing instead to reserve the soul bones for the next generation of the most talented direct descendants of the Haotian sect. At this juncture, Zhao Su had undoubtedly gained Tang Xiao's recognition, which led to his approval for Zhao Su to marry Tang Yuehua. That very evening, Tang Xiao convened all the elders of the Haotian sect and proclaimed Zhao Su as an honorary elder. Naturally, this decision met with unanimous opposition from all the elders. However, when Tang Xiao presented the 6 white tiger soul bones gifted to the Haotian sect, all the elders fell silent, ultimately consenting to Zhao Su's honorary elder status. Next, Tang Xiao revealed that Tang San had returned to the Haotian sect in place of his father, wishing to acknowledge his ancestry. Impossible. If you allow that beast Tang Hao's son to return, I shall leave the Haotian sect. Just as Tang Xiao finished speaking, a gaunt elder stepped forward, coldly snorting, exhibiting an unmistakable refusal to negotiate. This individual was the 7th elder among the 7 elders of the Haotian sect. Years ago, due to Tang Hao's offense against the Spirit Hall, his son was attacked and killed while procuring supplies. The pain of losing a son, compounded by Tang Hao's disregard for the sect's safety in pursuit of Ain, forced the Haotian sect into seclusion. For years, they had forbidden direct disciples from freely venturing out. Once the top sect among the 3 upper sects, the Haotian sect, though still ranked among them, had become the subject of ridicule. In the eyes of the 7th elder, Tang Hao is seen as ungrateful, having squandered the sect's nurturing. Thus, he was the most adamantly opposed to the return of Tang Hao and his son. 7th uncle, so much time has passed. Why must you cling so tightly to the past? Tang Xiao, seated at the head, spoke with a calm voice, revealing no trace of emotion. For Tang Hao and his son to return to the Haotian sect, there are only 2 possibilities. Either I die, or you, the sect master of the Haotian sect, expel me. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. Old 7, your emotions have spiraled out of control. Rein them in. The speaker was an elderly man with long eyebrows, seated beneath Tang Xiao. He was the eldest among them and possessed the highest cultivation level, second only to Tang Xiao. To Zhao Su's astonishment, of the 7 elders present, aside from 2, the remaining 5 had all attained the rank of title Douluo. This meant that at this moment, the Haotian sect boasted as many as 6 title Douluo, all of whom were direct disciples of the sect, unwavering in their loyalty to Haotian. Truly, they deserved their status as the foremost sect among the top 3, and rightfully held the title of the best weapon soul in the world. Typically, a sect or family, even one as prestigious as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, would not have so many title Douluo alive simultaneously. As Zhao Su pondered this, the 7th elder spoke again, proclaiming, "This is my decision, and it shall not be altered." After uttering these words, he rose and departed from the conference room. The others, witnessing this, refrained from further discussion and fell into a contemplative silence. The following day, upon awakening, Zhao Su was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from outside his door. Zhao Su hastily rose, donned his garments, and exited the chamber, making his way towards the front courtyard where the sounds of combat resonated. Upon his arrival, he discovered the 7th elder from yesterday engaged in a fierce duel with Tang San. "You have awakened?" Upon seeing Zhao Su, Tang Yuehua swiftly approached his side. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the confrontation between Tang San and the 7th elder, her brow furrowed in evident concern for Tang San. "Ah, they have begun fighting so soon?" Zhao Su observed the clash unfolding between Tang San and the 7th elder, a smile creeping onto his face. However, upon noticing the resentful glint in Tang Yuehua's eyes directed at him, he promptly retracted his smile. "Rest assured, the 7th elder will not strike lethally against Tang San. You do not understand. The 7th elder harbors deep-seated resentment towards my 2nd brother's family. That is impossible." Zhao Su gently grasped Tang Yuehua's hand, which was adorned with fine beads of perspiration, and offered her soft words of comfort. "Su," she called out to Zhao Su, her gaze fixed on Tang San, who was being suppressed by the 7th elder and could only evade without retaliating. "If the 7th elder truly intends to harm Tang San, you must intervene to save him." Tang Yuehua's insistence on Zhao Su's intervention was rooted in her own considerations. After all, Tang Xiao was the sect master, and his involvement would undoubtedly displease several elders. However, Zhao Su, despite being an honorary elder, was still an outsider. Offending the elders of the Haotian sect would bear little consequence, as it was unlikely Zhao Su would remain there for an extended period. One cannot help but admire Tang Yuehua's meticulous thoughts, even amidst such chaos. She had already contemplated every possibility. "Very well, should the moment arise, I shall take action." Zhao Su did not refuse. Whether motivated by Tang Yuehua's request or his own considerations, he would not allow Tang San to perish here. Chapter 75, crushed by his own Haotian hammer. However, Tang Yuehua still underestimated Tang San, or rather, underestimated his intellect. Aware that with his current soul power level exceeding 60, he had no chance of victory against the title Douluo. Nevertheless, prior to their contest, they had reached an agreement whereby Elder 7 could only utilize 40% of his soul power. Exceeding this limit would constitute a loss for him. Tang San adeptly leveraged this arrangement, avoiding direct confrontation with Elder 7. Before long, the clash between Tang San and Elder 7 moved away from the original battleground to the edge of a cliff outside the Haotian sect's castle. Elder 7, you have already lost. Cease at once. Elder 2, witnessing Elder 7 forced to unleash his 7th soul skill, Haotian True Body, hurriedly called out to stop him. Yet, it was too late. At that moment, rationality had abandoned Elder 7, leaving only the desire for victory. The immense black Haotian hammer erupted with formidable destructive power, hurtling toward Tang San. Realizing he could not evade it, Tang San activated all his soul rings, and the 8 spider lances behind him swiftly embedded into the cliffside. Bracing himself against the impending fall, boom, a deafening sound resonated, and everyone presumed Tang San was obliterated beneath the full power of Elder 7's Haotian True Body. However, as the dust settled, they discovered a figure clad in white, a single hand effortlessly blocking Elder 7's Haotian hammer. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave emanated from Zhao Su, restoring reason to the deranged Elder 7, yet sending him hurtling away, plummeting toward the abyss. The force of this shockwave also propelled Tang San backward. At that moment, Tang Xiao intervened, leaping with all his might to rescue Tang San from the brink of the precipice. No one came to Elder 7's aid, for they all understood that a title Douluo was not so easily vanquished. Moreover, Elder 7 was unharmed. Indeed, moments later, Elder 7 clawed his way back from the unfathomable depths. Ignoring Tang San, who sat cross-legged healing, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Su, who remained nonchalantly composed in his white attire. In that furious strike, although Elder 7 had been consumed by rage, upon regaining his senses, he witnessed Zhao Su effortlessly stopping his Haotian hammer with a single hand. Was it you who blocked my Haotian hammer? Indeed, has Elder 7 regained his clarity now? A faint smile graced Zhao Su's face, as if effortlessly blocking the heavenly hammer of the 7th Elder was a commonplace occurrence. At this moment, not only the 7th Elder but also the other elders, Tang Xiao, and all the disciples of the Haotian sect were enveloped in disbelief. Impossible. How could you possibly withstand my true form with your bare hands? The 7th Elder, refusing to accept this incredulity, declared, "Let us compete. If you can compel me to unleash my martial soul, I shall concede you victory." "Very well, then I shall gauge your true capabilities," he retorted. Ignoring the 2nd Elder's admonitions, the moment Zhao Su uttered those words, the black heavenly hammer reappeared in his right hand, and he struck fiercely towards Zhao Su. He remained unconvinced that Zhao Su could indeed block his true form empty-handed. As Zhao Su beheld the 7th Elder swinging a massive hammer towards him, he felt a sense of resignation. However, he held a rather favorable impression of this temperamental and straightforward elder. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate what true strength entailed. At that moment, Zhao Su took action. Rather than summoning the 12-winged holy angels, he directly employed his first soul skill, Law of Heaven and Earth. Instantly, his physique began to enlarge, ultimately reaching a height of over 3 meters. Though towering, his stature appeared harmonious. Enveloped in a radiant white glow, he seized the heavenly hammer that the 7th Elder swung at him, forcibly wresting it from the Elder's grasp. The heavenly hammer, measuring over 1 meter in length, felt no more substantial than a child's toy in Zhao Su's hand. With one hand pressing down on the 7th Elder's head, he wielded the heavenly hammer with the other, delivering a series of resounding blows. "Now, let you experience the sensation of being struck by the heavenly hammer." Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Su relentlessly struck the immobile 7th Elder with the hammer, producing a sound akin to that of iron being forged. Towering at 3 meters, Zhao Su resembled a giant, while the diminutive 7th Elder appeared as a mere child before him, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. Observing this spectacle from a distance, the 2nd Elder furrowed his brow, yet dared not intervene. Instead, he cast a glance towards Tang Xiao, who was equally astonished. "Master, perhaps it would be wise to temper his actions. After all, Elder 7's madness stems from his grief over the loss of his son. His transgressions should not warrant death." Coughing softly to mask his discomfort, Tang Xiao retracted his gaze and turned to Tang Yuehua. "Yuehua, do urge him to reconsider. It has gone far enough." "Brother, 2nd uncle, do you not perceive the transformation within Uncle 7? Tang Yuehua, having attained a profound understanding of the nine nether demonic method, felt a psychic connection with Zhao Su. She comprehended that Zhao Su did not genuinely wish to end the seventh elder's life. His intentions were to discipline him while also alleviating the internal injuries he had sustained from forcefully challenging the rank of title Douluo. What is this? Tang Xiao and the second elder had been preoccupied with their own thoughts, but upon Tang Yuehua's prompting, they redirected their attention towards Zhao Su and the second elder. They could indeed sense the blockages in the seventh elder's meridians beginning to clear under Zhao Su's vigorous strikes. However, such a method was rather humiliating. Nonetheless, the second elder recognized that the seventh elder's volatile temperament needed to be addressed. Without intervention, his cultivation would stagnate. It was beneficial for someone to impose upon him. What are you all still doing here? Return to your training. The second elder turned to reprimand the direct disciples of the Haotian sect gathered nearby. After all, the seventh elder was an elder. He deserved to maintain some dignity in front of the younger generation. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Zhao Su's hammer struck the ground, signaling the end of his assault. He had ceased his onslaught, casting the Haotian hammer beside the bruised and battered seventh elder. It could be said that he was the first to be reduced to such a state by his own martial spirit. With the Haotian hammer discarded, Zhao Su's physique returned to its normal size. His bare torso, though not particularly muscular, was just right, drawing the attention of several young girls around 16 or 17 from the third generation of the Haotian sect, who gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration. Zhao Su quickly retrieved a black robe from his storage jade pendant and donned it. Lower it down. Once he awakens and the swelling subsides, all will be well. After Zhao Su donned his attire, he casually addressed Tang Xiao, who stood a short distance away. Tang Long, why are you in a daze? Hurry and escort Elder Qi back. Ah, yes. Let us quickly return Elder Qi. Tang Long glanced at Tang Yu beside him, who in turn looked at Tang Ming and said, Come on, let's go together. How can I carry him alone? Reluctantly, Tang Ming could only join Tang Yu in lifting the already unconscious Elder Qi back. Chapter 76. The Declaration of War from the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Tang Xiao expressed his gratitude after witnessing the second elder being carried away. No need for thanks. My actions are solely for the sake of Yuehua, Zhao Su replied, casting a scrutinizing gaze over Tang Xiao. He then turned his attention to the second elder and several other elders, a hint of amusement gracing his features. I noticed that both you and the esteemed elders bear hidden injuries. Would you care for a few strikes? No, we are all of advanced age. This is simply how it is. The fifth elder, tall yet slender, resembling a bamboo pole, remarked as he looked toward Tang Xiao, continuing. The sect master is still young and has ample opportunities for growth. I believe it would be better to give the sect master a few strikes. Old 5. The second elder initially chuckled at this, but quickly regained his composure and glared at the fifth elder. Although Tang Xiao was of their younger generation, he was nonetheless the sect master. It was merely a jest. Elder, there is no need to take it to heart. There are various methods to alleviate hidden injuries. Zhao Su, while speaking, produced a small porcelain vial and handed it to the second elder. Inside the vial was a pill crafted from the ethereal soul-gathering herb, which, when utilized during cultivation, could resolve internal injuries. The seventh elder, upon hearing Zhao Su's words, would likely be driven to madness. However, there is merit in being directly confronted. It is a decisive approach. Thank you. The second elder expressed his gratitude with cupped fists as he received the pill. Yet, before he could finish his words, a series of thunderous booms echoed from a distance. Master, several elders, and 4 titled Douluo have breached our Haotian sect's protective barrier. For titled Douluo? Indeed. It appears they are members of the Spirit Hall. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's expression shifted slightly, and so did Tang Yuehua's. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as the 4 titled Douluo had already appeared before them. All 4 were flying-type soul masters. Tang Xiao, His Holiness the Pope has sent me with a message. Submit to the Spirit Hall or perish. One of them, sporting a pair of enormous rock wings, appeared almost as a humanoid bird with characteristics of the majestic creature. You few think you can annihilate my Haotian sect? You overestimate yourselves. Humph. Tang Xiao scoffed, launching himself forward with the black Haotian hammer materializing in his hand, aiming a fierce strike at the 4. Seeing Tang Xiao make his move, the 4 quickly positioned themselves, forming a unique formation. Black and white iron chains manifested at their command. Their martial spirits were these chains, and the positions they occupied seemed to hold significance, resembling a united martial spirit fusion technique. Within the confines of the iron chain cage they constructed, Even the formidable Tang Xiao, a level 96 super title Douluo, found himself suppressed, unable to unleash the full might of the Haotian hammer. Tang Xiao, consider this a warning. 1 month from now, should your Haotian sect refuse to submit, prepare for annihilation. The four had come merely to declare war, not to engage in battle. Fully aware that it would be impossible for them to destroy the Haotian sect by their own means. With that, they swiftly retreated, their figures vanishing from sight. It seems the time has come for our Haotian sect to emerge from seclusion. Brother, we hold no significant enmity with the Spirit Hall. Why must we wade into these murky waters? Tang Yuehua approached Tang Xiao, furrowing her brow. Tang Xiao glanced at her, but refrained from saying much, offering only a few comforting words. Fear not, my Haotian sect, even after years of seclusion, will not be intimidated by the Spirit Hall. With that, Tang Xiao turned and entered the Haotian sect, and the second elder exchanged glances with the others before following suit. The arrival of the Spirit Hall's members indicated that their hidden sanctuary had been exposed. In essence, they had already emerged from seclusion. A plan must be formulated swiftly. Su, what should we do? Tang Yuehua inquired anxiously. Rest assured, the Spirit Hall will not act so quickly. However, Zhao Su was mistaken this time. The Spirit Hall had not only sent individuals to provoke the Haotian sect, but had also dispatched forces to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Once the Spirit Hall's members made their entrance, the atmosphere within the Haotian sect grew tense. Multiple layers of sentries were activated, and the protective formation was engaged. Supplies were stockpiled, and training intensified, clearly preparing for a prolonged conflict with the Spirit Hall. That night, after leaving Zhao Su's chamber, a shadowy figure appeared behind him. Master, Bibi Dong has made her move against the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. So soon? Did I not instruct you to remain at the Pope's Hall and disregard her commands? We underestimated Bibi Dong. Her intentions run deeper than we anticipated. Besides Bibi Dong and Yue Guan, the Spirit Hall conceals 9 titled Douluo, all loyal to her. It seems I have underestimated the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Zhao Su recognized that the unfolding events had diverged from the original storyline. Perhaps, with his presence in this realm, the narrative trajectory had already been altered. Like a parallel world, every distinct decision could alter the course of events. Shadow, immediately proceed to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. Ensure at least one direct descendant survives. What about the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect? I shall personally head to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. I once promised Ning Rongrong that I would not harm anyone from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. I cannot break that vow. Zhao Su's expression was quite grim. Indeed, I shall go at once. After Zhang Ying departed, Zhao Su approached the window, opened it, and gazed at the waning moon in the sky. Zhao Su's decision to remain in the Spirit Hall is not solely motivated by his feelings for Bibi Dong. Initially, he harbored a deep yearning for her. Yet now he finds himself utterly disillusioned. He has come to understand that Bibi Dong approaches matters of the heart with utmost seriousness, which explains her profound animosity towards Yu Xiaojiang. On one hand, it stems from her affection for him. On the other, it is rooted in her belief that if she cannot possess something, no one else should be allowed to have it either. Zhao Su's decision to remain in the Spirit Hall and assist Bibi Dong stemmed from the mandates of the system. The system issued 2 imperative tasks: to locate the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, or else he would be forever barred from achieving divinity, and to aid Bibi Dong in attaining the position of the demon god, not merely inheriting the title, but supplanting the demon god entirely. This latter task proved to be far more formidable than the quest for the 9 divine dragons. After all, the dragons could be found with relative ease through careful planning and execution, minimizing the risk of significant errors. In contrast, Bibi Dong was an individual with her own thoughts and a touch of madness, making her impervious to anyone's control. The rationale behind the system's assignment of such a daunting task remained an enigma to Zhao Su. To wholly replace the demon god rather than merely inherit the title. It was essential to empower Bibi Dong, enabling her to vanquish the demon god at the moment of her ascension during the 9 trials of the demon god. Chapter 77. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School suffers devastation. It is important to note that the demon god is a first-tier deity, ranking among the most formidable in the divine realm. Attempting to slay the demon god with the strength of a demigod was, in essence, an impossible feat. Hence, Zhao Su endeavored to assist Bibi Dong in acquiring soul rings of 100,000 years. Preliminary plans had already been established, with 4 candidates identified: Xiao Wu, the great bright heaven blue bull python, the titan giant ape, and the resurrected Ayin. coupled with the 100,000-year soul ring that Bibi Dong already possessed. They were still in need of 4 more. According to Zhao Su's shadow operatives, they had also preliminarily identified additional 100,000-year soul beasts, the evil demon Orca King, the 3 brothers of the 1,000-June Ant Emperor, the dark demon Evil God Tiger, and the near-million-year deep sea demon Whale King. Only by assembling this formidable power could they hope to defeat the demon god during the trials of ascension to demigod status. The magnitude of this challenge was, without a doubt, immense. Yet for Zhao Su, there were no alternative choices. He had no option but to press forward with unwavering resolve. Zhao Su collected his thoughts and, after a moment's contemplation, stepped out of his room and made his way to Tang Yuehua's chamber. "Yuehua, are you asleep?" he inquired. "Not yet. What brings you here? Are you up to no good again?" Tang Yuehua opened the door, her gaze imbued with a charming allure as she looked at Zhao Su. "Of course I am. Even if it means indulging in mischief every day, I would gladly embrace it." Zhao Su spoke as he wrapped his arm around Tang Yuehua's waist, drawing her into his embrace. "How annoying." Tang Yuehua lightly slapped Zhao Su's chest, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "But I must take my leave now." Upon hearing this, the light in Tang Yuehua's eyes dimmed. The Spirit Hall has launched an assault on the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. I must rush to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. It is a promise I made to Ning Rongrong, and I cannot allow the school to be annihilated. "Very well. Go, but do take care," Zhao Su urged. "Rest assured, on this continent, no one can harm me. It is you I worry about. Fear not." With my elder brother and several elders present, the Spirit Hall dares not act recklessly. Although she spoke confidently, Zhao Su still harbored concerns for Tang Yuehua's safety. Bibi Dong had become increasingly unpredictable. No one could foresee the extent of her madness. "Take this. If you truly encounter danger, hand it to the people of the Spirit Hall, and they will not harm you." Tang Yuehua accepted the Pope's token from Zhao Su, her gaze reflecting deep concern. At this moment, a storm had already descended upon the Douluo continent, and even Zhao Su could not guarantee his safety, particularly during the impending divine battle. "Do not dwell on it. Refrain from returning to Heavendo City for now. It is safer here." "Understood." Tang Yuehua nodded. Zhao Su chose not to say more, fearing that excessive words would make it harder for him to part. Under Tang Yuehua's reluctant gaze, he hesitated no longer. At the moment he turned away, a pair of butterfly wings emerged from his back, propelling him swiftly down the mountain. Within the grand hall of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, a fierce battle was underway. The Spirit Hall had dispatched 4 titled Douluo and nearly 10,000 soul masters to attack the school, inflicting severe losses. "Do you truly believe you can withstand us 4 on your own?" sneered the snake spear Douluo, pointing his spear at the already injured Chun Xian. "Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then do so," Chun Xian retorted defiantly. "Arrogance begets folly. The true arrogance lies with you." Just then, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong, having neutralized the external threat, arrived, 3 against 4, significantly enhancing their chances. After all, both Jin Chun Xian and Gu Rong were super title Douluo of level 95 or higher. In contrast, though the Spirit Hall had 4 title Douluo, the highest among them was only level 93. With Ning Fengji, renowned as the world's foremost support, victory seemed plausible. However, their expressions soon darkened as they sensed 2 more title Douluo rapidly approaching. The sudden assault by the Spirit Hall instilled a sense of dread in everyone present. Yet, despite this, neither Chun Xian nor Gu Rong showed any signs of retreat. "Kill." Chun Xian summoned his 7 killing sword, unleashing a powerful wave of battle intent towards the snake spear Douluo and the Douluo. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent, both men were taken aback and quickly retreated. Gu Rong also sprang into action. In Ning Fengji's right hand, a resplendent 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda radiated a protective aura around Gu Rong and Chun Xian. It was evident that the 5 exquisite lilies Zhao Su had given Ning Rongrong had enabled Ning Fengji's martial soul to evolve into the 9 treasures. At this moment, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School could rightfully be called the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile School, as the other 2 titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall joined the fray. Even with Ning Fengji's assistance, Chun Xian and Gu Rong gradually found themselves at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Spirit Hall's army of soul masters regrouped, launching another assault. And the disciples of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School were once again attacked. Many external disciples betrayed their comrades at a critical moment. "Fengji, Gu Rong, go assist the disciples outside. I will handle things here." "Uncle Jian, How can you face 6 titled Douluo alone? Enough with the chatter. Hurry. Do you wish for the annihilation of the 7 treasures glazed tile school? Chun Xian barked, his body radiating brilliant light as all 9 of his soul rings illuminated simultaneously, entangling the 6 titled Douluo with his strength alone. Despite Ning Fengji's concern, he understood Chun Xian's urgency. Failing to support the disciples could lead to their demise. Gu Rong. Ensure the safety of the sect master. Old Jin, be cautious. The bone Douluo, with his skeletal visage, revealed a hint of worry but did not linger. Following Ning Fengji out of the hall, divine and demonic duel slash. Once Ning Fengji and Gu Rong departed, Chun Xian unleashed his most potent attack, the 9th soul skill. Divine and demonic duel slash. The 7-killing sword began to shimmer with a formidable and enigmatic aura, abandoning all defense, for in Chun Xian's heart, only offense remained. Retreat quickly, the bear spirit Douluo exclaimed, hastily backing away, for he was the strongest among the spirit hall's ranks. Chun Xian, however, had him in his sights. With a resounding clang, he struck, and even as the bear spirit Douluo retreated and activated his martial soul's true form, he was grievously wounded by Chun Xian's blow. Just then, the snake spear Douluo swung a spear towards Chun Xian. After inflicting a heavy blow on the bear spirit Douluo, Chun Xian swiftly turned but was still struck, losing his right arm to the snake spear Douluo's attack. In that fleeting moment, the 7-killing sword had already arrived, landing another grievous blow on the snake spear Douluo. The Douluo and the other 3 titled Douluo had also sustained injuries of varying degrees from Chun Xian's divine and demonic duel slash. Faced with 6 opponents, Chun Xian's resilience was astonishing, leaving the 6 titled Douluo from the spirit hall astounded by his strength and igniting their resolve to eliminate him that very day. Chapter 78. The storm approaches. Aside from the severely injured bear spirit Douluo, the other 5 quickly surrounded the wounded Chun Xian. Just then, a sword, resembling Chun Xian's 7-killing sword, pierced the ground with tremendous sword intent. On seeing this sudden appearance, the titled Douluo from the spirit hall quickly took up a defensive stance. Let us depart. I have no desire to shed blood today. Zhao Su, clad in black, entered the hall slowly, flanked by Ning Fengji and Gu Rong. You shall not leave. No one is permitted to depart from the 7 treasures glazed tile school today. Gu Rong, witnessing Chun Xian, who was barely holding on, shouted angrily, rushing forward. The Douluo and his companions were forced to engage, realizing they would not complete their mission that day. With no further desire to fight, they began to retreat while still clashing, though they were weaker than Gu Rong. As titled Douluo, they found it challenging to be detained if they wished to leave. Uncle Bone, let it go. Do not pursue them. We might fall into their ambush. Ning Fengji halted the pursuing Gu Rong, having arrived beside Chun Xian, revealing his martial soul. A radiant light enveloped Chun Xian, swiftly healing the bleeding wound where his arm had been severed. The pallor of his face gradually regained a hint of color. It must be said that the 7 treasure glazed tile school's reputation as the foremost auxiliary soul master is by no means exaggerated. Sword Uncle, how do you fare? I shall not perish. Chun Xian inhaled deeply, suppressing the inner turmoil, and with great effort, he rose to his feet, speaking. Brother Zhao, I am grateful for your assistance. Without you, the 7 treasure glazed tile school would likely have faced utter destruction today. There is no need for such courtesy, Sect Master Ning. I promised Rong Rong that I would not allow the spirit hall to harm the people of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. It is I who have broken my word. How can this be blamed on Brother Zhao? Ning Fengji paused momentarily before continuing. Brother Zhao has witnessed the brutality of the spirit hall. Do you still intend to serve them wholeheartedly? Sect Master Ning, it is futile to waste words. You do not wish to join the spirit hall, and I cannot betray them. So take care of yourself. Zhao Su interrupted Ning Fengji's words and, without pausing, departed swiftly. Fengji, it seems we can no longer remain here in the sect. We must urgently seek a new sanctuary to prevent the Wuhuan temple from making a resurgence. With a pale countenance, Chun Xian gazed at the departing Zhao Su and spoke to Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji nodded and replied, Sword Uncle, your injuries are severe. It is prudent for you to recuperate within the sect. Bone Uncle and I shall immediately proceed to Tiando City. For now, we have no choice but to seek temporary refuge within the Tiando Empire. As he surveyed the desolation of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, Ning Fengji felt a profound sorrow. After years of diligent cultivation, he never anticipated that the sect could be utterly destroyed in a single night. However, this was not the time for such reflections. Ning Fingji and Gu Rong wasted no time and headed straight for Tiando City while simultaneously arranging for others to pack their belongings, prepared to depart at a moment's notice. At the very moment the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was attacked, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was engaged in ancestral rites, leaving their external sentries vulnerable to assault, suffering an even greater calamity than the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Upon Shadow's arrival, she witnessed the current clan leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan perish alongside a titled Douluo from the Wuhuan Temple, gazing upon the battlefield strewn with corpses. Even Shadow could sense the cruelty of the situation. Concealed in the shadows, she learned that the clan's most gifted members, the twin stars Yu Tianhen and Yu Tianxin, were still alive but absent from the clan. Moreover, the second clan leader, Yu Luomian, had already allied himself with the Wuhuan Temple, offering no assistance. As she prepared to leave, a titled Douluo from the Wuhuan Temple was extracting 3 embedded soul bones from Yu Yunjin's body. Shadow halted her steps, fixating on the arm and leg soul bones among them. On those bones, she detected the aura of the 9-winged shadow dragon remnants that Zhao Su had instructed her to remember. Without hesitation, Shadow launched an attack on the titled Douluo, who was lost in delight at his discovery. The sudden assault caught him off guard, and the 3 soul bones were snatched away by her. Who? The titled Douluo roared in fury upon witnessing his prize snatched from him. Just as he was about to retaliate, a token fell before him. Indeed, it was the Pope's decree adorned with angelic wings. These 2 soul bones are under the Pope's orders to be returned. This one shall be your reward. Yes, thank you, Your Holiness. Though displeased, the titled Douluo had no choice but to acquiesce, relieved to have retained one piece. Shadow paid him no further heed, her form vanishing completely as she departed. Within Tiando City, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, aside from Xiao Wu and Oscar, the remaining 5 members of the Shrek 7 gathered once more. After a brief reunion, Tang San, eager to locate Xiao Wu in the Stardow Forest, took his leave alone. That night, Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong, residing in the same room, engaged in conversation about the events of the past 2 years. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door, followed by Zhao Su's voice. Zhuqing, Rongrong, are you asleep? Upon hearing his voice, a faint smile broke through Zhu Zhuqing's usually indifferent demeanor as she hastily descended from her bed and rushed to open the door. Why is my dear Zhuqing so anxious? Ning Rongrong teased the excited Zhu Zhuqing after rising. Brother Su, I missed you so much. Zhu Zhuqing flung herself into Zhao Su's embrace, her eyes brimming with affection. I missed you too. As Zhao Su spoke, he gently kissed Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, yet his expression turned peculiar as he cast a glance at Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, I apologize. Upon entering the room, Zhao Su unexpectedly uttered these words, leaving both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Ma Hongjun hurriedly approached, calling out to Rongrong, and upon seeing Zhao Su, exclaimed, Boss Zhao, you've returned as well? Indeed. Zhao Su merely nodded, refraining from uttering a word. What has happened to Fatty? You seem quite anxious, he remarked. By the way, the esteemed Ning Rongrong has arrived. She is currently in the dean's office, and it appears there is some pressing matter at hand. In truth, at that moment, Ma Hongjun was equally unaware of the unfolding events. He had simply been summoned by Flinder to seek out Ning Rongrong. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had been assailed by the Spirit Hall, resulting in the tragic demise of 2/3 of its direct disciples, and even the Sword Douluo had suffered the loss of an arm. At this juncture, Zhao Su spoke up, addressing Ning Rongrong. I have broken my promise. What? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her eyes brimming with concern. Without uttering another word, she dashed towards the dean's office. Zhao Su and the others hastily followed suit. Chapter 79, The Stardow Forest, The Hunt for Xiao Wu. Upon arriving at the dean's office, they encountered Ning Fingxi and Gu Rong, both wearing grim expressions. Father, Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon seeing Ning Fingxi. I assume you are already aware that our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has been destroyed. Ning Fingxi, noticing Zhao Su who entered closely behind, understood from Ning Rongrong's flustered demeanor that she was informed of the attack on their school. Thus, he refrained from concealing the truth and addressed Ning Rongrong directly. It was evident that Ning Fengji's complexion was poor. His typically well-kept hair was disheveled, making him appear considerably aged. Is it the Spirit Hall? At that moment, the Master and Lu Erlong arrived at Flander's office, coincidentally hearing Ning Fengji's words. Although there was no concrete evidence pointing to the Spirit Hall, who else possessed such immense power to orchestrate an assault led by 6 titled Douluo and thousands of spirit masters against our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? 6 title Douluo? They were aware that the Spirit Hall likely had hidden title Douluo, but the fact that 6 of them mobilized at once astonished everyone present. Indeed, if not for Uncle Jian sacrificing an arm to severely injure several of them, our 7 treasure glazed tile school would have been utterly annihilated. Father, how is grandfather Jian? Do not worry. His condition has stabilized and he is not in grave danger, replied Ning Fengji, turning to the master. Brother Yu, with the 7 treasure glazed tile school under siege, we must warn the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to be vigilant. Since the Spirit Hall has made its move, they will not limit their aggression to just us. Subsequently, the master and Lu Erlong hurried back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan that very night, only to find the ground littered with corpses. The entire clan had been ravaged, leaving a scene of devastation. Bibi Dong's actions, while severely crippling the 7 treasure glazed tile school and obliterating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, instilled a sense of dread throughout the Spirit Master community. This prompted Ning Fengji and Yu Xiaojing to resolutely stand against the Spirit Hall. Consequently, Zhao Su's previous strategies against the 7 treasure glazed tile school became utterly ineffective, and Ning Rorong's attitude towards Zhao Su grew cold. In the Spirit City, within the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong sneered, "You were truly arrogant. Believing that by lurking in the shadows and attacking the 7 treasure glazed tile school and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, you could evade blame? What if it is attributed to me? There are but insignificant factions that can simply elect new leaders." Bibi Dong sat upon the Pope's throne, her gaze icy and tinged with mockery. You are not only a madwoman, but a fool. Do you truly believe you can withstand the combined forces of the 2 empires and the top 3 sects with just the Spirit Hall? At this moment, Zhao Su found himself utterly speechless. He had once perceived Bibi Dong as an intelligent individual, but now she appeared merely as a deranged person seeking revenge after suffering emotional turmoil. To label her as the greatest villain of the Douluo continent only emphasizes the incompetence of its so-called righteous factions. If not for the constraints of the system, Zhao Su would have long since severed ties with the Spirit Hall and pursued his own path, which would undoubtedly be more advantageous than being tethered to a volatile madwoman. What does it matter if we unite? I, Bibi Dong, fear nothing. If that is the case, I have nothing more to say. Zhao Su understood that whatever he said now would likely fall on deaf ears for Bibi Dong. With a resigned shake of his head, he prepared to depart. Although the system mandated that he assist Bibi Dong in her quest to truly usurp the position of the Rakshasa god, he also needed to ensure that he could complete his preliminary arrangements and gather the 9 divine dragons of guardian spirits, thereby securing his own ascendance to divinity, an indispensable step to achieving invincibility. Your Holiness the Pope. At that moment, a member of the Spirit Hall rushed in, only to hesitate and stammer upon seeing Zhao Su. Speak, Bibi Dong commanded coldly. The Ghost Elder and the Chrysanthemum Elder had traced the whereabouts of Xiao Wu within the Stardow forest, but encountered the obstruction of 2 additional 10,000-year soul beasts while attempting to capture her. 2 more 10,000-year soul beasts? Indeed. Go inform the Ghost Elder and the Chrysanthemum Elder to seal off the entire Stardow forest. I shall personally hunt down these 3 10,000-year soul beasts. Understood. The individual responded and respectfully withdrew. Bibi Dong's gaze flickered as she rose to face Zhao Su, shedding her earlier coldness and arrogance. Can you assist me? If you help me in slaying these 3 10,000-year soul beasts, I shall heed your every word henceforth. Remember your promise. Do not act recklessly. This is not the time to provoke a war across the continent. I comprehend. Bibi Dong recognized that relying solely on her own strength would render her incapable of confronting 3 10,000-year soul beasts, even with the aid of the Ghost and Chrysanthemum Elders. Success was not guaranteed. However, with Zhao Su's assistance, her confidence blossomed. Zhao Su, feeling helpless, decided to assist Bibi Dong in order to placate her. Within the Stardow forest, the Moonlight and the Spectre had ensnared the Blue-Silver Emperor and the Titan Giant Ape. However, while the others were preoccupied with capturing Xiao Wu, Tang San suddenly appeared and whisked her away. Leading the pursuit were the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, including Yin, Xie and Hulaina. During the chase, Tang San fought valiantly, defeating several Spirit Hall soul masters, even causing Hulaina and her companions to suffer losses at his hands. Yet, despite his remarkable dual martial souls and an array of concealed weapons, Tang San was but a single individual, and with his level barely exceeding 60, he had to protect Xiao Wu. Gradually, he found himself at a disadvantage under the onslaught of dozens of adversaries. Matters worsened when he encountered a web trap set by the Spider King, leaving him with no chance of escape. In a critical moment, he forcibly shattered his own right leg and threw the blue-silver emperor's soul bone, imbued with flight abilities, to Xiaowu, hoping to aid her escape from the encirclement. In a desperate bid to save Tang San, Xiaowu chose to sacrifice herself. As she transformed into radiant light, offering her soul rings, soul bones, and essence to Tang San, a powerful divine consciousness suddenly enveloped them, separating the two in an instant. At that moment, Bibi Dong also made her entrance. Following the method Zhao Su had imparted, she formed hand seals and drew the sacrificial Xiaowu towards her. Xiaowu's sacrificial soul rings began to merge with Bibi Dong's martial soul. At that juncture, Bibi Dong's second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, was adorned with but a single red soul ring, indicating her premeditated desire for all soul rings of her second martial soul to be of the 100,000-year caliber. Even though Bibi Dong had attained the pinnacle of 99 levels, with her first martial soul boasting 9 soul rings of 10,000-year caliber, she still faced formidable resistance while absorbing Xiao Wu's sacrificial martial soul. This was due to the overwhelming power of the 100,000-year soul ring and Xiao Wu's inherent resistance. No. Tang San, with a shattered leg, lay on the ground, witnessing the gradual absorption of Xiao Wu's soul rings by Bibi Dong. He extended his hand, his eyes radiating boundless fury as he cried out. Yet, the outcome remained irrevocable. Despite the intense unwillingness within him, he found himself powerless to alter the fate. With Zhao Su's potent divine consciousness aiding her, Bibi Dong finally completed the absorption of Xiao Wu's 100,000-year soul ring after nearly an hour. Following this, she appeared even more youthful, her skin radiant and smooth, as if it could be easily pierced. After completing the absorption, she paid no heed to the prostrate Tang San, for she had promised Zhao Su not to lay a hand on him. Guided by Hu Laina, she made her way toward the central lake of the Douluo forest. 100,000-year soul ring from Xiao Wu was evidently insufficient for her ambitions. She intended to hunt the other 200,000-year soul beasts as well. Once Bibi Dong departed, a divine consciousness gathered the remnants of Xiao Wu's soul, swiftly coalescing into the form of a small white rabbit. However, at that moment, the rabbit's eyes were hollow, devoid of any light. Although Xiao Wu had lost her soul rings and soul bones, the possibility of her revival still lingered. Once Tang San attained the status of a titled Douluo, he would have the means to resurrect Xiao Wu, allowing her to live anew and cultivate diligently. Zhao Su had remained concealed from the beginning, even altering his voice. He delivered the true form of Xiao Wu, a small rabbit, to Tang San's side. Simultaneously, a potent regenerative force accelerated the healing of Tang San's wounds. However, the blue-silver emperor's soul bone was not returned to him. It had been collected by Zhao Su, who understood that time was no longer on his side and that he could not proceed with the original plan. He needed to employ special means to utilize this soul bone to swiftly resurrect Ain. After the regenerative energy had rapidly healed Tang San's wounds, Zhao Su rendered him temporarily unconscious to prevent any interference in the pursuit of the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape. In the heart of the Douluo forest, the lake became a battleground as the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape, driven to fury by Yu Guan and Gue Mei, sensed the waning life force of Xiao Wu. Humans, we have tolerated your actions, yet you press us relentlessly. Do you truly wish for mutual destruction? The golden-robed Bibi Dong appeared before them, wielding a scepter, her eyes filled with disdain. If that is the case, we need not show mercy. Second, eliminate them. The sky blue bull python, hearing this command, refrained from further words, its massive form emerging from the lake, filled with wrath as it charged at Bibi Dong. Yet, just then, a formidable divine will manifested, immobilizing both the sky blue bull python and the titan great ape. A sword imbued with terrifying sword intent appeared, striking down upon the sky blue bull python. Brother! The titan great ape roared in fury upon witnessing the sword cleave through the hardened scales of the sky blue bull python. It attempted to break free from the divine will's control, but found itself unable to summon its soul power. Forced to watch helplessly as Bibi Dong approached and killed the sky blue bull python, sitting down to absorb its soul ring. Aside from the 100,000-year soul ring being absorbed by Bibi Dong, the sky blue bull python possessed a soul bone, the most precious among its 6 parts, the torso soul bone. All present gazed at the torso soul bone with greedy eyes, yet none dared to approach it. Soul bones, especially those fallen from 100,000-year soul beasts, could offer unimaginable enhancements. But one must still be alive to benefit from them. After absorbing the soul ring of the sky blue bull python, Bibi Dong turned her gaze towards the enraged titan great ape, and then to the torso bone on the ground. She was already adorned with numerous soul bones, which, although not as ancient as that of the sky blue bull python, were more suited to her. Picking up the torso bone, she surveyed the eager faces around her. Eventually tossing it to Ghost Douluo, seize the opportunity to merge with this soul bone. Your strength is currently insufficient. Yes, thank you, Your Holiness. The spectral Ghost Douluo, upon receiving the torso bone, finally revealed his true form before the others, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 50s. With an unremarkable appearance and a height of merely around 1.60 meters. Yet, his ordinary visage radiated excitement and joy. Bibi Dong then approached the Titan Great Ape, wielding her sword once more to breach its formidable defenses, leading to its demise. The Titan Great Ape's massive body fell to the ground, transforming into a soul ring and another torso soul bone, just as its brother had. This time, Bibi Dong did not hastily absorb the soul ring, but instead picked up the fallen soul bone of the Titan Great Ape, feeling a domineering power within it. You still require one last soul bone. This one is for you. Bibi Dong tossed the soul bone to Hulaina, who beamed with joy. Thank you, teacher. Do not thank me. I hope you can grow swiftly and not disappoint me. Rest assured, teacher, I shall not let you down, Hulaina declared with unwavering determination. Bibi Dong chose not to say more and continued to absorb the soul ring of the Titan Great Ape. Once completely absorbed, the plan to hunt the 100,000-year soul beasts concluded successfully. After absorbing 3 soul rings from 100,000-year soul beasts, Bibi Dong appeared taller, her figure beneath the golden gown increasingly perfect. Her cold, flawless face emanating an irresistible allure. Dispatch teams to continue the search for traces of 100,000-year soul beasts. Inform me immediately upon discovering any leads. Before departing from the Stardoe Forest, Bibi Dong briefed Yuguan and Gue Mei, then proceeded to return to the Spirit Hall with Hulaina. At the same time that Bibi Dong successfully hunted down Xiao Wu and the twin brothers, Ning Fengji and the Master had reached a unified agreement with the Snow Knight Emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire to oppose the Spirit Hall. Chapter 81. The urgency to accelerate training. The Snow Knight Emperor entrusted all Soul Masters within the Heaven-Do Empire to the Master for training. Following the suggestions of the Master and Ning Fengji, he resolved to send envoys to the Star Luo Empire to discuss a temporary ceasefire and the formation of a united front. Just as Zhao Su had anticipated, various factions sensing danger began to gradually unite, undoubtedly complicating the Spirit Hall's ambitions to unify the continent. However, this was not without its advantages. Under the formidable display of power from the Spirit Hall, many sects, families, and kingdoms expressed their support for it. Bibi Dong further commanded the establishment of guardian squads in all kingdoms that supported the Spirit Hall. Ostensibly, these squads were meant to protect the sanctity of the Spirit Hall within those kingdoms. Yet everyone understood that it was merely a means for the Spirit Hall to intimidate those who dared to defy it. In addition to the sects, families, and kingdoms, many powerful young soul masters chose to align themselves with the rising strength of the Spirit Hall. Although a temporary balance among the factions was maintained, all were acutely aware that such equilibrium would not endure for long. At this juncture, Zhao Su possessed 7 fragments of the 9-winged dragon's bones, needing only 2 more to complete the set. Furthermore, Tuabashi of the Holy Dragon sect was steadily advancing in rank. Once he reached level 95, Zhao Su would be able to absorb the Kuei Long from him, along with the Golden Saint Dragon summoned by Master Flender, Lu Erlong, and the Candle Dragon from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. In total, Zhao Su had located 5 out of the 9 divine dragons. He now awaited the opportune moment to absorb them. Thus, Zhao Su's paramount task remained the search for the remaining 2 fragments of the 9-winged dragon's bones and the other 4 guardian divine dragons. Master, news has arrived from the shadows concealed in the Heaven-Do Empire. The royal family has detected the aura of the 9-winged dragon's bones. In a tranquil courtyard within Heaven-Do City, Zhao Su was contemplating his forthcoming plans when Ning appeared beside him. Heaven-Do Empire? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's eyes sparkled with realization. How did I not think of that? Order the shadows to ascertain how many fragments of the 9-winged dragon's bones the Heaven-Do Empire possesses. If there is but one, we shall focus our search for the final piece on the royal family of the Star Luo Empire. Indeed. There is also the matter of Yu Luomian's martial spirit undergoing a transformation. It is highly likely that it can no longer serve as the vessel for the master to nurture the dragon. Transformation? Zhao Su inquired. Precisely. Just a few days ago, Yu Luomian ascended to the rank of an 80-level soul Douluo, and subsequently, His martial spirit transformed into the purple lightning demon dragon. Where is Yulomian now? Within the spirit hall, the Pope, in an effort to win him over, has promised that after successfully annihilating the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan, he will be made an elder of the spirit hall. Understood. Zhao Su nodded, having already formulated a plan in his mind. After Ying departed, Zhao Su also rose to his feet, casting his gaze towards the direction of the spirit hall. He intended to personally meet Yulomian to ascertain whether the mutated purple lightning demon dragon he sought was indeed one of the 9 guardian divine dragons he had been searching for. At that moment, Yulomian was brimming with confidence, despite only being at the rank of an 80-level spirit Douluo. As a trusted confidant of Bibi Dong, even titled Douluos in the spirit hall had to show him some respect, which only served to inflate Yulomian's arrogance further. Cheers, Brother Shilong. I toast to you. Within the spirit hall, Yulomian and several others, including the snake spear Douluo and the spiked porcupine Douluo, were indulging in drink. Yulomian was acutely aware that his strength paled in comparison to these titled Douluos. Although he enjoyed Bibi Dong's protection, he knew the importance of maintaining good relations with them to secure his position within the spirit hall. Suddenly, as the revelry reached its peak, a piercing sound sliced through the air, and a long sword materialized within the grand hall. It was Zhao Su's Emperor's 7 Kills sword. Upon seeing this sword, the snake spear and spiked porcupine Douluo immediately recognized that Zhao Su had arrived. Although they were unaware of his intentions, they promptly rose and stepped aside. However, Yulomian was unfamiliar with the Emperor's 7 Kills sword. With a somewhat perplexed expression, he gazed at the rising figures and, with bleary eyes, mockingly remarked, Brother Shilong, it is merely a sword. Look at how frightened you all are. No sooner had Yulomian uttered these words than the long sword moved, slicing towards him. Taken aback, Yulomian's drunkenness evaporated under the weight of the terrifying sword intent, and he swiftly fused with his martial spirit. Yet, just as the Emperor's 7 Kills sword had arrived, it departed without any forewarning after he merged with his martial spirit, leaving Yulomian increasingly bewildered. Zhao Su did not sense the aura of the guardian divine dragon from Yulomian's mutated martial spirit, and the system provided no indications whatsoever. Zhao Su realized that he had been overly concerned. The mutation of the Yuluo crown's martial soul was merely a consequence of its elevation in rank. This revelation stirred a sense of unease within him. At present, the direct descendants of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family were dwindling in number. Should none of the surviving members possess the capability to evolve the blue lightning tyrant dragon into the candle dragon, he would ultimately face failure. Acknowledging this, Zhao Su understood that he could no longer afford to wait. He needed to swiftly gather the 9 divine dragons for protection. He resolved to personally embark on the quest for the 9 divine dragons, while simultaneously elevating his level to 99, thus attaining the pinnacle of his current strength. Consequently, Zhao Su first sought an audience with Tang Yuehua. After parting ways with her, he proceeded to Shrek Academy, where Zhu Zhuqing resided. At this moment, apart from Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuqing, Zhao Su harbored no further concerns for anyone else. Once he had settled all matters, he departed from the city of Tiando alone. As Zhao Su approached the entrance of Tiando City, Ning Rongrong intercepted his path. You weren't waiting here for me, were you? She inquired. Indeed. I heard from Zhuqing that you're planning to embark on a journey of training immediately? Yes. I must hasten to elevate myself to the rank of title Douluo to ensure my own safety. Then I shall accompany you on this training expedition. I, too, must swiftly enhance my cultivation to restore the 7 treasures glazed tile school. You wish to join me on this journey? Zhao Su questioned. Can you protect me? Ning Rongrong had long contemplated that in order to revive the 7 treasures glazed tile school, she must grow stronger. However, as a support-type soul master, she recognized the necessity of having protection while venturing out. The recent betrayal by a critical outer disciple of the 7 treasures glazed tile school had shattered her faith in such individuals. Zhao Su is not only trustworthy, but more importantly, possesses formidable strength, capable of providing her with exceptional protection. If you wish to accompany me, so be it. However, let us establish clear terms. Wherever I go, you shall follow, and do not question further. Regarding the destruction of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, he indeed failed to fulfill his promise to Ning Rongrong to aid in her cultivation, which serves as a form of compensation. As long as it allows me to enhance my prowess, I care not where you go, Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering determination in her eyes. Despite her delicate appearance, once she resolves upon a course of action, she never alters it lightly, and it must be accomplished. Chapter 82. Transforming Martial Spirits, Forcibly Taking Ain. Very well. Since that is the case, I shall take you with me. Let us first visit a certain place. As Zhao Su spoke, a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Without waiting for Ning Rongrong to inquire further, Zhao Su took the lead and stepped outside. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong hurriedly followed suit. A day later, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong entered the Sunset Forest. "What are we doing here?" she asked. "You will find out shortly. Just remember, no matter what happens, do not speak excessively." Zhao Su once again cautioned Ning Rongrong. When they were approximately a mile away from the heart of the Sunset Forest, Zhao Su instructed Ning Rongrong to find a place to conceal herself and await his return. "Surely you are not about to engage in some nefarious deed? Have you forgotten our pact? If you utter another word, I shall leave you here without a second thought." Upon uttering these words, Zhao Su swiftly darted away, making his way towards the vicinity of the ice and fire yin yang eye. At that moment, a thatched cottage had been erected near the ice and fire yin yang eye. Tang Hao, who had suffered the loss of an arm and a hand, sat in front of the cottage, gazing vacantly at a distant blue silver emperor. Not long ago, Tang San had relocated his mother, Ayin, to this area, which was conducive to her growth. Tang Hao had remained steadfastly by Ayin's side, vigilantly watching over her. Concealed in the shadows, Zhao Su observed all of this and retrieved a black robe from his storage space, enveloping himself entirely within its folds. He then exchanged for a soul exchange pill from the system's marketplace, a potion that temporarily allowed one to transform their martial soul into a desired form. Zhao Su first summoned the Emperor's 7 kills sword, then consumed the soul exchange pill. A radiant beam of white light enveloped the Emperor's 7 kills sword, which began to transform visibly before the naked eye. Ultimately, the Emperor's 7 kills sword metamorphosed into the Haotian hammer. The obsidian Haotian hammer, along with the aura emanating from it, bore a striking resemblance to the genuine Haotian hammer. Subsequently, Zhao Su deliberately released a trace of his aura, prompting Tang Hao to take notice. As Tang Hao rose and gazed in Zhao Su's direction, Zhao Su had already launched his assault, wielding the Haotian hammer and striking towards the one-legged Tang Hao. To prevent Tang Hao from recognizing him, he intentionally suppressed his strength. Bang! Although currently one-legged, Tang Hao displayed remarkable agility, swiftly evading Zhao Su's formidable blow. He then quickly leaped backward, clearly aware that Ayin was planted nearby, and he wished to avoid engaging in combat to spare Ayin from harm. "Who are you?" Tang Hao inquired. His gaze clouded as he focused on the Haotian hammer in Zhao Su's hand. In Tang Hao's mind, the Haotian hammer could not be counterfeit, and its distinctive oppressive aura could not be feigned. "You need not know who I am. You betrayed your sect, bringing shame upon it. A person like you deserves to die." Zhao Su not only transformed his martial soul into the Haotian hammer, but also completely disguised himself as a member of the Haotian sect. His motives were twofold. First, to conceal his true identity, and second, to sow discord between Tang Hao and the Haotian sect. By driving a wedge between Tang Hao, he effectively sought to fracture the bond between Tang San and the Haotian sect. However, his visit was not solely to create discord between Tang Hao and the sect. His true purpose was to seek out Ayin. At present, he possessed the soul bone that had fallen from Ayin, which could accelerate her growth and facilitate her swift return to human form. "Are you sent by the sect to eliminate me? Spare me the pleasantries. Reveal the hammer." Zhao Su refrained from excessive words. After a swift declaration, he propelled his hammer once more towards Tang Hao. At this moment, despite having lost an arm and a leg, and his level diminished by 20, leaving him at a mere 76, Tang Hao's demeanor underwent a profound transformation the instant he revealed the Haotian hammer. His previously murky gaze ignited with renewed vigor. "You may be a once-renowned titled Douluo, now crippled, yet you are still no match for me," he proclaimed. Immediately, Zhao Su unleashed one of the Haotian clan's secret techniques, the chaotic cloak hammer method, a style in which Tang Hao himself excelled. Witnessing this technique, Tang Hao felt a surge of astonishment. Many within the Haotian clan were adept in this hammer technique. However, few could wield the chaotic cloak hammer method with such formidable power at the level of a soul sage in the 70s. Tang Hao, too, executed the chaotic cloak hammer method, yet the absence of an arm and a leg thwarted his ability to unleash his full potential, resulting in his being sent flying by Zhao Su's hammer. "Today, Tang Hao, I shall spare your life. However, for your betrayal of the sect over this herb, and for causing your father's demise through your disloyalty, I shall make you witness as I uproot this herb from its very source. No, it is I who betrayed the sect. All of this is my fault, and it bears no relation to Ayin. You may kill me, but I beseech you, Do not harm Ayin. The fact that someone of Tang Hao's stature would utter a plea speaks volumes of his concern for Ayin. This, fortuitously, played into Zhao Su's hands. His intention was to drive Tang Hao to madness, leading him to believe that it was the Haoyan clan who had wrought havoc upon Ayin. Indeed, Tang Hao, this is what the elder commanded me to do, and it is simply the retribution you deserve. As Zhao Su spoke, he turned and aimed to uproot the blue-silver emperor. Observing Zhao Su drawing ever closer to the blue-silver emperor, Tang Hao bellowed in fury, disregarding his own injuries. He rose and raised the Haotian hammer, charging toward Zhao Su. Thud. Zhao Su, wielding his hammer with precision, sent the charging Tang Hao flying, who landed heavily on the ground, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, Zhao Su grasped the base of the ethereal blue-silver emperor root, exerting tremendous force to uproot it entirely. With his hands forming intricate seals, he stored the blue-silver emperor along with its branches and leaves into his spatial storage. If Tang Hao wishes to reclaim this precious herb, he must return to the Haotian clan and beseech the clan leader for it. Upon finishing his words, Zhao Su lingered no longer and turned to depart. At that moment, Tang Hao, who had just risen to his feet, swiftly leaped in pursuit of Zhao Su's departing figure. However, he soon found himself at a loss, unable to discern Zhao Su's whereabouts. In that instant, Tang Hao appeared almost frenzied, desperately searching for any sign of Zhao Su. She was gone. Zhao Su arrived at the hideout of Ning Rongrong and swiftly called out to her, not pausing for a moment before making his way towards the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. Having heard Tang Hao's furious roar moments earlier, Ning Rongrong did not linger in inquiry and quickly followed suit. Once they departed from the Sunset Forest and reached the nearest town bustling with inhabitants, Zhao Su finally slowed his pace. Was that man Tang San's father? Indeed. What had transpired with him? First, let us find an inn, after we settle in. I shall explain further. As Zhao Su spoke, he scanned his surroundings and soon spotted a hotel. Without hesitation, he entered the establishment. After securing a room, he instructed Ning Rongrong to draw the curtains tightly. Only then did he retrieve the temporarily sealed blue-silver emperor from his storage space. The moment the seal was lifted, the branches and leaves of the blue-silver emperor began to grow rapidly, soon filling half the room. What is this? Ning Rongrong inquired, gazing at the lush blue-silver emperor before her, directing her question to Zhao Su. Chapter 83, Limitless Replication of Martial Souls, 10,000-Year Soul Beast. As Zhao Su spoke, he produced the storage ring he had prepared in advance. He then carefully placed the specially formulated soil, designed to accelerate the growth of the blue-silver emperor, into the storage ring. Simultaneously, he sprinkled a unique powder over the layer of soil that exuded a vibrant life force. After completing these tasks, he transplanted Ayin into the enriched soil. 100,000-year soul beast? Ning Rongrong's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing Zhao Su's words. The rarity of such ancient soul beasts is one thing, but each of these formidable beings is undeniably powerful. In a one-on-one confrontation, even a titled Douluo might find themselves outmatched by a 100,000-year soul beast. However, although this particular plan appeared lush, it still bore no resemblance to the overwhelming strength of a 100,000-year soul beast. You must already be aware that Tang San's mother is the 100,000-year soul beast, Blue-Silver Emperor, right? Of course, Ning Rongrong responded, a thought striking her. You can't possibly mean that the plant we just saw is Tang San's mother, can you? Congratulations, you are correct. After Zhao Su ensured that Ayin was comfortably settled, he took a seat beside the table, a subtle smile gracing his face as he nodded. What are your intentions? I cannot divulge that just yet. You shall know on the day of my success. Surely, you do not intend to domesticate the blue-silver emperor to acquire its century-old soul rings for yourself? No. That is not my aim. Then what is your purpose? I have stated that you will understand once I achieve my goal. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he fell silent. Regardless of what Ning Rongrong said in his ear, he merely shook his head. Eventually, Ning Rongrong, feeling exasperated by his reticence, quieted down. The following morning, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong departed from the town they had been residing in once more. This time, Zhao Su refrained from lingering near Heavendo City. Instead, he rented a spacious and comfortable carriage, directing their journey towards the northern frozen lands. He had received intelligence from the shadow that the twin stars of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, were currently training in the northern icy expanse. Their absence from the calamity was solely due to their training away from home. Upon receiving a message from their master, despite being engulfed in sorrow, their fighting spirit was reignited. They resolved to cultivate within the frozen territory, vowing to return stronger and seek vengeance. Presently, the direct lineage of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family was already limited, and these brothers were the most likely to evolve their martial spirits into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Rong, do not pursue them any further. These individuals are not worth the expenditure of our energy. Zhao Su called out to Ning Rong within the northern frozen forest. By this time, they had been away from Heaven Do City for a year, and Zhao Su's rank had ascended to the 81st level of Soul Douluo. Ning Rong had just recently broken through to the 70th level of Soul Sage. Zhao Su possesses a marketplace that facilitates direct exchanges for soul rings. However, Ning Rong must embark on a quest to locate suitable soul beasts to obtain her soul ring. Their current venture into this frozen forest is dedicated to assisting Ning Rong in acquiring a soul ring. Yet, 3 days have elapsed without the discovery of an appropriate soul beast or one exceeding 50,000 years of age. Just moments ago, a team of over 10 soul masters launched an assault on Zhao Su and Ning Rong. Why did you not eliminate them? After more than a year of trials and tribulations, enduring the elements, Ning Rong appears to have grown taller, her previously fair complexion now slightly tanned. Notably, the aura of resentment surrounding her has intensified. The murderous intent emanating from you is exceedingly potent. Be wary of its potential repercussions. Zhao Su did not respond to Ning Rong's question. Instead, with a hint of concern, he gazed at her and remarked, I ventured out for the purpose of experience. To elevate my level, I am indifferent to any murderous intent, and I shall not suffer any backlash. Since you have said this, I find myself at a loss for words. Zhao Su, with a resigned shake of his head, chose to disregard Ning Rong and continued his search for a suitable spirit beast. Hurry, surround that mirrored beast. It is already on its last legs. We must vanquish it. Soon, a cacophony of sounds reached them. An assembly of 8 individuals was engaged in an assault on the wounded mirrored beast. Among them, Zhao Su and Ning Rong recognized a familiar figure, Oscar, who was out on an independent training expedition. These individuals were striving to secure a spirit ring for him. Judging by the number of spirit rings Oscar possessed, he had reached the impressive level of 69. Although this particular mirrored beast was not the 6th spirit ring as depicted in the original narrative, it had transformed into the 7th spirit ring. This beast was significantly stronger than its counterpart in the original story, which was merely over 20,000 years old. This one, by its size and displayed strength, undoubtedly exceeded 50,000 years. What is the merit of this mirrored beast? It cannot enhance the 9 treasure glaze tile. Ning Rong clearly had little interest in this creature. Her desire was for a spirit beast that could augment her 9 treasure glaze tile. As an auxiliary spirit master, what you lack is offensive power. If the mirrored beast can enable you to replicate others' martial spirits and soul skills, would that not surpass merely enhancing the attributes of the 9 treasure glaze tile? How can you be certain it possesses such abilities? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Ning Rong felt a flicker of temptation. Yet she still questioned him with a hint of skepticism. We shall discover the truth through experimentation. As Zhao Su spoke, he had already made his move. The Emperor's 7-kill sword was unsheathed, first striking down the enemies and then targeting the soul beast. However, he showed restraint towards Oscar. Zhao Lao Da Rong. Oscar, witnessing his companions fall around him, was initially taken aback, but his eyes brightened upon seeing Zhao Su and particularly Ning Rong. Rong had also reached level 70. Needing to hunt a soul beast to obtain a soul ring, and this mirror beast was perfectly suited. Then let it be for Rong. I will seek another suitable soul beast. Before Zhao Su could finish his sentence, Oscar, fixated on Ning Rong, declared without a trace of hesitation. Love can compel Oscar to forsake everything. Alas, the events on the Douluo continent had already undergone a transformation, and Ning Rong was no longer the character from the original narrative who held affection for Oscar. Yet, Oscar remained steadfast in his devotion to her. Unfortunately, while the petals may hold affection, the flowing waters remain indifferent. Zhao Su conjured a colossal hand, seizing the mirror beast that had transcended 50,000 years, and commanded Ning Rong, kill it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ning Rong retrieved a dagger from her storage soul guide and plunged it into the already near-death mirror beast. Then, she sat cross-legged, commencing the absorption of the soul ring generated by the beast. Although this mirror beast had surpassed the age limit for absorbing a 7th soul ring, it was still within Ning Rong's capacity to endure at that moment. Soon, she had completely absorbed it, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration. Just as Zhao Su had stated, she had acquired the 7th soul skill, the true form of her martial soul, along with the ability to replicate other martial souls. Remarkably, this soul skill was an enhancement to her martial soul's true form and did not require any blood. As long as she was enveloped by the radiant nine-colored light of the nine treasure glazed tile, she could replicate the martial souls of others. Most importantly, she could copy not only the martial souls of her allies, but also those of her enemies. This replication effect would only revert to her original martial soul once her soul power was depleted, implying that there were no time constraints. As the seventh soul ring around Ning Rongrong glowed, a nine-colored light enveloped Zhao Su. Subsequently, the true form of the nine treasure glazed tile in her palm began to transform, directly morphing into Zhao Su's most formidable 12-winged holy angel martial soul. Albeit weaker in aura compared to Zhao Su himself, Ning Rongrong's seventh soul skill, the replication of martial souls, was a perfect complement to Zhao Su. Even though the auxiliary martial soul could only exhibit power according to her soul power and level, Zhao Su's martial soul was extraordinarily powerful, and even when compressed, it was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Ning Rongrong manipulated the 12-winged holy angel, wielding the spear of death. In an instant, a tremendous pressure accompanied by formidable attack power emanated from her, leveling all trees within a 10-meter radius with a single strike. This is fantastic. I shall no longer be an unarmed soul master. With a beaming smile of excitement, Ning Rongrong retracted her martial soul and leapt into Zhao Su's embrace. This unexpected gesture left Zhao Su momentarily bewildered. Nearby, Oscar's expression darkened considerably at the sight. Don't worry, Xiaoao. I will assist you in acquiring a martial soul suited for you. Zhao Su gently pushed the excited Ning Rongrong aside and turned his gaze towards the somewhat dejected Oscar. Thank you, but I am capable of obtaining the soul ring on my own. I do not require the assistance of others. Oscar expressed his gratitude, but, without a moment's hesitation, turned and departed. Observing this, Zhao Su shook his head in resignation, choosing to remain silent. Love, after all, is a matter that cannot be dictated by others. What is it? Following her initial excitement, Ning Rongrong gradually regained her composure. Showing no signs of emotional disturbance at Oscar's departure, she gazed at the lifeless head of the mirror beast, which shimmered with a golden radiance. Zhao Su followed the direction indicated by Ning Rongrong and approached, crouching beside the mirror beast. He felt the aura of the golden radiance and remarked, "You are fortunate. This is a head spirit bone." With that, Zhao Su unearthed the skull. Once liberated from the flesh encasing the mirror beast's head, the golden light intensified remarkably. This spirit bone exuded an aura that surpassed all others, except for the angelic skull within the holy angel set. Even the skull of the nine-winged dragon could not compare to the energy emanating from this particular skull. The head spirit bone of the mirror beast? Absorb it. This spirit bone is formidable and may be linked to the replication soul skill you just acquired. Ning Rongrong did not refuse or elaborate further. She accepted the mirror beast's skull from Zhao Su and began the fusion process. However, as the spirit bone integrated into her mind, the golden radiance surged. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong exhibited an expression of profound agony. The pain in her head was excruciating. Initially, she managed to endure it with sheer willpower, but as the sensation intensified, it became unbearable. Clutching her head, she collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Zhao Su, taken aback, quickly directed his consciousness into Ning Rongrong's mind. Within her consciousness, a flame blazed fiercely, engulfing her soul. From the burning soul, tendrils of black mist were expelled. Zhao Su understood that the golden radiance upon the soul bone was not merely light but rather flames, specifically the chaotic white fire, one of the 10 primordial divine fires. Ancient texts record that these primordial divine fires had vanished long before the early days of the Douluo continent. It was indeed unexpected to witness the chaotic white fire, the foremost of the 10 primordial divine fires, at this moment. Currently, the chaotic white fire was engulfing Ning Rongrong's soul, striving to incinerate all the distracting thoughts. Accumulated murderous intent and hatred that had taken root within her over the past year. However, it was evident that Ning Rongrong's willpower was beginning to wane, causing her soul to become increasingly ethereal. Clearly, if she could not endure the trial posed by the chaotic white fire, her soul would be utterly reduced to ashes. Even if her body survived, she would be rendered a fool. Zhao Su no longer hesitated, as his potent spiritual essence enveloped Ning Rongrong's soul, gradually awakening her consciousness. With the aid of Zhao Su's divine presence, the anguish etched on Ning Rongrong's visage began to dissipate, and she settled into a meditative posture. Her spirit, too, found solace amidst the chaotic white flames. Clouds of black mist erupted from her essence, eventually vanishing, leaving a luminous white aura that enveloped her soul. After approximately 10 minutes, assured that Ning Rongrong was out of danger, Zhao Su attempted to retract his spiritual essence. However, he soon discovered that a portion of it had been completely absorbed by the radiant light. As the white glow integrated into Ning Rongrong's spirit, Zhao Su gave it little thought. The loss of a fragment of his essence held no significant consequence for him. Once he retracted his spiritual presence, Zhao Su observed Ning Rongrong, who was engrossed in her meditation, realizing that she would not awaken any time soon. Thus, he casually seated himself upon a nearby stump. Having integrated the soul bone of the mirror beast's head and purged impurities through the chaotic white flames, Ning Rongrong's skin, previously darkened by exposure, regained its delicate whiteness. Now even more luminous than before, her skin resembled that of a newborn, soft and flawless, complemented by her breathtaking beauty. While her figure may not have been extraordinary, it was certainly captivating enough to enchant most men. After nearly an hour had elapsed, Ning Rongrong finally awoke. Upon opening her eyes, they sparkled like celestial stars. At that moment, any trace of murderous intent or negative emotions had vanished from her being, replaced by a gentle smile. Coupled with her fair complexion and star-like bright eyes, she appeared increasingly alluring. "Brother Su, thank you." Ning Rongrong beamed at Zhao Su, who sat a short distance away. "Thank me for what?" he inquired. "When I was engulfed by those white flames, I sensed your presence awakening my consciousness. I could feel your essence," Ning Rongrong replied, her face betraying a hint of shyness as she gazed at Zhao Su. This rendered Zhao Su somewhat helpless. He understood that a part of his spiritual essence had been absorbed by Ning Rongrong's soul, not only enhancing her mental fortitude, but also leaving an imprint of his essence within her being. Zhao Su let out a sigh, contemplating that possessing overwhelming strength may not always be advantageous. "No need to thank me. We are companions, and it is my duty to protect you." Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su with her bright, expressive eyes, filled with anticipation, and inquired, "Can you protect me just as you do for Zhu Qing? It is getting late, and you have found a suitable soul ring. We must take our leave from this place." Zhao Su did not respond to Ning Rongrong. Having spoken, he turned and departed. Although Ning Rongrong was undeniably beautiful, a quality that generally captivates anyone, Zhao Su wished to avoid entanglements of romantic affection. With Tang Yuehua and Zhu Qing already in his life, he felt that was sufficient. Chapter 85. A reunion with Tang San. Ning Rongrong gazed at Zhao Su's retreating figure, a hint of mischief sparkling in her eyes as she softly declared, "You will undoubtedly be mine." With that, she pursued him. Ever since the day Ning Rongrong assimilated the soul bone from the head of a mirror beast imbued with chaotic white fire, she had shed the impurities of her soul. Consequently, the aura of murderous intent that once surrounded her had dissipated, and her disposition had grown increasingly cheerful. A gentle smile graced her lips, making her a focal point wherever she went. Yet, her gaze remained fixated on Zhao Su. "Could you please refrain from staring at me so intently? It's making me quite uneasy," Zhao Su remarked, lifting his head to meet Ning Rongrong's fervent gaze while he was enjoying a bowl of noodles at a local eatery. "I am willing." Ning Rongrong responded with that singular, simple statement, falling silent thereafter. She ceased eating, merely watching Zhao Su with unwavering attention. "Stop. Prepare for an inspection." At that moment, a voice drew Zhao Su's attention. He turned to see Tang San descending from a grand carriage, accompanied by Titan, the robust chieftain of the strength-based clan. Zhao Su's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. He and Ning Rongrong had been waiting in this small border town for 3 days, anticipating Tang San's arrival. Drawing from his memories of the Douluo continent in his previous life, coupled with the reports from the shadows, Zhao Su effortlessly discerned the whereabouts of Tang San. He also learned that after Zhao Su forcibly took Ain, Tang Hao had descended into utter madness, disregarding his identity as a traitor to the sect. He stormed into the Haoyan clan, demanding the return of his son from Tang Xiao. In a state of bewilderment, Tang Xiao was taken aback as Tang Hao unleashed his fury upon him, providing no opportunity for explanation before launching an attack. At the height of his power, Tang Hao might have been a formidable adversary for Tang Xiao. However, in his current state, having lost 2 limbs and plummeting to rank 77, he stood no chance against Tang Xiao, a 96th level super Douluo. The 5 elders, witnessing Tang Hao's reckless charge into the Haoyan clan, indiscriminately engaged in combat. Particularly the 7th elder, who harbored the deepest grievances against Tang Hao. He acted decisively to suppress Tang Hao. Ultimately, It was only through the pleas of Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua that the seventh elder consented to spare Tang Hao, albeit with the stipulation that he be expelled from the Haotian clan, never to ascend the mountain again. Though Tang Hao was seething with rage, he found himself powerless to retaliate. He subsequently sought out Tang San, and upon learning that his mother had been taken by members of the Haotian clan, he did not respond with the same fury as Tang Hao. Instead, he calmly reassured Tang Hao, promising to retrieve his mother. Tang San understood that this was a pivotal moment in their confrontation with the Spirit Hall. When the time came for battle, they would need the support of the Haotian clan. Thus, it was imperative not to sever ties with them. Tang San exemplified the essence of a pragmatic individual, exhibiting remarkable patience. For those he could utilize, he engaged with decorum. For those deemed unnecessary, he revealed a different countenance. Perhaps this adaptability was the reason for Tang San's rapid ascent. Tang San, fatty, what are you doing here? Ning Rongrong exclaimed upon spotting Tang San and Ma Hongjun. After glancing at Zhao Su and receiving a nod from him, she rushed out of the noodle shop, calling out to them. Rongrong, what brings you here? Ma Hongjun asked, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the even more radiant Ning Rongrong, a hint of surprise in his voice. I came out to train with Zhao Laoda. We just arrived here yesterday, planning to head to the Star Luo Empire for a visit. Ning Rongrong replied, gesturing towards Zhao Su, who was still enjoying his meal. Zhao Su hastily consumed a couple of bites, set down his chopsticks, settled the bill, and then rose to leave the noodle shop. Zhao Laoda, how is it that the two of you are together? Ma Hongjun inquired, casting a lewd glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su, continuing with a mischievous tone, surely. You two haven't become a couple, have you? Of course not, you lecherous fatso. Just watch, I might hit you. Ning Rongrong's face flushed crimson as she extended her hand to strike at Ma Hongjun. Still denying it? Just look at your blush. Xiao Ao would be heartbroken if he found out. Ma Hongjun dodged Ning Rongrong's playful assault, teasingly pointing at her rosy cheeks. All right, you two, cease this nonsense. At that moment, Tang San intervened, putting an end to the playful bickering between Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun. He then turned his gaze towards Zhao Su, his eyes devoid of warmth, instead reflecting a hint of vigilance and caution. However, he concealed it well, ensuring it did not manifest overly. This is Titan, the esteemed leader of the Power Clan. Tang San introduced Zhao Su, and this is our teacher from Shrek Academy, Zhao Su. A teacher from Shrek Academy? Upon hearing Tang San's introduction, Titan's eyes flickered with a touch of confusion. Zhao Su appeared to be merely a couple of years older than Tang San, which was hard to believe considering he was already the mentor to such a prodigy. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of power emanated from him, compelling an assessment of Zhao Su's capabilities. When Titan unleashed his full might, even Tang San struggled to maintain his ground, relying heavily on his soul power. However, Zhao Su stood unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. In a reciprocal display, Zhao Su released his own formidable pressure, which swiftly quelled Titan's force. Ultimately, he forced Titan back several steps with a grunt, leaving the nearby disciples of the Li clan drenched in sweat, feeling as if death loomed close. Having long heard of Titan's esteemed reputation, witnessing it firsthand was indeed a testament to his prowess. You flatter me, in the presence of young Master Zhao. I feel as though I have squandered my years, Titan conceded, his pride humbled in the face of undeniable strength. From their brief encounter, Titan recognized the chasm that lay between him and Zhao Su. While the disciples exchanged pleasantries, a contingent of armored soldiers approached, initiating an inspection of their carriage and demanding the contents of their soul-guiding devices to be disclosed. Following the reprimand from the Li clan's direct descendants, 3 rather unscrupulous individuals emerged. One of them was none other than Douluo, the one who had previously suffered the humiliation of having his bird incinerated by Ma Hongjun. Incensed by Ma Hongjun's taunts, Douluo charged recklessly at him, joined by his 2 companions in a concerted assault. However, Ma Hongjun had since transformed. No longer the easy target he once was. Bolstered by Zhao Su's presence, he felt emboldened. A resounding cry of a phoenix echoed as a magnificent fire phoenix emerged behind him, its 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, radiating a brilliant light. Douluo and his companions were taken aback to discover that Ma Hongjun had ascended to the realm of a soul emperor in just a few short years. His purified fire phoenix spirit now more impressive than ever. Even Douluo, consumed with rage, felt a twinge of retreat in his heart. Chapter 86. No matter what, I shall stand by you. However, it was too late for retreat, as Ning Rongrong sought an opportunity to test her 7th soul skill. The replication of soul skills through her martial spirit. She regarded the trio as ideal candidates for her practice. Fatty, let me handle them and show you my newly acquired seventh soul skill, Ning Rongrong declared, her face alight with pride as she stepped forward. You? Spare me the jest. You're better suited to support me, Ma Hongjun retorted, disbelief evident in his tone. Ning Rongrong merely pouted, dismissing his words as she advanced. Her 9-treasure glazed tile appearing in her right hand, glowing with a spectrum of colors. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, who bore 7 soul rings, Douluo and his companions were momentarily astonished. After all, she seemed no older than 20 yet had achieved the remarkable level of 70. For any soul master, this was a significant milestone. Once a martial spirit awakened, even 3 soul emperors at level 60 might not stand a chance. Yet, all of Ning Rongrong's abilities were supportive in nature, lacking offensive prowess. Little girl, it appears you are unaware of the distinction between supportive and offensive soul masters. Do you really believe your 70th level can contend with us 3? Their expression shifted from surprise to disdain. Ning Rongrong scoffed, showing no hesitation as her 7th soul ring illuminated, directing its power toward Tang San. This time, she did not replicate Zhao Su's martial spirit, but chose to enhance Tang San's. The Haotian hammer was formidable in its own right, and most importantly, she wished to keep Zhao Su's 12-winged seraph a secret from prying eyes. After bestowing her support upon Tang San, her 9-treasure glazed tile glimmered with a layer of white light as she charged towards Douluo and his companions. Neither Douluo nor Titan understood her intent, and even Tang San felt a flicker of confusion. Although he suspected Ning Rongrong had acquired an offensive soul skill, he believed it was merely for self-defense, never anticipating she would engage in close combat with 3 soul emperors. The ensuing scene rendered everyone speechless, particularly Ma Hongjun, Talon, and the Li clan's direct disciples. They watched in astonishment as the petite figure wielded the Haotian hammer, enveloped in white flames, without any flashy techniques. She simply swung the hammer, knocking each of Bu Li's companions aside with ease. Ning Rongrong did not relent. She quickly pursued, bringing the Haotian hammer down once more, even without soul rings. The hammer's sheer weight was formidable, yet in her hands, it felt as light as a toy. After absorbing the soul bone from the chaos white fire mirror beast, she had not only purged impurities from her soul but also significantly enhanced her physical prowess. Now, even without supporting others, her physical strength was not to be trifled with. Shouldn't you flee? Do you wish to be reduced to a pulp? Zhao Su remarked, the only one maintaining composure as he observed Ning Rongrong's onslaught against Douluo and his companions. The soldiers, upon hearing his words, dared not protest and fled towards the barracks. Today, I am in a generous mood, so I shall spare your lives. However, should I learn of your misdeeds again, the next encounter will not be so merciful. Initially resistant, Douluo and his companions soon found themselves overwhelmed and could only passively endure the beating, nursing bruised faces as they knelt in supplication. Thank you, esteemed lady, for sparing us. We shall behave ourselves in the future. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, the 3 promptly bowed their heads, eager to send her off swiftly. Ning Rongrong turned around, her gaze imbued with a hint of pride as she looked at Zhao Su. Soon after, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong boarded a carriage alongside Tang San and Titan. Initially, Tang San and Titan were reluctant to accompany Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong. Their journey to Longxing City in the Star Luo Empire was not solely to attend a gathering of the 4 single-element families. They also sought to persuade the other 3 families to join the Tang sect. Having Zhao Su along was, to say the least, quite inconvenient. However, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong seemed oblivious to this, with Ning Rongrong incessantly trying to strike up conversations, much to the chagrin of Titan and Tang San, who bore expressions of displeasure yet felt powerless in the situation. After all, Tang San could not afford to confront Zhao Su directly at this juncture. Before long, the carriage entered Longxing City. Titan glanced at Tang San, took a deep breath, and coughed lightly, saying, Young Master Zhao, once we arrive in Longxing City, we shall part ways. I sincerely apologize, but it seems we cannot accompany you any further. Oh, is that so? How about this then? I shall gift this carriage to young Master Zhao and Miss Ning as a token from my old man. That won't be necessary, Titan thought to himself, filled with joy at Zhao Su's words, but the subsequent remark from Zhao Su prompted him to roll his eyes. Since we have nothing pressing to attend to, why not accompany Titan Senior to broaden our horizons? Is there anything inappropriate about that? Tang San interjected smoothly. If Zhao Su wishes to follow, then let him. It is of no consequence. With Tang San's words, Titan chose not to press the matter further, though his eyes clearly revealed a trace of disdain. Yet, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong feigned ignorance, gazing out of the carriage window. Longxing City could be described as the most bustling border city when transitioning from the Heaven Do Empire into the Star Luo Empire. The streets were alive with throngs of people and vendors calling out their wares in a cacophony of sound. Although Longxing City lacked the grandeur of Heaven Do City, its level of prosperity and population density far surpassed that of its counterpart. Before long, the carriage came to a halt in front of a residence strikingly similar to that of the Li family. As Titan disembarked, disciples from the Yu family stationed at the entrance approached and promptly sent word to their clan leader, Niu Gao. These gatekeepers had already been informed of the gathering of the four families taking place in the coming days, and being acquainted with Titan, they displayed utmost respect. As they conversed, a robust elder with a particularly broad upper body approached with a hearty laugh. "Old gorilla, it's been ages. I've missed you dearly." This man was Niu Gao, the leader of the Yu family. Their greeting was uniquely exuberant. They spread their arms wide and collided their chests together with a resounding thud, akin to the sound of firecrackers. They then locked arms, clearly engaging in a friendly contest of strength. After their jovial contest, Titan and Niu Gao erupted into hearty laughter. Talon has paid his respects to Grandpa Niu. At Titan's behest, Talon stepped forward to kneel before Niu Gao but was halted by the elder's hand. "You rascal. Growing stronger by the day, your father, at your age, was nowhere near as imposing. You flatter me, Grandpa Niu. Enough standing around. Let us go inside, sip some tea, and chat," Niu Gao declared, linking arms with Titan as they entered the residence together. Zhao Su, Rongrong, and a few others entered the residence of the Yu family, closely followed by Talon. Upon observing the exquisite and spacious abode, even Zhao Su could not help but express admiration. The Yu family, in addition to their formidable defensive capabilities, demonstrated remarkable skill in construction, a craft upon which they relied for their survival. As they entered the grand hall, though the decor was rather simple, every item was thoughtfully placed. Once seated, Niu Gao finally noticed Zhao Su, Rongrong, and Tang San, recognizing from their physiques and demeanor that they were clearly not members of the Strength clan. "Old gorilla, are you not going to introduce these young individuals to me?" Talon inquired, casting a glance at Tang San. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, but he proceeded to introduce Niu Gao to the trio. Niu Gao, however, paid little attention to Zhao Su, Rongrong, and the hefty Tang San, redirecting his gaze towards Tang San, not due to the latter's appearance, but rather because of his surname, Tang. Years ago, in a bid for self-preservation, the Haotian sect had declared a closure of its doors. While this decision safeguarded the sect's heritage and strength, it inadvertently caused great suffering to the four affiliated clans. Unable to locate the Haotian sect, the Spirit Hall vented its frustrations upon these subordinate sections. Over the past 2 decades, the disciples of the four clans had endured significant losses. It was only through their construction skills in recent years that they managed to establish a foothold in Longxing City, gaining their own territory and income, thus leading a semblance of a normal life. Their hearts harbored deep resentment towards the Haotian sect. "Old rhinoceros. Besides attending the gathering of our four clans, I have another matter of great importance to discuss. May we converse privately? Old gorilla, you haven't done anything behind my back that would warrant my displeasure, have you? Let us talk privately," Talon declared as he rose and headed towards the backyard with Niu Gao. "Clearly, we have become thorns in their sides. I wish to leave this place," Rongrong whispered softly to Zhao Su after watching Niu Gao and Talon depart. "Do not be hasty. Let us wait a moment longer." Zhao Su cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, urging her to remain calm and not to overthink the situation. Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat displeased, chose to heed Zhao Su's advice and leaned back in her spacious chair. Soon, Niu Gao and Titan returned to the hall, with Niu Gao's expression bearing a distinct air of displeasure. He approached Tang San directly and inquired, "Are you the son of Tang Hao?" "Indeed, I am his son," Tang San replied, revealing his Haotian hammer. However, at that moment, the hammer bore no soul rings. Yet, Niu Gao exhibited no surprise. It was evident that Tai Long had already informed him of Tang San's dual martial spirits. "If you wish for my clan to submit, you must demonstrate whether you possess the requisite strength. The old gorilla has sung your praises so highly, I am eager to see if you can breach my defenses." "Old rhinoceros, you promised me. Do you intend to go back on your word? If you cannot even overcome my defenses, then do not harbor any illusions of my submission. I am already showing you a semblance of courtesy." Niu Gao's eyes widened with fury, clearly struggling to contain his rising anger. "Forgive me for interrupting," Zhao Su interjected. Standing up and addressing Niu Gao, I must clarify that this is not a matter of underestimating you. It is simply that all forms of defense are rendered futile in the face of absolute power. What did you say? Niu Gao retorted. His clan's martial spirit renowned for its defensive prowess, albeit lacking offensive capability. Zhao Su's words, though not overtly stated, implicitly suggested that the reputation of Niu Gao's clan was merely superficial. I speak nothing but the truth. I hope, Niu Gao, that you will heed my counsel and dedicate yourself to the study of architecture. At the very least, it will provide you with sustenance by constructing houses. Although Zhao Su's words contained no profanity, to Niu Gao's ears, they were far more offensive than any curse. It could be said that Zhao Su's utterance rendered the Yu family utterly worthless. They were reduced to mere survival through the construction of houses for others. While Zhao Su spoke the truth at that moment, the Yu family indeed relied on assisting others in designing and building homes to barely sustain themselves. This was a sore point for Niu Gao. Young man, do not be so arrogant at such a tender age. One must learn humility to forge a long path ahead. Please, we of the Yu family do not welcome you. Despite the fury boiling within Niu Gao, he managed to suppress it. After all, Zhao Su was brought here by Titan, and he and Titan had grown up together, sharing a bond of life and death. Why must you be so angry, Senior Niu Gao? How about we wager on something? What shall we wager? Of course, on defense. Haha, it seems you truly want to weep until you see the coffin. Very well, I accept your wager. If you lose. Before Niu Gao could finish, Zhao Su interjected, if I lose, I shall bow 10 times before you and apologize. If I lose, my life will be yours to command. I shall do whatever you ask. Old Rhino, do not be impulsive. At your age, why bicker with a child? Titan quickly interjected, hoping to dissuade Niu Gao from the wager. Titan understood Niu Gao's temperament. Should he genuinely lose to Zhao Su, he would undoubtedly keep his word, making it impossible for Titan to persuade him to lead the Yu family into Tang Men. Rest assured, I cannot possibly lose. Niu Gao was confident in his defensive capabilities and sensed a soul power fluctuation of over 60 levels emanating from Zhao Su. Though achieving such a level at Zhao Su's age was commendable, breaching his defenses was an impossibility. Old Rhino, if you still regard me as your good brother, do not thwart me further. Trust that I will show you respect and will not take his life. At this point, Niu Gao was beyond reason, solely focused on teaching Zhao Su a lesson. However, this mindset perfectly played into Zhao Su's game. Very well, it is a deal. Upon hearing Niu Gao's words, Zhao Su's smile grew even brighter. This was precisely his objective. He could not allow Tang San to expand further. The Yu family's absolute defense, while seemingly ineffective before him, would serve as the finest shield amidst the battles of numerous soul masters. Chapter 88. A more humiliating method of competition speak. How shall we compete? It is not between us. Rather, it is you against her. As Zhao Su gazed at Ningrongrong, he sensed that Niu Gao was on the verge of erupting in anger. Nevertheless, Zhao Su continued, let us simplify the competition. You shall unleash your martial spirit and assume your most formidable defense. Should she manage to breach your defenses, it shall be deemed your defeat. Initially, I considered your arrogance to be mere folly, but it appears your intellect is also in question. Hence, I must declare, my clan does not welcome you. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Niu Gao was not only infuriated but also found the situation laughable, deeming Zhao Su to be utterly unreasonable. Are you afraid? If it is a contest you desire, let it be a duel between us, without the involvement of others. She stands as my representative. If she fails to breach your defenses with a single strike, I shall accept defeat and immediately kneel to offer my apologies. Zhao Su's intention in this endeavor was not to allow Ningrongrong to bask in the limelight, but rather to convey to Niu Gao the undeniable truth of his assertions. A seemingly frail young girl could easily dismantle his most formidable defenses, which serves to illustrate the futility of Zhao Su's claim regarding defenses within the realm of soul masters. Very well, if that is the case, I must insist that you bow your head today. Niu Gao ceased his superfluous words and summoned his armored giant rhinoceros martial spirit, which enveloped him in a thick, horn-like layer reminiscent of a rhinoceros's protective skin. However, the aura he emitted indicated that he had not summoned his most potent defense. He was utterly unconvinced that a mere girl could breach his fortifications. Duplicate my 12-winged holy angel, but refrain from revealing your martial spirit. Employ the fourth soul skill. Indestructible body. Surely, I won't kill him, will I? Zhao Su's words to Ningrongrong were inaudible to those around them, yet Ningrongrong's remarks resonated clearly with all present. Her seemingly casual comment incited an unprecedented fury within Niu Gao. What do you underestimate? Do you still wish to compete? Old Rhinoceros, I strongly advise you to unleash your martial soul's true form and activate your utmost defense. Otherwise, I shall bear no responsibility should you meet your demise. Such arrogance. First, breach my defenses before uttering further words. Very well, I shall not hold back. With a playful smile gracing her lips, Ning Rongrong advanced slowly. Her petite fist raised towards Niu Gao. Are you prepared? Such needless chatter, bang. Before Niu Gao could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong had already struck, her seemingly gentle fist colliding with the white protective barrier he had conjured. Crack! With a resounding impact, Niu Gao was sent hurtling backward, crashing through the walls of the hall. The subsequent sound of his fall and the shattering of the barrier echoed through the space. Old Rhinoceros, the Titan, witnessing the chaos, promptly reacted and dashed towards the gaping hole in the wall. Upon crossing through the breach, he beheld Niu Gao's formidable form sprawled on the ground, the horn-like armor akin to that of a rhinoceros beginning to flake away. His countenance was pale from the damage to his martial soul, and the rage in his eyes had morphed into disbelief. With the Titan's assistance, Niu Gao managed to rise, forcefully pushing the Titan aside as he re-entered the hall through the breach. He turned to Ning Rongrong, who stood there with an innocuous, sweet smile, and inquired, "What level is your soul power?" "I recently acquired my 7th soul ring," Ning Rongrong replied, extending her right hand. In her palm, a 9-treasure glazed tower radiating a spectrum of colors materialized before everyone, the 7 soul rings atop it unmistakable. Impossible. The 9-treasure glazed tower martial soul could not so effortlessly breach my defenses. Though Niu Gao uttered disbelief, seeds of doubt regarding the formidable defense of his own martial soul had already begun to take root in his mind. I have long maintained that defense is of little consequence. Zhao Su, speaking, retrieved a small porcelain vial from the jade pendant at his waist and presented it to Niu Gao. Consume this elixir, and your injuries shall swiftly mend. I concede. Niu Gao did not reach for the pill offered by Zhao Su. Instead, he suddenly knelt before him. I accept my defeat. From this day forth, I, Niu Gao, along with my clan, shall pledge allegiance to your majesty. Why must you bestow such reverence, esteemed elder Niu Gao? The notion of servitude is unnecessary. If you hold me, Zhao Su, in any regard, let us henceforth be friends. Zhao Su's words brought a considerable sense of relief to Niu Gao's heart. However, true to his character, he was one who accepted the consequences of his bets and never easily broke his promises. Friends are friends, yet from this moment forth, my clan, the Yu family, shall become a vassal of your excellency. Upon hearing Niu Gao's statement, Titan let out a sigh, casting his gaze toward Tang San, whose face remained devoid of any expression, betraying no joy or sorrow. With a helpless shake of his head, Titan conveyed a silent message to Tang San, urging him to refrain from mentioning the Yu family's potential alliance with the Tang sect. All of this was keenly observed by Zhao Su, who remained unfazed. For his objectives had already been achieved. Everything else was of little consequence. After Niu Gao consumed the elixir gifted by Zhao Su, his injuries rapidly healed, and even his damaged martial soul began to restore. His pale complexion soon regained its vitality. With his soul power at the rank of an 84th level soul Douluo, he felt an imminent rise to the 85th level. Consequently, Niu Gao's respect for Zhao Su deepened, as the anger and humiliation he once felt gradually transformed. Niu Gao instructed his son, Niu Bin, to prepare a sumptuous banquet. The expansive table was adorned with an array of meats, accompanied by 3 jars of potent liquor, each containing approximately 10 pounds. Before each guest sat a deep, coarse porcelain bowl, filled to nearly a pound with wine. In the past, I, old Rhinoceros, was akin to a frog at the bottom of a well, unacquainted with the wider world. I shall self-impose a bowl as an act of contrition, Niu Gao declared, lifting the porcelain bowl before him and downing its contents in one swift motion. Well then, if Senior Niu Gao is so forthright, I, Zhao Su, shall join you in a bowl. Zhao Su similarly raised his wine bowl and drank it all in one go. As he consumed more and more of the fiery liquor, the knots in Niu Gao's heart began to unravel, drawing the two closer together. Ultimately, they referred to each other as brothers. It could be said that they had crafted their own unique bond, one so profound that even Titan, their old comrade, found himself unable to interject. Although labeled as strong liquor, Zhao Su perceived it to be merely a notch above the beer he had consumed in his previous life. Nevertheless, this did not deter the relentless flow of drink into his belly. While he remained sober, he felt uncomfortably full. Today marked a rare moment of joy for Zhao Su since his arrival in the Douluo continent. He found himself increasingly fond of Niu Gao, the irascible yet straightforward old man. After the crowd dispersed, Niu Gao insisted on sharing a few more bowls with Zhao Su until he finally succumbed to the effects of drink, marking the definitive end of their revelry. Chapter 89. The Fierce Ning Rongrong. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Su splashed some water on his face to invigorate himself. Although alcohol is not inherently beneficial, it can occasionally serve as a temporary remedy, allowing one to forget their troubles and momentarily cast aside all burdens. Zhao Su sat by the window, gazing upwards at the luminous full moon. A wave of nostalgia washed over him as he began to yearn for his family, his parents, and his sister. He pondered the depths of his parents' despair since his disappearance. Having resided in this Douluo continent for over 20 years, he wondered if 2 decades had also passed in his original world. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Zhao Su eventually succumbed to slumber, resting his head against the window. Perhaps it was only in dreams that he could reunite with his parents and those beloved relatives who cared for him. Brother Su. Brother Su. A gentle voice whispered near his ear, though he could not discern how long he had been asleep. Zhao Su groggily opened her eyes and looked up to see Ning Rongrong's handsome face, which bore a hint of concern as she gazed at Zhao Su. Alas, it had been quite some time since she had indulged in such copious amounts of alcohol. Zhao Su sat up, taking a deep breath to suppress the longing that stirred within him. He gazed at Ning Rongrong and inquired, "Why are you still awake at this late hour? Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "It is nothing of great importance. I merely worried about you and came to check on you." "Rongrong, I am not the right match for you. You should refrain from harboring feelings for me." Zhao Su understood that Ning Rongrong's sudden change was due to the fragment of divine consciousness she had unexpectedly absorbed. "No, I know best what kind of person is suitable for me. You are the one who fits me perfectly." As Ning Rongrong spoke, she suddenly moved closer, settling onto Zhao Su's lap, and wrapped her arm around his neck. "I have feelings for you. The reason I didn't express it before was because of Shqing. This past year of our private moments together has made it clear that I can no longer contain my emotions." "Rongrong." As Zhao Su was about to speak, Ning Rongrong silenced him with her soft, sweet lips. "I do not care about Zhu Qing. If you are concerned about her, I shall explain everything to her." "I no longer wish to deceive myself," she declared, before kissing him again. That somewhat inexperienced kiss quickly ignited the fervor within Zhao Su, coupled with the influence of alcohol. He found himself yielding to Ning Rongrong's advances. Though her appearance was delicate, her assertiveness was undeniable, leaving Zhao Su to ponder who truly held the reins in their relationship. "Between Zhu Qing and me, whom do you prefer?" After their passionate encounter, Ning Rongrong rested her chin on Zhao Su's chest, gazing up at him with curiosity. "I cherish both." "No, you must choose one. You and Zhu Qing are the most beautiful. To win the affection of either of you would make me the luckiest man alive. Yet, I possess both of you, making me even more fortunate than the luckiest man." "How insufferable. You are merely a smooth talker. Aside from Zhu Qing and me, you must have deceived many women." "Not many, just one more. I speak only the truth. Devoid of flattery, each of you holds paramount significance in my life." "Who could that be?" "It isn't Xiaowu, is it?" Ning Rongrong fixed her gaze intently on Zhao Su, suddenly struck by a thought. "No, I have no affection for rabbits, but there is indeed a connection with Tang San. Once we return to Tiando City, I shall introduce you to her." Zhao Su was aware that Ning Rongrong would inevitably come to learn of these matters, and it would be better for him to disclose everything himself. "You are now a man who surpasses even the happiest of men. Henceforth, I shall not permit you to seek happiness elsewhere." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong turned and seated herself upon Zhao Su. Her pure and delicate visage, juxtaposed with such audacious actions, was striking. Though her figure did not rival that of Tang Yuehua or Zhu Qing, her complexion was fairer than theirs. Her skin as smooth and tender as that of an infant. She seemed almost boneless, exuding a remarkable softness, coupled with her bold movements. Zhao Su experienced a sensation unlike any other. The following day dawned with the first light of morning. Zhao Su was still immersed in the embrace of tranquility when a knock echoed at the door. "Mr. Zhao, are you awake?" "Who is it?" Zhao Su glanced down at Ning Rongrong, who was nestled in his embrace. She blinked her eyes open, still in a state of drowsiness. Zhao Su furrowed his brow, expressing mild displeasure as he inquired. "The younger generation, Niu Ben, informs me that the esteemed leader of the Xianjia sect, Huyin Zhen, has arrived. My father requests your presence." At that moment, Ning Rongrong had fully regained her consciousness, her gaze filled with tenderness as she looked at Zhao Su. I understand. I shall go at once. Upon finishing his words, the flames of indignation within Zhao Su were once again ignited, prompting him to pull the blanket over himself once more. An hour had elapsed by the time Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong emerged from their chamber. At that moment, Hu Yinjin and Niu Gao were engaged in a contest of strength. Brother Niu, Zhao Su gazed at the imposing, dark figure of Hu Yinjin, resembling a mountain of flesh, and called out to Niu Gao. Following their hearty revelry the previous night, it could be said that even their forms of address had evolved. The utterance of Brother Niu by Zhao Su carried a hint of spiritual power, instantly reversing the oppressive aura emanating from Hu Yinjin. It is worth noting that Hu Yinjin was merely at the 86th level, while Zhao Su had already attained the 83rd level of Soul Douluo. Thus, he was certainly not a match for Hu Yinjin. Brother Zhao, did you sleep well last night? Upon seeing Zhao Su, Niu Gao completely disregarded Hu Yinjin and approached Zhao Su, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong beside him. A slight blush appeared on Ning Rongrong's fair and delicate face. Very well, I must express my gratitude for Brother Niu's generous hospitality. Brother Zhao, you are being too modest. For my brothers, I and Niu will never hold back. However, for those who are not friends, I will not be so courteous. Niu Gao's words were evidently directed at Hu Yinjin. If that is the case, I shall not intrude any further. I hope you reflect thoroughly on what I just said, Niu Gao. Otherwise, your clan will no longer be my friends. I, Hu Yinjin, shall show no mercy to those who are not friends. With that, Hu Yinjin rose and swiftly departed. The few individuals who had accompanied him followed suit. Do they truly believe I fear them? Niu Gao remarked coldly as he observed Hu Yinjin's retreating figure. Brother Niu, who are they? Zhao Su, alongside Niu Gao, took a seat at the head of the hall, feigning ignorance of Hu Yinjin as he addressed Niu Gao. They belonged to the Xiangjia sect, one of the lower four sects, and the stout man was none other than the sect leader, Hu Yinjin. The Xiangjia sect? Did you offend them, Brother Niu? Niu Gao sighed. It's a long story. The Xiangjia sect, like our Yu clan, excels in defense. Yet they possess greater offensive capabilities. Hu Yinjin has come to entice me into joining the Xiangjia sect. Although Niu Gao spoke thus, he was aware that this was merely a matter of pride. What he termed as enticement was, in reality, an attempt at annexation. Should he acquiesce to Hu Yinjin's proposal, it would likely result in the disciples of the Yu clan becoming mere servants of the Xiangjia sect. Moreover, as the strongest clan specializing in defense, the Yu clan possessed unique secret techniques of their own. The arrival of Hu Yinjin, under the guise of enticing Niu Gao, was fundamentally aimed at acquiring the secret techniques that would enhance their defensive capabilities. If the Xiangjia sect were to obtain the Yu clan's unique secrets, they could elevate their defenses to match that of the Yu clan. Coupled with their own offensive strength, it would undoubtedly elevate the inheritance martial soul, the Diamond Mammoth, to a higher echelon. In the upcoming elections of the new 7 sects in 6 months, they would surely secure a position among the top 3 sections. This represented a rare opportunity for the lower 4 sects. Thus, not only the Xiangjia sect, but also the other 3 sects had commenced their maneuvers. Among the lower 4 sects, the most powerful at present was undoubtedly the Holy Dragon sect, the only sect possessing a titled Douluo. I wonder what plans Brother Zhao has regarding this matter? I shall not align myself with the forces of the Spirit Hall. Zhao Su understood that the 4 single attribute clans harbored a deep-seated enmity towards the Spirit Hall, which was precisely why he had refrained from winning over Niu Gao. Should Niu Gao be provoked, it might inadvertently align him with Tang San, a situation unfavorable to Zhao Su. Brother Niu, what if we were to unite and establish our own sect? Establish our own sect? Indeed, a sect independent from the Spirit Hall and the various factions. The Spirit Hall is purging dissenters. Can we truly remain unscathed? As long as Brother Niu harbors no ambition for dominance, I believe I can ensure that the Yu clan remains untainted. Really? Of course. Upon reflection, Brother Niu could rally the remaining single attribute clans, and together we could form a sect of 4 attributes, solely focused on commerce and abstaining from the conflicts of the factions. Zhao Su observed that Niu Gao was somewhat intrigued and continued, Brother Niu, the architectural skills of the Yu family are unparalleled across the continent. We could offer our services to all sects, constructing their residences for a fee. If you could also persuade the other single attribute clans to join us, each possessing their own unique skills, living a prosperous life would be quite simple. Zhao Su's words struck a chord with Niu Gao, who replied, To be honest, I have contemplated such an idea for a long time. However, the elders of the other clans are obstinate, and I fear I may not be able to convince them. That can be easily arranged. If you introduce me, I will persuade them. Zhao Su asserted confidently. Do you truly have a plan? Niu Gao asked, his skepticism evident. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, it's not that I doubt your abilities. But I wish to confirm that we can indeed remain unscathed amidst the strife involving the Wuhuan Hall and various factions, Niu Gao inquired. Certainly, I reiterate. As long as you seek only to avoid the chaos of power struggles and focus on earning a living for the sect, I assure you we can achieve that. Zhao Su declared. Very well, Brother Zhao, I place my trust in you. Niu Gao's resolve gradually strengthened as Zhao Su's words resonated deeply with him. Over 20 years ago, he had been deeply wounded by the Haotian sect, and now he yearned to sever ties with any sect and escape the incessant conflicts among factions. A peaceful existence was all that mattered now. As long as you believe in me, I will not let you down, Zhao Su promised. Regarding the 4 single attribute clans, aside from the Yu family and the Li family led by the old gorilla, there is also the Min family, headed by Bai He. Their clan is the most tragic yet the easiest to persuade. However, the Pa family will be challenging to win over. Niu Gao then elaborated on the 4 single attribute clans. The Li family's titan has already pledged allegiance to Tang San, making them impossible to recruit. Thus, our focus shifts to the Min family and the Pa family. Despite their unmatched speed, the Min family, like the Yu family, lacks offensive capabilities and has no other means of sustenance, leading to their dire circumstances. They struggle daily just to survive and do not possess a stable residence. Meanwhile, the Pa family, known for their formidable attack power, also holds ancestral knowledge in alchemy, allowing them to thrive through trade with the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. However, Yang Wudi is known for his volatile temperament, making him difficult to approach. Furthermore, the Min family is related to Tang Hao. According to their lineage, Tang Hao and Tang Shao are Bai He's nephews. Let us set the Min family aside for now and first approach Elder Yang. What do you think? Niu Gao proposed. Yes, that seems the only course of action. Zhao Su agreed. Niu Gao nodded in affirmation, and soon they exited the room to the reception area. They had effectively divided into 2 factions, Tang San and the Titan of the Li family forming the Tang sect. While Zhao Su and Niu Gao prepared to establish a single attribute united sect, both Titan and Niu Gao harbored their own thoughts as they awaited the arrival of the Min family. Soon, they received word that Bai He had arrived. Niu Gao and Titan quickly stood to greet him. In stark contrast to the imposing figures of Titan and Niu Gao, Bai He appeared frail and unassuming, embodying the average physique of most individuals. Old Bai He, you've finally arrived. Titan and Niu Gao greeted him warmly. Despite Bai He's aversion to being called Old Bai He, he disregarded this familiarity from his 2 old friends. Of course, though you belong to the Min family. When it comes to feasting at Old Rhino's, I still arrive first. Niu Gao chuckled, ushering the 2 inside. Accompanying Bai He were 13 individuals, nearly the entirety of the Min family. Among them was a tall, elegant girl, strikingly beautiful, albeit slightly frail, rivaling even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong in appearance. She bore an air of pride, scanning the surroundings with keen eyes. Old Bai He, allow me to introduce my newly adopted younger brother, Zhao Su. Niu Gao announced as they entered the hall. Upon hearing Niu Gao's words, Zhao Su stepped forward with a charming smile and remarked, since yesterday, Brother Niu has spoken highly of you, senior. Today, I see that your prowess truly is exceptional. Haha, young brother, you flatter me. Bai He replied, pleased. As everyone enjoys a compliment, even the proudest among them. Old Rhino, when did you acquire such a young brother? Bai He inquired, curiosity piqued. We share a mutual understanding and have become close friends despite our age difference, Niu Gao responded, glancing at Zhao Su before continuing. How have you been, my old friend? Oh, it's a long story. Surviving is all that matters, Bai He lamented, his smile fading into a frown as he sighed. Fear not, everything will improve. Niu Gao reassured Bai He before sharing his plan. Zhao Su and I intend to unite our single attribute clans to establish a commercial association. I wonder if you would be interested? Ah, a commercial association? Bai He's interest was piqued. What sort of association? An independent commercial entity, free from the influence of the Wuhuan Hall and various factions. We will focus solely on profit and refrain from engaging in their conflicts. Niu Gao explained. That sounds promising. Do elaborate, Bai He encouraged. Having wandered for years with his clan, living from hand to mouth, he found this proposition appealing. Although Bai He himself had grown old and indifferent, he had to consider the future of his granddaughter and the clan members who followed him. He realized that even with assistance from the other 3 clans, such a transient existence was unsustainable. Niu Gao then conveyed his entire vision to Bai He. Are you certain the Wuhuan Hall will not intervene? Bai He questioned, though intrigued. Absolutely. While conducting our business, we must also possess the means to protect ourselves. We shall abstain from conflict, but if provoked, we will not back down. This is precisely why I propose our unification, Niu Gao clarified. Your plan is fundamentally flawed. The Wuhuan Hall is ambitiously seeking to dominate the continent, and under such circumstances, no sect can remain unaffected. Tang San interjected, voicing his perspective. Tang San suggested that while business could be pursued, it would be wiser to align with other factions opposing the Wuhuan Hall. This is the only viable strategy. Old Niu, I concur with this young man's reasoning. In the face of overwhelming odds, how can one expect to remain unscathed? Such actions would merely hasten the demise of our singularly attributed for clans. I wish not to revisit past grievances. My only desire is to live a tranquil existence. Senior Niu Gao, it is only by eradicating the Spirit Hall that we can genuinely embrace a peaceful life. However, you are mistaken. While the Spirit Hall has traditionally been domineering, it has shown considerable benevolence towards the common folk and lower-tier soul masters, awakening their martial spirits free of charge, thus granting them the opportunity to become soul masters. Their motives are simply to recruit talent for their own organization. So what is inherently wrong with such actions? With unwavering determination, Zhao Su retorted to Tang San, continuing, your desire to recruit them into the Tang sect merely serves your intention to exploit them against the Wuhuan Hall. The Wuhuan Hall operates with tyranny and has committed numerous atrocities. Should it not be eradicated? However, have you considered that once the Wuhuan Hall is eliminated, the various factions will undoubtedly become increasingly rampant, and the common people will find themselves oppressed by the major clans, with little hope for advancement? It is inconceivable that without the Wuhuan Hall, the entire continent would flourish genuinely. Humph, do you truly believe what you are saying? Enough of this debate for now. Niu Gao interjected, halting their argument. I stand with Brother Zhao. My focus is solely on business, and the continent's strife is of no concern to my clan. Old Xinyo, your actions will only lead to your own demise. Whether it leads to my downfall or not, I have made my decision. What of you, Old Bai Niao? I have yet to come to a conclusion, Bai He admitted, revealing a hint of uncertainty in his choice. In that case, let us set this matter aside for today and indulge in food and drink. Following Niu Gao's command to prepare the feast, the group fell into a temporary silence, soon to be filled with the arrival of food and wine. As the revelry progressed, with the wine flowing and the dishes plentiful, Titan and Niu Gao reignited their debate, each staunchly defending their viewpoints, unable to sway the other. Meanwhile, Tang San and Zhao Su engaged in their own silent contest. After the banquet concluded, Tang San approached Bai He directly. Having learned from Titan about his unique relationship with Bai He, he sought to deepen their connection. In Zhao Su's room, Ning Rongrong rested in Zhao Su's embrace. Today, she was particularly serene, choosing not to disturb him. Brother Su. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's call, Zhao Su finally retracted his sorrowful expression, allowing a smile to grace his lips. Brother Su, your alliance with the esteemed Niu Gao is merely a means to establish a profit-driven merchant guild, devoid of any involvement in the conflicts between the Spirit Hall and various sects, is it not? Indeed, my motives extend beyond what you perceive. Zhao Su responded. For the sake of the Spirit Hall? Ning Rongrong rose within Zhao Su's embrace, fixing her gaze intently upon his eyes as she continued. If the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School were to oppose the Spirit Hall, would you then annihilate it entirely for the Spirit Hall's sake? That is not the case. It is not as you imagine. My actions are also for my own benefit. Zhao Su then recounted to Ning Rongrong the details he had shared with Tang Yuehua regarding the demon god. Though he still concealed his identity as a traveler and the existence of the system, he left no other truths unspoken. The demon god? Indeed. I must gather the 9 dragon guardians before someone ascends to divinity and complete the demon god's trial. Only then can I ensure my survival. Otherwise, I shall suffer the demon god's backlash, leading to my irrevocable demise. Have you gathered the 9 dragon guardians? Not yet. Thus far, I have located only one. I also required 2 more pieces of the remnants of the 9-winged Long, but I have obtained clues and am currently investigating. Rest assured, Brother Su, regardless of the circumstances, Rongrong will always stand by your side. Upon my return, I shall persuade my father not to conspire with the Heaven Do Empire and Tang San against the Spirit Hall. Thank you, Rongrong. Zhao Su tenderly embraced Ning Rongrong. His emotions at that moment were undeniably intricate, intertwined with a sense of remorse towards her. We need not express our gratitude, dear Brother Su. You must promise me to live well. Rest assured, I will face no unforeseen circumstances until I ascend to divinity. Zhao Su replied, allowing Ning Rongrong to perch upon his lap. The frown upon his face was replaced by a smile as he continued. Moreover, regarding the attack on the 7 treasure glazed tile school by the Spirit Hall, I shall devise a means to compensate Master Ning and the 7 treasure glazed tile school. You still call me Master Ning? After this matter concludes, upon our return to the 7 treasure glazed tile school, I shall seek your father's approval for our union. How presumptuous. I have yet to declare my intention to marry you. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed, turning her gaze away from Zhao Su. But now you belong to me. Who else could you possibly marry? Zhao Su, feeling increasingly restless, began to pull at Ning Rongrong's clothing, revealing a fiercer side of her. Initially seated sideways on Zhao Su's lap, she turned to straddle him instead, wrapping her arms around his neck. With a gaze filled with tenderness and a hint of seduction, she declared, I shall marry no one but you. With that, she kissed him, and after days of practice, Ning Rongrong's kissing skills had become remarkably refined. Her soft tongue leaving Zhao Su entranced, experiencing an unprecedented delight. The next day at noon, Yang Wudi of the Paiji clan arrived, his expression grim. He sought to unite with Niu Gao and Titan Bai to form a sect that could collectively resist the Spirit Hall. Prior to attending the gathering, he had been threatened by the already subservient lower 4 clans, who warned that if he did not submit, his clan would be destroyed. Observing Yang Wudi's fury, Niu Gao spoke first. Old goat, I have a question for you. What question? Do you wish for a relentless battle against the Spirit Hall? Or do you prefer to live a peaceful life? What sort of question is that? The Spirit Hall has already annihilated the 7 treasures glazed tile school and the blue lightning tyrant dragon clan. Do you think we can remain unscathed? Indeed. Old goat speaks wisely. Even if we do not provoke the Spirit Hall, they will not spare us. As Yang Wudi spoke, Titan interjected, attempting to rally him. Old goat. Why, he and I plan to join forces and head to Heaven Do City to ally with the Tang sect against the Spirit Hall. The Tang sect? Allow me to introduce you. This is Tang San, the Master's son. Old orangutan, have you forgotten how Haotian sect abandoned us for their own sake? And how Tang disregarded our 4 clans? Old goat, do not be hasty. The Master had no choice back then, and our true enemy is the Spirit Hall, not the Haotian sect. Titan deliberately shifted all blame towards the Spirit Hall. Whether it be the Haotian sect or the Spirit Hall, I will not affiliate with any sect. If you insist on opposing the Spirit Hall, I must regretfully withdraw my support. Now calm, Niu Gao took his seat at the head, appearing quite serene. Indeed. Although I bear animosity towards the Spirit Hall, I will not ally with them, nor will I submit to any other sect. To claim allegiance is merely to become their servant, paying tribute monthly, yet in critical moments, they never consider us subordinate sects. Yang Wudi sat down, deeply wounded by the Haotian sect. Had it not been for them, his clan would not have had to hide for so many years. Constantly wary of assassination by the Spirit Hall, the Haotian sect's closure of their doors meant they remained indifferent to their plight, allowing them to perish. Senior Yang, the events of those years were beyond the Haotian sect's control. Humph, beyond their control? If the Haotian sect was helpless, then what about us? Get out. Do not provoke me further, or you shall meet your demise here. It was evident that Yang Wudi harbored deep resentment towards the Haotian sect and Tang Hao. Had it not been for Bai He's presence, he might have already attacked Tang San. Senior, may I have the opportunity to defend the Haotian sect on behalf of my father? Tang San stepped forward to address Yang Wudi. Leave, Yang Wudi roared, summoning a dark spear in his right hand and sweeping it towards Tang San. Tang San was compelled to retreat quickly, narrowly evading the strike of Yang Wudi's spear. Seeing this, Yang Wudi's interest was piqued as he advanced, the 7th spirit ring around his spear glowing brightly, unleashing his martial spirit's true form. Tang San remained unfazed, his gaze devoid of fear, as the blue-silver Emperor's vines rapidly encircled Yang Wudi, attempting to temporarily ensnare him. Yet, Yang Wudi, now one with his spear, disregarded the makeshift prison and charged towards Tang San once more. This time, Tang San became serious. The 8 spider lances manifested behind him, darting swiftly towards Yang Wudi. In his right hand, he gripped the Haotian hammer, aiming to strike while Yang Wudi was momentarily distracted. Humph, mere tricks. Yang Wudi scoffed, showing no concern for the Haotian hammer as he collided with it using his spear. All eyes were fixated on the duel between Tang San and Yang Wudi. Unbeknownst to them, Zhao Su exchanged a knowing glance with Ning Rongrong, who stepped forward casually, positioning herself to shield Zhao Su. Meanwhile, Zhao Su retrieved a silver needle from a concealed compartment in his waist, launching it swiftly at Yang Wudi. This needle was coated with a substance that could temporarily incite madness, enhancing one's soul power and granting a strength far beyond the norm. Upon being struck by the silver needle, Yang Wudi's aura surged, his fury intensifying. He lost all sense of mercy, aiming the spear at Tang San's vital points, clearly intent on killing him. Old goat, do not act rashly. Why must you contend with a mere child? Titan, noticing Yang Wudi's change, shouted to intervene as Tang San began to falter. However, Yang Wudi was beyond reason, driven solely by his desire to attack. Although Tang San had achieved such a level at his young age, he was still only at rank 68. Even with the internal strength from his Xiantian skill enhancing his soul power, he barely exceeded the level of a soul sage. Against Yang Wudi, who was at rank 89, he was not a match. Utilizing his agility and the 8 spider lances to compensate, he managed to hold his ground. Yet, as Yang Wudi's rage escalated, he began to be pushed back, struggling to avoid being slain. Old goat, cease this at once. Titan, witnessing Yang Wudi's growing madness, had no choice but to intervene. Transformed by his martial spirit, Titan had become even larger and more powerful, leaping to shield Tang San from Yang Wudi's spear. Old orangutan, do you truly wish to be my enemy? Old goat, you have lost your mind. Calm down. We can discuss this civilly. Humph. Yang Wudi's cold snort pierced the air. You protect this child of the Haotian sect, showing that you do not regard me as a friend. There is nothing left to discuss between us. After speaking, Yang Wudi charged directly at Titan, foregoing any further dialogue and diving straight into combat. Although Titan was reluctant to engage with Yang Wudi, he found himself left with no alternative but to attempt to subdue him and bring him to a state of calm. At that moment, Tang San's complexion was ashen, with blood staining the corner of his mouth as he observed the fierce clash between Titan and Yang Wudi, yet he had no intention of intervening. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Titan forcefully blocked Yang Wudi's thrust, subsequently colliding his shoulder against Yang Wudi, sending him hurtling backward. Regaining his footing, Yang Wudi swiftly stabilized himself, the broken soul spear in his grasp whirling rapidly. A single thrust can shatter all. With a swift motion, the spear became enveloped in a shroud of black light, slicing through the air towards Titan with an ominous whoosh. Chapter 93. I have no home left. Boom. As the two formidable forces collided, a colossal shockwave radiated outward in an instant. Bai He and Niu Gao promptly intervened to shield their respective kin, while Zhao Su rose to his feet, positioning himself protectively behind Ning Rongrong. A subtle, knowing smile graced his lips as he observed the fierce struggle between Yang Wudi and Titan. Enough, you two. What grievances compel you to seek mutual destruction? Bai He called out, perceiving the seriousness of their confrontation and urgently attempting to halt their reckless exchange. Should they continue down this path, one would inevitably suffer grave injuries, or worse, they might both be left incapacitated. Despite Bai He's remarkable speed, he lacked the offensive power necessary to intercede in the clash between Titan and Yang Wudi. Indeed, we are old friends. Surely there are matters that can be resolved without violence, Niu Gao added, also urging them to reconsider. Yet, in that moment, neither combatant was receptive to the pleas of their comrades, fully immersed in their own fierce battle. Brother Zhao, if this continues, they risk mutual annihilation. What shall we do? Niu Gao, seeing that his attempts at persuasion were futile, approached Zhao Su with a sense of resignation. Do not worry, Brother Niu. I shall take action myself. Both of them are formidable Soul Douluo level warriors. Though they wield single attributes, their offensive capabilities are far greater. Can you truly hope to halt them alone? Niu Gao, despite his newfound camaraderie with Zhao Su, had never witnessed his prowess in combat. He quickly assessed Zhao Su's level and noted he was barely over 70. How could you possibly hope to obstruct two enraged Soul Douluo level fighters? Today, I shall demonstrate my own strength to you, Brother Niu. Once we establish our business association, rest assured that if any from the Wuhuan Temple seek to cause trouble, I shall be the one to handle it. Zhao Su spoke and, without waiting for Niu Gao to respond, vanished from sight. When Zhao Su reappeared, he stood effortlessly between Yang Wudi and Titan. Calmly, he grasped Yang Wudi's broken soul spear with one hand, while blocking the charging Titan with the other. A dazzling radiance of black and gold emanated from Zhao Su, erupting violently and sending both men sprawling to the ground. The two colossal figures crashed heavily, and simultaneously, a divine aura radiated from Zhao Su, enveloping Yang Wudi and Titan. This sacred presence swiftly quelled the anger and rage that had surged within Yang Wudi. his crimson gaze gradually returning to normalcy, now clouded with confusion as he looked around. Esteemed seniors, we are all brothers. Must we truly resort to a deadly feud? Let us first calm ourselves and engage in a constructive dialogue. Indeed. Old Gorilla and Old Goat, what is the point of this conflict? Old Gorilla. I asked you one last time. Are you truly willing to forsake decades of camaraderie for this young man? Old Goat, the past is behind us. Why cling to it? The Spirit Hall now casts its covetous gaze upon all factions. We must unite to confront this threat. Assist him in battling the Spirit Hall? The son of a man who once abandoned us to safeguard his own interests, even at the cost of our kin. Senior Yang. I apologize on behalf of my father, but the events of that time were not as you perceive. If not as I perceive, then what else could it be? Young Woody's eyes flared red once more. For the sake of a spirit beast, you would have us, loyal to his family, perish in his stead? Is this what you mean by it not being as it once was? Enough. Old Goat, you are still consumed by anger. Let us wait until you have calmed down before discussing further. Titan understood that no words would penetrate young Woody's fury at this moment. There is no need to reconvene. I deem this gathering of the 4 singular clans unnecessary henceforth. Farewell, everyone. With that, young Woody cast one last glance at Tang San, hesitated no longer, and strode toward the exit, followed closely by those who accompanied him. What a splendid gathering, only to devolve into this chaos. Titan lamented. Since it has come to this, I shall take my leave. Bai He, will you stay or accompany me? Titan recognized that the 4 singular clans were irreparably fractured and would no longer stand united as in the past. He also understood that young Woody and Nyogao would not join Tang's sect. His last hope lay with Bai He, as the Min family and Houghton sect shared familial ties, with Bai He being Tang Hao's uncle. Very well, I shall accompany you. Bai He ultimately decided to leave with Titan. All right, there is nothing more to say. Everyone has their own choices. As long as they do not regret them in the future, that is sufficient. Nyogao remarked, turning away, unwilling to look back at them. Titan and Bai He exchanged glances, observing Nyogao's retreating figure in silence before departing the residence of the Yu clan. Once the others had left, Zhao Su finally spoke. Brother Nyo, I sincerely apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Brother Zhao, do not speak such words. This matter does not concern you. Come, let us drink. The feast is prepared, and to waste it would be a shame. Although Nyogao said this, the disappointment in his heart was unmistakable. At the dining table, Nyogao downed 3 bowls in rapid succession, and Zhao Su, undeterred, matched him drink for drink. They continued to drink until evening, at which point Nyogao slumped over the table, utterly exhausted, signaling the end of their revelry. Exiting the dining hall, a slightly flushed Zhao Su gazed skyward, lost in thought. What are you pondering? Ning Rongrong, having returned to her room, approached Zhao Su and gently intertwined her arm with his. Nothing in particular. I just find myself missing home. I wonder how my parents are faring. Brother Su, where is your home? Perhaps I could accompany you on your journey back? Home? Upon hearing this word, a flicker of longing and despair crossed Zhao Su's face. I have long since lost my home. I am sorry, Brother Su, for bringing up your sorrow. It is not your fault. It is my own burden. The two settled into a nearby pavilion, and perhaps due to the effects of alcohol, Zhao Su finally opened up. My home lies far from here, and perhaps I shall never return. Far away. Ning Rongrong observed the sadness in Zhao Su's eyes and felt a pang of empathy. Fear not. No matter the time, Rongrong will always be by your side. My home is wherever you are. Indeed, wherever you are is my home. Zhao Su concealed the sorrow etched on his face and turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong. Feeling a flicker of solace within, he resolved to banish such thoughts and muster his spirits to swiftly achieve his goals, seeking a way to return home and introduce his beloved to those who cherished him most. Chapter 94. The complete subjugation of the Yu and Pa clans the following day. Nyogao approached Zhao Su with exuberance. Brother Zhao, you have succeeded. Brother Nyo, what brings you such joy? Zhao Su gestured for Nyogao to take a seat and said, Nyogao, brimming with excitement, declared, This morning, young Woody came to see me, expressing his desire to join our trading association, but he set forth a condition. What condition? Zhao Su inquired. His interest piqued. He requests that we guarantee he will focus solely on the study of medicinal herbs from this day forward, abstaining from any disputes, and that we must protect his clan from the disturbances of the Spirit Hall. No problem, I can assure you of that, Zhao Su replied, retrieving a bracelet from his storage jade pendant and handing it to Nyogao. This contains the rare treasures I have gathered over the years, including many rare celestial herbs. You can present these to Elder Yang, allowing him to concentrate on his research. Wonderful. with these celestial herbs. I am certain that the old goat will agree to join us. Without hesitation, Niu Gao departed the room to seek out Yang Wudi. Approximately half an hour later, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong were enjoying the flowers in the courtyard, engaged in light conversation, with Ning Rongrong's laughter brightening the scene. Enhancing her beauty, Zhao Laodi, Niu Gao called out to Zhao Su. Upon seeing Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, Zhao Su rose to greet them. Brother Niu. Elder Yang. Do not refer to me as elder. Call me old goat, just like old rhinoceros. Yang Wudi's tone was unusually calm, perhaps due to the celestial herbs. In that case, I shall address you as Brother Yang, as I do Brother Niu. May I not be impolite and call you Zhao Laodi. Zhao Laodi. We have come to discuss the name of our United Trading Association and the location of our base. Please, gentlemen. I have already contemplated this matter and was eager to discuss it with you both. They proceeded to the hall, where they sipped tea while deliberating the specifics of their future endeavors. Henceforth, our trading association shall be named the Holy Angel Trading Association. What do you think? Esteemed brothers? Holy Angel? Yang Wudi inquired, somewhat perplexed. Why choose this name? Esteemed brothers, you should be aware that the angel spirit is a divine spirit inherited from the spirit hall's 1,000 families. With such a name, the spirit hall would be disinclined to trouble us easily. Furthermore, my spirit is indeed the holy angel. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi exchanged glances, each detecting a hint of skepticism in the other's eyes. However, before either could respond, Zhao Su unleashed his 12-winged holy angel martial spirit, emanating a divine aura of death, with one half radiating black light and the other golden. As the 12 wings gently fluttered, an overwhelming pressure instilled fear in the hearts of both men. What astonished them the most were the 8 terrifying soul rings. 2 black and 6 red. 2 black and 6 red, 6 soul rings of 100,000 years? Yang Wudi abruptly stood up, gasping for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief. Forgive me for causing such astonishment, my esteemed brothers. It was not until Zhao Su retracted his martial spirit and the oppressive aura dissipated that Yang Wudi and Niu Gao began to regain their composure at Zhao Su's words. Truly, my younger brother is a prodigy. At that moment, Yang Wudi and Niu Gao found themselves at a loss for words, their astonishment lingering on their faces. If my younger brother's speculation holds true, my elder brother's broken soul gun must possess unique talents, yet also bear a fatal flaw, correct? Indeed. The inheritance martial spirit of my broken clan, the broken soul gun, inherently possesses a 10,000-year soul ring, but it can never surpass the 90th level to attain the rank of title Douluo. Thus, I have devoted all my focus to enhancing my offensive capabilities. And even against a title Douluo, I, Yang, hold the confidence to contend. Does my elder brother aspire to break through to the rank of title Douluo? This is the inherent flaw of my clan's martial spirit, an insurmountable limitation. While others may find it impossible, I shall prevail. Zhao Su lifted the teacup beside him, took a sip, and casually gazed at Yang Wudi, smiling as he spoke. Really? Yang Wudi initially displayed a look of surprise, but soon shook his head, dismissing Zhao Su's claims. Impossible. Our clan's ancestors have employed countless methods throughout the generations, all to no avail. How can one ascertain the impossible without attempting it? Zhao Su inquired. What should be done then? Unleash your martial soul. Although Yang Wudi harbored skepticism, he ultimately acquiesced to Zhao Su's request and summoned his martial soul. The soul-breaking spear, a seemingly ordinary black lance. Zhao Su extended his hand toward the broken soul lance. The moment he made contact, an overwhelming aura of destruction surged violently into the weapon. Instantly, the broken soul lance began to tremble violently. Ultimately, it emanated a powerful flame from its black shaft. The same black flame consumed the millennia-old soul ring at the lance's base. After about a minute, the ancient black soul ring suddenly exploded, detaching from the lance engulfed in black fire. Yet, instead of falling to the ground, it rapidly fused back together, reforming into a complete soul ring that integrated seamlessly with the broken soul lance. At that moment, Yang Wudi felt his soul power within him surge dramatically, culminating in a breakthrough to the 90th level. Concurrently, the soul ring fully transformed into the 9th spirit ring of the broken soul lance, a ring that would amplify with Yang Wudi's increasing soul power. When Yang Wudi reached the 99th level, this originally innate soul ring would attain the status of a 100,000-year level. With the complete integration of the 9th soul ring and Zhao Su's essence of destruction, the once ordinary broken soul lance metamorphosed into a formidable weapon. It could be said that the new Broken Soul Lance rivaled the renowned Haotian hammer, often considered the premier weapon spirit. I have truly transcended to the realm of a 91st level title Douluo. Yang Wudi marveled at the unprecedented power coursing through him as he gazed upon the Broken Soul Lance, engulfed in black flames and exuding a sense of annihilation. An overwhelming excitement surged within him. He raised his right hand, lifting the lance and executing a series of techniques inherited from his clan's legacy. Although he tempered his strength, Yang Wudi could distinctly perceive the profound transformation that had taken place in the Broken Soul Lance. Brother Zhao, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. If you direct me eastward, I shall not stray west. Brother Yang, there is no need for such formalities between us, as we share a bond that transcends age. We are brothers. Indeed, since you say so, let us not be overly sentimental. From now on, our clan shall follow your lead, Brother Zhao. Absolutely, just say the word, and I shall heed your command. After his initial excitement subsided, Yang Wudi's gaze toward Zhao Su transformed from doubt to unwavering trust. Chapter 95. A return to the Sacred Dragon sect. At this juncture, Zhao Su no longer held back. He decisively declared that the name of their United Merchant Association would be the Holy Angel Commerce. Zhao Su serves as the president of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, while Yang Wudi and Niu Gao hold the positions of vice presidents, overseeing all affairs of the association. In addition to specializing in the pharmaceuticals developed by the Pa family, Niu Gao's Yu family has also established the Holy Angel Auction House. The ambition is to truly expand and become the strongest entity. This is merely a preliminary plan, as future endeavors will encompass various industries. The foremost priority now is for Niu Gao to seek out a group of exceptional blacksmiths, as Zhao Su aims to forge a set of gold and silk armor capable of withstanding the hidden weapons of Tang San. This task poses no difficulty. While skilled blacksmiths who surpass the forging techniques of the Li family are rare in this continent, they certainly exist, as long as we can afford the price. I assure you that the blacksmiths we find will be no less proficient than those of the esteemed Li family. If a matter can be resolved with money, then it is not a problem at all. Zhao Su, while rummaging through the jade pendant storage, produced a card containing 5 million gold soul coins and handed it to Niu Gao. This card held 5 million gold soul coins. I wonder if it suffices? 50 million, almost enough. How much? 50 million? Niu Gao murmured softly, nodding, and then, realizing the implication, his eyes widened in astonishment as he fixated on Zhao Su for confirmation. If this is insufficient, I have another 50 million. For now, this shall suffice. Zhao Su then retrieved another card and placed it before Niu Gao. Not only Niu Gao, but even Yang Wudi, who engaged in trade with both the Starfall Empire and the Tiando Empire through his alchemical expertise, found himself lacking such a sum. He had never even heard of 100 million gold soul coins. This is more than adequate. There is no need for such an excess. Niu Gao wiped the sweat from his brow, returning the 2 cards to Zhao Su. For the initial capital, a few million will suffice. Given that, let these be safeguarded by my esteemed brother Niu as the startup capital for our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Besides reconstructing the headquarters, we must also procure a considerable amount of materials for the forging of the Golden Thread software. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in this matter. Very well. In that case, I shall not decline. I will establish a dedicated account for the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, and every expenditure will be meticulously recorded. Let this decision be finalized between the two of you. Zhao Su can now be said to possess an abundance of golden soul coins. So, Brother Zhao, where should we establish our headquarters? What do you think about locating it within Heavendoe City? That seems feasible. However, given our association with the Holy Angel's name, might the Spirit Hall pose any trouble? Rest assured, I will manage any issues that arise with the Spirit Hall. There will be no complications whatsoever. Brother Zhao, I hope you do not mind my insistence. We are merely merchants and will not serve the Spirit Hall or any other factions. At this moment, Yang Wudi and Niu Gao may have already surmised the connection between Zhao Su and the Spirit Hall. Thus, Yang Wudi reiterated his thoughts to Zhao Su. Naturally, Brother Yang, you need not worry. We are here solely to profit, not to serve. Zhao Su spoke with a smile. Upon hearing his words, Yang Wudi nodded in agreement, a smile also gracing his face. Subsequently, Yang Wudi made arrangements with Zhao Su and Niu Gao to return and summon their clansmen, preparing for the entire clan's migration to Tiando City. Thereafter, Yang Wudi took his leave first. Niu Gao also resolved to sell all the assets in this location and, after a month, lead the entire clan to Tiando City. Once the plans were established, Zhao Su prepared to depart as well. Just the previous night, news from the shadowy faction reached them, revealing that Zhang Ying had discovered a fragment of the nine-winged Yinglong's remains within the Tiando Empire. However, that fragment was currently in the possession of Prince Xueqinghe. Moreover, Zhang Ying was aware that Xueqinghe was, in fact, Qianrenxue, making it unwise to confront her directly. Furthermore, the final fragment of the nine-winged Yinglong had already been secured within the royal family of the Xinglua Empire. Thus, it was evident that only the fragment held by Qianrenxue remained elusive among the 9 pieces. Brother Niu, I shall await your grand arrival in Tiando City. At the entrance of the Yuji family's mansion, Zhao Su clasped his fists in respect towards Niu Gao. I am most grateful, Brother Zhao. Niu Gao reciprocated the gesture with equal respect. Zhao Su exchanged a few trivial remarks with Niu Gao before turning to board the carriage prepared for him by the Imperial clan, heading towards the outskirts of Longxing City. Brother Su, shall we return directly to Tiando City? No, we must first visit the Holy Dragon Sect. What purpose do we have at the Holy Dragon Sect? If my estimations are correct, Tuoba Shi has undoubtedly solidified his status at the level of a titled Douluo and is now ready to absorb the Kuei dragon from the 9 guardian divine dragons. As Zhao Su spoke, a flicker of nostalgia passed through his eyes, seemingly recalling someone dear to him. Ning Rongrong gazed into Zhao Su's eyes, smiling as she remarked, It's not solely because of this matter, is it? What else could it possibly be for? Zhao Su's gaze flickered, deliberately tilting his head to the side, avoiding Ning Rongrong's eyes. Ning Rongrong reached out to entwine her arm with Zhao Su's. As far as I know, the Holy Dragon Sect should be near the capital of the Star Luo Empire, Xinglua City, right? What is the matter? Zhu Qing is currently in Xinglua City. Is she not? Perhaps, Zhao Su replied. Do you not wish to meet Sister Zhu Qing? I shall not. I am going to the Holy Dragon Sect to find Tuoba Shi, not to Xinglua City. In his previous life, although Zhao Su was neither a romantic hero nor had numerous relationships, he understood the unspoken rule. One should never exhibit undue concern for another girl in the presence of a lady, even if she claimed to be indifferent. Are you reluctant to see Zhu Qing? Or are you merely afraid of provoking my ire by not admitting it? Not at all. We have matters to attend to. Now is not the time to seek out Zhu Qing. Humph. Ning Rongrong snorted, seizing Zhao Su's ear and retorted, Not a single man is to be trusted. Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your true thoughts. I truly haven't thought about it. The carriage sped along, and the vehicles of the Yu family were equipped with shock absorbers, rendering the ride relatively smooth. 3 days later, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong arrived at the Holy Dragon Sect. Upon hearing of Zhao Su's arrival, Tuoba Shi personally came to greet him at the entrance, respectfully ushering Zhao Su inside. Senior, your presence is an honor. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Please forgive my inadequacy. Tuoba Sectmaster, you are too kind. Once in the hall, Zhao Su continued, I have matters of great importance to discuss with Sectmaster Tuoba. Kindly dismiss everyone else. Yes, everyone leave. No one is permitted to enter without my call. At Tuoba Shi's command, all present withdrew, leaving only Zhao Su, Tuoba Shi, and Ning Rongrong in the room. Release your martial soul. Why? Just do it, and conveniently unleash your 7th soul skill, the martial soul avatar. Understood. Though puzzled, Tuoba Shi complied without further inquiry, releasing his evolved Kuei dragon martial soul. It appeared as a dark dragon, reminiscent of a single-footed bovine creature. Chapter 96. The Second Guardian Divine Dragon, Kuei Dragon. As Tuoba Shi unleashed his 7th soul skill and revealed his martial soul avatar, the dragon seemed to come alive, exuding an increasingly formidable presence. Detecting the complete Guardian 9 divine dragons, one of which is Kuei Dragon. Shall it be absorbed? As the Kuei Dragon's martial soul avatar manifested, the system's voice resonated in Zhao Su's ear. Zhao Su, without further contemplation, chose to absorb the power. Subsequently, the system conjured a colossal hand that, without any warning, reached out directly toward Tuoba Shi. As Tuoba Shi prepared to retaliate, Zhao Su's voice echoed, Do not resist. Tuoba Shi vividly recalled Zhao Su's displayed strength, and upon hearing his words, he forcibly suppressed his rebellious emotions, allowing the immense hand to grasp him along with the Kuei Long. Tuoba Shi felt a searing pain as if his martial soul was being torn away, each bone in his body seeming to fracture one by one. Unable to contain himself, he cried out in agony. Simultaneously, the soul power within him began to autonomously circulate, attempting to resist the terrifying aura emanating from the gigantic hand. However, Tuoba she swiftly realized that his soul power was as insignificant as a child standing before a giant. It was utterly ineffective. Approximately 5 minutes later, the excruciating sensation of broken bones gradually faded, replaced by a warm current flowing into his fractured bones, mending them. This warm stream coursed through his entire meridian system, ultimately converging in his dantian. The moment this warmth merged with his soul power, an instantaneous ignition of energy engulfed him. The formidable aura, infused with this warmth, significantly enhanced his soul power, culminating at the formidable level of a 94th rank title Douluo, perhaps due to the assimilation of the warm current. The intensity of Tuoba Shi's soul power had been immensely augmented. He experienced an unprecedented sense of strength, transforming the pain from his fractured bones into an overwhelming sensation of bliss. Once the enormous hand re-entered Zhao Su's body, Tuoba Shi had already regained his composure. The Kuei Long martial soul appeared unchanged, yet Zhao Su could sense the subtle shift at that moment. Tuoba Shi's Kuei Long was merely a fragment of the true soul of Kuei Long, no longer possessing a complete spirit. In the Douluo continent, all beast martial souls are but a sliver of their true essence. Thank you, Master. Tuoba Shi is willing to toil for you, becoming your loyal servant. Tuoba Shi stepped forward, without a hint of hesitation, and knelt before Zhao Su, his address having transformed. Yet, Zhao Su remained with his eyes closed, radiating a deep luminescence. Completely unaware of Tuoba Shi's declaration. Observing Tuoba Shi kneeling there, he dared not rise, patiently awaiting Zhao Su's awakening. At that moment, after the complete absorption of the Kuei Long soul, the divine consciousness within Zhao Su's mind grew increasingly potent, its brilliance intensifying like the white light emanating from the bone dragon. When the Kuei Long soul entered the golden pool, an overwhelming divine consciousness radiated from Zhao Su. Tuoba Shi, kneeling before him, felt this terrifying aura and immediately prostrated himself, pressing his entire being to the ground, too fearful to lift his head, his body shaking uncontrollably. Zhao Su's divine consciousness had reached a terrifying pinnacle of the divine essence realm, on the verge of ascending to the divine king realm. When Zhao Su finally opened his eyes, a fleeting golden shimmer flickered within them, only to be quickly subdued as he reigned in his aura, compressing it back to a level of over 70 rank soul sage. What is Master Tuoba doing? Please rise. Zhao Su lowered his gaze upon the prostrate Tuoba Shi and promptly urged him to rise. Hearing Zhao Su's voice, Tuoba Shi remained with his head bowed and reiterated. Tuoba Shi is willing to serve his master with unwavering loyalty, to be a faithful servant. Zhao Su replied, Tuoba Sect Master, you need not be my servant. Simply fulfill your role as the esteemed leader of the Sacred Dragon Sect. Please stand up. Tuoba Shi rose respectfully, standing beside Zhao Su, and declared, It is an honor for both myself, Tuoba Shi, and the entire Sacred Dragon Sect to serve our master. Zhao Su continued, We are soon to arrive at the designated time for the new 7 sects of the Martial Spirit Hall. Dedicate yourself to your training. I firmly believe that the Sacred Dragon Sect will ascend to the pinnacle among the top 3 sections. Thank you, Master. Tuoba Shi exclaimed as he noticed Zhao Su preparing to depart. He quickly added, Master, I have arranged accommodations for you and the mistress. As night falls, would it not be prudent to rest here before continuing your journey? No, I have other matters to attend to. Zhao Su did not linger at the Sacred Dragon Sect. Under the cover of night, he departed in a carriage. Brother Su, are you truly not going to see Sister Zhuqing? Ning Rongrong inquired once more from the carriage. I shall not, he replied. Zhao Su responded with remarkable decisiveness. Ning Rongrong, observing Zhao Su's serious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Wow, it's been a long time since I've seen Sister Zhuqing, and I truly miss her. Since you wish to go, then by all means. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su finally burst into laughter. Humph, I knew it, you charming, deceitful man. Ning Rongrong huffed, pinching Zhao Su at the waist, which elicited a cacophony of exaggerated wails from within the carriage. Amidst the uproar, the carriage made its way towards the nearby Douluo city. Within the Zhu family estate in Douluo city, the elders of the Yuming clan were uniting to oppose Zhu Zhuqing's ascension as the next clan leader. Despite Zhu Yoming's adamant support for Zhu Zhuqing, it proved futile. Recently, Davis had hunted a formidable dark divine beast, the dark sacred white tiger, which was nearly 100,000 years old. Not only did he acquire its soul ring, but he also obtained a piece of its skeletal soul bone. Coupled with his fusion technique with Zhu Tuluan's martial spirit, the Yuming white tiger, it could be said that at the level of a soul sage above 70, He was capable of contending against a typical title Douluo, though Dai Mubai possessed remarkable talent. He merely reached the 76th level as a soul sage and lacked the martial spirit fusion technique of their royal family with the Zhu clan's Yuming spirit cat. Thus, he was no match for Davis. Recently, he had suffered multiple defeats at Davis's hands, leading several old ministers and various sects to lean towards Davis. Even with Zhu Zhuqing's assistance, Dai Mubai remained at a disadvantage. At this juncture, Zhu Yuming declared his desire to appoint Zhu Zhuqing as the clan leader of the Yuming clan ahead of schedule. This announcement was met with fierce opposition from the clan elders. One faction, led by Zhu Yuming, clashed with another faction led by the Grand Elder, resulting in a stalemate. After days of heated debate, no resolution had been reached. Zhu Zhuqing has violated the family oath and lacks the qualifications to become the leader of the Yuming clan. Let alone Dai Mubai, who may not even be capable of becoming the future emperor, the Grand Elder asserted coldly. Grand Elder, must our Yuming clan remain subservient to the royal family of the Star Luo Empire to wield power? Zhu Yuming, tall and clad in a black robe, sat firmly at the head seat, his voice resonant with authority as he retorted. For centuries, our Yuming clan has thrived alongside the Dai family. Do you wish to ruin our clan? Humph, that may not be the case, the Grand Elder scoffed. Zhu Yuming, are you truly willing to oppose the entire clan for this unfilial daughter? I am the leader of the Yuming clan, and I have the right to choose the future heir. Zhu Yuming's gaze was resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Very well, if that is your stance, then I, as the Grand Elder, shall initiate your impeachment. Leader, Grand Elder, a person claiming to be Zhao Su requests an audience. Just then, before the Grand Elder could finish his sentence, an individual entered the meeting room and respectfully addressed Zhu Yuming and the Grand Elder. Zhao Su? Let him in. Zhu Yuming and the Grand Elder spoke simultaneously, though their words bore entirely different meanings, leaving the messenger momentarily confused as to whom to heed. Both were formidable figures he dared not offend. Brother Su. Upon hearing Zhao Su's name, Zhu Zhuqing sprang to her feet, disregarding the Grand Elder entirely, and dashed outside. Zhu Yuming remained silent, taking his seat, upon hearing Zhao Su's name. He understood he need not fear the Grand Elder's faction any longer. Grand Elder, this Zhao Su is the man Zhuqing found, a teacher from Shrek Academy. A middle-aged man resembling Zhu Yuming whispered to the Grand Elder, revealing himself as Zhu Yuming's younger brother, Zhu Yusui, a staunch ally of Davis's faction. He had wagered all his chips on Zhu Tuluan. If Davis were to become the emperor of the Star Luo Empire and Zhu Tuluan the empress, then he could supplant Zhu Yuming as the new power holder of the Yuming clan. Thus, he sought to charm the Grand Elder and thwart Zhu Zhuqing's rise to leadership. What is this man's level of power? The Grand Elder inquired quietly of Zhu Yusui. I have inquired thoroughly. He is at the level of a soul sage above 70. Humph, a mere soul sage cannot possibly turn the tide. The Grand Elder dismissed the notion with a scoff, unaware that his indifference was about to alter the course of his life. At the entrance of the Zhu family courtyard, Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong had disembarked from the carriage, standing there in quiet anticipation of news from the messenger. Do not be anxious. I will clarify everything to Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong gently urged, observing the restless Zhao Su pacing back and forth, her expression tinged with exasperation. No, I Asugo. Before Zhao Su could finish her words, she heard Zhu Zhuqing's voice, tinged with excitement, followed by a figure leaping directly into Zhao Su's embrace. With arms tightly wrapped around Zhao Su, the grievances endured over the past few days erupted in an instant upon seeing her. Ignoring the gazes of those around, she began to weep. What is wrong? Have you suffered some injustice? Zhao Su gently reached out to wipe away Zhu Zhuqing's tears, her heart aching at the sight of Zhu Zhuqing's distress. It's nothing. I just missed you. Zhu Zhuqing ceased her weeping, clinging tightly to Zhao Su, unwilling to part for even a moment. Sister Zhuqing, is it possible you haven't noticed my presence, standing right here? Zhu Zhuqing's focus was entirely on Zhao Su, oblivious to the fact that another person stood beside her. It was only when Ning Rongrong spoke that Zhu Zhuqing noticed her. Rongrong? Zhu Zhuqing wiped her tears and gazed at Ning Rongrong, who had become even more radiant after absorbing the soul bone from the mirror beast. Her soul's impurities purified by chaos, white fire. I apologize, Rongrong. I was overwhelmed. Let us discuss this inside. Zhu Zhuqing then took Ning Rongrong's hand and turned to enter the Zhu family residence. Instead of leading Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to the meeting room, they went directly to the secluded courtyard where Zhao Su resided. After Zhao Su's departure, Zhu Yuming had intended for Zhu Zhuqing to return to the main residence. but she had declined, preferring the tranquility of her current abode. Rongrong, how did you two end up together? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. I've reached the level of soul saint, and I need to hunt for suitable soul rings. Brother Su also requires some training outside, so we decided to accompany each other. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she dared not meet Zhu Zhuqing's gaze. When she had not seen Zhu Zhuqing, she had spoken boldly about explaining everything herself, but now, confronted with her, she felt at a loss for words. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Ning Rongrong, and then at Zhao Su, her heart filled with a hint of suspicion, though she chose to remain silent. Just then, a disciple of the Yuming clan knocked on the door and addressed Zhu Zhuqing, Miss. The clan leader and the elder have requested that you bring young Master Zhao to the meeting room. As the atmosphere among the three grew somewhat delicate, Zhu Yuming's disciple continued. In response to the elder, I do not wish to argue today. Let us discuss matters tomorrow. Wait, Ning Rongrong interjected, halting the messenger. What is there to fear? If he refuses to listen, we shall deal with him. Ning Rongrong declared, shaking her small fist and smiling at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was well aware of Ning Rongrong's true nature. While she appeared like a sweet, neighborly girl, she possessed a fierce spirit. The messenger, upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, couldn't help but cast her a few extra glances, although his expression revealed his disdain. Come, let us go together. Zhao Su stepped forward, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, conveying a reassuring glance that promised his unwavering support. Upon meeting Zhao Su's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing's previously tumultuous heart began to find tranquility. Without hesitation, she, alongside Ning Rongrong, proceeded toward the conference hall. Zhu Zhuqing, as the legitimate heir of our Yuming clan, you have shamelessly torn apart the marriage contract that has bound my Zhu family to the Dai family for generations. You are utterly unworthy of being a member of the Zhu family, let alone becoming the clan leader. Zhu Sui initiated the confrontation against Zhu Zhuqing. Before Zhu Zhuqing could utter a word, Ning Rongrong interjected. Your Zhu family thrives on sacrificing the happiness of your daughters to attain wealth and prestige. Such a family ought not to exist. What are you to dare speak here? The matters of the Zhu family do not concern you. The Grand Elder barked. A chilling aura of pressure emanating from his over 80-level soul Douluo rank, enveloping Ning Rongrong. It was evident that the Grand Elder harbored murderous intent, seeking more than mere reprimand. The affairs of Zhu Zhuqing are my own. Furthermore, your family's regulations are disgraceful. Are they beyond reproach? The Grand Elder's oppressive force had no effect on Ning Rongrong. She had already attained the rank of 73-level soul saint, fortified by her numerous soul bones and the primordial chaos white fire. Even a title Douluo would struggle to subdue her with mere pressure. Impudent. You, a mere girl, dare to flaunt your power in the Zhu family, seeking your own demise. A brawny man aligned with the Grand Elder scolded loudly, launching himself at Ning Rongrong. The Yuming spirit cat immediately possessed him, transforming his hands into sharp claws. Dashing swiftly towards Ning Rongrong. Merely a cat. Ning Rongrong paid no heed to the approaching brute, even turning her back to him, a silent insult in itself. Buzz. Just as he was about to make contact, a sound akin to a sword being drawn resonated from Ning Rongrong. The Emperor's 7-kill sword materialized, its sword intent flashing forth. The hulking man, caught mid-charge, abruptly halted, the light in his eyes fading as he collapsed to the ground, a horrific wound marring his chest, having rendered his heart into mere pulp. In my Zhu family, those who threaten us shall not go unpunished today. Do you think your family has any dignity remaining? Your facade is built upon the sacrifice of your daughters. Ning Rongrong confronted the Grand Elder fearlessly, his complexion paling at her words, yet he dared not act rashly, having sensed the terrifying sword intent from the Emperor's 7-kill sword. Grand Elder, while this young lady's words may be harsh, they are nonetheless the truth. Our Yuming clan must reconsider our customs. At that moment, Zhu Yuming finally spoke, his tone imbued with confidence. Are you suggesting we sever ties with the Luo Empire's royal family? What alliance? Merely a pet cultivated to merge with the Dai family's martial soul. The White Tiger. This speaker, not particularly robust but well-proportioned, possessed a handsome visage, exuding potential as a pretty boy. He was Zhu Zhuqing's third uncle, a steadfast supporter of her from the very beginning, having rallied behind her since she triumphed in the elite competition at the Advanced Soul Master Academy in Wuhuan City and demanded the annulment of her engagement to Dai Mubai. Zhu Yuqing, who once aligned with the Grand Elder, shifted his stance after encountering Zhao Su. Do not forget your place, Zhu Yuqing. You have enjoyed a life of luxury thanks to your daughter. Have you ever considered the life that Lu Mei endured in the palace? Zhu Yuqing referred to Lu Mei, the contemporary queen of the Star Luo Empire, who had passed away long ago. Historically, the queens of the Star Luo Empire suffered from grievous ailments shortly after childbirth, often meeting their demise within a few years. The royal family married daughters from the Zhu clan merely as vessels for progeny. Their legacy built upon the bones of their own daughters. This is their fate. Being born as a daughter of the Zhu family entails a certain awareness. Nonsense. You, an old fool, are a waste of rice. Ning Rongrong, having already heard of the Zhu family's peculiar customs from Zhu Qing, grasped the essence of the conversation between Zhu Yuqing and the Grand Elder, leading her internal fury to erupt. Extending her right hand, the Emperor's 7-kill sword appeared within her palm, its 7th black spirit ring, over 60,000 years old, glowing with golden ripples, sending forth waves of sword intent towards the Grand Elder. Realizing the terrifying sword intent, the Grand Elder hastily unleashed his martial soul, seeking to flee. Yet, it was too late. The sword intent had locked onto him, reducing him to mere bones. Who else wishes to act? Witnessing the gruesome scene, all those aligned with the Grand Elder instinctively recoiled, not daring to utter a word. Even Zhu Yuming, accustomed to scenes of slaughter, was left astonished by Ning Rongrong's prowess. His face paling as he stood and declared, "From this day forth, our Yuming clan abolishes its archaic customs. Everyone shall have the freedom to love. And the daughters of the Zhu family shall no longer be forced into marriage with the Dai family. Let us heed the clan leader's decision." The crowd echoed in unison, no one daring to voice dissent. Moreover, from this moment onward, Zhu Yuqing shall be the new leader of our Yuming clan. Dad, I do not wish to be the leader of the Yuming clan, nor do I want to remain in Star Luo City. I want to leave with Su Gu. Zhu Yuqing tightened her grip on Zhao Su's hand, her eyes no longer wavering, but resolute. She had made her decision. Wherever Zhao Su went, she would follow. Perhaps it was the sense of urgency instilled by Ning Rongrong that galvanized her resolve. Very well, since you have made your choice, I shall respect it. Zhu Yuming, albeit hesitantly, chose to affirm Zhu Yuqing's decision. That evening, Ning Rongrong shared a bed with Zhu Yuqing, while Zhao Su retired to a separate room. As night fell, Zhao Su lay awake, restless. The following morning, he rose early, stepping out to sit by the stone table in the courtyard, gazing at the room where Ning Rongrong and Zhu Yuqing resided. When the sun had ascended high, the two finally emerged from their quarters, appearing quite intimate. Though Zhu Yuqing maintained her usual cold demeanor, it bore a hint of warmth, her eyes toward Zhao Su reflecting a sense of longing. Have you both awakened? Zhao Su hurriedly approached the two individuals, casting a glance at Ning Rongrong, who, however, ignored him. Who was the other person? Zhu Yuqing and Ning Rongrong each took hold of Zhao Su's arm, their hands simultaneously gripping the soft flesh at his waist. Zhu Yuqing fixed her gaze on Zhao Su and inquired, "Once we return to Tiando City, I shall take you to meet her." "No, you must divulge everything right now." Both women exerted their strength, and an intense wave of pain surged through Zhao Su's waist, observing the fury etched on their faces. Zhao Su had no choice but to confess everything. "Is there anyone else?" "No, truly, there is no one else, I swear." Zhao Su promptly raised his right hand and declared, "Aside from the three of us, you are forbidden to associate with any other women. Otherwise, we shall not spare you." At this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Yuqing had undeniably formed a steadfast alliance. Under their united front, Zhao Su found himself utterly subdued, rendered compliant and docile. Yet, this circumstance brought him an unexpected joy, enveloping him in a profound sense of happiness. Chapter 99. Engaging the master craftsman in the days that followed. The trio of Zhao Su shared the same room each night, allowing him to revel in the embrace of tenderness, reluctant to extricate himself from such bliss. However, on the third day, news arrived once more from the shadows. A significant event had transpired within the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. The Snowy Night Emperor had been gravely poisoned and was on the brink of demise. Zhao Su understood that it was undoubtedly Qian Renshua, disguising herself as Xue Qinghe, who had begun to take action against the Heavendo Empire. This realization roused Zhao Su from his reverie, compelling him to hasten back to Heavendo City. However, before returning, he needed to visit a particular location. The shadow had not only informed Zhao Su of the palace coup within the Heavendo Empire, but also brought news regarding Niu Gao. When Zhao Su and Niu Gao parted ways, they had agreed that if Niu Gao arrived in Heavendo City and Zhao Su was not present, he would stay at the residence Zhao Su had purchased there, where members of the shadow were stationed. It would serve as a temporary refuge while Niu Gao searched for suitable accommodations within the city to prepare for their endeavors. With 100 million gold soul coins in his possession, Niu Gao was in no shortage of funds. He also recalled his promise to Zhao Su to seek out skilled blacksmiths for the Holy Angel Trade Association. Although few could rival the craftsmanship of the Li family in the Douluo continent, some indeed existed. The majority of proficient blacksmiths were found within the Metal City, Gangshin City. Thus, without any delay, after ensuring the well-being of his clan, Niu Gao set off with a few companions towards Gangshin City, simultaneously relaying this information to the Shadow. Upon receiving the news, Zhao Su did not hesitate. He arranged a private meeting with Zhu Yuming, leaving her with several potent concealed weapons for self-defense in times of peril. Zhu Zhuqing had also resolved to accompany Zhao Su on his journey. "Brother Su, what are we going to do in Gangshin City?" Ning Rongrong inquired, somewhat perplexed. As they traversed towards the city in their carriage, Brother Niu should have already arrived in Gangshin City. "We must reach there before Tang San does, otherwise. If he gets there first, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to locate skilled blacksmiths." 6 days later, the trio reached Gangshin City. It was evident that Niu Gao had received word, as he awaited them at the city gate when Zhao Su's carriage appeared. Once aboard, Niu Gao's expression was grim. "What troubles you, Brother Niu?" "Alas, Brother Zhao, we have arrived too late. Lu Gao has already been taken into the Tang clan by that old titan. Is there no other divine craftsman besides Lu Gao?" Although Zhao Su felt a twinge of displeasure, he deemed it a matter of little significance. In this vast continent, there were but 3 master craftsmen: the president of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao, the vice president, Titan, and Tang Hao. At this moment, all 3 masters had joined the Tang sect. Could we cultivate our own master craftsman? It is indeed possible, but the time required is immeasurable. And producing a master craftsman is no simple feat. Over the years, only 3 have emerged. However, we do not necessarily need a master craftsman. It suffices to find a blacksmith capable of crafting concealed weapons and golden silk armor according to my designs. This is manageable. I can handle it. Although Niu Gao assured Zhao Su that locating a blacksmith for the concealed weapons and golden silk armor would pose no problem, he still appeared somewhat disheartened. Alas, if only we had a master craftsman, these matters would not require our concern. Is there truly no chance? The opportunity seems exceedingly slim. Lu Gao and Titan share a strong rapport, and having promised Titan, I doubt he would easily change his mind. In that case, let us go directly to the Blacksmith Association to meet Lu Gao. I shall speak with him myself. Now, it seems we have no choice but to give it a try. After Niu Gao finished speaking, he fell silent, guiding the carriage driver towards the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. Upon their arrival, they fortuitously encountered Tang San, Titan, and Oscar exiting the headquarters. Judging by their expressions, they appeared to be in high spirits. "I am Niu Gao, the clan leader of the Yu family." Seeking an audience with the master craftsman and president of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao, after waiting for Tang San and his companions to depart, Niu Gao dismounted the carriage and approached the Blacksmith Association. Before long, Niu Gao waved to Zhao Su, signaling that Lu Gao had indeed consented to meet with him. "Rong, Zhu Qing, you two wait here for me. If you grow bored, feel free to explore and see if anything catches your fancy. Rest assured, I shall take care of it. Our 7 treasure glaze tile sect possesses skills beyond mere assistance." Ning Rongrong confidently patted her chest. Zhao Su nodded and dismounted from the carriage, making his way towards the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association. At that moment, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. However, the execution of this plan would depend on his actual meeting with Lu Gao. On the 5th floor of the Blacksmith Association's headquarters, within Lu Gao's private forge, he was engrossed in studying blueprints when Zhao Su and Niu Gao entered. He merely glanced up briefly before returning his gaze to the drawings. "What brings you to me?" Lu Gao inquired, not even lifting his head to acknowledge Zhao Su and his companion. Zhao Su did not respond to Lu Gao's words. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Niu Gao, and then, with a gentle smile, approached Lu Gao, seemingly casual. He cast a fleeting glance at the partial blueprints of the Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle in Lu Gao's hand. Although these blueprints were exquisite, they appeared to be somewhat incomplete. "Do you also possess knowledge of the art of forging?" As soon as Zhao Su's words were uttered, they immediately piqued Lu Gao's interest, prompting him to take a proper look at Zhao Su for the first time. "The Rainstorm Pear Blossom Needle, if you desire. I can provide you with the complete blueprints along with a comprehensive introduction. You possess the blueprints?" Zhao Su did not respond. Instead, he extracted several blueprints from the jade pendant at his waist, blueprints that were far more detailed and comprehensive than those in the possession of the skilled craftsman, Lu Gao. Lu Gao merely cast a casual glance at them and was instantly captivated. He carelessly discarded the partial blueprints that Tang San had given him onto the table and eagerly accepted the blueprints handed to him by Zhao Su. Upon examining them, a gleam of unrestrained excitement illuminated Lu Gao's eyes, as if the blueprints were akin to a stunningly beautiful woman, ensnaring his gaze with an irresistible allure. Moreover, I possess not only the schematics for the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle, but also designs that are even more intricate and exquisite. Zhao Su once again produced 2 sets of blueprints, one detailing the peacock feather and the other illustrating the Buddha's wrathful lotus. The intricacy of these designs was astonishing. They were beyond the realm of human craftsmanship. As Lu Gao gazed upon these 3 blueprints, his initial excitement gradually transformed into disappointment, which was soon followed by a composed demeanor. Turning to Zhao Su, he continued, "You must have some ulterior motive for providing me with these blueprints, correct?" Zhao Su replied, "Indeed, I wish to request President Lu to lead the Blacksmith Association in joining our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce to forge hidden weapons for us, as well as the golden silk software capable of defending against these very weapons." Zhao Su did not beat around the bush. Instead, he candidly addressed Lu Gao, stating, "Our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce will not impose restrictions on the freedom of the president of the Blacksmith Association. The funding will be provided by us. You, President Lu, need only to focus on your research into these concealed weapons. Each of these weapons can be inscribed with the names of the Blacksmith Association and President Lu." Chapter 100. Once again intercepting Tang San, the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce? What is that? At this moment, Lu Gao, who had been caught up in excitement, momentarily set aside the blueprints in his hands and inquired of Zhao Su. Niu Gao stepped forward and elucidated the details regarding the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce to Lu Gao. "Are you truly merely merchants, with no affiliations to the Spirit Hall or any other factions?" After hearing Niu Gao's explanation, it was evident that Lu Gao was intrigued. Although Tang San's promises were enticing, he preferred to immerse himself in the study of forging techniques, desiring no involvement in the conflicts among various powers. The proposition of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce was evidently more to his liking. Of course, should our 2 parties collaborate, you, President Lu, will remain the head of the Blacksmith Association and can concurrently serve as the vice president of our Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the forged products from the Blacksmith Association can be auctioned through our chamber's auction house. And what is your motive? Quite simply, I aspire to establish the largest chamber of commerce across the entirety of Douluo continent, with the principle of maintaining no entanglements with any sects while conducting business with all of them, with just you alone. How can you safeguard the entire Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce? Brother Lu, you need not worry about that. Just concentrate on your research into concealed weapons. We will handle everything else for you. Provide me with all the blueprints and detailed explanations of the concealed weapons, and I shall agree to join your Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Ultimately, Lu Gao could not resist the allure of the exquisitely crafted concealed weapons. Naturally, aside from these 3 types of masterfully designed concealed weapons, I possess dozens of various others that I can unconditionally offer to you, President Lu. Dozens? This was merely an understatement. Zhao Su continued, casually producing several blueprints. Whenever you have thoroughly researched these, I have even more to share. Have you forged all of these? Lu Gao scrutinized the blueprints, then turned to Zhao Su, his gaze revealing a hint of skepticism. He believed that while the blueprints Zhao Su presented were intricate, it was unlikely that anyone could successfully forge them. If that were the case, these blueprints would merely be scraps of paper. I do share a fondness for such creations, but I am not as obsessed as you, President Lu. I have only crafted a few in my leisure time. Zhao Su spoke as he produced the peacock feather and the torrential rain pear blossom needle, placing them before Lu Gao. The torrential rain pear blossom needle appeared quite ordinary, merely a prototype device devoid of any particular distinction. What truly piqued Lu Gao's interest was the peacock feather. It was elegantly cylindrical, measuring a foot in length, with a diameter of 3 inches at its cross-section, adorned with 2 buttons on its surface. In its closed state, the peacock feather exhibited a stunning pale blue hue. Could such a diminutive object truly accommodate 3 million concealed weapons? Lu Gao cautiously approached and picked up the peacock feather, scrutinizing it intently. The detailed blueprint for the peacock feather commenced with an introduction, stating that in its activated form, it could unleash an astonishing 3 million concealed weapons. Should Lu Huichang harbor doubts regarding its potency, would he care to test it? How shall we proceed? Fire at me. You? Very well. I believe Lu Huichang is also eager to witness the spectacle of the peacock feather unfurling its plumage. Do you believe you can withstand it? Fear not, for it is of my own creation. I am well aware of how to counter it. Then I shall commence. Indeed, since Zhao Su has made such a proposal, Lu Gao felt no need for further civility, as he was not only keen to assess the might of the peacock feather, but also to gauge Zhao Su's prowess. Zhao Su was well aware of Lu Gao's intentions, which is why he chose to serve as the target, allowing Lu Gao to test the might of the peacock feather. As Lu Gao pressed the button beneath the peacock feather, the cylindrical form began to unfurl, its entire surface shimmering in a delicate shade of blue, reminiscent of a peacock displaying its plumage. At the moment the peacock feather blossomed, countless silver needles were instantaneously launched, hurtling towards Zhao Su. The area within a 10-meter radius around Zhao Su was thoroughly enveloped, rendering any attempt at escape utterly futile. Ding, ding, ding. In that instant, Zhao Su seamlessly merged with the indomitable body of the holy angel martial soul, and a colossal hand manifested, intercepting all the projectiles that were shot within the 10-meter range. However, Zhao Su deliberately allowed a few of the hidden weapons from the peacock feather to pierce his defenses. My young friend, what level do you currently possess? Lu Gao inquired, as he retracted the now-closed peacock feather and directed his gaze towards Zhao Su. Zhao Su did not conceal his abilities, directly revealing his 12-winged, sacred angel martial soul. As he beheld the 8 soul rings, 2 black and 6 red, Lu Gao's eyes widened in astonishment, his pupils reflecting disbelief. I have just ascended to the esteemed rank of an 83rd level soul Douluo. Soul Douluo? The configuration of 2 black and 6 red soul rings? Surely, I am not mistaken? Indeed, what President Liu has witnessed today is entirely authentic. With such a level and such a soul ring configuration, it is impossible to fully withstand the lethality of the peacock feather. Among the concealed weapons I am familiar with, the peacock feather ranks merely 4th, yet, even so, a sudden strike could effortlessly slay a tidal Douluo. Very well, I concede. Henceforth, my blacksmith association shall serve as a branch of your sacred angel merchant guild, and all blacksmiths will comply with your directives. Since that is the case, we shall consider ourselves as one family, Brother Liu. Here's to a harmonious collaboration. Upon hearing Lu Gao's words, Zhao Su finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Lu Gao and the assistance of the Blacksmith Association smiths, he could swiftly devise a golden silk software capable of countering Tang San's Zhuge Divine Crossbow, rendering Tang San's hidden weapons utterly ineffective. As for the software to withstand the peacock feather and the rainstorm pear blossom needle, Zhao Su had no intention of pursuing that. It was not only too labor-intensive, but also the chances of Tang San being able to produce many of those weapons, even if given the opportunity, were slim. Thus, it would not significantly impact the overall battlefield dynamics. Zhao Su then discussed with Lu Gao that the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association would remain in Gangxin City, merely adding the emblem of the Holy Angel to its sign. The management of the headquarters would be entrusted to Lu Gao's eldest disciple. Lu Gao, accompanied by his other 2 disciples and a dozen master blacksmiths, would head to Tiandao City to establish a branch of the Blacksmith Association. There, he would focus solely on the art of forging. Furthermore, any items forged by the members of the Blacksmith Association would have priority for auction at the Holy Angel Commerce Auction House, with all proceeds going directly to them without any fees deducted. In addition, the Holy Angel Commerce would allocate a monthly salary of 10 gold soul coins to each blacksmith. Such conditions and benefits were indeed unparalleled across the continent. Besides being the president of the Blacksmith Association, Lu Gao also served as the vice president of the Holy Angel Commerce, overseeing its forging department. The next day, when Titan and Tang San returned to the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association in search of Lu Gao, they were informed by Lu Gao's eldest disciple, Si Long, that Lu Gao had already departed for Tiandao City with his 2 other disciples and several master blacksmiths. Chapter 101. Tang San's Darkness. Alas, I never anticipated being outmaneuvered by Zhao Su again. Upon hearing Si Long's words, Titan sighed. Who on earth is Zhao Su? Have you ever offended him in the past? No, his identity is quite mysterious. I only know that he is likely unrelated to the Spirit Hall. Beyond that, I know nothing. Tang San's expression darkened considerably. Even though he had endured Zhao Su's repeated disruptions, his patience was beginning to fray. Nonetheless, he understood that with his current strength, neither the Spirit Hall nor Zhao Su were adversaries he could contend with. Thus, he had no choice but to continue to bide his time. What should we do next? Titan, sensing Tang San's change in demeanor, refrained from saying more and inquired about their next course of action. We must return to Tiandao City. We have lost our usefulness here. Our only option now is to seek leverage with the Tiandao royal family. Will the Tiandao royal family truly oppose the Spirit Hall? They have no choice. If the Spirit Hall's power continues to grow, the Tiandao Empire's status as a hegemon, alongside the Xinglua Empire, will be jeopardized. They may even face annihilation by the Spirit Hall. For their own survival, they will be compelled to resist. Indeed, and what about the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Titan understood that Ning Rongrong's relationship with Zhao Su was particularly intricate. Although the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was also at odds with the Spirit Hall, the outcome of Ning Rongrong's discussions with Ning Fengji was uncertain. Ning Fengji had always doted on his daughter. If Ning Rongrong were to persuade him to abandon his quest for vengeance, it would be a devastating blow to Tang San and his companions. After all, the majority of their funding relied on the support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. We must swiftly resolve our funding issues to prevent the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School from suddenly withdrawing their support. We need to devise a contingency plan. Do you have any ideas? It is too early to say. Tang San's ruthlessness was far more profound than he let on. When others could assist him, he would employ any means to win them over. Once their utility diminished, he would cast them aside without hesitation. Moreover, he harbored no complete trust in anyone. Not even in Tang Hao or his so-called second father, his master. To him, they were merely tools for his ambitions. In truth, the Tang sect was merely a third-rate sect relying on poison and hidden weapons, its methods far from elegant. In his previous life, Tang San was merely an outer disciple of the Tang sect. In Douluo continent, his desire to establish the Tang sect was purportedly to combat the Spirit Hall's tyranny and to aid all sects victimized by it. Yet, in reality, it was merely to fulfill his own dream of becoming the true master of the Tang sect. Everything else was merely a stepping stone for his ambitions. With Lu Gao having departed Gingxin City and most of the materials procured, they wasted no time in hastening their return to Tiandao City. Little Ao, I assure you. In the Dragon Rising City, Fatty witnessed it firsthand. Rongrong and Zhao Su are already together. I advise you to abandon any hopes regarding Rongrong, Tang San said to Oscar, who wore a grim expression. While ostensibly comforting Oscar, he was actually trying to sow discord between Oscar and Zhao Su. Zhao Su was already with Zhu Zhuqing. Even if he pursued Rongrong, she would not reciprocate. Oscar dismissed Tang San's claims. He had seen Ning Rongrong and Zhao Su in the frozen forest. Although Zhao Su had taken his soul beast for Ning Rongrong, Oscar could sense that Ning Rongrong's feelings for Zhao Su were non-existent. Her journey alongside Zhao Su was merely to find a powerful protector and acquire her seventh soul ring. Little Ao, I know you are deeply devoted to Rongrong. But Brother San speaks the truth. Rongrong and Zhao Su's relationship is indeed unusual. Enough. I understand what I should do, Oscar replied, turning his head away to ignore Tang San and Ma Hongjun. Observing Oscar's demeanor, both Tang San and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, revealing a hint of cunning in their eyes. Though their thoughts diverged entirely, when Zhao Su, along with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Niu Gao, and Lu Gao, returned to Tiandao City, Niu Gao's son, Niu Ben, was already at the city gate to welcome them. Father, Senior Zhao, I have already selected the location for our Holy Angel Commerce headquarters and purchased the site. Construction is underway, and it should be completed in about a month. Excellent. Brother Niu's efficiency is truly commendable. From now on, you need not call me Senior. Simply refer to me as Zhao Su. Zhao Su was quite pleased with Niu Bin's efficiency in his work. He understood that. In contrast to Vice Presidents Niu Gao and Lu Gao, it was indeed individuals like Niu Bin who were truly diligent in their endeavors. How could this be tolerable? How could it not be? Brother Niu, are you not taking us to have a look now? Very well, I shall still address you as President. Niu Bin glanced at Niu Gao and continued, President, I have chosen the location for our headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce near the estate you purchased, acquiring all the nearby residences with that estate as the focal point. As he spoke, Niu Bin boarded a carriage, heading toward the site where the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce headquarters was under construction. Upon entering the city, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged mysterious greetings with Zhao Su before departing together. They did not disclose their destination, but Zhao Su did not concern himself with their intentions, knowing they would be safe in Do City. Upon arriving at the headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, Niu Bin provided Zhao Su with a thorough presentation of his design, which was comprehensive and meticulous. Lacking expertise in the matter, Zhao Su entrusted all related tasks to Niu Bin, albeit with one stipulation, to establish a specialized forging area for Lu Gao and the master blacksmiths he had brought. Constructed entirely to Lu Gao's specifications, Niu Bin, of course, did not refuse this request and, without further inquiry, joined Lu Gao to deliberate on how to set up the forging area. Master, clan leader Yang and his kin have arrived. At that moment, a member of the shadows entered the room, respectfully addressing Zhao Su. Oh, please, come in. With that, Zhao Su and Niu Gao rose to greet their guests. With the arrival of Yang Wudi, all members of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce had gathered, eagerly awaiting the completion of the construction to officially display the chamber's insignia. Zhao Su was acutely aware that his stay in this place could not be eternal. To safeguard against unforeseen circumstances, he entrusted Yang Wudi with a papal order. Should anyone from the Spirit Hall dare to cause trouble, they were to present the order. If they remained obstinate, regardless of who they were, Zhao Su commanded that they be eliminated, leaving the aftermath for him to resolve. Chapter 102. Tang Yuehua, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing. Once everyone's accommodations were temporarily arranged, Zhao Su departed. He intended to meet with Zhang Ying to inquire about the details regarding the final piece of the nine-winged Yinglong's remains, as well as the recent upheavals within the Tiando Imperial Palace. Master, as Zhao Su meandered through the streets after leaving the under-construction headquarters of the Holy Angel Trade Association, a voice called out from behind him. Soon, Zhang Ying, cloaked in a dark robe, appeared by his side. Upon revealing his true form, the robe dissipated. What is the situation within the Tiando Imperial Palace? Qian Rinxue has completely taken control of the palace. The Snake Spear Douluo, the Douluo, along with 2 other titled Douluo, have led nearly 5,000 soul masters to seize the entire palace. Indeed, the presence of 4 titled Douluo alongside 5,000 soul masters is quite formidable. It seems Qian Rinxue has sensed my quest for the remains of the nine-winged Yinglong and has deliberately concealed them. Does she know your identity? The specifics remain unclear, but it is highly likely she suspects a connection between me and the master. Is Bibi Dong aware of Qian Rinxue's actions? Currently, Bibi Dong is solely focused on enhancing her own strength, attempting to perfectly merge her 2 martial souls. She has been in seclusion, and Ha Feng has reported that Qian Rinxue's movements may very well be supported by Qian Douluo from the shadows. Qian Douluo? Indeed. Qian Douluo's activities have become increasingly frequent during this time, and it is possible he has already undermined Bibi Dong, effectively seizing control of the Spirit Hall. I understand. Have the remains from the Star Luo Empire been located? Zhang Ying remained silent, merely handing Zhao Su the piece of the nine-winged Yinglong's remains. Cradling the fragment that exuded the essence of the nine-winged Yinglong, Zhao Su contemplated how to procure the final piece from Qian Rinxue. Seek out Douluo. Have him enlist Tang San's assistance to alleviate the poison afflicting Emperor Shuya, compelling Qian Rinxue to act prematurely. Will Tang San trust Douluo? Rest assured, Douluo and Tang San have maintained frequent contact over the years, and Tang San holds considerable trust in him. Very well, I shall make arrangements immediately. After Zhang Ying departed, Zhao Su returned directly to Shrek Academy. The entire day passed without him seeing Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zhuqing, leaving Zhao Su with an inexplicable sense of unease. Zhao Su was aware that Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly return to Shrek Academy. Thus, he made his way directly towards the institution. Upon his arrival at Shrek Academy, he was greeted by a cacophony of sounds emanating from the playground. Zhao Su casually inquired with a student and learned that it was individuals from the 4 Elements Academy who had come to challenge them. Among them was the Thunder Academy, supported by the Lightning Tyrannosaurus family. Representing the Thunder Academy was Yu Tianxin. Zhao Su's journey to the north was not solely for the purpose of training. His paramount objective was to locate Yu Tianheng. However, in the end, he found himself allied with Ning Rongrong and had also recruited the Yu and Pa clans, as well as the Blacksmith Association, yet he still failed to find Yu Tianheng. The Shadow faction reported that Yu Tianheng had vanished after entering the northern snow mountains. Initially, Zhao Su intended to venture into the northern snow mountains, but ultimately decided against it. In addition to Yu Tianxin, there were also the Fire Wushuang and Fire Dance siblings, along with Feng Xiaodian. Although their talents did not rival those of the Shrek 7 Devils, they were nonetheless outstanding figures of the younger generation. The presence of one of the 9 divine dragons guarding the realm, the Fire Dragon, was detected, along with the aura of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus capable of evolving into the Candle Dragon. Upon hearing the system's voice, Zhao Su stood amidst the crowd, gazing towards the Fire Wushuang, who was unleashing his unique fire-exploding dragon martial soul, as well as the poised Yu Tianxin, who remained at a distance without making a move. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile, as he had already formulated a plan in his heart. At present, in addition to the bone dragon and the Kuei Long he had acquired, Zhao Su had also obtained clues regarding the golden sacred dragon summoned through the martial soul fusion techniques of Master Flander and the duo of Lu Er and Long San. Moreover, he had information about the candle dragon, an evolved form from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. He had gathered 8 fragments of the 9-winged Inglong's remains, still in pursuit of the final piece. Additionally, the fire-breathing dragon of fire, capable of evolution, belonging to Hua Wushuang, remained in his sights. However, he was still lacking any leads on the last 3, the white dragon, the green dragon, and the sea dragon. Zhao Su firmly etched the names of Yu Tianxin and Hua Wushuang in his heart, preparing to seek an opportune moment to engage in a meaningful conversation with them. Once this thought crystallized, he did not linger. The individuals from the 4 Elements Academy were, at present, akin to stray dogs. Within the esteemed institution that currently held the apex position in the Tiando Empire, it was unlikely that any significant upheaval would occur. Senior Zhao. Just as Zhao Su contemplated visiting the designated residence for the Shrek 7 monsters, hoping to see if Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing had returned, a timid voice called out to him. "Are you calling for me?" Zhao Su turned towards the sound and beheld a boy, seemingly around 14 or 15 years of age, clad in a brownish-yellow Shrek Academy uniform, standing there with evident apprehension. "Indeed, Ning Rongrong and Senior Zhu Zhuqing have sent me to inform you that they are waiting for you in the bamboo grove behind the academy." After delivering his message, the boy hurriedly departed. "Waiting for me in the bamboo grove." Zhao Su murmured a few words without much thought and proceeded toward the bamboo grove behind the academy. Within the grove, apart from the towering bamboo, a myriad of vibrant flowers and lush greenery flourished, creating an enchanting ambience, perfect for romance. The fresh air was imbued with a delicate floral fragrance, effortlessly easing one's mind. However, the gentle smile that had adorned Zhao Su's face soon faded. In the heart of the bamboo grove stood a stone table, around which sat 3 individuals, each a paragon of beauty, distinct yet equally captivating: Tang Yuehua, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Upon returning to Tiando City, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong followed Zhao Su's directions to find Tang Yuehua at Yuexian. Confronted by the 3 women, whose gazes were anything but welcoming, Zhao Su felt an urge to retreat. Just then, Tang Yuehua made her move. Without a trace of movement, she vanished, only to reappear directly in Zhao Su's path. "Brother Zhao Su, where do you think you are going?" she inquired, hands on her hips, her tone laced with playful sarcasm. "Nothing much, just feeling hungry and thinking of grabbing a bite to eat," Zhao Su replied. "Hungry are we? Come here," Tang Yuehua exclaimed, seizing Zhao Su by the ear and guiding him to the stone table to take a seat. "Since you all have now met, there's no need for introductions," Zhao Su said, his expression growing earnest. "I swear, each of you is my utmost love, and I would gladly sacrifice my life for each of you." Humph, humph, humph. All 3 women simultaneously scoffed, their expressions mirroring each other as they regarded Zhao Su in silence, causing a wave of anxiety to wash over him. However, under the genuine onslaught of his affection, the trio soon succumbed to laughter, acknowledging one another as close sisters, leaving Zhao Su feeling somewhat like an outsider. Observing their camaraderie, Zhao Su couldn't help but smile with happiness. "Madam," just as Zhao Su contemplated how to spend the night, a voice interrupted his reverie. The 4 turned to find Steward Odd standing nearby, respectfully addressing Tang Yuehua. Upon seeing Odd, Tang Yuehua's smile gradually faded, her demeanor shifting from approachable to an imposing nobility that commanded respect. At that moment, her soul power had reached the impressive level of a soul king, and the aura emanating from her noble circle grew increasingly potent. "What is it?" Tang Yuehua gestured for Odd to approach before inquiring. "Madam, news has arrived from the palace. It is said that Emperor Xue is gravely ill, and it appears the palace has been seized by someone." As Yuexian served as a training ground for the nobility of the Tiando Empire, it naturally had its own network of informants within the palace. Moreover, during her youth, Tang Yuehua had journeyed alongside Xue, who, after ascending to the throne, had pursued her, seeking to make her his empress, a proposal she had declined. Though they could not marry, Xue had always held affection for her. Xue had long suspected treachery from Xue Qinghe and had sent a letter and an imperial edict to Tang Yuehua. The letter indicated that if he were to die a suspicious death, she should take the edict to unite with the 7 treasure glazed tile school and Prince Xuexing to nullify Xue Qinghe's succession of the throne to Xuebeng. Despite his lower soul power, Xueye's cunning as a ruler was unparalleled. What? Tang Yuehua furrowed her brow at Odd's words, glancing at Zhao Su. Zhao. It seems that Xueye's fears were well-founded. Xueqinghe has indeed made a move against him. You were aware of Xueqinghe's intentions? Zhao Su inquired. 3 months ago. Xueye sent me a letter and this edict. Tang Yuehua recounted the events in detail, her trust in Zhao Su unwavering. There was no need for secrets between them. Let us proceed to the palace at once, Zhao Su declared, then turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Rongrong, you and Zhuqing must go to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and persuade sect master Ning not to head to the palace. Rest assured, I know what to do. Ning Rongrong nodded in agreement before departing with Zhu Zhuqing for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Zhao Su's actions were merely precautionary, as he wished to shield Ning Fengji from the turmoil between the Tiando Empire and the Wuhuan Hall. Thus, he and Tang Yuehua first returned to Yuexian to retrieve the confidential letter and the imperial edict, and then sought out Yang Wudi. Renowned for his exceptional alchemical skills and profound knowledge of various toxins, Yang Wudi had previously aided the Snow Knight Emperor in detoxification within the original narrative. Consequently, Zhao Su summoned Yang Wudi once more. The Snow Knight Emperor could not perish at this juncture. Should he pass away, the Tiando Empire would inevitably descend into internal strife. Whether under the reign of Xueqinghe or the ascension of Xuebing, both scenarios would deplete the empire's vitality, and the Wuhuan Hall would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Zhao Su was not yet prepared for the Wuhuan Hall to initiate war. Ever since the system had uttered those inexplicable words to him, an unsettling disquiet had settled in Zhao Su's heart. Initially, he believed that if he gathered the 9 divine dragons of Guardian and fulfilled the system's task, he would attain divinity and perhaps return to his original world. However, upon deeper reflection, he perceived the system's demands and tasks as indications that he was merely a pawn, manipulated at every turn. He began to doubt that after assembling the 9 divine dragons, he would not simply become a discarded piece in the system's game. Yet for now, Zhao Su had no alternative but to comply with the system's directives, all while harboring his own plans and intentions. His urgency in locating the 9 divine dragons had waned, and he even found himself deliberately slowing his progress. Upon arriving at the imperial palace with Tang Yuehua and Yang Wudi, they found the palace eerily silent, devoid of any attendants or eunuchs, save for the patrolling imperial guards. As they approached the grand hall where the Snow Knight Emperor resided, they discovered Tang San in a standoff with Xueqinghe, accompanied by Master, Flinder, Lu Erlong, and the poisoned Douluo de Gabo. Tang San's party insisted on entering the hall to meet the Snow Knight Emperor, but Xueqinghe vehemently refused. In an attempt to sway Tang San, Xueqinghe proposed an alliance with the Wuhuan Hall, when Tang San stipulated 2 conditions. The first being the execution of all those from the Wuhuan Hall involved in the hunt for Xiao Wu, including Zhu Douluo and Gue Douluo. Xueqinghe agreed without hesitation. Zhao Su, having overheard this exchange, couldn't help but smirk, casting a disdainful glance at Xueqinghe. In his heart, he mused, truly, she is the daughter of the mysterious Douluo, ruthless and unyielding, willing to employ any means to achieve her ends. Xueqinghe, even with Qian Daolu backing you, the Wuhuan Hall is not solely under your command. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, Xueqinghe's eyes narrowed, and a hint of unease flickered in the eyes of her allies. Snake Spear Douluo and Porcupine Douluo. Tang San, upon seeing Zhao Su, exhibited a glint of malice in his gaze. It seemed that Zhao Su had become an ever-present thorn in his side, thwarting his plans at every turn. This was indeed Tang San's prime opportunity to ally with the Snow Knight Emperor, yet Zhao Su's reappearance was unexpected. Your interference is unwarranted, Xueqinghe retorted. Having covertly infiltrated the Tiando Empire since the age of 9, plotting for over 2 decades, sacrificing everything, failure was not an option. Thus, prior to the operation, she had summoned 3,000 soul masters from the Wuhuan Hall, alongside those under her command within the Tiando Empire, amassing a staggering total of 5,000. Most crucially, in addition to Snake Spear and Porcupine Douluo, she had the support of 4 esteemed elders from the Wuhuan Hall, each of whom had reached the pinnacle of 95 levels in strength. The second elder, the Golden Crocodile Douluo, even boasted a remarkable level of 98, ranking as the second strongest in the Wuhuan Hall after Qian Daolu. In Xueqinghe's mind, success was all but assured. She was deliberately stalling for time. The longer the delay, the deeper the Snow Knight Emperor's poison would seep, rendering even divine intervention futile once the toxins became uncontrollable. Xueqinghe, you are neither Xueqinghe nor the Snow Knight Emperor's true heir. Thus, even in the event of his death, you shall never inherit the throne. At this moment, Tang Duohua interjected, unfurling the confidential letter pinned by the Snow Knight Emperor for Xue Qinghe to see, simultaneously revealing the imperial edict. Humph, and what of it? If I eliminate all of you, who will uncover my secrets? Xue Qinghe, now completely unhinged, realized that if tonight's endeavor failed, her 20 years of toil would be for naught. Despite her meticulous planning, she had overlooked Tang Duohua. She had not anticipated that the Snow Knight Emperor would dispatch a confidential letter even under her vigilant scrutiny. Kill them all, leave no one alive. With Xue Qinghe's command, her allies, Snake Spear and Porcupine Douluo, acted without hesitation. The surrounding soul masters surged forward, closing in on Zhao Su and his companions. Zhao Su refrained from making a move. Instead, he reached out and encircled Tang Duohua's waist, swiftly retreating to a place of safety, where he could observe the unfolding conflict from a distance. Yang Wudi did not withdraw. Ever since Zhao Su had rectified the flaw in his martial spirit, he had long sought an opportunity to test the potency of his newfound strength. Zhao Su is exceptionally formidable. He scarcely had a chance. Although Niu Gao also possesses the prowess of a soul Douluo, he is inherently inferior to Zhao Su. Thus, there is no necessity for a contest. In everyday life, finding a title Douluo is exceedingly challenging, and now that several have finally appeared, it is a rare opportunity, especially since they are of the kind that can be fought without the fear of mortal consequence. Naturally, Yang Wudi unleashed his full potential, brandishing the soul destruction spear that emanated black flames, charging towards the spiked Porcupine Douluo. Su, are you not planning to intervene and assist them? Tang Duohua inquired of Zhao Su. There is no rush. Let them engage for a while. Besides, there are still others lurking in the shadows who have yet to reveal themselves. Zhao Su spoke as he gazed into the darkness not far away, where the 4 venerable ones of the spirit hall resided. Second venerable, should we not intervene? A remarkably handsome man, even surpassing many women in beauty, inquired of the tall golden crocodile Douluo. There is no need for haste. The Grand Venerable specifically instructed that now is not the time to provoke Zhao Su. This strikingly attractive individual was none other than the third venerable, Qingwan Douluo. He watched the battlefield, observing the gradually faltering Shima Douluo and Sichuan Douluo under siege, his expression darkening. He was thoroughly perplexed by the decisions made by Qian Douluo and the golden crocodile Douluo. It was bewildering that a mere Zhao Su, who had yet to make a move and merely stood there, managed to instill fear in the hearts of 4 super Douluos, each above level 95. Such news, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly become a tremendous jest. At this moment, Tang San and Xue Qinghe had already engaged in combat. Xue Qinghe, being several years older than Tang San and possessing slightly higher soul power, found himself gradually losing ground under the assistance of Tang San's 8 spider lances and killing god domain. Forced into a corner, he reluctantly unleashed his angel domain, which slowly turned the tide in his favor. When Tang San brandished his Haotian hammer, merging it with the killing god domain, he unleashed the Haotian sect's secret technique, the chaotic cloak hammer method. The 91st strike shattered Xue Qinghe's angel domain, sending him flying. Yet, Tang San too bore the brunt of the clash and suffered significant injury. I never expected you to be this formidable. My admiration for you grows ever greater. I offer you one last chance. Pledge your loyalty to the Spirit Hall. Not a chance, Tang San replied decisively. With a cold snort, Xue Qinghe charged at him once more. Soon, the two were locked in a fierce battle, both sustaining grave injuries. Xue Qinghe's complexion turned pale as he spat out blood. The Shima Douluo, entangled with Douluo, witnessed this and disregarded everything else, unleashing a sudden burst of power to repel Douluo, hastily making his way towards Xue Qinghe. However, he was soon ensnared again by Douluo. At this moment, hidden in the shadows, the golden crocodile Douluo could no longer restrain himself. If Xue Qinghe, who was also Qian Renqiue, were to meet with misfortune here, he would have no explanation to offer upon returning to the Spirit Hall. With the arrival of the 4 super Douluos, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Yang Wudi was easily repelled by the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma. Had it not been for Zhao Su's covert assistance, Yang Wudi would have met his demise beneath the brothers' dragon-forming sticks. Both Qianjun Douluo and Jiangma Douluo sensed a powerful spiritual presence enveloping them, thus refraining from pursuing Yang Wudi further. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Douluo quickly extricated himself from the fray. In the end, only Tang San, Master Flanders, and Lu Erlong remained on the battlefield. As the sun and moon shone radiantly, the golden iron triangle centered around the master activated their Trinity fusion technique, seeking to protect Tang San as he fought his way out. The golden dragon soaring above them appeared increasingly majestic, particularly with the radiant golden light it emitted, exuding immense pressure. Apart from the master, who was above level 50, Liu Erlong and Flanders had both reached level 89, just a step away from attaining the rank of title Douluo. With their current strength, they might struggle to withstand one or even two title Douluos. Yet, their adversaries comprised 6 title Douluos, 4 of whom were super Douluos exceeding level 95. It was evident that they stood no chance. One must understand that surpassing level 90 and reaching the title Douluo rank meant that each level gained represented a qualitative transformation, especially beyond level 95. They were in a league entirely distinct from ordinary title Douluos. Su, will you not make your move? Observing Tang San and the others in peril, Tang Yuehua revealed a hint of concern. After all, Tang San was her beloved nephew. She did not wish to witness his demise before her eyes. Just a moment longer. Zhao Su gazed towards the Grand Hall, where the 6 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall stood at various exits. Furthermore, Zhao Su sensed several formidable auras approaching from that direction. Zhao Su understood that Ning Fengji of the 7 Treasures, Glazed Tile School, along with Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Bone Douluo Gu Rong, had arrived. Their presence indicated that Ning Fengji had disregarded Rong Rong's counsel. Tang Yuehua perceived the shift in Zhao Su and grasped his arm, activating her noble domain to envelop him, instilling a sense of calm. At that moment, the 3 figures descended beside Tang San and the master. It was indeed Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, and Gu Rong. Ning Fengji, having evolved the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, experienced a rapid surge in soul power, now reaching the esteemed level of a rank 91 title Douluo. With this enhancement, his supportive abilities had become increasingly formidable. Coupled with Chen Xian, who, despite having lost an arm, had comprehended and broken through to rank 97, and Gu Rong, who had ascended to rank 96. The trio could very well restrain or even eliminate the opposing 4 title Douluo. Furthermore, the Golden Iron Triangle's Trinity Fusion skill was capable of countering one adversary. Dugu Bo and Yang Wudi had also returned to the battlefield. Although both were injured, they were more than sufficient to confront a single opponent. At this juncture, the strengths of both factions appeared evenly matched, with perhaps a slight edge favoring Tang San's side. Does Sect Master Ning wish to wade into this murky water? The imposing figure of the Gold Douluo cast a cold gaze at Ning Fengji and continued, opposing the Spirit Hall will lead to dire consequences. Humph. When your Spirit Hall attacked my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, our fates were sealed to an endless conflict. Ning Fengji, clad in white and exuding an air of elegance, now harbored a rare glimmer of murderous intent and formidable battle spirit in his eyes. Very well. Let this day mark the complete destruction of your 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Is that all you can muster? Standing beside Ning Fengji, Chen Xian, although missing an arm, radiated an aura akin to a sharp, gleaming sword, more powerful than ever before. If you wish to annihilate my 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, then you should send your grand offerings personally. Gu Rong scoffed before charging toward the golden crocodile Douluo without hesitation. 9th treasure, glorious radiance of invincibility. Upon uttering the soul incantation, the 9th soul ring atop Ning Fengji's 9 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda illuminated, instantly emanating 2 beams of 9-colored light that enveloped Gu Rong and Chen Xian, propelling their momentum to its peak. Yang Wudi and Dugu Bo also took action, each seeking a foe. Meanwhile, Tang San and the Master refrained from direct engagement, instead activating their Trinity Fusion skill, manifesting as the Golden Sacred Dragon, radiating golden light, poised to support at a moment's notice. Though Chen Xian wielded only one arm, he replaced the other with a sword that glimmered with a cold light, engaging in relentless attacks without defense. With the assistance of Ning Fengji's invincible divine light, he momentarily suppressed the Golden Crocodile Douluo and the Azure Phoenix Douluo. On Gu Rong's side, he faced 2 opponents, summoning his true bone dragon form, emitting resonant dragon roars that disrupted the fusion technique of the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma. Following Gu Rong's dragon cry, a response emanated from the bone dragon within Zhao Su's golden pool. As the 9th soul ring of the bone dragon lit up, its colossal form began to manifest flesh and blood, ultimately transforming into a true 5-clawed divine dragon. In that instant, the bone dragon from the golden pool surged forth. Merging once again with the 5-clawed divine dragon, enveloping the brothers Qianjun and Jiangma with immense divine consciousness. Witnessing this, Zhao Su furrowed his brow. Do not be concerned. This merely signifies the bloodline connection of the bone dragon. Once Gu Rong's bone transformation dragon dissipates, the bone dragon's spirit will naturally return to the golden pool. Does this mean that every time Gu Rong invokes the bone transformation dragon, the bone dragon's spirit will merge once again? No, this occasion is rather unique. If I am not mistaken, Gu Rong has enhanced his soul power through a special method. What exactly is the protective essence of the 9 divine dragons? It cannot be disclosed. The system reiterated its stance, and Zhao Su had heard such declarations far too many times. Humph. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, no longer hesitating, and struck. With a resonant hum, the Emperor's 7-kill sword was drawn from its sheath, instantly transforming into 36 swords imbued with unparalleled sword intent. They surged forth towards the golden crocodile Douluo and his companions. The golden crocodile Douluo, sensing an unprecedented formidable sword intent, was momentarily overwhelmed with fear. He swiftly distanced himself from Chun Xian, retreating hastily. I shall grant you an opportunity today. Depart now. Zhao Su intervened to halt the ongoing conflict between the two factions, the Emperor's 7-kill sword hovering majestically beside him. This time, Zhao Su revealed no further concealment. The sword's formidable aura was fully unleashed. Even the 98th level golden crocodile Douluo felt a profound sense of helplessness in the face of its overwhelming intent. Grandfather Golden Crocodile cannot retreat. Today, they must be eliminated. Otherwise, our years of meticulous planning will be irrevocably undone. Qian Renxue, having restored her true form, appeared somewhat pallid and urgently called out to Golden Crocodile Douluo. Take your people and leave at once. Zhao Su let out a furious roar, sending Qian Renxue flying. A mouthful of fresh blood was spat out. Had it not been for the intervention of the Golden, as Zhao Su cast his gaze upon the Golden Crocodile, the latter's fear intensified to an overwhelming degree, rendering him unable to meet Zhao Su's eyes. Indeed, I shall adhere strictly to your Majesty's teachings. With that, all present promptly exited the imperial palace. After addressing the soul masters surrounding him, the golden crocodile once again performed about as Zhao Su cradled Qian Renxue in his arms and made his way towards the palace exit. Once the 6-titled Douluo and the soul masters of the spirit hall departed, Zhao Su turned his attention to the master and his 2 companions. At that moment, the Trinity spirit fusion technique of the 3 had yet to be dispelled. The magnificent golden holy dragon soaring above their heads exuded an air of unparalleled majesty, especially with the radiant golden light it emanated, carrying an immense pressure. Apart from the master, who was at level 50, both Lu Erlong and Flinder had attained level 89, just a step away from reaching the titled Douluo rank. System. Can the holy dragon be absorbed now? No, the holy dragon currently lacks a complete soul. Absorbing it at this moment would yield only an incomplete holy dragon soul, still preventing ascension to divinity. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su felt a twinge of disappointment. His identity had been thoroughly exposed. It was evident that enticing the master and his companions was no longer a feasible option. Furthermore, the master regarded Tang San as his own son, and would undoubtedly assist him against the spirit hall. No one could guarantee that among the 3, an accident wouldn't occur on the battlefield against the spirit hall. Should even one of them encounter misfortune, it would be irrevocable for Zhao Su. Rest assured, during critical moments, the system will intervene. You are among the most exceptional of the 3,000 hosts chosen by the system, and you shall not be easily abandoned. 3,000 hosts? Indeed. Did you think Tang San's transmigration was merely a coincidence? After uttering this, the system fell silent, yet its words only deepened Zhao Su's unease. Zhao Su inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the myriad of emotions swirling within him. He then turned his gaze towards Tang San, expressing surprise. I never anticipated you would truly possess the means to resurrect Xiao Wu. It seems I have underestimated you. Were you the one who aided Bibi Dong that day in the Stardow Forest? Upon looking at Zhao Su, Tang San's eyes sharpened, infused with a potent aura of malice. Although Zhao Su had remained concealed during the hunt for Xiao Wu, Tang San had sensed his presence, albeit unconfirmed until now. Today, however, it was undeniably clear. Indeed, Zhao Su no longer concealed his identity. He had come to realize that there was no need for such subterfuge. While he would not defy the tasks assigned by the system, he intended to gradually extricate himself from its grasp through his own strategies. The first step was to become significantly more powerful. Only through strength could one adeptly navigate any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 106. preparing to break free from the system. A new scheme? Why are you doing this? Tang San clenched his fists tightly, yet ultimately restrained the urge to confront Zhao Su violently. There is no reason. Zhao Su replied coldly. Xiao Wu is your beloved, but to me, she is merely a 10,000-year soul beast, a source of soul rings and bones, nothing more. Zhao Su, I vow that I will one day kill you to avenge Xiao Wu and the others, and to obliterate the spirit hall. Humph, I await that day, anticipating your rise to power and the moment you ascend to divinity. Zhao Su was not overly concerned about Tang San's threats. In his heart, the most significant threat had ceased to be Tang San. He would not impose restrictions on everyone's ascension to divinity. However, before Tang San attained godhood, he had a singular mission: to assist Bibi Dong in achieving her divine transformation. He aimed to fuse Bibi Dong's twin martial souls and complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa God, intending to supplant the Rakshasa God entirely upon its arrival. He was intrigued to witness the strength of a deity who would not inherit but obliterate the predecessor. Master Ning, have you truly resolved to conspire with them and stand against me? I harbor no desire to be your enemy. I merely stand on the side of justice. I cannot allow the spirit hall to instigate war, disregarding the lives of countless innocents for the sake of power. Nor can I let the lives of the hundreds from the 7 treasures glazed tile school perish in vain. If that is the case, I have nothing further to say, Zhao Su declared, casting a small porcelain vial to Ning Fengji. If you still trust me, this elixir can counter the poison sown by the Snow Knight Emperor. What do you mean by this? Ning Fengji inquired, holding the vial with a hint of skepticism. Consider this my apology for the fallen disciples of your 7 treasures glazed tile school. From this moment forth, I shall show no mercy to your sect, Zhao Su asserted. Although Rong Rong has never expressed it directly, I understand her feelings for you. Why must you serve the spirit hall? Ning Fengji continued, observing Zhao Su as he turned to leave. If you forsake the darkness for the light, I promise to allow Rong Rong to wed you in hand over the 7 treasures glazed tile school to you both. Uncle Ning, that is beyond my capacity, Zhao Su replied. Will you truly allow Rong Rong to suffer for your sake, or does she merely represent a pawn in your eyes? Ning Fengji's words made Zhao Su waver momentarily. Dad, you need not pressure him any further. From this day forth, I shall have no further dealings with him. At that moment, Ning Rongrong's voice resonated as she stood beside Ning Fengji, gazing at Zhao Su with a sorrowful expression. She was acutely aware of Zhao Su's intentions, but could not voice them. She would not aid Zhao Su in opposing the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Thus she made this choice. Rong, wait for me. Zhao Su's lips twitched slightly. Although he did not utter a sound, Ning Rongrong had already discerned his unspoken words. Turning her head away, she chose not to gaze upon Zhao Su any longer. Instead, she buried her face in the shoulder of Ning Fengji, wishing to shield her tears from the prying eyes of others. Zhao Su no longer hesitated and swiftly turned to leave, while Tang Weihua chose to remain, making a similar decision. After all, behind Ning Rongrong stood the 7 treasure glazed tile school, while she had the Houghton school backing her. It was improbable for Ning Rongrong to assist Zhao Su in confronting the 7 treasure glazed tile school, just as Tang Weihua could not aid him against the Houghton school. Thus, the only one who accompanied Zhao Su was Zhu Zhuqing. Upon exiting the palace, a sense of bewilderment enveloped Zhao Su as he pondered what he should do next. Brother Su, no matter the time, I shall stand by your side, and whatever you choose to do, I shall support you. Zhu Zhuqing linked her arm with Zhao Su's. Her previously indifferent countenance now graced with a gentle smile. With you by my side, I, Zhao Su, fear nothing. Zhao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand firmly. They hastened away into the distance. After Qianrenxue was taken by the golden crocodile Douluo, she quickly regained her senses. While the golden crocodile Douluo and his companions feared Zhao Su, she felt no such trepidation. Ignoring their warnings, she commanded over 3,000 soul masters hidden within the Heaven-Do city to launch a direct assault on the over 2,000 soul masters deceived by Xue Qinghe within the palace. Alongside the 100 outer disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school tasked with home defense, Shrek Academy also faced an onslaught from the more than 3,000 soul masters led by Qianrenxue. Had it not been for the desperate resistance of teachers like Zhao Wujin and the timely support from the master and his allies, Shrek Academy may have faced utter annihilation. Nevertheless, even so, the Academy suffered devastating losses, as did the entirety of the Heaven-Do Empire. Although Qianrenxue's plans were ultimately thwarted, the empire endured significant setbacks. In the aftermath of this incident, many families that had previously aligned with the Heaven-Do Empire chose to sever ties with the imperial family and instead turned towards the Spirit Hall. Simultaneously, the Douluo Empire also suffered an assault from the Spirit Hall, compounded by the aid of the Sacred Dragon Sect and the Elephant Armor Sect, resulting in substantial losses for the Douluo Empire as well. In desperation, the Douluo Emperor organized forces in preparation for another battle while dispatching Prince Dai Mubai to the Heaven-Do Empire to seek an alliance against the Spirit Hall. Naturally, Emperor Shui did not refuse this request for alliance, but was also aware that it was not yet the opportune moment to engage the Spirit Hall. This was partly to await a more favorable time and partly to anticipate the hidden weapons designed and produced by Tang's sect, led by Tang San. Meanwhile, Zhao Su's Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce was officially established, and the master craftsman Gao was leading blacksmiths in forging gold and silk armor capable of withstanding hidden weapons. However, the details of the gold and silk armor production remained confidential for now. The Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce publicly claimed that, aside from the auction house, its primary focus was on pharmaceuticals. Although Zhao Su held the title of president of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, the actual affairs were predominantly managed by Niu Gao. Initially, Zhao Su intended for Niu Gao, Yang Wudi, and Lu Gao to collaboratively deliberate on the matters at hand. However, Yang Wudi was wholly engrossed in alchemy, while Lu Gao was entirely devoted to forging, both declining Zhao Su's proposal. Consequently, the responsibility for all matters pertaining to the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce ultimately fell upon Niu Gao alone. Once everything was arranged, Zhao Su departed from Tindo City alongside Zhu Qing. Zhao Su did not return to the Spirit Hall. Instead, he ventured into the Sunset Forest. At the heart of the forest, the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, once vibrant, now appeared on the brink of desiccation for reasons unknown. The once bountiful land, teeming with celestial herbs, was now overrun by weeds. Not far off, the thatched cottage where Tang Hao had resided still stood, but it was now cloaked in dust, clearly abandoned for a considerable time. Most crucially, since Zhao Su had taken Yin away, Tang Hao had caused an uproar at the Haotian sect and was subsequently expelled, vanishing without a trace. Not even the shadows that permeated every sect and family across the continent could uncover his whereabouts, as if he had simply evaporated into thin air. Ultimately, Zhao Su employed unique methods to relocate the nearly depleted cold extreme Yin spring and the searing Yang spring to a hidden sanctuary, revitalizing both springs and planting Yin in the vicinity of the rejuvenated ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Chapter 107. The fusion of the ancient tree of life and the resurrection of Yin. Moreover, Zhao Su utilized his formidable divine consciousness, having reached the realm of a divine king, to erase all of Yin's former memories. Even if Yin were to regain her human form in the future, she would possess none of her past recollections. Concurrently, Zhao Su merged the ancient tree of life with Yin's original form, the Blue-Silver Emperor. Henceforth, Yin could be said to no longer be the Yin of yore. Upon her eventual transformation, she would emerge as a completely new spirit beast in the transformation stage. Are you about to leave? Near the newly revitalized ice and fire yin-yang eyes, Zhao Su was preparing to depart when a small tree, radiating powerful life force, lifted its azure branches to entwine around his arm. The branches of this tree were unlike any other. The azure leaves, swaying gently in the breeze, were reminiscent of Yin's original form, the Blue-Silver Emperor, now manifesting on the branches of the ancient tree of life. Simultaneously, a sole thought entered Zhao Su's mind, the voice of the newly reborn Yin. Not only had she lost her previous memories, but in her consciousness, she no longer considered herself the Blue-Silver Emperor evolved from blue-silver grass. Instead, she identified as an ancient tree of life, a remnant from an epoch of the Douluo continent. In her recollections, she believed she was born here, having traversed endless ages to attain consciousness, with Zhao Su as her steadfast companion. I have matters to attend to. You must absorb the essence of heaven and earth here and await your transformation. I have set up barriers around you to ensure your solitude remains undisturbed. At that moment, a woman, appearing to be around 26 or 27 years of age, adorned in a flowing light blue gown that enveloped her entire form, approached. Her regal and elegant demeanor accentuated her ethereal beauty, particularly her pair of azure eyes, pure as crystal and flawless. The gown fluttered in the breeze, exuding a delicate fragrance that suffused the surrounding air with a delightful aroma. I do not wish for you to leave. It is far too lonely here without you. Ayin stepped forward, attempting to grasp Zhao Su's arm, yet as a mere spirit, she could not make contact. I cannot remain here. Be obedient and do not wander. I shall visit you as soon as I have the opportunity. Zhao Su spoke as she extended her hand, releasing a radiant beam of white light that enveloped the ancient life tree, Ayin. This luminous aura not only served to protect her in times of peril, but also facilitated a yin swift absorption of the essence of heaven and earth, hastening her transformation into a more advanced form. Observing Zhao Su's departing silhouette, the ancient tree emanated an air of profound solitude and melancholy. Brother Su, the new seven-sect conference convened by the Spirit Hall has officially concluded. In a nearby town, the closest to the Sunset Forest, Zhu Zhuqing had taken up residence over the past few months. Upon encountering Zhao Su, she hurriedly shared the news she had gathered. Following the selection of the new seven sects, it appears that Bibi Dong intends to formally declare war on the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire. Should we intervene? Absolutely. It is not yet the right time to wage war against the two great empires. What shall we do then? Let us proceed to Spirit City. Your soul power must be elevated to the rank of title Douluo without delay. Otherwise, should danger arise, you will lack the strength to protect yourself. What relevance does this have to the Spirit Hall? It is of great significance. Once we remove Bibi Dong from the equation, the Spirit Hall's declaration of war against the two empires will inevitably be postponed. As Zhao Su spoke, a subtle smile graced her lips, for she had already devised a plan in her heart. Over the past few months, aside from relocating the two springs, Zhao Su had dedicated her time to erasing a yin's memories and merging her essence into the ancient tree of life. Zhao Su pondered thoughtfully upon the path that lay ahead of him. Zhao Su understood that his paramount task was to free himself from the dependence on the system. The sole means to achieve this liberation was to cultivate his own strength. Even before the possibility of a complete rupture with the system arose, he aimed to acquire all the benefits and rewards it had to offer. This was, in fact, one of the reasons behind Zhao Su's establishment of the Holy Angel Trading Company, through which he entrusted numerous soul bones and various medicinal items, obtained by exchanging energy points. Tenyogao. Zhao Su aspires to transform the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce into the foremost trading guild of the continent. He is meticulously preparing for the potential fallout with the system or any subsequent sanctions it may impose. This is also the reason why Zhao Su has not hastened to reclaim the final fragment of the 9-winged Yinglong's remains from Qianrushua. Over the past few months, aside from reviving Ayin within the Sunset Forest, Zhao Su has altered his identity and deliberately traveled to Heavendo City to entice Huo Wushuang and Shura Yuxiangsan to take him as their mentor, assisting them in evolving their martial spirits into the Fire Dragon and the Candle Dragon, respectively. Now, he awaits their ascension to the title Douluo level, at which point he will be able to absorb the complete souls of their respective divine dragons. Brother Su, are you truly confident in securing Bibi Dong's departure with us? In a swiftly moving carriage heading towards the Spirit Hall, Zhu Zhuqing expressed her lingering unease to Zhao Su. Of course, I possess the means to ensure Bibi Dong leaves the Spirit Hall with us. Upon witnessing Zhao Su's calm and self-assured smile, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from further inquiries. In her heart, she resolved to unconditionally support Zhao Su, regardless of the decisions he made. Within the grand hall of the Papal Palace of the Spirit Hall, after Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing arrived here, they did not encounter Bibi Dong. Instead, they first met Qianrunshui. At that moment, Qianrunshui had already reverted to her original appearance. Zhao Su had encountered Qianrunshui in her childhood. However, the present Qianrunshui was even more exquisite than in her youth, having seemingly inherited the beauty of Bibi Dong to perfection. The air of haughtiness surrounding her was strikingly reminiscent of Bibi Dong. Zhao Su, I never expected you to dare enter my spirit hall, Qianrunshui proclaimed. Seated regally upon the expansive papal throne, her voice cool and condescending as she addressed Zhao Su. Why would I not dare? Do you truly believe that you possess the capacity to pose a threat to me? Zhao Su paid little heed to Qianrunshui, casually remarking, Go and deliver the message. I wish to see Bibi Dong. His Holiness the Pope is currently in seclusion and will not meet with anyone. Although Zhao Su's words were somewhat arrogant, they also contained an element of truth. Qianrunshui, though unwilling to accept it, found herself powerless to refute him. Zhao Su, do you wish to see the master? At that moment, a voice emanated from outside the grand hall. Following the sound, one could see that it was Hu Laina. Ever since parting ways with Zhao Su in the city of slaughter, her mind had been filled with thoughts of him. She had contemplated seeking him out on numerous occasions, yet had always restrained herself. Upon hearing that Zhao Su had arrived at the spirit hall, she hurried over without hesitation. Indeed, Zhao Su appraised Hulaina, noting that over the years she had become increasingly beautiful, her figure attaining perfection. Her soul power level was nearing the formidable threshold of 80. The allure of her fox spirit was ever more pronounced, compelling one to steal glances. Very well, wait here, I shall fetch your teacher. Upon encountering Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, and softly spoke to Zhao Su. Chapter 108, The Rakshasa God and the God-Slaying Plan. Sister, Qian Rinxue exclaimed upon hearing Hulaina's words, rising to address her. However, Hulaina paid no heed to Qian Rinxue, striding into the rear courtyard towards the place where Bibi Dong was in seclusion. Humph, Qian Rinxue scoffed, choosing not to voice any further remarks. Before long, Hulaina returned to the main hall, informing Zhao Su, the teacher has summoned you. Thank you. Zhao Su expressed his gratitude to Hulaina, and then took Zhu Zhuqing towards the secluded domain of Bibi Dong. Sister, why do you choose to assist him instead of me? Regardless of the circumstances, he is also a disciple of the teacher and a member of our spirit hall, holding great significance for us. It has always been this way. Mother favors you over me. Everything I desire seems to be seized by you. One day, I shall make you all aware of who possesses the capability to elevate the spirit hall to unprecedented heights. Shue, as she watched Qian Rinxue storm away in fury, Hulaina's gaze reflected a hint of helplessness, prompting her to call out. Yet, at that moment, Qian Rinxue was consumed by her rage and extreme emotions, rendering her impervious to any counsel. She not only inherited Bibi Dong's beauty, but also her obsessive disposition, perhaps even more fanatical and unyielding. For her own ambitions, she would resort to any means necessary, willing to sacrifice anyone, including herself, for the sake of strength. You have not come to dissuade me from waging war against the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, have you? In the dimly lit chamber, Bibi Dong sat cross-legged upon a stone bed, and upon hearing footsteps, she did not open her eyes but softly inquired. I am not so trivial. Your conflicts with the Heaven Do Empire and Star Luo Empire are of no concern to me. Then why have you sought me out? Finally, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, which seemed to perceive the depths of existence, infused with a touch of weariness. Your second martial soul must have already acquired 400,000-year soul rings, am I correct? Indeed. I promised you I would assist you in obtaining the soul rings you require. Are you truly willing to help me? Certainly. I have located the remaining hidden 10,000-year soul beasts on the Douluo continent. If you are willing, I can aid you in hunting these soul beasts to acquire the 10,000-year soul rings. As Zhao Su spoke, he cast a glance at Bai Dong and continued, moreover, I possess a method to merge your Death Spider Monarch and Soul-Devouring Spider Monarch into the Rakshasa Spider Monarch, thus allowing you to inherit the Rakshasa God in its entirety. Why should I place my trust in you? Bai Dong inquired. Her heart stirred, yet still plagued by uncertainty, unable to fathom Zhao Su's true intentions. From the very beginning, Zhao Su had tirelessly aided Bai Dong. Initially, she presumed he sought something from her, or perhaps desired to possess her. However, as time passed, Bai Dong came to realize that Zhao Su's martial soul and the configuration of his soul rings and bones far surpassed her own. To illustrate, one need only consider the external soul bone of the blood-red chapter king that Zhao Su had procured for Hulaina in the City of Slaughter, an acquisition beyond her reach. Furthermore, the sixth soul ring obtained by Hulaina, along with its accompanying soul skills, could be deemed nothing short of exceptional. If one were to argue that Zhao Su's motives were to claim her, such a notion would be utterly implausible. Besides Zhao Su, neither Tang Yuehua nor Zhu Zhuqing, nor Ning Rongrong could be deemed inferior, the crucial point being that they were all significantly younger. Despite her repeated attempts to entice Zhao Su with her allure, she was consistently met with rejection. Consequently, she found herself perpetually perplexed, unable to comprehend Zhao Su's true intentions behind his actions. At this moment, you have no choice but to trust me, despite having attained the extraordinary rank of 99 in the Spirit Douluo hierarchy. Your current state renders you incapable of passing the 9 trials of the Rakshasa. How can you assert that I am unable to succeed in the 9 trials of the Rakshasa? If you were capable of passing them, why would you risk everything in a quest to amalgamate your twin martial souls? What, then, is your purpose in assisting me? Ultimately, Bibi Dong articulated the question that had eluded her understanding for many years. Zhao Su sighed softly, the smile on his face fading to reveal a hint of melancholy. I am not helping you. I am merely aiding myself. Aiding yourself? Indeed, if you aspire to become the Rakshasa god, you must complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa. I too seek divinity and must fulfill the corresponding 9 trials, one of which involves assisting you in achieving godhood. Is that all? Moreover, it is not merely about inheriting the divinity of the Rakshasa god. Zhao Su paused, stepping closer to Bibi Dong and whispering in her ear, but rather helping you to utterly supplant the Rakshasa god. Although both inheritance and usurpation lead to godhood, the distinction between them is profound. Inheriting a divine position merely makes one a servant of the true deity. Although one's soul power may transform into divine power, it remains a mere facade of divinity. In essence, the true divine authority resides with the primordial gods, and their later successors merely possess the right to wield that authority, fulfilling the roles required by the original deities. However, to usurp means to vanquish the primordial god, to slay him, and to seize his divine essence, thus obtaining genuine divinity, not just the right to wield it. Usurp? Indeed, usurp. This entails slaying the original Rakshasa god, who bestows upon you the divine legacy when you complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa. You are mad. How could mere mortals like us possibly slay a true god who has wielded divinity for countless years? There is nothing impossible, though they are gods, possessing endless ages to squander. They are ultimately beings who once walked among mortals and can be slain. The trials you have undertaken, are they not tests imposed by that very god? Bibi Dong gazed at Zhao Su, who spoke so casually of god-slaying, her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Initially, she believed her ambitions to be audacious enough, aspiring to annihilate the 2 great empires and all sects, including the Spirit Hall. Yet, she had not anticipated that Zhao Su's madness eclipsed her own. Her ambitions, in comparison to Zhao Su's, were far too conservative. Since the dawn of Douluo continent, many have completed the 9 trials of God and inherited divine positions, yet never has it been heard of anyone achieving god-slaying. In their minds, gods are invincible beings, worthy of reverence and worship. Keep it a secret for now. When the time is right, you shall understand. Zhao Su's enigmatic smile resurfaced as he spoke mysteriously to Bibi Dong. How confident are you in slaying the gods? 10 out of 10. Very well, if that is the case, I shall indulge your madness. I too wish to witness whether a so-called god can indeed be vanquished. Bibi Dong, having absorbed the malevolent thoughts of the Rakshasa god within the realm of the god of slaughter, was no longer a mere ordinary being. In her heart, she yearned for power and the defeat of all her foes. Even failure, to her, merely signified death. In her mind, death was the least of her fears. Chapter 109. Return to the city of slaughter as long as you trust me. I shall not disappoint you. You mentioned a method for my martial soul to merge. How does one achieve this merging? At this moment, in relation to slaying gods, Bibi Dong's foremost desire was to merge her twin martial souls and become even more formidable. To fuse martial souls, one must first acquire the Rakshasa god armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe. Do you know where the Rakshasa god armor is located? Of course. Having visited the city of slaughter multiple times, did you not sense the presence of another deity aside from the Rakshasa god? Now, Zhao Su saw no reason to conceal the truth from Bibi Dong. After all, only by empowering her could they hope to achieve the grand feat of slaying gods. Are you referring to the Shura God? Bibi Dong, having visited the city of slaughter numerous times, was well aware that it was originally the domain of the Shura God. However, it was subsequently seized by the Rakshasa god and became a place of inheritance for the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa and Shura gods were, by nature, destined adversaries. This indirectly corroborated Zhao Su's speculation that the hosts chosen by the system were likely pawns in the divine games of the gods. The divine realm, in essence, is a world inhabited by humans exceeding level 100. As the saying goes, where there are people, there exists a world of intrigue, filled with the glimmer of blades and the clash of swords. Indeed, the city of slaughter was currently under the dominion of the king of slaughter, who, in truth, was merely one undergoing the trials of the Shura God. Do you know who the king of slaughter is? Of course, as I said, there is no need for further concealment. On the Douluo continent, there exist 3 unparalleled Douluo. Do you know who they are? Are you suggesting that the king of slaughter is Tang San? It seems you are not entirely foolish. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, choosing to ignore Zhao Su. As her heart had already reached a conclusion, she decided to accompany Zhao Su to the city of slaughter to obtain the Rakshasa god armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe. That little girl must be Zhu Zhuqing, right? On this journey to the city of slaughter, for the sake of safety, Zhao Su did not allow Zhu Zhuqing to accompany them, but he was also reluctant to leave her alone in the spirit hall. Thus, Before heading to the city of slaughter, he entrusted Zhu Zhuqing to Hu Laina. Inside a luxurious carriage adorned with the new emblem of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong observed Zhao Su's worried demeanor and inquired, "It seems all my actions over the years have been under your watchful eye? You can monitor me, and I, too, can watch you. It appears I have truly underestimated you. If I lacked a few tricks, how could I possibly secure my position as the Pope of the Spirit Hall?" Haha. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su said nothing more, merely laughed, and after a moment, wore an expression that suggested whatever she said was correct. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much. I simply find your confidence at times quite admirable." The carriage sped along, particularly unhindered due to the emblem of the Spirit Hall. They soon arrived at the entrance town of the City of Slaughter. As Zhao Su and Bibi Dong entered the City of Slaughter, all eyes turned towards them, especially when Bibi Dong, draped in a golden gown with a striking visage and wielding a scepter, made her appearance. The entire City of Slaughter fell into rapt attention. Some had lived in the City of Slaughter for years, yet had never encountered such a stunning woman. "We welcome the two esteemed gods of slaughter back to the City of Slaughter." At that moment, an envoy of the King of Slaughter, cloaked in black robes, appeared before Zhao Su and Bibi Dong, kneeling respectfully. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent upon hearing the envoy's words. Everyone retreated to their abodes, and those without shelter hastily sought refuge in corners. The god of slaughter was a fearsome individual, having achieved 100 consecutive victories and wielding the domain of the god of slaughter through the path of hell. Moreover, the title of god of slaughter was not merely a name, it was a literal interpretation, becoming a god through slaughter. Each individual was capable of committing murder without a flicker of hesitation. Most importantly, those who obtained the domain of the god of slaughter were unbound by the oppressive forces of the slaughter domain, free to unleash their soul techniques at will. Enough talk. Clear the slaughter grounds and permit no one to approach. Bibi Dong's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. The god of slaughter cannot be governed by this lowly individual. It must go through the king of slaughter, then swiftly seek the king of slaughter. I lack the patience to wait. At this moment, the king of slaughter is not in the City of Slaughter. Humph, are you mocking me? As soon as Bibi Dong finished speaking, the domain of the god of slaughter was unleashed, and the overwhelming pressure crushed the envoy of the king of slaughter into a bloody pulp, leaving no trace of a complete corpse. Nearby, the armored enforcers mounted on horseback dared not linger, swiftly turning their steeds to flee. "You truly are a madwoman. Can you not reason with her? Why resort to killing at the slightest provocation?" As soon as Zhao Su finished speaking, a cacophony of shrill sounds pierced the air. 6 bat kings, each adorned with blood-red wings, surged towards Zhao Su and Bibi Dong. These bat kings, with their crimson appendages, were the guardians left by the king of slaughter to protect the city of carnage. Though they could not rival the bat king that Hu Laina had slain on the path to hell, they were hardly inferior. A few foul bats should remain in the shadows. Zhao Su also made his move, drawing the Emperor's 7 kills sword, which swiftly dispatched all 6 bats. "You are not significantly stronger than I," Bibi Dong taunted Zhao Su before striding toward the arena of slaughter. Along the way, no one dared to impede her progress. Meanwhile, within the arena, those engaged in battle or seated in the audience remained utterly oblivious to the upheaval occurring outside. Suddenly, a spear of spider silk appeared, and in an instant, it claimed the lives of everyone within the arena. The unfortunate souls, unaware of their impending demise, had their blood flowing along the grooves of the ground, pooling beneath the slaughter platform. The pungent aroma of blood caused even Zhao Su to furrow his brow slightly. As the stench reached its zenith, the arena was filled with the sound of countless wings flapping and a cacophony of shrill cries. Before long, the entire arena was teeming with bats, many of which surged forth, launching indiscriminate assaults on the inhabitants of the City of Slaughter. In a fleeting moment, the City of Slaughter had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, with cries of anguish echoing throughout. Yet, within the arena, Bibi Dong and Zhao Su remained remarkably composed. They refrained from intervening, their bodies enveloped in a shimmering white light that shielded them from the bats charging toward them. It was not until nearly 30 minutes had passed that the wails from outside the arena finally subsided. Zhao Su and Bibi Dong exchanged a glance and stepped out of the arena of slaughter. At this moment, the entire City of Slaughter was devoid of any presence except for Zhao Su and Bibi Dong. The streets, stained with blood, were littered with severed limbs, and thousands of blood-red winged bat kings fluttered about. Chapter 110. The illusory form of the Rakshasa god, one of the fatal strikes. Upon witnessing these thousands of bat kings emitting a cacophony of shrill sounds, Bai Dong, despite her extensive experience, found her expression rather grim. It was not out of fear, but rather a visceral disdain for such creatures, inherent to her nature as a woman. You cannot possibly suggest that the Rakshasa goddess attire and the Rakshasa demon scythe are associated with these repugnant bats, can you? Certainly not. Though they are not entirely unrelated. As Zhao Su spoke, a flicker of flame materialized in his hand, which he hurled into the swarm of bats. Instantly, the thousands of bat kings emitted wretched cries as the flames engulfed them. Ultimately, a brilliant red glow radiated from their bodies, exuding a potent aura of death. Soon, a gleaming scythe appeared suspended in midair. The scythe was entirely obsidian, adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of blood vessels. With a resounding clang, the deathly aura intensified and rapidly fragmented into 8 distinct blades, forming an unusual design. The symbols upon this design flickered, releasing waves of murderous intent. Subsequently, a towering figure clad in black armor materialized above the pattern, its features obscured by a mane of crimson hair. The 8 sides of the Rakshasa clung to the figure's armor. At the moment the design shattered, the figure stepped forward, grasping the scythe in hand, and aimed to strike at Bibi Dong. Without hesitation, Bibi Dong merged with her first martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor, to counter the oncoming scythe imbued with overwhelming malice. Are you prepared to undergo my 9th trial? The figure's eyes opened, revealing crimson orbs that fixed upon Bibi Dong, its voice devoid of any emotion. The only sensation emanating from this shadow was an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Bibi Dong chose not to respond, activating her 4th soul ring, enveloping herself in a thick layer of armor. From her back sprouted 8 arachnid legs, each tipped with sharp barbs. With a series of thunderous clashes, the Rakshas's scythe was hurled toward Bibi Dong, while the remaining blades coalesced into a 2-meter-long death scythe, aimed directly at her. Just as Bibi Dong managed to deflect the scythe hurtling toward her, she barely had time to react before the death scythe reached her. Displaying no mercy, it descended upon her neck with lethal intent. The overwhelming aura of death had ensnared her, leaving her no option but to withstand the fatal blow from the Rakshas's shadow. With a sickening sound, even as an apparition, the Rakshasa's terrifying presence instilled a sense of despair within Bibi Dong. She forced herself to block the death scythe, but a surge of anguish erupted within her, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Ever since she had devoured Qianshuanji to become a super Douluo, she had never experienced such a profound sense of hopelessness, even when confronting Douluo. In that moment, she finally comprehended the insurmountable chasm that lay between mortals. Even the most formidable titled Douluos at level 99 in the divine. The Rakshasa's shadow offered no respite, launching another assault with the death scythe. This strike considerably more powerful than the last. Even as Bibi Dong activated her martial spirit's true form, she felt utterly overwhelmed. Her once mighty soul power faltered under the divine pressure exerted by the Rakshasa's shadow, failing to manifest her true strength. Each successive strike left deep gashes on her formidable armor, inflicting severe damage. Ultimately, even her Death Spider Emperor's true form was shattered, and the thorny armor enveloping her began to peel away. Her once neatly gathered hair became disheveled and chaotic. As Bibi Dong gazed at the oncoming death scythe, her ability to resist waned. The soul power within her was insufficient to withstand the increasingly formidable strike under the Rakshasa's divine oppression. Just as she resigned herself to her fate, believing she was about to perish, a figure approximately 3 meters tall, cloaked in a radiant white light, stood before her. A colossal hand grasped the death scythe, while the other clenched into a fist, delivering a powerful blow to the Rakshasa's shadow. The immense force propelled the Rakshasa's figure away. Zhao Su, without granting him a moment's respite, unleashed the Emperor's 7-killing sword. In an instant, it transformed into 36 exquisite swords, forming a formidable killing array that ensnared the ethereal figure of the Rakshasa god within its confines. The sword aura, imbued with an indomitable will, proved insurmountable even for the Rakshasa god. Soon, it completely severed the dark armor and the 9 demonic sickles from the Rakshasa goddess form. With the celestial art of heaven and earth in the indomitable body of Zhao Su, he stepped forward, positioning himself before the apparition of the Rakshasa god. One hand grasped the deity's head, while the other exerted tremendous force to extricate the Rakshasa armor and the 9 demonic sickles. He hurled them towards Bibi Dong, urging her to merge them swiftly and to ensure that during the fusion, The already weakened Death Spider Monarch and Soul-Devouring Spider Monarch were thoroughly absorbed by the Rakshasa demonic sickle. As Zhao Su spoke, his hands continued their relentless motion. His massive fists enveloped in a radiant white light, striking repeatedly at the ethereal apparition of the Rakshasa god. The reason Zhao Su had refrained from attacking earlier was to allow the divine power of the Rakshasa goddess illusion to erode the soul power within Bibi Dong, rendering her two spider emperors into their most vulnerable state. How dare a lowly human attempt to scheme against me? When my true form descends, I shall obliterate you. The Rakshasa goddess illusion, battered by Zhao Su's blows, appeared on the verge of dissipating. Yet, at that moment, its blood-red eyes glimmered with a ferocious light. The fading apparition reformed, more distinct than before, its aura growing increasingly potent. Though it was not enough to injure Zhao Su, he could distinctly sense the disparity between soul power and divine power. I possess a sword, named Emperor's 7 Kills, Annihilate. Before the illusion could fully materialize, Zhao Su realized he could no longer delay. Otherwise, when the true form of the Rakshasa god descended, he would stand no chance. At that moment, both he and Bibi Dong would meet their demise here. With no other option, he summoned one of his most formidable techniques, the 8th soul skill of the Emperor's 7 Kills sword. As the word annihilate escaped his lips, 36 swords, infused with supreme sword intent, merged instantaneously. Accompanied by the killing formation, a colossal golden sword, one side carved with mountains and rivers, the other with the sun, moon, and stars, descended from the heavens. In an instant, it utterly shattered the Rakshasa goddess illusion, reducing it to mere powder, which dissipated in the blood-soaked city of slaughter. This strike nearly exhausted Zhao Su's soul power. He was still too weak to wield his techniques freely. However, rather than being disheartened, Zhao Su felt a surge of elation. Although his soul power could not support the casual release of his skills, the previous sword strike had obliterated the Rakshasa goddess illusion, proving that gods are not invincible. If gods could indeed be slain, then his envisioned new plan was no longer a mere fantasy. Despite the severe depletion of his soul power, he knew he could not allow himself to fall. Not far away, Bibi Dong, having allowed the Rakshasa death scythe to completely absorb her Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, found herself in peril. The Rakshasa death scythe, after absorbing the two, did not cease but continued to voraciously drain Bibi Dong's life essence. The bond between a martial soul and its wielder is inherently close. With the absorption of her martial souls, Bibi Dong appeared significantly aged. Her once flawless, unwrinkled skin began to show signs of creasing. If this continued, not only would her dual martial souls struggle to merge perfectly, but it remained uncertain whether she would even survive. Do not dwell on such thoughts. Sit cross-legged and guard your mind. Zhao Su swiftly appeared behind Bibi Dong, placing a hand on her back, channeling his innate soul power into her being. The ominous scythe of the Azura, which hovered before Bibi Dong, was temporarily severed from its connection to her under Zhao Su's formidable mental influence. As Zhao Su infused his soul power, Bibi Dong gradually stabilized, her once pallid skin regaining its former luster. Upon witnessing her condition momentarily improve, Zhao Su gradually relinquished his control over the scythe. At that moment, the scythe had completely fused the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor into a novel martial spirit, the Azura Spider Emperor. This new entity exuded a far more potent aura than the original Death and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperors combined. With the merging of the two Spider Emperors, Bibi Dong's innate domains, the god of killing domain and the martial spirit's inherent death domain, began to intertwine. Within this newly forged domain, not only did it enhance Bibi Dong's attributes by 20%, but it also enabled her to exert control over the souls of others through her formidable murderous intent and malevolent thoughts. It is crucial to understand that, in the midst of a battle, even a momentary lapse in focus could lead to irreversible consequences. Furthermore, this new Azura domain impeccably resolved the chaotic thoughts that had arisen from the malevolent energies Bibi Dong had absorbed. With her dark thoughts subsumed by the Azura domain, Bibi Dong's previous obsession began to dissipate. However, while the Azura domain could absorb the malevolence within her, it could not alter her inherently domineering personality. The newly fused martial spirit, a towering arachnid exceeding 2 meters in height, was predominantly crimson in hue, merging seamlessly with Bibi Dong's essence. The fusion of her dual martial spirits, though resulting in the loss of the advantages of possessing two yielded a new martial spirit whose might far surpassed that of the original Spider Emperors. Most significantly, this new Azura Spider Emperor bore the essence of the Azura God, allowing Bibi Dong's martial spirit to be rightfully deemed divine. As the martial spirit fused and evolved, Bibi Dong herself emanated a more formidable presence. Her previously reddish hair transformed into a deep violet, while the Azura God attire enveloping her shifted from black to a radiant gold. Her once flawless skin became increasingly smooth and luminous. Notably, her eyes underwent a transformation, shifting from a profound shade to a bright hue with a subtle violet tint. Do you truly consider this realm of slaughter a mere playground? At the pivotal moment of Bibi Dong's transformation, a chilling voice resonated from the distance, followed by a blood-red longsword slicing toward Zhao Su and Bibi Dong. Zhao Su's eyes narrowed, disregarding his injuries. One hand pressed against Bibi Dong's back, while the other summoned the Emperor's 7-killing sword, advancing to meet the threat. This was a critical moment. Any interruption could leave Bibi Dong severely wounded, even if she survived. At that juncture, any thoughts of future divine slaying would be rendered moot, and she would be reduced to a mere shell of her former self. Such an outcome would be an irrevocable blow to Zhao Su's plans, potentially leading to his complete downfall, forever relegated to a pawn in the hands of others. It was evident that the King of Slaughter had been lurking in the City of Slaughter, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to eliminate both Zhao Su and Bibi Dong in one fell swoop. It was common knowledge that the King of Slaughter was none other than Tang San, although currently parasitized by the 9-winged Bat King. He retained the unparalleled strength of the former Tang San, a peak Douluo. In his prime, Zhao Su would have been untroubled by such a foe. However, the recent strike that annihilated the God of Rosa had nearly depleted Zhao Su's soul power, coupled with the forced severance of the ties between the true Rakshasa God, Rakshasa Shun, and the Rakshasa Scythe. He also had to protect Bibi Dong from any misfortune. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Su found himself at a disadvantage. King of Slaughter, are you truly willing to stand against me? Humph. Within this Douluo continent, no one should possess the realm of the God of Slaughter. In this City of Slaughter, I alone should be the sovereign. It seemed that your power had grown significantly since my last visit. I must thank you. Your divine consciousness has allowed a fragment of my soul to descend. That young man Tang San is far too weak, unworthy of being my successor in the Douluo continent. Hearing this, Zhao Su furrowed his brow, contemplating. So, does that mean you have become the Shura God? You are indeed formidable, yet you are not my successor. What a pity. Whose trial am I currently undergoing? You are unaware? The King of Slaughter, possessing a fragment of the Shura God's soul, with those crimson eyes, momentarily flashed with confusion before bursting into laughter at Zhao Su's expense. I see now, you too are but a pawn in the divine war. What a shame. What divine war? You need not concern yourself with that. Today, you shall perish along with that little girl. With those words, an overwhelming power, alien to this world, erupted from the King of Slaughter. Intent, Zhao Su held Bibi Dong tightly in his embrace, exerting every ounce of his strength to shield her from the terrifying strike of the King of Slaughter. At that moment, Bibi Dong stirred awake beneath the oppressive aura. Leaning against Zhao Su, she lifted her gaze to find his resolute eyes smiling down at her. In the depths of her soft lavender eyes, a subtle transformation began to unfold as she looked upon Zhao Su's determined visage. No longer should she torment herself with the burdens of the past. It is time to treat her future self with kindness. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he extended his hand to escort Bibi Dong out of the City of Slaughter. Chapter 112. The red flower exuding a terrifying aura. As Bibi Dong's form swiftly departed, she caught a glimpse of Zhao Su's unwavering and resolute gaze, which profoundly stirred her innermost feelings. Within his eyes, Bibi Dong sensed that the chains binding her heart were gradually being unshackled. After sending Bibi Dong away, Zhao Su let out a cold snort, and the 12-winged sacred angel manifested behind him, its black and golden eyes opening simultaneously. One radiated with vibrant life, while the other emanated an insatiable killing intent. One wielded a sword, the other a spear. At the moment their weapons clashed, the 12-winged sacred angel fused seamlessly into Zhao Su's being. Concurrently, 6 pairs of golden and black angelic wings appeared behind him. His physique rapidly expanded, towering to over 10 meters in height. His muscles swelled, enveloped in a layer of radiant white light. Very well, today I shall test the heights you have achieved. The King of Slaughter, possessing a fragment of the Shura God's soul, beheld Zhao Su, who was at his limits, yet still capable of manifesting the laws of heaven and earth. In his crimson eyes, a profound interest and a hint of admiration emerged. However, his subordinates showed no mercy. As the Shura God sword in his hand erupted with a powerful crimson glow, instantly transforming the entire city of Slaughter into a sea of red. Boom! As Bibi Dong landed on the ground, having been expelled from the city of Slaughter, she felt an overwhelming and terrifying force erupting from behind her, surpassing the limits of the Douluo continent. Amidst the clash of the red and black golden lights, the entire city of Slaughter was utterly obliterated. From that moment forth, the Douluo continent would no longer bear the city of Slaughter, and the domain of the god of slaughter would vanish as well. However, there was no need for concern. The evil soul masters within the city of Slaughter had long since become nourishment for the blood-red winged bat kings. Adorned in a golden gown, Bibi Dong stood there, gazing at the ruins of the city of Slaughter, laid to waste beneath the terrifying auras. She could no longer sense any trace of Zhao Su. Tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes, and she could not fathom the reason behind her sorrow. The words Zhao Su had spoken to her before sending her away, along with his smiling yet steadfast visage, were indelibly etched in her heart. It is only when one experiences true loss that regret and reflection arise. What are you standing there for? Come help me. At that moment, a familiar voice drew Bibi Dong back to reality. Following the sound, she beheld a disheveled Zhao Su emerging from the collapsed ruins of the city of Slaughter. Under the moonlight, his face appeared somewhat pale, yet he bore a faint smile. You're not dead? Bibi Dong, momentarily disregarding her elegant demeanor, hurried to support Zhao Su. Of course I'm not dead. While the gods are indeed formidable beings, their power is terrifying. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Su furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of concern for his seemingly flawless plan. At this point, do you still believe that once I complete the 9 trials of the Rakshasa, I will have a tenfold assurance of defeating the original Rakshasa god when he appears? Indeed, his strength was already established, yet the potential between the two of us remains limitless. Zhao Sushu unfurled her brows, a smile replacing her earlier melancholy, her countenance, though not conventionally handsome, exuding an indomitable confidence. I find myself increasingly fond of you, Bibi Dong suddenly declared to Zhao Su. However, Zhao Su took a step back, gesturing with his hand, please, do not harbor feelings for me. The pressure of your affection is overwhelming. Do you truly perceive me as merely a madman? With Bibi Dong's support, the two strolled toward the outskirts of the town. Zhao Su had expended considerable energy and needed to swiftly regain his peak condition. This was not only to avoid leaving any vulnerabilities, but also to ensure his absolute safety in the face of unforeseen dangers. You are not mad, rather. Every madman's heart is inherently kind and pure, otherwise, they would not descend into madness. Humph, such sweet talk. Is that how you ensnared your fair maidens? Bibi Dong gazed at Zhao Su, her once frigid visage now adorned with a smile. It could be said that Bibi Dong, when smiling, was even more enchanting. Are you feeling jealous? Have I truly hit the mark? Hit the mark on what? You cannot genuinely be developing feelings for me, can you? Zhao Su, with a gentle gesture, wrapped his arm around Bibi Dong's slender waist, suddenly pulling her delicate form into his embrace. His gaze softened as he looked into her eyes. For a brief moment, Bibi Dong was taken aback, rendered speechless by Zhao Su's actions and words, unable to muster any response. After a pause of several seconds, she finally regained her composure, pushing him away with a renewed, icy demeanor. Do not attempt to deceive me as you would a naive child. I am not so easily swayed. With that, Bibi Dong turned her back on Zhao Su and strode away. Observing her almost flawless silhouette, Zhao Su smiled enigmatically, lost in thought, before he too decided to follow her. The next day, not far from the small town leading into the city of Slaughter, within the sacred city of the Spirit Hall, anticipation lingered in the air. Zhao Su sat cross-legged on the bed in the room, his complexion having returned to normal. His injuries were no longer a matter of concern. However, the words spoken by the god of Azura after the final devastating blow that obliterated the city of Carnage lingered in his mind. Perhaps this was the reason he had survived. Do not place your faith in any deity unless you possess the means to supplant them directly. Otherwise, refrain from inheriting any divine position. After uttering this admonition, the formidable crimson divine power coalesced into a blood-red flower, concealed within Zhao Su's being. This vibrant scarlet blossom bore no resemblance to any flower found upon the continent, featuring 9 petals. Each petal was intricately engraved with an ancient script. Zhao Su was even certain that not even the system could detect this crimson flower residing within him. Within the 9 ancient characters on this red blossom, Something terrifying seemed to be gestating. The souls of the two divine dragons, the Bone Dragon and the Kuei Dragon, nurtured within the golden pool also sensed this terrifying aura. They lay coiled at the bottom of the golden pool, absorbing its divine essence to further enhance their own souls. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door jolted Zhao Su from his reverie. "Come in." Zhao Su took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. And a faint smile reappeared on his face, as if nothing had ever transpired. Chapter 113, The Synergistic Twin Martial Spirits. Creak. As the door swung open, a beautiful figure entered the room, carrying a tray of food. It was Bibi Dong. After a night of recuperation, the formidable aura that once enveloped Bibi Dong had softened considerably. Though her delicate face remained expressionless, it was no longer marked by the same coldness. "Are you feeling better?" Bibi Dong inquired, placing the food on the table and gazing at Zhao Su, who was seated cross-legged on the bed. "I'm fine now. Although I have yet to regain my peak condition, I can still ensure my own safety." Zhao Su rose from the bed and made his way to the table, taking a seat beside it. Upon gazing at the few steamed buns and the trio of dishes accompanied by a bowl of egg soup, he realized his hunger and, without hesitation, began to devour the meal with fervor. Bai Dong sat there, merely responding with a sound of acknowledgement, and thereafter fell silent. As Zhao Su indulged in his meal, he mumbled to Bai Dong, "You arrived rather early to seek me out. It cannot solely be to deliver my meal." "Can it?" "Certainly not. Let us discuss matters once you have finished eating," came the reply. After a brief interlude of over 10 minutes, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Zhao Su rose, stretching with a contented yawn, and continued, "Now, what brings you here?" Bai Dong, with a hint of concern, responded, "Yesterday, after the Rakshasa demon scythe absorbed my Death Spider Emperor and Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, it fused into a new Spider Emperor. And I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." As she spoke, she summoned her new martial spirit. Behind her loomed a colossal, blood-red spider phantom with 8 legs. Suspended around the crimson Rakshasa Spider Emperor were 6 soul rings, each of vibrant red, and each one 100,000 years old. 6 soul rings of such age? Zhao Su exclaimed. "Indeed. Have you not noticed that these 6 soul rings are affixed to the Rakshasa Spider Emperor itself, rather than to me?" "That is true. It is indeed rather unusual," Zhao Su remarked, furrowing his brow. "Could you attempt to unleash a soul skill?" he inquired. "I have tried, but I am utterly unable to release any soul skills," she responded, astonished. "What?" Zhao Su was taken aback. If what Bibi Dong asserted were indeed true, then the formidable aura emanating from the Rakshasa martial soul would merely be an empty facade, impressive in appearance but utterly devoid of utility. The additional 200,000-year soul rings, if I am not mistaken, are a result of the fusion of the soul rings that originally belonged to my martial soul, resulting in this unexpected surplus. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the absence of soul skills. Surely, that is rather absurd. As Zhao Su spoke, he reached out and grasped Bibi Dong's hand, channeling his formidable spiritual consciousness into her being. Yet, in the end, Zhao Su remained oblivious to any anomalies. Her soul power, formidable in nature, had been augmented by the absorption of the Rakshasa divine armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe, rendering Bibi Dong's mental prowess exceedingly terrifying. "What of your Rakshasa divine armor and Rakshasa demon scythe?" Zhao Su suddenly had a realization and turned to Bibi Dong, inquiring about the peculiar situation. "This marks the second strange occurrence," Bibi Dong sighed. "I can sense the Rakshasa divine armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe within me. Yet I am utterly unable to summon them." "I figured it out," Zhao Su chuckled. "You are not merely a single martial soul. You still possess a dual martial soul." "What do you mean?" Bibi Dong pondered Zhao Su's words, her disbelief evident. "Indeed, the Rakshasa divine armor, along with the Rakshasa demon scythe, has now become your new second martial soul." As Zhao Su spoke, he retrieved several black spirit stones from the storage jade pendant at his waist and placed them in Bibi Dong's hands. The golden specks emanating from the black spirit stones cascaded onto Bibi Dong, instantly igniting a fierce crimson radiance within her. This resplendent red glow harbored an inexhaustible aura of murderous intent. In an instant, the crimson light incinerated the golden gown adorning Bibi Dong, leaving her utterly bare, her flawless snow-white skin unblemished. Her perfectly sculpted figure elicited an involuntary exclamation from Zhao Su, truly breathtaking. However, before Zhao Su could indulge in his admiration, a suit of golden armor enveloped Bibi Dong's delicate form. The golden armor fitted her body with exquisite precision, adorned with 9 ominous Rakshasa scythes. Subsequently, 9 black soul rings emerged around Bibi Dong, each embellished with golden ripples, a clear indication that each ring had been endowed with enhanced longevity. At this moment, Bibi Dong opened her eyes, the harmonious golden armor complementing her soft lavender hair, exuding an air of nobility. With her right hand extended, the 9 Rakshasa scythes soared forth, converging into a death scythe approximately 2 meters in length. As Bibi Dong grasped the death scythe, the 9 soul rings radiating golden ripples seamlessly integrated with it, shrouded by an ethereal crimson light that obscured the visibility of which ring illuminated. Yet, this was not the end. As the 9 soul rings merged with the death scythe, the spectral figure of the Rakshasa Spider Queen re-emerged behind her, and the entire room was enveloped in the Rakshasa domain. The simultaneous manifestation of dual martial spirits presented the potential of possessing 9 additional soul skills. However, the intricacies of this dual martial spirit phenomenon require one to personally comprehend and familiarize oneself with its depths. Zhao Su could sense that the recently fused Rakshasa Spider Queen, embodied by Bibi Dong, was far more complex than it appeared at present. Indeed, he felt an immense power emanating from the Rakshasa Spider Queen. As Bibi Dong spoke, her violet eyes gleamed with undisguised delight. After she donned her Rakshasa divine attire and the Rakshasa magic sickle, she did not remain unclothed as Zhao Su had anticipated. Instead, she wore a golden gown that accentuated her flawless figure. This left Zhao Su feeling somewhat disheartened. However, a thought struck him, and he remarked to Bibi Dong, "You don't intend to be without clothing every time you wear the Rakshasa divine attire, do you? Get lost." Bibi Dong's face flushed as she retorted at Zhao Su. Although she had her eyes closed moments ago, she was acutely aware of her surroundings. Naturally, she knew that her original garments had been destroyed when the Rakshasa divine attire enveloped her, leaving Zhao Su with an unobstructed view. Initially, she had no intention of broaching the subject, yet Zhao Su had inadvertently brought it up. "I am merely looking out for you. If, indeed, your clothes are to be discarded with each fusion of the Rakshasa divine attire, how embarrassing would that be if others witnessed it? As long as you do not look, no one will wish to see." The earlier incident was merely a result of Bibi Dong's unfamiliarity with the Rakshasa divine attire. In the future, such an occurrence would surely not take place again. "I wish to see. Do you wish for me to see?" Zhao Su wore a mischievous grin as he leaned closer to Bibi Dong, inquiring, "If you wish to see, I can show you. Provided you assist me in hunting a 100,000-year soul beast to complete my remaining 3 soul rings." Bibi Dong turned to face Zhao Su, her gaze laced with temptation. However, her words extinguished the fervor that once burned brightly within him, causing his playful smile to vanish, replaced by a newfound seriousness. Chapter 114, The Subtle Contest in the Shadows. Zhao Su paid no heed to Bibi Dong. Instead, he turned and seated himself beside the table, pouring himself a glass of water. "How is it? Did you not wish to see? Bibi Dong, do you truly consider yourself so insignificant?" Zhao Su let out a cold laugh and coldly addressed Bibi Dong, saying, "If it were someone else capable of aiding you in slaying a soul beast of 10,000 years, would you not also be willing to exchange your own body for it? What do you mean by that? Is it simply as it appears?" Zhao Su continued, "If that were the case, I believe many would be eager to assist you in hunting soul beasts, since you yourself seem indifferent." After Zhao Su finished speaking, he disregarded Bibi Dong and swiftly exited the room. Standing there, gazing at Zhao Su's departing figure, Bibi Dong felt tears involuntarily stream down her cheeks. The harm inflicted upon her by Qian Senji in the past had rendered her life a tragic tale. She harbored distrust towards everyone, perceiving any kindness as a mere pursuit of personal gain. She had sealed her heart, allowing no one to penetrate her inner sanctum, rejecting all expressions of concern. That afternoon, within a swiftly moving luxurious carriage, the atmosphere between Zhao Su and Bibi Dong was palpably awkward. Bibi Dong reverted to her frigid demeanor, distancing herself from others, her face betraying not a hint of emotional fluctuation. Zhao Su leaned against the car window, seeking a topic to shatter the awkward silence. Yet, words eluded him. "I apologize. My remarks today were somewhat excessive. It has nothing to do with you. You are right, it is my own issue." At that moment, Bibi Dong appeared utterly serene, her voice devoid of any emotional fluctuations, lacking vitality. It was as if she had transformed into a mere shell of her former self. Alas, Zhao Su let out a sigh, refraining from uttering any further words. The carriage traveled at a swift pace, and instead of heading directly back to Seoul City, They made their way to Heaven-Do City. Initially, Zhao Su intended to return straight to Seoul City, but during their journey, circumstances took a different turn. Zhao Su received word from the shadow, revealing that Lu Gao had been attacked. Although he was ultimately rescued by Yang Wudi, he sustained grave injuries. Despite Lu Gao's exceptional forging skills, his soul power only reached the level of a 70th ranked soul saint. According to the intelligence gathered by the shadow, the assailant was at least of the rank of a soul Douluo, with a clear objective, targeting Lu Gao directly. This incited great fury in both Yang Wudi and Niu Gao, who were determined to uncover the identity of the assassin. However, they were met with a lack of any leads and could only relay this troubling news to Zhao Su. Zhao Su and Bibi Dong did not conceal their whereabouts. Upon Bibi Dong's arrival in the Heaven-Do City, various factions began to stir, particularly Tang San's Tang sect and the royal family of the Heaven-Do Empire. Within the palace, Emperor Shui Yi sat at the head of the table, with Ning Fengji, the master, and Prince Shui Xing beneath him. Ning's sect master, with Bibi Dong personally visiting Heaven-Do City, do you suspect a conspiracy? The emperor's voice sounded somewhat frail. Although the poison within him was under control, it had not been completely eradicated. His continued existence relied heavily on various medicinal pills. Aware of this, Emperor Shui Yi had commenced training Shui Bong as a suitable heir. Unlikely, as the Pope, Bibi Dong would not reveal herself if there were truly a plot. This is not yet the time for open conflict. The Holy Angel Trade Association was attacked last night, and Vice President Lu Gao is gravely injured. I believe this incident is connected, the master suggested. Are you implying that the individuals behind the Holy Angel Trade Association are aligned with Bibi Dong? Not Bibi Dong, but Zhao Su. However, Zhao Su is also affiliated with the Spirit Hall. At that moment, Tang San's voice echoed from outside. He entered the Grand Hall and bowed respectfully to Emperor Shui Yi. Greetings, Your Majesty. No need for excessive formalities. Please take a seat. The emperor replied to a nearby eunuch. Does Sect Master Tang have any insights on this Zhao Su? Our understanding of him is severely lacking. We only know he possesses a 3-life martial soul and hails from the Spirit Hall, but beyond that, we have no further leads. Tang San initially shook his head, but after a moment of contemplation, he turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji and continued. However, Uncle Ning's daughter shares a remarkable bond with Zhao Su. I believe Uncle Ning may know him better than I do. It was evident that Zhao Su aimed to manipulate the relationship between Ning Fengji and Emperor Shui Yi. Tang San was a person of extreme self-interest, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. Though Ning Fengji remained steadfast against the Spirit Hall, his connection to Ning Rongrong rendered Tang San wary of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect. Thus, he sought to sow discord between Ning Fengji and Emperor Shui Yi, hoping to create a rift that would lead to the full support of his Tang sect. Indeed, I have heard of this matter as well. I hope Sect Master Ning will not withhold any information. Prince Shui Xing seized the opportunity to attack Ning Fengji. Their relationship had never been amicable, especially since Ning Fengji had once supported Shui Qinghe, who was disguised as Qian Rinxue, in opposing him. Furthermore, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect had significantly declined. Although it still possessed considerable wealth, its strength was far from its former glory. Ning Fengji disregarded Shui Xing's remarks and instead focused on the seemingly innocent Tang San. My daughter has no ties to Zhao Su. If any connection exists, it is merely that both originated from Shrek Academy. I doubt that is the case, Shui Xing retorted. Regardless of Zhao Su's true identity, it suffices to know he is affiliated with the Spirit Hall. Let us cease this discussion, Emperor Shui Yi interjected, halting Shui Xing's further attempts to undermine Ning Fengji. What we require now is to ascertain the true purpose of Bibi Dong's visit to Heaven-Do City. We must seek precise answers, devoid of speculation. Emperor Shui Yi understood that while the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect was no longer as powerful as before, it remained one of the foremost sects, possessing wealth that even the royal family envied, as well as 2 titled Douluos, Chen Xian and Gu Rong. Additionally, Ning Fengji's 7 Treasures Glazed Tower had evolved into the 9 Treasures, attaining the level of titled Douluo. The 7 Treasures Glazed Tile sect still held potential value for them. Indeed, everyone rose and bowed to Emperor Shui Yi before turning to exit. Ultimately, to ascertain Bibi Dong's true intentions for coming to Heaven-Do City. Under the counsel of Tang San and Shui Xing, the master agreed to seek an audience with Bibi Dong within the headquarters of the Holy Angel Trade Association. Zhao Su gazed at the unconscious Lu Gao lying in bed, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Brother Yang, is it truly impossible to uncover the identity of our adversary? Thanks to Yang Wudi's treatment, Lu Gao no longer faced life-threatening danger, and with the aid of Zhao Su's medicinal pills, he would recover in a matter of days. However, this was clearly a provocation against the Holy Angel Trade Association, and vengeance was imperative. The enemy deliberately concealed their martial soul. However, during the confrontation, I faintly sensed the aura of the Haotian hammer. Given that Yang Wudi belongs to the Haotian sect, he is naturally well acquainted with the Haotian hammer. Despite the enemy's efforts to hide it, Yang Wudi managed to detect it. Chapter 115. Bibi Dong decides not to be a madwoman the Haotian sect? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su's brow furrowed. Due to his connections with Tang Yuehua and Ning Rongrong, he was reluctant to take action against the Haotian sect or the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect. The level of this individual had reached at least the realm of an 89th level soul Douluo. Aside from the direct line of the Haotian sect, it was improbable that anyone could wield the Haotian hammer and attain such a level. So, in your opinion, are the Haotian sect and the Tang sect under Tang San the ones behind the attack on our Holy Angel Trade Association? The so-called Tang sect is merely a front for the Haotian sect, which has chosen to remain hidden, making it more convenient to operate under the guise of the Tang sect. Humph. Zhao Su merely let out a cold snort, choosing not to elaborate further. Zhao Su's mind was ensnared by excessive contemplation and consideration. Brother Zhao, allow me to remind you that the Haotian sect is not as just as it outwardly appears, nor is any sect in this realm possessed of benevolent intentions. Yang Wudi discerned Zhao Su's hesitation and cautioned him. Every sect, including the Wuhuan Hall, is driven solely by self-interest. In the pursuit of their legacies and the acquisition of power, these individuals harbor no notions of familial bonds. Thank you, Brother Yang, for your wise counsel. I now comprehend the course of action I must take. At this moment, Zhao Su's heart was undergoing a gradual transformation, as he realized that only through change could he emerge as the ultimate victor. As the system has indicated, it is only by becoming the true master of all, the quintessential antagonist, that one may attain success. Zhao Su stepped out of the room and into the courtyard, gazing at the sky in solitude, lost in thought. At that moment, Zhang Ying appeared behind him. Zhang Ying had been searching for the remaining clues of the 3 divine dragons for Zhao Su, not in Heavendoe City. After receiving news of the Angel Association's attack, he hurried back to Heavendoe City overnight. Any leads? There are no clues for the White Dragon and Black Dragon, but we do have a lead on the Sea Dragon. Where? Sea God Island. Sea God Island? Indeed. Sea God Island is home to one of the 7 sacred pillars under Poseidon, whose martial spirit is the Sea Dragon. It is highly likely that it is the complete form of the Sea Dragon. It seems we must pay a visit to Sea God Island. Zhao Su was naturally aware of Sea God Island, but he had never considered going there. Although Poseidon was only at rank 99. Due to the unique nature of her martial spirit, especially in the ocean, he was not certain he could be a match for her. However, after slaying the phantom of the Rakshasa god a few days ago, Zhao Su had come to understand that gods were not invincible. Yet before venturing to Sea God Island, he had to accomplish one task first, to journey to the ancient relic mountain and elevate his soul power to rank 99, ensuring he stood undefeated against the phantoms or messengers of gods. The ancient relic mountain, as legend has it, was the place where gods ascended before the emergence of Douluo continent. In the twilight of ancient times, countless races rose, and wars raged incessantly. The ancient era could be said to have been utterly shattered by these so-called gods, leading to the creation of the divine realm and subsequently, Douluo continent. It is rumored that the ancient relic mountain was where the ancient gods resided and ascended to the divine realm. Many descendants of the gods still inhabit it, their martial spirits being the ancestors who became deities. In essence, Douluo continent is merely a cage where the divine beings cultivate combat prowess, forcing all to engage in conflict. The strongest among them, during the 9 trials of the gods, would be controlled by the primordial gods and become their warriors. This explains why many exceptionally powerful Douluos cannot pass the 9 trials of the gods. They possess their own thoughts and cannot be entirely subjugated. Master, there is one more matter. What is it? Yu Xiaojing has arrived and is currently speaking with Bibi Dong. Ah, I see. Zhao Su had anticipated Yu Xiaojing's arrival. He understood that Bibi Dong's presence in Heavendoe City would undoubtedly incite turmoil among various factions. Have you determined who was responsible? At that moment, Bibi Dong's voice interrupted Zhao Su and Zhang Ying's conversation. Upon seeing her, Zhang Ying said nothing further, cloaked in darkness as he vanished. No, but it is no longer necessary to investigate. That person just now was the one who has been monitoring me at the spirit hall, wasn't it? Bibi Dong approached Zhao Su, her gaze directed towards a shadowy corner. She could sense that Ying had not gone far and remained nearby, the shadow hidden in darkness. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, swiftly concealed its presence entirely. It seems Yu Xiaojing truly affects your mood? It is not Yu Xiaojing who influences my mood. It is you who affects me. As Bibi Dong spoke, her demeanor grew serious as she looked at Zhao Su. This time, upon meeting Yu Xiaojing, I realized that I no longer harbor any hatred towards him. In this encounter with Yu Xiaojing, Bibi Dong recognized that her feelings had transformed. Without love, there could be no hatred, and the obsessions in her heart had lessened significantly. Then I congratulate you on overcoming your inner turmoil. Zhao Su remained largely unmoved by the words of Bibi Dong. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on how to enhance his own strength. Initially, he believed himself to be sufficiently powerful. However, after confronting the ethereal manifestations of the god of Shura and the god of Rakshasa, he came to the realization of his own inadequacy. Had it not been for the fact that the god of Shura had no intention of taking his life, he might have already met his demise. The ominous red flower, exuding a terrifying aura, which the god of Shura had left within him, served as a constant reminder of his weakness. Beauty is universally admired, yet in the face of one's own life, self-preservation reigns supreme. He could lay down his life to protect the woman he truly loves, but he would never sacrifice himself for someone intent on exploiting him for their own gain. Do you not wish to know why I have changed? I apologize, but I am not in the mood. Sometimes you are so eloquent, yet at other times, utterly oblivious. Bibi Dong huffed, casting a glance at Zhao Su that held a hint of melancholy, before suddenly grasping his arm and continuing. I wish to give myself a chance to pursue my own happiness, to live a life of normalcy. Taken aback, Zhao Su pondered this for a moment. Realizing it diverged from his expectations, he thought to himself, if you seek your own happiness and a normal life, then who will slay the gods? Who will assist me in unifying the continent and fulfilling my plans? Zhao Su did not elaborate further, merely responding with a casual HM. It was not that he lacked the desire to speak. Rather, he found himself at a loss for words. Should he directly tell her not to change? To continue being her eccentric self? He could not bring himself to say such things, for deep down, Zhao Su remained incapable of embodying a ruthless villain who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Chapter 116. Preparing to journey to the western seas of the continent. What do you mean by them? Bai Dong furrowed her brows, acutely sensing that Zhao Su was somehow different from before. Haven't you always urged me to let go of the past, to give myself a chance to start anew? It's nothing. I'm just feeling quite unsettled at the moment and prefer not to discuss these matters with you. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he turned and departed, leaving Bibi Dong standing there, her face etched with confusion. Although Bibi Dong was not young, she had spent her formative years within the confines of the spirit hall. Upon encountering Yu Xiaojing, she believed she had found true love. Defying all opposition, she even contemplated severing her ties with the spirit hall to elope with Yu Xiaojing. However, she was forcibly restrained by Qian Xuanji and subsequently bore Qian Renxue. From a naive girl consumed by romantic notions, she transformed into a woman whose heart was somewhat distorted, yearning for vengeance against the world. Thereafter, she devoted herself to relentless training, seldom leaving the spirit hall. Ultimately, Bibi Dong was merely older in years, yet emotionally immature. She was also quite obstinate. Once she set her mind on something, she would never relinquish it easily. What Bibi Dong desired, she would undoubtedly obtain. Zhao Su, you are mine, and you shall never escape. In Bibi Dong's lavender eyes, there flickered a fierce desire. Having failed to seize the love of her life in the first half of her existence, she vowed that in the remainder of her life, she would not allow the one she loved to slip away again. In that fleeting moment, Bibi Dong began to understand Qian Xuanji a little better. At this moment, Zhao Su was strolling alone along the bustling streets, aimlessly wandering without a clear destination or any certainty about what the future held for him. Brother Su. Suddenly, a voice pulled Zhao Su back to reality. Following the sound, he spotted Ning Rongrong, adorned in a flowing white dress, standing not far away. Upon hearing her voice, the melancholic expression on Zhao Su's face gradually transformed into a warm smile. Rongrong. Zhao Su swiftly approached, tightly embracing Ning Rongrong. Brother Su, I missed you so much. Ning Rongrong clung to Zhao Su, burying her head in his chest, and suddenly began to weep. I missed you too. It is I who am sorry. I feel so inadequate. Yet, in Rongrong's heart, Brother Su was the finest of all, No matter the circumstances, no matter the outcome, she would always stand behind him, unwavering in her support. As her tears subsided, she lifted her gaze to Zhao Su, her eyes radiating encouragement. Haha. Zhao Su chuckled at Ning Rongrong's words, his heart resolute. For himself, and to remain forever with the one he cherished most, he would exert every effort. Regardless of any conspiracies, he harbored no fear. He would break through the darkness and vanquish all adversaries. From this moment forth, whether it be the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, or the Haotian School, he would show no mercy, all for the sake of ultimate victory. After a brief reunion with Ning Rongrong, Zhao Su made his way to Yuxian, spending the night quietly by Tang Yuehua's side. Thereafter, he held nothing back. Elder Yang, I will leaving behind to oversee the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Should anyone dare to harbor ill intentions towards it, eliminate them without hesitation. The following day, Zhao Su convened all principal members of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. This time, not only did he retain Ying, but also 4 other titled Douluos, along with several soul Douluos. Moreover, the ordinary soul masters were fully armed, significantly enhancing the security of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Rest assured, such incidents will never occur again, declared Yang Wudi and Niu Gao in affirmation to Zhao Su. Very well, with 2 elders at the helm of the Holy Angel Chamber, I feel much reassured, Zhao Su said as he rose, finally adding, from now on, whether it be the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, or the Haotian School and 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, should they show their faces, they shall be executed on the spot. With your words, I shall show no mercy to anyone I encounter henceforth. Ying, shrouded in a black cloak, her visage concealed, emanated a chilling aura in her voice. After conveying these directives, Zhao Su departed Tiando City alongside Bibi Dong. Soon, the Tiando Empire, the Xinglua Empire, and various sects received the news. The ancient Relic Mountain, which opened once every century, would officially commence in 30 days. All factions began to summon the prodigies from their clans, forming teams to venture towards the ancient Relic Mountain. Though fraught with peril, the ancient Relic Mountain promised opportunities alongside its dangers. A century prior, its opening had birthed 3 of the most formidable figures of the age. This time, everyone approached with a similar mindset, heading towards the location of the ancient Relic Mountain's emergence. The site of the ancient Relic Mountain's opening varied with each occurrence. Thus, after every closure, many would scour the vicinity for traces of it, yet without success. Legends state that regardless of one's level, upon entering the ancient Relic Mountain, one would be suppressed to the rank of a soul sage at level 70. Your Holiness, it has been confirmed that this ancient Relic Mountain lies in the sea to the west of the continent, shrouded in dense fog. To access it, one must journey to Sea God Island. Understood, replied Bibi Dong from her throne, gesturing dismissively to those below. She then turned to Zhao Su, who sat beside her, and inquired, So, are we going? Of course. We shall set sail for Sea God Island. Zhao Su appeared remarkably composed, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. I too wish to experience the might of the so-called strongest, the guardian of the Sea God Island, who is said to be closest to divinity. I advise you to refrain from such reckless endeavors. Why is that? I have ventured to Sea God Island before. Although the other 7 titled Douluo do not exceed level 95, apart from the Sea God Douluo, they possess unique abilities within the ocean. We would not fare well in such a venture. I am aware of that, yet we must proceed. Zhao Su rose from his seat and stepped out of the grand hall, gazing towards the western sea. When Zhao Su uttered these words, he was resolute. Why? Bai Dong, though somewhat perplexed by Zhao Su's decision, questioned why he would venture forth knowing the inherent dangers. Our aim is not merely to inherit the divine positions, but to usurp them. Each deity possesses unique abilities. If we cannot even surpass a titled Douluo who commands the ocean's extraordinary powers, what grounds do we have to challenge the gods? Upon hearing this, Bai Dong fell silent. She had contemplated the difficulty of slaying a god, yet had never fathomed the immense challenges that lay ahead. It could be described as an unattainable objective. Do you truly believe we can slay a god? The impossibility of the task only adds to its allure, Zhao Su asserted earnestly, turning to face Bai Dong. I will not coerce you into anything. If you wish to retract your commitment now, it is not too late. I am unafraid, as long as you are by my side. No matter the peril, I fear not. Death is merely a return to what I experienced over 20 years ago. You have given me life anew, and I willingly embrace death alongside you. This sudden display of emotional fervor from Bai Dong left Zhao Su momentarily at a loss for words. Zhao Su considered himself a connoisseur of romantic endeavors. However, when confronted by Bai Bai Dong, he realized that a woman's heartfelt declarations could wield more impact than a man's, especially when such words emanated from someone of Bai Bai Dong's stature. Chapter 117, Journey to the Sea. The trials begin. Why do I feel a chill run down my spine when you utter such words? Regardless of your belief in my sincerity. This is indeed my heartfelt confession. As Bai Bai Dong spoke, she stepped forward and entwined her arm with Zhao Su's, yet, before she could continue, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted her. She hastily released her hold on Zhao Su, her cheeks flushed, and turned towards the papal throne. The newcomers were Zhu Zhuqing, Hu Laina, and Qian Renxue. Teacher. Hu Laina bowed respectfully to Bai Bai Dong, addressing her with reverence. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly approached Zhao Su's side, while Qian Renxue remained aloof, her expression cold and silent. I shall personally journey to the ancient relic mountain. Laina, you, along with Yin and Xieyu, will accompany me. Bai Bai Dong had resolved that this expedition was not merely for her own cultivation, but also for the 7 champions of the Golden Generation, including Hu Laina, Yin, and Xieyu. Teacher, you intend to go to the ancient relic mountain yourself? Hu Laina was taken aback. Though the mountain was replete with opportunities, it was fraught with peril. It was uncommon for someone of Bai Bai Dong's unparalleled prowess to take such risks, especially since she was still young and destined to achieve legendary status without venturing there. Typically, it was the elderly titled Douluos who felt hopeless in breaking through, that would lead their disciples to seek fortune in the ancient relic mountain, both for their prot-gs and for their own breakthroughs. Indeed, Bai Bai Dong provided no further explanation, instructing Hu Laina to summon Xieyu, Yin, and the others to gather in the great hall the following morning. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. After Hu Laina departed, Bai Bai Dong turned her gaze towards Qian Renxue, who stood there with her golden hair cascading down her back. Clad in a white gown, her demeanor icy and silent. Do you wish to accompany me, or does your grandfather have other plans for you? I have my own arrangements. I do not wish to accompany you. Traveling with me would ensure your safety far more than being guarded by Shi Long and Ci Shui. Deep down, Bai Bai Dong cared for Qian Renxue. After all, she was her own flesh and blood. Yet, it was evident that Qian Renxue harbored deeper resentment towards her mother. Humph. When did you start caring about my safety? I do not require your concern. If that is your stance, then I have nothing further to say. You may leave. Bai Bai Dong waved her hand dismissively and turned away, refusing to meet Qian Renxue's gaze. Without any hesitation, Qian Renxue turned and swiftly exited. The following morning, when Bai Bai Dong, Zhao Su, and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the Great Hall, Hu Laina and the other 6 were already waiting. Each was fully equipped, their eyes resolute. Upon seeing Bai Bai Dong, they promptly bowed. We pay our respects to your holiness. There is no need for such formality. This expedition to the ancient relic mountain should remain discreet. You may address me simply as teacher. Upon hearing this, Hu Laina felt indifferent, but Xieyu, Yin, and the others were elated. They understood that being a student of the papal throne meant that should they reach the rank of title de law, they would inevitably ascend to become new elders of the Spirit Hall. Their status would be incomparable. Yes, teacher. Bai Bai Dong nodded in satisfaction and continued, furthermore. During this journey to the ancient relic mountain, Zhao Su will take the lead. His words are my command. Understood. The others looked at Zhao Su, their eyes betraying a hint of reluctance, yet they dared not voice their dissent. We are all brothers and sisters. There is no need for anyone to dominate. Let us discuss matters together. Zhao Su discerned the defiance in the eyes of these individuals. However, he chose to disregard it, for he understood that earning others' respect was not merely a matter of words, but rather a testament to one's strength. The group consisted of 10 individuals, traveling in 2 horse-drawn carriages. Zhao Su, Zhu Zhuqing, Bai Bai Dong, and Hu Laina traveled together in one carriage, while the remaining 6 companions occupied another. The carriage journeyed westward towards Hanhai City, the final urban settlement where the continent meets the ocean. Upon arrival, they planned to rest for a few days before chartering a vessel to set sail. Hanhai City, located at the far western edge of the continent, boasts 2 harbors for maritime access, one in Hanhai City of the Xinglua Empire, the largest port on the Douluo continent, and another in Mingyang City within the Tiando Empire, which also provides entry to the sea, leading to Sea God Island and the ancient relics of the mountain. Brother Su, how much longer until we arrive? After a fortnight of relentless travel, Zhu Zhuqing, possessing merely over 70 levels of soul power, appeared quite fatigued. Leaning against Zhao Su, she drowsily inquired, "We should be nearing our destination." Zhao Su gently embraced Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes filled with tenderness. "Rest for a while. Once we reach the next city, we shall take a few days to recuperate." Seated across from them, Bai Bidong and Hu Laiina exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of intrigue. Bai Bidong turned her head away, gazing out the window. 2 hours later, just as dusk began to settle, they finally arrived at a coastal city, marking their first halt after several days of travel. The prolonged journey had taken a toll. Even Zhao Su and Bai Bidong bore traces of weariness on their faces. Bai Bidong had changed from her elegant golden gown into a more practical purple dress, shedding her crown and loosely gathering her hair. Though older than Hu Laiina and Zhu Zhuqing, her beauty and poise surpassed theirs, exuding an air of authority cultivated through years of high status. One that neither Hu Laiina nor Zhu Zhuqing could rival. "Teacher, there's an inn up ahead. Shall we rest there?" Hu Laiina suggested. "Very well," Bai Bidong responded casually. Upon entering the inn, the presence of the 10 travelers immediately captured the attention of all present, particularly the striking beauty of Bai Bidong and her companions, which compelled many to steal glances. This location was in close proximity to the ocean, distanced from the imperial capital of Xinglua, yet still under its dominion. However, it was often marred by conflict, exacerbated by the recent emergence of the ancient relics in the sea, drawing the attention of various sects and families across the continent, all eager to seek opportunities within the ancient mountains. The influx of people rendered the surrounding cities increasingly chaotic, yet it was understood that only those with substantial strength, or the elite of various clans, dared to approach the ancient mountains, and thus, most refrained from provoking trouble. "Please prepare 5 rooms for us," Yan shouted at the front desk upon their arrival. "Apologies, sir, but we have only 3 rooms available," the receptionist replied. Yan's turned to Bai Bidong, who nodded in agreement. "3 rooms will suffice. Please also arrange for some food, as quickly as possible." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on," the receptionist responded. At that moment, a boisterous voice echoed from outside the inn. Chapter 118. To conquer the realm. One must first win the hearts of the people. The group turned towards the source of the voice and saw a burly soldier clad in armor entering the inn, flanked by a dozen more soldiers. "General Lu, what brings you here?" The innkeeper greeted the robust figure, sensing the formidable aura of the soul saint emanating from him, whose power surpassed 70 levels. "From where do you come?" General Lu inquired, directing his question at the group. Although Zhao Su and his companions were strikingly beautiful women and handsome men, they did not emanate a palpable aura of soul power. Consequently, the hotel manager was rather brusque in front of General Lu, urging them to expedite their lodging and prepare their meals without further ado. Yin paid no heed to the manager's inquiries, barely glancing in their direction, and instead rapped on the service counter, addressing the bewildered attendant. "Young man, do you wish to court disaster? Do you even know where you are?" The manager, infuriated by Yan's dismissive attitude, was ready to confront him. Yan, however, was not one to be trifled with. Flames suddenly enveloped his form, and the splendid array of his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, illuminated the hotel, eliciting astonishment from all present. Even General Lu's expression darkened. Although he was at the soul sage level, the disparity in their martial spirits and the configuration of their soul rings was stark. His first soul ring was merely white, and the earlier bravado swiftly dissipated. At that moment, Zhao Su, Bibi Dong, and Zhu Zhuqing had settled onto the hotel lobby sofa, entrusting all matters to Yan. "Let us not act impulsively," the hotel manager hastily interjected, positioning himself between Yin and General Lu to prevent conflict. "General Lu is acting in your best interests recently. Numerous wolf bandits have emerged around Hanhai City, slaughtering nearby villagers." The manager first calmed General Lu before pulling Yin and his companions aside to elucidate the situation. Thus, in response to the wolf bandits, Hanhai City has instituted a new regulation requiring both local merchants and outsiders to pay a certain amount of gold soul coins. "Are you suggesting he is a good person?" came the retort. "Indeed, the city lord and the pope of the spirit hall, Charles, conspire together, allowing the bandits to ravage the surrounding villages for their own safety. If it weren't for General Lu, countless innocents would have perished. Is it truly as you say, that the Pope of the Spirit Hall and the City Lord are in collusion?" The manager scoffed, his disdain palpable. What is the spirit hall but a band of blood-sucking fiends? They parade about in bravado, yet flee at the first sign of trouble. At this juncture, Bibi Dong's expression turned frigid, her gaze sharp enough to pierce. Is the spirit hall regarded in such a manner by you? Precisely. They hold us ordinary folk in utter contempt. Just in this hotel alone, the spirit hall owes us 100 gold soul coins and unpaid room fees. How many respectable women have suffered because of them? I dare say, those from the spirit hall are not much better than the marauding bandits. Perhaps the hotel manager had endured oppression from the spirit hall for far too long, and now he unleashed his grievances without restraint. Though General Lu may appear rough and domineering, he genuinely cares for us commoners. Another voice chimed in. He even fell out with the city lord over this matter and was assigned to patrol the streets. Yan, you must personally slay Charles and bring me his head. Bibi Dong commanded, her voice cold with fury. Understood, Yan replied, and alongside Xie and Li Kai, they departed the hotel. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, a wave of relief washed over the hotel's patrons, including General Lu, their faces alight with a flicker of hope. Clearly, these individuals had long suffered under Charles's tyranny. General Lu, we have been disrespectful. Please do not take offense. Zhao Su expressed great admiration for General Lu Tianzhong, who dedicated himself to safeguarding the peace of the people. Thus, he chose not to act arrogantly, instead rising to clasp his fists in respect towards Lu. No, it is I who have been somewhat overbearing. I should apologize to you all, Lu Tianzhong replied, also returning the gesture. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed his gaze before he inquired, May I ask from where you all hail? Are you not afraid of retaliation from the spirit hall after slaying Charles? Rest assured, General Lu, if we are to eliminate them, we shall ensure none remain, and consequently, no one shall be aware, nor shall they seek revenge. Zhao Su spoke with a remarkable ease, yet it sent a chill down the spines of all present. However, a lingering doubt remained in their hearts, uncertain whether Zhao Su and his companions were merely speaking idly or if they had indeed set out to vanquish Charles. It is worth noting that within the Soul Hall's branch in Hanhai City, the head bishop was no insignificant figure, having attained the formidable rank of over 70 levels as a soul saint, accompanied by a dozen or so soul kings ranging from levels 50 to 60. After approximately half an hour, the doubts that plagued their minds were dispelled. Charles's severed head was tossed into the hotel lobby by Yan. From Yan's words, it was clear that, apart from Charles, the remaining soul masters of the Soul Hall had been eradicated without exception. General Lu, having the heart to serve the people, pondered why he should not replace the tyrannical and ineffectual city lord. Yet, he hesitated, recalling the city lord's kindness towards him. He could not act against him. If you cannot do it, then allow me to take up the mantle. Zhao Su rose and strode towards the hotel exit. Having long since inquired about the location of the city lord's mansion, without a moment's hesitation, he made his way directly to the city lord's residence. He swiftly dispatched the city lord, who was still ensnared in his dreams, and eliminated all those who opposed Lu Tianjing's ascension to power, leaving no trace of resistance. Within the city lord's mansion, Lu Tianjing watched this unfold with a grim expression. Who are you? He demanded. You need not concern yourself with our identities. What matters is that the spirit hall will no longer hold sway in Hanhai City, came the reply. At this juncture, Bibi Dong had resolved to return from the sea and initiate a thorough cleansing of the spirit hall. With her previously unyielding and frenzied disposition fading, she had come to realize that to unify the continent, it was essential to wield not only an iron fist, but also a policy of conciliation. The first step was to cultivate a positive image of the spirit hall in the hearts of the common folk. To truly unify the continent, winning the people's hearts was imperative. As the saying goes, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. It must be acknowledged that despite her former cold-bloodedness, Bibi Dong was indeed a competent ruler. Are you members of the spirit hall? Lu Tianzhong, being a perceptive man, sensed something amiss in Bibi Dong's tone and demeanor. General Lu, or rather, City Lord Lu, could you elaborate on the matter of the wolf bandits? Zhao Su inquired, feeling it was only fitting to eliminate this threat to the populace now that he was present. Of course, Lu Tianzhong replied. Through Lu Tianjing's account, Zhao Su discerned that the so-called wolf bandits were, in fact, hybrids born of the Gale devil wolf spirit beast and humans, mutants that preyed upon humanity. Their method of procreation was nothing short of barbaric. Such abominations had no rightful place in existence, which was fundamentally why the Douluo continent opposed human-beast unions. The outcome of such unions was inherently unpredictable. However, those spirit beasts that had transformed after over 100,000 years no longer qualified as mere spirit beasts. Once they had taken on human form, they had irrevocably cast aside their beastly nature, never to revert again. Yet, this transformation was met with resistance from humankind. Partly because each of these shape-shifting spirit beasts had surpassed 100,000 years in age, yielding valuable soul rings and bones upon their demise. And partly due to the threat posed by the wolf bandits. Should hybrids like them come into existence, it would spell disaster for the entire continent. Does City Lord Lu know where the lair of these wolf bandits is located? Zhao Su queried. I cannot say for certain, but I suspect it lies within the forest 30 miles east of here. Very well, City Lord Lu, gather your forces. We shall proceed to eradicate these marauders plaguing the people. That may prove challenging. Lu Tianzheng expressed his concerns. These wolf bandits are born with levels exceeding 10, and the adults possess soul powers of 30 or 40. There are hundreds of them. We would be walking into our graves. Rest assured, City Lord Lu, as long as you place your trust in me, there will be no need for you to engage directly. Your role will merely be to assist from the periphery. Lu Tianzheng pondered this proposition. Though he yearned to eliminate the wolf bandits, he could not overlook the risks involved. Otherwise, it would indeed be a death sentence. Very well. We shall go, though I cannot guarantee how many men I can muster. Ultimately, Lu Tianzheng chose to trust Zhao Su. For Zhao Su's group had not only slain the Spirit Hall's bishop, but also the city lord, their strength evident. Once Zhao Su's group departed, it was uncertain when they might encounter such a formidable and unyielding force again, an opportunity rare for both him and Hanhai City. Of course, those who wished to join were welcome, while those who did not felt no obligation, as every individual possessed the right to make their own choices. Indeed, Brother Zhao, regardless of who else joins, I shall accompany you, Lu Tianzheng declared, affirming his commitment before setting out to gather his men. Why concern yourself with such matters? Are you not eager to head to See God Island? After Lu Tianzheng's departure, Bibi Dong turned to Zhao Su and inquired. At this moment, it was evident that Zhao Su was leading their group, even though Yin and the others typically followed Bibi Dong's orders. However, Bibi Dong found herself deferring to Zhao Su. As was the case with this decision, though she was puzzled, she refrained from challenging him. After all, it is all about experience. The location of our trials matters not. Zhao Su remarked, glancing at Hulaina and the others. From what I gather, these half-beast men possess formidable physiques and considerable strength. You must exercise caution. Are you suggesting we slay these half-beast men? Yin frowned, reluctant at the notion, as he believed his noble status rendered him above such matters. The expressions of the others, save for Hulaina, mirrored his sentiments. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Su could only shake his head. These individuals hailed from powerful families. And although their martial spirits and innate talents were commendable, they had been coddled since childhood and had never faced adversity. They were akin to delicate flowers nurtured within a greenhouse. How could such individuals possibly contend with those forged in the crucible of war? Both the former Pope Qin Xuanji and Bibi Dong, prior to merging with her new martial spirit, possessed martial spirits that were no less formidable than that of Tang Hao. Indeed, the six-winged angel martial spirit, revered as a divine-level martial spirit, surpassed the Hao Yin hammer. Yet, it was Tang Hao, of a lower rank, who nearly bested him in combat, while the involvement of a Yin's sacrificial offering of 100,000-year soul ring played a significant role. The ultimate reason lay in Tang Hao's relentless path carved through battle. Conversely, Qin Xuanji was merely a product of the vast resources of the Spirit Hall. Despite his elevated rank, his practical combat skills paled in comparison to those of Tang Hao. Zhao Su aimed to temper their haughty demeanor while simultaneously fostering their growth through combat. Otherwise, even if they were to attain the rank of title Douluo in the future, they would remain ineffectual. Indeed, this marks the true commencement of their trials. We are destined to seek opportunities in the ancient Relic Mountain, not merely to slay bandits here. If you cannot vanquish a mere band of robbers, how can you hope to pursue fortune in the ancient Relic Mountain? It seems more akin to courting death. You simply wish to exploit us to satisfy your own vanity. If you possess the ability, do it yourself. From the outset, Yin and the others harbored disdain for Zhao Su, having never truly witnessed his prowess. Even during their hunt for the Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape in the Stardow Forest, Zhao Su had donned a black robe that concealed his visage. In their hearts, they believed Zhao Su sought to utilize them to achieve his own glory among the citizens of Hanhai City. The simmering discord among the group erupted at that moment. Enough. It is our duty as practitioners to eradicate evil for the people. Hulaina interjected, halting Yan's tirade. Bibi Don remained silent throughout, observing the unfolding drama. for she understood the thoughts that plagued Yin and his companions. Without imparting a lesson, their hearts would remain unsettled, which elucidated why they could not rival the Shrek 7 Devils. The Shrek 7 Devils had truly emerged through the crucible of battle. Even Oscar, the support and food system specialist, had endured hardships in the Grand Soul Arena. In contrast, the 7 of them had been regarded as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall since childhood, revered and endowed with ample resources, leading to an inflated sense of pride as they swiftly ascended the ranks. Since you doubt my capabilities, I shall grant you an opportunity, Zhao Su declared as he exited the room and stepped into the spacious courtyard of the city lord's mansion. You 7, come at me together. If you can force out my martial soul, I shall concede your victory. Zhao Su, you are insufferably arrogant. Were it not for our teacher, I would have taught you a lesson long ago. Yan retorted, engulfed in flames as he charged at Zhao Su. The others, witnessing Yan's initiation, revealed their martial souls in unison as a cohesive team. Even Hulaina joined the fray, eager to ascertain Zhao Su's true strength, viewing this as a rare opportunity to hone their synergy. Chapter 120. Prideful nature cannot forge true strength. The positioning of the 7 was deliberate. Hulaina and Xiaoyu stood together to assist Yan, who would spearhead their offensive. The remaining 4 each had their designated roles. Together, they launched their assault, executing a harmonious and coordinated attack. Too weak. Engaging with you is akin to bullying. Zhao Su once again mocked the group before him. In an instant, he seemed to vanish completely, only to reappear behind Yan moments later. He placed a hand on Yan's shoulder and quipped, "Is this your flame lord? I must say, he seems quite adept at stoking the fire." With that, his right hand grasped Yan's shoulder while his left fist swung directly toward Yan's cheek, leaving no opportunity for retaliation. At that moment, Hulaina's 6th soul ring ignited, unleashing a formidable aura of murderous intent as a third eye materialized on her forehead. This malevolence sought to ensnare Zhao Su in its dark grasp. Concurrently, Li Kai unleashed his martial spirit, transforming into a menacing black wild boar with fearsome tusks. Brutal charge, cried Su Yu, a member of the team wielding the auxiliary martial spirit, the Golden Scepter. The scepter radiated a golden light, enveloping Li Kai and accelerating his charge with increasing ferocity. As Zhao Su observed Li Kai hurtling towards him, he released his grip on Yan's shoulder and forcefully hurled Yan away. Yan collided directly with Li Kai, sending him flying as he charged with all his might towards Zhao Su. At that moment, Xiaoyu had also made his move, launching the Moonblade at Zhao Su from an unusual angle. Hulaina, emanating a formidable aura of lethal intent, simultaneously merged her martial spirit with Xiaoyu's, forming the enchanting fusion technique, Demon Charm. The Moonblade began to transform, and Hulaina underwent a significant metamorphosis as well. The third eye on her forehead shifted to a vivid pink hue. Her entire body became adorned with pink fur, resembling a true fox, poised in a predatory stance. Coupled with the interference of the god of death domain, the martial spirit fusion technique at this moment was far more powerful than during the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. Yan, Li Kai, Su Yu, Sun Chuantao, and Zhang Ping unleashed their strongest soul techniques, manifesting their martial spirits in a radiant display dominated by pink hues. Charging towards Zhao Su. If this is all the strength you possess, I have indeed not misjudged you. You are exceedingly weak. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, emanating an overwhelming authority that enveloped the 7 individuals. He forcefully nullified their martial spirits, causing each of them to succumb to his potent pressure and kneel. To be frank, the combined might of Hulaina and her 6 companions was not insignificant. Indeed, within the younger generation of the entire Douluo continent, they stood as formidable opponents. Even the complete Shrek 7 monsters would find it no easy feat to surpass them. Yet, for Zhao Su, their strength was inconsequential. His ambitions were aimed at confronting deities, rather than the formidable beings of the Douluo continent. It was not merely them. Even Bibi Dong would appear inadequate in the face of a god, compelling her to devise every possible means to enhance her own power, let alone these few. At that moment, Lu Tianzhong had also returned, acutely sensing Zhao Su's formidable aura. As he originally stepped into the courtyard, he hastily retreated. So, do you acknowledge your own ineptitude? Zhao Su retracted his imposing aura and gazed at the 7 individuals kneeling before him, softly inquiring. Yes, we are indeed worthless. Yan's eyes brimmed with profound disappointment. In this encounter with Zhao Su, he had not even had the chance to strike back before being thoroughly beaten. under Zhao Su's overwhelming pressure. He could barely maintain his footing. Although his heart was heavy with despair, he also recognized the vast chasm that lay between him and Zhao Su. Remember, if you do not wish to be deemed worthless, you must suppress your pride, embrace hardship, and fear not the pain. Only those who emerge as true warriors from the crucible of bloodshed are the genuine strong. Observing the dejected Yin and his companions, Bibi Dong finally spoke, "Enough for today. Although you are still quite weak, I believe that one day you shall become true champions." Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Zhao Su and the seven turned their attention towards her. At that moment, Bibi Dong, clad in a simple purple gown, wore a demeanor that, while still somewhat expressionless, exuded a much gentler aura than before. Gone was the haughty arrogance of her past. The former Bibi Dong had been an imperious sovereign, while now she embodied the essence of a truly benevolent mentor. With her sternness came encouragement, a stark contrast to her previous demeanor. "Yes, we shall heed our teacher's guidance." The seven replied respectfully, bowing slightly to Bibi Dong. Once Zhao Su and his companions had resolved their matters, Lu Tianzhong entered the scene, displaying even greater reverence towards Zhao Su. "Senior Zhao, I have gathered all the soldiers willing to join, numbering a little over 30. At this moment, Lu Tianzhong had altered his address for Zhao Su, from Brother Zhao to Senior Zhao. "Mayor Lu, you need not be so formal. Simply call me Brother Zhao. I am hardly a senior." Zhao Su replied with a gentle smile. 30 individuals will suffice. Your task will be to guard the main routes and prevent those half-beasts from fleeing. The rest shall be left to them. The seven remained silent, standing quietly to the side. "If Brother Zhao and his companions can assist us in Hanhai City, then you shall forever be our benefactor, and we will carve your statue for generations to honor. I cannot accept such accolades. Let us first eliminate these half-beasts." Zhao Su responded, "Indeed, should we proceed now under the cover of night, or prepare for tomorrow? We should go now. We are only dealing with a few half-beasts. What is there to prepare?" Lu Tianzhong hesitated, concerned that his words might displease Zhao Su. Eventually, he voiced his worries. "There are at least 300 to 400 wolf bandits, and their leader is a formidable soul master with green wings, at least level 80. "Ah, there are soul master level half-beasts?" This revelation caught Zhao Su off guard, yet he remained unfazed. Regardless of their level, they could be dealt with. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Lu Tianzhong mistakenly interpreted them as fear and suggested softly, "Shall we prepare a bit more?" "Not necessary. I have grown increasingly interested in these half-beasts. Let us depart at once." Zhao Su insisted. Lu Tianzhong, gritting his teeth, decided to press forward. The worst outcome would merely be becoming fodder for the half-beasts. As long as these creatures remained, Hanhai City would know no peace. It was better to take a gamble now than to wait for the day they consumed the nearby villagers and came knocking on their doors, at which point death would be inevitable. Chapter 121. The Ruthless Half-Beasts. During Lu Tianzhong's preparation, Zhao Su turned to Bibi Dong. "Will you accompany us, or stay here?" "Of course, I shall join you. It has been too long since I last moved. Today is a perfect opportunity to hone my skills." Bibi Dong's casual tone belied the palpable aura of bloodlust emanating from her. However, this time, her killing intent lacked the malevolence of before. It was a pure, controllable desire to fight. "Very well, let us commence our training in Hanhai City. I hope that when we return, we shall all be the strongest. Perhaps we may never return. You are overly pessimistic. We shall take one step at a time. When we die, we shall have no more troubles." Zhao Su replied with a light-hearted chuckle. "Living can sometimes be more terrifying than death. If one fears not living, what is there to fear in death?" In no time, Lu Tianzhong had gathered his preparations. Over 30 individuals, fully armed and ready, stood before him, having even bid farewell to their families with the resolve of impending doom. With unwavering determination, they embarked on the path to eradicate the bandits for the sake of all the citizens of Hanhai City. Zhao Su and his companions, 10 in total, were traveling by horse-drawn carriage, while Lu Tianzhong rode alongside more than 30 soldiers, swiftly making their way towards the forest where the half-orcs lurked, located 30 miles east of Hanhai City. Halt! As they approached within 5 miles of the half-orcs' hiding place, both Zhao Su and Bibi Dong sensed something amiss. Zhao Su urgently called out to the coachman. "What is it, Brother Zhao?" "The scent of blood is overwhelming," Zhao Su replied. His brow furrowed as he gazed intently in a certain direction. "Are there any villages or towns nearby?" "There are no towns, only a few villages in that direction. Let us hasten our pace. If my instincts are correct, those wolf bandits are attacking the villages." "What?" Lu Tianzhong shouted to the soldiers around him. Ride at full speed towards the villages. Abandon the carriage. We must hurry, for there may still be villagers we can save. Zhao Su continued speaking to Lu Tianzhong, saying, Lord Lu, you and your men should remain behind, guarding the entrance to the village ahead. Remember, not a single half-beast must escape. Lu Tianzhong nodded in assurance. Zhao Su uttered naught, extending his hand to clasp around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, as a pair of butterfly wings unfurled behind him, propelling them swiftly towards the village. In the midst of their flight, Hulaina, too, was racing forward. The moment her bat wings materialized, her form shrank rapidly. When her wings fully expanded, her speed astonishingly surpassed that of Zhao Su's rupture sky demon butterfly. In terms of velocity, even Bibidong could not keep pace with Hulaina. Furthermore, as Hulaina's bat wings unfurled completely, perhaps due to the inherent nature of bats, her presence became shrouded, rendering her undetectable. In stark contrast to Zhao Su, Hulaina, and Bibidong, the group trailing behind, led by Yin, exerted every ounce of their strength, casting aside any concerns for the consumption of soul power. Within a mere 5 minutes, Zhao Su and Hulaina arrived first at the village, where half-beasts were mercilessly slaughtering its inhabitants. The ghastly scene before them rendered Zhu Zhuqing, who accompanied Zhao Su, utterly pallid. As she gazed around, she beheld severed limbs and blood saturating the entire village. The half-beasts had retreated, leaving behind this gruesome tableau of carnage. Most of the corpses were grotesquely disfigured. Before long, Yin and the others caught up, their faces equally ashen, their hearts ignited with fury at the sight before them. Let us go. We have not strayed far. Today, we shall annihilate them. Annihilate them. At this moment, all complaints had vanished from their hearts, replaced solely by the resolute conviction to eradicate the half-beasts. Shortly after entering the forest, Zhao Su and his companions closed in on the horde of approximately 300 half-beasts. Many of these creatures brandished severed limbs, clearly having regarded these body parts as their sustenance. Kill. Zhao Su did not employ any sophisticated tactics. His strategy could be encapsulated in a single word: kill. Soon, the half-orcs began to react, and under the command of their leader, they surged forward to encircle Zhao Su and his companions. In addition to the leader of level 80, who possessed the prowess of a soul Douluo, there were 3 captains of level 70, each commanding approximately 100 half-orcs. These half-orcs exhibited an unparalleled ferocity. They knew no defense, only relentless offense, and were utterly unconcerned with the specter of death. Zhao Su and his companions could be deemed even more frenzied than these half-beasts. Hulaina and her 7 comrades formed a protective circle, ensuring that the half-beasts could not approach them at all. At this moment, Bibidong truly embodied the essence of a fearsome deity, her form shrouded in resplendent golden armor, wielding 9 sinister scythes that coalesced into a harbinger of death. With each swing, a multitude of half-beasts fell before her. Lu Tian, stationed at the forest's entrance, gazed in awe at Bibidong, who radiated a divine golden light, resembling a celestial being. Everyone was left spellbound as they witnessed the impending annihilation of the half-beasts at her hands. Yet, Bibidong did not come to slay. Her purpose was to provide them with a trial, not to engage in slaughter. Zhao Su could not help but feel a sense of helplessness as he shielded Zhu Zhuqing, who had withdrawn from the battlefield and shouted loudly at Bibidong. At that moment, Lu Tian, witnessing the fallen half-beast in rows, felt an absence of fear and thus approached as well. All eyes were fixed upon Bibidong, filled with admiration. I truly apologize for losing control a bit. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, imbued with spiritual energy, Bibidong regained her composure, retracting the scythe of death. The golden armor adorning her gradually melded into her form as she exited the fray. Do not merely stand there. Hasten to rescue those villagers who are still alive. Zhao Su called out to Lu Tianzhong, who stood there in a daze. At that moment, Zhao Su felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. There was a sense of helplessness that accompanied it. Of the 300 to 400 half-beasts, nearly 300 had been slain by Bibidong alone, leaving only a handful remaining. At that juncture, the winged half-beast leader made his move. His muscles swelled rapidly, reaching a height of at least 2.5 meters, radiating an ethereal blue glow. His hands transformed into sharp claws as he leaped into the air, the pair of azure wings behind him flapping and releasing a veil of white mist that enveloped Hulaina and her 6 companions. Zhao Su could clearly see the half-orc leader, shrouded in a blue glow, as his body swelled and his soul power surged. Ultimately, he directly broke through to the level of a tidal Douluo. His razor-sharp claws were exceedingly swift, each strike seemingly freezing the air around them. Coupled with the assistance of 3 captains, each above level 70, Hulaina and her companions found themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 122. The Golden Generation unites to combat the evil wolf. This half-orc exhibited peculiar traits. Bibi Dong also gazed into the white mist, observing the erupting half-orc leader. Her brow furrowed in contemplation. What is so strange? Though Zhao Su sensed that this leader was peculiar, he could not articulate what exactly seemed amiss. He felt the ominous aura of the Rakshasa god emanating from him, a powerful force of malevolence. After Bibi Dong absorbed the Rakshasa god armor and transformed the Rakshasa demon scythe into her new second martial soul, she could be considered half a Rakshasa god at this point. Once Bibi Dong completes the 9 trials of the Rakshasa god, the deity will inevitably descend. At that moment, should Bibi Dong slay the Rakshasa god, she would wholly usurp the god's place. This is not a matter of inheritance, but rather a complete replacement. Could it be that the Rakshasa god does not reside in the divine realm, but has been lurking on the Douluo continent all along? Zhao Su had pondered this question when he first encountered the phantom of the Rakshasa god in the City of Slaughter. It is essential to note that while the deities in the divine realm exert total control over the mortals of Douluo, they are also bound by restrictions. Forbidden from descending to the lower realm without permission, and the transmission of divine positions follows strict protocols. Typically, the corresponding god is not permitted to appear until the successor has completed the 9 trials. Yet, the Rakshasa god managed to manifest a phantom, attempting to prevent Bibi Dong from acquiring the Rakshasa god armor and the Rakshasa demon scythe. Is that even feasible? Bibi Dong gazed at Zhao Su, her eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and skepticism regarding his conjecture. At this juncture, there seems to be no impossibility. Our collective desire to dismantle this chessboard and forge a game of our own is becoming increasingly convoluted. The journey to the ancient relic mountain may prove to be far more perilous than we had anticipated. Zhao Su had already contemplated the perilous nature of this journey. Yet it now appeared that his considerations were rather simplistic. At this moment, the formidable half-orc leader, akin to a final boss, had completely gained the upper hand with the assistance of 3 soul saint-level half-orcs. The 7 members of Hulaina found themselves in a dire predicament. It was at this juncture that they finally grasped the essence of Zhao Su's words. Each individual became earnest in their approach. Through their harmonious collaboration, coupled with Hulaina's malevolent eye of evil that fortuitously countered the dark intentions, they gradually stabilized the situation. Zhao Su also took action, slaying all the half-orcs except for the leader and the 3 captains. He understood that those ordinary half-orcs no longer posed a threat to the 7 prodigies of the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation. Retaining them would serve no purpose. This time, I shall not intervene. Should you fall to these 4 half-orcs, it is solely a reflection of your inadequacies. Although Bibi Dong expressed such sentiments, her gaze remained fixated on the battlefield. Her words were intended to convey to the 7 that they were the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall, endowed with high expectations by their elders. Yet, in the outside world, survival depended on their own prowess. Brother Zhao, we have rescued all the villagers captured by the half-orcs. But only a handful of women and children remain. The rest have perished. Lu Tianjing's countenance was grim. Despite the victory in vanquishing the half-orcs, the village had been nearly decimated by their rampage. In light of this, I must trouble Lord Lu to escort those who have lost family and friends back to Hanhai City for proper accommodation. Rest assured, Brother Zhao, this shall pose no issue. If they wish to remain in Hanhai City, I shall provide them with homes. If they desire to return to their village, I will assist them in rebuilding. Upon hearing Lu Tianjing's words, Zhao Su nodded appreciatively. He then retrieved a small porcelain vial from the storage pendant at his waist. Lord Lu, this is a soul-gathering pill that I have concocted. It can be ingested during cultivation to enhance the speed of their training, and it may also be given to those of good character to bolster the overall strength of Hanhai City. Thank you, Brother Zhao. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Su instructed Lu Tianjing to clear the battlefield and transport all useful spoils back to Hanhai City. Following this, Lu Tianjing and his group departed with the surviving villagers and their hard-won treasures. Zhao Su then focused intently on the now utterly enraged half-orc chieftain. The white mist composed of malevolent thoughts had been completely dispelled by Hulaina's evil eye. Yet, the chieftain grew increasingly ferocious in battle. His claws, enveloped in a sinister azure glow, exuded a potent scent of blood. How dare you, wretched humans! You have forced my hand, he roared. his words laced with an overwhelming intent to kill. Suddenly, he pivoted, seizing another half-orc by his side. His claws pierced through the latter's body, voraciously siphoning away the half-orc's essence. In mere moments, the half-orc was reduced to a desiccated husk, discarded carelessly to the side. The chieftain then turned to the other two half-orcs, employing the same gruesome method to consume them entirely. Following this, his body began to swell dramatically, hard armor manifesting upon him. His soul power surged uncontrollably, ultimately breaking through to the rank of title Douluo. His once ordinary claws transformed into a massive broadsword. His visage twisted into a fearsome countenance, with his eyes glowing a deep crimson. The half-orc chieftain leaped into the air, seemingly endowed with the ability to traverse space instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, he had breached Hulaiina's defensive formation. Furthermore, his intellect had significantly heightened after his evolution. He did not target the formidable Hulaiina or Xiaoyu, but instead focused on Su Yu, who wielded the auxiliary martial soul golden staff, and Zhang Ping, who possessed the agility-oriented martial soul golden waist swallow. His intent was to dismantle their formation before dealing with the rest. However, he underestimated the true strength of Hulaiina and her companions. Among the seven, they practiced a secret technique that enhanced mental prowess, allowing them to amplify each other's spirit power and communicate their thoughts without uttering a word. Although Hulaiina was the core, the one orchestrating their strategy was Xiaoyu. Under Xiaoyu's guidance, Su Yu and Zhang Ping swiftly retreated, while Li Kai and Sun Chuantao stepped forward to shield them. In that instant, Yan also sprang into action, flames erupting around him in a wild blaze, temporarily forcing the half-orc chieftain back. Yet, there was no respite for him. Hulaiina fused with her martial soul. The demon fox, her body enveloped in fine fur. Two short swords materialized in her hands, piercing towards the half-orc chieftain with astonishing speed. Xiaoyu unleashed the true form of his martial soul, transforming into a moon-like blade that could be wielded from afar with unparalleled sharpness, cutting through even the chieftain's azure armor. Coupled with Yan's flames, which hampered the chieftain's agility, their coordinated attacks made it exceedingly difficult for him to retaliate. The half-orc, pushed to the brink, let out another furious roar, his immense power rendered ineffective against the seamless cooperation of the seven. Yet, despite his formidable strength, he struggled to unleash his full potential, leaving him in a state of distress. Not far away, Bibidong and Zhao Su observed the unfolding scene, a satisfied smile gracing Bibidong's face. However, despite the Golden Generation's impeccable synergy, the disparity in soul power was undeniable. Before long, as the seven began to exhaust their energy, the half-orc chieftain seized the upper hand, his previously azure armor now marred by blood-red streaks, enhancing his defenses to an alarming degree. He no longer feared Yan's flames, nor could Xiaoyu's moonblade truly breach his defenses. Li Kai's Blackhorn Mountain Pig was also at a disadvantage against the evolved Gale Demon Wolf. Although Hulaiina's speed allowed her to create some disturbances for the chieftain, her attack lacked the necessary potency to penetrate his defenses without striking the same spot 3 times, which required assistance from Xiaoyu's moonblade and Sun Chuantao's comrades. However, the half-orc was anything but idle. Despite his colossal form, he exhibited remarkable agility. For Hulaiina, landing 3 consecutive hits in the same area proved to be an exhausting endeavor, draining not only her soul power, but her mental fortitude as well. After prolonged dual exertion, Hulaiina's face paled, her speed noticeably diminishing. Blood Moon and Yin were not faring much better, the gap in soul power forming an insurmountable chasm. As Hulaiina's pace faltered, the half-orc chieftain seized the opportunity, grasping her by the throat. His blood-red eyes brimmed with malice and fury. Disregarding the attacks from Xiaoyu and the others, he opened his gaping maw, intent on devouring Hulaiina's head. Desperately struggling, the severely weakened Hulaiina exerted all her strength, but she could not break free from the chieftain's grasp. As the monstrous maw drew ever closer, the overwhelming stench of blood filled her senses, plunging her into a near-death experience. Her vision blurred, her body overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. Suddenly, a dark figure emerged, delivering a powerful punch to the chieftain's cheek, while simultaneously drawing a long sword that severed the chieftain's grip on Hulaiina's neck. After catching Hulaiina as she fell, the figure swiftly returned her to Xiaoyu's side. Gasping for breath, Hulaiina sought to stabilize her breathing, while the others gathered around her, gazing at Zhao Su, who descended like a deity, mercilessly pummeling the half-orc chieftain. Each punch tore into the chieftain's flesh, leaving horrific gashes in its wake. Zhao Su refrained from directly executing the half-orc leader, intending instead to draw out the concealed aura within him. This would enable him to discern whether the essence hidden within the half-orc leader truly belonged to the Rakshasa deity. It is you. From this moment forth, you shall be my eternal nemesis. We shall not rest until one of us lies dead. A voice, imbued with profound weariness and boundless fury, emerged from the half-orc leader's lips, clearly not his own. Humph, is this what they call a deity? Zhao Su let out a cold snort, sensing the instability of the Rakshasa deity's aura. This may well explain why the Rakshasa had chosen to attach a fragment of its ethereal presence to the half-orc leader, intending to annihilate ordinary humans to restore its own damaged soul with their lifeblood. You need not seek me out. I shall one day come for you, and ensure that all you hypocritical deities meet your demise at my hands. At this moment, Zhao Su was thoroughly incensed by the Rakshasa. In the eyes of these so-called gods, mortals were but mere insects, to be exterminated at their whim. Given this reality, Zhao Su found no reason to harbor goodwill towards these deities. While violence is often deemed unacceptable, there are times when it serves as the most straightforward and efficient means to resolve an issue. As Zhao Su uttered these words, he extended his hand and extracted the entirety of the half-orc chieftain's memories. Within the depths of that half-orc's recollections, Zhao Su stumbled upon fragments pertaining to the Rakshasa god. To his astonishment, it became evident that not only the Rakshasa god, but also the sea god, the Shura God, and various other deities were likely present on the Douluo continent. The divine realm was engulfed in ceaseless conflict, with each deity striving to find a formidable heir to inherit their divine position, thereby liberating themselves from the incessant wars among the gods. Furthermore, Zhao Su discerned that his translocation was not a mere accident. Rather, he had been deliberately brought to the Douluo continent. In this vast universe, Douluo was not the sole continent. There existed at least 3,000 realms, among which was the Blue Star, where Zhao Su had originally resided. The reason for his arrival on the Douluo continent stemmed from the fact that it was the only realm among the 3,000 that had not achieved complete unification, thus attracting the most interference from the deities. It was highly probable that Tang San was also brought to this continent for similar reasons. However, the divine presence behind Tang San was not the same as that of Zhao Su. Zhao Su speculated that the deity responsible for Tang San's arrival on the Douluo continent might be one of either the sea god or the Shura God. Yet, the ominous red flower, imbued with a terrifying aura, concealed within Zhao Su's being, along with the words spoken to him, left Zhao Su in a state of doubt. Zhao Su casually discarded the half-orc leader, whose memories had been siphoned away, onto the ground. A look of confusion and sorrow flickered in his eyes. Bibi Dong also noticed Zhao Su's peculiar demeanor but refrained from probing too deeply, instead approaching Hulaina. She reached out to grasp Hulaina's hand, and upon examination, discovered that Hulaina appeared somewhat feeble merely due to the depletion of her mental and soul energy, having suffered no real harm, which eased her concerns. With the assistance of Xiaoyu, Hulaina rose to her feet, while the 7 of them faced Bibi Dong, their heads bowed in a display of low morale. The encounter with the half-orc leader had dealt a significant blow to them. Indeed, had it not been for Zhao Su's timely intervention, Hulaina would have met her demise at the hands of that half-orc leader. Furthermore, had Hulaina been slain, it is unlikely they would have endured for long, ultimately falling victim to the same fate at the hands of the half-orc leader. You have all performed admirably. Do not let pride consume you. Yet neither should you succumb to despondency. Once you attain the rank of title Douluo, I firmly believe each of you will surpass this half-orc. Bibi Dong's encouragement rekindled hope in the previously downcast eyes of the 7, infusing them with a newfound determination alongside their inherent pride. Satisfied with their response, Bibi Dong nodded and instructed them to restore their soul energy quickly. Once they had recovered sufficiently, they would return to Hanhai City. At this moment, the sky gradually brightened, as the rising sun from the east bestowed a gentle warmth upon the earth. Chapter 124. Completely earning the trust of the Golden Generation while awaiting the recovery of Hulaina and her companion's soul energy, Bibi Dong approached Zhao Su, who was engrossed in examining the half-orc's corpse. Have you discovered something? She inquired. Indeed, it is highly probable that the ancient relic mountain harbors a conspiracy. Gods such as the Rakshasa and Shura may very well be concealed within its depths. As Zhao Su spoke, he excavated a piece of azure soul bone from within the half-beast's body. This particular soul bone belonged to the right arm. Upon examining it, Zhao Su sensed a powerful and violent aura emanating from it. It was highly likely that this was bestowed upon the half-beast leader by the Rakshasa god. This soul bone was the very reason he surpassed the other 3 half-beasts in strength. What? Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Bibi Dong's brows furrowed in contemplation. If this is indeed the case, what could their intentions be? Naturally, it is to heal their wounds. The essence of ordinary humans pales in comparison to the potent essence of soul masters. Are you suggesting that the ancient relic mountain, which opens once every century, is merely a facade to conceal their conspiracy to hunt soul masters? Precisely. A century ago, many individuals entered the ancient relic mountain and emerged alive. Moreover, Tang Chun and Qian Douluo became its greatest beneficiaries, later rising to the status of unparalleled Douluo, the strongest beings in the Douluo continent. How do you rationalize that? This is easily explained. After Tang Chun emerged from the ancient relic mountain, his rank ascended rapidly. However, have you noticed that he had already been parasitized by the 9-headed Bat King, becoming the King of Slaughter? Indeed, that is the case. And what of Qian Douluo? How many years has it been since he last stepped out of the Douluo palace? Bibi Dong nodded, her keen intellect requiring no further elaboration for her to understand. So, shall we venture to the ancient relic mountain? Of course, we must go. How can we dismantle a conspiracy without engaging with it? Zhao Su's lips curled upwards, his countenance adorned with a resolute smile. This unwavering smile, in the eyes of Bibi Dong, only intensified her fondness for him. Ahem. At that moment, the distant sound of Zhu Zhuqing clearing her throat abruptly pulled Zhao Su back to reality. Noticing the somewhat displeased expression on Zhu Zhuqing's face, he hastily rose and offered her an awkward smile, while gently swaying the azure soul bone in his hand. This soul bone was remarkable, albeit imbued with a hint of ferocious energy. One could only wonder if its bearer would succumb to madness. Zhao Su hastily shifted the conversation, feigning a serious examination of the soul bone. Although Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, a knowing smile graced her lips as she approached Zhao Su's side. She reached out and pinched the soft flesh at Zhao Su's waist with considerable force. Instantly, a sharp pain contorted the smile on Zhao Su's face. Regardless of whether it was Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, or Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su never resisted when they pinched his waist. Though the pain was intense, his heart was filled with sweetness. Bibi Dong, witnessing this, smiled softly, her exquisite beauty becoming even more enchanting. Are you still watching? Zhu Zhuqing whispered into Zhao Su's ear, applying pressure once more. I'm not watching. I am genuinely examining the soul bone. Zhao Su swiftly reached out to grasp Zhu Zhuqing's delicate little hand, bringing it to his lips for a gentle kiss. Your little hand still possesses strength. How annoying. Zhu Zhuqing wriggled free from Zhao Su's grasp, playfully striking his chest, her cheeks tinged with a hint of bashfulness. In the midst of Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing's playful banter, Hulaina and the others had nearly regained their composure. Although they had not yet reached their peak condition, continuing their journey was no longer a challenge. Li Kai, this soul bone should greatly assist you with your ferocious assaults. Upon witnessing Zhao Su hand over the azure right arm soul bone, Li Kai's face broke into a radiant smile. Zhao Su continued, however. This soul bone emanates a formidable and violent aura. Its fusion may bring unforeseen side effects. The choice to merge lies solely with you. What side effects might there be? While it could enhance the savage charge of your wild assault, it may also risk your consciousness being controlled, plunging you into a state of madness. Is there no remedy for this? Li Kai yearned for this soul bone, yet after hearing Zhao Su's words, he found himself wavering. Among the 7 members of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, he alone remained without a soul bone. Very well, if you trust me and wish to experiment, then proceed with the fusion. After contemplating for a moment, Li Kai, no longer hesitant, extended his hand to accept the soul bone and swiftly integrated it into his right arm. Once the soul bone merged with his arm, an intense surge of violent energy radiated forth, elevating Li Kai's presence significantly. After approximately 10 minutes, he abruptly opened his eyes, his right arm glowing with a cerulean light. His martial soul had fused with him, transforming into an even more colossal black wild boar. With a powerful thrust of his limbs, the true form of his martial soul charged forth with unrestrained ferocity, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue, indicating that his consciousness was indeed being compromised. Zhao Su motioned for Hulaina and the others to retreat, then stepped forward to confront the oncoming Li Kai. With a sudden surge of strength, he blocked Li Kai's charge, feeling the tremendous force even without the use of his immortal titan body. It is worth noting that Zhao Su's physical prowess had already surpassed that of a Soul Douluo, even in the absence of his formidable technique. This implies that Li Kai's ferocious assault, propelled by his martial spirit's true form, was potent enough to inflict harm upon an ordinary titled Douluo. However, the reality of combat diverged significantly from merely allowing Zhao Su to stand there and absorb the blow. After subduing Li Kai, a radiant white light, imbued with a sacred essence, entered Li Kai's body. In a short span, his blood-red eyes returned to normal, now shimmering with brilliance. Once restored, Li Kai promptly retracted his martial spirit. Try again. Zhao Su addressed Li Kai, who merely nodded in response and once again summoned the soul bone of his right arm. Though it still exuded a fierce aura, infusing his entire being with formidable power, it remained under his control, allowing him to wield it with ease. Observing this, Zhao Su smiled with satisfaction and remarked, "Very well, but do bear in mind the importance of enhancing your mental fortitude. This will enable you to better master the soul bone. As your mental prowess strengthens, any future soul bones you acquire will be more manageable." "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Li Kai promptly expressed his gratitude with a respectful fist salute. Following this exchange, the attitudes of Yin and the others, particularly Li Kai, underwent a significant transformation, shedding their previous hostility. "Brother Zhao, I acknowledge my past mistakes. I humbly ask for your forgiveness and hope you can overlook them." As they journeyed back to Hanhai City, their lack of a carriage, compounded by their lingering weakness, necessitated a slow pace. They ambled along, taking in the picturesque scenery that lined the path. Yin and Xiaoyu approached Zhao Su, who was walking behind and sharing a light-hearted conversation with Zhu Zhuqing, and remarked, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten. Let us refrain from discussing such matters in the future." Zhao Su casually turned to Yin and Xiaoyu, saying, Chapter 125. The little woman and the little man. Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, and Xiaoyu remarked, "Since that is the case, we shall not be pretentious any longer. From this day forth, Brother Zhao shall be our leader. Your words shall carry the same weight as those of our teacher, and we shall comply unconditionally. Indeed, from now on, you are the leader of the 7 of us." The others quickly echoed, "What leader? We will discuss matters together," Zhao Su humbly remarked. In the cheerful atmosphere, Zhao Su and his companions swiftly returned to Hanhai City. At that moment, Lu Tian was leading more than 30 soldiers, waiting at the city gate for Zhao Su and his group, initially displaying a look of anxiety. He could not help but sigh in relief and greet Zhao Su with a beaming smile upon seeing him. "Brother Zhao, have you dealt with that half-orc leader?" "Indeed. Rest assured, there will be no more wolf bandits near Hanhai City." "Excellent. Brother Zhao, you shall henceforth be our great benefactor in Hanhai City. I have already arranged a banquet to celebrate the heroes," Lu Tian exclaimed, pulling Zhao Su into the city. Upon entering the city, Zhao Su and his companions were greeted by a throng of people lined along the streets, spontaneously welcoming them. Among the most fervent were the families of Lu Tianzheng and the 30 soldiers who had ventured forth to quell the bandits. In a display of profound gratitude, these individuals knelt before Zhao Su and his party within the Lord's mansion. Although these brave souls had embarked on their perilous mission with a resolute acceptance of death, their safe return filled their families with immense appreciation for Zhao Su. The grand feast that followed lasted an impressive 3 days, replete with fine wines and sumptuous meats, generously provided for all. Every guest was welcomed, and together they celebrated, for the citizens of Hanhai City had not experienced such revelry in a long time. Largely due to the menace posed by the half-orcs, daily life had been fraught with anxiety and fear, and the complete eradication of this threat heralded a momentous occasion for the inhabitants. As the evening of the 3rd day arrived, the prolonged festivities finally came to an end. During this time, Zhao Su and his companions indulged without restraint, fully aware that this marked the beginning of a joyous life for the townspeople. Yet for themselves, it signified merely the onset of their own tribulations. Once they set sail upon the ocean, they would encounter life and death trials, the outcome of which remained uncertain. "Brother Su, must we truly journey to the ancient relic mountains?" On the rooftop, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against Zhao Su, her voice tinged with concern. She was acutely aware of Zhao Su's plans, and the more she understood, the more unease settled in her heart. "We must go. We have no other choice. With the opening of the ancient relic mountains, it signifies that God's century-old conspiracy is upon us. Our time is running short." Zhao Su inhaled deeply, reluctant to take risks. Yet, To refrain from taking risks was tantamount to surrendering his very life to the system and its unseen manipulators. He had no desire to perish, especially now that he had the companionship of Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Yuehua. His reluctance to embrace death had only intensified. The blissful life had only just begun, and he could not bear to relinquish it so easily. I shall remain by your side for eternity, even in death. I will accompany you, Zhu Zhuqing declared with a serene countenance, linking her arm with Zhao Su's and speaking softly. Fear not, as long as I draw breath. I will shield you from any harm. I shall offer my life to protect you. I know that as long as I am by Brother Su's side, I fear nothing, Zhu Zhuqing proclaimed, leaning in to kiss Zhao Su. The softness of her touch dissipated the worries that had plagued him for days. Ahem. Just as the two were about to take a step closer under the moonlight, a sudden cough interrupted them, prompting a hasty retreat from one another. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. She quickly adjusted her slightly disheveled attire and glanced at Zhao Su, seemingly conveying that she would await him that evening. With a graceful leap, she descended from the rooftop and returned to her own room. The source of the cough was Bibi Dong. After witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's departure, she approached and seated herself beside Zhao Su. A faint blush adorned Bibi Dong's cheeks, leaving one to wonder if it was due to the effects of alcohol or the passionate scene she had just observed between Zhao Su and Zhu Zhuqing. Did you summon me for something? Zhao Su cast a fleeting glance at Bibi Dong, subtly shifting his position to the side. Just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing had ignited the wicked flames within him, and as Bibi Dong drew nearer, her alluring fragrance further ensnared his senses. Is it that in the absence of matters, one cannot seek you out? And in the absence of matters, what purpose does your visit to me serve? As Zhao Su spoke, he rose to take his leave. For a moment in spring is worth 1,000 gold pieces. He was reluctant to squander such a splendid occasion. Upon entering the ancient mountains, she inquired, if danger arises, would you protect me? Bibi Dong reached out and grasped Zhao Su's hand, her gaze filled with anticipation as she addressed him. With your prowess? You surely do not require my protection, do you? Zhao Su's words dimmed the previously bright eyes of Bibi Dong, leaving her somewhat disheartened. She ceased her speech, releasing the grip she had on Zhao Su's arm. Sitting there, she unexpectedly burst into tears. This sudden display of emotion caught Zhao Su off guard. He had not anticipated that someone like Bibi Dong, who could be deemed a quintessential strong woman in contemporary society, would succumb to tears. Surely, it could not be this severe? Do you think a woman like me would never weep? Go ahead. Sometimes shedding tears alleviates the pain, Zhao Su remarked as she settled beside Bibi Dong once more, gently patting her own shoulder. Seeing you in such distress, I shall lend you my shoulder. Let your tears flow. You know, throughout the years, whenever I found myself alone, I would cry, harboring hatred for myself and for everyone around me. I never aspired to be a pope. I merely wished to be a cherished and loved little woman. Alas, that seems an unattainable dream. Zhao Su gazed at Bibi Dong with a serious expression and remarked, What is impossible? The majesty of your holiness the Pope is evident. Who would dare to regard you as merely a woman? Have you ever regarded me as anything less than your holiness? At that moment, Bibi Dong's gaze gradually became enticing as she entwined her arm with Zhao Su's and continued, I can be your little woman. Faced with Bibi Dong's forthrightness, Zhao Su was momentarily taken aback. Perhaps it is best to leave it at that. I am not suited for such a role. As Zhao Su's words remained unspoken, Bibi Dong took the initiative once more, fully leaning into Zhao Su's embrace. Her fragrant lips pressed directly against his. At that moment, Zhao Su found himself entirely in a passive role. How can you know it won't work if you haven't tried? If you cannot be my little woman, then be my little man. Without granting Zhao Su a chance to respond, she leaned in again. Chapter 126, Rejecting Bibi Dong. I cannot love only one the woman, who appeared aloof, became even more alluring when she took the initiative, enhancing her already captivating charm. However, despite the allure, the two did not progress further. Although temptation lingered, Zhao Su soon regained his composure amidst it. He forcefully extricated himself from Bibi Dong's grasp. You are too impulsive. I am not the right person for you. Zhao Su hastily rose to his feet and leaped from the rooftop, maintaining a certain distance from Bibi Dong, his heart racing. Why? I cannot love you alone. I understand. And I do not require your exclusive affection. Your love for me is sufficient. I am sorry, but I cannot offer you guarantees. In truth, Zhao Su spoke candidly, not wishing for Bibi Dong, who had just emerged from her anguish, to plunge into another sorrowful chapter. Since you say so, I have no further words. Perhaps this is the best outcome. Bibi Dong did not persist, her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy, yet also a trace of joy. At the very least, Zhao Su had not deceived her regarding her condition. Watching Bibi Dong's retreating figure, Zhao Su took a deep breath, calming the tumult within him before turning to enter the room. Within awaited a beauty who needed his tender care. Zhu Xing was the one who required his affection most at this moment. Throughout the night, Zhao Su remained occupied, endeavoring to make amends to Zhu Xing. Once they ventured out to the sea, it would signify stepping into peril, and perhaps such delightful moments would be scarce for a long while. The following day, it was not until noon that the two emerged from their chamber. Thanks to the harmonious balance of yin and yang, their spirits were high, devoid of any fatigue. Zhu Xuqing appeared increasingly enchanting. Boss, a true man. Upon exiting the room, Xiaoyu and Yin were already waiting, and as soon as they spotted Zhao Su and Zhu Xuqing, they hurried over. Yin cast a glance at Zhu Xuqing, then gave Zhao Su a thumbs up. Hearing Yin's words, Zhu Xuqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned her head away, avoiding their gaze. What is it? Why all this chatter? Do you need something from me? Zhao Su assumed a threatening posture, inquiring of Yin and Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu and Yin became immediately serious. Stepping closer to Zhao Su and saying, Tang San and his companions have also appeared in Hanhai City. They have now proceeded to the Hanhai Great Soul Arena. Our teacher sent us to ask you whether we should accompany them. Tang San. Who else? Aside from Tang San, there are also Ma Hongjun and Oscar, as well as several individuals from the Tiando Imperial Academy. What about Ning Rongrong? She is not with them. In that case, let us also venture to the Great Soul Arena to experience the excitement and gain insight into the Ocean Soul Masters. Our teacher suggested the same, though it seems he was somewhat displeased, indicating that we should seek you out to go together. Zhao Su naturally understood that Bibi Dong was upset with him. However, he chose not to elaborate further and simply nodded. Please make the necessary preparations. We shall depart immediately. Are we all going together, or just the three of us? No need to summon your teacher. Invite Li Kai and a few others, and we shall go as a group. Understood. Yin and Xiaoyu replied in unison before turning to call for others. Zhao Su then addressed Zhu Xuqing. Zhu Qing, you should not accompany us. Take the time to rest. I believe we will be departing in the next couple of days, and there will be no opportunity for rest then. All right. Zhu Xuqing replied obediently, nodding in agreement without objection. Soon, Yin and the others gathered, yet Hu Laina was notably absent. It was only through Xiaoyu that Zhao Su learned Hu Laina was attending to Bibi Dong, who seemed to be feeling unwell. Since their purpose was merely to observe the soul fighting arena without engaging in combat, her absence was not a concern. Upon their arrival at the Grand Soul Arena in Hanhai City, the battles had already commenced. After finding a suitable spot to sit, they turned their attention towards the soul fighting pool. Did you not mention that Tang San and his companions would be here? Why do we not see them? Zhao Su surveyed the surroundings, but failed to locate Tang San and his companions, prompting him to inquire of Yan. They must be in the VIP room. Upon hearing Yan's words, Zhao Su unleashed his formidable spiritual sense, swiftly identifying Tang San and the others within a particular VIP chamber. Apart from Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, there was also Bai Chenxiang from the Min family. The trio from the Tiando Royal Academy, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and Yi Lingling, who possessed the 9-heart begonia martial soul, had seemingly reformed into a new team. From their discourse, Zhao Su discerned that these individuals were led by Tang San. Remarkably, Zhao Su noted that in just a few days, Tang San's level had ascended to over 80, achieving the rank of Soul de Law. Most intriguingly, Zhao Su sensed an aura of divinity emanating from Tang San, suggesting he may have already made contact with a deity, though it remained uncertain which god he had encountered. Soon, Ma Hongjun and Bai Chenxiang emerged, donning masks, and commenced their battle against the twin sea spirit masters. It was evident that among them, Ma Hongjun was the least favored by Tang San. Thus he was chosen to engage in this initial test. Within the soul fighting pool, Ma Hongjun faced considerable constraints and quickly found himself on the defensive against the two sea spirit masters' assaults. Nevertheless, in the end, he triumphed by inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy while sustaining 800 points of self-damage. Let us depart. There is little left to witness here. Zhao Su rose and made his way towards the arena's exit, with Yin and the others hastily following suit. Boss, judging from the earlier battle, that sea soul master is indeed quite formidable amidst the ocean. Formidable is precisely what constitutes true training. if one could easily overpower. It would hardly be called training at all. Indeed, should we seek a vessel then? No need. I shall take care of the boat issue. You all should return and rest well, for we shall set sail tomorrow. And what about you? Will you not return? I have a few matters to attend to. You all may head back first. Zhao Su's gaze drifted in a particular direction, his eyes reflecting a hint of daze, for just moments ago. He had sensed the presence of Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua. Very well, let us return then. He replied. Indeed. Zhao Su nodded, and without further delay, swiftly proceeded in a particular direction. Eventually, he arrived at a tea house, where he encountered Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua, alongside the one-armed sword Douluo, Tang San. Rongrong Yuehua. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, both Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua were momentarily taken aback before turning their gazes towards him, smiles illuminating their faces. They quickly rose and rushed towards Zhao Su. At that moment, the bustling street was filled with passers-by, all casting envious glances at Zhao Su, who was embraced by two remarkably captivating beauties. Brother Su Wuwu. Ning Rongrong tightly clung to Zhao Su, and as she looked up at him, tears began to flow. Her handsome visage, adorned with tear-streaked cheeks, evoked a sense of tenderness. In contrast to Ning Rongrong, although Tang Yuehua's eyes were similarly red, she managed to hold back her tears. All right, please do not cry. If you continue, my little beauty will lose her charm. Zhao Su gently wiped away Ning Rongrong's tears and offered her soft words of comfort. Chapter 127. Preparing to set sail, Tang San's transformation. With Zhao Su's soothing words, Ning Rongrong gradually ceased her weeping, yet she continued to cling tightly to his arm as they entered the tea house. Senior Jian, are you also heading to the ancient relic mountain? Zhao Su was not particularly surprised at the prospect of Ning Rongrong or Tang Yuehua traveling to the ancient relic mountain. However, the notion of Qinshin, a formidable title Douluo who had already reached level 97, also going there perplexed him. Indeed, Qinshin sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Ever since my last battle with the Spirit Hall, where I severed my own arm and sustained grave injuries, I have gained some insights and reached level 97. Yet, I still carry a hidden ailment. My time is likely limited. Clad in a white robe, with hair like snow and a youthful visage, he exuded an air of ethereal grace. Yet there was a tinge of loneliness and unfulfilled aspirations within him. For years, he had devoted himself to training, striving to surpass his father, to vanquish the one who had once defeated him. He sought to fulfill the last regret of his father before his demise. Yet, despite his efforts, progress had eluded him. Though he had attained level 97, he felt that his time for further advancement had run out. With no other options, he resolved to seek fortune at the ancient relic mountain, to discover a path to breakthrough. After all, he was facing death. Even if he perished within the ancient relic mountain, it would not be in vain. Furthermore, he felt a duty to protect Ning Rongrong as she ventured there. Though he had grown old, she was still young. If she were to seize an opportunity, perhaps she could one day defeat Douluo, thus alleviating his own regrets. In truth, Senior, there is no need for such perilous ventures. If you wish to survive, there are numerous ways to do so. I have already surpassed 100 years of age this year. To live a mundane existence is far less appealing than to take a final chance. Qinshin understood the implications of Zhao Su's words, yet he felt differently within his heart. Even if life were to become a mere existence, waiting for death, it would be better to gamble everything. If that is the case, I have nothing more to say. Zhao Su rose and clasped his fist in respect towards Chen Xin, harboring genuine admiration for him. Since our paths converge today, I shall entrust Rongrong to your care. It was evident that Chen Xin had made up his mind. The journey to the ancient relics mountain would either elevate him to great heights or lead to his demise. Why not accompany us to the ancient relics mountain, Senior? It would be beneficial to have your guidance. Indeed, Grandfather Jian, let us journey together with Brother Su. Never mind. You young ones are not suited for an old man like me. Rongrong, you should go with Zhao Su, Chen Xin said, gently patting Ning Rongrong's shoulder. This time you return, do not heed your father's words. Follow your own desires, regardless of what others may say. A flicker of contentment crossed Chen Xion's face before he turned and departed swiftly. Rest assured, Grandfather Jian, as long as I live, I shall fulfill your wishes. Ning Rongrong called out loudly to Chen Xion's resolute figure. Chen Xion did not respond nor look back, merely raised his single arm in a farewell gesture. A century prior, when the ancient ruins were unveiled, Chen Xion's father was among the few who emerged alive from the ancient relics mountain. However, Unlike Qin Douluo and Tang Chun, he did not encounter great fortune. Before his passing, Chen Xian's father had shared insights regarding the conditions within the ancient relics mountain. Chen Xian's expedition was not to tread the beaten path. Rather, it was a venture into the unknown. This was precisely why he entrusted Ning Rongrong to Zhao Su's care. Now, Zhao Su began to comprehend that the aura he had sensed earlier was deliberately conjured by Chen Xian to draw him in. Brother Su, do you think Grandfather Jian will be safe? Ning Rongrong leaned against Zhao Su's embrace, tears streaming down her face, worry gnawing at her heart for Chen Xian's safety. Though she often appeared carefree, her thoughts were intricate, and she had sensed Chen Xian's unwavering resolve in the face of death. Do not worry, all will be well. Although Zhao Su understood that Chen Xian's departure heralded peril, he still offered words of comfort to Ning Rongrong. Do not worry, Rongrong, all will be well. Tang Yuehua also gently reassured Ning Rongrong. Indeed, Ning Rongrong nodded, her delicate face marked by traces of tears, yet she regained her composure. Subsequently, Zhao Su accompanied Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua back to the city lord's mansion. Upon their arrival, they found Bibi Dong, Hulaina, and Zhu Zhuqing seated in the courtyard, sipping tea. Rongrong, Sister Yuehua. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been sitting beside Bibi Dong, instantly broke into a smile and rose to greet them. In the ensuing conversation between Tang Yuehua, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, Zhao Su came to realize that originally, the two of them were to accompany Tang San and his companions as representatives of the Tiando Empire to the ancient relic mountain. However, ever since the recent upheaval within the Tiando imperial family, Tang San had undergone a profound transformation. He had grown increasingly somber and ruthless. On the fateful snowy night before the Emperor of the Snow Night, he had sown discord between their faction and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, further exacerbated by the machinations of Prince Xuexing. At this juncture, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School had utterly lost the trust of the Emperor of the Snow Night. Although Ning Fengji still held the title of guest elder within the Tiando Empire, his influence had significantly waned. The Tiando imperial family had nearly fallen under the complete dominion of Tang San. Furthermore, Tang San's relationship with the Haotian sect was equally intricate. According to your observations, could it be that Tang San has also succumbed to parasitism, much like Tang Qin? After listening to Ning Rongrong and Tang Yuehua's account, Bibi Dong furrowed her brow and addressed Zhao Su. Have you encountered my grandfather? Indeed, the king of slaughter from the city of slaughter is none other than your ancestor, Tang Qin. However, he was parasitized by the nine-headed bat king, causing him to lose his consciousness. Following the destruction of the city of slaughter, Tang Qin, too, vanished without a trace. The king of slaughter is my grandfather? This cannot be erroneous. Zhao Su's current thoughts are not occupied by Tang Qin, but rather by Tang San. At this moment, Zhao Su has come to a profound understanding that the system's underlying purpose is to seek formidable successors for the deities engaged in the divine war. Both Tang San and Zhao Su are uniquely chosen, hailing from beyond the Douluo continent as travelers. The deity that selected Tang San is likely to be the Shura God or the Sea God. However, the identity of the deity who chose Zhao Su remains an enigma, which is a source of considerable concern for him. Perhaps the system has sensed Zhao Su's transformation, as it has remained silent during this period, refraining from issuing any further tasks. Fear not, for it is possible that this time, as we venture to the ancient relic mountain, we shall encounter all those we yearn to meet. Zhao Su, speaking softly, took Tang Yuehua's hand and offered her words of comfort. By the way, apart from Tang San and his team, are there any others traveling to the ancient relic mountain? Certainly, she replied. Nearly all clans have dispatched their direct descendants to the ancient relic mountain, alongside numerous lone cultivators. Moreover, I heard from my elder brother that this time, the number of people heading to the ancient relic mountain is greater than ever before. Many titled Douluo, who had previously concealed themselves in the depths of the mountains and forests, are also joining the expedition. It seems this journey to the ancient relic mountain is becoming increasingly intriguing. Although Zhao Su spoke with a casual demeanor, an increasing sense of concern brewed within his heart. Upon entering the ancient relic mountain, the soul power within him would be suppressed to the level of a soul sage. Moreover, Zhao Su was uncertain whether his advantages would remain intact after entering the ancient relic mountain, especially considering the potential suppression of his spiritual consciousness alongside his soul power. Chapter 128. Departure. Sailing the seas at this juncture, Zhao Su found himself devoid of alternatives and resolved to forge ahead despite the trepidation. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to allow Ning Rongrong, Tang Yuehua, and Zhu Zhuqing to accompany him to the ancient relic mountain, deeming it too perilous. No, wherever Brother Su goes, I shall follow, for I fear no danger. Indeed, wherever Brother Su travels, I shall accompany him. Brother Su, I have come to understand. I shall follow you wherever you lead. My fate is now intertwined with yours. The rise and fall of the Haotian sect concern me little. From now on, I am solely yours. The three women spoke in unison, leaving Zhao Su with no room for rebuttal. He reluctantly acquiesced to their wishes to accompany him to the ancient relic mountain, all the while silently vowing that as long as he drew breath, he would ensure their safety at all costs. The following morning, Zhao Su and his companions bid farewell to Lu Tianzheng and made their way to the port where the sea vessel had been previously chartered. Upon their arrival, Captain Heidel of the Sea Demon, along with several crew members, awaited their presence with warm hospitality. It is worth noting that Zhao Su had expended a considerable sum to secure this vessel, reputed as the largest and sturdiest in the port. Captain Heidel was exceedingly cordial. The ship boasted 3 levels, each containing 10 cabins. For the sake of safety, the group of over 10 opted to reside in the 10 cabins on the uppermost level. As the ship set sail, they gazed at the receding cityscape and turned their eyes towards the boundless azure sea. Initially, apart from Zhao Su and Bibi Dong, the others exhibited great excitement. Having lived on land their entire lives, they had never before traversed the ocean. However, within a few short hours, the initial exuberance of the group waned, succumbing to seasickness. They found it challenging to stand, let alone cultivate their skills. Even Bibi Dong's complexion paled slightly, though her formidable soul power enabled her to endure. The most severely affected were Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who ultimately lay on their beds, incapacitated by nausea at the slightest movement. Rongrong, Zhuqing, are you feeling any better? Zhao Su held a bowl of white porridge that he had personally prepared. Gazing at the frail figures of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who lay upon the bed, his eyes filled with concern. I am fine, Ning Rongrong reassured. I never anticipated that the vastness of the ocean could induce such formidable seasickness. With Zhao Su's support, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing managed to sit up. Leaning against the cabin wall, their complexions pale. Consume a bit of sustenance. After a day or two of acclimatization, all shall be well. Zhao Su once served the plain congee. Sitting between the two, gently blowing on it before carefully feeding them both a few spoonfuls. This simple act could hasten their recovery of strength. On the deck of the ship, Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua stood, gazing out at the boundless sea. In the distance, the horizon melded with the sky. As dusk approached, the crimson glow illuminated the water's surface, imparting a dreamlike quality to the scene. Those who have never encountered the ocean cannot fathom its beauty. Yet, there is a saying that rings true. The more beautiful something is, the greater the danger it conceals. This adage is equally applicable in this ocean, home to many formidable sea spirit beasts. Under the enchanting twilight, the vista appeared stunning. Yet one could never know when they might be assailed by a powerful sea spirit beast. When that moment arrives, only peril awaits. Are you not envious? Bibi Dong withdrew her gaze from the distant sea and inquired of Tang Yuehua, who stood beside her. What is there to be envious of? I trust that if I were incapacitated, he would treat me in the same manner. Tang Yuehua turned a glance into the room, where Zhao Su was attentively caring for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, her eyes shimmering with admiration. No wonder he rejected me, Bibi Dong murmured softly, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Before long, Zhao Su returned, carrying 2 bowls of congee, approaching Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua. He offered one bowl to Bibi Dong, saying, "You haven't eaten all day. A warm bowl will soothe your stomach and alleviate your discomfort." Bibi Dong remained silent, simply accepting the bowl of congee from Zhao Su. As for the bowl meant for Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su did not hand it directly to her, but opted to feed her personally, just as he had done for Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. Watching from the side, Bibi Dong observed Tang Yuehua's growing embarrassment as she reached out, intending to take the bowl for herself. Be good, don't move, open your mouth. Zhao Su deftly evaded the outstretched hand of Tang Yuehua, bringing the spoon to her lips with gentle affection. How bothersome, she exclaimed, yet despite her words, she obediently parted her lips, adorned with a blissful smile. Humph. Bibi Dong observed this scene, unable to restrain a scoff, and promptly retreated to her quarters. As night descended, it heralded the onset of peril. Among Zhao Su's companions, he alone remained in the best condition. Thus he took it upon himself to sit cross-legged on the deck, standing guard for the group. As the night wore on, A chill sea breeze swept through, carrying with it a hint of iron. Zhao Su opened his eyes, and his consciousness expanded outward, enveloping a radius of 100 meters around the sea demon vessel. Zhao Su discovered that hundreds of deep-sea demon whales had completely surrounded the vessel, swimming towards them from all directions. Simultaneously, Zhao Su's spiritual awareness awakened everyone aboard, including the captain of the sea demon and several crew members. Zhao Su, Bibi Dong, and those with a more optimistic disposition stood on the periphery, while the individuals in poor physical condition were safeguarded at the center, all poised to confront the impending assault of the abyssal sea whales. Captain Odell, what do these abyssal sea whales fear? These creatures are not particularly terrifying. In contrast to the evident panic of Zhao Su and his companions, Odell appeared remarkably composed. As long as the abyssal whale king did not make an appearance, our vessel would remain unscathed. With these words, Odell commanded the crew to activate the protective shield and propel the ship forward at full speed, aiming to break through the encirclement of the abyssal sea whales. However, just as the whales were about to approach the sea demon, an eerie sound resonated from the depths of the ocean. This sound possessed a piercing quality that echoed through the air. Under its harsh resonance, the abyssal sea whales began to alter their course, swiftly retreating in another direction. It seemed someone was destined for misfortune. Observing the departing whales, Odell shook his head, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze. Captain Odell, what was that sound? That was the call of the Whale King. Someone has trespassed into their realm. How long has the Whale King existed? The Whale King is not a singular entity. The one that just emitted the sound is roughly 50,000 years old, while the most formidable one, rumored to have undergone 8 transformations into a dragon and on the verge of its 9th transformation to divinity, is a million-year-old Whale King. Are there truly million-year-level sea soul beasts in these waters? Upon hearing Odell's words, Bibi Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her rascal spider emperor martial spirit was still lacking 3 soul rings. If she could obtain a soul ring from this million-year soul beast, her overall power would undoubtedly ascend to a higher echelon. Not only is there this one nearly million-year-old sea soul beast, but there are also 2 others exceeding 100,000 years. As long as we steer clear of these 3 locations, we generally should not encounter any significant danger. Odell elucidated to Zhao Su and the others. Chapter 129. Misinformation, Peril at Sea. What then was the situation with those sea soul beasts that were just attacking us? At this moment, Zhao Su's heart was already somewhat stirred. The sea soul beast of 1,000,000 years, not to mention the million-year soul rings. Even the soul bones of such an age could incite everyone to take risks and indulge in madness. There should be a ship not far from us engaged in combat, with blood spilling into the ocean, attracting these deep-sea magic whales. Captain Odell, if our vessel were to venture into the abyss of the deep-sea magic, would we be able to withstand the assault of the deep-sea magic whale king? I advise you to refrain from such futile thoughts. The deep-sea magic whale king, let alone my ship, could easily overpower even the sea god himself, the master of Sea God Island, should he come in person. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Odell hastily waved his hand, urging Zhao Su to abandon this notion. Zhao Su chuckled and said, Captain Odell, I have purchased your ship to venture into the abyssal sea. Odell replied resolutely, I shall not sell it, nor will I accompany you. If you wish to proceed, we shall turn back at dawn. You may seek another vessel. His determination was unwavering, without a trace of hesitation. One must have life to spend money. Earning wealth is futile if one cannot enjoy it. How about this? I will pay you for your ship, and you and your crew can return in the lifeboat. Zhao Su proposed. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Regardless of Zhao Su's entreaties, Odell remained steadfast. He would neither sell the ship nor join the expedition. In the end, Zhao Su, left with no alternative, resorted to force, subduing both Odell and his crew. He then took the helm of the sea demon and steered towards the depths of the abyssal sea. After traveling approximately 3 miles, the surface of the water was littered with corpses, human remains, the carcasses of abyssal whales, and various sea spirit beasts. Just as Odell had predicted, a great battle had undoubtedly unfolded here, inciting the abyssal whales, leading the people to unite in their struggle against the monstrous creatures. Zhao Su, I sense a potent aura of malevolence and murderous intent in this place, Bibi Dong remarked, furrowing her brow as she stood on the deck. Indeed, I feel it too, Zhao Su responded, then pondered aloud. Could it be that the entrance to the ancient relic mountain lies within this abyssal sea? That cannot be. Our intelligence from the spirit hall indicates that the entrance is located behind Sea God Island, and we are still quite a distance from it. Humph. How can you be certain that the information your spirit hall received, or what was conveyed to you, is accurate? What do you mean? Bibi Dong questioned, her doubts surfacing. No wonder Qian Daolu forbade Qian Rinxue from accompanying them to the ancient relic mountain, opting instead for her to act independently. It seemed the situation was more complex than Zhao Su and Bibi Dong had initially presumed. In hindsight, it was indeed illogical. Although Bibi Dong's relationship with Qian Rinxue was strained, she was still her biological daughter. Would she truly wish her harm? Though you may doubt it, I can assure you that upon your return to the Spirit Hall, your position as Pope may be in jeopardy. A fierce aura emanated from Bibi Dong, but it soon tempered, and a hint of a relieved smile appeared on her otherwise stoic face. It matters not. If she desires the position of Pope, let her have it. You have indeed changed. Are you now the version of me that summer delights in, or do you prefer the old me? Bibi Dong leaned closer to Zhao Su, her gaze playfully teasing. Just then, before Zhao Su could respond, a tremendous force struck the hull of the sea demon, causing the entire ship to sway violently. Zhao Su, caught off guard, expanded his consciousness and discovered that, unbeknownst to him, the vessel was encircled by a multitude of deep-sea magic whales. Among them were several colossal deep-sea magic whale kings, their ebony bodies significantly larger than the average of their kind. As the ship rocked violently, all individuals, save for Sun Chuantao and Zhang Ping, who operated the vessel in the lower deck, gathered on the deck. Bang, bang, bang. With the relentless assault of the deep-sea magic whales, the protective shield of the vessel soon manifested cracks, and it appeared imminent that it would be shattered. Zhao Su realized that the time for waiting had long since passed. Proactive measures were the only course of action. You all remain on the deck, vigilant to any disturbances around us. I shall drive away those abyssal magical whales and create an opening for our escape. I shall accompany you, Bibi Dong declared to Zhao Su, and without awaiting his response, she donned her divine armor and charged forth. Alas, what are you doing? Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's impulsive advance, Zhao Su felt a twinge of helplessness. It was too late to voice his concerns. He turned once more to Xieyu, Hulaina, and the others, instructing, remember, once the breach is created, do not hesitate, simply charge through. Understood, be cautious. Hulaina replied affirmatively. Zhao Su was apprehensive about the potential dangers facing Bibi Dong. Although she was invincible on land, the vast ocean presented a different challenge. After all, this was the domain of the sea soul beasts. Each deep-sea demon whale not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also boasted astonishing defensive strength. As Zhao Su's back was adorned with the wings of the Rift Sky Demon Butterfly, he soared towards the direction in which Bibi Dong had just dashed. Despite the limitations of his sight in the enveloping darkness, his formidable spiritual sense allowed him to perceive every detail around him with absolute clarity. He beheld Bibi Dong, cloaked in her Rakshasa divine armor, as she too sprouted a pair of wings, though hers were shrouded in darkness. Suspended above the ocean's surface, she appeared to tread effortlessly upon the waves, wielding a death scythe forged from 9 demonic sickles. With each arc of her scythe, a deep-sea demon whale met its demise, its head severed with precision. Soon, the waters were littered with the carcasses of the slain whales, their vivid crimson blood staining the once azure sea. The pungent scent of blood causing Zhao Su to frown slightly. Yet, he understood that this was not a moment for compassion. With a hum, the Emperor's 7-killing sword was drawn, 8 soul rings illuminating simultaneously, splitting into 38 strands of celestial sword intent, forming a sword formation that plunged into the ocean, forcefully carving a passage through the depths. Quickly, move forward. Zhao Su's divine consciousness enveloped the entire sea demon ship. Upon hearing Zhao Su's transmission, the crew acted without hesitation, accelerating the vessel to its maximum speed, propelled by the guidance of Zhao Su's mental presence. Do not engage in killing. Conserve your spiritual energy and flee swiftly. Zhao Su, fervently engaged in the battle, shouted loudly at Bibi Dong. Meanwhile, the 36 heavenly sword array successfully obstructed the pursuing deep-sea demon whales heading towards the sea demon ship. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Su and Bibi Dong hastened towards the direction in which the sea demon ship was departing. After Zhao Su had distanced himself, the 36 heavenly sword array erupted with immense sword intent, resulting in a violent explosion. Instantly, the surrounding waters surged into towering waves, as countless deep-sea demon whales were swept up and perished beneath the rippling sword intent. In that moment, the area transformed into a veritable hell upon the sea. Chapter 130, Pearl Island. the evil soul master aboard the sea demon ship, Odell and several crew members had been freed from their restraints and resumed control of the vessel. Having ventured into the realm of the deep sea demon domain, it was now too late for any discourse. Odell had no choice but to acquiesce. However, seizing this moment, he extorted a significant sum from Zhao Su and his companions, compelling Zhao Su to purchase the sea demon ship. In addition, all 8 individuals, including the captain, would receive daily wages. Zhao Su, fully aware of his disadvantage, recognized that with Odell, a seasoned navigator of the vast oceans, by their side, their safety was considerably enhanced. Most importantly, neither Zhao Su nor Bibi Dong were financially constrained. For them, matters that could be resolved with money were hardly issues at all. 5 miles to the east, we can safely say we are out of the territory of the deep-sea demon whales. At that point, we shall be secure. On the deck, Odell gazed at the expanse of ocean and spoke to Zhao Su. Are you certain there are no lands or small islands nearby? Zhao Su, harboring a hint of skepticism, sought confirmation from Odell once more. They had been navigating the treacherous depths of the abyssal sea for nearly 5 days. Yet they had encountered neither the specters of those who had battled upon the waves nor any islands or land masses. This indicated that the entrance to the ancient relics mountain was not located here. Nevertheless, I am certain of this place, though I rarely venture here myself. The maps of this region, meticulously crafted by predecessors who risked their lives, reside firmly in my memory. I am not mistaken, Odell proclaimed, proudly gesturing towards his own head. Are there any islands nearby? Aside from the grandest of them all, the island of the sea god at the heart of the ocean. The next significant island would be Pearl Island. Pearl Island? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Su cast a meaningful glance at Odell. What kind of island is Pearl Island? Oh, it is merely home to ordinary fishermen. Some soul navigators also take refuge there while honing their skills in the vast sea. Is that so? Indeed, could I deceive you? Rest assured, it is entirely safe. Very well, if that is the case, let us proceed to Pearl Island. Zhao Su was well aware that the inhabitants of Pearl Island were far from the ordinary fishermen described by Odell. Rather, they were a band of pirates. Zhao Su refrained from exposing Odell, partly due to his curiosity regarding Odell's true intentions. More importantly, they had lost their way upon the vast ocean. Aimlessly drifting was not a viable solution. Thus, they sought to locate an island for respite and to gather information about the location of the ancient relics. The presence of pirates was the least of Zhao Su's concerns. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Odell exhibited an unusual enthusiasm, commanding the crew to set sail towards Pearl Island at full speed. It was evident he was being deceitful. Why then would he agree to head towards Pearl Island? As Odell departed the deck towards the control room, Bibi Dong looked at Zhao Su with a puzzled expression. Let him lie. We merely require a temporary refuge, and the rest is of little consequence. After days of drifting at sea, although the seasickness had subsided, fatigue was etched upon everyone's faces. After all, the ocean was not their native land. It was ill-suited for them. The ship, Sea Demon, sailed rapidly, and upon leaving the depths of the abyssal domain, it sped towards Pearl Island. 3 days later, as the Sea Demon approached Pearl Island, Zhao Su gazed at the oddly serene island, feeling a sense of foreboding. Mr. Zhao, something is amiss. Odell too perceived the anomaly of Pearl Island, commanding the Sea Demon to halt, frowning as he scrutinized the island. If you still withhold the truth, perhaps we could assist you now. This time, Zhao Su no longer concealed his intentions, directing an anxious gaze at Odell. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, a flicker of evasion crossed Odell's eyes. What do you mean? I fail to comprehend. Although Pearl Island appeared meticulously maintained, had he not noticed the lingering bloodstains along the shore, a clear sign of a fierce battle? Impossible. Beyond Sea God Island, no other force would dare to attack Pearl Island. Yet do not forget, the emergence of the ancient relics has drawn many factions to these waters. Enough of your prattle. Speak. What is your scheme in deceiving us to Pearl Island? At that moment, flames ignited beside Yen, who stepped forward, seizing Odell by the collar and demanding answers angrily. The day spent at sea had elevated everyone's emotions to a breaking point, particularly for the already fiery Yen. I truly do not understand what you are implying. Odell remained obstinate, refusing to divulge the truth. In that case, do not blame me. At this moment, Zhao Su had also lost his patience and reached out to extract Odell's memories. Stop, Mr. Zhao, I implore you. At that instant, a youthful voice resonated, belonging to one of the crew members, who appeared to be in his 30s. Release my father, and I shall divulge everything to you. Speak then. Zhao Su refrained from unnecessary chatter and swiftly pushed Odell outside. Indeed, the reality was not far from Zhao Su's expectations. On this Pearl Island, although there were ordinary folk, it was predominantly under the dominion of the Purple Pearl pirate crew, of which Odell was one of the vice captains. He frequently engaged in acts of plunder against passing vessels. Originally, Odell intended to attack Zhao Su and his companions at sea. However, before he could make a move, the enraged deep-sea demon whale incident occurred. Subsequently, he and his crew were subdued by Zhao Su and his allies, realizing that they were no match for them. Thus, he devised a plan to lure Zhao Su to Pearl Island, believing that once they were on their territory, they could manipulate him at will. Was this strategy truly well conceived? Zhao Su let out a cold snort, his consciousness radiating outward, enveloping the Pearl Island. It seems your calculations might be in vain now. Observing the grim state of Pearl Island, Zhao Su furrowed his brow. The island had been seized by a horde of malevolent spirit masters, leaving few of your people alive. Impossible. How could there be malevolent spirit masters here? Our captain is a soul saint of over level 70. Pearl Island could never fall to them. There is no impossibility. If you wish to save the survivors, cease your lies and heed my commands. Father, just agree. I believe Mr. Zhao would not deceive us at this point, urged Odell's son. Very well, what do you propose? Odell took a deep breath, resolute, and looked to Zhao Su for guidance. Signal Pearl Island, as if nothing has transpired. Xiao Lu, send the signal. Odell instructed his son. Chapter 131. The Saintess before the Spirit Hall, Purple Pearl. As Xiao Lu fired the signal flare, figures soon emerged at the coastline of Pearl Island. These individuals waved small flags in their hands. What are they saying? They are signaling us to approach the shore. Odell replied to Zhao Su, continuing, these individuals are acquaintances. I told you, nothing untoward could happen on Pearl Island. The frown on Odell's face dissipated, replaced by delight. However, as the sea demon drew nearer, Odell's countenance darkened once more. Although the view from the ship revealed no visible presence on the island, everything else seemed unchanged. Yet Odell, being a soul king of over level 50 and possessing the formidable great white shark martial spirit, had an acute sense of smell far beyond the ordinary. He distinctly detected a strong scent of blood. It appears you were correct. Odell grimaced as he addressed Zhao Su. Remember, no matter what you see, do not act impulsively. After the sea demon stabilized completely, Zhao Su reminded Odell once again. Odell nodded in silence. Wang Jia, why are you guarding this place today? What of Xiao Duzi and the others? Odell gathered his composure, forcing a smile, and casually inquired of Wang Jia. Wang Jia, the vice captain of the Purple Pearl pirate crew, was a level 68 soul emperor with a venomous sea urchin martial spirit, renowned as the strongest aside from Captain Purple Pearl, and held significant prestige within the crew. They've gone to rest. I had nothing better to do, so I thought I'd keep watch for a while. Wang Jie replied, glancing toward the sea demon. Upon seeing Zhao Su and the others, bound and devoid of spirit, especially his gaze lingering on Bibi Dong and her companions, his eyes lit up. The beauty of Bibi Dong and her companions was undoubtedly exquisite, even among the entire continent. It could be said they were celestial beings. Did you achieve great gains this time, especially with these lovely ladies? Wang Jie approached Bibi Dong, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. You can't possibly enjoy them all. Why not let your brothers have some fun too? He reached out his hand, attempting to caress Bibi Dong's smooth, delicate face, his gaze frequently drifting towards her perfect curves. Damn it, go die? Zhao Su, who had been urging Odell to remain calm aboard the ship, could no longer contain himself. With an enraged exclamation, he broke free from the ropes, instantly appearing beside Wang Jie, swiftly snapping his neck. At this moment, Yan and Xiaoyu also struck, dispatching the other individuals accompanying Wang Jie. Enough of this charade. With Zhao Su's words, a terrifying consciousness enveloped the entirety of Pearl Island. Under the weight of that immense presence, everyone on the island found themselves unable to stand, all collapsing to the ground in submission. Odell and Xiaolu gazed at Zhao Su in sheer terror, their initial disdain transforming into reverence. An hour later, within the assembly hall of the Purple Pearl pirate crew, Zhao Su sat leisurely, sipping tea. Shortly thereafter, Yin assisted a well-proportioned woman into the room. Upon seeing this woman, who appeared to be in her late 20s, strikingly beautiful yet somewhat pale, Xiaolu hurried over. Captain, are you all right? I'm fine. That beast Wang Jia secretly conspired with unknown malevolent spirit masters. drugging our food in a bid to monopolize Pearl Island. The woman was none other than Purple Pearl, the captain of the Purple Pearl pirate crew. Despite her pallor, her short purple hair exuded a sense of vigor. Xiao Lu's demeanor towards Purple Pearl revealed his evident admiration for her. These past few days, Wang Jie had imprisoned Purple Pearl, coercing her to divulge the secrets hidden on Pearl Island, subjecting her to considerable torment. Visible welts from whiplashes marred her previously fair skin. You know not where these malevolent spirit masters originated? Upon hearing Zhao Su's inquiry, Purple Pearl finally turned her gaze to him, perhaps due to Wang Jie's deceit, her eyes betraying a hint of wariness. Who are they? Purple Pearl did not answer Zhao Su, but instead questioned Xiao Lu beside her. Captain, this is Mr. Zhao Su. He and his companions assisted us in eliminating the traitor Wang Jie and repelling those malevolent spirit masters. Zhao Su? Are you also here for the ancient relic mountain? Oh. Captain Purple Pearl knows of the ancient relic mountain? First, answer my question. Indeed, we have come to the sea in search of the ancient relic mountain. I advise you to return the way you came. The ancient relic mountain is not a destination for mortals. As she spoke of the ancient relic mountain, a clear fear crossed Purple Pearl's face, as if she had been there before. However, the ancient relic mountain opens once every century. Although Purple Pearl's true age likely exceeds her appearance, it could not exceed 100 years. Since we have arrived, we shall not depart lightly without finding the ancient relic mountain. Zhejian Pearl scrutinized Zhao Su, and despite her formidable soul power as a soul sage of over 70 levels, she was utterly incapable of discerning Zhao Su's true nature. Confined within the secret chamber, Zhejian Pearl was acutely aware of the overwhelming and terrifying mental presence emanating from Zhao Su. At that moment, Zhao Su's mental energy was devoid of any deliberate control. Zhejian Pearl recognized that what she was sensing transcended mere psychic force. It was divine consciousness. She had previously encountered such a formidable mental presence in another place, and Zhao Su's divine consciousness was even more potent than that of the true deity she had felt in her past. As she continued to assess Zhao Su, her thoughts began to wander. Very well, since you are unafraid of death, I shall reveal no further secrets. She then recounted her true identity and the reasons for her presence on this desolate Pearl Island. What? You are the saintess of the Wuhuan Hall. Indeed. 100 years ago, I accompanied my master, Douluo, into the ancient relic mountain, only to discover that he sacrificed my soul to the angel god in his quest for divine inheritance. As Zhejian Pearl spoke, Bibi Dong's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Bibi Dong had been coerced by her own master, Qian Xuanji, leading to over 2 decades of tragedy. It was astonishing to realize that Qian Xuanji had similarly betrayed her. Although Qian Douluo had not forced Zhejian Pearl into her predicament, he had nonetheless ruined her life. Zhejian Pearl continued, when my soul was offered to the angel god, it seemed as if a dreadful force assailed the deity. Seizing the opportunity, I managed to escape with my fragmented soul and subsequently fell into a deep slumber on this Pearl Island, awakening only 10 years ago. What manner of place is the ancient relic mountain? It can be likened to an entirely separate continent, a realm constructed by the gods, inhabited by their descendants. As Zhejian Pearl spoke, a pained expression crossed her face, as if she were recalling memories she wished to forget. Chapter 132. Preparing to open the entrance to the ancient relic mountain from Zhejian Pearl's narrative, Zhao Su and the others gained a preliminary understanding of the ancient relic mountain. It was a domain reminiscent of the primitive jungle era, characterized by strife, slaughter, and the supremacy of the strong. There were no laws to restrain them. Only the powerful could act as they pleased. The ancient relic mountain opened once every century, not only to allow the gods to absorb the souls of soul masters, ensuring their own undying existence. The so-called gods are not truly immortal. As time passes, their vitality wanes, leading them into a state of frailty. To evade death and maintain their strength, they must consume the souls of others to fortify their own. Thus, every so-called god may be regarded as a sinister soul master. Those gods who refuse to absorb the souls of others have long since dissipated into the annals of time. In every world, the reality remains the same. No one truly empathizes with the weak. The only path to mastering one's destiny lies in becoming powerful. Furthermore, the soul masters of Douluo continent are regarded as prey, mere stepping stones for honing the prowess of the gods' progeny. Only those who survive the relentless hunt by the indigenous inhabitants of the ancient relic mountain may become the favorite of the gods, thereby attaining immense strength. However, These so-called fortunate ones favored by the gods are destined to become mere puppets, much like Tang San, who was parasitized by the nine-headed Bat King, thus enabling the manipulation of Douluo continent. This explains why Qin Douluo has remained sequestered within the Wuhuan Hall for many years. He is acutely aware that his soul is being gradually devoured. Therefore, he strives to maintain his utmost strength to combat the parasitism arising from the depths of his soul. This is also the reason why, despite achieving the rank of a peerless Douluo at level 99 many years ago, Qin Douluo has yet to ascend to divinity. For once he accepts the divine trial, his soul would be subjected to parasitism, rendering him no longer himself. So this is how it is. Zhao Su seemed to have grasped something profound, and he turned to Zhao, continuing to inquire, "How did you depart from the ancient relic mountain?" "I left only as a remnant soul, which is why my memories remain incomplete. My soul power is still restrained at the level of a soul saint, just as it was within the ancient relic mountain. Otherwise, how could these individuals possibly harm me?" Zhao eyes were filled with fury and hatred. Then these evil soul masters must have emerged from the ancient relic mountain? Indeed, whenever the ancient relic mountain opens, a group of evil soul masters escapes, becoming a scourge upon the Douluo continent. These individuals are either original inhabitants of the ancient relic mountain or those who entered it in previous epochs. They could be considered semi-original residents, as their bloodlines were passed down from those who last ventured into the ancient relic mountain. These individuals, too, were preyed upon by the descendants of the gods within the ancient relic mountain. Is this the deity that everyone venerates? At that moment, Zhao Su harbored no fondness for the gods. Rather, he felt an intense revulsion. Yet, he understood that in the face of overwhelming power, any emotion was futile. Only by becoming stronger could he hope to alter his circumstances. "Do you still wish to venture to the ancient relic mountain?" Zhao appeared to be in a much improved state as she looked at Zhao Su and asked, "Of course, how can one grow strong without facing pressure? I hope you do not come to regret this." Zhao said little more, her expression hinting at unspoken secrets. "Captain Z, did you not mention that each opening of the ancient relic mountain occurs in different locations? Actually, they are all the same. It is merely a ruse to confuse everyone. The entrances change each time, but the Douluo continent and the ancient relic mountain are completely interconnected. As long as your strength is formidable enough, you can open a portal at the edge of the Douluo continent to enter the ancient relic mountain. Then, does that mean there is an entrance to the ancient relic mountain on this Pearl Island?" "Indeed. Wang Jie was pressing me for the location of the entrance to the ancient relic mountain, which is why I was spared." In Zhangju's words, Zhao Su sensed numerous inconsistencies. For instance, if those evil soul masters had truly escaped from the ancient relic mountain, how could Wang Jie, in collusion with them, be unaware of the entrance's location? Furthermore, if entering the ancient relic mountain was a perilous endeavor, why conceal this from Wang Jie? Would it not be simpler to inform him directly? Zhangju perceived Zhao Su's doubts and, with a faint smile gracing her pale visage, replied, "I know what you are pondering. Once those evil soul masters escape from the ancient relic mountain, they will soon be discovered by the enforcers of the gods within, who will remedy any breaches. Even if Wang Jie desires to enter, it would be impossible. Moreover, once the entrance to the ancient relic mountain is opened, the entire Pearl Island will transform into a teleportation array leading to it, resulting in the island's destruction. All those upon the island will be drawn into the ancient relic mountain." After Zhao Su listened to Ji Pearl's explanation, although he still felt that something was amiss, he refrained from probing further. A general understanding sufficed for him. After all, without personal experience, one could never fully comprehend the situation, regardless of what others said. Soon, aside from the few fleeing evil soul masters, the threats on Pearl Island were entirely eradicated. Even those who had rebelled alongside Wang Jie were mercilessly eliminated by Ji Pearl. Subsequently, under Ji Pearl's arrangement, all the remaining survivors on Pearl Island boarded the sea demon vessel. Once the entrance to the ancient relic mountain opened, this island would be deemed forbidden. Bamboo Qing, Rong, Yuhua, are you truly not leaving with the sea demon? As the vessel prepared to set sail, Zhao Su once again inquired of the three women. In his heart, he wished to spare them from the dangers that lay ahead, especially after hearing Ji Pearl's account. However, the three had resolutely made up their minds. No matter what Zhao Su said, they were determined to accompany him into the ancient relic mountain. "Have you all truly considered this?" Although Zhao Su felt quite helpless, he refrained from saying more and instead turned his gaze towards Hulayina and the others. Once the entrance opened, There would be no chance for regret, whether life or death would be left to fate. Having made his decision, he vowed never to waver. "Very well, Captain Odell, you may set sail," Zhao Su called out, waving at Odell, who stood on the deck looking in this direction. "Captain, do exercise caution. I shall await your return in Hanhai City." As the sea demon ship turned around, Xiao Lu shouted loudly to Zhejian Pearl. "Fool," Zhejian Pearl replied nonchalantly, disregarding Xiao Lu's concern. Watching the sea demon gradually recede into the distance, Zhejian Pearl then addressed Zhao Su and the others. "Let us proceed. We need to gather certain items to unlock the entrance to the ancient relic mountain." Chapter 133. The opening of the entrance, the Black Vortex subsequently. Zhejian Pearl led Zhao Su and the others to a concealed cave behind Pearl Island. The cave was spacious, with a black pentagram etched into the stone floor. Surrounded by walls adorned with carvings of ferocious birds and beasts, an air of chill pervaded the cave, imparting a sense of eeriness. "This is your final opportunity. Should you proceed recklessly, there shall be no turning back," Zhejian Pearl stated as she placed several black spiritual orbs within the black pentagram. She looked at Zhao Su and the others one last time, inquiring once more. Zhao Su remained silent, merely extending his hand to grasp the hands of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, while Ning Rongrong concurrently took hold of Tang Yuehua's hand. Subsequently, a radiant white light emanated from Zhao Su, enveloping them all within a protective white barrier. However, it was futile. Upon entering the ancient relic mountain's dimensional passage, a formidable spiritual presence would engulf them, suppressing their soul power to the 70th level and scattering them apart. Scattered apart? Indeed. This is a precautionary measure to prevent powerful individuals from uniting and congregating in the same location within the ancient relic mountain. Is there no way to counteract this? Zhao Su furrowed his brow and inquired of Zhenzu. If the words spoken by Zhenzu were indeed true, then the trio of Ning Rongrong entering the ancient ruins of the mountains would be exceedingly perilous. Unless your divine consciousness surpasses the united consciousness of the gods. Rongrong, do not say another word. I shall not return. Zhao Sugong was about to express his thoughts to Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang Yuehua when he was interrupted by Ning Rongrong's voice. "Rest assured, even if we momentarily part ways, we will swiftly locate you, and you shall not be in any danger." "Very well." Zhao Su pondered for a moment, then retrieved 3 resplendent golden lotus flowers from the jade pendant at his waist. They appeared rather diminutive, even smaller than the typical lotus flower. These were none other than the renowned concealed weapons of the Tang sect, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Alongside them, he also produced 3 cylindrical, azure-hued weapons known as peacock feathers. He handed them to the 3 individuals and cautioned, "Should we find ourselves separated, do not act recklessly in the face of any adversities. Preserving your lives is of paramount importance." "Rest assured," Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang Yuehua replied with a nod. "Why the hesitation? There is no need to embark on any perilous ventures." "All right then." Zhao Su paid no heed to the purple pearl, instead firmly grasping Tang Yuehua's hand. Among the 3 women, Tang Yuehua held the lowest rank. Despite her innate abilities, she was inadequate when confronted with genuine powerhouses. Ning Rongrong, although a support-type soulmaster, possessed a formidable 7th soul skill that allowed her to replicate martial spirits, complemented by the terrifying Buddha's Wrath and the full suite of concealed weapons. She could certainly safeguard herself. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her inherent strength was undeniable, and as long as she wasn't besieged, she too would fare well. The purple pearl merely smiled, choosing not to speak further. Instead, she formed a hand seal, summoning a dark mist that seeped into the spirit stone inscribed with a black pentagram. Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from the pentagram, enveloping the entire cavern in dense black fog. The mist rapidly spread, transforming the entirety of Pearl Island into a colossal black vortex, reminiscent of a black hole in the vast ocean. Soon, the terrifying energy radiating from this vortex drew the attention of others searching for the ancient relics among the seas. On Sea God Island, within the Sea God Hall, Poseidon, seated in meditation, sensed the ominous aura of the black vortex. Her brows furrowed slightly, and at the moment she rose, she vanished from her position, reappearing atop the highest peak of Sea God Island. It was only then that one could truly appreciate Poseidon's visage. She stood tall, surpassing most men in height, measuring around 180 centimeters. Draped in a vibrant crimson robe, her figure remained obscured, yet her silhouette and stunning beauty suggested an exquisite form. Appearing to be in her 30s, She exuded a tranquil aura akin to the sea. In her right hand, she held a 3-meter-long golden scepter. Yet, neither her beauty nor her poise could rival the depth of her eyes, crystal blue orbs more profound than the ocean itself. The weariness reflected within them was reminiscent of the deep sea, evoking a sense of trepidation in those who dared to gaze too long. At this moment, the 7 sacred pillars of Sea God Island, the 7 sons of Poseidon, appeared not far behind her. They slightly bowed in reverence. Poseidon acknowledged with a simple sound, redirecting her gaze towards Pearl Island. Great Priestess, the entrance to the ancient relics has opened. Should we intervene? Sea Dragon Douluo stepped forward respectfully to inquire. Though these sea soul masters might not surpass their land counterparts in soul power, they possessed a natural advantage, especially Poseidon, who was virtually invincible within the ocean. Even the strongest land soul masters, Tang San and Douluo, would find it challenging to gain the upper hand against her. Thus, their intervention would undoubtedly allow them to control the situation. No, Poseidon's voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable authority. I can sense that this opening of the ancient relics is unlike those past. This time may signify an end. Great Priestess, do you mean? Do not speak, Poseidon turned, gesturing to halt Sea Dragon Douluo's words. What we must do now is observe the unfolding events. Convey my orders. As long as Sea God Island remains unscathed, no one on the island is permitted to act. Yes, the 7 bowed once more, responding with respect. Do not let me down. Poseidon gazed again towards Pearl Island, her cerulean eyes seemingly piercing through layers of obstruction, glimpsing the interior of the island now shrouded in the black vortex. At that moment, as the dark mist enveloped Pearl Island, Zhao Su and the others were drawn into the abyss-like whirlpool. Upon entering, their soul powers were instantaneously confined, and their consciousness began to fade. The individual will ultimately falters against the collective will of the divine. This thought crossed Zhao Su's mind just as he lost awareness entirely. Unbeknownst to him, as he succumbed to the void, a long-absent system gradually coalesced into a shadow within the swirling darkness. A white figure, indiscernible as male or female, approached Zhao Su, extending a hand that emitted a white light aimed at entering his being. However, at that moment, a crimson light surged from within Zhao Su, repelling the white light from penetrating his body. Chapter 134. The Enigmatic Black Hole, Strolling Birds Over the Sea. The crimson radiance emanating from Zhao Su's body was none other than that which originated from the ominous red flower. Subsequently, the red blossom materialized at Zhao Su's forehead, transforming into a blood-red lotus that enveloped him in a protective embrace. Upon witnessing this blood-red lotus, the ethereal white figure gradually revealed her true form, a woman clad in a flowing white gown. Even amidst the malevolent darkness of the void, she exuded a vibrant vitality. As the stunning visage beheld the blood-red lotus, a faint smile graced her exquisite features. To my surprise, you have long been concealed within this body. With the words of the white-clad goddess, the blood lotus imprinted itself upon Zhao Su's brow. Slowly, Zhao Su opened his eyes, revealing deep blood-red orbs imbued with an essence of relentless destruction, contrasting starkly with the life-affirming aura of the white goddess. I too did not anticipate that you were the one hidden within him. I had presumed it to be a follower of the Shura God. Would a follower of the Shura God seek the soul of the 9 divine dragons for your protection? You have always been carefree and reckless, seldom contemplating the ramifications of your actions. The white goddess regarded Zhao Su with a hint of reproach, yet her gaze was predominantly filled with concern. My dear, I am truly sorry. It is all because of me that you have endured such suffering. Zhao Su stepped forward and extended his hand to embrace the ethereal maiden in white. As long as you can return safely, what does my suffering matter? The maiden leaned into Zhao Su's embrace, her demeanor imbued with tenderness. Do not worry. This time, my return shall be unstoppable. This body conceals yet another secret. Zhao Su cradled the goddess in white, leaning close to her ear and whispering softly, Is it true? Of course, otherwise, how could I have chosen him? The smile on the goddess's face blossomed ever more radiantly. She spoke no further, but rewarded Zhao Su with a gentle gesture. Her soft, red lips brushed against his. The goddess's arms entwined tightly around Zhao Su's neck, her supple, elastic form fitting snugly against his. As their passion intensified, one of Zhao Su's hands ascended to a towering peak, while the other lingered upon a remarkably purred expanse. Within the originally sinister and murderous void, the temperature surged rapidly. Time became an elusive concept, and eventually, Zhao Su drowsily opened his eyes. As consciousness returned in its entirety, a breathtaking spring scene materialized in his mind. Their bodies entwined, limbs interlaced, as if seeking to merge completely into one another. However, this vivid image remained somewhat elusive. Zhao Su cast his gaze around, simultaneously extending his spiritual consciousness. Although his soul power was suppressed to the level of a mere 70-level soul saint, fortunately, his spiritual awareness remained unrestrained. Soon, Zhao Su realized that he was floating above a vast ocean, adrift without any means of assistance. Moreover, he was entirely unclothed, his body bare. Upon witnessing his naked form, the vivid imagery that had once danced in his mind resurfaced once more. Zhao Su shook his head, suppressing his thoughts as he stood upon the vast ocean. However, his appearance was quite absurd, standing there completely bare on the water's surface. Had there been anyone around, he would undoubtedly have been perceived as a peculiar sight. This predicament was a result of his clothing inexplicably vanishing, along with the storage jade pendant at his waist. At this moment, he found himself utterly destitute, left to endure this state of nudity. Yet, his primary concern was not his lack of attire, but rather the safety of Ning Rongrong and the others. Moments ago, his spiritual sense had swept through the vicinity, but he had found no trace of Ning Rongrong and her companions. Even Bibi Dong and Hulaina, along with their 7 associates, were nowhere to be seen. After 3 days, Zhao Su finally departed from that oceanic expanse and entered a primordial forest. The trees here were so grand that even the smallest could be termed as towering giants. Their canopies obscured the sky, casting a gentle shade over the entire forest, imbuing it with a serene coolness. Zhao Su first gathered some leaves and casually wove them together, at the very least to conceal his vital areas. After wandering the vast ocean for 3 days, he had no desire to continue his solitary pursuits in this forest. Fortunately, upon entering this primeval woodland, he finally encountered signs of life. Though the creatures were merely low-level soul beasts, they indicated that this place was not a desolate wasteland. Little girl, if you submit to us today, we will spare your lives. On this day, having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Zhao Su reclined on a sturdy branch, preparing to rest. Suddenly, a lewd voice reached his ears from a distance. Despite its crude nature, to Zhao Su, it sounded oddly comforting. Zhao Su had been wandering in this forest for 5 days, yet it seemed boundless and unending. Even his vast spiritual sense could not fully encompass it. Apart from the low-level soul beasts, he had not encountered a single soul. Suddenly, he heard the sound of voices, which instantly filled Zhao Su with excitement. He quickly rose, his upper body bare, and his lower half covered with a mat woven from leaves, resembling a primitive wild man. Wang Hong, do you truly wish to oppose my Xinyuan family? A lewd voice was followed by an angry female voice. Xinyuan Qinger, today you are the only one from the Xinyuan family present. As long as we leave no survivors, who will know that it was us from the Wanjian sect who did it? Humph, despicable and shameless. Do you think that with just a few of you, you can kill the 2 of us? Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Su's heart leaped with joy, for he was all too familiar with it. It was indeed Hulaina's voice. Haha, you are merely an outsider, with your soul power suppressed at the level of a soul sage at 70. Moreover, you are severely injured. What can you possibly use to fight against us? As the 2 sides began to clash, Zhao Su had already sent out his spiritual sense, though its purpose was merely to scout, and he refrained from exerting his spiritual pressure. In this ancient relic mountain, everything remained unclear, and it was crucial to preserve his trump cards, keeping his true strength hidden from others. Standing alongside Hulaina was a woman clad in silver armor. Although her beauty did not quite match that of Ning Rongrong and others, she was still striking. Her martial soul was a golden longsword, somewhat reminiscent of Zhao Su's Imperial 7-kill sword, yet lacking its formidable sword intent. The opposing group consisted of 6 individuals, all wielding swords, but not just one. They wielded 3 swords collectively. All 6 were at the level of soul saints at 70. However, the leader evidently surpassed the 70-level threshold. Bang! Just as Hulaina and Xinyuan Qinger were about to be entirely encircled by the 6, an oddly shaped figure descended from the sky. Kid, do you think you are very arrogant? Upon Zhao Su's arrival, he struck a pose he believed to be quite dashing, lifting his chin towards Hulaina before directing his gaze towards the members of the Wanjian sect. When Hulaina beheld Zhao Su's appearance in such a manner, she was momentarily taken aback. However, she soon exhaled a sigh of relief, her face breaking into a smile. The emergence of Zhao Su brought a sense of safety to Hulaina. "Who are you?" inquired a man named Wang Hong, the leader from the Wanjin sect. As his eyes narrowed upon seeing Zhao Su, he quickly retreated, displaying a wary demeanor towards Zhao Su. "Just remember, in your next life, strive to be a good person and refrain from being so despicable. That should suffice, lest you forget." As Zhao Su's words fell, a long sword descended from the heavens. And before the few individuals could react, their heads were severed from their bodies. Ding! The system detected the dissipating soul power. "Would you like to absorb it?" At the moment when Wang Hong and the others collapsed, the long-forgotten voice of the system re-emerged. Though it retained its usual mechanical and emotionless tone, Zhao Su sensed an inexplicable difference, though he could not pinpoint what it was. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it, and promptly chose to absorb the energy. The ability to absorb soul power and convert it into energy points indicated that the system's store had been reactivated, allowing him to once again exchange for precious herbs and items. Due to the loss of the jade pendant soul guiding device, Zhao Su was in dire need of these resources. "Zhao Su, what is this appearance of yours?" Hulaina and Xianyuan Qing'er gazed at Zhao Su, who had effortlessly dispatched Wang Hong and his companions, with expressions of shock and bewilderment, as though they were staring at a fool. With smiles on their faces, they turned to Zhao Su and inquired, "Don't mention it. When I came to, I was lying stark naked on the ocean surface, with both my clothes and soul guiding device gone." Zhao Su, while speaking, approached Wang Hong's lifeless body and swiftly removed his garments, hastily donning them himself. Though the attire did not fit him perfectly, it was certainly superior to the mere grass mat that barely concealed his vital areas. "You awoke in the vast ocean?" he inquired. "Indeed. Where did you regain consciousness? Surely, your clothes have not vanished as well." Zhao Su spoke, his eyes glancing towards the towering figure of Hulaina. "I did not lose consciousness. Rather, I fell directly into this forest. However, like you, I was completely alone initially. 3 days ago, I encountered Qing. By the way, allow me to introduce her. This is the saintess of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Qing." "The Xianyuan family? So, the martial spirit you just demonstrated is indeed the Xianyuan sword?" "Senior, you are aware of my Xianyuan family's inherited martial spirit, the Xianyuan sword?" Upon hearing Zhao Su mention the Xianyuan sword, Xianyuan Qing'er lowered her demeanor towards him, addressing him as senior with great respect. Zhao Su, somewhat perplexed, casually remarked, "Are you curious about the Xianyuan sword? Your ancestors must be the legendary Xianyuan Huangdi, correct?" "Indeed. Do you recognize my esteemed ancestor from the Xianyuan clan?" "Quite well." Zhao Su smiled mysteriously at Xianyuan Qing'er. In truth, Zhao Su's words were not entirely fabricated. Although he had never encountered the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, as a descendant of the Huaxia people, he was well acquainted with the legendary figure. What surprised him was the unexpected encounter with a descendant of the Yellow Emperor in this realm. Hulaina observed Xianyuan Qing'er gazing at Zhao Su with admiration and couldn't help but chuckle, yet she refrained from exposing Zhao Su's embellishments. "By the way, who were those individuals from earlier? Why were they pursuing you?" Zhao Su and his companions found a place to sit down, at which point the leader, Wang Hong, inquired of Xianyuan Qing'er. Wang Hong, a third-generation disciple of the swordplay sect, was notably strong, having attained the formidable level of an 83rd rank soul Douluo. In this ancient relic mountain, do you, the indigenous residents, also experience a compression of soul power? Indeed, every time the ancient relic mountain opens, a 2-year period of divine pressure descends, suppressing everyone's rank to that of a 70-level soul saint. However, those with exceptional talent may enhance their soul power under the weight of this divine pressure, albeit with great difficulty. "Ah, I see." After listening to Xianyuan Qing'er's explanation, Zhao Su began to comprehend the situation. It appears that the divine pressure, while seemingly constricting everyone's soul power, also facilitates training under its influence, allowing individuals to swiftly surpass their limits and reach the pinnacle of their potential. It seems the God scheme is not solely focused on absorbing the souls of soul masters to maintain their peak states. There must be additional ulterior motives at play. What then is the matter with the 10,000 Sword sect? The 10,000 Sword sect has long been an enemy of my Xianyuan family. This time, they are covertly targeting us during the hunting trials of various clans. In truth, Zhao Su held little interest in the enmity between the Xianyuan family and the 10,000 Sword sect. After all, these individuals might very well become his foes one day. Originally, the hunting trials among the indigenous sects within the ancient relic mountain were designed to eliminate outsiders like themselves. Miss Xianyuan, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you further. Zhao Su cast a glance at Hu Laiina, signaling his intention to depart. He was eager to locate Ning Rongrong and the other two women swiftly. Otherwise, prolonged delays might lead to unforeseen complications. Hu Laiina, fully aware of Zhao Su's intent, respectfully clasped her fists towards Xianyuan Qinger and said, Miss Qinger, until we meet again. As Hu Laiina and Zhao Su prepared to leave, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xianyuan Qinger's eyes, which soon transformed into resolute determination, as if she had made a momentous decision. Seniors, please wait. Xianyuan Qinger rose swiftly, calling out to Zhao Su and Hu Laiina, and advanced towards them, kneeling down amidst their puzzled gazes. Miss Qinger, what are you doing? Please, seniors, lend your strength and save my Xianyuan clan. Ding. The system's voice resonated, declaring that the Xianyuan clan was once the favored progeny of fortune in a bygone era, dominating the realm. Though their fortune had waned, they remained incomparable to ordinary sections. Before Zhao Su could respond, the system's voice emerged once more. Distinctly different this time, no longer mechanical, but imbued with a hint of emotion. Favored progeny of fortune? What does that mean? Zhao Su, with a sudden thought, inquired of the system. Each continent is regarded as an independent world, and within every world, within a certain sect or family, there resides a child of destiny, endowed with the aura of heaven and earth. Not only do they progress in their cultivation at an astonishing pace, but they also ascend to a position of dominion at a particular stage. So, does this imply that the Xianyuan family is that fated family? Indeed. Although the Yellow Emperor of the Xianyuan lineage has long passed, the remnants of his fortune continue to protect the Xianyuan clan, and acquiring this fortune would bring you immeasurable benefits. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su nodded, his eyes reflecting a burgeoning resolve. However, before the kneeling Xianyuan Qinger, he displayed an expression of reluctance. I am but an outsider. I fear I possess neither the power nor the means to save your Xianyuan clan. No, senior, you can. As Xianyuan Qinger spoke, she retrieved an ancient tome from the soul guide device on her wrist. This is the Book of Turmoil, left by our ancestor before departing. Within this tome lies a prophecy that our Xianyuan clan will rise anew because of a young man. Chapter 136, The Ancient Relic Mountain, The Three Great Sects. The Book of Turmoil? Zhao Su inquired, accepting the book that Xianyuan Qinger offered. The tome bore no written words, only intricate and elaborate illustrations. On the final page of the book was the depiction of a figure, seemingly a self-portrait. The figure stood atop a mountain, gazing into the distance, their face obscured. Yet, their attire resembled that of a primitive savage, bare-chested above, and draped in simple grass. Even so, the aura emanating from this figure was unmistakably formidable. Even on paper, one could sense a sovereign presence. I believe the young man spoken of in the Book of Turmoil left by our ancestor is none other than you, esteemed senior. Is it merely because of my appearance? It is not just your appearance. It is also the extraordinary aura you exude, which aligns perfectly with the prophecy left by our ancestor. Zhao Su found great satisfaction in Xianyuan Qinger's words. He cleared his throat gently, clasped his hands behind his back, and feigned the demeanor of a reclusive sage. You are but a young girl, yet your insight is remarkably keen. In light of this, I shall extend my assistance this once. Thank you, esteemed senior. Xianyuan Qinger felt a surge of joy in her heart and promptly bowed deeply to Zhao Su once more. Rise. Zhao Su, uttering these words, returned the chaotic world book to Xianyuan Qing, since he was destined to visit the Xianyuan family in search of that elusive fortune. He figured it would be prudent to offer them a favor in the process. Perhaps he could leverage the Xianyuan family's influence to locate Ning Rongrong and her companions. After all, having one more ally could indeed enhance their chances. Under Xianyuan Qinger's guidance, the trio swiftly exited the primordial forest. Through her explanations, Zhao Su gained a general understanding of the foremost powers residing within the ancient mountain of relics, akin to the top sects of the Douluo continent. There were 7 major sects in total, classified into 3 upper sects and 4 lower sections. Furthermore, above the seas reigned a maritime sovereign known as the Wanxing Dragon Palace. The master of the Dragon Palace was named Shi Yao, whose martial soul was that of an ancient white dragon. This revelation piqued Zhao Su's interest immensely. The Guardian 9 divine dragons had left him with no leads on the white and black dragons, and perhaps the ancient mountain would yield unexpected outcomes. Although the system could not ascertain this, it suggested that Shi Yao's martial soul the ancient white dragon, was likely one of the guardian 9 divine dragons. The upper 3 sects were the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and the Divine Hall. The Buddhist sect's inherited martial souls manifested as various Buddha figures and arhats, with the Buddha's martial soul being a Tinjong golden statue of the Buddha. The Taoist sect's martial soul was far simpler, represented by a primordial 8-trigram diagram, harmonizing with the natural forces of the universe. The Divine Hall's martial soul resembled the 7 treasures glazed pagoda of the 7 treasures glazed sect, serving as an auxiliary martial soul in the form of a sacred compass of mysterious arts. Not only did it possess similar supportive capabilities, but it could also unveil celestial secrets. Crucially, unlike the 7 treasures glazed pagoda, the sacred compass was flawless. Beyond the upper 3 sects, the lower 4 sects also wielded considerable power, including the Xianyuan clan and the Wanjian sect. However, the Xianyuan clan had already fallen into decline. Though still ranked among the lower sects, their influence had significantly waned. Both the Xianyuan clan and the Wanjian sect were sword martial souls, with the Wanjian sect traditionally overshadowed by the Xianyuan clan. Given this opportunity to completely eradicate the Xianyuan clan, the Wanjian sect would not let it slip by. After departing from the primordial forest, Xianyuan Qing'er rented a carriage in a nearby town and set off towards the Xianyuan family residence. Like the Wanjian sect, the Xianyuan family was also located in Longxing City. 6 days later, the trio finally arrived at Longxing City. "Why do I sense something peculiar about the citizens of Longxing City?" Hulaina remarked, gazing through the carriage window at the oddly watchful townsfolk. "Indeed, the Xianyuan family is in trouble." Zhao Su, who had been resting against the carriage, opened his eyes and addressed Xianyuan Qing. Upon entering the city, he had sensed a pervasive aura of slaughter, prompting him to extend his spiritual awareness across Longxing City. At that moment, within the eastern courtyard of the Xianyuan family, a fierce battle was underway. As the carriage hastened towards the Xianyuan residence, the sounds of combat grew louder, and it became apparent that few dared approach the vicinity of the Xianyuan family courtyard. Through Xianyuan Qing'er, Zhao Su learned that within the ancient mountain, no city had enforcers. Survival depended solely on the strength of one's fists, even for ordinary folk. However, many cities did have powerful sects or families that imposed regulations. Yet, such instances were rare. Most adhered to the primal laws of the jungle. Inside the main courtyard of the Xianyuan family, 9 elders stood with swords drawn, encircling a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, a golden long sword hovering behind him. "Xianyuan Cheng, surrender the Xianyuan sword that harbors the fortune of your clan, and I shall spare you and all your kin. Otherwise, you shall witness their demise one by one." The speaker was an elderly man in white, with hair as white as snow and a gaze as venomous as a serpent. As he spoke, he seized one of the captured Xianyuan disciples and swiftly executed him with a single stroke. "Wang Changsheng, spare me your prattle. If you possess any skill, direct it towards me." Xianyuan Cheng roared, as his sword martial soul radiated a brilliant golden light. He grasped the hilt and charged at Wang Changsheng. However, before he could close the distance, 2 of the 9 elders acted, their 3 swords swirling around them, creating an impenetrable barrier. They simultaneously kicked Xianyuan Cheng, sending him crashing to the ground, dimming the golden light of his martial soul. Xianyuan Cheng coughed up blood, barely managing to prop himself up with his sword. Gazing at Wang Changsheng and the 9 elders of the Wanjian sect, realizing his doom was inevitable, he resolved that if he were to perish, he would at least take Wang Changsheng down with him, or at least inflict severe damage. Just as Xianyuan Cheng steeled himself for self-detonation, a long sword imbued with supreme sword intent descended from the heavens. A figure clad in silver armor materialized before Xianyuan Cheng. It was none other than Xianyuan Qing'er. "Uncle, you rest for now. These foes are mine to deal with," she declared, her eyes blazing with fury as she surveyed the lifeless bodies of the Xianyuan disciples scattered across the ground and the few remaining captives nearby. "How amusing. You dare to boast, little girl?" One of the 2 individuals who had just attacked Xianyuan City cast a disdainful glance at Xianyuan Qing'er, revealing a hint of mockery. With a cold snort, an overwhelming pressure surged towards her. This man was the 5th elder of the 10,000 Sword sect, and Wang Hong was his cherished grandson. Wang Hong had confessed his affection for Xianyuan Qing'er on more than one occasion, and the elder had always kept this in mind, intent on capturing her to present to his beloved grandson. However, unbeknownst to the elder, his precious grandson had long since perished, perhaps already queuing for reincarnation. Furthermore, he would soon meet his own demise. Although the elders of the 10,000 Sword sect had felt the suppression of the divine while during this extraordinary period, they still possessed formidable strength, with the level of soul Douluo reaching 80. Wang Chongqing had even attained the rank of title Douluo. In contrast, the Xianyuan family had failed to produce any title Douluo experts under the divine pressure. This prompted Wang Chongqing to decide that it was time to eliminate the Xianyuan clan while seizing the Xianyuan divine sword, which radiated an aura of fortune. After acquiring the Xianyuan divine sword, leveraging its divine essence and hidden fortune, it was conceivable that the 10,000 Sword sect could soon ascend to the ranks of the top 3 sects, becoming the true masters of this ancient relic mountain. Yet, they overlooked the majestic Imperial 7 killing sword that hovered above them, exuding an unparalleled sword intent. Even Wang Chongqing, sensing a divergence from the Xianyuan sword's martial spirit, dismissed it without concern. Xianyuan Qing'er, unfazed by the fifth elder's oppressive aura, summoned the Imperial 7 killing sword, which floated behind her. With a contemptuous smile, she declared to the fifth elder, "Now it is my turn." As her words echoed, the Imperial 7 killing sword swiftly divided into 36 celestial swords, not only targeting the fifth elder, but also aiming at all members of the 10,000 Sword sect present in the courtyard. As the supreme sword intent locked onto them, a chilling realization of impending death gripped each heart. They understood their grave oversight, yet it was already too late. Their soul power was utterly incapable of resisting the 36 celestial sword formation of the Imperial 7 killing sword. In the blink of an eye, apart from Wang Chongqing, who barely managed to fend off a strike but was grievously injured, the remaining 9 elders and all disciples had succumbed. Impossible. How could you be so powerful? Wang Chongqing knelt, his soul power rapidly dissipating as he coughed up blood. Today, I shall take your life to avenge my parents, my elder brother, and all my kin who perished at the hands of your 10,000 Sword sect. No, Miss Xianyuan, spare me. I, Wang Chongqing, along with the entire 10,000 Sword sect, will become servants of your Xianyuan clan. In the face of death, dignity became worthless. Overwhelmed by the supreme sword intent, he could think of nothing but survival. Do I not know what kind of person you are, Wang Chongqing? A treacherous and cunning villain. Qing'er, slay him. Although injured and seated on the steps, Xianyuan Sheng was astonished by Xianyuan Qing'er's transformation and could discern that the sword was not the Xianyuan sword martial spirit. However, this was not the moment for detailed inquiries. He pointed at Wang Chongqing and urged Xianyuan Qing'er. Wang Chongqing realized the depth of enmity between himself and the Xianyuan family. Knowing that he could not rely on pity to save his life, he had no choice but to fight back, summoning his martial spirit, the 3-star sword, and activating his 7th soul ring. 3 swords fused into one, forming a massive light sword that slashed towards Xianyuan Qing'er. Wang Chongqing could not believe that Xianyuan Qing'er had grown so powerful in such a short span of months. He speculated that she must have obtained some treasure, which had enabled her to unexpectedly slay 9 elders and injure him. Determined to kill Xianyuan Qing'er in a desperate bid for survival, he clung to the hope that as long as he lived, the 10,000 Sword sect would not be finished and could rise again. However, he failed to realize that the treasure Xianyuan Qing'er had acquired was not an object, but a person. As the light sword descended upon her, Zhao Su, who had been lurking in the shadows, finally revealed himself. He had remained hidden due to uncertainty about the combat capabilities of the title Douluo during this extraordinary period of suppressed soul power. Yet, he now saw that they were not as formidable as he had anticipated. Having never intended to let Wang Chongqing escape, there was no longer any need for concealment. Zhao Su has always adhered to the principle of eradicating threats entirely, leaving no room for future repercussions. You are far too feeble to even attempt to annihilate others as they do. With Zhao Su's emergence, a colossal hand manifested, instantly crushing Wang Chongqing. As this enormous hand obliterated Wang Chongqing, it simultaneously transformed his title Douluo soul power into energy. It also absorbed all his memories. Among Wang Chongqing's recollections, Zhao Su was unexpectedly intrigued to discover memories concerning the sea god. The reason Wang Chongqing was able to attain the title Douluo rank despite the suppression of the divine will seem to stem from a trace of divine intent left within him by the sea god. This revelation momentarily caught Zhao Su off guard. However, just as that divine intent began to vanish rapidly, the system intervened. A layer of green radiance enveloped the gigantic hand, seizing the fading divine essence of the sea god, thoroughly obliterating it. Following the eradication of the sea god's divine intent, the sea god, who had been in seclusion on a small island far out at sea, abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the annihilation of his divine essence. Within the force that extinguished his divine intent, he perceived an overwhelming vitality. From this immense vitality, he deduced the identity of the perpetrator. A cunning smirk crept across the sea god's still handsome visage. Rising to his feet, he took a decisive step forward. He resolved to be more cautious in the future. When obliterating others, he should first ascertain whether there are any forbidden elements within them. After the divine essence of the sea god was extinguished, the enormous hand dissipated. Subsequently, Zhao Su heard the system's voice echoing in his mind. The changes within the system had become increasingly evident in recent days. Zhao Su did not respond to the system's words. A subtle smile graced his lips as he turned to Xianyuan Qing'er, declaring, "One must eradicate the root of the problem. Gather our forces and seize this opportunity to annihilate the Wanjian sect." Although Zhao Su spoke with an air of casualness, his words resonated with a chilling intent in the ears of Xianyuan Cheng and Xianyuan Qing'er. Nevertheless, for the Xianyuan family at that moment, this was their only viable option. Under Xianyuan Qing'er's summons, the remaining disciples of the Xianyuan family rallied together and, under her leadership, advanced toward the Wanjian sect in Longxing City. By the break of dawn, the Wanjian sect would no longer exist upon the ancient relics of the mountain. Longxing City was irrevocably under the dominion of the Xianyuan family, and all who resided there were bound to adhere to their decrees. "Senior, I bring good news." On a day when Zhao Su was savoring tea in the Xianyuan family's courtyard, Xianyuan Cheng rushed over, his face alight with excitement. "Our disciples in external trials have reported the discovery of a woman possessing the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda." "Where?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Su was instantly stirred with enthusiasm. For days, he had been searching for the whereabouts of Ning Rongrong and her companions, yet had found no leads, leaving him in a state of anxious desperation. At last, a clue had emerged. Whoever possessed the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda must undoubtedly be Ning Rongrong. Chapter 138. The joint pursuit order of the 3 great sects in proximity to the northern seas, and considering the time it took for the news to return, it should not exceed 3 days. Through their interactions, Xianyuan Cheng had grown increasingly convinced of Zhao Su's prowess, revering him as a reclusive sage. Although he was aware that Zhao Su was an outsider and that the forces of the ancient relic mountain were antagonistic towards outsiders, he treated Zhao Su as an esteemed guest, yielding to his every request. "And what of her current situation?" Zhao Su inquired. "It is said that she has been taken as an adopted daughter by the master of the Divine Hall, the ancient Jiran, and is now the holy maiden of the Divine Hall. Thus, there is no need for concern regarding her safety." "That is good to hear." Zhao Su finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Over the past few days, he had gained insight into the various forces within the ancient relic mountain, including knowledge of the venerable Jiran. As the leader of the Divine Hall among the 3 great sects, his rank had long ascended to the pinnacle of a level 99 super Douluo, standing alongside the heads of the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect as the most formidable beings of the ancient relic mountain. However, unlike the Buddhist master and the Taoist leader, Jiran harbored no grand ambitions. Each time the ancient relic mountain opened, the Divine Hall seldom engaged in the hunting of outsiders. Unless provoked, the disciples of the Divine Hall generally refrained from taking action. Yet, this did not imply that the Divine Hall lacked strength. It was rumored that within the Divine Hall lay the original sacred compass of the ancient Divine King, the Divine Calculation Sovereign. As long as Jiran remained within the secluded confines of the Divine Calculation Mountain, even the will of the gods could not inflict harm upon him. Thus, Jiran rarely left the sanctum of his meditative retreat. Upon receiving news of Ning Rongrong, Zhao Su found himself unable to wait even a moment longer. That very day, he departed Longxing City with Hulaina, setting their course toward the northern seas. Originally, Xianyuan Cheng intended for Xianyuan Qing'er to accompany Zhao Su and follow his guidance. But Zhao Su declined this offer. Zhao Su harbored no desire for excessive engagement with the ancient forces of the Mountain of Antiquity. He had saved the Xianyuan family, and in return, they had aided him in uncovering information about Ning Rongrong, thus balancing the scales of gratitude. They were now even, free from further obligations. Even should he encounter a member of the Xianyuan clan who stood against him, he would not show any mercy. "Why did you not allow Xianyuan Qing'er to accompany us?" Hulina inquired, a note of confusion in her voice as they sped along in the carriage. As the future head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Qing'er held significant weight in the realm of the Mountain of Antiquity. Any challenges they faced would be more readily resolved with her presence than with the two outsiders. The forces of the Mountain of Antiquity and those of us outsiders are fundamentally at odds. Zhao Su leaned against the car, and his eyes, which had been gently closed in contemplation, gradually opened. He continued, "In the ancient mountains of Yushan, do not develop feelings for anyone. Such attachments can be perilous. Likewise, do not place your complete trust in anyone." "Then can I trust you?" Hu Laina, who had been seated opposite Zhao Su, suddenly rose and settled beside him. "I refer to those within the ancient mountains, not including myself. You can place your full trust in me. Since that is the case, I have nothing to worry about." Hu Laina replied, casually resting her head on Zhao Su's shoulder and closing her eyes. As Zhao Su and Hu Laina journeyed towards the northern sea, an enigmatic rumor began to circulate, accompanied by the dissemination of a portrait. The likeness depicted was none other than Zhao Su himself. It was proclaimed that he possessed the unparalleled magic body of antiquity, harboring an extraordinary demon within. Should this malevolent entity awaken, it would spell cataclysmic ruin for the ancient relics of the mountain. Consequently, the three foremost sects united in issuing a decree for Zhao Su's apprehension. Any who succeeded in slaying him would have the liberty to select any sect from the three, thereby attaining the esteemed rank of elder, accompanied by the reward of 2 soul bones. Upon hearing this news, a frenzy ensued, with individuals fervently seeking information about Zhao Su. Meanwhile, the protagonist remained blissfully unaware, continuing his journey towards the northern sea. One day, Zhao Su and Hu Laina arrived at the coastal city of the Xianyuan family to meet Ning Rongrong. After their relentless travel, the duo found themselves weary. Upon entering the city, they sought out a restaurant to satisfy their hunger. "Why do I feel as though everyone is watching you?" Hu Laina remarked, as they settled into their seats. Inside the establishment, she sensed countless eyes fixated upon them, with the focus decidedly not on her beauty, but rather on Zhao Su. "Perhaps it is because of my striking good looks," he mused. Zhao Su remained indifferent, caressing his own visage with a self-satisfied expression as he spoke. In truth, upon entering the city of Haiqing, the system had already alerted Zhao Su to a palpable sense of lethal intent surrounding him. Moreover, within the city, there were at least 3 titled Douluo who were not subdued by the will of the deities. Even now, amidst the looming danger, he maintained a playful demeanor. Did he truly harbor no fear? Fear of what? What purpose does fear serve? Since he had arrived, he chose to embrace the present, prioritizing sustenance before all else. Zhao Su gestured to the waiter, signaling him to take the order. After a lapse of nearly 10 minutes, when the dishes had yet to arrive, impatience began to brew among the patrons. 2 robust middle-aged men approached Zhao Su, one of whom fixed a cold stare upon him and inquired, "Are you Zhao Su?" "Indeed, I am Zhao Su," came the reply. "Then it is settled. Let us make our move." With a furious roar from the burly man, the spirit of the great sea turtle manifested instantaneously, its limbs retracting as a formidable shell emerged upon its back. In its shortened foreclaw, it gripped a sharp spike and charged towards Zhao Su with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, every individual within the establishment unveiled their own spirits, rushing towards Zhao Su in a frenzied assault. Though their soul power was not particularly high, with the mightiest among them being the great sea turtle, barely exceeding the 50-level Soul King rank, they had unwittingly sealed their own fates. This time, Zhao Su refrained from wielding the Imperial 7 Kills sword, opting instead for the long-neglected devouring Heavenly Spirit Cat. The spirit detached entirely from Zhao Su's body, and the originally small feline rapidly expanded, ultimately growing to a length exceeding 4 meters, its size rivaling that of a tiger. Its blood-red eyes radiated a glow that seemed to consume souls as it surged towards the assailants in the restaurant. Like a tiger among sheep, within mere minutes, it devoured them all with insatiable hunger. At the moment of being consumed by the devouring Heavenly Spirit Cat, not only were these individuals' soul powers transmuted, but their memories were also extracted in the process. It was then that Zhao Su finally comprehended why these individuals recognized him and sought his life. It seemed that an unknown deity had intervened. At this juncture, the devouring Heavenly Spirit Cat had reverted to its original kitten size, leaping onto the table and affectionately rubbing against Zhao Su's hand. "What does this mean?" Hu Laina asked Zhao Su, her expression one of bewilderment. Zhao Su offered no further elaboration, merely transmitting the crucial information he had just mentioned to Hu Laina. "Doesn't that put us in danger?" After receiving Zhao Su's transmission, Hulaina furrowed her brow and glanced at him, her expression tinged with concern. Chapter 139. Our adversary is not merely Tang San. Upon entering the ancient relic mountain, we approached with a mindset geared towards honing our skills. Without danger, how could we truly experience growth? Zhao Su remained indifferent to the joint assassination order from the three upper sects. After all, their purpose in coming to the ancient relic mountain was to cultivate. As long as we did not face death, the more intense the danger, the better. However, it must be noted that now everyone is aware of your appearance, which is not advantageous for us. It matters little. Does the joint assassination order not claim that a fiend resides within me? Then I shall embrace the role of the fiend and fulfill their desires. A fleeting crimson glimmer danced in Zhao Su's eyes, accompanied by a captivatingly sinister smile. This expression evoked a sense of unfamiliarity in Hulaina. Indeed, upon encountering Zhao Su once more at the ancient relics mountain, she had sensed an intriguing change within him, though she could not quite articulate its nature. Now, that sensation had intensified remarkably. "Boss, please serve the dishes," Zhao Su called out to the proprietor, who stood at the counter, observing how all the patrons vanished within mere minutes, leaving not even a trace of blood. Although the owner was also a soul master, he comprehended that Zhao Su was not someone he could contend with. Furthermore, he had no desire to become an elder of the upper three sects. He merely wished to conduct his business in peace. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Su's call, he promptly forced a smile, responded affirmatively, and turned to the kitchen, loudly urging the staff to expedite the dishes. "Have you encountered a woman possessing the 9-treasure glazed tower in this coastal city?" After Zhao Su had finished his meal, he turned to the proprietor, who had been standing at the counter observing them. In response to Zhao Su's inquiry, the owner hastily approached his side and pondered for a moment before speaking. "Are you inquiring about the saintess of the divine hall?" Indeed, the owner was aware of her current whereabouts. However, he appeared somewhat hesitant, as if caught in a dilemma. Zhao Su retrieved a rare 10,000-year ginseng from the soul guide on his wrist and placed it on the table. "This exquisite herb shall serve as my token of gratitude to you." Upon seeing the fragrant 10,000-year ginseng, the proprietor's eyes widened in astonishment. "How can I possibly accept this?" Although the owner verbally expressed his reluctance, his actions belied his words as he swiftly collected the ginseng, exclaiming, "To my knowledge, the saintess of the divine hall is an outsider. While she is under the protection of the divine hall, she has also attracted the attention of certain individuals." "Which individuals?" "Those from the Buddhist sect and the Taoist religion. I am not privy to her exact destination, but I suspect she has made her way to the North Sea." "What purpose does she have there?" "I have heard rumors of a colossal waterfall that seemingly descends from the heavens in the North Sea, which is believed to be a passage to the outside world." "Thank you, esteemed proprietor." After Zhao Su finished speaking, he once again took out a bag of golden soul coins, which served as their meal payment. Subsequently, Zhao Su and Hulaina exited the restaurant, preparing to head towards the northern sea region. Within this ancient relic mountain, the ocean is not entirely interconnected. Rather, it is divided into 5 distinct maritime areas: east, west, south, north, and the central sea region where the sacred dragon palace resides. The inhabitants of the 4 seas do not engage in unrestrained conflict as those on land do. All sea tribes adhere to the commands of the sacred dragon palace, led by the white dragon Douluo, Xiao, until the will of the gods descends. Land soul masters are prohibited from entering the territories of the 5 seas without the explicit permission of the sacred dragon palace. However, since the arrival of the will of the gods, not only has the sacred dragon palace remained absent, but the other sea tribes have also permitted land soul masters to enter the ocean. Perhaps this is related to the appearance of the entrance to the ancient relic mountain above the sea. As Zhao Su and Hulaina emerged from the restaurant, they were suddenly assailed by a barrage of steel needles directed at them. Yet, to the naked eye, the source of these projectiles remained elusive. "Humph, a coward who does not even dare to reveal their face. Sullying my hands with your demise would be beneath me." Zhao Su let out a cold snort, remaining motionless as dozens of steel needles altered their trajectory, hurtling towards the nearby crowd. The assault was indiscriminate, resulting in several individuals collapsing to the ground, unconscious and devoid of blood. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in black attempted to flee. However, Hulaina intervened, channeling her fox spirit martial soul. With a graceful leap, she blocked his path, demanding to know who had supplied him with the concealed weapons. It was evident that the steel needles he had launched at her and Zhao Su were the infamous dragon whisker needles. There were a total of 36 steel needles, each laced with a deadly toxin designed to seal the throat upon contact. What concealed weapons? I have no idea what you are talking about. Despite the hint of fear evident in his expression as he felt the cold steel of the short sword pressed against his neck, he stubbornly maintained his defiance. Without further ado, Hulaina swiftly swung her short sword, silencing him with a precise strike to his throat. She then forcefully kicked him in Zhao Su's direction. Zhao Su naturally comprehended the implications of Hulaina's words. He had absorbed the memories of that individual. How intriguing. Zhao Su not only smiled, but within that smile lay a hint of murderous intent. Is it Tang San? Indeed, it appears I have underestimated him. With this thought, Zhao Su transmitted his memories to Hulaina. Tang San, deserving of the protagonist's destiny, possesses a fortuitous power that surpasses even that of the favored son of fortune. Upon arriving at the ancient ruins mountain, although their group had scattered, they swiftly reassembled. While Tang San enjoys the blessings of fate, Zhao Su is more inclined to believe that there exists someone covertly aiding him. The identity of this individual remains unknown. Simultaneously, Tang San, utilizing concealed weapons and the Xiantian skill, has managed to subdue a sect known as the Wandu sect for his own purposes, assassinating those outsiders. Tang San's objective is straightforward: to monopolize all the opportunities within the ancient ruins mountain. After arriving there, he has unabashedly revealed his ambition and avaricious nature, exhibiting a ruthless disposition and an unyielding approach to his endeavors. The one who issued the bounty on your head, could it also be Tang San's doing? Probably not. Zhao Su pondered before continuing. Tang San likely lacks the capability to mobilize the entire upper three sects. Who could it be? Rest assured, we shall soon uncover the truth. Just remember, Tang San is not our ultimate adversary. Our true opponent will prove far more formidable. Hulaina appeared to grasp the implication, hastening to keep pace with Zhao Su, stating, "Are you suggesting? No need to speak of it. However, since our opponent has made a move, our opportunity has also arrived. It is simply a matter of whether he will act." Zhao Su displayed a subtle smile and, with a hint of significance, addressed Hulaina. "But do you truly possess the confidence to contend with all the forces within the ancient relics of the Mountain of Antiquity?" Although Zhao Su remained indifferent, a profound sense of apprehension surged within Hulaina's heart. Even if they were to gather in full force, they would number merely 13. Aside from Zhao Su and Bibi Dong, the remaining members could at best tenuously restrain a single titled Douluo-level expert. However, behind all the factions of the ancient relic mountain looms the presence of deities. Indeed, not just one divine entity. She genuinely feared whether they could withstand the impending challenges. Chapter 140, Pursued, and the peacock spreads its feathers. Rest assured, for they have deities backing them. Our support may not be lacking either. Zhao Su merely spoke to this point and ceased further discourse. In truth, whether human or divine, war only arises in the presence of an adversary. Without an opponent, conflict cannot manifest. The gods are no exception. With divine beings backing Tang San, there naturally exist others who stand in opposition to those deities. Thus, Zhao Su harbored no concerns, believing that as long as he acted decisively, all would unfold favorably. Moreover, he possessed his own hidden trump card. Above the North Sea, 2 men and 2 women found themselves pursued. "Rong Rong, you all go ahead. I will hold them off," spoke Zhu Qing, emitting a feline cry as she plunged into the throng of assailants. "Zhu Qing, do not engage them. As long as we retreat to the vicinity of the divine calculation mountain, they will not dare to proceed." Ning Rongrong's right hand clutched a tower radiating with resplendent colors, casting beams of light that enveloped Zhu Qing, amplifying her strength. Alongside them stood 2 others, clad in dark robes, with a sacred compass of the mysterious arts hovering above their heads. As the compass spun, alternating black and white lights emanated, not only augmenting Zhu Qing's power from the 7 treasures glazed tower, but also enhancing their own might while calculating the optimal escape route. Though 3 among the 4 wielded the most elite support martial souls, only Zhu Qing bore a battle soul. Even with significant amplification, it could not withstand the relentless waves of attackers. Boom! At the juncture of the North Sea and Divine Calculation Mountain, a formidable aura enveloped the assailants, causing all to momentarily halt under its immense pressure. Gentlemen, beyond this point lies the domain of Divine Calculation Mountain. Those who trespass shall meet their demise. A youth clad in white, appearing no older than 20, stood atop a peak. Above him, A golden compass of the mysterious arts hovered. Ancient Fu, does your divine hall truly intend to shield these two outsiders? Questioned a scarred face, brandishing a massive blade that exuded a domineering aura. Although this scarred individual exhibited trepidation towards Ancient Fu, he did not fear him, thus stepping forward to directly target the two outsiders, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. I know not what outsiders entail. I only know that they are my friends, allies of my divine hall. Ancient Fu replied with an expression devoid of emotion, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Humph, I suspect your divine hall harbors ulterior motives. Came another voice from the crowd, hidden from view. Indeed, all outsiders should be the quarry of us, the ancient remnants. Why should your divine hall claim them as your own? A challenge was issued. If you dare, enter Divine Calculation Mountain, and we shall see. Ancient Fu, disinclined to engage further, signaled Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing to retreat into the confines of Divine Calculation Mountain. Though they were but a step away, they had yet to cross into its territory. Bang! Just as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were about to step from the North Sea's realm into that of Divine Calculation Mountain, several black chess pieces descended from the sky, landing strategically to block all paths leading to the mountain. Brothers, they are obstructed by the 5 elements flag. Attack! The scarred man shouted, charging forward with his massive blade, followed by hundreds of others, all eager to press the attack. In this ancient remnant mountain, the bounties placed by Zhao Su, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and the entirety of the golden generation from the Spirit Hall had made them all targets. Although the rewards were not as lucrative as Zhao Su's, they still represented a fortune sufficient for a lifetime of indulgence. Thus, each individual yearned for a share of the spoils. Ancient Fu, observing from the peak, wore a grim expression. He could not intervene until Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing entered the Divine Calculation Mountain. Yet the 5 elements flag had completely obstructed their final step into safety, leaving him at a loss for what to do. As the heir of the Divine Hall and the only child of the esteemed ancient Juran, who was cherished beyond measure, he possessed extraordinary talent. His martial soul, the sacred compass of the mysterious arts, had evolved into a golden version since birth, hinting at a boundless future. However, having lived in a sheltered environment for so long, he had become indecisive, squandering such remarkable potential. Brothers, leave that little wildcat to me. I want to have my fun, the scarred man declared, while another voice chimed in. Scar, you wish for pleasure? I shall have it first. Amidst the crowd, a cacophony of lewd laughter erupted. Though Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were formidable, able to handle a few dozen weaklings, the sheer number of their assailants proved overwhelming. The diverse array of martial souls rapidly drained their soul power, their faces paling as they fought to persist. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing was struck violently on the back by a colossal iron hammer, staggering as blood spurted from her mouth. Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong's 7 treasures glazed tower first radiated a healing light, followed by a white glow enveloping Zhu Zhuqing. The tower in Ning Rongrong's grasp began to transform, emitting a feline cry as it morphed into Zhu Zhuqing's yin-yang spirit cat, shielding her from harm. Rongrong, don't worry about me. You must escape, Zhu Zhuqing urged. But Ning Rongrong's resolve hardened, stating, No, with Brother Su absent, I will protect you. With a shared understanding, both grasped a blue circular device in their hands, the peacock feather, the king of hidden weapons. Little girl, surrender and die quickly, taunted the scarred man, emboldened by the sight of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nearing their limits. Just as he prepared to advance and seize them, a brilliant light erupted from the peacock feathers, dazzling as they spread their plumage, accompanied by a resounding cry of a phoenix. Under the splendor of the peacock's display, countless lethal silver needles surged forth. The scarred man bore the brunt of the onslaught, instantly becoming a pincushion, swiftly dispatched. Those behind him suffered grievous losses as well. Witches, they are witches, charge forth and crush them to pieces. As the onlookers witnessed their comrades falling one after another, they were momentarily stunned, then filled with rage, prompting a furious shout. They surged forward once more towards Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing. At this juncture, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing could not help but admire their assailants. These individuals were indeed fearless. However, as they braced for imminent death, they prepared a grand surprise of their own. A stunningly beautiful lotus flower materialized in their hands. Chapter 141. The Prophecy of Heaven's Secrets. The Great Calamity approaches. Boom. Just as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing clasped their hands tightly, prepared to unleash the Buddha's wrath Tang Lotus and perish alongside their foes, 36 long swords descended from the heavens, directly obstructing those rushing towards them. In that moment, a figure appeared before them as if a divine being had descended. It was none other than Zhao Su. Simultaneously, Hu Liena also emerged in front of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, shielding them from harm. A smile once graced Zhao Su's face. However, upon turning to gaze at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, he was met with their pallid countenances. The bloodstains at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's mouth ignited a profound fury within him. His eyes gradually transformed into a shade of crimson, and the previously harmonious aura surrounding him became ferocious. Let them all perish. With these words, the 36 heavenly gang swords erupted into a tempest of violence. Each blade emanated a fierce red intent, coalescing into the character for kill as it descended upon the crowd. As this character penetrated the throng, it began to split once more, unleashing countless beams of red light that enveloped all in their path. In an instant, they were reduced to mere fragments. Severed limbs flying as blood mist permeated the air, the pungent scent of iron lingering long after. Once the assailants were dealt with, Zhao Su turned his attention to the 5 elements banner obstructing his path. With a single, forceful punch, he shattered the barrier emanating from the banner. Grasping it firmly into his possession, he then proceeded to thoroughly refine it, leaving behind a trace of his divine consciousness within. Although the 5 elements banner bore no offensive capability, it was an invaluable defensive artifact, capable of ensnaring foes and providing protection in perilous moments. Zhao Su then directed his gaze towards the ancient figure standing atop the peak, whose expression was rife with discontent. Brother Su, Brother Su. At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing rushed towards Zhao Su, enveloping him in a tight embrace, unable to contain their tears as they buried their faces against his shoulder. There, do not weep. It is Brother Su's fault for not safeguarding you. Zhao Su wrapped her arms around the waists of the 2 individuals, her expression laden with guilt as she gazed upon their pale faces and the crimson stain at the corner of Zhu Zhuqing's lips. This sight intensified the turmoil within Zhao Su. No, it was not fair to blame Brother Su. It was we who had hindered him. The foolish girl, upon hearing this, felt Zhao Su's breath gradually steadying as she tenderly reached out to wipe away the blood from Zhu Zhuqing's lips, whispering, "It must hurt, doesn't it?" "Not at all," Zhu Zhuqing replied, grasping Zhao Su's hand, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she shook her head. After the 3 shared nostalgic memories, Zhao Su finally turned her gaze towards the ancient figure standing atop the peak, the smile on her face vanishing in an instant, replaced by a hint of indifference. Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Zhao Su's ear and whispered softly. Zhao Su's expression gradually softened. Atop the main peak of the Divine Calculation Mountain, within a magnificent castle, the ancient figure of Jiran sat solemnly in the chief seat, scrutinizing Zhao Su. A few days prior, the sea god had suddenly descended upon the Divine Calculation Mountain, compelling Jiran to join forces with the Buddhist sect and the Taoist school to issue a bounty on Zhao Su's head. Initially, Jiran was reluctant to acquiesce. He had no desire to involve himself in the conflict between the ancient legacy of the mountain and the outsiders, nor did he wish to enter the very heart of this struggle. However, under the pressing might of the sea god, he felt he had no choice but to yield. Despite the protective presence of the sacred compass left by the ancient Divine Calculation Emperor, should the sea god choose to intervene, it was uncertain whether he could be slain. Nonetheless, such an action would undoubtedly plunge the entire Divine Hall into peril, potentially leading to its significant downfall. Most importantly, Jiran was unaware of the true nature of Zhao Su. Thus, in the end, he opted to comply with the sea god's decree. Upon encountering Zhao Su, a flicker of disbelief shone in Jiran's star-like bright eyes. Jiran's greatest prowess did not lie in combat, nor in the fearsome assistance he was renowned for, but rather in his ability to discern the secrets of the heavens. In Zhao Su, he perceived a nebulous aura of divine royalty, a presence that even the sea god did not possess. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor, for your protection of Rong these past days." Zhao Su addressed Jiran with a congenial demeanor, recognizing that, after all, Jiran had safeguarded Ning Rongrong. "My brother Zhao, you are too kind. Rong is like a daughter to me. It is only right that I protect her." Jiran's voice resonated with an ethereal quality, rendering it somewhat disconcerting to the ears. After exchanging a few inconsequential pleasantries, just as Jiran was about to voice his lingering questions to Zhao Su, a disciple of the Divine Hall rushed in with urgency. After casting a glance at Zhao Su and his companions, the disciple approached Jiran and whispered, ancestor. The Buddhist sects Huikong and Taoist Li Yuran intend to descend upon the demons and hope we will not interfere. Descend upon the demons? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Jirun's gaze. He understood that the Buddhist sect and the Taoist school were intrinsically linked, and this was merely a guise to launch an assault on his divine hall. Given Zhao Su's formidable display of strength, it was unlikely that the most powerful disciples of the Buddhist sect and the Taoist school would jointly take action against him. Leaning against his chair, Zhao Su discerned Jirun's predicament. Zhao Su's lips curled into a casual smile as he said, "Once again, I extend my gratitude for the hospitality of the ancient sect master. I shall take my leave now." "Please, Brother Zhao, do not rush," the ancient sect master replied, his gaze once more directed at Zhao Su. The ethereal aura of a divine king became increasingly pronounced. Taking a deep breath, the ancient sect master resolved, "I assure you, Brother Zhao, as long as you are within my divine hall, no one shall dare to harm you. There is no need for that." Why put the ancient sect master in a difficult position? It suffices to eliminate those insignificant scoundrels. Zhao Su, with a respectful clasp of his fists towards Shanggu Jirun, turned without a moment's hesitation and strode outward. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, and Hu Laina, upon witnessing Zhao Su's departure, hastily followed in his wake. Shanggu Jirun furrowed his brow and summoned his martial soul. A colossal divine compass of Qi-Min Dunjia materialized before him, its 9 soul rings illuminating simultaneously. The ladle atop the compass began to spin rapidly. Shanggu Jirun closed his eyes, seemingly immersed in profound contemplation. Minutes later, he abruptly opened his eyes, expelling a mouthful of blood. "Father, are you all right?" Shanggu Fu, who had been vigilantly guarding Shanggu Jirun's side, rushed forward to support the gravely wounded elder. Concern etched upon his face. "It appears that a significant transformation is imminent for our Shanggu Ishan." Shanggu Jirun's countenance darkened as he gazed at the now tranquil compass. Lost in thought, "Father, is this due to Zhao Su?" Shanggu Fu inquired softly. His innate talent far surpassed that of Shanggu Jirun, allowing him glimpses into destiny, though his soul power remained insufficient to forecast the future as his father could. Yet, upon encountering Zhao Su, a sense of impending doom enveloped him, an instinct inherent to his golden divine martial soul of Qi-Min Dunjia. Indescribable, truly indescribable. Shanggu Jirun murmured softly, then gravely instructed Shanggu Fu, regardless of the circumstances, "Never oppose Zhao Su, even if he were to take my life. Do you understand?" "Father, what do you mean?" Shanggu Fu's demeanor quivered as realizations dawned upon him. "Indeed. Thus, no matter what transpires, irrespective of the choices I make, you must steadfastly align with Zhao Su. Do you remember this?" Shanggu Jirun grasped Shanggu Fu's arm tightly, his voice cold and resolute. Shanggu Fu merely nodded in response to his father's inquiry, remaining silent, as if an answer had already crystallized in his heart. Yet, he felt powerless to effect any change. Everyone envied him for his ability to glimpse into the mysteries of fate as a direct disciple of the divine hall. Yet who could comprehend the helplessness and despair that accompanied the knowledge of fate that one could not alter? Thus, it is said that life need not be overly comprehended. The more one understands, the heavier the burden of existence becomes. At this moment, Zhao Su and his companions had exited the Xinchuan mountain but did not encounter any monks or Taoists. Rather, many wandering cultivators lingered in the nearby waters. "Brother Su, do you think those bald monks and Taoists are lurking in the shadows to ambush us?" "Not a concern. I have completely refined this 5 elements flag, which harbors a fragment of my divine consciousness. In times of peril, I shall use this flag to protect you." "Understood." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the 5 elements flag, nodding affirmatively at Zhao Su. Zhao Su paid no heed to those who wandered around him, regardless of their intentions, as long as they posed no threat to him. They could preserve their lives. Within the confines of the system's marketplace, Zhao Su exchanged his energy points for a modest vessel. Although it was not grand in size, it was sufficiently spacious to accommodate the 4 of them. After all, traversing the vast ocean while relying on one's soul power for prolonged periods would result in significant depletion of their energy. This small boat, albeit lacking in speed, alleviated their concerns regarding soul power consumption. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Zhao Su and his companions had ventured a short distance from the Xinchuan mountain, a series of black iron chains surged towards them. These chains emanated a faint golden glow, imbued with an air of solemn authority. Zhao Su understood that it was the disciples of the Buddhist sect who had intervened. Zhao Su, Surrender willingly and accompany us back to the Buddhist realm, I assure you. The Buddhist sect shall ensure your safety. A total of 18 black chains, emanating a golden luminescence, intertwined to form a prison. Zhao Su gazed through the iron chains and beheld 18 monks clad in cassocks, surrounding the small boat in which he and his companions were seated, with their hands clasped together in reverence. Each monk was accompanied by an ethereal figure of an arhat behind him. Behind these 18 arhat venerables stood 3 youths, one representing Buddhism and the other 2 embodying the Tao. The one who had just spoken was the solemn little monk, Huaikong, the foremost prodigy of the 3rd generation of the Buddhist sect. I harbor no belief in Buddhism, Taoism, or any deity. Thus, this magical binding chain cannot ensnare me. When Zhao Su uttered these words, he exuded an aura of tranquility. Whether in modern society or the present moment, Zhao Su remained an avowed atheist. Even upon arriving in the Douluo continent and acquiring divine powers, he steadfastly believed that the so-called gods were merely individuals of superior cultivation. At that moment, a flicker of crimson radiance enveloped Zhao Su, who stood there with an air of invincibility. In light of this, the young monk declared, "Then I shall transcend you." As soon as Huaikong's words fell, the 18 revered arhats sprang into action. Dark iron chains, imbued with Buddhist light, swiftly constricted, aiming to ensnare Zhao Su and his companions entirely, intent on their ultimate refinement and transcendence. A mere display of trivial skill, Zhao Su let out a cold snort, and behind him appeared the wings of the, which flapped rapidly, lifting him into the air. The 12-winged holy angel martial soul manifested behind him, a striking figure, half black and half gold, suddenly opened its eyes wide. Subsequently, it completely merged into Zhao Su's being. Instantly, Zhao Su's originally crimson eyes transformed into one black and one golden orb. The Emperor's 7 kills sword loomed before him, rapidly enlarging as a colossal sword shadow cleaved towards the black iron chains radiating a Buddhist light. With a resounding crash, the black iron chains shattered entirely, sending all 18 arhat venerables flying away. Zhao Su was far from finished. The Emperor's 7-kill swords swiftly divided, forming the 36 celestial sword array, aimed at the 18 revered arhats. At this moment, Zhao Su regarded these individuals not as Buddhas, but as adversaries. To consider them foes meant that there could be no mercy spared. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. With a swift motion, the 18 arhat venerables hastily formed seals, each conjuring a golden protective shield, hoping to withstand Zhao Su's 36 celestial sword array. Yet, they underestimated Zhao Su and overestimated their own capabilities. Not far away, Huaikong observed that in just a single exchange, not only had Zhao Su shattered the 18 locking demon array, but the 18 individuals had also breached their protective golden bodies, spewing forth blood and plummeting into the sea. Their fates uncertain. Reluctantly, Huaikong felt compelled to intervene. However, the 2 Taoists clad in robes beside him refrained from action, opting instead to retreat swiftly. It was evident they wished to remain uninvolved, perhaps intending to watch the conflict unfold from a distance, hoping to reap the benefits of a fisherman's fortune. Huaikong unleashed a formidable technique, one of the Buddhist heritage's soul arts, the 6-syllable mantra. Simultaneously, a golden-hued Buddha apparition emerged behind Huaikong, seated in meditation with hands clasped together. The syllable Eum resonated from the mouth of this Buddha figure, instantly illuminating the surroundings with radiant golden light. Countless Eum syllables coalesced into a gigantic Buddha palm, advancing towards Zhao Su. Buddha indeed? Zhao Su let out a disdainful smile without drawing his sword, while the 12-winged holy angels behind him seamlessly merged into his being. The wings of the were entirely replaced by the black and gold wings of the holy angels. At this moment, Zhao Su appeared as a true celestial being, standing impervious to all laws. He then formed an unusual hand seal, summoning a magnificent golden holy sword that descended from the heavens, emanating an overwhelming aura of sanctity. In an instant, it shattered the myriad of Om characters that constituted the Buddha's palm. The divine essence of the golden sword clashed fiercely with the compassionate radiance of the Buddha's light, each vying to be the singular embodiment of sacred compassion in that moment. Ultimately, they manifested as 2 independent forces, distinct yet intertwined. May the Buddha bestow upon me a sacred artifact to aid in my vanquishing of demons. Huaikong once more formed a seal. As his gestures transformed, the Buddha's silhouette behind him mirrored his movements, swiftly manifesting a demon-slaying pestle in his grasp. Countless beams of Buddha light enveloped the pestle, enhancing its power. With renewed vigor, Huaikong opened his eyes wide and lifted the demon-slaying pestle, hurling it toward Zhao Su. If you desire a physical confrontation, then I shall oblige you. With a wave of Zhao Su's hand, the golden holy sword vanished, and the divine aura it once radiated gradually transformed into a sense of annihilation. Zhao Su's eyes transformed entirely into an abyssal black. In his hand emerged a deathly spear, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent. Chapter 143, The Eighth Soul Skill, The Six Paths of Reincarnation Spell. At the moment the death spear graced Zhao Su's grasp, a blood-red lotus mark manifested at his brow. The potent essence of destruction enveloped the vicinity, extending nearly a kilometer around him. Under this overwhelming force of annihilation, the long-dormant protective array of the divine calculation mountain was automatically activated. The sacred compass of the mysterious arts, enshrined in the ancestral hall, radiated a brilliant white light, shrouding the entire divine calculation mountain. Within the grand hall, the ancient and serene figure seated upon the throne suddenly opened his eyes. A flicker of fear ignited within his gaze, which soon morphed into resignation as he shook his head, acknowledging, "I did not expect it to arrive so swiftly." At that moment, upon the vast ocean, Zhao Su stood like a demonic deity, brandishing the death spear. His profound eyes were wholly black, radiating an air of disdainful supremacy over the world. Legends speak of the Buddha's light suppressing all malevolent darkness. Today, I shall witness whether your divine radiance can subdue me. Zhao Su's aura surged rapidly. The 18 venerable arhats, whose golden bodies had been shattered by Zhao Su, reappeared, forming a line behind Huaikong, with hands clasped in reverence. Each emanated a resplendent Buddhist light, chanting unknown scriptures. This light transformed into a sacred aura, bestowing strength upon Huaikong. The Buddha figure behind him gradually became clearer, resembling a golden statue, its eyes slowly opening to reveal a pair of golden orbs. At this moment, Huaikong's eyes also turned golden, his entire being seemingly forged of gold, as he too recited sacred verses. Zhao Su stood there, his black wings gently fluttering behind him. He raised the death spear in his hand towards Huaikong. "Since you desire battle, I shall accompany you into the fray." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Su had already made his move, charging towards the solemn, young monk, Huaikong at the forefront. As Zhao Su wielded the spear of death, the chanting Huaikong was not only moved, but his incantation resonated continuously. The demon-subduing pestle, suspended before him, was gripped firmly in his hand as he charged toward Zhao Su's spear of death, colliding head-on. At the moment of impact between the spear and the pestle, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward, forcing those watching from a distance to retreat. Even the likes of Ning Rongrong and Hulaina swiftly summoned the five elements flags. The two Taoist observers, standing a short distance away, exchanged glances, both reflecting astonishment in their eyes. They had not anticipated that Huaikong, whom they believed to be of similar caliber, possessed such profound Buddhist mastery. Even more surprising was the formidable strength of Zhao Su, whom they had previously underestimated. At that moment, their minds began to entertain alternative thoughts. Both utilized a special transmission method to relay the situation back to their sect, clearly indicating that although they were both disciples of the Taoist sect, their loyalties lay with different figures. The 18 grand monks behind Huaikong, despite their boundless Buddhist power, found themselves utterly suppressed by Zhao Su's domain of destruction, rendering them incapable of effectively aiding Huaikong. With palms pressed together, Huaikong's chants transitioned from a general aspiration for all sentient beings to a more focused transcendence. He then formed an extraordinary seal with his hands, directing it forward, as Ama character erupted forth, dispersing the enveloping destructive force. The second syllable of the six-character mantra emerged. Huaikong, a prodigious talent of the Buddhist sect's third generation, had begun to comprehend its second syllable at such a young age. Among the onlookers, one person marveled at Huaikong's prowess. The six-character mantra is one of the most esteemed and powerful abilities within the Buddhist realm, with each character possessing immense strength, and each subsequent character surpassing the last. It is said that should all six characters be fully manifested, their power would be unimaginably immense. Benefactor, retreat. As long as you vow never to step foot outside our sacred Buddhist land, I assure you on behalf of the Buddhist realm that you shall not face suppression. Huaikong proclaimed. Zhao Su scoffed, the spear of death suddenly levitating before him. You think I would withdraw based solely on your words? Have you overestimated your own significance? Then you are indeed obstinate. Since you regard me as evil and seek to suppress me, I shall reveal to all that the light of the Buddha is but a jest. Amipa. Huai Kong intoned once more, his face, adorned with an air of solemnity, expressed a sense of regret as he declared, in that case, I shall represent the Buddhist realm and suppress you. As the word suppress you left Huai Kong's lips, his seventh soul ring illuminated, and the fully formed Buddha shadow behind him instantly melded into his being. A radiant golden light surged forth, enhancing Huai Kong's presence with an imposing dignity. His physique expanded rapidly, ultimately reaching a towering height of Tinzhong. Huai Kong's seventh soul skill. The true body of the martial soul, manifested as the Tinzhong golden form of the ancient Buddha. Not only was its defensive power astonishing, but it was also impervious to all forms of attack, rendering blades and arrows ineffective. At that moment, the 18 revered arhats behind him also activated their seventh soul rings, unleashing their own true bodies of the martial soul. The 18 uniquely shaped arhats encircled Huai Kong's Tinzhong golden form, their collective light intensifying as if they aimed to eradicate all evil from the world above. In the hands of Zhao Su, the spear transformed into countless crimson weapons, soaring in all directions, each lance resembling a stream of blood. Zhao Su aspires to shatter the compassionate radiance of the Buddha with a gruesome display of violence. However, the 18 revered arhats, enveloped in the luminous aura of the Buddha, remain impervious to all forms of attack, causing the crimson war spear that approaches them to dissipate at a mere step away, transforming into a substance akin to genuine blood that flows into the vast ocean. In this moment, Zhao Su's fury reaches its zenith, and with no intention of concealing his powers, he reveals one of his true trump cards, the 12-winged holy angel. Now integrated within Zhao Su's being, separates from him, manifesting as a magnificent entity adorned in both black and gold hues, hovering majestically behind him. The 8th soul ring on Zhao Su illuminated, unleashing a soul skill he had never employed before, the 6 paths of reincarnation spell. Similar to the 8th soul skill of the Emperor's 7 kills sword, it was a lethal technique capable of slaying deities. 6 paths of reincarnation, invoke. As Zhao Su's voice resonated, the 12-winged holy angel behind him began to form hand seals. Subsequently, 6 enormous black holes emerged, casting their ominous shadow over Huai Kong and the 18 venerable arhats. By the time Huai Kong and the arhats sensed the impending danger, it was far too late. The 6 colossal black holes exuded a terrifying aura, compelling everyone in the vicinity to retreat to a safe distance. Even the 2 prodigies of the Dao sect dared not linger. Once the 6 black holes enveloped Huai Kong and the 18 venerable arhats, they began to converge, ultimately transforming into a furnace. Black gold flames enveloped the furnace, seeking to thoroughly refine Huai Kong and the arhats. However, Zhao Su retracted the black gold flames and instead turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, who stood on a small boat with a furrowed brow, her expression tinged with concern. Rongrong, unleash your chaotic white flame and refine them. Upon hearing Zhao Su's voice, the worry on Ning Rongrong's face transformed into joy. Without further ado, she summoned her 9 treasure glazed pagoda. Her 7th soul ring glowed, and a pillar of white flame soared into the sky, enveloping the furnace. Amipa. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed from afar, reciting a Buddhist chant. Hearing this chant, Zhao Su quickly shielded Ning Rongrong, who was refining Huai Kong and the 18 venerable arhats. Behind him, in an instant, an elderly monk clad in robes with long white eyebrows, accompanied by a youthful Taoist wearing a white robe who appeared to be no older than 30, materialized before Zhao Su and the others. Amipa, since you have triumphed, why must you pursue complete annihilation? The old monk began with a Buddhist salutation, a formidable pressure enveloping Zhao Su. Although his demeanor and tone were serene, the aura he emanated spoke volumes. Enough of the pleasantries. If you can defeat me, they shall naturally be spared. Zhao Su's demeanor was resolute. If the adversary sought his demise, then he must ensure their obliteration. There was no room for superfluous conversation. Rongrong continued to refine them. Zhao Su safely delivered Ning Rongrong to a secure location behind him, and then the Emperor's 7 killing sword floated before him. It formed a formation of 36 celestial swords, charging towards the old monk, the Buddha master. At that moment, not only did the old monk stir, but the Taoist beside him. who appeared to be no more than 30 years old, also sprang into action. Behind the old monk, a radiant Buddha figure emerged, emanating a light more intense than the most brilliant celestial illumination, seated in a meditative posture of refinement. Above the Taoist's head, an innate Bagua diagram infused with the essence of the heavenly Tao appeared. Guided by this primordial Bagua, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and bolts of lightning flashed menacingly, striking down toward Zhao Su. The Emperor's 7-killing sword unleashed its 8th soul ring, releasing an ethereal sword intent that surged toward both the Buddha master and the Taoist master. Boom! The heavens rumbled. The lightning summoned from the dark clouds descended. The entire ocean was engulfed in a tempestuous storm, the waters churning violently as they surged toward Zhao Su. The Taoist master executed a lethal strike, not only targeting Zhao Su but also unleashing deadly assaults on Ning Rongrong and the others. In their hearts, there was no trace of mercy. Although they prided themselves on being the orthodox representatives of the heavenly Tao and esteemed sects, it was merely a guise to deceive and dominate the masses. Compared to these individuals, Zhao Su remains excessively benevolent. Thus, in this world, although good and evil exist, there is fundamentally no true distinction between villains and heroes. In the eyes of these self-proclaimed virtuous individuals, anyone who does not share their beliefs is deemed a villain. Those who fail to adhere to their established rules are also labeled as such. Boom! When Zhao Su's imperial 7 killings collided with the Taoist Lord's 10,000 thunderbolt, a terrifying wave of energy surged outward. At that moment, the old monk also sprang into action, forming a seal with the Buddhist shadow behind him. As a colossal golden hand reached towards Ning Rongrong, aiming to rescue Huai Kong and the 18 revered arhats, Zhu Zhuqing and Hulayina joined the fray, particularly Hulayina, whose fox spirit soul fused, illuminating her 7th soul ring. The sinister eye at her brow emitted an endless aura of malevolence, merging into the realm of the god of death, seeking to counteract the sacred light emanating from the Buddhist shadow behind the Buddha. Zhu Zhuqing, too, directly fused with her martial spirit, moving with the swiftness of a true cat, her hands adorned with sharp claws akin to blades. She appeared behind the Buddha, ruthlessly attempting to claw at his neck, intent on tearing his throat. However, the Buddha's soul power had already reached the pinnacle level of a 99th rank Douluo, impervious to the suppression of the ancient deities of the mountain of old relics. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing, constrained to the 70th rank soul sage, found it exceedingly difficult to inflict any real harm upon the Buddha. Ultimately, she was struck by the Buddha's staff, sent flying backward. Puff! She spat out a mouthful of blood. Had it not been for Hulayina's timely intervention, Zhu Zhuqing would have likely perished at the hands of the Buddha. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's plight, Zhao Su's fury ignited. In Zhao Su's mind, it was acceptable to strike him, but to harm his woman warranted death. Regardless of the unknown cost to himself, the perpetrator must die. The crimson flower within him erupted with fervor. The 9 petals of the flower began to split, flowing into the myriad meridians within Zhao Su's body. In his mind, the skeletal dragon and the Kuei Long within the golden pool emitted a series of dragon roars, merging into the meridians that had just absorbed the flower petals. Under the influence of this overwhelming energy, the bones throughout his body began to crack and pop. In that instant, intricate patterns flooded Zhao Su's mind, and when the spear of death reappeared in his hand, the black shaft bore crimson veins reminiscent of blood, creating a profound sense of connection between Zhao Su and the spear of death. The aura of divinity? Observing Zhao Su's momentum surge in but an instant, the Buddha and the Taoist Lord retreated hastily, standing together in mutual vigilance. Zhao Su wielded a spear of death, his eyes a crimson hue, with the corners of his mouth curling slightly upward, exuding an aura of malevolence. In an instant, both the Taoist master and the Buddha sensed a divine presence, an inexplicable fear blossoming within their hearts. This feeling had never before graced them since they ascended to the unparalleled rank of 99. Do you not consider yourselves exalted? He taunted. Yet in my eyes, you are even less than mere insects. As Zhao Su spoke, he stepped forward, his spear lunging towards the Buddha. The Buddha swiftly formed a seal, but his protective golden body proved utterly inadequate. There was no possibility of evasion. The spear, seemingly animated, pierced through his form, adorned with crimson veins. A cry of anguish and terror escaped the Buddha's lips, shattering his serene and compassionate facade. In that moment, as the spear penetrated his being, he felt an insatiable hunger within it, voraciously consuming his soul energy. Even the Buddha's silhouette behind him began to fade into obscurity. Zhao Su did not spare the Taoist master either, delivering a fist that sent the master reeling backward, a mouthful of blood erupting from his chest. Bamboo green. Utilize the yin-yang secret technique I have taught you and absorb his soul energy. Zhao Su paid no further heed to the Taoist he had sent flying with a single strike, instead fixating his gaze upon the Buddha, pierced through by the spear of death. He summoned the spear, simultaneously sealing the Buddha and presenting him before the pale-faced Zhu Zhuqing. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing nodded at Zhao Su, extending her sharp claws and leaping to impale the Buddha's form. In an instant, the Buddha became utterly emaciated, his ethereal visage fracturing completely. Zhu Zhuqing then flung the Buddha away, and Zhao Su caught him midair, casting him towards the Taoist. At this juncture, even if the Buddha were to survive, a return to his former glory would be improbable in the near term, and whether he could regain his peak remained uncertain. Having absorbed the entirety of the Buddha's soul power, Zhu Zhuqing's complexion gradually regained its rosy hue. Her soul power surged rapidly, overpowering the will of the deities, ultimately escalating to the 79th level before it ceased its ascent. With this enhancement, Zhu Zhuqing's figure became increasingly exquisite, clad in a black leather outfit that accentuated her flawless silhouette. Chapter 145, The Dragon Palace of All Saints, the 10,000-year sea soul beast. Boom. As Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the Buddha's soul power and ascended, Ning Rongrong had also refined Huai Kong and the 18 Arhut Venerables. The chaotic white fire, capable of incinerating souls and consuming all, became ever more vigorous. Eventually, a 9-colored flame, centered around the chaotic white fire, manifested upon Ning Rongrong's brow. This radiant flame was nothing short of breathtaking, with the 9 colors enveloping a singular white flame, exuding a profound sense of ancient wisdom beneath its dazzling brilliance. As the 9-colored flame embedded itself in Ning Rongrong's forehead, immense power surged into her consciousness, propelling her mental prowess to rapid growth. Ultimately, it solidified into a tangible form, reaching the divine origin realm. At this moment, it could no longer be referred to merely as mental power. It was now divine consciousness. Although her soul power did not increase significantly, the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda she held in her right hand expanded slightly, now enveloped by the 9-colored flame, emanating a formidable pressure. Ning Rongrong's divine consciousness radiated outward, targeting the Taoist, who sought to flee with the Buddha in tow. Just as Ning Rongrong's divine consciousness was about to envelop the Taoist entirely, a soft snort echoed through the air. A colossal divine consciousness emerged, repelling Ning Rongrong's own. Cowardly wretches, afraid to reveal themselves, dare to call themselves gods. Sensing the tumultuous divine consciousness akin to a surging ocean, Zhao Su pursued swiftly. On an island deep within the ocean, a man clad in blue armor, with flowing blue hair, a crown atop his head, and a trident in hand, sensed Zhao Su's divine consciousness had discovered him. You are no match for me now. It is best to wait until your true form returns for our confrontation. The sea god's gaze was filled with disdain, clearly underestimating Zhao Su's current capabilities. This entire scheme was orchestrated by the sea god to unveil Zhao Su's hidden cards and ascertain the extent of his powers. Although Zhao Su's displayed strength exceeded the sea god's expectations, it was not enough to warrant concern. Unbeknownst to the sea god, this was not Zhao Su's genuine trump card. The sea god sensed the aura concealed within the red flower, but remained oblivious to the true intentions of its wielder. Moreover, Zhao Su harbored within him a system, embodied by the spirited goddess in white. Whether to engage in battle was not for him to decide. It was Zhao Su who held that authority. Zhao Su similarly disregarded the sea god, perceiving him as too feeble. His ambitions were set upon the Rakshasa god and the Shura God. Zhao Su was aware that the sea god could not remain away from the small island he inhabited for an extended period. Alternatively, it seemed that the deities within the ancient relics of the mountain were also bound by certain constraints, unable to act without due consideration. Otherwise, Zhao Su and his companions, mere outsiders, would have long since been obliterated. Within the reach of Zhao Su's consciousness, a figure began to materialize above the island where the sea god stood. Sea god, perhaps you should continue to enjoy your retirement upon these waters. Should you take action, I shall not extend such courtesies. As the figure spoke, it swiftly formed a seal. A colossal hand, emanating an aura of destruction, surged toward the sea god. Boom! With a resounding impact, the enormous hand descended, instantly reducing the entire island to rubble. While powerful waves of energy radiated outward, the sea churned violently, causing the ocean to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Even the Hall of the Holy Dragon felt the repercussions, experiencing intense tremors. Zhao Su was aware that this minor injury, though incapable of genuinely harming the sea god, was intended merely to vex him, rendering him quite uncomfortable. After Zhao Su's spiritual manifestation unleashed its strike, it exhibited neither hesitation nor pause, swiftly beginning to dissipate. Zhao Su, our remedy shall persist unceasingly. The sea god, standing atop the ocean, gazed at the island now reduced to fragments. His earlier composure vanished. With a fierce, venomous glare, he unleashed a roar of fury, causing the sea to churn violently once more, monstrous waves surging forth from all directions. On the island where the sacred dragon palace resided, the silver-haired white dragon Douluo, Xiao, stood atop the dragon palace, her gaze directed towards the sea god. Teacher, a young boy appeared behind Xiao, respectfully addressing her. Clad in a white robe and possessing a similar silver mane, he bore two subtle white horns on his forehead, cleverly concealed by his hair. This individual was the current holy son of the sacred dragon palace, Xiang, who, alongside Huaikong of the Buddhist sect and Li Yuran of the Taoist sect, comprised the trio of ancient prodigies known as the Three Young Supremes. His martial soul was the ancient divine beast, the White Dragon. Among the three, he was the most reserved, rarely engaging in battle, yet he had nonetheless attained the formidable rank of an 80-level soul Douluo at merely 20 years of age. Even Tang Hao, lauded as the most gifted individual in a century on the Douluo continent, could not compare. As Xiao turned to face Xiang, she revealed her striking visage, adorned with two white horns similar to his. Yet, even these horns did not detract from her beauty, appearing entirely natural and harmonious. The awakening of the ancient relic mountains this time differs from the past. You ought to venture forth and hone your skills. Otherwise, when the great calamity descends, you will lack the means to protect yourself. Yes, I understand, teacher. Xiang replied respectfully, bowing slightly. This illusory sea pearl, when worn, will conceal your soul beast's aura even from divine beings, and it may save your life in times of peril. Thank you, teacher. As Xiao turned to depart, she casually remarked, there is no need to see me off. With that, she vanished swiftly from sight. From her words, it was evident that Xiang was not human, but rather a transformed soul beast of 100,000 years. It remained uncertain whether the other disciples of the sacred dragon palace were similarly reincarnated soul beasts. Should that be the case, the significance of the sacred dragon palace would indeed take on a different meaning. Meanwhile, on the tumultuous sea, the battle was drawing to a close. The Taoist master, grievously wounded by Zhao Su, expended his final remnants of strength to flee alongside the Buddha. Zhao Su did not pursue further, for he understood that the time for conclusion had not yet arrived. It was far more exhilarating to leave a touch of suspense and savor the unfolding drama. The onlookers, recognizing the peril, dared not take action against Zhao Su and his companions. Even the Buddha and Tao masters, who could be deemed the most formidable beings of the ancient relics mountain, had been left severely weakened. Any attempt on their part would only result in futile demise. Subsequently, Zhao Su and his companions once again boarded their small vessel, making their way towards what was likely the entrance connecting the Douluo continent to the ancient relics mountain. Chapter 146. In complete opposition to Tang San, though Zhao Su had located Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, the weakest among the three women, Tang Yuehua, remained unaccounted for, along with Bibi Dong and Yan. Thus, Zhao Su could not yet afford to relax completely. He must continue his search. First, he aimed to gather his allies before contemplating how to enhance their strength. Through the recent confrontation with the Buddhist and Tao sects, Zhao Su had gained some insight. If one could elevate their cultivation by absorbing the soul power of others, why toil tirelessly in solitary training? However, he was aware that relying solely on the absorption of another's soul power would yield an unsteady foundation. Therefore, alongside the absorption of soul power, relentless combat was essential, an unending series of battles to grasp the essence of power through strife. In the ancient relics mountain, one could say that battles were in abundant supply. Moreover, many were oblivious to the skirmish near the divine calculation mountain, continuing to perceive Zhao Su as a prime target for extermination. All in an attempt to solidify his status as the foremost embodiment of evil, the ultimate antagonist. Zhao Su deliberately ventured into the esteemed and influential sect families within the ancient relic mountain, where he eliminated several individuals. This act compelled all to unite in their pursuit of him, thereby granting Zhao Su the justification to act without restraint against those who conspired to encircle him. Most crucially, the mere act of unification emboldened those who previously hesitated to confront him. Above the vast ocean, it appeared as though the sea cascaded from the heavens, creating a magnificent waterfall that seamlessly linked sky and sea. A colossal platform was erected upon the waters, and what perplexed onlookers was Zhao Su's inexplicable acquisition of robust timber, which he was utilizing to construct wooden cabins atop the platform. It was evident that Zhao Su intended to stand his ground at the nexus between the Douluo continent and the ancient relic mountain, refusing to depart until his allies arrived. Surrounding the platform, Zhao Su had established prohibitions, recognizing that even a tiger may occasionally slumber. Brother Su, I have received news that the Wanda sect, under Tang San's control, has initiated new movements. Ning Rongrong and Hulaina swiftly approached from the distant sea, leaping onto the platform. Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached Zhao Su, who was busy constructing the wooden cabins. What new developments? She inquired. 100,000-year sea spirit beast has been discovered near the Wanxing Dragon Palace, and Tang San and his group have ventured there to hunt the beast. 100,000-year sea spirit beast? Zhao Su's interest was piqued upon hearing this. Although he had no need to hunt spirit beasts for spirit rings, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Hulaina did. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing, having absorbed the Buddhist spirit power, had already reached level 79 and was on the verge of attaining the rank of an 80-level spirit Douluo, requiring merely one spirit ring. Given her current physical prowess, coupled with Zhao Su's assistance, she would be entirely capable of absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Indeed, this information was relayed to me by a disciple of the Divine Hall. Hu Jie and I also explored the vicinity and confirmed that numerous individuals have flocked to the area around the Wanxing Dragon Palace. Furthermore, Hulaina interjected. It is said that just a few days ago, a dragon nearing 1,000,000 years was spotted near the Wanxing Dragon Palace. Zhao Su pondered for a moment before casting a glance towards the direction of the cascading waterfall. Very well, since that is the case, let us join in the revelry. Hulaina, you must also strive diligently in your cultivation. It would be ideal for you to reach the formidable level of 80 within these few days. Seizing this opportunity to acquire a soul ring of 100,000 years. With such a soul ring, I could break through at any moment. Hulaina proclaimed with unwavering confidence. That is splendid. Zhao Su spoke, and a formidable soul force emanated from him, causing the colossal platform to begin its swift movement. The platform resembled a fortress gliding across the surface of the sea. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, it advanced toward the direction of the Wanxing Dragon Palace. Before departing, Zhao Su erected a flag at the spot where the platform had anchored, serving a dual purpose, to signal Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua not to leave and to patiently await their arrival, while also declaring the area as Zhao Su's domain, a place where no other forces were permitted to encroach. The immense platform floated steadily upon the water, far more comfortable than traveling by boat. Clad in white, Zhao Su stood at the edge of the platform, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance, his robe billowing gently in the breeze. Beside him was the stunningly beautiful Ning Rongrong, creating a captivating scene. At that moment, Hulaina and Zhu Zhuqing were diligently striving to breach the threshold of the 80th level within a makeshift shelter. Although Ning Rongrong's mental strength had ascended to the divine origin realm, her soul power remained at a mere 74, making it impossible for her to reach the 80th level in such a short span. Thus, she remained unperturbed. Boss. At that moment, a dilapidated boat appeared not far from the platform, where two disheveled and visibly weakened individuals stood, calling out loudly towards Zhao Su. Zhao Su, drawn by the sound, focused his gaze and soon discovered that the two figures on the wrecked ship were Yin and Li Kai. Upon spotting them, Zhao Su halted the high platform, and in a brief moment, the two ascended. Boss, we finally found you, Li Kai exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Zhao Su. His voice tinged with excitement and a hint of tears. What are you crying for, big man? Zhao Su remarked, somewhat helplessly. Although he spoke in jest, he still produced some provisions and fresh water to offer the two. As they received the food and water, they devoured it hungrily. In recent days, the duo not only had to remain vigilant against the assaults from the various factions of the ancient relic mountain, but also had to guard against their fellow outsiders. Many have joined Tang San's ranks? Yan's voice was laced with fury as he clutched the provisions tightly. Originally, the three of them had been united, including Zhang Ping, who possessed the golden waist swallow martial spirit. Zhang Ping, leveraging her flying martial spirit, was responsible for scouting. However, just 5 days after their arrival at the ancient relic mountain, they encountered Tang San and his companions. Initially, Yan and his companions intended to ally with Tang San, despite being from opposing factions on Douluo continent. Here, as outsiders, they should have united against the disciples of the ancient relic mountain who sought to eliminate them. At first, they reached an agreement with Tang San to assist each other in breaking through the encirclement before parting ways. But unexpectedly, as soon as they breached the perimeter, Tang San turned against them. Had it not been for Yan's quick reflexes, the three might have perished under Tang San's hidden weapons. Tragically, Zhang Ping sacrificed herself to cover their retreat, ultimately falling victim to Tang San's ambush. Tang San, Zhao Su murmured softly after hearing Yan and Li Kai's account. Rest assured, we shall have our chance for vengeance. At that moment, Zhao Su realized he had irreversibly positioned himself against Tang San. Chapter 147, The Beishan Dragon Turtle and the Woman in Red. Zhao Su even began to doubt whether Tang San was still the same as before. However, this concern had become irrelevant. Whether or not he was the old Tang San, he had to die. For regardless of his current state, he was aligned with the Sea God, and Zhao Su had thoroughly severed ties with the Sea God. In the forthcoming plan to slay gods, the Sea God must be eliminated. Boss, a group of people is currently besieging a 100,000-year-old Beishan Dragon Turtle Sea Spirit Beast, now fully recovered. Yan and Li Kai took on the responsibility of scouting. The Beishan Dragon Turtle? Zhao Su confirmed, as the creature's shell loomed like a small mountain, impervious to the assaults of those surrounding it. Let us go take a look. With Zhao Su's command, the high platform glided toward the besieged Beishan Dragon Turtle. Soon, they beheld the massive creature, lying still upon the water's surface, unyielding as it absorbed the onslaught of attacks. How intriguing! Upon seeing the corners of Zhao Su's mouth curve upward, a plan began to form in his mind. Li Kai, join me. This formidable Bashang Dragon Turtle boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, making it a perfect match for your Blackhorn Mountain Boar. Is the boss truly granting me the soul ring of this 10,000-year soul beast? Enough idle chatter, let's move. As Zhao Su spoke, he had already made his move, drawing the Emperor's 7 kills sword from its sheath. However, instead of directly assaulting the Basya Dragon Turtle, he charged towards those who were besieging it. He aimed to eliminate them first before focusing on the formidable creature itself. Zhao Su sensed that the Basya Dragon Turtle was not as easily dealt with as it appeared on the surface. Zhao Su, we have not provoked you. Why do you choose to strike at us? The assailants surrounding the Basya Dragon Turtle retreated swiftly, casting furious glances at Zhao Su as they coldly inquired. Is there a need for justification when one is killing in the ancient ruins? Indeed, a true fiend, exclaimed a disciple of the Buddhist sect, palms pressed together, presenting an air of solemnity. Yet, during the hunt for the Basya Dragon Turtle, he had been the most ferocious in his attacks. Why waste words? You have but 2 options: depart from this place or face death. Zhao Su stood atop the surface of the sea, the Emperor's 7 kills sword hovering before him, its formidable and terrifying sword intent compelling those around him to relent. Yet, within each person's gaze burned a seething fury, a desire to rend Zhao Su limb from limb. However, such sentiments mattered little to Zhao Su. As long as he could accomplish his objective, that sufficed. I wield a sword, the Emperor's 7 kills, unleash. With the retreat of his adversaries, Zhao Su's expression grew earnest, and the 8th soul ring on his body illuminated, signaling the commencement of his lethal move. The Emperor's 7 kills sword transformed into a resplendent golden blade, cleaving towards the colossal dragon turtle. Roar! Crack! Under the might of Zhao Su's lethal strike, the dragon turtle finally stirred, its once impenetrable shell now marred by a multitude of fissures. Its massive form spun with astonishing speed, generating a tornado upon the ocean's surface, unleashing an overwhelming soul force that threatened to obliterate everything in its path, aiming to tear Zhao Su into shreds. Indeed, it was sufficiently resilient, an annihilating blow. The Overlord's divine fist. Zhao Su did not evade in the slightest. Instead, he deliberately allowed the whirlwind generated by the Basya Dragon Tortoise to envelop him. Simultaneously, Zhao Su's form expanded rapidly, his colossal fist descending forcefully upon the cracked shell of the tortoise. With a thunderous roar, the Basya dragon tortoise emitted a ferocious cry under Zhao Su's relentless barrage. Its massive body began to transform swiftly, rising upright, though still resembling a tortoise. It stood as a human would, wielding a steel fork in its grasp. A glint of icy menace sparkled in its small eyes, as if intent on shattering Zhao Su into countless fragments. The forces of nature stirred, shaking the heavens and earth. The dragon tortoise spoke with human words, the steel fork whirling rapidly in its hand, while its entire form contracted, becoming adorned with sharp, spiky protrusions. At that moment, it appeared less like a dragon tortoise and more akin to a formidable hedgehog. Where the dragon tortoise rolled, the ocean surged, and the very fabric of space fractured, exemplifying true upheaval. A soul beast of 100,000 years, it surpassed even the divine. Zhao Su gazed at the dragon turtle, softly murmuring a phrase. He sheathed the emperor's 7-kill sword, and then grasped the death spear, feeling its weight the moment he took hold of it. The aura surrounding Zhao Su underwent an instantaneous transformation, as a sense of annihilation swiftly permeated the air. At the moment the spear of death was unleashed, a series of crimson beams materialized, intercepting the formidable Basya dragon turtle. As the spear thrust forward, it effortlessly penetrated the defenses of the dragon turtle. Impossible. You cannot so easily breach my invincible barrier. The Basya dragon turtle, astonished to find its seemingly indomitable shell so effortlessly compromised by Zhao Su, emitted a sound of disbelief laced with a hint of fear. With thoughts of continuing the battle extinguished, it turned to flee. A soul beast that had existed for 100,000 years was the ultimate aspiration of every soul master, and Zhao Su would not permit it to escape so readily. If you wish to depart, then sacrifice your soul ring, and I shall allow your essence to remain while you leave. You are dreaming. Even in death, I shall not grant you your wish. The dragon turtle, incensed by Zhao Su's words, decided against fleeing. Instead, it halted its massive form, now restored. At that moment, gentle rings of light enveloped its entirety. Seeing this, Zhao Su also came to a standstill. Then, a soft and soothing ancient melody from a pipa began to play. And under the enchanting strains of this ancient tune, confusion washed over the onlookers. Each individual exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some displayed joy, others harbored murderous intent, while some succumbed to madness. Only Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong maintained their composure amid the chaos. Zhao Su emitted a soft grunt, his consciousness radiating outward, restoring Li Kai, who had been following him, to normalcy. Once restored, Li Kai's eyes reflected a hint of confusion, and he shivered slightly, feeling a twinge of fear. Just moments ago, under the influence of that ancient melody, he had been transported to an idyllic realm. In that place, there was no treachery or bloodshed. Only the serene joy of a life filled with the love of parents and the companionship of a wife and children. Return. Zhao Su spoke to Li Kai and simultaneously sent him back to the high platform, which was shielded by the 5 elements flag. Ning Rongrong's spiritual presence also protected the individuals on the platform, pulling their souls trapped in illusion back to reality. Upon regaining their senses, each of them bore different expressions. At that moment, Zhao Su gazed towards the direction of the imposing dragon tortoise. Upon its colossal shell stood a woman clad in a flowing red gown, cradling a pipa in her arms. The woman was not exceptionally beautiful, yet she exuded a gentle aura. Particularly captivating was the way her fingers deftly plucked the strings of the pipa, evoking an enchanting scene reminiscent of an ancient painting. Chapter 148, The Goddess in White, the System? Your Excellency, you invade my northern sea and harm my spiritual companions. Do you not think this is rather tyrannical? After completing her melody, the woman in red directed her gaze at Zhao Su, questioning him. Although her voice was soft and delicate, it carried an undertone of chill. Above the northern sea, the soul beasts are meant to be free. We are naturally entitled to hunt them. Zhao Su retorted. You, outsiders, recklessly slay my kin. Do you not fear the repercussions of your actions? What repercussions? Only the powerful are immune to consequences. If humanity seeks strength, it must acquire soul rings. Such are the laws of heaven and earth, beyond my control. Very well, if that is the case, may I not also freely slaughter your kind? Certainly. Do you not believe in karmic retribution? If we perish at the hands of your soul beasts, it would be a just end, fulfilling the cycle of cause and effect. What may I call you, esteemed lady? Zhao Su inquired, observing a flicker of unexpected emotion in the otherwise tranquil depths of the woman's eyes. Her tone softened. losing its earlier frostiness. I am Zhao Su. Zhao Su. The woman echoed, pondering his name. Then, inexplicably, she remarked, so you are called Zhao Su now? Allow me to test how much of your former strength remains. Without further ado, the woman, with her unshod, immaculate feet, lightly tapped the tortoise's shell. The pipa in her embrace began to disassemble, transforming into 7 distinct weapons, arrayed before her. Although her aura remained gentle, Zhao Su sensed an unprecedented peril. With a delicate touch, her graceful form caused the 7 weapons to shift once more. The 7 absolute styles, first form, kill. As she spoke, the weapons coalesced into the character for kill before her. The gentle aura concealed an inescapable pressure that locked Zhao Su in place, stifling even his spiritual presence. It was as though her single presence surpassed the will of ancient deities. What truly astonished Zhao Su was the sole technique employed by the woman, the 7 absolute styles, clearly a fusion technique of his own soul beasts, the devouring celestial dragon cat and the yin-yang spirit cat. Yet this woman wielded it alone, exhibiting a potency far beyond that which he had achieved with Zhu Zhuqing. After she executed the first form of the 7 absolute styles, Zhu Zhuqing's yin-yang spirit cat manifested, drawing Zhu Zhuqing towards the woman. Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, hastening to intercept her. However, she was too late to replicate another soul power. In an instant, Zhu Zhuqing was beside the woman, her eyes devoid of light. Appearing hollow, the ethereal cat behind her affectionately nudged the woman's arm. 6 paths of reincarnation, curse initiate. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's subjugation, Zhao Su's fury ignited. He formed seals with his hands, summoning 6 black holes to envelop the woman. With nonchalance, the woman raised her right hand, summoning a bubble resembling a rainbow, which ensnared the curse. Then, she whimsically touched the bubble with her fingertip. As it burst, the 6 paths of reincarnation curse shattered alongside it. When the bubble containing the curse shattered, another bubble appeared beneath Zhao Su's feet, ensnaring him completely. Even as he expended all his soul power, he could not breach the vibrant bubble that seemed fragile to the touch. You are far too weak now. Focus on strengthening yourself and abandon such unrealistic thoughts. The woman regarded Zhao Su, and in that fleeting moment, he discerned a familiar sentiment in her gaze and tone, so reminiscent of his mother's reprimands in his past life. Humph. Zhao Su remained enveloped in a state of bewilderment when a soft snort echoed in his mind. This sound not only drew Zhao Su's thoughts back to the present, but also shattered the bubble that had encased him. No wonder he had been transported to this world before the designated time. It appears you were the one orchestrating this. The woman in red narrowed her eyes, her previously gentle aura gradually transforming into one of sharp intensity. As her voice resonated, a green luminescence emanated from within Zhao Su, ultimately coalescing into a figure clad in white. The woman in white radiated an exuberant vitality. Zhao Su understood that the woman in white was the very figure that had appeared in his mind after awakening from the dark abyss. Just when you believe the time has come, everything has long since passed. Since you hold such an assumption, I find myself with nothing left to say. Regardless of my words, he will not heed them. Do as you wish. The woman in red chose not to linger in conversation and turned back to the shell of the dragon turtle. The creature swiftly altered its course, heading toward the depths of the ocean. You cannot leave. You must leave Zhu Qing behind. The departure of the woman in red was inconsequential to Zhao Su. Yet if she intended to take Zhu Zhuqing with her, Zhao Su would not acquiesce. Even if he were to be outmatched, he would fight to the bitter end. The 12-winged holy angel instantly merged with him, relinquishing any semblance of restraint, unleashing the complete manifestation of the celestial law. In an instant, he transformed into a towering giant, standing 10 zhang high. Simultaneously, the indomitable body was unleashed. His colossal form traversed the surface of the sea as if it were solid ground, each step bringing him closer to the woman in red standing upon the turtle's back. Supreme Dominance Fist. Zhao Su let out a furious roar and charged towards the woman in red, who merely responded with a scornful smile. She made no move to evade him. However, at the moment Zhao Su's fist descended, the woman in red, along with the dragon tortoise beneath her, vanished in an instant. When she reappeared, it was already 100 meters away. Rest assured, the little girl will be unharmed. When the time comes, I shall return her to you. This was the final utterance of the woman in red before she completely disappeared. No, you cannot leave. Zhao Su could not possibly allow herself to be swayed by just a single utterance. compelling her to take Zhu Juqing away. She once again set forth in pursuit of the direction where the woman in red had vanished. Yet, the figure of the woman in red was nowhere to be found. Her presence eluded her entirely. As her consciousness swiftly radiated outward, it encountered no trace of the woman in red. There was no need to search further. Her words rang true. She would not harm Zhu Juqing. Having Zhu Juqing by her side would only yield benefits, devoid of any detriment. Who are you? Zhao Su managed to compose himself slightly and turned his gaze towards the woman in white, inquiring, "You truly lack a sense of gratitude. From the very beginning, I have been assisting you, yet you remain oblivious to my identity. Are you a system?" Zhao Su's eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon the enigmatic figure of the white-clad goddess, inquiring with intensity. Chapter 149. Thinking he trapped the system. He actually trapped himself not entirely. It is merely a fragment of my essence. This time, the white-clad goddess did not conceal the truth, openly acknowledging it to Zhao Su. If the system is but a fragment of you, then what of the energy points and the items available in the system shop? Zhao Su probed further. Energy points are merely a means to motivate you. The items in the shop are inherently yours, or rather, the system shop serves as your repository for soul-guiding artifacts. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Su was left speechless. To think that the energy points he had tirelessly accumulated and exchanged were, in fact, already his? Reflecting on this, he realized that his fervent exchanges, believing himself to have outsmarted the system, had instead led him to ensnare himself. Since those items are mine, may I claim the remaining 3 pieces of the Holy Angel set soul bones? He asked. Not yet, she replied. Why not? It is not the right time. Forcibly absorbing them would yield you no benefit. Then who are you? Were you the one who brought me to this Douluo continent? My identity is inconsequential. The white-clad goddess's form began to fade into a spectral illusion. To answer your final query, indeed, I brought you here, for you were always meant to belong in this realm. With those words, the white-clad goddess vanished completely. Ding, erasing the memories of all those present. As her presence dissipated, the system's voice resounded, and a green light enveloped the vacant expressions of those scattered across the sea. In an instant, they returned to normalcy. However, their memories remained fixed on Zhao Su's confrontation with the Basya dragon turtle, oblivious to the subsequent red-clad woman. Yet, those few protected by Ning Rongrong's divine consciousness on the high platform retained a clear recollection of the events that transpired. Clearly, these individuals were allies of Zhao Su, and there was no need to erase their memories. Brother Su, rest assured, Zhu Qing will be safe. After those individuals regained consciousness, Zhao Su and his companions departed from the high platform. In their minds, they naturally believed Zhao Su had slain the Basya dragon turtle and relayed the news to their respective factions. On the high platform, Zhao Su stood, gazing out at the tranquil sea, lost in contemplation. Ning Rongrong approached him, gently linking her arm with his, and softly spoke. Zhao Su nodded, managing to force a smile at Ning Rongrong, albeit one that appeared more sorrowful than joyful. The encounter with the woman clad in red had left Zhao Su feeling a profound sense of disparity. Subsequently, after Zhu Juqing was taken away by the red-clad woman, a wave of guilt washed over Zhao Su. He had once believed himself invincible, capable of safeguarding them, yet he found himself in uncertainty regarding Tang Yuehua's safety. Zhu Juqing had been effortlessly abducted, deepening his remorse for the trio. In the following days, the vast ocean remained tranquil. Although skirmishes were frequent, no significant battles erupted. There were no leads on Bibi Dong, Tang Yuehua, or the others. After the 15th day, the waterfall phenomenon connecting the sky and sea began to fade, ultimately vanishing completely by dawn, leaving no trace as if it had never existed. The disappearance of the waterfall signified a temporary severance of the connection between the ancient relics mountain and Douluo continent. Realizing that waiting for Bibi Dong and her companions was futile, Zhao Su decided to control the platform using his soul power and prepare for departure from the sea. Having drifted on the ocean for days in search of the other 10,000-year sea spirit beasts, he had found nothing suitable for Hulaina and her companions. Thus, he resolved to leave the sea and venture to the Valley of Death, a place known as the Forbidden Land for humans within the ancient relics mountain. Despite being referred to as a valley, the Valley of Death was actually a primordial forest, akin to the Star Doe forest of Douluo continent, yet infinitely more perilous. It was rumored to be home to the Serpent King, the Yamada no Orochi, a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years of age. The lair of the Yamada no Orochi was situated in a gorge at the heart of this forest, hence its ominous name. Rongrong. As Zhao Su and his group reached the shore, a voice called out to Ning Rongrong. Following the sound, they saw Shang Gufu standing on the beach. Visibly delighted upon spotting Ning Rongrong, it was evident that Shang Gufu harbored feelings for her. When Ning Rongrong traversed the black hole to arrive at the ancient relics mountain, Shang Gufu was the first person she encountered. He had rescued her and brought her to the Mountain of Oracles, where she became the adopted daughter of Shang Gujiran and the saintess of the Divine Hall. Thus, although an outsider, Ning Rongrong's identity as the saintess rendered her more than just a mere newcomer. Furthermore, Zhao Su's confrontation at sea with the Buddha and Taoist master had instilled a degree of fear in others, dissuading them from recklessly attacking Zhao Su and his companions. Nevertheless, some still harbored a desperate resolve to ambush them. These individuals, though originally from the ancient relics mountain's native forces, had fallen under Tang San's control. The Wan Poison sect had been renamed the Tang sect, now proficient in various hidden weapons and poisons, establishing itself as the most formidable sect in the region. Big brother, what brings you here? After disembarking, Ning Rongrong addressed Shang Gufu, signaling her stance toward him. Hearing her call, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shang Gufu's eyes, though he quickly masked it with a smile. I initially intended to search for you at sea, but upon hearing from those returning that you were approaching the shore, I decided to wait for you here. Our disciples from the Divine Hall reported that, on the way to the Eastern Valley of Death, they encountered an elderly man wielding a sword spirit who was engaged in fierce combat. It is Grandpa Jian, Ning Rongrong remarked, her brow furrowing. What was the outcome? Despite being injured, the old man had managed to slay his attackers and was heading toward the Valley of Death. Brother Su. Ning Rongrong anxiously clutched Zhao Su's arm, her concern for Chun Xian's safety evident. Growing up under the watchful eyes of Chun Xian and Gu Rong, she had often played upon their shoulders. In her heart, she had long regarded Chun Xian and Gu Rong as her grandfathers, even more so than her biological grandfather whom she had met at birth. Do not fret. The 7 kills sword of Senior Jian is not something those petty villains can contend with. I believe that Senior Jian's journey to the Valley of Death must be for a significant purpose. Are you implying that Senior Chun Xian's arrival at the ancient relics mountain is solely for the Valley of Death? Hu Laina inquired, her gaze fixed on Zhao Su. Indeed. And I trust that Senior Jian possesses his own considerations, so we need not worry excessively. As Zhao Su spoke, he gently grasped Ning Rongrong's small hand, and a warm current flowed from her palm into her body, gradually calming her emotions. Initially, Zhao Su had no intention of allowing Shang Gufu to accompany his team. This was not due to Ning Rongrong, but rather because Shang Gufu was, after all, the young master of one of the 3 great sects. With the Buddha Lord severely weakened and the Tao Lord gravely injured, the only sect among the 3 great sects that retained its full strength was the Divine Hall. Consequently, the Divine Hall had become the focus of many people's attention. Zhao Su wished to avoid unnecessary troubles. However, Ancient Fu was determined to accompany them to the Valley of Death, unwilling to depart alone. Ning Rongrong also spoke in support of Ancient Fu, leaving Zhao Su with no choice but to tacitly permit Ancient Fu to join their party on the journey to the Valley of Death. Nonetheless, the inclusion of the young master from the Divine Hall indeed facilitated matters significantly. Although various factions harbored ulterior motives, the standing of the Divine Hall remained indisputable. Until a complete rupture occurred, all parties were obliged to maintain a semblance of respect, especially since many factions were directly subordinate to the Divine Hall. Upon returning to the land, Ning Rongrong and Hu Laina gradually regained their peak condition. After all, they were terrestrial beings. And although the expansive platform provided some respite at sea, it still left them feeling somewhat uncomfortable. In the initial days leading to the Valley of Death, their pace was slow, allowing for both travel and recuperation. As they progressed, their speed increased. On this day, in a city named Yaki, located less than 30 miles from the Valley of Death within the ancient mountains, Zhao Su encountered Tang San for the first time. Teacher Zhao. What a coincidence to meet here. Unexpectedly, it was Tang San who approached Zhao Su in a hotel, rather than the other way around. Had it not been for Hu Laina's intervention, Yin and Li Kai would have directly confronted Tang San. Zhao Su gazed at Tang San, who wore a smile that exuded an air of amiability, appearing quite unassuming. There was nothing unusual at first glance. Yet, at that moment, the voice of the system emerged, transformed and altered. It no longer resonated with the emotionless quality reminiscent of a machine. Instead, it bore a resemblance to the voice of the ethereal goddess clad in white that he had encountered upon the vast ocean, albeit sounding somewhat hollow in comparison to that day. You must exercise caution. I sensed the aura of the sea god emanating from him. Upon hearing the system's words, Zhao Su displayed no signs of unease. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a gentle upward curve. I never anticipated that upon your arrival at this ancient mountain, you would present me with such a splendid gift. Is it not customary for a student to bestow a token of appreciation upon their teacher? Tang San's expression radiated arrogance, epitomizing a transformation. He was no longer the Tang San of yore, now devoid of the pretense he once maintained. In stark contrast to Zhao Su, the current Tang San bore the semblance of a formidable antagonist. However, true villains seldom unveil themselves so early in the narrative. Those who appear at present can merely be deemed as cannon fodder. It is the ultimate orchestrator, the one who wields dominion over the entire scheme, who truly embodies the essence of a villain. I must sincerely thank you for your generosity. However, it would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. I, too, possess a gift for you. Oh, is that so? Then allow the student to express gratitude to the teacher in advance. No need for thanks. It is only fitting that you express your appreciation once you have received the gift. Zhao Su cast a knowing smile at Tang San. Although he could not act against Tang San, who harbored the essence of the sea god within him, this did not imply that he was incapable of targeting those around him, as well as the forces that relied upon him. The Wan Poison sect, now renamed the Tang sect, had indeed ascended to a higher echelon thanks to Tang San's concealed weapons and poisons. Yet, it remained insufficient when confronted with the formidable might of the Divine Hall, one of the top 3 sections. Zhao Su's creed is that a gentleman does not harbor grudges without retribution, and he never allows enmities to linger overnight. The Tang sect is not far from the 8-headed city, and that very night, Zhao Su, along with Yin and Li Kai, ventured to the Tang sect. Upon their return the following day, those left behind in the Tang sect had all met a grim fate. No, it would be more accurate to say they had been reduced to ashes, for the entire Tang sect had been consumed by flames. Simultaneously, in his capacity as the young master of the Divine Hall, the ancient figure issued commands to the clans allied with the Divine Hall, ordering the complete annihilation of those associated with the Tang sect, leaving not a single soul alive. In an instant, Tang San, Yu Tianheng, and others came under attack as well. Before they even reached the Valley of Death, Tang San and his companions found themselves beleaguered, with those loyal to Tang San either perishing or fleeing. Ultimately, only a handful from Tang San's original team remained. Surely this is the work of Zhao Su and his cohort, Tang San thought. As they entered the confines of the Valley of Death, the frequency of their assaults intensified. Just moments ago, they had fended off yet another wave of attackers. Yu Tianheng, with a pallid countenance, turned to Tang San and spoke. At that moment, Tang San's expression had lost all semblance of mirth, replaced instead by a fierce scowl, his fists clenched tightly. Zhao Su, one day I shall take your life with my own hands. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun, standing a short distance away, stifled a cold laugh, which he quickly masked with a facade of righteous indignation. Yet, the fleeting smirk that crossed Ma Hongjun's face did not escape the keen gaze of Bai Chenxiang beside him, who chose not to expose him, but instead wore a contemplative expression, in stark contrast to the tribulations faced by Tang San and his companions. Zhao Su and his companions found themselves considerably more at ease as they journeyed towards the Valley of Death, savoring the picturesque scenery along the way. Ancient brother, do you possess knowledge about the 8-headed serpent that resides in the Valley of Death? Zhao Su inquired, turning towards Ancient Fu from the carriage. Despite Ancient Fu's reticent demeanor and sparse speech over the past few days, Zhao Su held a favorable impression of him. Unlike the arrogant offspring of the elite, he exhibited a commendable modesty. I have only heard tales from my father, never having witnessed it firsthand. Now that winter has arrived, the 8-headed serpent is likely in hibernation. Provided no one provokes it intentionally, we should remain untroubled, Ancient Fu replied. And what if we were to provoke it? What are our chances? Zhao Su's determination was palpable. Having ventured into the Valley of Death, he was resolute not to depart without purpose. A soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years of age was an extraordinary rarity in the Douluo continent, with the only comparable entity being the deep-sea magic whale king. The allure was undeniable, especially considering that while 10,000-year soul rings were plentiful in the system's marketplace, million-year soul rings were non-existent. Brother Zhao, you cannot be serious. Ancient Fu remarked, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips as a tinge of unease colored his response. It was essential to recognize that the eight-headed serpent was on the brink of transcending its mortal form, poised to become a true deity. Although still confined to its physical body, its battle prowess would rival that of ordinary gods, and the possibility of slaying a deity could not be dismissed. How could mere mortals like them ever hope to contend with a god? The overwhelming might of deities had left an indelible mark on the minds of all, whether in the ancient mountains or across the Douluo continent. For many, the ultimate aspiration of their lives was to attain godhood. Chapter 151. To believe in oneself as invincible is to truly become invincible. Rest assured, I speak with sincerity. A successful hunt of a soul beast nearing 1,000,000 years would yield both a 1,000,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Is that not enticing? Zhao Su gazed intently at the ancient revival, attempting to indoctrinate him with an invincible belief. While such notions may be articulated, we are merely mortal beings. How could we possibly contend with the divine? Yet, nothing is truly impossible. Gods, after all, are but transformed mortals. If a man can be slain, then so too can a god be brought to ruin. Zhao Su leaned casually against the car window and continued, Brother Shanggu, to truly become powerful, one must possess an indomitable belief. Otherwise, even if you were to ascend to divinity, your accomplishments would remain insignificant. I am merely a support-type soul master. Lacking in combat prowess, even with an invincible heart, I find myself powerless. Have you ever heard the saying? What saying? There are no useless martial souls. Only useless soul masters. Moreover, your golden mysterious escape divine compass transcends the martial souls of your ancient ancestors. Indeed, it is a divine-level martial soul. Although Zhao Su did not entirely agree with Yu Xiaojiang's assertion, he could not deny that it was a classic phrase that had a brainwashing effect. Is it truly so? Certainly. Rong, like you, is also a support-type soul master. Yet who would dare underestimate her now? Is she not invincible in her own right? Yes, Brother Zhao, you make a valid point. To grow stronger, I must first cultivate an unwavering belief in myself. As Shanggu Fu spoke, he became increasingly animated, the light in his eyes growing ever brighter. Observing Shanggu Fu's transformation, Zhao Su nodded in satisfaction. In truth, Zhao Su did not wholly dismiss the wisdom in Shanggu Fu's words. There was merit to them. If one believes oneself to be worthless, then one is destined to remain so. One must first have faith in oneself to strive toward one's goals, thereby creating the possibility for success. Ever since that day of conversation with Zhao Su, Shanggu Fu seemed to have undergone a transformation. From a previously modest young man, he had become extremely ostentatious and fiery, ready to confront anyone who displeased him. Perhaps this was the true Shanggu Fu. Previously, his self-doubt stemmed from being a support-type martial soul master, but with Zhao Su's encouragement, he had unraveled that mental knot, liberating his true self. A mere Qingyuan sect dares to be so arrogant, truly ignorant of the meaning of death. On this day, as they entered the Valley of Death, they were intercepted by a group claiming to be from the Qingyuan sect, stating that they were hunting soul beasts and that anyone wishing to enter the valley must take a detour. Hearing this, Shanggu Fu let out a cold snort and took action. The golden mysterious escape divine compass radiated a golden glow, appearing before him. His fourth soul ring illuminated instantly. The ladle atop the compass began to spin rapidly, unleashing waves of golden light that formed a sword-like shadow and surged toward the group of over 10 individuals. This fourth soul ring represented Shanggu Fu's soul offensive soul skill connected to the divine compass. In truth, the Qingyuan sect was not as insignificant as Shanggu Fu had suggested. It was one of the lower four sects, renowned alongside the Xianyuan family and the Wanjian sect, with a martial soul represented by the Azure Snake. Brother Su, has Shanggu Fu been provoked in some way? Zhao Su could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. He exchanged a glance with Yen and Li Kai, urging them to lend a hand. At that moment, Zhao Su harbored serious doubts that the ancient revival truly comprehended the essence of his words. It seemed as though it had merely retained a singular phrase: one must believe in their own invincibility to achieve true invincibility. Alas, I find myself utterly at a loss. Zhao Su cast another glance, relying on his innate, extraordinary intuition for divining secrets, while vigorously wielding the golden sacred sword. The ancient revival shook his head. Brother Zhao, my previous 20 years were in vain, invincible, he exclaimed excitedly. Addressing Zhao Su after vanquishing a dozen individuals from the Qingyuan sect, he clenched his fist to demonstrate his strength. I believe you've just shot yourself in the foot. Hu Laina chuckled, observing Zhao Su's rather grim expression. I concur with Sister Hu, Ning Rongrong quipped, hastily linking arms with Hu Laina, and they both burst into laughter. Since their arrival at the ancient ruins, they had not shared such joyous laughter. Indeed, it is often said that happiness is built upon the suffering of others. Yin, swiftly finish it off and absorb the spirit ring. This place is not safe, Zhao Su urged, as they discovered a fire nine-headed bird over 50,000 years old, its flames far from ordinary. It possessed the nine-yang heavenly fire, akin to the South Ming Li fire of the vermilion bird. Understood, Yin affirmed, without a moment's hesitation, enveloping the fire nine-headed bird in flames, roasting it thoroughly. Soon, a spirit ring and a flaming bone fell from the creature. Yin, disregarding the fallen flames, quickly settled into a meditative position to absorb the spirit ring. Seizing the moment, Zhao Su approached and picked up the burning spirit bone. As he grasped the bone, he felt a slight burn, igniting his curiosity. It soon became evident that this was an external spirit bone, akin to the one Ning Rongrong had obtained after hunting the mirror beast, also bearing an ancient flame. An external spirit bone imbued with nine-yang heavenly fire? The ancient revival approached, discerning the bone's uniqueness without touching it. This was his forte, divining secrets. However, he had strayed from this path, resorting to brute force to resolve matters. This valley of death truly lives up to its reputation as a sanctuary for divine creatures. Brother Yin is fortunate. Once fully absorbed, this external spirit bone might evolve his Flame Lord spirit into nine-yang heavenly fire. The ancient revival spoke with a hint of envy, yet devoid of jealousy, for he understood that this spirit bone was destined for Yin. After a brief interval, Yin awakened, having reached the pinnacle of an 80-level soul Douluo. Before he could revel in his achievement, Zhao Su presented the external spirit bone imbued with nine-yang heavenly fire for him to assimilate. Boss, I think I should forego this spirit bone. It should be reserved for someone in need. Yin hesitated, declining the bone. This bone is most suited for you. Enough with the pleasantries, absorb it quickly. And we must delve deeper. We have already squandered enough time. Most have already ventured into the heart of the Valley of Death, and we must hasten to catch up. Zhao Su spoke as he extended his hand, directly infusing the soul bone into Yan's body. Simultaneously, a strand of divine consciousness accompanied the soul bone into Yan's being. Zhao Su harbored concerns that Yin might encounter peril during the fusion of the soul bone, reminiscent of the danger Ning Rongrong faced when absorbing the soul bone of the mirror beast. Chapter 152. Gathering in the Valley of Death. The moment the soul bone entered Yan's body, his martial spirit was forcibly summoned forth. In an instant, flames enveloped his entire form. The once ordinary flames began to transform, replaced by the all-consuming Jiang Tianhua. Ultimately, the Flame Lord martial spirit was entirely supplanted by the Jiang Tianhua, just as the ancient revival had foretold. Yet, this was not the end. The Jiang Tianhua began to coalesce, ultimately forming a long sword radiating divine light from the heavenly fire. The sword merged seamlessly with Yin, achieving a perfect fusion with his being. Now, Yin appeared as the sword itself, with the Jiang Tianhua emanating from him like the flames of the sword. The Sun God. As Yin transformed into the sword, the flames surrounding him intensified, soon resembling a blazing sun, illuminating the previously darkened forest. Simultaneously, countless characters materialized around Yin, each resembling a diminutive sun. The ancient revival's golden sacred compass was released, hovering before him, its compass spoon spinning rapidly. Brother Zhao, this is the divine trial of the Sun God. The ancient revival, intently observing the swiftly rotating compass spoon, seemed to deduce something and promptly informed Zhao Su. Upon hearing this, Zhao Su wasted no time in unleashing his formidable divine consciousness, enveloping Yin and sealing the characters infused with the divine trial within him, temporarily severing Yan's connection to the Sun God. For now, they lacked the power to confront a deity, thus rendering the divine trial unnecessary. However, this temporary disruption did not significantly impact Yan's evolved martial spirit of Jiang Tianhua and the corresponding strength he had attained. When Yin opened his eyes, they resembled two miniature suns, and his entire being was enveloped in searing solar radiance. With a single punch, the surrounding trees were reduced to mere dust. Boss, I just sensed the presence of a deity, but it vanished in an instant, Yin remarked, contemplating the devastation he had wrought. I understand now. It is not yet the time to undergo the divine trial. When we return to Douluo continent, I will explain everything to you in detail. For now, focus on diligently cultivating and enhancing your abilities. Rest assured, boss, I shall not disappoint you. At this moment, Yin held an unwavering faith in Zhao Su. He would accept his words without question, executing them unconditionally. The radiant sun-like glow that illuminated the Valley of Death drew the attention of various sect's disciples, who believed a treasure or divine inheritance had manifested and began converging toward that location. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Su and his companions discreetly departed from the site of the anomaly, stealthily making their way toward the heart of the Valley of Death. Soon, they arrived at a spacious valley filled with people. Various factions were vigilantly observing one another. As they traversed deeper into the valley, Zhao Su soon discovered a cave where everyone had congregated, yet none dared to enter. To Zhao Su's surprise, Qian Rinxue, who had been silent since entering the ancient mountain, stood alongside Tang San, seemingly having reached some form of agreement. Upon seeing Zhao Su, Tang San's gaze darkened with a hint of malice, as if challenging him. However, Zhao Su paid little heed to Tang San and turned his attention to Qian Rinxue. At this moment, Qian Rinxue had broken free from the oppressive influence of the ancient mountain's divine will, surpassing the limitations of a level 70 soul sage to attain the level of an 80-level soul Douluo. Zhao Su could distinctly sense the divine aura emanating from her, indicating that she was undergoing the divine trial. Shuer, you are risking everything by accepting the divine trial in such a perilous place. Failure would lead to irretrievable ruin. Hulaina glanced at Zhao Su, and upon seeing his lack of objection, quickly approached Qian Rinxue, pulling her aside to speak softly. What I do is none of your concern. Qian Rinxue retorted, this path is not one of mere strength. It is about ascending to become a god. I do not care if I become a stepping stone for others. All that matters is becoming stronger. At this moment, Qian Rinxue's resolve had grown increasingly obstinate, impervious to any counsel. In her heart, there was but a single conviction, to gain strength at any cost. After voicing her determination, she disregarded Hulaina and returned to Tang San's side, clearly indicating her choice. Sighing, Hulaina shook her head in resignation, choosing not to press the matter further. She recognized that Qian Rinxue was beyond reason. Only when she faced true adversity would she come to understand her path. My only concern is that she might become Tang San's pawn, and by the time she wishes to regret it, it will be too late. That will not happen. As the chosen inheritor of the angel god, she will receive aid in her time of need. Yes, for now, that is all we can hope for. Hulaina cast another worried glance at Qian Rinxue, who, at that moment, was entranced by the cacophony of fierce combat erupting from within the cave. A roar erupted from the cave, followed by a surge of scorching light that was palpable even outside the cave. Boss, Zhuyang Tianhua. As the light flashed, Yin felt his evolved martial spirit of Zhuyang Tianhua stir within him, along with the soul bone embedded in his back, beginning to resonate. Isn't this cave the lair of the Yamada no Orochi? How could there be the aura of Zhuyang Tianhua? Zhao Su turned to gaze at the ancient figure standing beside him, whose eyes were rapidly darting about, seemingly engaged in a profound contemplation. He did not respond to Zhao Su's words. Meanwhile, the battle within the cave intensified, becoming increasingly fierce, though hidden from view. The tumultuous sounds indicated that a fierce conflict was underway. Yet, at this moment, the identities of the combatants remained shrouded in mystery. Zhao Su surveyed his surroundings, noting that the majority of familiar outsiders had gathered here. The Haotian sect, led by Tang Long and Tang Hu, was also present. However, the Haotian sect maintained a deliberate distance from Tang San's group. Disciples from the newly established 7 sects, such as the Jia sect and the Holy Dragon sect, were likewise in attendance. Tang San and Dai Mubai represented the Heaven Do and Star Luo empires, while Qian Rinxue stood for the Spirit Hall. At this juncture, it could be said that the Spirit Hall was already fragmented, with Qian Rinxue representing the Douluo Palace, a faction devoted to worship. Meanwhile, Hulaina, in the absence of Bibi Dong, represented the Pope's faction within the Spirit Hall. Apart from these factions from Douluo continent, forces from the ancient relics of Yishan also made an appearance. The Buddhist faction was led by a young monk who bore a striking resemblance to Huai Kong. This individual, named Huai Rong, was the twin brother of Huai Kong, and both shared the same martial spirit, the golden light Buddha shadow. His expression was devoid of any compassion, instead reflecting a murderous intent directed towards Zhao Su and his companions. The Taoist faction was represented by two young Taoists, one of whom was named Li Yuran, a direct disciple of the Tao master and the third-generation eldest brother of the Tao sect. The other, Li Shiran, was the direct disciple of the Grand Elder and the second-generation brother, both known as the twin stars of the Tao sect. If all went as expected, these two brothers would become the future successors of the Tao master and the Grand Elder of the Tao sect. Zhao Su also recognized the Xianyuan clan, led by Xianyuan Qing'er. Among the lower four sects, the Wanjian sect had long been annihilated, and the Qingyuan sect's members who ventured into the Valley of Death had recently been eradicated by the ancient revivalists. Thus, aside from the Xianyuan clan, the only remaining faction among the lower four sects was the Huanin sect, led by a woman clad in red. Upon seeing her, Zhao Su was reminded of the woman in red who had taken Zhu Zhuqing away across the sea. As Zhao Su observed the various factions gathered at the entrance of the cave, the ancient revivalist finally awoke. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Zhao Su. If my calculations are correct, the so-called Yamada no Orochi is, in fact, the divine pet of the Sun God. Within this cave lies a divine artifact left by the Sun God, the Sun God sword. The Sun God, Zhao Su echoed. Indeed, according to my deductions, the Sun God has long perished, leaving behind but a remnant of his soul. Therefore, our previous concerns were entirely unwarranted. Does this mean we can now undertake the divine 9 trials of the Sun God? Yes, but the Sun God is not seeking a successor. Rather, he is searching for a new Sun God to replace him. The trials will become increasingly arduous, akin to a journey fraught with peril. We are unable to assist you. Boss, I am unafraid. Even if it means facing certain death, I wish to give it a try. Yan's gaze steadied as he spoke, glancing at Hulaina beside him. It was evident that he sought to prove himself to her. Yan had harbored deep feelings for Hulaina since childhood, yet those feelings remained unreciprocated. You must consider carefully. If you do not accept the divine 9 trials, with your current talent, you could at least become a title de law. Boss, I have made my decision. I would rather strive for greatness than live a mundane life, even if it leads to my demise. Go ahead. In my calculations, you have a chance of success. The ancient revivalist smiled, encouraging Yin with a pat on the shoulder. Since you have resolved to proceed, give it your all, and be cautious. Hulaina added. Understood. Yin did not say anything further. Instead, he smiled and nodded. Without a trace of hesitation, he unleashed his 9-yang heavenly fire martial spirit, merging it with the soul bone on his back, radiating formidable heavenly flames. Ultimately, it transformed into a long sword that replaced the spine on his back. The sword quivered slightly, shattering the seals of 9 ancient characters that had bound Zhao Su within. Instantly, the aura of the Sun God emanated from Yin. Yin cast one last glance at Hulaina before resolutely charging into the cave. Bang! As Yin entered the cave, the others sprang into action. Tang San, in particular, unleashed the Haotian hammer, hurling it towards Yin and the others as they rushed into the cave. It was evident that Tang San aimed to awaken the slumbering Yamada no Orochi within the cave, seeking to entrap those who dared to enter. At this moment, Tang San's Haotian hammer was no longer devoid of soul rings. The first soul ring was a red one of 100,000 years. By the 8th soul ring, the red had nearly transformed into a dark golden hue. Wielding the Haotian hammer, Tang San's eyes glinted with malice as he unleashed the chaotic cloak hammer technique towards Zhao Su. Meanwhile, Yu Tianheng, Du Guyan, and the others also released their martial spirits, charging towards Zhao Su and his companions. Humph! Zhao Su let out a cold snort as the Emperor's 7 kills sword swiftly unsheathed, imbued with a fierce sword intent, and struck towards Tang San's Haotian hammer. At that very moment, Tang San swiftly retreated, his formidable spiritual consciousness radiating outward. He sought to catch Zhao Su off guard, aiming to invade his mind and seize control over him. A mere sea god dares to act against me? In an instant, the lethal spear in Zhao Su's hand manifested, and he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, Tang San's chest had already been pierced. Simultaneously, the essence of the sea god within him was enveloped by a vibrant green light, exuding an overwhelming vitality, which swiftly obliterated it. It was none other than the system, embodied by the white-clad goddess, Little Green, who intervened. The divine will of the sea god was utterly incomparable to that of Little Green. Not only did she eradicate the divine consciousness left within Tang San by the sea god, but she also severely wounded the deity in the process. A resounding splash echoed through the valley, as if something had plunged into water. Tang San, with his chest pierced, felt his aura diminish significantly. And the 800,000-year spirit rings on the Haotian hammer shattered rapidly. It was evident that these rings were temporarily bestowed upon him by the sea god, a manifestation of the deity's divine power. With the sea god gravely injured and his divine essence dissipating, the spirit rings were consequently destroyed. Roaring fiercely, the seventh spirit ring on Yu Tianheng illuminated swiftly, and the true form of the blue lightning tyrant dragon enveloped him entirely, culminating in his transformation into a dragon. A tremendous dragon roar erupted, momentarily repelling Zhao Su. At that very moment, the phoenix divine bird behind Ma Hongjun unleashed flames, creating a barrier between Zhao Su and Tang San. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Tianheng rescued the gravely injured Tang San. Yi Lingling's 9 hearts sea butterfly radiated gentle light, enveloping Tang San in its healing embrace, showcasing its formidable restorative abilities. In no time, she pulled him back from the brink of death, though her own countenance reflected distress, having exhausted her capacity for combat in such a short span. With Tang San gravely wounded, the command of their team fell to Dai Mubai and Yu Tianheng. They chose not to engage further, instead shielding Tang San as they retreated towards the outskirts of the Valley of Death. They understood that with Tang San incapacitated, they had lost their most potent fighting force, and remaining would only render them as fodder. "Boss, they are leaving. Should we intercept them?" Li Kai, in a frenzied state, glanced at the departing Yu Tianheng and the others, poised to act as he inquired of Zhao Su. He awaited a single word from Zhao Su to unleash his spirit form and charge forth recklessly. "Do not concern yourselves with them. Let them depart. We shall enter the cave first." Zhao Su uttered a remark to Li Kai before leading the way into the cave, for he had just sensed the presence of the 8-headed serpent. Simultaneously, there lingered the remnants of the sun god's consciousness. Chapter 154, The Ancient Sword Deity, the Prison of the Gods. Upon entering the cavern, everyone was immediately enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light, a profound abyss of obscurity. Zhao Su's divine consciousness emanated, enveloping Ning Rongrong, Hulaina, and the others, as he cautioned, "Stay close to me and do not stray beyond the reach of my consciousness." Understood. The 4 responded in unison, proceeding deeper into the pitch-black cavern, guided by Zhao Su's protective aura. Occasionally, they were startled by the echoes of anguished cries, whether born from mutual slaughter or the stealthy assault of some lurking entity within the cave remained unclear. In the depths of darkness, the malevolent thoughts lurking within one's heart are oft awakened. At times, one cannot even fully trust those deemed closest to them. After traversing for approximately 15 minutes, the profound darkness of the cave began to yield to faint glimmers of light, enough to discern the figures beside them and the path beneath their feet, albeit indistinctly. "Brother Su, I sensed the presence of Grandfather Jian, the aura of the 7 kills sword, imbued with formidable sword intent," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, tightly gripping Zhao Su's arm, her face etched with concern. "Do not worry. From the essence Grandfather Jian exudes, though he is embroiled in a fierce battle, he is not in immediate peril. The Grandfather Jian you speak of appears to have released the seal on a terrifying entity." A chilling realization dawned, revealing the fearsome nature of the sacred compass martial spirit of Chimanduanjia, which allowed one to foresee impending danger and adjust their strategies accordingly. It also enabled the divination of celestial secrets, granting foresight into forthcoming events. Although there were times when such foresight could not alter fate, it nonetheless bestowed more opportunities for trial and error than the average person possessed. Indeed, it seems to be a sword spirit, sealed here by his father. I understand now. This must be the opportunity Grandfather Jian referred to in his quest at the ancient relics mountain. Let us proceed and investigate. With that, Zhao Su and his companions quickened their pace. After traversing through a narrow passage for another 10 minutes or so, they emerged into a vast cavern, expansive and illuminated. In the center of this cavern lay a square magma pool, approximately 30 meters across, with a high platform floating above it, upon which hovered a sword spirit exuding a terrifying sword intent. Those who had entered the cave were desperately attempting to cross the magma pool to reach the platform. At that moment, a one-armed elder was not only resisting the backlash of the sword spirit, but also engaged in combat with others who were surging toward the platform. Hui Rong, Li Yuran, and Li Xiuran joined the fray, as did the outsiders who had come from Douluo continent. The aura emanating from the sword spirit compelled them all to employ every means at their disposal to attain it. The presence of a divine artifact radiated from that sword spirit. Everyone comprehended that acquiring this sword spirit would significantly enhance their strength, even if they could not obtain the legacy of the gods. Boom. Those who wished to survive, retreat at once. Zhao Su glanced at the anxious Ning Rongrong and gently squeezed her hand, urging her to relax. Then, a pair of wings belonging to the split-sky demon butterfly emerged behind him, soaring towards the high platform. At the moment of landing, the 12-winged holy angel materialized on Zhao Su's back. A radiant duality of black and gold light emanated forth, sending the onlookers staggering back. The formidable presence, a fusion of annihilation and overwhelming divine vitality, instantaneously enveloped the entire cavern. Upon sensing this potent aura, everyone calmed down, refraining from any rash actions. Senior Sword, you may focus on refining that sword spirit while I shall safeguard you. A flicker of hesitation crossed Chen Xian's eyes. Yet he ultimately chose to place his trust in Zhao Su. Thank you. Chen Xian expressed his gratitude before turning to sit cross-legged beside the sword spirit. He extended his singular arm, forming an unusual symbol that even Zhao Su perceived as harboring a sense of danger. This was the remnant soul of the ancient sword god, and the sword spirit was none other than the sword god's fabled weapon. It seemed that Chen Xian's father had concealed this sword spirit here, leaving his son with the chance to ascend as the ancient sword god. As the symbol, imbued with terrifying sword intent, materialized in Chen Xian's hand, Xiao Lu also appeared beside Zhao Su. However, this time, apart from Zhao Su, no one else could perceive Xiao Lu, the ancient sword god. Within this ancient relic mountain, numerous departed deities' remnant souls have been seeking suitable successors. Then, according to your assertion, the sun god is also a remnant soul? Indeed. But why did Chen Xian's father not take the sword spirit during the last opening of the ancient relic mountain? The ancient relic mountain is dominated by the 5 divine kings of the god realm, supplemented by the will of the deities. Beyond absorbing the souls of soul masters to maintain peak status, the most crucial aspect is that this ancient relic mountain serves as a prison for the remnant souls of the gods. A prison for the deities? This was the first time Zhao Su encountered such terminology, realizing his knowledge of the god realm was still scant. In ancient times, the divine realm comprised not merely 5 divine kings but 18. The souls of the deceased kings remained immortal, exerting immense influence across various worlds. They could only be temporarily suppressed, awaiting the emergence of new inheritors. What of the war among the deities? Some seek to find successors for the deceased divine kings, while others oppose allowing them to resurrect through these successors, inevitably leading to conflict. And which side do you belong to? Zhao Su gazed intently at Xiao Lu, hoping to uncover something in her visage. Yet ultimately, he was met with disappointment. Once the terrifying aura within you fully awakens, you shall discern to which faction I belong. The crimson flower within me is but a remnant of an ancient deity's spirit, is it not? The quest for answers lies solely in your hands. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Lu revealed a cryptic smile, and, before vanishing entirely, imparted a final warning to Zhao Su. Beware. For those who wish to prevent the resurrection of the sword god have arrived. No sooner had Xiao Lu's words faded than Zhao Su was enveloped by an ethereal pipa melody resonating throughout the cavern, stirring his very soul. Zhao Su gazed towards the source of the enchanting melody, which emanated from the crimson-clad woman leading the illusory sound sect. At this moment, her aura had significantly transformed compared to her earlier demeanor outside the cavern. Cradling a pipa in her arms, her right hand deftly plucked the strings with remarkable speed. Waves of ethereal white energy, as gentle as the sea, rippled forth, cascading towards Chen Xian, who sat cross-legged upon the elevated platform, channeling the remnants of the ancient sword god to refine the sword spirit. It seemed as though she intended to interrupt Chen Xian's meticulous process of refinement. Humph! Zhao Su let out a cold snort, and in an instant, the domain of the god of death emanated, enveloping the entire high platform while simultaneously colliding with the gentle soul force. The red-clad woman continued to pluck the strings of her instrument, her brows furrowing as she cast a glance at Zhao Su. At this moment, several white-clad women accompanying her revealed a pipa in their arms, its resonant essence merging with the melody of the red-clad woman's music to counteract Zhao Su's lethal domain. Chapter 155. You are not a complete person. Boom. Bang. A formidable force abruptly sent Zhao Su staggering backward several steps. As he retreated, He distinctly sensed the same aura as that of the red-clad woman he encountered upon the sea. However, Zhao Su understood that the figure before him, the saintess of the illusory sound sect, Lan Yu, cradling a pipa, was not the same red-clad woman he had seen that day by the ocean. With a nimble step, Lan Yu transformed the pipa in her hands into an ancient-looking dagger and leaped onto the high platform. A seemingly ordinary swipe was all it took to breach the protective barrier surrounding Zhao Su. Under the command of Lan Yu, Zhao Su could not help but feel a sense of helplessness. Since arriving in the Douluo continent, he had never experienced such an emotion. Ning Rongrong and Hulaina also noticed the change in Zhao Su. Exchanging a glance, they turned their focus away, summoning their martial souls to launch an attack against the other women assisting Lan Yu. Li Kai stood guard, once again entranced, rapidly turning his head beside the ancient revival. Do you think you are invincible? Lan Yu cast a condescending smile at Zhao Su. After breaking through Zhao Su's defenses with her dagger, it vanished in an instant. Her smooth palm struck Zhao Su's chest. What seemed like a gentle touch sent Zhao Su flying backward. Brother Su, Ning Rongrong, witnessing Zhao Su's inability to withstand Lan Yu, raised her right hand, clutching the 9 treasure glazed tile, which radiated a brilliant spectrum of colors and enveloped Zhao Su, allowing him to regain his footing swiftly. At that moment, Zhao Su's entire body was once again cloaked in black armor, and he gripped the death spear in his hand. The 9 petals hidden within him erupted with a formidable aura of destruction, and a peculiar symbol appeared on his forehead. Child, you are no match for me. Even if your true form were here, you would still be but a junior. In response to Lan Yu's taunts, Zhao Su was consumed with rage. Since his arrival in the Douluo continent, he had never endured such humiliation. The spear of death, pulsating with a bloodline essence, truly resurrected, transforming into a 9-headed flood dragon that lunged toward Lan Yu with its gaping maw. Simultaneously, Zhao Su moved as well. The Emperor's 7-killing sword materialized before him. As Zhao Su formed his seals, a character for kills swiftly took shape, striking alongside the 9-headed flood dragon toward Lan Yu. Humph! Lan Yu merely scoffed lightly, and the ensuing scene left everyone in disbelief. Everything around them was instantaneously immobilized. Though they could see and think, their bodies were utterly unable to move. Even Zhao Su's divine consciousness, at the level of a god, was directly restrained. Where is your support now? Lan Yu, with a faint smile, gracefully approached Zhao Su and enigmatically inquired, do you truly believe yourself to be invincible? No sooner had Lan Yu spoken than the figure of Xiao LV coalesced, this time distinct from previous phantoms. The aura was more potent, and her gaze deeper. That vibrant vitality shattered Lan Yu's realm of confinement in an instant. Zhao Su suddenly felt a lightness in his body as he summoned back the 9-headed dragon formed from the spear of death. His expression appeared quite grim. The recent confrontation with Lan Yu had instilled a profound sense of defeat within him. I have never claimed to be invincible. Those who boast of their invincibility may not truly possess it, after all. At this moment, I have no desire to engage you in battle. It would be wise for you to retreat. This likely leaves you with no choice. The instant Lan Yu's words left her lips, 7 bizarre weapons materialized before her, mirroring the formidable array wielded by the woman in red upon the sea. My dear, now is not the time for a life-and-death struggle. Just as Xiao Lu and Lan Yu were poised to clash, a resonant voice emanated from Zhao Su. In that moment, Zhao Su's demeanor, tone, and aura seemed to have transformed entirely. Aside from his familiar appearance, everything else had changed. Brother Su, Ning Rongrong looked at Zhao Su, who appeared almost like a different person, her face filled with concern as she called out to him. Zhao Su turned to gaze at Ning Rongrong, yet refrained from speaking to her. Instead, he cast his eyes once more upon Xiao Lu and Lan Yu. What? Do you intend to join forces with her against me? Lan Yu inquired coldly, her expression devoid of warmth as she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Su. I shall not ally with Xiao Lu to confront you, but I will not permit you to harm her either. The ominous aura of destruction emanating from Zhao Su enveloped Lan Yu in an instant. As she found herself surrounded by this terrifying presence, her countenance shifted dramatically. Though she yearned to resist, the opportunity had already slipped away. Zhao Su, you shall pay for this. Lan Yu's furious voice echoed, and in that fleeting moment, her eyes lost their usual depth as she gazed upon herself standing atop the platform. A flicker of confusion passed through her gaze, as if she were oblivious to the events that had just transpired. Miss, at the edge of the lava pool, the white-clad women felt their own strength diminish significantly. One of them called out to the bewildered Lan Yu. Casting a glance at Zhao Su and Xiao Lu, Lan Yu felt a twinge of uncertainty but refrained from voicing her thoughts. With a determined leap, she sprang into action, deftly navigating her way back to solid ground outside the lava pool. Miss, are you unharmed? I am fine. Let us depart. Lan Yu furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling something significant. Without further hesitation, she led her companions away. Zhao Su and Xiao Lu both gazed upon Tang San, who was harnessing the lingering spirit of the ancient sword god to refine the sword spirit, with a singular devotion to the sword. One could say he was born for it. To inherit the title of sword god is hardly a dishonor to the illustrious name of the deity. As Zhao Su spoke, he extended his hand, unleashing a crimson radiance that enveloped the remnants of the ancient sword deity's soul, along with the sword spirit, as well as Tang San and his martial soul, the seven-kill sword. He continued, "This is a blessing bestowed upon you by my true self." After uttering these words, Zhao Su's body trembled slightly, and the blood-red hue of his eyes gradually returned to their normal state. The aura surrounding him reverted to its original form. With Zhao Su's consciousness restored, the ethereal figure of Little Green began to shatter instantaneously, ultimately vanishing entirely. "Brother Su, are you all right?" Ning Rongrong approached Zhao Su, scrutinizing him with concern. "I am fine. It seems I just experienced a dream." Zhao Su reached out and grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, striving to soothe her as much as possible. The dream that Zhao Su experienced was strikingly vivid, as if it were a reflection of his own life, a life that had truly transpired. Yet, within the recesses of his memory, he could not recall having lived such an existence. The dream, however, remained incomplete, lacking many significant figures and crucial events. "Just now, someone possessed your body. It terrified me. I thought you would never return," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she clung tightly to Zhao Su. "It's all right, I'm fine. Please, don't cry." Zhao Su forced a faint smile, gently wiping away her tears while soothing her in hushed tones. "What you experienced was not merely a dream, it was reality." At that moment, the ancient figure of Shang Fu regained consciousness and turned his gaze toward Zhao Su, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. "You might say that you are not a complete person." "Not a complete person?" Zhao Su echoed, bewildered. "Or rather, your soul is fragmented. You possess only a part of your true essence." "Are you referring to the terrifying aura concealed within that red flower?" "Indeed, that is the essence of your original soul." "Then, who is my original soul?" "That is unspeakable, too perilous to articulate." Shang Fu's eyes flickered with hesitation and a hint of fear, as he refrained from divulging what he had deduced. Ultimately, he merely cautioned Zhao Su, "A colossal conspiracy lurks behind you. An unspeakable plot that began at the moment of your birth in your previous life." "Do you know where I come from?" Zhao Su inquired. "I do not know," Shang Fu replied, his expression suddenly clouded with confusion, his once bright eyes dimming with chaos. But he soon regained his composure. "Do not attempt to deduce further. Do not trust anyone, not even the other half of your soul. Do not trust." In an instant, Shang Fu's eyes spiraled into confusion once more. Clutching his head with both hands, he descended into madness, erupting into wild laughter. "What is the purpose of it all? What will be the ultimate outcome?" he muttered incessantly. "Calm down, Shang Fu. Do not dwell on it. You will drive yourself to insanity." Ning Rongrong, witnessing his disarray, rushed forward, attempting to bring him back to tranquility. However, she soon realized that her divine consciousness, which had reached the divine origin realm, was ineffective against Shang Fu. In fact, she could distinctly sense that, despite his turmoil, his mental fortitude was gradually strengthening. "What is it? What is the final objective?" At that moment, Shang Fu laughed maniacally, transforming into a madman as he strode towards the cave entrance. Ning Rongrong attempted to halt him, but found her strength insufficient to restrain the deranged Shang Fu. Meanwhile, Zhao Su was ensnared in a stupor, his eyes shifting, lost in thought. The words uttered by Shang Fu, particularly the assertion that the conspiracy had commenced at the moment of his previous life's birth, weighed heavily on Zhao Su's mind. If what Shang Fu claimed held any truth, then his selection by Xiao Lu, leading him to the Douluo continent, was not a mere coincidence. Nor was it due to his extraordinary talent. Rather, it was linked to the other half of his soul. Zhao Su had contemplated various possibilities regarding the sinister aura residing within him, even suspecting that it might view him as a vessel, waiting for the opportune moment to seize control of his soul and fully occupy his body. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. involving the red-clad woman who had abducted Zhu Zhuqing and the ancient souls imprisoned within the ancient remnant mountain, as well as the power struggles among the 5 divine kings of the divine realm. Everything was far from the simplicity he had envisioned. "Brother Su, are you all right? Please don't scare me," Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she noticed Zhao Su displaying signs reminiscent of Shang Gufu's earlier madness. She promptly infused a strand of her soul power into Zhao Su's being to help him regain his composure. Just then, the figure enveloped in red light, Chun Xian, shattered the crimson glow, rising from his meditative position. His previously lost arm had regenerated, and he appeared considerably younger. The 7-kill sword martial spirit that hovered before him had undergone a remarkable transformation, while the sword's body remained largely unchanged. Golden ripples now adorned its blade. Yet, the overall aura had dramatically shifted, not intensifying its murderous intent, but rather embodying a refined simplicity. As the sword entered Chun Xian's body, he abruptly opened his eyes, a sharp glimmer flashing within. In that instant, his soul power surged rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of level 99 before coming to a halt. Subsequently, his soul power, akin to the reclusive essence of the 7-kill sword, was entirely absorbed within him, rendering him imperceptible in terms of soul power fluctuations, as though he were an ordinary person devoid of any cultivation. "Grandfather Sword, you have finally awakened. Are you all right?" Ning Rongrong called out, and in response, Chun Xian's eyes softened as he affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he replied, "I am well now. I can feel that my body is brimming with strength. Even in the face of deities, I am invincible." As Chun Xian spoke, he noticed Zhao Su's transformation and extended his newly regenerated right hand. Forming a seal with both hands, he infused a peculiar symbol into Zhao Su. It resembled the red flower within him, reminiscent of the Shura God in the Slaughter City. This enigmatic symbol radiated a formidable aura, embedding itself within Zhao Su and simultaneously awakening him. Although Zhao Su's gaze momentarily reflected confusion, he quickly regained his composure, his eyes deepening with resolve. "I must strengthen myself swiftly, absorb the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, and complete all preparations before ascending to godhood." After merging with the remnants of the ancient sword god's soul, Chun Xian had not attained divinity outright but had inherited the ancient sword god's supreme trials, along with fragments of his memory. "Thank you, Grandfather Sword, for your guidance. I now understand the path I must take." After experiencing confusion and turmoil within his soul, Zhao Su appeared increasingly mature and composed. Amidst the recent chaos, it seemed he had come to a profound realization. "Brother Su, rest assured, I shall be unharmed. Ultimate victory will be ours," Zhao Su proclaimed, a characteristic smile gracing his lips once more. "Once everything concludes, I will bring you, Zhu Qing, and Yuhua back home." "Back home? Indeed, to my home." Zhao Su tightly grasped Ning Rongrong's hand and turned in a particular direction, yet he refrained from uttering further words. Subsequently, Zhao Su and his companions continued their journey deeper into the cavern, with the other factions trailing behind at a respectful distance. Before entering the cave, Zhao Su had distinctly sensed the presence of the sun god's residual spirit and the ominous aura of the 8-headed serpent. However, despite traversing the entirety of the cave, they encountered neither the 8-headed serpent nor the remnants of the sun god, not even a trace of Yen. At this juncture, the ancient revival had departed, leaving them unable to rely on divination to ascertain Yan's whereabouts. Regardless of whether Yen succeeded or not, his fate now rested solely in his own hands. On this particular night, Zhao Su and his party were resting in a sanctuary within the forest of Death Valley. Out of the blue, Xianyuan Qinger, who had not spoken to them since their entrance into the valley, approached Zhao Su. "Could you come here for a moment?" she inquired, her brow furrowed, as if she harbored some unspoken concern, yet she ultimately called out to him. Chapter 157. The Past of the Sword. Douluo. Chun Xian. Zhao Su cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, who had rested her head upon his shoulder. Though she remained silent, she nonetheless shifted her head away from his shoulder. Zhao Su rose to his feet and approached Xianyuan Qinger. "What brings you to me, Miss Qing? I seek your assistance." "Assistance? Indeed. Not long ago, my second uncle conveyed news that the Xianyuan divine sword, enshrined in our ancestral hall, suddenly soared into the sky, heading towards the ancient Yushan, the mountain of the barbarian king. I wish for your help in retrieving the Xianyuan sword. If your Xianyuan family cannot recover the Xianyuan sword, what hope do I have?" Zhao Su asked, his brow furrowed in confusion at Xianyuan Qinger's words. Should you aid us in retrieving the Xianyuan sword, I shall bestow upon you an object imbued with the fortune of our Xianyuan lineage as a token of gratitude. Fortune? Zhao Su felt a stir of temptation. Yet he maintained a faade of reluctance. He must not reveal his thoughts to Xianyuan Qing'er, and ought to appear humble and reserved. Enough pretense. I know you have long desired the fortune of my Xianyuan family, merely awaiting an opportunity. Xianyuan Qing'er's words pierced through Zhao Su's disguise, with the truth laid bare. There was no reason to conceal anything further. Zhao Su promptly agreed to accompany Xianyuan Qing'er to the mountain of the barbarian king. After all, he found himself without a definitive goal. It would be more prudent to accompany Xianyuan Qing, aiding her family in the search for the Xianyuan sword, while also seeking suitable soul beasts for Hulaina and Li Kai. At this moment, both had reached the pinnacle of level 79, with the ascent to level 80 hinging on but a single soul ring. The mountain of the barbarian king? Upon returning to the campfire where he could rest, Zhao Su recounted the purpose of Xianyuan Qing'er's visit. Upon hearing the mention of the barbarian king's mountain, Chun Xian's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation. Elder Sword, are you familiar with the barbarian king's mountain? Ning Rongrong inquired, linking her arm with Chun Xian's, her gaze imbued with a deeper significance. Very well, since I have already accepted the trial of the ancient sword deity, that relic holds no further value for me. I shall gift it to you as a token of appreciation for your protection, Chun Xian declared, forming a seal with his left hand. Before him emerged a peculiar symbol imbued with the remnants of an ancient deity's soul. Is this yet another remnant of the ancient? Zhao Su asked, surprised, his gaze shifting to the smiling Chun Xian. Indeed, during the last opening of the ancient ruins, my father did not complete the divine inheritance. Yet he discovered 2 remnants of ancient deities. I have already completed the inheritance of one, and this is the remnant of the ancient barbarian deity. Chun Xian's expression grew increasingly indifferent as he continued. Had it not been for Tang Chun and Xiandoliu's treacherous attack that grievously wounded my father, they might not have emerged as the greatest beneficiaries from that last venture into the ancient ruins. As he recounted this tale, Chun Xian's eyes brimmed with resentment. His father, Jian Feng, was not a guest elder of the seven-treasure glazed tile school at that time, but merely an outer disciple affiliated with it. Due to his exceptional talent, he was taken as a disciple by the previous sect master of the school, Ning Rongrong's great-grandfather. Thus, the Jian family became generations of guest elders for the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Chun Xian grew up alongside Ning Rongrong, and her father, Ning Fengji, was also someone he watched over as he matured. The bond between Chun Xian and Ning Rongrong's grandfather was that of good brothers. However, Ning Rongrong's grandfather possessed only average talent, and, due to the peculiar nature of the seven-treasure glazed tower's martial soul, his cultivation stagnated at around level 50, leading to his early demise. At that time, the Haotian sect and the Spirit Hall were not in opposition as they are now, and Haotian sect was not yet regarded as the foremost among the 3 great sections. Tang Chun was a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Haotian sect, having reached the level of a soul saint by the age of 20. He, along with Qian Douluo, then an elder of the Spirit Hall, and Jian Feng, formed a camaraderie based on mutual admiration, embarking on an invincible path for their generation. Not long after, the ancient ruins opened, and the 3 entered simultaneously. Jian Feng was the first to discover the remnant of the ancient barbarian deity within the ancient ruins, yet his heart was wholly devoted to the sword, preventing him from directly inheriting the power of the ancient barbarian deity. Instead, he sealed the remnant and concealed the barbarian king hammer, the divine weapon of the ancient barbarian deity, within the barbarian king's mountain. Before long, the 3 encountered one another again within the ancient ruins. Upon learning that Jian Feng had found the remnant of the ancient barbarian deity, Tang Chun and Qian Douluo allied to severely injure him. Jian Feng was taken aback that his so-called brothers would turn against him. However, already gravely wounded, he was further damaged by their combined assault, barely escaping with his life to a cave in the Valley of Death. By chance, he stumbled upon the remnant of the ancient sword deity, but realized, given his current state, that he might not be capable of withstanding its power. With Tang Chun and Qian Douluo in pursuit, he had no time to attempt the fusion. In desperation, Jian Feng sealed the sword spirit of the ancient sword deity within a platform amidst a pool of magma, and awakened the slumbering Yamada no Orochi, barely escaping the clutches of Tang Chun and Qian Douluo. To ensure his survival, Jian Feng paid a heavy price. forcibly breaking the barrier that connected the ancient ruins to the Douluo continent. It was at that very spot that Chun Xin entered the ancient ruins. Upon returning to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Jianfeng took 50 years to recover to a semblance of his peak state. He then left the school to seek vengeance against Qian Douluo and Tang Chun. However, by that time, Jianfeng had only reached level 97, while Qian Douluo had already attained the unparalleled level of 99. The gap between them had widened considerably. In that fateful battle, Jianfeng was once again gravely injured by Qian Douluo and returned to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, relaying all that had transpired to Chun Xin. This was the root of Chun Xin's deep-seated hatred towards the Haotian sect, particularly the Spirit Hall. Elder Sword, rest assured, I shall avenge you by taking Qian Douluo's life. As for Tang Chun, that vengeance is mine to fulfill, Chun Xin declared, taking a deep breath to calm his thoughts, replacing the coldness on his face with a smile. He then presented the peculiar symbol sealing the remnant of the ancient barbarian deity to Zhao Su. As for whom Zhao Su would bestow this remnant, it was no longer a matter for him to contemplate. Chapter 158. The ancient barbarian deity under attack. Zhao Su carefully examined the remnant soul of the ancient barbarian deity. Although it was merely a fragment, he could still perceive an overwhelming aura emanating from it, one that was not derived from the suppression of spirit or consciousness, but rather from pure physical power. At that moment, Zhao Su finally grasped the essence of the term barbarian associated with this deity. Li Kai, this remnant soul of the ancient barbarian god is yours. If my intuition serves me right, the martial spirit of this deity is akin to that of a wild boar, representing the pinnacle of brute strength. Are you truly giving this to me? Indeed, among us, you are the most fitting recipient. Thank you, my leader. I shall not betray your expectations. Li Kai accepted the remnant soul with palpable excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Absorb the essence of this remnant soul, but remember, do not hastily break the seal. Impatience will serve you no good. Chun Xin was quite pleased with Zhao Su's decision to entrust the ancient barbarian deity's remnant soul to Li Kai. He shared Zhao Su's sentiments, believing Li Kai to be the most suitable among them for this powerful legacy. He then advised Li Kai, "Yes, I understand. Thank you, esteemed sword master." Chun Xin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he rose and settled beside a large tree, assuming a meditative posture with closed eyes, embarking on the journey of comprehending the legacy of the ancient sword deity. Everyone, take the time to rest and rejuvenate. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall set forth towards Barbarian King Mountain, where a fierce battle awaits us. Zhao Su spoke a few words to several individuals and then settled down in a cross-legged position. Ning Rongrong, instead of cultivating, leaned against Zhao Su's shoulder and fell into a deep slumber. For reasons unknown, ever since that day when she absorbed the soul power of the Buddha and the chaotic white fire underwent its evolution, Ning Rongrong has been plagued by an overwhelming drowsiness. Zhao Su had thoroughly examined Ning Rongrong's condition multiple times and found no issues. Moreover, each time Ning Rongrong awoke from slumber, her spiritual awareness had notably improved. Even Chun Xin had conducted an investigation, discovering nothing amiss. With her capacity for enhancing her spiritual awareness, they decided to leave the matter be. Early the next morning, Zhao Su and his companions convened with Xianyuan Qing'er and proceeded towards the Xianyuan family's branch that possessed a teleportation array. They were situated in the northern region of the ancient Relics Mountain, while the Barbarian King's Mountain lay to the east. Although the ancient Relics Mountain was not as expansive as the Douluo continent, traveling from the north to the east would still require a month, even on swift steeds. Thus, they intended to utilize the Xianyuan family's teleportation array for a direct passage to the east, significantly saving time. On this journey to the Barbarian King's Mountain, only Xianyuan Qing'er from the Xianyuan family accompanied them, while the others remained behind. Zhao Su had an enduring sense that Xianyuan Qing'er was not being entirely forthright with him. Yet he could not discern the source of his unease. What is it about the Xianyuan family that feels peculiar to me? Upon entering the hall of the Xianyuan family's branch, Xianyuan Qing'er departed to arrange for the teleportation array. Chun Xin quietly remarked to Zhao Su beside him, "Indeed, I sensed a vague aura of hostility upon our entrance." Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Hulaina, Li Kai, and Ning Rongrong grew vigilant, and an unusual silence enveloped the hall. Soon, a servant brought in tea, and in their gaze towards Zhao Su and the others lingered a knowing smile, which they believed was well concealed, yet Zhao Su perceived it clearly. After the servant withdrew, Zhao Su lifted his teacup and exchanged a glance with Chen Xian. Humph, Zhao Su. It seems our instincts were correct. An old bone is just the right opportunity for some exercise. Chen Xian similarly raised his teacup, leaning back in his chair. He lifted the lid of his teacup, gently stirred the tea leaves, and took a sip. The tea is subpar. Once we return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, I shall let you all sample the fine tea I have preserved. Chen Xian said with a smile to Zhao Su and the others. Then we are indeed in for a treat. As Zhao Su's voice fell, his gaze suddenly turned sharp, and a colossal hand emerged, seizing the servant who had been stealthily observing them from the doorway after delivering tea. At that moment, Zhao Su also stood up and stepped forward. The immense hand exerted tremendous force, crushing the servant entirely, simultaneously extracting his memories. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Su had just crushed the man, extracting his memories, when 18 strands of sword intent descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire courtyard. Simultaneously, 18 figures clad in white robes materialized at the locations where the sword intents had landed. Each of these individuals bore a long sword hovering behind them. The essence of their energies intertwined, a clear indication that these 18 were orchestrating a lethal formation, intent on annihilating Zhao Su and his companions within its confines. As for playing with swords, they were woefully inadequate. Before Zhao Su could make a move, the voice of Chen Xian resonated, and with it, Chen Xian transformed into a sword, charging towards the deadly formation that surrounded them. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted, and Chen Xian felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated the Xianyuan killing formation to be this formidable. It shattered his sword form, revealing a man clad in black who emerged within the formation, his sword intent surpassing even that of Chen Xian, who had already inherited the legacy of the Sword God. To think one man could breach the Xianyuan clan's killing formation. You greatly overestimate yourself. The black-clad figure, the ancient ancestor of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Junming, stood with his arms crossed, his striking sword-like brows and starry eyes giving him an imposing presence, a sword shadow imprinted on his forehead. Judging by his aura, even without achieving divinity, he had reached the level of a 99-rank super Douluo, akin to Chen Xian. Upon seeing this individual, Chen Xian's eyes brimmed with combat fervor. Just moments ago, the first trial of the ancient sword god's divine challenges was to defeat this very man. Whether he could succeed or not would soon be revealed. Humph, such arrogance. Xianyuan Junming, the black-clad man, made his move, while the 18 members of the Xianyuan family encircling the courtyard also sprang into action. They aimed to seize this opportunity to eliminate Zhao Su and his companions before turning their combined efforts against Chen Xian. Senior Sword Master, you focus on that old turtle. Leave this Xianyuan killing formation to me. Zhao Su wielded the 5 Elements banner to shield Ning Rongrong and her companions, uttering a remark to Chen Xian before charging into the heart of the Xianyuan killing array. Since you have chosen your own demise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. Observing Zhao Su audaciously breach the center of the killing array, one of the elder figures among the 18 leaders began to form seals. The others followed suit, synchronizing their motions with the elders, as if they were a singular entity. 18 streams of sword intent surged skyward, coalescing into a resplendent golden holy sword. Descending with a terrifying radiance of gold, it proclaimed, I possess a sword, its name. 36 celestial stars, shatter. Zhao Su did not retreat, nor did he evade in any manner. Instead, he chose to confront head-on. The Emperor's 7-kill sword instantaneously fractured and then reassembled. Each blade emanated a distinct aura, intertwining with one another. Boom. 36 swords, each infused with an overwhelming force capable of devastating the heavens and the earth. Though they took the form of swords, they had transcended the mere essence of sword intent entirely. Chapter 159, The Fortune of the Xianyuan Family. After the collision between Zhao Su's 36 Heavenly Sword Formation and the Xianyuan Killing Formation, an immense surge of energy obliterated the entire courtyard of the Xianyuan clan. Only the trio of Ning Rongrong, shielded by the 5 Elements banner, remained unscathed. The rest of the individuals within the courtyard perished beneath the overwhelming force of the shockwave. The destructive power unleashed surpassed even the pinnacle of sword intent demonstrated by Chen Xian and Xianyuan Junming. Cough. The 18 individuals violently spat out blood, gazing in disbelief at Zhao Su, who stood at the center of the killing formation, a smile perpetually gracing his face. Humph, the Xianyuan killing formation is utterly feeble. Although Zhao Su wore a smile on his face, a genuine fury simmered within him. Allow me to demonstrate the true essence of a slaughter formation. The 36 long swords arrayed before Zhao Su transcended mere sword intent, imbued with the breath of the Tao. A radiant crimson light erupted swiftly, forming a red pentagram composed of these swords, upon which a character resembling coagulated blood, signifying slaughter, was suspended. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the character, laden with the aura of annihilation, instantly permeated the surroundings. With a resounding crash, the 18 individuals who had unleashed the Xianyuan slaughter formation were utterly obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The pentagram, accentuating the blood-red character, enveloped in a thick scent of blood and an aura of destruction, hung ominously above Zhao Su's head. This terrifying presence unsettled Xianyuan Juanming's heart, yet it posed no distraction to Chen Xian. In the duel of masters, even the slightest distraction could prove fatal. Seizing the moment, Chen Xian's sword had already reached Xianyuan Juanming's front. Xianyuan Juanming hastily focused his mind and pivoted swiftly, yet he was still unable to evade Chen Xian's blade, which severed one of his arms. Humph! How dare you wield a sword? That is an affront to the way of the sword. Unyielding, Chen Xian transformed once more into a sword, striking towards Xianyuan Juanming. The latter, bereft of any fighting spirit, quickly formed seals with his remaining arm. A yellow talisman materialized, and in an instant, he vanished from his position. Since you have arrived, do you truly think it's so simple to depart? Standing resolutely, Zhao Su gazed in a certain direction, as the pentagram flickered and reassembled into the 36 celestial slaughter formation, forcing the hidden Xianyuan Juanming into the open. Cough! Puffed. Xianyuan Juanming's complexion turned pale. The wound at the severed limb could no longer staunch the flow of blood, which dripped to the ground. Do you truly intend to eradicate us completely? It is not we who seek total annihilation, but your Xianyuan clan. I admit the fault lies with my Xianyuan family, and I am willing to offer the sealed fortune of my clan in exchange for my life. As Xianyuan Juanming spoke, he formed seals with one hand, lifting debris from a nearby collapsed structure and revealing an entrance to a hidden chamber. From within that entrance, a figure emerged, landing beside Xianyuan Juanming. Do you intend to use her as leverage against me? Zhao Su cast a disdainful glance at Xianyuan Qing'er, who stood beside Xianyuan Juanming. To utilize a member of the Xianyuan family as a means to threaten him, Zhao Su surmised that Xianyuan Juanming must have been deeply affected, his mind now in disarray. No, the fortune of the Xianyuan clan is sealed within her. I can reveal to you the method to extract that fortune from her. At this moment, Xianyuan Qing'er was evidently immobilized, her acupoint sealed, though she could perceive and hear everything transpiring around her. She was utterly unable to move or speak. Xianyuan Qing'er's gaze directed at Xianyuan Juanming was filled with seething resentment. Had her gaze possessed lethal power, Xianyuan Juanming would have already suffered 1,000 torturous deaths at her hands. As the elder of the Xianyuan clan, Xianyuan Juanming stood idly by during the clan's perilous times, never intervening. Subsequently, he sought to exploit Xianyuan Qing'er in an attempt to assassinate Zhao Su and others. Now, in a desperate bid for survival, he was willing to use Xianyuan Qing'er as a bargaining chip. The existence of such an elder in the Xianyuan family can only be deemed a tragedy, heralding the inevitable decline of the clan. You need not inform me. Once I have slain you, the truth will unveil itself. Zhao Su cast a glance at Chen Xian, who understood the unspoken intent, and in unison, they both made their move. Zhao Su was advancing towards Xianyuan Qing'er, while Chen Xian was heading in the direction of Xianyuan Juanming. Humph, since you are so relentlessly pursuing me, I shall take you down with me, even in death. Xianyuan Juanming roared, disregarding Xianyuan Qing'er any further. With a single hand, he formed a seal, and a surge of blood light enveloped him, releasing an overwhelming aura in an instant. It was evident that Xianyuan Juanming realized there was no escape, opting instead for self-detonation, determined to perish alongside Zhao Su and Chen Xian. Someone like you does not even deserve to self-destruct. Ah, it's impossible. Zhao Su suddenly appeared beside Xianyuan Qing'er, grasping her shoulders and flinging her away from the perilous zone of Xianyuan Juanming's self-detonation. In an instant, his divine consciousness ensnared Xianyuan Juanming, along with the violent aura emanating from him. Take your impossible words and go seek rebirth. At this moment, Chen Xian had also reached Xianyuan Juanming's side, his sword piercing through Juanming's chest with swift precision. In that very instant, the sword seemed to transform into a gaping abyss, engulfing Xianyuan Junming entirely. As Xianyuan Junming was completely absorbed, a radiant golden light ascended, merging into Chen Xian's being. Simultaneously, the first soul ring on the 7-killing sword shifted to a pale red hue. It was evident that Chen Xian had successfully passed the first trial of the divine 9 trials of the ancient sword god, thereby acquiring a fragment of divine essence and elevating the age of that first soul ring. Judging by its color, it was infinitely close to 100,000 years. After completing the first assessment, Chen Xian appeared even younger. His once silver hair began to transition to black. Do you not wish to explain anything to me? Once the crisis had abated, Zhao Su approached and released Xianyuan Qing'er from her seal, inquiring of her. I am sorry, I never anticipated his despicable nature. Coercing my uncle and using me to lead you into peril. Xianyuan Qing'er's complexion was grave. After this battle, even if Zhao Su overlooked the deceit she had wrought, her Xianyuan clan had undeniably entered a state of utter decline. With the emergence of the ancient relic mountain, 3 of the 4 lower sects had suffered devastating blows, and the 10,000 sword sect had been outright expelled. Enough, the fault does not lie with you today. Take care of yourself in the future. Zhao Su did not hold a grudge, for this matter was not the fault of Xianyuan Qing. Furthermore, the ultimate orchestrator had already met his demise, which could be considered a form of retribution. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he did not linger, and the group departed from the ruins of the Xianyuan family. Zhao Su. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xianyuan Qing'er's eyes, yet she ultimately called out to Zhao Su. Is there something else? This is the fortune of my Xianyuan family. It has become useless to me now. As Xianyuan Qing'er spoke, her martial soul manifested behind her. She summoned the Xianyuan sword, drawing her finger across the blade. A few drops of blood fell onto the sword's surface, causing the golden radiance upon the Xianyuan sword to gradually coalesce into a luminous golden orb. Chapter 160. The thought between heaven and earth. Once Xianyuan Qing'er extracted the golden light from her martial soul, the entire martial soul dimmed significantly. Her soul power rapidly diminished, ultimately stabilizing at the level of a soul king, just over 50 levels. Zhao Su could perceive that Xianyuan Qing'er was experiencing a regression of her soul power, and her very essence had suffered damage. You should keep it for yourself. With the aid of the fortune energy, you may yet ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. However, once this fortune is stripped away, you shall remain forever stagnant at this juncture. Perhaps being an ordinary person is not so bad after all. Xianyuan Qing'er extended the golden orb of fortune energy towards Zhao Su, a hint of a pure smile gracing her pale visage. The teleportation array here had already been destroyed by Xianyuan Junming. It seems you must find your own way to the Barbarian King Mountain. Without a moment's hesitation, Xianyuan Qing'er turned and departed with graceful poise. Qing'er is indeed a pitiable soul, Hu Laina remarked, observing the seemingly carefree yet burdened Xianyuan Qing'er, unable to suppress a sigh of resignation. Yet, she too found herself in perilous circumstances. As soon as Hu Laina finished her thought, the golden orb of fortune, infused with the essence of the Xianyuan clan, autonomously flew into her body, dispersing rapidly and enveloping her entirely. Instantly, a delicate layer of golden radiance manifested upon her skin. Ultimately, this golden glow coalesced into a scarlet golden soul ring, which was absorbed by Hu Laina's fox spirit. Consequently, she successfully transcended the threshold of level 79, advancing to the rank of 80 soul Douluo. Is this a million-year soul ring? Chen Xian gazed at the scarlet golden soul ring suspended around Hu Laina, his eyes narrowing in astonishment. If my conjecture holds true, this must be the true manifestation of the Xianyuan clan's fortune, or perhaps it is simply their destiny. Zhao Su gazed upon the resplendent golden light, shaking his head in disbelief. For countless years, the Xianyuan family has entwined the so-called fortune into the strongest martial souls of each generation, oblivious to the fact that this purported fortune is merely the purest essence of energy in the universe. In truth, the legacy left by their ancestor, the Yellow Emperor, is not some ethereal concept of luck, but rather the tangible result of a million-year soul ring forged at great personal cost. This realization underscores the absence of any genuine fortune that enhances one's destiny in this world. Only formidable strength can truly seize what is deemed fortune. From the very beginning, the Xianyuan clan has been mistaken, even reversing the essence of their pursuit. Child, what is your 8th soul skill? The martial soul of Xianyuan Huangdi, the Xianyuan divine sword. is renowned as one of the finest in the realm of swordsmanship. Even in the ancient legacy of the Sword God, the Xianyuan divine sword is specifically mentioned. Had Xianyuan Huangdi devoted himself wholly to the sword, the title of Sword God might have belonged to him. Eighth soul skill, Hulaina exclaimed, as the resplendent golden eighth soul ring illuminated rapidly, and in an instant, a magnificent golden longsword hovered above her head. In the blink of an eye, the golden longsword erupted with a terrifying sword intent, soaring into the heavens. My goodness! Zhao Su, sensing the apocalyptic force of the sword strike, swiftly shielded Ning Rongrong beside him and retreated hastily. Chun Xian, compelled by the overwhelming pressure, had no choice but to unleash his martial spirit to counter the terrifying might of the strike. The most unfortunate among them was Li Kai, whose martial spirit was forcibly manifested, colliding violently as he followed Zhao Su's lead. Despite his efforts, he was injured, his complexion turning pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely wounded. Child, save the next strike for your foes. Chun Xian's seven-killing sword vibrated with intensity, emanating a domineering sword intent that obliterated Hulaina's attack. Having just released such a fearsome blow, Hulaina found herself engulfed in contemplation, instinctively unleashing that strike. In a moment of clarity, she opened her eyes and exclaimed with excitement, I can sense it. This technique comprises 4 strikes, each stronger than the last. 4 strikes? Although Chen Xian perceived that there were indeed subsequent strikes, he assumed there would be merely one final blow. He was astonished to learn that there were 4. It was important to note that this was merely the power she could wield at the soul Douluo level. Once she achieved the title Douluo rank, even a peerless spirit Douluo at level 99 might struggle to withstand it. If all 4 strikes were unleashed simultaneously, even a deity could potentially be slain. Chun Xian finally comprehended why the legacy of the ancient Sword God specifically mentioned Emperor Xianyuan of the Xianyuan clan. Perhaps in the prideful heart of the ancient Sword God, only Emperor Xianyuan was deemed worthy of comparison in the realm of swordsmanship, while others wielding swords were regarded with disdain. Indeed, I can sense a total of 4 strikes. Yet I have an inkling there exists a 5th. A 5th strike? However, this 5th strike seemed to be one that even Emperor Xianyuan had never unleashed. That is correct. In the future, even if you ascend to godhood, it would be wise not to wield that 5th strike casually. Chen Xian imparted this profound caution to Hulaina. Thank you for the warning, esteemed elder. I shall remember it. Very well. Chen Xian nodded, casting a glance at the enormous sword scar left by Hulaina's prior strike, a satisfied expression gracing his features. Consume this pill. Refrain from utilizing your soul power for the next few days, and with a few days of rest, you shall be fine. The 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Rongrong's right hand radiated with a spectrum of colors, enveloping Li Kai and temporarily stabilizing his injuries. His complexion improved, regaining some color. Li Kai, what has happened to you? Upon witnessing Li Kai's injuries, Hulaina's murderous intent surged forth. Did someone ambush us again? My dear aunt, I have not perished at the hands of an enemy upon arriving at this ancient mountain, yet I nearly met my end at your hands. After taking the pill, Li Kai, feeling significantly better, turned to Hulaina with lingering trepidation. Did I injure you so severely? Although Hulaina was unaware of the specifics of what had transpired, she could sense that no one had attacked them. Sticking out her tongue, she displayed a hint of embarrassment. I truly apologize, Li Kai. No harm done. I was merely jesting with you. My skin is tough, and these minor injuries are nothing. Li Kai chuckled, playfully patting his chest. Initially, Zhao Su had no inclination to venture to the Barbarian King Mountain, but upon reflection, he realized that there was still ample time before departing from the ancient mountain. Moreover, with Li Kai possessing the remnants of the ancient barbarian goddess spirit and the Xianyuan sword from the Xianyuan lineage, it could potentially aid Hulaina in comprehending her 8th soul skill during her moment of enlightenment. Thus, he resolved to proceed as originally planned to the Barbarian King Mountain. However, they no longer felt the urgency to teleport directly, opting instead for a leisurely carriage ride. Chapter 161. The Sea God and the Angel God. As the time for the ancient mountains reopening drew near, news regarding Bibidong and Tang Yuehua remained elusive, causing Zhao Su to worry for their safety. One day, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at the nearest town to Barbarian King Mountain, intending to rest for a few days before entering the mountain. However, as they settled into a nearby restaurant, they overheard patrons discussing recent events within the mountain. Have you heard? Yesterday, news broke that a god of death has appeared on Barbarian King Mountain. Of course, this is common knowledge throughout the town. Brother, what can you tell us about this god of death? Li Kai glanced at Zhao Su, and upon receiving a nod of affirmation, approached the animated middle-aged man at the adjacent table. The man scrutinized Li Kai before responding. Are you also here for the divine weapon of the barbarian god? Indeed. I advise you to retreat to where you came from. Do not recklessly throw away your lives. What do you mean by that? Li Kai took a seat beside the man, inquiring further. The man elaborated. A god of death clad in black armor has emerged on Barbarian King Mountain, his face obscured. He wields a trident, and anyone wishing to ascend the mountain must first pass his trial. Can one individual truly stand against all? Why not? As far as I know, only a handful have managed to pass the trial and reach the summit of Barbarian King Mountain. Who are these individuals? I do not know. All I can say is that each of them is a youthful supreme being, far beyond your capabilities. The aura of soul power emanating from Zhao Su and his companions was entirely subdued, yet Li Kai's soul energy exuded a formidable presence. However, it still paled in comparison to that of genuine prodigies. Consequently, these two individuals paid little heed to Zhao Su and the others, even going so far as to dissuade them from courting death. After finishing their meal, Zhao Su resolved to forego rest and hastened towards the Barbarian King Mountain. Regarding the figure shrouded in black armor and wielding a trident, a certain understanding had begun to form in the hearts of Zhao Su and his companions. Brother Su, do you think that person could be Tang San? Most likely, it is indeed Tang San. Perhaps he has already completed the trials of the sea god. Are you suggesting that Tang San has ascended to godhood? Not entirely, but I can assure you that the current Tang San is certainly not the same as before. I wonder if Schwer, being by his side, will encounter any unforeseen circumstances. As Hulaina thought of Qian Rinxue, her eyes brimmed with deep concern. Yet she understood Qian Rinxue's obstinacy, which surpassed even Bibi Dong's in the past. Bibi Dong's fixation stemmed from her own past injuries, and once she came to terms with her feelings, she would no longer be ensnared by it. However, Qian Rinxue's obstinacy was deeply rooted since childhood. This echoes an old adage: a happy childhood can heal the wounds of a lifetime, while an unfortunate childhood demands a lifetime to mend. In truth, Bibi Dong, as Qian Rinxue's biological mother, bears significant responsibility for her daughter's current state. Yet, Bibi Dong is also a victim, with the fundamental blame resting squarely on Qian Xuanji. Once we meet Qian Rinxue, you will understand. As they spoke, the group had already arrived at the Barbarian King Mountain. Upon nearing the vicinity, the flora began to dwindle gradually. Once they fully entered the mountain, they beheld a landscape dominated by stones, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. Each stone emanated a faint black luminescence. As Zhao Su stepped upon these stones, he distinctly felt that the soul power within him was being absorbed by the black glow emanating from their surfaces. The others clearly experienced a similar sensation. Suddenly, a surge of power emanated from Zhao Su's feet, dispersing the stones that radiated a dark luminescence. At that moment, the so-called god of death, as described by the two middle-aged men in the restaurant, made his abrupt appearance. Wielding a trident, he launched an assault towards Zhao Su. Humph! Zhao Su let out a cold snort as the Emperor's 7-killing sword materialized before him, forming a deadly formation that enveloped the god of death. Today, Zhao Su, I shall demonstrate to you the true power of the divine. As the voice of the god of death resonated, the visage concealed beneath the dark armor gradually revealed itself. It was none other than Tang San. Yet, the aura emanating from him indicated that he was no longer the Tang San of yore. His profound gaze was imbued with a chilling intent to kill. This murderous aura was eerily familiar to Zhao Su. It was the essence of the sea god. You are but a minor sea god, yet today I shall make you aware that mortals are not beyond slaying deities. After Zhao Su uttered these words, his entire being was enveloped in armor radiating an aura of annihilation, and a spear of death coalesced before him. His soul power surged rapidly, yet ultimately remained constrained by various limitations, failing to transcend level 99. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. Grandfather Sword, protect them. Zhao Su uttered a solitary phrase, extending his right hand to grasp the pulsating death spear, reminiscent of a lifeblood coursing through its form. With an overwhelming aura of devastation, he leaped forth, aiming a fierce strike at Tang San, who wielded the trident of the sea god. The sheer force of this attack, even devoid of divine transformation, radiated an invincible spirit power that startled Tang San. No, it was more appropriate to refer to him as the sea god at this juncture. Simultaneously, Shun Xin unleashed the seven-killing sword martial soul, not for the purpose of vanquishing foes, but rather to shield Ning Rongrong and her companions, facilitating their swift retreat. This time, Zhao Su revealed his full prowess, fully aware that even his concealed trump cards could not dismantle the conspiracy lurking behind. Thus, he resolved to exhibit his unparalleled might, systematically sweeping away all adversaries. By absorbing their soul power or divine energy, he aimed to bolster his own strength. Only through formidable power could one effectively dismantle any nefarious schemes. It is impossible. You have yet to transcend the boundary between mortal and divine. How could you possess such formidable strength? Perhaps for you, it is an impossibility, but for me, nothing is beyond reach. The death spear in Zhao Su's grasp transformed into a nine-headed serpent, its gaping maw dripping with blood, imbued with the innate domain of its wielder, the universal celestial pull. Beneath the weight of this universal celestial pull, the sea god felt an unprecedented strain, causing even the motions of wielding his trident to slow considerably. Zhao Su released the Emperor's seven-kill sword, causing the 36 Heavenly Gang sword formation to fracture, carrying with it an extraordinary sword intent. It once again coalesced into a pentagram design. Little did I expect that you are not merely a furnace, but also his future self. I now comprehend your extraordinary talent. Yet it is too late. Take your promise and perish. Boom. Just as Zhao Su was on the verge of annihilating the sea god, a radiant angelic holy sword descended, thwarting Zhao Su's intent to obliterate the sea god entirely. Chapter 162. Divine and Demon Duel. Unity of man and sword adorned in golden holy armor. With flowing golden locks loosely gathered behind her, Qian Rinxue descended, exuding an aura of sanctity. Without uttering a word, she stood alongside the sea god, gazing intently at Zhao Su. It appears that you have finally lost your patience and have descended together. Although Qian Rinxue remained silent, her eyes revealed that, like Tang San, she was under the mental control of the angelic deity. No matter how formidable you are, you have yet to attain divinity. Today, we shall surely slay you. Qian Rinxue spoke, and the angelic holy sword erupted with immense divine intent. Simultaneously, the angelic domain enveloped the surrounding area, extinguishing the myriad celestial influences of the nine-headed flood dragon. The nine-headed flood dragon transformed back into its spear form, returning to Zhao Su's side. Humph. You remain as arrogant and ignorant as ever. At that moment, Shun Xin approached Zhao Su, the seven-kill sword levitating behind him, emanating a terrifying sword intent. The first soul ring, now dark red, radiated the pinnacle of swordsmanship. I never fully annihilated you back then, allowing you to resurrect through this vessel. You are mistaken. I am Shun Xin of the sword, not the ancient sword deity. Yet, the hatred ingrained within me is indelible. Was it not you who manipulated Qian Douluo to harm my father? Since ascending to the pinnacle of 99 levels as a peerless Douluo, Shun Xin felt his physical state rapidly recovering, his mind becoming markedly clearer. Many matters took on new perspectives. Although Qian Douluo and Tang Chun were not paragons of virtue, they were undeniably men of great loyalty. Logically, they should not have struck against the sword. Thus, there can only be one explanation. Qian Douluo and Tang Chun must have also discovered the legacies of the angelic and azure deities. However, unlike Jin Feng, who unearthed the remnants of the ancient sword deity and the barbarian deity, those who had long ceased to exist, the angelic and azure deities were still very much alive. Since the onset of the War of the Gods, the two factions have been adversaries. Throughout the endless eons of these deities, notions of brotherhood became irrelevant. The pursuit of power necessitated the sacrifice of all beings. This elucidates why, upon returning to Douluo continent, Jin Feng sought to challenge Qian Douluo. Although gravely injured, Qian Douluo ultimately refrained from slaying Jin Feng. It seems you are much more astute than your father. Humph. Today I shall vanquish you with the seven-kill sword. Shun Xin coldly scoffed, the ninth soul ring illuminating in an instant as the long sword swiftly coalesced into a massive light sword. As the light sword traversed the air, even space itself warped under its influence. Divine and Demon Duel. With Shun Xin's declaration, the light sword aimed at Qian Rinxue and the sea god. Boom, boom. Unity of man and sword. Shun Xin's entire being began to shimmer, ultimately merging completely with the light sword. At this moment, Shun Xin was, in essence, the sword itself, bearing the weight of invincibility as he struck towards Qian Rinxue. Bang! Uft! Under the might of the light sword, Qian Rinxue's golden holy armor rapidly disintegrated. Although she had been empowered by the angelic deity, her physical resilience still paled in comparison to that of true deities. Under Chen Xian's most potent strike, she found herself utterly defenseless. To preserve her life and evade the fatal blow of Chen Xian's divine and demon duel, the angelic deity swiftly detached from Qian Rinxue's body, a golden beam of light attempting to escape. At that moment, the sea god also sprang into action, his trident vibrating violently, summoning a tidal wave akin to the ocean itself, sweeping towards the sword-formed Chen Xian. Your opponent is me. Zhao Su unleashed his formidable spear of death, striking swiftly. The sea god, with no option left, raised his trident to defend against the assault. The immense force of the blow further injured the already gravely wounded Qian Rinxue, causing numerous cracks to mar her previously flawless form. Grandfather Sword, please show mercy. Hulaina cried out, unable to endure the sight of Qian Rinxue on the brink of being utterly torn apart by Chen Xian's sword intent. In an instant, bat-like wings unfurled from her back, and she swiftly appeared beside Qian Rinxue. Her eighth spirit ring ignited, summoning a golden holy sword above her head, which emitted a radiant blade to intercept Chen Xian's strike. With a soft thud, Hulaina exerted control over the celestial will in that fleeting moment. Her intent was solely to rescue Qian Rinxue, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Hence the power she wielded was not as overwhelming as her previous strike. In the final moment, Chen Xian tempered his strength. Though Hulaina sustained injuries, they were not fatal. However, the angelic spirit seized this opportunity to escape entirely. At that juncture, the battle between Zhao Su and the sea god approached its conclusion. The sea god appeared to harbor some reservations, refraining from unleashing his full might, fixated solely on fleeing. Moreover, he had essentially merged his consciousness with Tang San's, making it impossible for him to abandon Qian Rinxue's body and allow his own spirit to escape like the angelic being. In a display of wrath, the sea god formed seals with his hands, conjuring a colossal transparent giant resembling the sea behind him. As he fused with Tang San's body, even the sea god's trident began to turn translucent as he struck towards Zhao Su. Zhao Su's body rapidly expanded, and the death spear in his hand whirled forth. Bang! The fierce collision between the death spear and Poseidon's trident released a tremendous shockwave, which inadvertently aided Tang San. Perhaps this was Tang San's true intention, using the force of the impact to swiftly propel himself away, quickly vanishing from sight. Worthless. Zhao Su did not pursue further. He merely returned to his normal size and gazed disdainfully in the direction of Tang San's escape. Child, are you courting death? Chen Xian, having transformed his sword into a human form, called out to Hulaina, who was severely injured while shielding Qian Rinxue. Grandfather Sword, I apologize, she cannot die. Hulaina retrieved a robe from her storage soul guide and draped it over the unconscious Qian Rinxue, whose garments were tattered due to the disintegration of the golden holy armor. She then offered her apologies to Chen Xian. Alas, your heart is too kind. You treat her as a sister, yet has she ever regarded you as an elder sister? Although Chen Xian spoke thus, the fury in his gaze had considerably abated. After all, for him, failing to eliminate the angelic deity today bore no significant loss. Hulaina remained silent. As dusk descended, the earlier battle had drawn a considerable crowd, even prompting those who had ventured into the barbarian king's mountain to return. Yu Tianheng and others stood on a nearby peak, observing the scene. It was evident that they had witnessed the earlier confrontation in its entirety. Tianheng, what shall we do? Du Guyan grasped Yu Tianheng's arm, her heart laden with concern. Let us observe the developments, Yu Tianheng replied, having overheard the dialogue between Zhao Su and Tang San, and grasped that perhaps Tang San's consciousness had already been integrated with the sea god prior to entering the ancient relic mountain. This could elucidate the reason behind Tang San's sudden transformation. Chapter 163. The 12-winged angel deep within Qian Rinxue's soul at this moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who had temporarily allied with Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan, exchanged a glance, revealing their own contemplations. It was evident that the group was united in appearance but divided in spirit. Following Tang San's escape, the passage to the barbarian king's mountain was opened, and Zhao Su paid little mind to the others venturing forth. Thus, a multitude gathered upon the mountain. What I do is none of your concern. Upon awakening, Qian Rinxue rebuffed Huliana's concern with a tone of firmness. You still dare to speak defiantly? In your current state, you cannot possibly survive alone to exit the ancient relic mountain. Even in death, I do not seek the pity of others. Humph, if that is the case, then be on your way, you ungrateful wretch. Huliana was utterly heartbroken by Qian Rinxue's words, and had it not been for Bibi Dong, she would have been indifferent to Qian Rinxue's plight. Qian Rinxue, where is the fragment of the royal bones of the Tiando Empire? Zhao Su intercepted Qian Rinxue, who was intent on departing, and inquired, Have you lost it? Lost it? She replied, I am well aware that that soul bone holds great significance for you. Yet it is of no use to me, hence I discarded it. Do not presume that your words can incite my anger. Return that remnant to me, and I shall escort you away from the ancient relic mountain. Seek it out on your own. I have no need for your assistance to leave the ancient relic mountain. I am fully capable of departing independently. Humph, if that is the case, do not blame me for showing no mercy. As Zhao Su spoke, he suddenly vanished from his location and appeared before Qian Rinxue, reaching out a hand towards her head. A powerful soul force surged into Qian Rinxue's spirit, seeking to extract her memories. However, as Zhao Su's consciousness penetrated her soul, a formidable aura erupted instantaneously, compelling him to retreat swiftly. Simultaneously, a golden radiance emanated from the depths of Qian Rinxue's soul, manifesting a divine essence that seemed to have been concealed within her spirit for ages, unbeknownst even to her. Was this the aura of the ancient angelic deity? With the emergence of this presence, the soul power within Qian Rinxue began to escalate rapidly. Upon reaching level 80, a pure golden soul ring coalesced, further amplifying her soul force until it culminated at level 99. The angelic martial spirit materialized along her back, gradually transforming into a tangible form strikingly reminiscent of her own, a figure adorned with flowing golden locks, clad in resplendent golden armor, and wielding the angelic holy sword. The pristine wings at her back radiated a sense of sanctity. At the moment the angelic martial spirit opened its eyes, they shone with a golden luminescence. The wings began to expand, evolving from 6 to 12, as the seventh soul ring illuminated, rendering the martial spirit's true form increasingly vivid. Ultimately, it merged with Qian Rinxue's being, accentuating her ethereal grace. A multitude of memories flooded her mind, intertwining with her own. Initially, Qian Rinxue attempted to resist, but she soon found herself compelled to embrace this amalgamation of memories. Once the fusion was complete, a flicker of confusion crossed her gaze, soon replaced by a burgeoning brilliance. Her once deep eyes now resolute. I never anticipated that it would be you to break my seal, Qian Rinxue remarked, her eyes reflecting both her essence and a profound sense of time's weight. It was evident that she was no longer the Qian Rinxue of yore, having perfectly integrated with the memories of the 12-winged angel. It was as if her original memories belonged to this lifetime, while the essence of her previous life interwove seamlessly with them. However, given that her spirit had always been weaker than that of the 12-winged angel, it was now naturally dominated by the latter's essence. Although her soul power stood at level 99, the presence of a celestial being now necessitated that to ascend to divinity once more, she must vanquish the current angelic deity. It seems you all recognize me, she stated, a hint of nostalgia in her gaze. Indeed, we fought side by side as comrades, though we suffered defeat in that battle. Qian Rinxue's gaze towards Zhao Su was tinged with a subtle unease, yet she acknowledged the reality of survival. There remained a chance. Your soul may not be whole, yet your spirit remains as it was in those days. She then turned her attention to Ning Rongrong, standing beside Zhao Su, and continued, however, in this life, you are far happier than you were back then. With a swift motion, Qian Rinxue tossed a fragment of bone to Zhao Su. Time is of the essence. Take care of yourself. With that, her 6 pairs of angelic wings fluttered gently, and she soared away at an astonishing speed. After Zhao Su caught the remnants of the 9-winged divine dragon, there was no immediate reaction. The 8 fragments, previously gathered, soared from the golden pool within his mind and fused with the final piece. A golden radiance enveloped the 9 fragments, gradually coalescing into flesh and blood. A colossal 9-winged divine dragon manifested above the Mankind King Mountain. With a roar that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, the sound echoed across the cosmos. Simultaneously, one of the 9 crimson petals within Zhao Su's body emerged, emanating a blood-red glow, attempting to envelop the mighty 9-winged divine dragon. The dragon let out another resounding cry, and as its wings unfurled, a tempestuous gale surged forth. The crimson light from the petal transformed into blazing red flames, forming a vast cauldron that ensnared the nine-winged divine dragon within. The flames inscribed an enigmatic symbol, sealing the cauldron that imprisoned the dragon. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the nine-winged divine dragon's fierce struggles resonated from within the cauldron, creating numerous indentations upon its surface. Yet, ultimately, it was refined by the crimson flames, and the soul of the nine-winged divine dragon was completely absorbed into the red petal. Once the petal had fully assimilated the dragon's soul, another petal, which had merged the bone dragon and the Kuei dragon, appeared above the closed eyes of Zhao Su. The three petals fused once more, radiating an overwhelming authority that surpassed even that of the sea god. However, at that moment, Zhao Su remained at the 99th level, unable to ascend to the 100th level and achieve true godhood. The 12-winged holy angel martial soul manifested, and with hands forming an intricate seal, an extraordinary symbol appeared, encasing the flower formed by the three petals. Subsequently, it was drawn into the body of the holy angel martial soul. The instant the 12-winged holy angel merged into Zhao Su, he abruptly opened his eyes. As Zhao Su's eyes fluttered open, a formidable pressure and aura instantly contracted. Although he still possessed only the 99th level of soul power, he appeared extraordinarily transcendent. His stature seemed to have increased, becoming even more imposing and majestic. Thud, thud, thud. As the terrifying aura surrounding Zhao Su gradually subsided, the crowd had yet to exhale in relief when a thunderous roar resonated from the peak of Barbarian King Mountain, akin to the sound of celestial thunder. Boom, boom. Beneath this resounding cacophony, many individuals of lesser cultivation felt as if their very souls had been struck, leading them to spew forth blood after a moment of dizziness. Upon regaining consciousness, their first instinct was to flee from this place, unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Though the Barbarian King Mountain harbored ancient divine weapons, survival was paramount. To perish would render any acquired treasures mere burial offerings. At that moment, the ancient barbarian god's remnant spirit within Li Kai manifested amidst the thunderous clamor. Li Kai's expression shifted subtly, as a radiant white light emerged above his head, merging seamlessly with the residual spirit of the ancient barbarian god. Subsequently, the black-horned wild boar martial spirit instantly fused with Li Kai, uncontrollably propelling him towards the summit of Barbarian King Mountain. If my conjectures hold true, it must be that the Barbarian King Hammer sensed the presence of the barbarian god's remnant spirit, thus prompting the spirit to autonomously break free from its seal. Chun Xin observed Li Kai's charge towards the peak and elaborated. It is well known that weapons deemed divine possess sentience. Typically, they are nurtured within the martial spirit. Therefore, the consciousness of such divine weapons has long since united with their masters. It is precisely for this reason that both master and divine weapon can unleash their utmost power. Let us ascend the mountain as well. After Zhao Su finished speaking, he wrapped his arm around Ning Rongrong's waist and headed towards the mountain peak. Chun Xin and Hu Liena followed closely behind. The disciples of the Buddhist sect, the Taoist sect, and others capable of enduring the thunderous roar also made their way to the summit. Upon reaching the top, they beheld a massive iron hammer, resembling a small mountain, suspended in midair. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with flashes of lightning intertwining with the hammer, forming a terrifying realm of thunder. At this moment, Li Kai sat cross-legged at the center of this thunderous domain, beneath the enormous Mankong hammer. Behind him stood the formidable black-horned mountain boar, its massive frame imposing. Boom! The first bolt of heavenly thunder struck down, causing the Mankong hammer to swiftly shrink, clasped by a towering giant standing at 2.5 meters tall. Unlike the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect, the Mankong hammer exuded an even greater sense of power. It appeared quite simplistic, featuring a hammer handle over a meter long and a giant spherical head adorned with black patterns. As the giant wielded the Mankong hammer, he directed it towards the first descending bolt of thunder amidst the swirling clouds. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck, nearly dispersing the thunderous realm, unleashing a colossal shockwave that radiated outward. However, the clouds, which had been almost shattered, reformed, becoming even more formidable than before. In the instant the lightning flashed, the entire Mankong mountain was illuminated as if it were daylight. Bang, bang, bang. The giant swung the Mankong hammer once more, shattering the forces of thunder. while the dispersed lightning was absorbed into the hammer. Instantly, the veil of black mist that had cloaked the Mankong hammer vanished, and the black patterns on its head emanated a terrifying aura. Just then, the fifth bolt of heavenly thunder descended. This time, however, the Mankong god did not continue to swing the hammer, but instead hurled the Mankong hammer towards Li Kai. Sensing the hammer's approach, Li Kai abruptly opened his eyes, rising to grasp the Mankong hammer with his right hand. The immense impact sent him staggering backward several steps before he steadied himself, letting out a fierce roar. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his arms swelled as he managed to lift the Mankong hammer. Nearby, the Blackhorn mountain boar spirit emitted grunting sounds, merging with Li Kai. In an instant, Li Kai's physique expanded significantly, with his upper garments completely torn apart. With a roar, he swung the Mankong hammer towards the imminent fifth bolt of heavenly thunder. Bang! 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 With 3 successive strikes, the thunder was scattered but did not vanish. Instead, it surged into Li Kai's body. To wield the Mankong hammer 3 times was no small feat. He had barely qualified. It was time for the true essence of the Mankong god to emerge after countless years of sealing. The towering giant, standing in the sky, observed Li Kai lifting the hammer with brute strength and dispersing the fifth bolt of thunder, revealing a hint of approval. After speaking, he quickly transformed into a beam of white light, entering Li Kai's body. As the white light coursed through him, Li Kai's physique began to swell once more, and the Blackhorn mountain boar spirit split off, beginning its evolution. The form of the Blackhorn mountain boar after evolution remained largely unchanged. However, a set of hard armor, adorned with swirling black patterns, enveloped its massive body. Under the influence of these patterns, the Blackhorn mountain boar appeared increasingly majestic. At this moment, the sixth bolt of heavenly thunder was also taking shape. Yet, Li Kai had undergone a complete transformation, wielding the Mankong hammer with newfound ease. The now evolved Blackhorn mountain boar merged again, unveiling its true martial spirit. With a frenzied charge, this time the purpose was not to inflict harm, but purely to accelerate. Bang! Boom! With rapid momentum, Li Kai wielded the Mankong hammer, launching himself into the gathering storm of thunderclouds. Amidst the flashes of lightning and thunder, the clouds and the realm of thunder vanished entirely. Li Kai stood firm, holding the Mankong hammer, his body now clad in armor imbued with the power of fusion. The black patterns on the armor merged with those on the Mankong hammer, and he radiated a terrifying electrical energy. Observing this, Chen Xian could not help but smile, saying, "It seems the Mankong god has used his last vestiges of power to aid Li Kai in completing the ancient Mankong god's divine trial. Does this mean that Li Kai has ascended to godhood? One could say that, but his current soul power, nay, divine power, has yet to break through the 100 levels, so he can only be termed a demigod. However, I believe it is merely a matter of time. Once he reaches 100 levels, he will ascend to full godhood." Chen Xian sighed, glancing at Zhao Su, a hint of concern in his eyes. Chapter 165. The Six Divine Sons of the Divine Realm. Senior Jian, what do you mean? Zhao Su began to grasp the gravity of the situation, his brow furrowed slightly. Chen Xian nodded, revealing a hint of, indeed. The battle that led to the destruction of the ancient gods may have been far more terrifying than we can imagine. At this juncture, we have no option of retreat. Indeed, there is no turning back now. Chen Xian's gaze hardened, realizing he must swiftly complete the ancient sword god's trial. For only by becoming truly powerful could he hope to survive the imminent ultimate battle. Bang! At this moment, Li Kai had fully inherited the legacy of the ancient Mankong god, or rather, this could no longer be termed a legacy, but an inheritance, as the Mankong god had directly transferred all his divine power to Li Kai. Yet, Li Kai was still unable to bear the entirety of this divine power, which remained sealed within the armor and the Mankong hammer. As Li Kai's level increased, the seal would gradually lift, and once he reached 100 levels, he would no longer face divine trials, but would ascend directly to godhood. "Boss, I feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through me," Li Kai exclaimed excitedly to Zhao Su. "Be cautious." Just as Li Kai reveled in his newfound strength, Zhao Su's expression shifted, sensing a formidable aura rapidly approaching. Bang! Thud! However, Zhao Su's warning arrived a moment too late, as a bronze cauldron descended from the heavens, propelling Li Kai away with tremendous force. Upon the cauldron's landing, a deafening roar echoed through the air. A young man, clad in black robes and appearing no older than 18 or 19, also descended from above. gracefully settling in a meditative posture atop the bronze cauldron. Despite the formidable aura he emanated, his legs bore a disability, confining him to a seated position. "Who are you, young man?" Li Kai inquired, brandishing a massive hammer that surged toward the black-clad youth seated upon the cauldron. The youth scoffed, "Merely a demigod. And you dare to strike at me? How presumptuous!" With a mere gesture, he formed a seal, summoning a colossal black serpent that materialized behind him, its gaping maw swiftly swallowing Li Kai whole. One of the 6 divine scions of the divine realm, Shun Fan, had unexpectedly made his appearance here. Li Yuran, the foremost prodigy of the Dao sect, gazed at the black-robed youth atop the bronze cauldron, his countenance shifting dramatically. In the ancient relic mountains, these 6 were heralded as the pinnacle of talent among their respective clans, true prodigies. From birth, they were imbued with divine power rather than soul power, naturally attaining the status of demigods. It was rumored that their arrival in the ancient relic mountains was to subdue the lingering souls of ancient deities. Though Shun Fan's legs were inherently disabled, his mastery of formations was unparalleled. He had effortlessly defeated both Li Yuran and his brother, Li Shiran, with a single move. Thus, Li Yuran was acutely aware of Shun Fan's formidable prowess. While their levels may have been comparable, the chasm between soul power and divine power was insurmountable. It could be said that for an ordinary person, their lifelong endeavors merely led to the starting line of these extraordinary beings. Consequently, it is evident that true fairness eludes existence in any realm, divine and demonic slash. At this moment, Chen Xian also made his move, sensing the divine aura emanating from Shun Fan, unleashing a lethal strike. Boom, boom, boom. The bronze cauldron beneath Shun Fan radiated a dark glow, enveloping him in its protective embrace. Even Chen Xian's divine and demonic slash merely left shallow marks upon the golden shield surrounding Shun Fan. Interesting, yet without achieving divinity. One is fated to be but an insect. Wasn't it rather premature to utter such words? Zhao Su let out a cold laugh as the Emperor's 7 kills sword manifested, and the 36 celestial killing formations swiftly took shape. He struck towards Shun Fan, scoffing, "What mere tricks? All is but an illusion, annihilation." Shun Fan formed a seal with both hands, conjuring a peculiar symbol upon the bronze cauldron beneath him, which then ascended rapidly, illuminating the surroundings with countless rays that coalesced into a formation. A formidable sword shadow surged towards Zhao Su's 36 celestial sword array. This moment revealed Shun Fan's confidence, his intent to vanquish his opponent within their most potent domain. Yet, he underestimated Zhao Su and overestimated his own capabilities. At this moment, although Zhao Su had yet to attain divinity and was still wielding soul power, the infusion of 3 divine dragon souls into the crimson petals rendered his strength nearly equivalent to divine might. With a resounding crash, the 36 celestial sword formation, enveloped by the red aura of destruction, shattered Shun Fan's lethal array. Simultaneously, the spear of death transformed into a dragon, its roar resonating as it devoured the black serpent that had swallowed Li Kai. After rescuing Li Kai, it morphed back into a spear, and a flash of crimson light severed the serpent's head. The simultaneous destruction of the martial spirit and the lethal formation caused Shun Fan to cough up blood, his complexion paling significantly. The bronze cauldron retreated autonomously, seeking to escape, but such a feat would not be so simple. Now completely enraged, Li Kai, having regained his freedom, was quick to retaliate, as the opposing martial spirit had just consumed his own, leaving him with nowhere to channel his brute strength. His heart burned with fury, and he bore no thoughts of mercy. After all, the intent to kill had been established. The first strike of the 7 hammers of the chaotic world, a force that could shake the heavens. As Li Kai's body expanded rapidly, the barbarian king's hammer grew alongside him, crashing towards Shun Fan amidst the wild manifestation of his martial spirit. Boom. Shun Fan had lost the calm demeanor he once possessed. The bronze cauldron glimmered once more, enveloping him in its glow. He formed seals with both hands, not to launch an offensive formation, but rather to erect a defensive one. He sensed that the cauldron's autonomous defense could not withstand the wrathful charge of the 7 hammers of the chaotic world. Bang, 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 with a final, forceful strike. Perhaps due to the black patterns on Li Kai's armor and the barbarian king's hammer, he grew increasingly ferocious in battle. He offered Shun Fan no opportunity to form a counter-array. Had it not been for the cauldron being a divine artifact rather than an ordinary item, Xin Fan would have been reduced to a pulp by now. After unleashing 5 strikes, Li Kai began to fatigue and refrained from delivering a 6th blow, opting instead for a standard assault on Xin Fan. Just then, a girl clad in a pink gown appeared, shadowed by a dark silhouette and wielding a long whip. She lashed out at Li Kai. Though her movements appeared gentle, they instilled in Li Kai a palpable sense of impending doom. To save himself, he had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Xin Fan and evade the whip's reach. Chapter 166. The Ancient Divine Weapon. Xianyuan's Sword Spirit, do you truly believe that the ancient legacy mountains are devoid of defenders? The voice of the girl in pink was icy and devoid of emotion, a stark contrast to her delicate features. One would never guess that such a chilling tone could emanate from one so seemingly fragile and beautiful. I find that people from the ancient legacy mountains share this same disposition, causing trouble and then blaming their misdeeds on others. Zhao Su retorted without a hint of courtesy, addressing the girl in pink. Indeed, big brother, you are absolutely right. Each of them is insufferably hypocritical. The girl in pink spoke again, her tone shifting from cold and domineering to a sweet, gentle lilt that astonished everyone present. They gazed at the pink-clad maiden in shock, questioning her sanity. Zhao Su cast a discreet glance at Li Kai, prompting him to step back. He observed the girl in pink, who seemed somewhat perplexed, softly murmuring to herself, "You always do this. The moment I engage in a fight, you appear to create chaos. And could you perhaps refrain from wearing pink in the future? Dear sister, pink is so lovely. You always wear such a fierce expression that people hardly wish to engage with you." In the gaze of all those present, the girl in pink underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only did her tone shift, but the expressions on her face also morphed. Be cautious, within her lies 2 souls. Zhao Su reminded those around him, sensing that the seemingly cheerful soul adorned in pink was far more terrifying than the cold one. Twin souls? Or perhaps, a division of 1 into 2. One person, yet not entirely so. What does this mean? Li Kai inquired, somewhat perplexed. To put it plainly, it refers to schizophrenia. Yet the split souls have developed their own consciousness. You are mistaken. I am no lunatic. I am a dual entity, invincible across the realm. Upon uttering these words, the girl in pink sprang into action, her long whip striking towards Zhao Su without any visible manifestation of her martial spirit, rendering her abilities a mystery. If you believe yourself invincible, allow me to show you what true invincibility entails. The 12-winged holy angel hovered behind Zhao Su, both hands weaving intricate seals. Waves of golden and black light fused rapidly, intertwining to form a sword imbued with the essence of destruction and overwhelming vitality. A blade that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The sword of judgment. Indeed, your ambition extends beyond just the battle of yesteryears. The past no longer matters. What holds significance is the present. As Zhao Su's voice faded, the sword of judgment surged towards the girl in pink. She did not withstand it, but swiftly retreated. At that moment, Xin Fan also made his move, soaring into the air as the bronze cauldron emanated a formidable force of annihilation, disappearing and reappearing. He positioned himself above Zhao Su, the annihilative light seemingly possessing a gravitational pull, drawing Zhao Su into the cauldron. Boom! The girl in pink flicked her whip, transforming it into an unassuming black staff, striking fiercely at the bronze cauldron. With each successive blow, the cauldron and its lid became increasingly sealed, and the fire of annihilation emerged within, aiming to refine Zhao Su from both inside and out. The sword of heaven and earth, second sword, boundless breeze. Xin Fan and the girl in pink joined forces against Zhao Su, yet those on Zhao Su's side would not merely stand by. Hu Laiina's 8th soul ring illuminated rapidly, summoning a golden holy sword above her head, unleashing her second sword, the strongest strike she could muster at that moment. Boom! The golden holy sword, imbued with boundless power, cleaved towards the bronze cauldron. Bang! The bronze cauldron, a divine weapon in its own right, boasted exceptional defensive capabilities and formidable offensive strength, capable of refining all things. Although Hu Laiina's cataclysmic second sword pushed the cauldron back, creating a slight gap in the lid, it did not fully breach the bronze cauldron. With the release of Hu Laiina's second sword, the aura of the Yellow Emperor rapidly permeated the surroundings. A beam of golden light soared from the distance, identical to the spectral form of the golden holy sword hovering above Hu Laiina. Realizing that this sword must be the true embodiment of the Xianyuan sword, Hu Laiina sensed the presence of the Yellow Emperor, prompting its swift approach. Just as Hulaina had speculated, the golden patterns on the sword's body began to shed, coalescing into a golden sword silhouette that merged with the golden holy sword above her. Instantly, Hulaina felt as though the golden holy sword had developed a soul of its own. Master, do not linger in conflict. 3 miles east lies great fortune. At that moment, the golden holy sword transformed from a mere floating entity above Hulaina into a remarkably sentient presence, whispering into her ear. Great fortune? Indeed. It seems that an ancient demon lies suppressed there, having been contained since the era of turmoil. What fortune could a demon possibly hold? Deities and demons are mere titles. Becoming a demon does not necessarily imply inferiority to becoming a god. Are you the spirit of the Xianyuan sword? Indeed. You may call me Little Sword. Little Sword. As a sword spirit, how do you possess such an independent consciousness? Generally, while divine weapons may have spirits, they simply possess rudimentary awareness, facilitating a better bond with their masters. Even stronger spirits act only under their master's command, autonomously attacking and defending. However, I have never encountered, nor even heard of, a sword spirit with such complete autonomy. I was originally an ancient chaotic primordial spirit, the great sun golden flame bird, forged into a divine weapon by a powerful being and sealed in chaos for countless ages. It was the previous master, the Yellow Emperor, who helped me break free. To repay the Yellow Emperor, I burned my own soul, transforming into the martial spirit of the Xianyuan clan. The spirit of the Xianyuan sword, upon recalling this, was overcome with a tinge of sorrow as it continued. Alas, since the Yellow Emperor's time, the Xianyuan clan has not produced any exceptional talents. I sealed myself within the ancestral hall of the Xianyuan family, and only recently sensed the aura of that great demon. Moreover, I can discern that the demon is the very one who refined me into a divine weapon. Now I understand why she sealed me in chaos for so long without returning. She too is sealed. During your prime, you were no match for her. Do you still dare to confront her? A single remark from Hulaina caused a flurry of dark spots to appear above Little Sword's head, leaving it somewhat speechless. My apologies for touching upon a painful subject. Although Hulaina was apologizing, she inadvertently drove another dagger into Little Sword's heart. Chapter 167, Zhao Su's complete form. Very well, I shall refrain from further comment, but we cannot depart just yet. Zhao Su remains trapped within that bronze cauldron. Hulaina gestured towards the cauldron engulfed in flames, intent on refining Zhao Su. Fear not, he will be unharmed. I am acquainted with him. Little Sword's words instantly piqued Hulaina's interest. The ancient spirits of the gods that had recently emerged, whether the 12-winged angel hidden deep within Qianrengshu or the ancient sword god and the woman in red, all seemed to recognize Zhao Su. Yet, each of them appeared reluctant, or perhaps afraid, to disclose the true identity of Zhao Su's past life. Who was he in his former existence? It can no longer be regarded simply as his past life. Rather, it is the essence of his complete soul, for he has never truly died. Many ancient deities possess a secret technique that allows for reincarnation and rebirth, as long as a fragment of the soul remains. There will come a day when one can return. What does that imply? After attaining divinity, there exist realms above, such as the Divine King, the Divine Emperor, and the Primordial Source. To ascend to the Emperor's realm, one must sever their demonic or divine body, achieving either the Divine Emperor or the Demon Emperor. Yet he has severed both. Severed both? Indeed, no one knows how he accomplished this, nor what he would become after severing both. Was he the catalyst for the ancient deity's cataclysm? At that moment, I had just been unsealed by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, having personally witnessed that devastating battle. It was a scene of utter carnage. The world as we knew it shattered completely, giving birth to the myriad continents and the divine realm that exists today. As Xiao Jian spoke, he seemed to be transported back to that era of extraordinary brilliance, an age teeming with prodigies. It could be deemed the most powerful epic. Afterward, the world lay in ruins, and the suppression of the heavenly Tao's will rendered it impossible for anyone to attain such heights again. But who was he truly? His name was Shangshi. As Xiao Jian uttered the name Shangshi, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a tempest of heavenly thunder, far more potent than the ancient divine lightning conjured earlier, erupted once more. With a thunderous roar, the lightning swiftly coalesced, striking with ferocity at the bronze cauldron. With a resounding crash, the cauldron split open, revealing a massive fissure. Through this crack, one could see Zhao Su seated cross-legged within the cauldron, enveloped in a haze of chaotic energy. The moment Zhao Su opened his eyes, a terrifying light emanated from his blood-red gaze, shattering the bronze cauldron completely. This current era is truly lamentable. Even a cripple can be hailed as a divine heir? Zhao Su was enveloped in a chaotic aura as he gazed upon the pale-faced Xin Fan, who lay sprawled on the ground. After uttering a few words, a colossal hand materialized, seizing Xin Fan with great force. He then turned his attention to the dual-natured girl clad in pink. Has the bloodline of the Butterfly Emperor weakened to such an extent? What would this world become without my presence? As he spoke, the enormous hand that clutched Xin Fan suddenly tightened, utterly crushing him. Su, awaken, awaken. At that moment, the figure of Little Green began to coalesce. Her face etched with urgency as she called out to Zhao Su. Humph. Zhao Su let out a cold snort, enveloping Xiao Lu in a formidable aura, intent on annihilating him. 3 lives reincarnation spell. Xiao Lu swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring a peculiar symbol that materialized before him, while a design on his right forearm began to glow intensely. At that moment, a similar emblem appeared on Zhao Su's left forearm, detaching from him and merging with the symbol on Xiao Lu's right arm in midair. Cast. Xiao Lu chanted again, as Zhao Su's soul temporarily seized control of his body to commence the incantation as well. Fool, we were originally one entity. Yet you dare assist another in attempting to subdue me? Imbecile. I am merely Zhao Su, and I shall always remain so. I had intended to spare you, but now you shall be utterly obliterated. Let us see who possesses greater strength. Xiao Lu declared, casting a glance toward Ning Rongrong, his eyes bearing hesitation. Yet, witnessing Zhao Su's consciousness wane, he resolved to take a gamble. Rongrong, cast the seal. Xiao Lu commanded, and simultaneously, a complex mark appeared within Ning Rongrong's mind, manifesting on her right arm as well. Though intricate, Ning Rongrong effortlessly executed the seal. Upon completion, a chaotic aura enveloped her, lifting her off the ground. The mark then scattered into 9 vibrant red petals, forming a formation imbued with chaotic energy. The petals began to coalesce, ultimately creating 7 lotus platforms, one appearing beneath both Ning Rongrong and Xiao Lu. With the 3 lives reincarnation spell taking shape, a crimson bloom embedded itself within Zhao Su's being. Very well. Since you have chosen death, do not blame me for the consequences. An irate voice erupted from Zhao Su's mouth, but it was undeniably not his own. I shall sever you in this life. Another voice emerged from Zhao Su, differing from his original tone, yet devoid of malice. This voice represented the complete essence of Zhao Su's soul, awakening fully at that moment. As the scarlet blossom entered Zhao Su's body, a surge of immense power radiated forth, thoroughly suppressing the other soul. Simultaneously, a portion of Zhao Su's complete essence became sealed alongside it. Brother Su. At Ning Rongrong's call, Zhao Su jolted, regaining his composure. Rongrong, what just transpired? You were controlled by another being, Ning Rongrong recounted, and with her words. The previous scene replayed in Zhao Su's mind, alongside memories that had long been sealed away. In ancient times, in pursuit of breaking through to the Emperor realm and achieving an unprecedented state of origin, the other soul had traversed a path that all had walked before. It severed its divine and demonic essences, reincarnating separately. Once both essences attained the Emperor realm, they would culminate in the pinnacle of divine and demonic mastery. Subsequently, the merging of the divine emperor and demonic emperor with their original soul would yield a chaotic body, embodying the convergence of 3,000 paths, thus allowing for a breakthrough into the unparalleled state of origin. At that juncture, the other soul would become the new heavenly Tao, with all beings prostrating at its feet. However, during this process, an unforeseen event occurred. The demonic essence, that is, Zhao Su, was reborn into a family of a demonic emperor, one who was infinitely close to the state of origin. With an already invincible bloodline, combined with the family's supreme demonic techniques, Great Freedom Origin Technique, Zhao Su extricated himself from the previous soul's control, fully coalescing an independent divine essence. Chapter 168, The Ancient Suppression of the Heavens, the Zhao Family. As the opportunity to truly break through the Emperor realm and reach the state of origin began to slip away, the other soul was unwilling to relent. For upon failure, not only would it be unable to reach the state of origin, but it would also suffer a significant decline in power due to the absence of the demonic essence. Thus, it initiated an ancient upheaval, seeking forcibly to merge with Zhao Su. Yet, at this juncture, Zhao Su could no longer be deemed merely the demonic essence of the other soul, for he had, due to the great freedom origin technique, forged his own complete divine essence. Moreover, upon reaching the Emperor realm, he had thoroughly severed all connections to the other soul. Naturally, the other soul would not permit Zhao Su to succeed. Zhao Su's father, in a bid to enable his son to complete the grand transformation of the great freedom origin technique, valiantly confronted the formidable Shang Shi, sustaining grave injuries in the process while managing to severely wound his adversary. He subsequently sealed himself within the chaotic pool amidst the boundless chaos of the cosmos. However, Zhao Su's father, underestimated Shang Shi's resilience. After a millennium, Shang Shi returned, intent on forcefully refining the now ascended Zhao Su. This marked the final battle of the ancient turmoil, a cataclysm that fractured the ancient realm into countless continents and witnessed the fall of 2/3 of the legendary 18 divine kings. In a moment reminiscent of Zhao Ru's sacrifice eons prior, Zhao Su's mother, Cheng Feng, despite her grievous injuries, once again drove Shang Shi away. Yet, in the final moments, Shang Shi managed to intertwine a fragment of his soul with Zhao Su's essence. In a desperate bid to sever this connection, Cheng Feng utilized her last vestiges of divine power to seal Zhao Su's complete soul, along with Shang Shi's fragment, within her son's being. Subsequently, she transported Zhao Su to a world prior to his crossing into the Douluo continent, seeking a means to eliminate the remnant of Shang Shi's soul. Unfortunately, Little Green, in her eagerness to facilitate Zhao Su's return, prematurely initiated the cycle of all things. While this brought Zhao Su to the Douluo continent, it inadvertently allowed Shang Shi's soul to resurface alongside Zhao Su's burgeoning powers. By the time Little Green realized the ramifications, it was too late to reverse the situation. She could only extract a fragment of her own soul to inhabit Zhao Su, aiding him in suppressing Shang Shi's essence. The reason for preventing Zhao Su from ascending to divinity was clear. Should he achieve godhood, he would be unable to restrain Shang Shi's soul. Fortunately, after eons of recuperation, Zhao Su's own soul had nearly returned to its zenith. The souls of the 9 guardian divine dragons were destined to fully awaken Zhao Su's essence upon his ascension. "Fear not, all shall be well," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, clutching Zhao Su's arm tightly, her eyes glistening with tears of concern. The recent clash of souls had begun the awakening of Zhao Su's memories, yet he remained unaware of the entirety of past events. Thus, the paramount objective was to swiftly enhance his strength. "Zhao Su, behold the bronze cauldron." The cauldron, having been shattered by Shang Shi's direct assault on Xin Fan, now lay unclaimed. At this moment, the entire bronze cauldron emanated a radiant white light, mending the fissures that marred its surface. Divine weapons possess sentience. While they may not attain complete autonomy like the spirit of the Xianyuan sword, they can sense peril. The cauldron swiftly ascended, attempting to flee from this perilous situation. "Your master is deceased. You should remain." Zhao Su swiftly formed seals, conjuring an enormous hand that obstructed the fleeing bronze cauldron. He grasped the cauldron and presented it before Ning Rongrong. "Refine it, Rongrong." Regardless of the circumstances, this bronze cauldron was of divine weapon caliber, and at this moment, Ning Rongrong had yet to possess such a weapon. It was perfectly suited for her. Most importantly, the cauldron boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding some attacks in times of peril, granting her a moment to breathe. Ning Rongrong nodded, and the 9 treasure-glazed pagoda materialized in her right hand. Subsequently, a vibrant 9-colored flame ignited, commencing the reforging and refining of the bronze cauldron. As the flames blazed ever more intensely, the cauldron ceased its struggle. Buzz. Soon, intricate patterns on the surface of the bronze cauldron began to detach, and its aura surged dramatically. Dark lines emerged upon the cauldron. Was the bronze cauldron merely a facade of its true form? Zhao Su gazed at the bronze cauldron, identical in form, yet entirely transformed in aura, and expressed his bewilderment. The lingering presence of Xiao Lu, upon witnessing the true form of the bronze cauldron, initially displayed a hint of confusion on her face. However, she soon burst into laughter. No wonder it felt familiar from the very beginning. It is the Zhun Tianding. As Xiao Lu spoke, the black patterns on the cauldron's surface began to take shape, revealing 3 ancient characters, Zhun Tianding. Each character encapsulated profound truths. Together, they possessed the power to subdue even the celestial laws. Zhun Tianding, the divine weapon of your father, the Zhun Tian demon emperor, who once traversed the ancient world unchallenged. At this moment, Zhao Su's memories remained elusive, his recollection of his parents hazy. Yet, he understood that his parents had sacrificed greatly for him, nearly to the point of death, in order to severely wound the enemy. They had afforded him the time needed to restore his essence and eradicate the demonic influences, enabling the perfect reconstruction of his soul. Otherwise, he would have long ceased to exist in this realm. It can be said that Zhao Ru and Cheng Feng were not only the progenitors of his physical form, but also the architects of his second life. With a resounding boom, as all consciousness linked to Shun Fan was completely obliterated, the true power of the Zhentian Ding was unveiled. Shun Fan's ancestor, the god of slaughter, had paid a hefty price to fully refine the Zhentian Ding. Although he managed to seal Zhao Ru's lingering presence within the cauldron, he had not entirely mastered it, merely employing secret techniques to manipulate its power. Naturally, the Zhentian Ding could not demonstrate its true might. However, the circumstances had changed. Perhaps it was due to the familiar aura sensed by the Zhentian Ding in Ning Rongrong, for she encountered little resistance during her refinement process and was thus completely assimilated by it. Xiao Lu was equally surprised that the Zhentian Ding had so readily acknowledged Ning Rongrong as its master. Her deep gaze shifted to Ning Rongrong, and a smile soon adorned her face. No wonder. What does this mean? Could there be any unforeseen consequences? Upon witnessing Xiao Lu's expression, Zhao Su grew increasingly concerned and promptly grasped Ning Rongrong's hand, eager to assist her in breaking free from the Zhentian Ding. When an uncontrollable divine weapon resides within one's body, it is often less a blessing and more akin to a ticking time bomb, liable to detonate at any moment. Rest assured, it is quite safe. The Zhentian Ding has so readily acknowledged Rongrong due to the essence of the Zhao family's bloodline that resides within her. The mention of the Zhao family bloodline left Zhao Su momentarily bewildered. It was Ning Rongrong, her cheeks tinged with a blush, who leaned closer to Zhao Su's ear and whispered softly, "Silly boy, you are going to be a father." Chapter 169. The weakest of the Zhentian clan, really? I am going to be a father? Upon hearing this, Zhao Su was instantly filled with exuberance, lifting Ning Rongrong into his arms. All right, put me down. You'll make us a laughingstock. Let them laugh. I am going to be a father. I am going to be a father. Zhao Su exclaimed loudly, his voice resonating through the heavens and the earth. Master, the presence of that great demon is drawing near. Just as Zhao Su held Ning Rongrong with immense excitement, Xiao Jian suddenly appeared and directed Hu Laiina's attention towards a certain direction. At that moment, Qin Xin also sensed a formidable aura approaching them swiftly. At this moment, although Zhao Su was exhilarated, he had not entirely lost his wits to joy. Naturally, he sensed the impending danger. In an instant, the smile on his face vanished as he shielded Ning Rongrong behind him, preparing for confrontation. Within mere blinks, the formidable demon emerged from the small sword, clad in crimson, with flowing hair cascading down to her waist, casually tied at the back. She was enveloped in a radiant crimson glow, obscuring her features while allowing her form to be discernible. So, that is the aura I sensed. It is you, enchanting sorceress. Humph, if I am the sorceress, then what are you? Your deeds are far more wicked than mine. The woman in red cast a fleeting glance, first lingering on Zhao Su, then shifting her gaze to Ning Rongrong behind him. Her attention then turned to Xiao Lu, whose previously serene aura now surged with ferocity. Regardless, I refuse to allow you entry into the Zhao family abode. Then let us see if I can breach your gates, Xiao Lu retorted, casting a glance at Zhao Su, her eyes glinting with a hint of triumph before her form swiftly dissipated. The woman in red made no move to obstruct her departure nor paid her any heed. Instead, she stepped forward, positioning herself directly in front of Zhao Su. However, her true target was Ning Rongrong. Just as the woman in red was about to seize Ning Rongrong's wrist, the Emperor's 7-kill sword erupted from its sheath, aimed at the woman. But soon, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before all present. A gentle aura emanated from the woman in red, forming a domain that rendered Zhao Su as if he were drowning, struggling to breathe. You remain as feeble as ever. It is truly embarrassing, she remarked, her gaze towards Zhao Su imbued with a hint of affection. At that moment, she had already grasped Ning Rongrong's wrist, but she quickly released it and retreated. Simultaneously, the suppressive domain encompassing Zhao Su dissipated. Who are you? Zhao Su gasped for breath, gazing at the indistinct figure of the woman in red before him. How heartless. They say that once a man marries, he forgets his mother. You should have married a few more, yet you seem to have completely forgotten about me. As she spoke, the hazy crimson aura enveloping her gradually dissipated, revealing her previously obscured visage. She appeared to be in her 30s, exuding an aura of commanding presence. Mother? You may also call me Mom. This individual was none other than Cheng Feng, the matriarch of the Zhao family from the ancient lineage of Jintian and the mother of Zhao Su, the previous saintess of the Eternal Demon Clan. The diminutive green figure was the current saintess of the Eternal Demon Clan, residing within the Forest of Life. In her youth, Cheng Feng met Zhao Ru, and their hearts entwined, leading to a passionate union. However, due to Zhao Ru's lineage as a member of the Zhentian clan, which had been deemed demonic throughout generations, he was regarded as an outcast by various races, and a rift existed between them and the Eternal Demon Clan. The former ruler of the Demon Clan, Long Feng, who was also Cheng Feng's master, vehemently opposed her marriage to Zhao Ru, even launching an assault on the Zhentian Demon Palace in a bid to take Cheng Feng away. Zhao Ru's father, who was also Zhao Su's grandfather, exhibited boundless patience. Yet Long Feng remained relentless. In a state of desperation, Zhao Qi was compelled to take action, engaging in a fierce battle with Long Feng high above in the heavens for an entire day and night, ultimately inflicting grave injuries upon him. Had it not been for Cheng Feng intervening to shield Long Feng from half of Zhao Qi's strike, Long Feng would have been utterly obliterated. Following this defeat, Long Feng severed his master-disciple relationship with Cheng Feng and forbade any association between his kin and those from the Zhentian Mo Palace. Thus, nearly 10 millennia passed. Zhao Su was born and ventured out into the world, where he encountered a woman named Xiao Lu, and they developed mutual affections. This Xiao Lu was, in fact, another disciple taken in by Long Feng after expelling Cheng Feng from the demon clan, and he held great hopes for her. He aspired for Xiao Lu to one day reach the imperial realm, ascend to the heavenly demon palace, and avenge the humiliation he had suffered in the past. However, to his dismay, Xiao Lu had also fallen for someone from the heavenly demon palace. Upon discovering this, Long Feng remained calm, devoid of anger, and simply sat in his secluded place, gazing into the distance. He uttered his final words. Is this fate? I refuse to accept it. I am unwilling. Subsequently, he completely lost the vitality of life. After Long Feng's demise, Xiao Lu learned of the events from years past. Although she and Zhao Su shared a deep affection, she maintained a fierce enmity with Cheng Feng. It wasn't until the ancient turmoil erupted, shattering the ancient world into countless continents and divine realms, that Xiao Lu never truly married into the Zhao family. Eventually, Xiao Lu ascended to the imperial realm and sought to bring Zhao Su back before Cheng Feng. Thus, Zhao Su's journey through time began. Yet, Xiao Lu had underestimated the complexity of the situation. As Cheng Feng spoke, fragments of memories surfaced in Zhao Su's mind, and the once indistinct features of his parents gradually became clearer. To Zhao Su's astonishment, he discovered that his mother on Blue Star bore a striking resemblance to Cheng Feng. This revelation implied that his parents on Blue Star were indeed Cheng Feng and Zhao Ru. In disbelief, Zhao Su wondered, could this be true? Cheng Feng, perceiving Zhao Su's doubts, reassured him, in another world, I am merely a fragment of myself, existing solely to ensure your safety. And what of my 3 sisters? Zhao Su inquired. With a sigh, Cheng Feng responded to the mention of his sisters. The sister referred to by Zhao Su is not the sister from ancient times, but rather the sister from the Blue Star world. In Blue Star, Zhao Su can be described as fortunate, although his family is not particularly affluent. He is never lacking in food or drink. He is blessed with the love of his parents and 3 sisters, having never endured hardship since childhood. Now, to inform him that his parents are merely avatars raises the question, does this mean his 3 sisters are also illusions? Long ago, during the return, your father still confined himself within the chaos pool. I was no match for him, and could only confront you and your 3 sisters simultaneously, which barely succeeded in driving him away. They all suffered damage to their souls and require recuperation. Does this imply that the 3 sisters in Blue Star are indeed my real sisters? Certainly. What is their current state? Your 3rd sister is still recovering. Haven't you already met your eldest and 2nd sisters? Met them? Upon hearing Cheng Feng's words, Zhao Su's mind immediately conjured the image of the woman in red who took Zhu Zhuqing away over the North Sea, as well as the woman in red he encountered in the Valley of Death, who, through the illusory sound sect, revealed that her true form was present and claimed to be his sister. Zhao Su couldn't help but let out a wry smile. He had not anticipated that Lan Yu's remark about his essence being a younger brother was not a taunt directed at him, but rather a candid truth. Zhao Su may be considered the weakest among the Zhao family, the prominent lineage of their town. Chapter 170. Ning Rongrong's Pregnancy, the Radiance of Motherhood. Ever since you were brought to the Douluo continent by Little Green, I realized that the ancient turmoil, which was yet to be resolved, could no longer be halted. Hence, your elder sister and second sister also lifted their seals to accompany you. Mother, I am truly sorry. It is my fault that you are burdened. Zhao Su lowered his head and softly spoke to Cheng Feng. Foolish child, you are my son, my most cherished treasure. I would willingly sacrifice my life for you. Upon finishing her words, Cheng Feng gently pressed her finger against Zhao Su's forehead. Instantly, the golden pool within Zhao Su's mind began to surge violently, ultimately shattering and dispersing into a tangible essence of divine thought, which culminated in the formation of a pentagram. Above this pentagram, the two characters Jin Tian emerged. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, you must safeguard a fragment of your soul. My Zhao family's great freedom origin technique will ensure your soul remains undying. Cheng Feng concluded, reaching out to caress Zhao Su's cheek, her eyes brimming with affection. Yes, I shall remember. Zhao Su nodded earnestly. Then, Cheng Feng turned her gaze to Ning Rongrong, waving her hand to produce a jade bamboo, which she handed to Ning Rongrong. Your name is Rongrong, correct? Indeed. This little girl is truly beautiful, far surpassing that Little Green. At this moment, Cheng Feng couldn't help but make a jest about the Little Green, causing Zhao Su to feel a tinge of helplessness, though he refrained from voicing any objections. This jade bamboo contains all the secret techniques of the Zhentian Ding. You may study it thoroughly as a token of our first meeting. Thank you, Auntie. No need for thanks. Cheng Feng then glanced at Hulaina, but did not linger for long, instead shifting her attention to Xiao Jian. Upon noticing her gaze, Xiao Jian wasted no time and swiftly concealed itself within Hulaina, entirely masking its presence. This action revealed the indelible shadow Cheng Feng had left in its heart years ago. It was wrong of me to refine you into a divine weapon. Today, I shall grant you a fortuitous opportunity, Cheng Feng declared, lightly touching Hulaina's forehead, and a powerful regenerative force surged into her being, enveloping the hidden Xiao Jian within her. Contemplate this well. When you reach the Emperor realm, you shall regain your human form. Buzz. As Cheng Feng's words echoed, Xiao Jian manifested within Hulaina, its blade radiating with a halo of chaotic energy. Though Xiao Jian should have harbored resentment towards Cheng Feng for having been forged into a divine weapon and sealed within chaos for millennia, the presence of this chaotic energy obliterated any animosity it felt. After all, as an ancient primal spirit, it could never ascend to the Emperor realm in its beast form. Now, however, as a sword spirit, coupled with the support of this chaotic energy, achieving the Emperor rank was merely a matter of time. It could be said that Cheng Feng had indirectly helped it break free from the constraints of being unable to ascend in its beast form. Mother, are you leaving now? Indeed. The Supreme has awakened. Though unable to return to the chaotic void yet, he can still manipulate the gods to create chaos. I must seek your father. He is the only one who can confront the Supreme across all continents in the divine realm. Will it be dangerous? Do not worry in this chaos. No one has yet been born who could kill me. However, you must exercise caution. Understood. But do not fret too much. Your elder sister's soul has fully returned, and she will intervene if danger arises. Cheng Feng leaned closer to Zhao Su and whispered, and you mischievous child, must refrain from courting trouble. Mother. Zhao Su's cheeks flushed as she playfully called out to Cheng Feng. Take good care of Rongrong, Cheng Feng said, without hesitation, as she turned to leave. At that moment, she added, the ancient relic mountain will soon be opening once again. First, head to the sea and absorb the white dragon's divine essence. Ascend to divinity swiftly. Understood, Mother. Please be cautious. As Cheng Feng turned, a rift in space opened, emanating a formidable aura. This energy was akin to that which they had encountered when traversing the Black Vortex to reach the ancient relic mountain in the Douluo continent. The phenomenon of spatial traversal showcased Cheng Feng's immense power. Although she had yet to regain her peak strength, she was already capable of wielding the forces of space. For beings of their caliber, the vastness of the world was merely a step away. Once Cheng Feng departed, the entire barbarian king's mountain returned to tranquility. The girl in pink, who had appeared earlier, had already withdrawn. From her words, it was revealed that she too was a descendant of a formidable emperor-level power. Brother Su, should we head directly to the sea? Let us not rush. We should find a town to rest for a few days. Today, everyone has made gains. It is essential to contemplate and stabilize our realms. Zhao Su furrowed his brow and spoke softly. Zhao Su comprehended that although each of them had attained unprecedented strength, the trials that lay ahead would increasingly become perilous. The emergence of He and Chengfeng signified the extremes of divine and demonic paths, respectively. Their presence had already altered the celestial balance across much of the continent. With the resurgence of the world's spiritual energy, the ascension to divinity might soon become less formidable. However, this is merely a comparison to the past when celestial suppressions were in place. After all, the divine positions are limited, and not everyone can attain divinity. The journey to becoming a god can be regarded as a process of survival of the fittest. Only after achieving divinity can one engage in the ultimate battle and seize control of their destiny. As Shen Fan aptly stated, beneath the divine, all are but ants. 10 days later, thanks to the great freedom origin technique's restoration of Zhao Su's soul, he effortlessly reached the unparalleled level of a 99th ranked Douluo. However, due to the constraints imposed by the 9 divine dragons of the Guardian Realm, alongside Sword Douluo Chen Xian and Sky Fox Douluo Hulaina, as well as Barbarian King Douluo Li Kai, he temporarily could not break through to the 100th level of divinity. The path to godhood remains long and arduous. Within a residence in the city of Fengxing, Zhao Su sat at a stone table, savoring tea while Ning Rongrong rested beside him, peacefully asleep. At last, Zhao Su understood the reason behind Ning Rongrong's excessive drowsiness. It was not merely due to absorbing the soul power of the Buddha, but rather because she was pregnant. Moreover, the bloodline of the Zhentian lineage was exceedingly domineering, necessitating formidable soul power for its perfect manifestation. You little one, you must be obedient and refrain from troubling your mother. Otherwise, when you emerge, I shall spank you. With a smile gracing her features, Zhao Su gently caressed Ning Rongrong's abdomen, playfully threatening the little one within. If you let little Bao hear that, he might not dare to come out. Unbeknownst to her, Ning Rongrong had opened her eyes, capturing Zhao Su's hand that was tenderly stroking her belly. In a soft, affectionate tone, she whispered, "My dear baby, do not heed your father's words. Whatever you desire, your mother shall provide." Since her pregnancy, Ning Rongrong exuded an increasingly gentle aura, shedding her former capriciousness and radiating the essence of maternal love. Chapter 171. The ancient relic mountain is about to reopen, big brother, Rongrong. At that moment, Li Kai rushed in, his demeanor frantic. He took a seat at the stone table and exclaimed, "I just gathered some news. The waterfall in the North Sea has reappeared. It seems the time for the ancient relic mountain to open is drawing near. We can no longer delay. We must hasten to the North Sea." Zhao Su's expression grew solemn as he began to contemplate his next course of action. That day, Zhao Su and Li Kai ventured out to procure a plethora of daily necessities, including an ample supply of fresh water and provisions. Zhao Su understood that before returning to the Douluo continent, he would likely have to live upon the vast sea for an extended period. He felt no personal concern, but he was apprehensive about whether Ning Rongrong's body could endure the ordeal. "Do not worry. I am not so fragile. You need not consider my well-being." Ning Rongrong reassured him, entwining her arm with his and smiling gently. "Indeed, Rongrong, you have worked hard," Zhao Su responded. "It is no hardship." Above the northern sea, the waterfall cascading from the heavens was unlike any previous waterfall. This time, it seemed as though the waterfall was genuinely connected to the sky, with torrents of seawater plunging down into the ocean. In turn, the waters of the sea flowed back upward toward the heavens, creating a perfect cycle. Whenever the sea lay calm, the cascading waterfall would gradually stabilize, resembling a vibrant blue mirror. However, when the sea stirred and surged, the waterfall would become tempestuous, unleashing towering waves. As Zhao Su and his companions approached the vicinity of the waterfall in the northern sea, many others, like Zhao Su, had erected high platforms. Yet, these structures were not merely crafted from what Zhao Su's was, they likely bore the essence of formations. Among those present, besides Huarong from the Buddhist sect and Li Xiuran and Li Yuran from the Taoist sect, stood the red-clad maiden of the illusionary sound sect, Lan Yu. At this moment, Lan Yu maintained her aloof demeanor, adorned in crimson robes as she stood upon a lotus platform, her garments billowing in the wind, creating a singularly enchanting sight above the sea. Behind her, as before, stood 9 women in white. Is she now the second sister, or the holy maiden of the illusionary sound sect? Ning Rongrong inquired, gazing at Lan Yu before leaning closer to Zhao Su and whispering, "I do not know. Perhaps, akin to the 12-winged angel's spirit concealed within Qian Rinxue's soul, the essence of the second sister lies hidden deep within her spirit." Zhao Su shook his head, contemplating whether to give Lan Yu a try. At that moment, Lan Yu seemed to sense Zhao Su and Ning Rongrong's gaze upon her, turning her own eyes towards Zhao Su. When she did, a hint of a profound expression surfaced on her previously icy countenance. Observing this, Zhao Su couldn't help but smile. Addressing Ning Rongrong, "Indeed, second sister, it appears your spirit has returned. How wonderful. This means we have little to fear now." Ning Rongrong then glanced towards the group accompanying the girl in pink. There were 5 individuals in total, including the pink-clad girl, known as the 6 divine sons of the divine realm, who were said to guard against those who defy the ancient rules of the Mountain of Ancestry. With Shun Fan's demise, only these 5 remained. Among them, aside from the clearly united divine sons, there were 2 who seemed to operate independently. One was a youth clad in a blue robe, sporting a pair of protruding white horns on his forehead and cold, white hair, his demeanor merging seamlessly with the vast ocean. The other was a woman dressed in a flowing blue gown, her eyes matching the hue of the sea, resembling a doll. Her expression was serene. Although she did not stand directly with the young master of the Wanxing Dragon Palace, she remained close to him. It was evident that this woman was also a sea spirit master, placing her trust more in the sea spirit master, Mie Xiang, than in the land-based spirit masters. At that moment, everyone present in the North Sea region held their own thoughts. The 6 divine sons, no. Now they should be referred to as the 5 divine sons, had been closely observing Zhao Su. 2 among them even contemplated making a move against him, yet were ultimately thwarted by the girl in pink. Over the past few days, Zhao Su and Li Kai had gathered information regarding the 6 divine sons. These 6 were scions of the gods left in the Mountain of Ancestry, remarkable yet not the strongest, and could even be deemed as those abandoned by their families. The dual-natured girl in pink was named Qian Yaoer. Her so-called dual personality was actually a manifestation of her martial soul, indicating that her martial soul had mutated, entirely severing its ties to the inherited martial soul of the Butterfly Emperor, the split-sky demon butterfly. This mutation birthed her alternate persona. Such phenomena had precedence. It was believed her previous life belonged to a powerful being who had reached the realm of God King. To break through to the Emperor realm, she severed her own soul and reincarnated, using herself as a martial soul to traverse the path to divinity anew. However, this situation was precarious. Should she fail to reclaim her divinity, her very essence would be extinguished, leaving no chance for rebirth. Moreover, utilizing oneself as a martial soul meant that before awakening her past memories, she effectively possessed a useless martial soul, devoid of even self-preservation capabilities. Qian Yaoer's ascension to her current level was a testament to her extraordinary talent. This also hinted that her former life was undoubtedly that of a formidable individual. The margin for error in such a situation was exceedingly slim. Hence, Qian Yaoer became a discarded pawn of the Butterfly Emperor lineage, exiled to the Mountain of Ancestry. In addition to Qian Yaoer, the remaining 4 were descendants of the God of Madness, the God of Death, the God of Fire, and the God of Forging. The latter 2 were not particularly noteworthy. The descendant of the God of Madness, named Li Zhong, had a unique situation. He appeared not to be exiled, but had voluntarily sought training in the Mountain of Ancestry. He was the most powerful among the 6 divine sons. Having also reached level 99 and possessing the potential to surpass 100, yet he continuously suppressed his own strength. The descendant of the God of Death, known as a Xing, though extraordinarily gifted, was not a direct descendant of the God of Death. His presence in the Mountain of Ancestry was not for training, but rather to restrain his cultivation speed and to clear the path for the primary genius among the direct descendants of the God of Death. He was the most enigmatic among the 6 divine sons, often standing apart from the others, seldom engaging in conversation. As all present sought opportunities to deliver a decisive blow to one another, an unusual sound of undulating seawater echoed from a distance, indicating that something was rapidly approaching. Instantly, everyone grew vigilant, directing their attention towards the source of the noise. With a resounding rumble, a colossal creature emerged swiftly, the sound resonating in everyone's ears. First, a massive turtle head appeared, followed closely by the enormous shell of the Xia dragon turtle surfacing from the water. This time, the Xia dragon turtle was significantly larger than its previous appearance, exuding a far more formidable aura than before. Its shell resembled a vast and stable landmass. On its back stood 2 figures. One was the girl in red, and the other was Zhu Zhuqing. Sugu. The formerly cold-faced Zhu Zhuqing beamed a smile upon seeing Zhao Su, calling out to him with enthusiasm as she gracefully flew towards the high platform where Zhao Su and the others stood. Zhuqing, Zhao Su hurriedly approached, and the two embraced tightly. Sister Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong also stepped forward, gently calling out to Zhu Zhuqing. During their time at Shrek Academy, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing shared a bond that was akin to sisterhood, having experienced so much together. Rongrong, I heard from Sister Mei that you were pregnant? Zhu Zhuqing released her hold on Zhao Su and moved closer to support Ning Rongrong, a smile gracing her face as she inquired. Ning Rongrong nodded, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. You little rascal, Zhuqing, I've brought you back. Take good care of her. The woman in red standing atop the Basya dragon turtle, Zhao Su's elder sister Zhao Mei, spoke to Zhao Su. Thank you, sister. Upon Zhu Zhuqing's arrival, Zhao Su sensed a formidable aura emanating from her, reminiscent of the great freedom origin technique. Moreover, alongside this familiar energy, he perceived another essence of a soul. It seemed that, like him, Zhu Zhuqing was also sealing her original soul deep within, gradually awakening with the assistance of the great freedom origin technique. There's no need for thanks. Living well is the greatest gratitude you could offer me. Just then, the Basya dragon turtle beneath the sea suddenly became agitated, swiftly pursuing an underwater creature. Zhao Mei's expression gradually turned grave. Standing silently atop the shell of the giant dragon tortoise, a glint of coldness flickered in her eyes. As she formed her hand seals, 7 bizarrely shaped weapons arranged themselves before her, coalescing into a character embodying murderous intent, aimed at the sea. With a resounding crash, the character plunged into the ocean, causing the waters to churn violently. Amipa. Following the utterance of the sacred phrase, a creature resembling a colossal shark emerged from the depths. Perched upon the back of this great shark was an elderly monk clad in a crimson robe. As the chant echoed, a golden radiance enveloped Zhao Mei. Humph. Old bald donkey, are you truly relentless? She scoffed. To suppress evil is the tenet of my Buddhist sect, and as a demon, I shall naturally seek to liberate you. The old monk rose to his feet, hands clasped in prayer, his form radiating with a benevolent light. This venerable monk was not merely an ancient relic of the Buddhist order, he hailed from the divine realm, a true embodiment of enlightenment, and also the staunch adversary of the Zhao family from the Zhentian lineage. The Zhentian lineage belonged to the demonic path, while the Buddhist sect proclaimed itself as a rightful heir to the celestial way, aspiring to liberate the Zhentian lineage. The ancient wars had been ignited with the aid of the Buddhist order, resulting in severe losses for the Zhentian lineage. Since it has come to this, I can hardly be blamed for my lack of compassion. Today, I shall reduce your Buddhist sect to ashes. Initially, Zhao Mei had no intention of engaging with the old monk. She had pressing matters to attend to, yet at this moment, her fury was ignited, and a lethal intent began to brew within her heart, an intent to kill without hesitation. With the myriad paths of Tao drawing upon the cosmos, the heavens are fraught with infinite calamities. Zhao Mei clasped her hands in a ritual gesture, and the sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. From within the tumultuous mass, a colossal Dharma body descended, merging seamlessly with Zhao Mei's essence. In that fleeting moment, an overwhelming aura surged forth, rapidly expanding. A gigantic hand reached out towards the elderly monk. Buddha's law, the diamond body protector. The venerable monk also formed a seal, and behind him, an ethereal image of an arhat appeared, seated in the void. A radiant aura coalesced into a great bell, safeguarding the monk. The resonant chimes echoed, causing the surrounding waters to boil violently, reminiscent of a cataclysmic tsunami that surged outward. Do you truly believe that a mere small diamond body can withstand my strike? Zhao Mei leapt into the air, her colossal Dharma body enveloped in an aura of chaos, and with a powerful swing, she unleashed a mighty punch. Boom, crack, splatter. Beneath this tremendous blow, the bell, which had been condensed from Buddhist light, shattered rapidly like glass. The arhat's ethereal silhouette behind the old monk also dimmed swiftly, retreating hastily, and upon stabilizing his stance, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The path of chaos, where myriad laws are consumed in flames. Zhao Mei did not cease her actions. The chaotic aura enveloping her chaotic form began to coalesce into flames. While ensnaring the old monk, she commenced to incinerate him. Brother Huairong, is this not a venerable monk sent down by your divine Buddhist realm? Will you not extend your aid? Li Xiaoran remarked, casting a glance at the monk engulfed in flames before turning to Huairong with a hint of mockery. The Dao sect had only formed an alliance with the Buddhist order through the lineage of the Dao master, while the elder lineage had always maintained its independence. Thus, Li Xiaoran harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Buddhist sect, showing no regard for Huairong. Li Yuran merely shot a glare at Li Xiaoran, but remained silent. Regardless of the circumstances, they were brothers by blood and belonged to the same Dao sect, with their relationship undoubtedly closer than that of the two present. Amipa, Huairong uttered a single invocation of the Buddha's name, yet offered no further response. However, within his utterance, one could discern a trace of helplessness. 8. What aid could he provide? He could not even contend with Zhao Su, let alone Zhao Mei, who was incomparably stronger. The battle between Zhao Mei and the old monk has transcended to that of divine beings, indeed a confrontation among true deities. Even the likes of Qian Yaoer would be merely walking to their demise in such an encounter, let alone him. At this moment, the old monk settled into a lotus position, reciting sacred verses. Strange golden characters emanated from his lips, ultimately coalescing into what appeared to be a sheet of golden parchment. Zhao Mei, today I shall demonstrate the formidable power of our Buddhist teachings. Upon the formation of the golden parchment, the chaotic energy that ensnared the old monk was swiftly shattered. The chaotic flames were likewise dispelled, though the Buddhist light surrounding the old monk radiated compassion. His countenance bore a fierce grimness. In contrast, Zhao Mei remained composed amidst the swirling chaotic energy infused with demonic aura. In that moment, it became exceedingly difficult to discern who truly embodied righteousness and who represented malevolence. Chapter 173, The Passage over the Northern Sea Humph. Do you truly believe that by invoking the edict of the Buddha, you can transcend me? Zhao Mei raised her gaze to the golden yellow paper radiating with a celestial light. Disdainfully snorting, "Let us see how the old monk attempts to guide you to liberation," she declared. "Since it has come to this, allow me to demonstrate the supreme essence of the Zhao family's great liberation technique." Simultaneously, the two began to form their seals. Amidst the resonant chants, the golden yellow paper began to fracture, morphing into 6 resplendent characters: Om, Mani, Padme, Hum. As these 6 syllables emerged, the ethereal figure of the Arhat behind Zhao Mei transformed into a Buddha, seated gracefully upon a lotus pedestal. In that moment, the entire sea seemed to resonate with the sound of chanting from all directions, filling every heart with a transcendent tranquility beneath the sacred tones. Eventually, these 6 characters coalesced into a swastika, illuminating the surroundings with divine radiance. Meanwhile, as Zhao Mei formed her seals, a character representing suppression manifested above her head. Although devoid of the flamboyance of the 6-character mantra, it appeared merely as a black glyph. Suddenly, an air of annihilation emanated from the suppression character, and the colossal form opened its eyes, revealing depths akin to an abyss, from which a beam of destructive light shot forth. With just that gaze, it shattered the swastika's sacred aura. Simultaneously, a massive hand emerged, seizing the ethereal form. "How dare you, an old bald donkey, flaunt your power here? If you wish to end my life, let your Buddha come personally." While the voice remained Zhao Mei's, its tone had shifted entirely. With a resounding thud, the enormous hand exerted force, obliterating the ethereal form, dispersing the divine light, and silencing the resounding chants that had filled the air. The swastika began to splinter, reforming into a tattered golden paper, a mere scrap. A flame akin to a boiling broth ignited, swiftly reducing the Buddha's decree to ashes. As Zhao Mei's essence surged forth, the aura of the Basya dragon turtle beneath her intensified. It opened its mouth and surged toward the great white shark where the ethereal figure had once sat. In an instant, the turtle's jaws expanded, devouring the massive shark whole. The character representing suppression reappeared in midair, imprinting itself upon the colossal form. With this imprint, the form's eyes gradually closed, and the potent chaos energy began to wane. The great liberation technique of the Zhao family, capable of subduing enemies, also had the power to restrain oneself. Even upon reaching the imperial realm, life could still fade away. Hence, the lineage of suppression devised the great liberation technique to anchor their spirits, retaining only a fragment within their corporeal forms. As life ebbed and the spirit diminished, they sought to reconstruct the spirit, achieving the goal of immortality. However, this technique remained incomplete. Perhaps only when a member of the Zhao lineage transcended the imperial realm and reached the primal state could the great liberation technique be perfected. Once the colossal form closed its eyes, it swiftly vanished into the clouds overhead. The Basya dragon turtle had completely digested the great white shark, its body swelling even larger. The immense turtle stood proudly, resembling a small mountain as it surveyed all around. Finally, its gaze settled on Huairong, a fellow bald-headed individual, causing a chill to run down Huairong's spine, drenched in cold sweat. "Little monk, go back and inform your Buddha that if your sect wishes to eliminate me, Do not send these mere mortals to their doom. Let your 5 Buddhas come together. Amitabha, spare me your Amitabha. Did you hear my words? I heard you, indeed. Huai-Rong replied softly, palms clasped together. In the face of absolute power, defiance was futile. One could only bow in humility. You are quite commendable, little monk. Zhao Mei gazed at Huai-Rong, a smile gracing her lips, before turning her attention towards the direction of the 5 divine sons of the divine realm. The 5 promptly averted their eyes, turning their heads aside. Little brother, I am departing. Delve deeply into the great freedom origin technique, and await the day of your complete return. Indeed, elder sister, take care. Zhao Mei merely nodded, remaining silent as a pipa materialized in her embrace. Her right hand deftly plucked the strings, and with the emergence of a melodious and enchanting tune, the formidable Ba Xia dragon turtle altered its course, swiftly making its way towards the depths of the ocean. After Zhao Mei's departure, the entire sea gradually fell into a serene calm. Everyone hesitated to act recklessly, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. As night descended, Ning Rongrong retired early to her slumber, leaving Zhao Su and Zhu Shiqing to keep watch. Brother Su, what was the world like before you arrived in Douluo continent? Zhu Shiqing inquired, leaning against Zhao Su's embrace on the high platform outside the wooden cabin. A world devoid of martial souls and cultivation, inhabited solely by ordinary people. Zhao Su mused, realizing that Zhu Shiqing must have learned everything from Zhao Mei by now. Furthermore, there was no longer any need to conceal his identity as a traveler from another realm. Does such a place truly exist? She asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Indeed. Can we visit that world? Zhu Shiqing's gaze shimmered with excitement as she lifted her head, looking at Zhao Su with eager anticipation. Yes, but I must confess, I prefer it here. Zhao Su embraced Zhu Shiqing tightly before continuing. It is here that I can be with you. What does that mean? Does it imply that once we enter that world, we can no longer be together? Indeed. Then I shall not go, as long as I can be with you. That is the place I yearn for in my heart. Silly one, no matter where we go, we will always be together, forever, never to part. Yes, we must never be separated again. Zhu Shiqing nestled once more into Zhao Su's embrace and leaned in to kiss him, having been apart for several days. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. They soon entered a modest wooden cabin. As their intimacy deepened, sounds that made one blush and quickened the heart echoed within the cabin. The following day, Zhao Su felt exceptionally invigorated, dispelling the fatigue of previous days. The waterfall connecting the sky and the sea became increasingly transparent, ultimately resembling a mirror, reflecting the scenery across from it. That was a desolate swamp, devoid of life. Anything that fell into it would swiftly be consumed. Brother Su. Ning Rongrong emerged from the wooden cabin behind, calling out to Zhao Su, and continued. It seems the Zhentian Ding has sensed a familiar aura. As she spoke, the Zhentian Ding swiftly emerged from within her, hovering in midair, emanating streams of chaotic energy that flowed into the mirrored world beyond. But, after approximately 5 minutes, the chaotic energy gradually diminished. However, within that unknown realm, a terrifying presence could be felt. Chapter 174. Forging Divine Souls, Crafting the Mightiest Divine Weapon. The Aura of Death? Upon sensing this formidable presence, it was a Shing, the descendant of the Grim Reaper, who reacted first. This aura was unmistakably familiar to him. Not only was there the sin of death, but also the essences of the Fire God and the Mad God. The 3 primary deities had appeared together in that enigmatic realm. This was not merely a divine avatar, but the true forms of genuine primary deities descending. Through this portal, I could feel the searing flames of the Fire God. Is this what divinity is? The onlookers all retreated, and even Zhao Su hastily maneuvered the platform backward. The united emergence of 3 primary deities was unpredictable. For safety's sake, it was wise to withdraw. But, as everyone stepped back, however, the saintess of the illusory sound sect, Lan Yu, did not retreat but boldly advanced. A peepo appeared in her arms, and a tumultuous melody erupted. The ancient piece that Lan Yu played was distinct from Zhao Mei's. Zhao Mei's music resonates with a melodious charm, evoking a sense of tranquility and serenity. In stark contrast, Lan Yu's melodies are charged with the fierce energy of galloping steeds and clashing armaments. Beneath these sounds, the surrounding waters of the ethereal portal surged with fervent vigor. Countless tumultuous waves surged through the portal into an enigmatic realm. Suddenly, the sea congealed into myriad ice blades, forming a character that compelled the 3 concealed first-tier deities to reveal their forms. The character, wrought from ice, began to spread countless shards, transforming the entire marshland into a world of ice and snow. In this crystalline expanse, even the towering fire god, engulfed in flames, felt the heat diminish. Humph! Dare you strike against us from the other side of the boundary? The fire god scoffed, flames igniting with renewed intensity. Instantly, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded, an image of fire and water, traditionally incompatible, manifested before all. The burning flames melted the ice, while the ice sought to extinguish the fire. Fire god, you defy the laws of the divine realm, acting unilaterally. What punishment do you deserve? A voice of authority rang out. Simultaneously, a man of modest stature, shrouded in black mist, emerged, imbued with threads of chaotic energy. A great blade floated behind him. Who in the divine realm dares to judge me? Enough of your prattle. Today, the three of us shall slay you. A domineering voice echoed, as a colossal figure, towering over 2 meters, appeared to the north of the misty man. Boom! A formidable aura erupted, a deathly presence coalescing into a black scythe that aimed directly for the head of the man shrouded in black mist. Together with the fire god, the three positioned themselves to launch an assault against him. It was evident that their intent was to eliminate the man cloaked in shadows. Yet, one could only ponder why such a scene was reflected upon the ancient ruins of the mountain. 3,000 paths of the Tao, annihilating Mad Blade. The man enveloped in black mist faced the 3 first-tier deities with unwavering courage. As he formed seals, the great blade behind him expanded. Countless blade shadows coalescing into a brilliant edge aimed at the trio. 3,000 divine flames converge upon me. The law of death, the malevolent, descends. Storm of chaos, wrathful divine fist. The fire god, death god, and berserker invoke their strongest soul techniques, assailing the man cloaked in mist. Boom! The convergence of their 3 Tao techniques birthed a terrifying vortex. Humph! Such meager prowess dares to vanquish me? 3,000 paths of the Tao. The universe borrows the law. The chaotic divine bell. Dong, dong, dong. The sky darkened, resonating with soul-shattering chimes as a bell radiating chaotic energy descended, ensnaring the fire god within. Bang! The dreadful toll echoed again. Just as the berserker sought to intervene, the heaven-suppressing cauldron swiftly traversed through the portal. It trapped the berserker, who aimed to rescue the fire god. Neither of us can assist you. I shall first slay you, and then refine the other 2. You think you can? The death god scoffed, and with a swift motion, his scythe lunged, disappearing from sight. When the death god reappeared, the scythe was already poised at the throat of the man cloaked in black mist. Yet, the anticipated scene of severed head and spilt blood did not unfold. Within the mist, there was no body, merely an illusion. Perhaps the 3 were merely attacking a doppelganger, while the true entity was elsewhere. Impossible. There is nothing impossible. Do you truly believe that 3 first-tier deities can slay a divine king? Bang! With that sound, a black vortex rapidly formed before the death god, from which a fist emerged, propelling the death god away. He had no opportunity to evade. Boom! The death god crashed into the frozen marshland. 7 ice spikes piercing his body, swiftly siphoning his divine power. Everyone had assumed that the death god, berserker, and fire god had united to ambush the sword-wielding man. Yet, it became evident that the man had cunningly lured them into a trap. The situation had flipped dramatically. At this moment, the chaotic bell began to exhibit its true power. Countless chaotic energies coalesced into chaotic flames, aiming to refine the fire god. This time, the goal was not merely to absorb the fire god's divine power, but to forge him into a divine weapon. Simultaneously, the heaven-suppressing cauldron sought to refine the berserker into a divine armament. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong's soul was linked with the cauldron, which, besides the chaotic energy, also harbored the 9-colored flames dominated by chaotic white fire. Ning Rongrong was enveloped in the same chaotic white fire, assisting the cauldron in forging the berserker. Lan Yu too took action, her hands forming seals as the ice spikes coalesced into a large pot, cooking the death god without the need for water. Husband, employ the forging secret technique. Lan Yu called to the sword-wielding man, who seemed to hear her through the portal. Without speaking, he nodded, and the great blade began to divide. The chaotic bell opened a fissure, allowing the man to send his true name, the illusory world Mad Blade, into the bell. The chaotic energy intensified, the fire god's aura rapidly diminishing. The essence of the illusory world Mad Blade surged, projecting a blade shadow that pierced the heavens, radiating flames as scorching as the sun, instilling a profound sense of oppression. Chapter 175, The Heaven-Suppressing Lineage, Forging Forbidden Techniques. Ah, as the illusion of the illusory world Mad Blade materialized. The fire god's soul erupted in a final roar, striving to break free from the chaotic bell's confines. However, the man, Lan Yu's husband, Wang Fei of the Zhao lineage of the heaven-suppressing clan, chuckled coldly. Fire god, obediently become my blade spirit. Do you not desire immortality? Once you become my blade spirit, you shall attain eternal life alongside me. Wang Fei, shall we negotiate terms? Oh, you wish to negotiate? I could bind my soul to your heaven-suppressing lineage, forsaking divine essence to embrace the demonic path, eternally serving you. I'm afraid not. The heaven-suppressing lineage requires no fence-sitters. Be my blade spirit. You truly leave me no path to live? Wang Fei, enough with the nonsense. Hasten to refine him. Lan Yu gazed at Wang Fei grappling with the fire god, and called out loudly. You heard it too. I am not the one in control. After Wang Fei uttered these words, he refrained from further idle chatter, forming seals with his hands, which manifested a colossal hammer. He leaped into the air and struck down fiercely upon the frenzied fire god. The sound of clanging metal resonated throughout the realm. Damn it, this is the sensation. When Cheng Feng forged me into a divine weapon, it felt just like this. The little sword, upon hearing the thunderous sounds of metalworking, inexplicably became exhilarated. In truth, the forging of the little sword and the fire god was not entirely the same. When Cheng Feng initially forged the little sword into a divine weapon, it was not for personal use, but rather for the descendants of his lineage, the Zhentian clan. Thus, he did not merge the little sword into his own martial soul, preserving part of its consciousness as a test for future heirs. Only those recognized by the little sword could wield it. Conversely, Wang Fei's forging of the fire god aimed to instill intelligence into his martial soul, the phantom world madness blade, while ensuring it remained under his control. Thus, the forging process was far more thorough, effectively shattering the essence of the fire god and extracting its spirit to merge with the phantom world madness blade. Is there truly a need for such excitement? The little sword questioned. You wouldn't understand the sensation if you haven't experienced it. Moreover, this forging technique is a forbidden art. The Zhentian clan is indeed formidable. Had I known this, I would have followed Cheng Feng and joined the Zhentian clan without rebellion, allowing me to act with impunity. Following these words, the little sword became increasingly elated, its form vanishing as it traversed through the spatial gate to that world. Rong Rong, unleash your martial soul. I shall assist you in awakening. Upon entering the cloud-laden realm, the little sword called out to Ning Rong Rong. The sword collided with the Zhentian cauldron, awakening its spirit, which, like Wang Fei, manifested a massive hammer and relentlessly hammered the frenzied god imprisoned within. This was a more direct approach, obliterating the frenzied god's corporeal form and using it as fuel to forge the god's soul. The Zhentian cauldron was crafted from celestial iron by Zhao Ru in his youth, possessing its own spirit due to its ancient origins. Having been in Zhao Ru's presence for countless years, it had transcended the status of an ordinary divine weapon, essentially embodying all that Zhao Ru had mastered, albeit lacking the immense power he wielded. Previously, it had been sealed to prevent the god of slaughter lineage from acquiring the Zhentian clan's secrets, and it took 13 first-tier deities to subdue it. Thus, in the face of a frenzied god, it was more than capable. Before long, the frenzied god's essence was utterly shattered, its fragments beginning to pass through the spatial gate and attach themselves to Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile. The 9 colored flames, dominated by chaotic white fire, continued to incinerate the fragmented essence of the frenzied god. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong sensed the emergence of a spirit within the colorful flames, a youthful figure materializing within the 9 treasure glazed tile. Master, master. A tender and playful voice echoed in Ning Rongrong's ears. Good, from now on, you shall be called 9 colors. Oh, how delightful. I finally have a name. Thank you, master, for giving me such a beautiful name. The 9 treasure glazed tile transformed into a young girl clad in a 9-colored dress, instantly appearing before Ning Rongrong and bestowing a kiss on her cheek. Ning Rongrong gazed at 9 colors, a fond smile gracing her face. From this moment forth, there would be no more frenzied gods in this universe. Meanwhile, Wang Fei had successfully forged the fire god, and the phantom world madness blade now radiated with the powerful flames of the fire god. As the blade merged into Wang Fei's being, the chaotic Dao Bell soared into the air, drawing the trapped death god within the cauldron once more for reforging. You Zhentian clan have gone too far. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall take you with me. At this moment, the death god had broken free from Lan Yu's restraints, and black mist rapidly spread, carrying the scent of death. Ultimately, it even seeped through the spatial gate into the ancient mountain of relics, voraciously absorbing the life essence of all within. The little sword hastily returned, a golden sword shadow materializing to shield Hulina from the deathly aura. The Zhuntian cauldron also returned to Ning Rongrong's side, enveloped in chaotic energy that protected her. Just as Zhao Su prepared to act to safeguard himself and Zhu Shiqing, he noticed a colossal Yin-Yang spirit cat-s phantom appearing above Zhu Shiqing, shielding her as well. This seemed to be the essence of Zhu Shiqing's hidden divine soul. A long sword manifested behind Chen Xian, emanating sword intent to protect him. Li Kai was enveloped in a halo of white light, unaffected by the deathly aura. Witnessing this, Zhao Su felt a sense of helplessness and silently enacted a protective barrier against the encroaching death. Nearby, Huairong, Li Shiran, and others hastily unleashed their martial souls to resist the deathly corruption. Among them, only a Xing, one of the 6 sons of the divine realm, remained completely immune to the deathly essence and even felt invigorated by it. As the deathly aura surged, a Xing's divine power and soul rapidly ascended. Meanwhile, the death god, who was contemplating self-destruction to perish alongside Wang Fei, sensed a Xing's presence and appeared to recall something. The deathly aura swiftly coalesced around a Xing, ultimately utilizing the absorbed life essence to break free from the chaotic Dao Bel's restraint. As the death god passed through the spatial gate, it abandoned its corporeal form to expedite its passage into the ancient mountain of relics. Chapter 176, The Succession of the Death God, no longer a deity. Wang Fei, trailing behind, sought to cross the spatial gate but did not relinquish his physical body, thus trailing the death god by a significant margin. No, I will not abandon my soul to fulfill your desires. Upon arriving at the ancient mountain, the death god attempted to seize a Xing's body to complete the possession and reclaim its divine form. However, at that crucial moment, the death god was taken aback to find a Xing rejecting the overture. Do not forget, I am your ancestor. My blood flows through your veins. Should I perish, the death god lineage will regress, losing its rank among the first-tier deities. What does that have to do with me? I am merely the offspring of a servant. When did you ever acknowledge me as your bloodline? A rebellious child, just like your mother, with a tainted lineage, yet you still aspire to soar to great heights. As a Xing articulated, within the heart of the Reaper, there existed no acknowledgement of a Xing and his mother as part of the Reaper's lineage. In fact, the very existence of a Xing as a descendant was perceived as a taint upon his noble bloodline. You shall not speak of my mother. From this day forth, I, a Xing, shall forsake the divine path and embrace the demonic way. Your bloodline, I return to you. A Xing bellowed, a formidable aura of death emanating from his being. Yet, this aura did not seek to siphon the life essence of others. Rather, it was rapidly coalescing. With a thunderous explosion, a Xing's body disintegrated, blood cascading into the sea, effectively severing his connection to the Reaper's lineage. Do you believe this will free you from the bloodline that courses through your veins? While it may not liberate you, it shall allow for your refinement. Henceforth, the Reaper's bloodline shall commence anew within this youth. Blue Moon initiated a dialogue. Her crimson gown now transformed in hue, and her presence began to shift. Gazing upon the soul of a Xing, she continued. Do you wish to delve into darkness and join my Zhentian lineage? I am willing to embrace the demonic path and dedicate myself to the Zhentian lineage. A Xing's shattered soul was on the verge of dissipating into the cosmos. As he spoke, a pentagram materialized above Blue Moon's head, an ancient character for Zhun suspended within. Today, I bestow upon you the supreme technique, the great freedom source method, to aid in the reconstruction of your demonic soul. The pentagram began to shift, ultimately consolidating a Xing's essence. The character exuded a dark mist, merging a Xing's fragmented body anew. A powerful aura of death surrounded him as the scythe of the Reaper coalesced in his grasp, aimed at the fleeing essence of the Reaper. No, I am your ancestor. You must not do this. Once the Reaper was locked in the scythe's grasp, he felt his soul rapidly diminishing, being consumed by the scythe. His voice trembled with fear. Above, ominous clouds gathered as thunder struck. A Xing stood resolutely beneath the tempest, his imposing figure cloaked in a black robe. Seizing the Reaper's scythe, he absorbed the entirety of the Reaper's essence within. From this moment forth, I, a Xing, shall be the new Reaper, no longer a deity but eternally a demon, with all souls under my dominion. These words echoed from a Xing's lips, resonating with the will of the heavens. a vast black hole appeared behind him, the abode of souls. Observing the spectral, ominous aura of the black void, Zhao Su furrowed his brow, murmuring softly. At that moment, everyone sensed an ineffable phenomenon. The dark entrance was the destination for all, whether human or divine, after death, commonly referred to as the underworld. It was said that all continents shared a singular underworld, elusive and unknown in its entrance. Now, Zhao Su comprehended that the so-called underworld was merely the domain of the Reaper, the realm of the River of Souls, the ultimate resting place for all spirits. Thus, there existed no concept of reincarnation. All returned to dust, merging into the Reaper's domain. With the emergence of the River of Souls, it symbolized the complete refinement of the previous Reaper, heralding the birth of a new one. As the River of Souls manifested, a Xing's divine power surged, breaking through to the pinnacle, becoming a true deity of the first rank. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from afar, and a magnificent five-clawed white dragon approached, its vast form casting a shadow over the land, instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure. The dragon descended, its enormous claws reaching for Wang Fei and Blue Moon, as flames erupted towards the surrounding crowd, attacking all present. Everyone hastily retreated, unwilling to partake in the conflict. Wang Fei, wielding the illusory world blade, hovered midair. The moment the white dragon lunged toward him, he swiftly brandished the blade, unleashing a strike aimed at the dragon. Although massive, the white dragon exhibited remarkable agility, evading the blade's arc with ease. It was at this moment that the onlookers noticed a figure standing atop the colossal dragon, a silver-haired woman, her expression cold and devoid of emotion, adorned in white robes. She bore two protrusions upon her head, unmistakably the mistress of the dragon palace, Xiao. Master. Upon seeing Xiao, Mieshang moved, swiftly appearing beside her. Xiao glanced at Mieshang, her gaze revealing a depth of emotion markedly different from before, tinged with remorse. Blue Moon, did you ever anticipate my return after your Zhentian lineage suppressed me? The events of that time were not as you perceive. It was not to subdue you, but to save you. Blue Moon, facing Xiao, refrained from immediate aggression, even after Xiao had previously attacked them, displaying an unprecedented patience. Wang Fei stood beside Blue Moon, the illusory world blade poised behind him, ever vigilant. Save me? Such eloquence. If your intent was truly salvation, why seal my soul? Why deny me the chance to see my husband? The circumstances then were unique. I returned from the darkness, while my father sealed himself within the depths of chaos. Unable to return, your presence only served to invite demise. And what of my husband? At Blue Moon's inquiry, a flicker of doubt crossed Xiao's face, and the white dragon beneath her began to gradually dissipate. Xiao turned to Blue Moon, asking, a few days ago, I distinctly sensed his and Xiao Lu's presence. Why can I no longer discern where he currently resides? Look in that direction. Blue Moon indicated toward Zhao Su's location. Following her gesture, Xiao's gaze fell upon Zhao Su standing atop a high platform. A fleeting moment of bewilderment crossed her cold visage, and she could no longer contain her tears. In a heartbeat, she stepped forward, reaching out to caress Zhao Su's cheek. Zhao Su did not evade, although, at that moment, his memory held no recollection of Xiao. The instant he laid eyes upon her, an inexplicably familiar sensation washed over him. Husband? Am I truly your husband? Indeed, I am Xiao. Have you forgotten me? Xiao gazed intently at Zhao Su, as if a realization dawned upon her. She quickly added, I understand now, but fret not. Sooner or later, you shall remember me. Recall the moments we shared, the profound connection we forged, and the happiest, most joyous times of our lives together. I am sorry. Although Zhao Su is unable to recall everything about Xiao at this moment, he is acutely aware that it must be a debt of affection he accrued in the past. There is no need for apologies between us. You are called Mieshang? At this juncture, Lan Yue observed that Xiao's emotions had stabilized temporarily, and thus turned to Mieshang to inquire. Indeed, from the preceding dialogue between Xiao and Lan Yue, Mieshang could discern that the two were old acquaintances, despite some misunderstandings. They were not mortal enemies. Moreover, having overheard the conversation between Xiao and Zhao Su, he gained further insight. Hence, in response to Lan Yue's inquiry, although his demeanor remained aloof, he still replied, Your talent is commendable, but it appears that your bloodline power is sealed? Lan Yue remarked, casting a glance at Xiao. That is not something you need to concern yourself with. I have my own plans. Given that, I shall refrain from further comments, as you two are indeed family. Family? What do you mean? Zhao Su found himself somewhat perplexed by Lan Yu's words and inquired, When you ascend to divinity, your entire soul will be able to fully engage with the seal. At that moment, all will be revealed to you. As Lan Yu spoke, she cast another glance at Mia Shang, clearly harboring some unspoken concerns. I shall await you in the Forbidden Land. Take care of yourself, Lan Yu advised Zhao Su earnestly, letting out a sigh before she departed. She turned to join Wang Fei and the group of white-clad women as they stepped through the spatial gate. As they traversed the threshold, the gate began to close rapidly. Observing this, those nearby hastened to follow Lan Yu and her companions through the portal. The descendants of the Fire God and the God of Forging were the first to charge forward. After a moment's hesitation, Li, the most powerful descendant of the Mad God among the 6 divine sons, also surged ahead. With the Mad God deceased, remaining in the ancient ruins served little purpose. Although the Mad Goddess bloodline had not been entirely reshaped like that of the Death God, its potency began to wane following the Mad Goddess demise. Moreover, with the Mad Goddess soul thoroughly usurped by Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tower, a spirit of the tower was born. This indicated that the divine position of the Mad God could no longer be inherited through conventional means. The only recourse was to swiftly return to the divine realm and immerse oneself in the Mad God pool, thereby generating a new divine position. Failing to act promptly would alert the elders of the Mad God lineage, who would undoubtedly send their prodigies to the Mad God pool to become the new Mad God. At that juncture, it would become exceedingly challenging for Li to attain divinity, and he might even face elimination by his own kin to eliminate future threats. Thus, for the sake of his own survival, Li felt compelled to take a desperate gamble. The dual-natured Qian Yaoer did not enter the now-vanished spatial gate. Instead, she silently withdrew. After the gate closed, a Xing also departed alone, with no one aware of his destination. The followers of the Taoist and Buddhist sects retreated as well. At the invitation of Shi Yao, Zhao Su and his companions accompanied her to the palace of the 10,000 saints. Zhao Su sought to ascertain whether Shi Yao was one of the 9 guardian dragons and to clarify the nature of their relationship. From Shi Yao's demeanor, Zhao Su gleaned some understanding. Shi Yao was also his wife, or rather, the wife of his complete soul. This realization led Zhao Su to ponder the number of wives he had and the debts of affection he still owed. My lord, no, Zhao Su. May I speak with you privately? In the palace of the 10,000 saints, Shi Yao halted Zhao Su, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Of course, Zhao Su replied, and they soon found themselves at the edge of a cliff outside the palace. Shi Yao, may I address you as such? He asked. I prefer you call me Yaoer. Very well, Yaoer. What is it that you wish to discuss? Zhao Su gazed at Shi Yao, feeling a twinge of discomfort, for in his current memory, she was but a shadow. To him, Shi Yu was entirely a stranger. I know you are in pursuit of the Guardian 9 Dragon. I can unequivocally inform you that I am the white dragon among them. Are you a spirit beast? Indeed, I am one of the 4 ancient divine beasts, transformed over 1,000,000 years. During my sojourn of training, I encountered you. As Shi Yao recounted her tale, the memories long sealed within Zhao Su's mind began to awaken. From their initial acquaintance to their deepening affection, all recollections surged forth, flooding his consciousness. However, there was a period when Zhao Su's soul was ensnared. That segment of memory was fragmented and lost. During that time, the Zhen Tian lineage endeavored to extricate Zhao Su's soul from the clutches of the higher being. They exerted immense effort, nearly sacrificing all their formidable members. Ultimately, Cheng Feng and Zhao Su's 3 elder sisters united to completely sever Zhao Su's soul from that of the higher being, banishing it into the infinite abyss. After sealing Zhao Su's soul, they transported it to the realm of Blue Star. The universe of Blue Star is, in fact, distinct from that of Douluo continent. Thus, for the inhabitants of Blue Star, those from the Douluo universe are akin to extraterrestrials. This explains why, over the years, the higher being has been unable to locate Zhao Su's soul. Within the Douluo universe, each continent is separated by barriers. Similarly, there exists a formidable barrier between the Blue Star universe and the Douluo universe, more resilient than those among the continents of Douluo. To breach such barriers, even an emperor-level expert must pay a considerable price. Although Shi Yu is a sea spirit beast, she belongs to the demon clan, which has always been at odds with the Zhen Tian lineage. However, unlike Xiao Lu, Xiao does not harbor profound hatred towards Cheng Feng and Zhao Ru. Chapter 178. Unstable Resolve, the Collapse of Invincible Belief. Yao Yao, I am sorry for the suffering I have caused you. After the memories of Shi Yao resurfaced in Zhao Su's mind, he gently embraced her and softly declared, I have promised that I would sacrifice everything for you. This little hardship is nothing. Shi Yao clung tightly to Zhao Su, resting her head against his chest, and resolutely asserted, "I swear to you. This time I will completely sever the ties with Shangshi. Once this matter is resolved, let us find a serene and picturesque place to retreat to, never to part again." Indeed, I believe, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhao Su felt that Xiao had something to convey, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. However, he chose not to dwell on it, instead immersing himself in the joy of their reunion. In the following days, Zhao Su and his companions remained in the Dragon King's palace. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiao gradually grew more familiar with one another. As Ning Rongrong's belly continued to swell, she became increasingly drowsy, requiring more than 10 hours of sleep each day. "Rongrong, are you all right?" Zhao Su gently patted Ning Rongrong's back, his heart filled with concern as he watched her pale face contort in discomfort while she continued to vomit. "Do not worry. I am fine." Ning Rongrong managed to force a faint smile, leaning against Zhao Su's embrace as she softly spoke. "Close your eyes and rest. You will feel better once you drift off." Ning Rongrong nodded, choosing not to speak further. Zhao Su gently embraced Ning Rongrong, infusing her with a vibrant surge of energy that would allow her to drift into a deeper slumber. "How is Rongrong?" Chen Xian, who had been standing a short distance away, approached and inquired softly once Ning Rongrong succumbed to the warmth emanating from Zhao Su. "She is fine, now fast asleep." "That is a relief," Chen Xian replied, a smile unconsciously gracing his face as he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Ning Rongrong. "I am preparing to depart alone." "Why?" "The second trial of the ancient sword god has emerged, and I must hasten to complete it." From Chen Xian's expression, Zhao Su understood that this second trial was surely formidable, perhaps even perilous. "What does this second trial entail?" "I am not entirely certain. I was only instructed to seek the sword tomb to refine the sword spirit." "Is there a specific direction?" "None." Chen Xian shook his head. "Without a direction, how can one locate the sword tomb? Moreover, the passage to the ancient relics mountain in the Douluo continent could open at any moment. If I cannot return in time, I may have to wait a century." "Do not worry. Even without a passage, I possess a means to return to the Douluo continent, albeit with some peril." "Very well. Since Sword Senior has made up his mind, I shall refrain from further comments. Please take care, Sword Senior." "Indeed, I am not overly concerned for myself, but I do worry for Rongrong. Rest assured, Sword Grandpa, with me by her side, she shall face no harm." "Good. With your assurance, I feel at ease." Chen Xian took a deep breath, gently caressing the head of the slumbering Ning Rongrong, and without further hesitation, he stood up and swiftly departed. Zhao Su gazed at the receding figure of Chen Xian, letting out a sigh. He was acutely aware that he must swiftly complete the collection of the 9 guardian dragons and ascend to divinity to prepare for the impending final battle. However, after spending several days in the company of Xiao, although she acknowledged her identity as the white dragon among the 9 guardian dragons, Zhao Su had yet to perceive the essence of the white dragon within her. The current system had essentially ceased to exist, and the avatar of Xiaolu had returned to its original form. For the time being, he decided to disregard the notion of the white dragon. It could be absorbed later, at the final moment. While Zhao Su was lost in thought, the ethereal form of Xiaolu materialized beside him, seemingly reading his innermost feelings. "This matter may not be as straightforward as it appears," she remarked. "Indeed," Zhao Su affirmed, and Xiaolu did not dispute his statement. "The method of absorbing the white dragon's soul differs from that of the other guardian dragons. What distinguishes it?" A sense of foreboding crept into Zhao Su's heart. The souls of the other dragons can be absorbed without significant harm to the host. However, the white dragon is not merely a martial soul, but the only true dragon among the 9 guardians. Thus, to absorb it, one must do so as one would claim a soul ring by slaying it. "Are you suggesting that to attain divinity, I must kill Xiao?" "Precisely. Surely, there must be another way. This is the only method." "Unthinkable. I would rather forego divinity than slay Xiao to seize her dragon soul." Upon hearing Xiaolu's words, Zhao Su spoke without the slightest hesitation. "I know you would never sacrifice Xiao to obtain her dragon soul for your own gain. Thus, I propose we devise a plan once the remaining dragon souls are gathered." Xiaolu understood Zhao Su quite well. She had anticipated such an outcome from the very beginning. Therefore, she refrained from offering any counsel to Zhao Su. Had Zhao Su acted without a moment's pause to slay Xiao for her dragon soul, perhaps he would no longer be the Zhao Su she cherished. Is it truly impossible to ascend to divinity without a dragon soul? If your ambition is to become a deity, the path is straightforward. The challenge lies in how to free oneself from the burdens that accompany such ascension. In that case, I shall forego the dragon's soul, for I am equally capable of liberating myself from those constraints. As Zhao Su spoke, his gaze gradually became resolute. This was not the moment for idle words. Having already set one foot into the realm of the emperors, coupled with the profound essence of the heavenly suppression lineage, escaping one's fate seemed impossible. Do you truly believe you can elude it now? How can one ascertain the impossibility without making an attempt? If that is the case, I have nothing further to say. Upon hearing Zhao Su's words, Xiao Lu refrained from saying anything more. With hands forming a seal, she transmitted a forbidden incantation into Zhao Su's mind. This incantation is designed to liberate your sealed complete soul. If no other options remain, you shall unseal yourself. After Xiao Lu finished speaking, her ethereal form gradually faded away. Zhao Su settled himself before the stone table, his profound gaze lost in contemplation, revealing an air of distress upon his visage. At that moment, a potent sense of defeat gnawed at his heart as the unwavering belief in his invincibility began to crumble, leaving his resolve in disarray. Brother Su, Ning Rongrong, who had been in a deep slumber, sensed the shift within Zhao Su and stirred from her dreams. Calling out to him, Rongrong, am I truly so ineffectual? I am unable to safeguard you, and time and again. It is those who love me who bear the burdens on my behalf. Zhao Su's face bore an expression of anguish as he gazed towards Ning Rongrong, his entire demeanor appearing rather despondent. No, in Rongrong's heart, Brother Su was the epitome of excellence, invincible. Ning Rongrong rose to her feet and approached Zhao Su, enveloping him in her embrace, and continued, I firmly believe that in the end, victory will belong to us. Even in defeat, I shall remain by Brother Su's side forever. Chapter 179, The Great Freedom Origin Decision, the Genesis of Heaven and Earth. Indeed, ultimate victory shall undoubtedly be ours. I shall become stronger, and I shall protect those I love and who love me. Under Ning Rongrong's gentle persuasion, Zhao Su's despondency began to dissipate. That indomitable belief began to coalesce once more, and even the light of invincibility shone brighter than ever before. Zhao Su, in the storage of the soul-guiding devices, withdrew the remaining 3 fragments of the holy angel soul bones. Zhao Su was no longer willing to wait. Even if he could not attain divinity at this moment, he was determined to enhance his combat prowess to the utmost. Previously, Zhao Su had already fused 3 soul bones, those of his left arm, right arm, and skull. Now, only the torso bone and the bones of both legs remained unfused. Zhao Su resolved to merge all 3 soul bones in one go, aiming to assemble a complete set of the holy angel soul bones. Brother Su, isn't this approach rather perilous? I believe it would be wiser to merge them gradually. Ning Rongrong expressed her concern, her countenance tinged with apprehension. There will be no issues. The timing is opportune. While the portal between the ancient relic mountain and the Douluo continent has yet to manifest, I must enhance my strength as much as possible. I sense that once the portal opens, we will be out of time. In that case, shall we have Sister Xiao safeguard you? No need. These are merely 3 soul bones. There is no danger involved. Zhao Su revealed a faint smile and continued, rest assured, nothing will happen. Go find Yu Qing. And no matter what sounds you hear, do not come over. Although Zhao Su harbored a sense of confidence within, he deemed it prudent to suggest that Ning Rongrong depart first. No, I shall not leave. I will remain here. Rongrong insisted. Be obedient, Rongrong. I will be fine. Your presence here will only distract me. Will you truly be all right? I shall be fine, trust me. Zhao Su wore a gentle smile as he embraced Ning Rongrong, tenderly kissing her forehead. Brother Su, please do not encounter any misfortune. Baby and I are waiting for you. Ning Rongrong whispered softly, clinging tightly to Zhao Su's waist, reluctant to part from him. Everything will be fine. Zhao Su resolutely pried open Ning Rongrong's hand, turning away to let her depart. Be careful. Ning Rongrong, with tearful eyes, softly called out to Zhao Su once more before decisively turning and hastening away. After her departure, Zhao Su raised his hand to form a seal, enveloping the entire courtyard in a barrier that forbade anyone from entering. He then sat down before a stone table that bore 3 soul bones, his gaze fixated upon them, and a wild thought burgeoned within him. Boom! Zhao Su sealed his hands, and dark clouds gathered in the sky. A character for seal materialized, alongside the pentagram emblem representing the Zhao family of the Tanny lineage. In the courtyard where Shi Yao resided, Shi, Zhu Xuqing, and Hu Laina were seated, sipping tea and sharing laughter. Suddenly, as the seal character and the pentagram appeared, an overwhelming aura of dark magic permeated the entirety of the Holy Dragon Palace. Xi Yao's expression turned cold, her brows knitting together as she gazed in Zhao Su's direction. Zhu Zhuqing and Hu Laina were similarly drawn to this sinister energy, and all three rose to their feet. Xi Yao, sister. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, with traces of tears on her face, rushed into the courtyard. Rongrong, what has happened? Xi Yao quickly approached to support Ning Rongrong, asking with concern. Brother Su said he intends to merge the remaining 3 soul bones of the sacred angel set. Ning Rongrong sobbed as she recounted the events to Xi Yao and the others. No, he does not merely wish to merge the soul bones. He seeks to reconstruct his soul, defying taboos. Reconstructing the soul, defying taboos? Could it be dangerous? Ning Rongrong grasped Xi Yao's arm tightly, her face a mask of worry and regret. If Zhao Su truly intends to do this, it may not just be dangerous. Sighing, Xi Yao cast her gaze towards the dark mist that had completely enveloped Zhao Su's courtyard. What should we do? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have left. Calm down. Rongrong, you cannot blame yourself for this, Hu Laina softly consoled her. Wait here. I will investigate. Zhu Zhuqing promptly followed suit, and Ning Rongrong, eager to accompany them, was held back by Hu Laina. Rongrong, you mustn't go. No, I must go, Ning Rongrong insisted resolutely. Hu Laina, seeing no alternative, decided to accompany her. Upon reaching Zhao Su's courtyard, they discovered it was impossible to enter the area shrouded in black mist. Even Xi Yao's attempts to breach the barrier were futile, and they feared that forcing entry could harm Zhao Su. Thus, they could only pace anxiously outside, contemplating their next course of action. Within the courtyard, Zhao Su's eyes glowed red, his body clad in black armor, as a spear of death floated before him. The 12-winged sacred angel materialized as well. The Emperor's 7 killing sword appeared, beneath which a miniature pentagram took shape. The colossal form of the celestial dragon kid also emerged, flickering in and out of sight within the black mist. In that moment, all 3 of Zhao Su's martial souls manifested, beneath the overwhelming dark magic of the mist. Zhao Su began to integrate the remaining 3 soul bones into himself, striving to reach his most formidable state. The merging of the leg bones transpired without incident, smoothly assimilating with his own. However, upon the integration of the torso bone, waves of black and golden light erupted, intertwining in a dazzling display. As these 2 streams of energy surged into the 12-winged, sacred angel martial soul, the soul fragments began to rapidly split apart, ultimately resulting in the emergence of 2 distinct entities. One radiated an aura of terrifying destruction, while the other emanated a divine, golden light. These 2 conflicting energies manifested simultaneously, and as they opened their eyes, they formed a peculiar symbol with their hands. With the appearance of this symbol, the 2 began to divide rapidly, one transforming into a black orb of destruction, the other into a white orb of sanctity. The 2 orbs expanded rapidly, hovering in the air like colossal celestial bodies, instilling awe in all who beheld them. Second layer of the Great Freedom Source technique, the opening of heaven and annihilation of worlds. Outside the courtyard, Xi Yao's expression changed upon witnessing the 2 orbs, resembling celestial spheres descending from the heavens. She whispered to herself, "What is this?" Zhu Zhuqing, unable to catch Xi Yao's words, could discern from her countenance that this was no benign occurrence. Chapter 180. Fusion and Possession. However, Zhu Zhuqing misconstrued Xi Yao's meaning this time. It seems we have underestimated the demon emperor of Tianyi. Perhaps he has anticipated this day for a long time. Xi Yao shook her head, finally grasping the chasm between the God King and the Emperor realm. Though merely a single realm apart, the distinction was akin to that between a giant and an infant. The God King could still be regarded as a formidable human, but upon ascending to the Emperor realm, one transcended humanity and entered the realm of the Tao. With myriad paths to enlightenment, only by truly comprehending one can one break into the Emperor realm. This elucidates why many God Kings fail to ascend throughout their lifetimes. At that stage, it is no longer mere cultivation, it is enlightenment. Failing to achieve such enlightenment, one remains but a mortal being. Furthermore, Zhao Ru could be considered the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, and he likely had 1 foot already in the Source realm. Zhao Su had once mentioned that the Great Freedom Source technique comprises 3 layers, and only upon reaching the 3rd layer could one claim true perfection. Even Zhao Ru, having attained the Emperor realm, remained at the 1st layer. Now it appeared that Zhao Ru had long since grasped the 2nd layer of the Great Freedom Source technique, but had sealed it within Zhao Su. This could be seen as a fatherly love as deep as mountains. To aid Zhao Su in reconstructing his soul, Zhao Ru had sacrificed his opportunity to enter the Source realm. completely extracting the second layer of the Great Freedom Source technique from his own soul and passing it on to Zhao Su. As the black and gold orbs emerged, they radiated countless traces of the Tao, merging into Zhao Su's being. In an instant, he was enveloped by the essence of the Tao, and his red eyes began to transform, one becoming golden, the other black. The seven killing sword and the celestial dragon cat also underwent changes, with the latter's form shrinking yet emanating an aura of terrifying power. Zhao Su gradually comprehended that the devouring celestial cat might indeed be the true inherited martial soul of the Zhao family. The so-called 12-winged holy angel was merely an embodiment of the Tao's essence, concealed within Zhao Su's being in the form of a martial soul. As the 12-winged holy angel completely dissipated, the 9 soul rings that adorned it began to shatter, subsequently merging into the devouring celestial cat. Instantly, starting from the first soul ring, it transformed entirely into a golden base, adorned with a million-year soul ring suffused with black Tao essence. The 9 soul skills of the 12-winged holy angel were also wholly integrated into the devouring celestial cat. It was only at this moment that Zhao Su grasped the reason why the devouring celestial cat possessed no soul skills, save for a singular fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul. This was because the devouring celestial cat and the 12-winged holy angel represented the true complete form. Upon the completion of the fusion, Zhao Su's fully realized divine soul began to merge rapidly within the scriptures of the creation and annihilation. Finally, a miniature figure, identical to Zhao Su yet diminished in size, manifested upon the pentagram pattern. Sitting cross-legged upon the pentagram, enveloped in Tao essence, it suddenly opened its eyes wide and, at the moment of rising, seamlessly merged into Zhao Su's consciousness. In that instant, the golden pool within his mind shattered completely, and the tangible golden liquid was wholly absorbed by Zhao Su's miniature counterpart. Zhao Su felt as though his head were on the verge of splitting apart, a sensation that even his body, which had surpassed the strength of a divine king, could scarcely endure. Cracks began to rapidly manifest throughout his entire being, starting from his head. Had it not been for the profound essence coalescing within him, he would surely have been shattered to pieces by now. Outside the courtyard, upon hearing Zhao Su's anguished cries, everyone furrowed their brows in concern. However, the entire area was enveloped by the oppressive aura of black and gold, rendering them powerless to breach its confines. As his spiritual essence grew increasingly potent, the fissures across Zhao Su's body widened, ultimately becoming too formidable for even the profound essence to contain. He sat cross-legged, while the black celestial spirit cat emitted a similar essence, not to aid Zhao Su, but to assist the complete form of the spirit within his mind. Zhao Su could sense that, although the complete form of his soul was indeed a part of him, it harbored intentions of assimilating his current essence, or rather, usurping it. At that juncture, Zhao Su might cease to be Zhao Su. To put it plainly, this was not much different from being merged and usurped. No, I, Zhao Su, shall not become anyone's shadow, nor shall I serve as a stepping stone for anyone. Zhao Su observed as his very essence was on the verge of being utterly consumed, while the profundity emanating from the devouring celestial cat grew increasingly formidable. Zhao Su formed seals with his hands, as the terrifying red flower emanating a dreadful aura materialized above his head. This time, it was not merely a few petals, but a complete blossom with 9 petals. It was only at this moment that Zhao Su comprehended the nature of this flower. It was not a vessel concealing Zhao Su's complete soul, but rather a bloom known as the ghost flower. In the cycle of 3 lives, the grand dream of spring and autumn remains untouched by causality. The so-called lineage of Tianjin, the so-called supremacy, were merely a conspiracy. All of it was an attempt to utilize him to achieve the sacrificial body necessary for transcending the imperial realm. There were no parents, no paternal love as solid as a mountain, nor maternal affection. Everything was merely a grand scheme. He was Zhao Su, not a fragment of a complete divine soul, nor the heir of the Tianjin lineage. Everything was but a fleeting dream, a web of deception. Zhao Rui did not integrate the second layer of the Great Freedom Source decision, the Heavenly Destruction Sutra, into Zhao Su's body out of paternal affection. Rather, he sought to utilize Zhao Su's physique to cultivate the Heavenly Destruction Sutra. Zhao Su sat cross-legged, his hands forming intricate seals, as a terrifying aura shattered the pentagram symbol representing the celestial guardian lineage. At that moment, the vibrant red of the otherworldly flower fully bloomed, exuding an indomitable essence of chaotic Tao fruit. Meanwhile, within the Shrek Academy of the Douluo continent, Huo Wushuang, blessed with the fire dragon, and Yu Tianxin, bearer of the candle dragon, felt their soul powers being drawn forth by an overwhelming force. Their respective soul spirits began to evolve rapidly. And soon the dragon's souls detached from them, soaring into the distance. Simultaneously, the triad fusion technique of Flender, Lu Erlong, and Yu Xiaojiang was also guided by this potent energy. The golden sacred dragon emitted a series of majestic roars, circling above the Shrek Academy. Once the dragon's soul was extracted, Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojiang, and Flender sensed the severance of their connection. The golden sacred dragon began to regress swiftly, reverting to its original form, the three cannons of Luo. Yu Xiaojiang's painstakingly cultivated soul power also diminished rapidly, halting at the 29th level, leaving him with no further opportunity to advance his soul power. On the vast sea, the sea dragon Douluo stationed by the sea dragon pillar encountered a similar predicament. His soul spirit was drawn forth, and the dragon's soul circled above the ocean. However, the sea dragon Douluo's soul power remained largely unaffected. He retained his title as a limit Douluo. Within the sea god temple on Sea God Island, Poseidon, the sea god Douluo, sensed a formidable aura swiftly permeating the entire Douluo continent. The sky darkened with ominous clouds, and not far from Sea God Island, Pearl Island manifested a black vortex radiating a terrifying energy. Four divine dragons spiraled above the sea, seemingly assisting in the rapid formation of this black whirlpool. Roars of dragons echoed from within the vortex. Soon, this dark whirlpool revealed a completely transparent spatial gateway, reminiscent of the ancient ruins between the Northern Sea and the Death Marshes. Through this portal, one could clearly see a figure enveloped in Tao rhythm, seated in meditation with a vivid red flower emanating a dreadful aura of destruction above his head. Three divine dragons soared above the petals, which appeared as a complete world. The fire dragon, turbid dragon, sea dragon, and golden sacred dragon ventured through the spatial gateway, diving directly into the crimson petals. Yet, two divine dragons were still absent. Nevertheless, this sufficed. The seven divine dragons, centered around the golden sacred dragon, began to coalesce into a formidable divine soul. A roar resonated as this divine soul, formed by the dragons, penetrated Zhao Su's consciousness. The two divine souls bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhao Su's true form, one clad in red and the other in black, both enveloped in Tao rhythm. Zhao Su, we are inherently one. Why the struggle? I require none of you, retorted the figure in black, extending his right hand to summon the spear of death. As the spear transformed into nine-headed hydras, it suddenly began to disintegrate, eventually merging into a strand of divine thought that fused with the black-clad Zhao Su's soul. Realizing this, Zhao Su understood that the spear of death was the embodiment of one of the last remaining boundary-guarding divine dragons, the Black Dragon. You were always our sacrificial vessel. Did you think you could escape us? At this moment, an identical divine soul appeared, donning white robes, standing alongside the black-clad soul. Throughout this ordeal, the ancient Zhao Su's divine essence had never been severed. All of this was merely a conspiracy targeting Zhao Su. Did you truly believe that as a sacrificial vessel, I lacked my own means? Though identical in appearance, each individual radiated a distinctly different aura. The black and white divine souls were forcibly expelled from Zhao Su's mind. His true form abruptly opened its eyes, blood-red orbs glinting with a hint of derision. Impossible! The black and white souls seemed to grasp something, their hands poised to form seals, but Zhao Su was already in motion. With the myriad of Tao, I borrow the laws of the universe. Great dreams spring and autumn decision. As Zhao Su's voice resonated, the fissures on his body began to mend swiftly. The spatial realm shifted rapidly, the rivers of time intertwined. As the seasons transitioned in a fleeting instant, as if eons had passed, Zhao Su's aura began to surge rapidly, and the hidden sky-eating cat in the ominous clouds let out a meow, merging into Zhao Su's being. The ethereal flower of the other shore floated above his head, its blossoms cascading down chaotic energies, enveloping Zhao Su in a protective embrace. The Emperor's seven-kill sword shimmered with myriad patterns, conjuring a series of annihilation formations, which began taking shape. Simultaneously, a pair of resplendent butterfly wings materialized behind Zhao Su. Boom! With the invocation of the Tao, the universe lent its power, and the annihilation formations surged forth. At that moment, a portal to the void reappeared, revealing the figure of Xiao Lu in a flowing white gown. Annihilation formations arise. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also formed seals, a vibrant red flower blooming above their heads. Each individual bore a peculiar symbol on their right arm, interlinked. So, You have known everything all along? A voice sneered. Did you really think I would recklessly bring Zhao Su back to the Douluo universe without certainty? At this moment, Xiao Lu no longer concealed her true realm. Emperor realm? You have actually attained the Emperor realm. The ethereal soul in white gazed at Xiao Lu, eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, everything we have done is merely to coax your divine and demonic souls to emerge. The voice continued as both began forming seals, their essences intertwining until they became one. Their realms ascended rapidly, halting only upon reaching the Emperor realm. We do not need to escape from you, Xiao Lu chuckled. And in the depths of her gaze, a realization dawned upon her. Just as she contemplated fleeing, she found herself ensnared by a forbidden force. Since you are here, do not think of leaving. This time, the voice belonged not to Xiao Lu but to Xiyao, or rather, the unshackled Xiyao transformed into a white divine dragon, merging into Zhao Su's being. In an instant, 9 divine dragons coalesced, and the complete ethereal flower of the other shore manifested above Zhao Su's head. In that moment, it became clear to the ethereal soul in white. The so-called schemes to kill for dragon souls and the perilous unsealing were all part of a grand strategy orchestrated by Zhao Su and Xiao Lu, aimed at completely luring out the ethereal soul's divine and demonic essences. Little did he expect that after a lifetime of playing the hawk, he would today be pecked in the eye by one. He gazed at the fully formed annihilation formation, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. Ultimately, he had met his defeat. Even though he had concealed himself well and had deliberately allowed Zhao Su to devour his demonic soul in ancient times, intending to merge it with Zhao Su's divine soul, he had not anticipated that all of this was observed by Zhao Su. On his cosmic chessboard, he had played yet another grand game. Though the recent dream of spring and autumn was but a fleeting moment, it made Zhao Su feel as if he had traversed the ages anew. While Zhao Su had not yet reached the Emperor realm, he was more than adequate to contend with the remnants of the ethereal soul. Crucially, with Xiao Lu, who had achieved the Emperor realm, as the core of the formation, plus Xiao at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm, along with 8 guardian divine dragons, they fused into Zhao Su's essence. Moreover, the annihilation formation was empowered by the reincarnation technique bolstered by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. It could be said to be invincible, casting a shadow over the cosmos. From this day forth, I, Zhao Su, shall no longer be your sacrificial vessel, nor a mere blade to challenge the heavens. With Zhao Su's declaration, a figure clad in red armor emerged from the blooming ethereal flower, suffused with the essence of the Tao, wielding a 3-meter-high red scepter of destruction. Is it really you? The ethereal soul gazed at the figure clad in red armor, merged with Zhao Su and holding the scepter, finally coming to a profound realization. Zhao Su is indeed an incomplete remnant of a soul, yet it is not the fragment belonging to the Zhao family of the Zhentian lineage. Rather, it is the lingering essence of the god of destruction, one of the 18 divine kings from the ancient divine realm. In essence, from the very beginning, Zhao Su comprehended that he was ensnared in a grand game of strategy. The orchestrators of this intricate tableau are 2 individuals, representing the Zhentian lineage and the embodiment of the Tao of heaven on earth. However, unbeknownst to them, there lies a true master of the game hidden beyond these 2, the god of destruction. Thus, today you have come to know all of my schemes, and it is time for you to close your eyes in eternal rest. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smirk, a sinister glint illuminating his features as he raised the staff of destruction high, enveloping the surroundings with the deadly formation. The one above offered no resistance, for he understood that any struggle at this juncture would prove futile. Do you truly believe you have triumphed? As his essence teetered on the brink of annihilation, he felt no fear. Rather, a sense of triumph surged within him. Though you have completely cast me aside, this is by no means the final confrontation. I await you in the forbidden land of the abyss. Just before his essence faded entirely, he echoed words reminiscent of those spoken to Blue Moon prior to their parting. The Forbidden Land, even in ancient times, was merely a legend, rumored to be the very origin of all life in the universe and the ultimate battleground for Destiny's final conflict. As the remnants of his essence were obliterated, the celestial phenomena began to wane. The deadly formation gradually disbanded, and the lotus of destruction fractured into 9 petals. 4 of these petals entered the bodies of Xiao Lu, Shi Yao, Zhu Shiqing, and Ning Rongrong, while the remaining 5 coalesced, temporarily merging within Zhao Su. It is essential to note that this was not the complete formation of annihilation. It required 9 individuals, including Zhao Su, to be whole. The Forbidden Land is, in fact, the site where the witch ancestor is sealed. Following the restoration of normalcy, Xiao Lu turned to Zhao Su and spoke. The witch ancestor? The fabled architect of this universe? Indeed, eons ago, this universe existed in a state of chaos, until one day, amidst the tumult, two beings emerged. One, the epitome of the demonic path, known as the witch ancestor. The other, the pinnacle of the divine path, referred to as the Tao ancestor. The former embodied the yin, while the latter represented the yang, forming the complete triad of the 3,000 avenues. From their inception, the witch ancestor and the Tao ancestor vied for supremacy over existence, battling from a realm of merely two to an era teeming with myriad life forms, the epic of chaos. That period was one of breathtaking splendor, where every being could be deemed divine, and countless races clashed in fierce combat, all stemming from the 3,000 avenues birthed from the conflict between the two ancestors. As the epic of chaos waned, the demonic path reached its zenith, claiming dominance over the heavens while the divine path was branded as heretical. The Tao ancestor was sealed beyond the heavens, and with his imprisonment, the completeness of the 3,000 avenues faltered, rendering the cultivation path for all life increasingly arduous, ushering in the age of antiquity. Nevertheless, even during this age, the realm of emperors flourished, yet the divine kings could merely attain the threshold of cultivation. This state persisted for nearly 1 billion years until the emergence of a prodigious talent among the human race, who disrupted the established order entirely. This genius, known as Emperor Tian, shattered the confines of the incomplete 3,000 avenues, transcending the emperor realm to reach the source realm, thus attaining the realms of the Tao and witch ancestors. With the restoration of the 3,000 avenues through Emperor Tian, the demonic path could no longer suppress the divine path, leading to the Tao ancestors' liberation from its seal. A powerful alliance formed between the Tao ancestor and Emperor Tian, uniting the human and divine races in a counteroffensive against the witch ancestors' dominion over the demonic race. Ultimately, the witch ancestor succumbed, imprisoned in the Forbidden Land, while the demonic path plummeted into obscurity, subjugated by the divine and human races, shifting the celestial order from demonic to divine. However, it is said that for reasons unknown, Emperor Tian vanished without a trace, leading to the human race's subjugation by the divine. Only the mightiest among them could ascend to divinity. The Tao ancestor, often referred to as the heavenly Tao, sought to prevent anyone from achieving the source realm as Emperor Tian had, sealing the demonic path and sacrificing 1,000 avenues of his own. This rendered the heavenly Tao incomplete, and the spiritual essence of the world dwindled, further suppressing the demon-worshipping races and altering the cultivation system. Henceforth, it became necessary for humans to possess martial souls to cultivate, making it exceedingly challenging for the human race to attain divinity. Initially, only beast martial souls existed, but as time progressed and the new heavenly Tao rules were refined, a variety of martial souls emerged. It was not until the mid-antiquity era that the lineage of Zhen Tian appeared, disrupting this established order and marking the resurgence of the demonic path. The 3,000 avenues began to mend. Yet the constraints of martial souls continued to impede ascension to divinity. Legend has it that the Zhen Tian lineage embodies the bloodline of the witch ancestor, symbolizing the demonic path, while the figure above represents the bloodline of the Tao ancestor, epitomizing the divine path. So, does this imply we remain ensnared in a labyrinthine predicament? Indeed, the realm of the gods has descended into utter chaos, with deities embroiled in conflict, each harboring a fragment of Tao resonance within them. If my conjecture holds merit, it is highly likely that both the Tao ancestor and the witch ancestor have awakened. Xiao Lu sighed, her brow furrowed, a veil of worry shrouding her visage. Currently, we find ourselves on the periphery of both the demonic and divine paths, potentially becoming targets for all. Fear not, if that is the case, we shall await their arrival. Zhao Su's lips curled into a subtle smile, his profound gaze radiating an indomitable brilliance. His entire being was suffused with a fervent spirit of battle. Even in the face of inevitable defeat, he remained undaunted. Rest assured, Brother Su, I shall stand by your side through any circumstance, Ning Rongrong declared with unwavering determination as she stepped forward to link her arm with Zhao Su's, tilting her head upwards. Foolish girl, do not worry, with me here. There is no need to fear any witch ancestor or Taoist master. Zhao Su affectionately ruffled Ning Rongrong's hair, his gaze imbued with tender indulgence. Following Zhao Su's transcendence of the forbidden and his successful ascendance to the divine realm, he had directly become the god of destruction among the 5 great divine kings. With the complete return of Zhao Su, the ancient mountain of relics underwent silent transformations. The spatial gateway between Douluo continent and the ancient mountain of relics had fully formed near Pearl Island and the sacred dragon palace. This time, however, the spatial gateway differed from previous instances. It was no longer constrained by the limitations of time. As long as one could withstand the formidable power of the black vortex within the gateway, passage to Douluo continent was attainable. With the opening of the spatial gateway and the gradual perfection of the 3,000 avenues, the suppression exerted by the divine wills within the ancient mountain had also lost its efficacy. Chapter 183. The Spatial Gateway, the Descent of the Gods. Surprisingly, Zhao Su had yet to locate the whereabouts of Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua within the ancient mountain, despite the extensive search conducted with the influence of the sacred dragon palace. No trace of them could be found. In his quest for Tang Yuehua, Zhao Su had even ventured into numerous forbidden zones, yet to no avail. If my conjecture holds true, the individuals you mentioned should not be within the ancient mountain, Xiao remarked with concern as she gazed at Zhao Su in the courtyard of the sacred dragon palace. Not within the ancient mountain? That is quite possible. Otherwise, even in the event of an accident, there would be some clue. Where could they have gone? I do not know. Xiao shook her head. The battle that led to the destruction of the ancient realm had effectively fragmented this world into hundreds of continents. Searching each one would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, utterly impractical. There is no need for such worry. I am uncertain about Bibi Dong, but I can sense that Yuehua is not in any peril. You can sense Yuehua's presence? Of course. The 9 and 1 of the Annihilation Array are capable of mutual perception. Then why can I not feel her? To put it plainly, within this Annihilation Array, you are merely a vessel. Although you are the focal point, truth be told, you are not of significant importance, Xiao said with a smile, addressing Zhao Su casually. Hearing this, Zhao Su felt somewhat helpless but did not dwell on it further. He then recalled Xiao's earlier mention of the 9 and 1 and continued to inquire. Aside from you, Little Green, Zhu Qing, Rong, and Yuehua, who else is there? Are you truly unaware? What do I know? Zhao Su's tone betrayed a hint of insecurity as he spoke. Yet, he was indeed being truthful. He genuinely did not know. I do not know either. Who can say how many romantic entanglements you have outside? Xiao's words caused Zhu Qing and Ning Rong to cast disapproving glares at Zhao Su. Zhao Su was instantly rendered speechless, hesitant to utter another word. Just teasing you, Xiao remarked with a laugh upon seeing Zhao Su's woeful expression. It was only then that Zhao Su finally exhaled in relief, a smile returning to his face when he heard Zhu Qing's voice. That may not be the case. Both Bai Bidong and Hulaina, as well as your shadow leader, seem quite intrigued by you. Well, what can I say? It seems my charm is simply irresistible. Zhao Su, with a rather self-satisfied smile, remarked, humph. Several individuals simultaneously scoffed, advancing to pinch the soft flesh at Zhao Su's waist, exclaiming in unison, is that so? Just kidding. My charm only manifests in front of you few. Unable to withstand the united front of the 3 women, Zhao Su had no choice but to relent, refraining from any further boasting. Laughter and joy resonated throughout the courtyard, yet it could be deemed the final moments of merriment. The portal between the ancient relic mountain and the Douluo continent had already been opened. Although Zhao Su was loath to depart, departure was inevitable. Xiao, why don't you return to the Douluo continent with me? Zhao Su expressed his concerns aboard a ship in front of the Wanqing Dragon Palace. I cannot leave just yet. If I do, the entire aquatic populace within the Wanqing Dragon Palace will be in peril. Although Xiao longed to accompany Zhao Su and remain by his side, she could not abandon the sea tribes of the Wanqing Dragon Palace. Be exceedingly cautious. Should danger arise, do not resist recklessly. Preserving your life is paramount. Do not worry. I shall be fine. As long as I am here, those deities will not dare to act recklessly. Take care, Sister Xiao. Farewell. Xiao smiled at Ning Rong and Zhu Qing before saying no more, turning to leave the ship and return to the Wanqing Dragon Palace. She despised goodbyes, yet found herself compelled to part ways. Let us depart. Zhao Su gazed at the departing figure of Xiao, feeling a pang of reluctance, yet rendered helpless. With a heavy heart, he turned away, refraining from another glance. Upon reaching the vicinity of the portal, Zhao Su and his companions discovered that the area had transformed into a battlefield. Countless individuals were desperately striving to pass through the portal and enter the Douluo continent. Master, upon sighting a ship adorned with the banner of the Wanqing Dragon Palace approaching, the ever-watchful Mie Shang, who had long been stationed near the portal, leaped onto the vessel with agility. He respectfully addressed Zhao Su. Why are there so many people? Due to the laws of heaven and earth. Many have ascended to godhood on the Douluo continent, and the spiritual essence of the world has become increasingly dense, thus drawing countless individuals to seek passage there. Many have attained divinity? Indeed, the angel god, the Shura God, the sea god, along with several others, have made their presence known on the Douluo continent. How do you know all this? Mieshang handed a jade tablet to Zhao Su and continued, such tablets have appeared in various locations throughout the ancient relic mountains. Zhao Su grasped the jade tablet and cast a fleeting glance at its surface. Where only a succinct line of text was inscribed, the return of the gods marks the commencement of a great calamity. Upon this jade tablet, Zhao Su sensed the presence of multiple deities. It appeared that someone sought to plunge this realm into utter chaos. If my conjectures hold true, not only the ancient relic mountain but several continents may be interconnected with the Douluo continent. Indeed, I have heard whispers that the Star Luo Empire has been annihilated. And the Heaven Do Empire, in alliance with the Spirit Hall, has commenced their assault against the intruders. It seems we must return post-haste. Zhao Su turned his gaze towards the tumultuous portal of slaughter, a flicker of concern illuminating his expression. Mieshang, return and inform your master that if you encounter peril, do not stubbornly defend the ancient relic mountain. Seek a way to hasten your journey to the Douluo continent. Understood, Mieshang replied earnestly, bowing once more to Zhao Su before leaping off the deck, treading upon the sea's surface. Boom! In that instant, Zhao Su unleashed his power, emanating a formidable aura of annihilation. Under the terrifying presence of this destructive energy, those engaged in combat abruptly ceased their hostilities and turned to regard Zhao Su. All who wish to survive, retreat at once. Zhao Su's voice carried a formidable divine consciousness, accompanied by an aura of divinity, compelling everyone to retreat hastily. In an instant, the area surrounding the spatial gateway fell into silence. For the sake of safety and to prevent any potential disarray during another traversal of the spatial portal, precautions were taken. Zhao Su formed seals with his hands, encasing several individuals within the spatial storage device he carried. Subsequently, his entire being was enveloped in crimson armor, and a pair of butterfly wings sprouted from his back. With a powerful flap, he entered the portal to the spatial realm. This time, he did not succumb to unconsciousness as he had when confronting the formidable aura of the black vortex at the ancient relic mountain. Instead, he braced himself against the vortex's force within the portal. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he beheld the luminous exit and was met with a pungent scent of blood. Meanwhile, upon Zhao Su's entry into the portal, the individuals from the ancient relic mountain surged once more towards the entrance, yearning to leverage Zhao Su's essence to traverse the spatial gateway. Chapter 184, The Subjugation of Tang San. The moment Zhao Su stepped forth from the portal, a long red sword materialized before him. Exuding a terrifying sword intent that aimed directly for his neck, Zhao Su swiftly evaded the terrifying sword intent, and only then did he direct his gaze towards the source of the attack. There stood a tall middle-aged man not far away, with long crimson hair and blood-red eyes, emanating an aura of malevolence. He was none other than the King of Slaughter, Tang San. Zhao Su could discern that Tang San's aura had transcended the 100th level, clearly indicating his attainment of divine status. Yet, enveloping him was not only the essence of the Shura God but also a trace of malevolence. It appeared that he did not inherit the divine position of the Shura God in the traditional manner. Rather, he seemed to have employed a unique method. Although he had entered the divine realm, he was not solely the Shura God but coexisted with him. At this moment, the sea surrounding the portal was littered with corpses, their lifeblood staining the waters a deep crimson. Bodies floated upon the surface, and the gruesome scene, coupled with the overwhelming scent of blood, rendered the area akin to hell on earth. These corpses belonged to those who had desperately sought to traverse the portal from the ancient relic mountains to reach the Douluo continent. Unbeknownst to them, the very place they yearned for was, in truth, their final resting place. Should I address you as Tang San, or the nine-headed bat? Zhao Su distanced himself from Tang San, first releasing Ning Rongrong and the others from the spatial storage device. While this device allowed them to survive temporarily, it did not provide air, making the experience rather uncomfortable. This was particularly challenging for Ning Rongrong, who was pregnant, as she could not remain in such a completely isolated space for extended periods. I must also express my gratitude to you. Had it not been for the strand of divine consciousness you left within me, I would not have so easily devoured those nine-headed bats. It seems you have truly become Tang San now? Indeed, I am not only Tang San, but have also ascended to the realm of divinity. I aim to break free from the Shura God and become a new deity. In that case, shall we collaborate? Is that all you have? As soon as Tang San finished speaking, The Shura divine sword was sheathed, and he grasped the black Haotian hammer in his hand. Great Sumera hammer. Tang San unleashed his most formidable soul technique, now elevated to the status of a divine skill. As the Great Sumera hammer emerged, Tang San became one with the Haotian hammer, which was predominantly black but interspersed with a blood-red hue, exuding an overwhelming aura as it hurtled toward Zhao Su. Although you have ascended to godhood, you remain far too weak. Zhao Su stood there, seemingly indifferent to Tang San, despite currently being only at the divine realm. However, at the zenith of his power, he had approached the Empyrean realm, having experienced firsthand the formidable strength it possessed. Even though he had not fully regained his former prowess, he still exuded an invincible aura. In the face of Tang San's most potent strike, he did not even unleash his martial spirit, opting instead for what appeared to be a simple punch. Bang! Boom! The moment Tang San's Haotian hammer collided with Zhao Su's fist, the entire surface of the sea surged violently, unleashing towering waves. The air was filled with the terrifying sound of explosions, and countless droplets of blood-tainted seawater shot skyward. Centered around the two figures, a powerful force radiated outward. Puff! Following the overwhelming surge of energy, Zhao Su remained calm and composed, standing resolutely in place. In stark contrast, Tang San was forced to retreat rapidly, stumbling backward for over 10 steps before finally regaining his balance, only to spout a mouthful of blood. Could it be that such a vast chasm existed even among those of the divine realm? Collaborate with me, and you shall emerge as the ultimate victor. Otherwise, death awaits. The aura emanating from Zhao Su erupted instantaneously as he advanced once more towards Tang San. Tang San grasped the Haotian hammer, unleashing an overwhelming presence that surged forth with all his might, striking towards Zhao Su. He sought to ascertain the extent of the disparity between himself and Zhao Su. With a myriad of techniques at his disposal, he embodied the invincible law of the body. Zhao Su has once again adopted a formidable stance, aiming to compel Tang San to submit entirely. Zhao Su's desire to collaborate with Tang San is not primarily due to Tang San's strength, but rather because he possesses the aura of the Shura God. It can be said that he is the most suitable candidate to replace the Shura God. Zhao Su has resolved that this cataclysm shall be the final act, eradicating all lurking dangers once and for all. As Zhao Su formed intricate hand seals, a formidable figure clad in black armor materialized behind him. It was the new martial spirit born from the fusion of the 12-winged holy angels. This entity, known as the Demon Devourer, embodies both divine and demonic elements, possessing the entirety of the 3,000 great avenues. As the Demon Devourer merged with Zhao Su, a profound aura of the Tao coursed through its colossal form, simultaneously emanating an aura of destruction. This overwhelming presence caused the divine energy within Tang San to crystallize entirely, instilling a palpable sense of mortality even beneath the shadow of this destructive realm. In that moment, Tang San found himself ensnared by an immense hand. An overwhelming sense of helplessness washed over him, rendering him devoid of any will to resist, to submit, or to perish. Zhao Su presented Tang San before him, his eyes resembling the abyss of the universe, one radiating an aura of destruction, while the other exuded a vibrant vitality. These two wholly disparate energies were harmoniously manifested within Zhao Su's gaze. I submit. Tang San inhaled deeply, ceasing his resistance, and spoke softly. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Su allowed a smile to grace his lips and released his grip on Tang San. The indomitable divine form began to dissipate as Zhao Su formed a seal with his right hand, imprinting a powerful symbol into Tang San's mind. Instantly, Tang San's consciousness surged dramatically. From the depths of his mind, immense power coursed through his entire being, significantly enhancing his divine strength, ultimately eradicating the adverse effects of forcibly elevating himself to the divine realm by absorbing other soul energy. He stabilized firmly within the divine realm. The extraordinary sigil in his mind simultaneously birthed a complex mark of techniques, gradually elevating Tang San's consciousness while imparting an unprecedented clarity. The residual soul essence of the nine-headed bat king was completely integrated. Tang San underwent a profound transformation. His crimson eyes returned to normal, and the malevolent essence of the nine-headed bat king vanished entirely. He appeared significantly younger, his already towering figure of over 6 feet becoming even more imposing. Coupled with the inherently domineering aura of the Haotian hammer, Tang San exuded an extraordinary majesty. It must be said, Tang San was indeed an exceptional beauty, handsome yet not effeminate. A true prodigy embodying both allure and strength, deserving of the title of the foremost genius of his era. It was no wonder that Ceci fell for Tang Chun at first sight, while remaining indifferent to the equally brilliant Douluo. Chapter 185. The Great Reshuffle of All Powers in Douluo Continent. After all, beauty is the ultimate justice, especially considering Tang Chen's talent surpassed that of Douluo. Thus, Douluo's defeat at Tang Chen's hands was not a mere coincidence, but rather a predetermined outcome. Great Freedom Origin Technique. Tang Chen felt the intricate yet profoundly mysterious technique in his mind, a glimmer of joy flickering in his eyes. Indeed, cultivate diligently. This Great Freedom Origin Technique not only allows you to reshape your soul, but also liberates you entirely from the lingering essence of the nine-headed Bat King and the Shura God upon your consciousness. Now, Zhao Su realized that the so-called Zhentian lineage was not entirely aligned with him. The Zhentian lineage sought only to preserve Zhao Su, not his deity of destruction. The final battle in the Forbidden Land might very well be against foes. Given this, Zhao Su resolved to impart the Great Freedom Origin Technique entirely to those within his camp, enabling them to rise swiftly. He envisioned everyone mastering the Great Freedom Origin Technique, fostering an internal competition. If breakthroughs were unattainable, then reaching the pinnacle within the confines of the heavens rules was the goal. Moreover, under the Douluo universe, no technique was more suitable than the Great Freedom Origin Technique. Although they might be enemies, Zhao Su could not deny that the patriarch of the Zhentian lineage, the Zhentian demon emperor Zhao Ru, was indeed a genius, perhaps surpassing even the Dao ancestor and Wu ancestor who existed before this realm. Now, Zhao Su harbored suspicions that Zhao Ru might very well be the mysteriously vanished Emperor Tian. After all, at their level, even the desire for death could be considered a luxury, truly achieving longevity alongside the heavens. Do you truly trust me? Tang Chun gazed at Zhao Su, a hint of skepticism flashing in his eyes. It is not trust but an unwavering belief in my invincibility, even if you turn against me. I shall remain unfazed by your solitary presence. Zhao Su spoke with remarkable authority, thereafter disregarding Tang Chen. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned the ship that had been brought over from the ancient relics mountain, boarding it alongside Ning Rongrong and the others. Under the impetus of Zhao Su's divine power, they sped toward the horizon. Standing upon the sea, Tang Chun gazed at the ship that had vanished from sight, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. He murmured softly, "Very well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you in this final frenzy." As he spoke, Tang Chen's resolve began to solidify. In Zhao Su, he saw a reflection of his younger self, yet he had since succumbed to the obsession of becoming a deity, forgetting his original aspirations. Nearly a century had been lost to the parasitism of the nine-headed Bat King, leading him to lose his true self. However, despite constantly facing adversity and being a pawn on others' chessboards, Zhao Su had steadfastly maintained his original intentions, earning Tang Chen's respect. Within the spirit hall, a dark vortex materialized, from which emerged two women and a man. The women were Bibi Dong and Tang Yuehua, while the man was Xieyu, the brother of Hu Liena. At that moment, Bibi Dong was adorned in a golden gown, her long golden hair elegantly tied back, crowned regally, and wielding a golden scepter over 2 meters tall. Her curvaceous figure, coupled with her flawless beauty, evoked a sense of ethereal wonder. From her, one could also sense the aura of divinity, indicating that she had entirely supplanted the Rakshasa god and descended to the divine realm. In contrast to Bibi Dong, although Tang Yuehua was equally impressive in figure and beauty, her aura slightly paled in comparison. Xieyu, while handsome, seemed to fade into insignificance beside the two stunning women. Nevertheless, his presence revealed that, despite not achieving divinity, he had attained the rank of a level 99 Super Douluo, evidently having encountered fortuitous circumstances. As the trio arrived at the spirit hall, they found it eerily deserted. While Bibi Dong pondered this, the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo, along with 2 other titled Douluos, appeared in the grand hall, their excitement palpable upon seeing Bibi Dong. The other 2 were Hong Feng and Quang Dao Douluo, whom Zhao Su had left behind in the spirit hall. However, after their initial exuberance, a sense of helplessness washed over them. "What troubles you? Why is the spirit hall devoid of life?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Your Majesty, the spirit hall has become a mere shell of its former self." What? At that moment, numerous new powers had emerged across the Douluo continent. With the Star Luo Empire having fallen, and the spirit hall suffering severe damage, Douluo had, in a bid for survival, led the spirit hall to join a sect known as the Angel Sect. The Angel Sect? Indeed, their leader is Miss Qianrenxue. With a single strike, she severely wounded us 4. Although she bears the guise of Miss, she is not truly her. Is there any news of Zhao Su? Bibi Dong asked with furrowed brows. She had not anticipated such profound changes across the Douluo continent in just a few months. It was evident that all factions had undergone a complete restructuring, with the Spirit Hall left in shambles, sustaining only the Ghost and Chrysanthemum Douluos. Others had either been slain or had followed Qian Douluo into the Angel Sect. No. Since your departure, no word has reached us regarding Zhao Su. To my knowledge, the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce has also sustained tremendous losses, and the shadow has been nearly eradicated. Zhang Ying's fate remains unknown, replied the pale-faced Hong Feng. What of the Haotian sect? Tang Duo queried urgently. The Haotian sect is also faring poorly. The sect leader, Tang Xiao, has been gravely injured, and of the 5 titled dual-level elders, 3 have perished and 2 are wounded. Their third-generation disciples are nearly extinct, forced to flee from their hidden sanctuary, rumored to have sought refuge with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. And my second brother? Humph. Miss Tang, the assault on the Haotian sect was orchestrated by Tang Hao and Tang San. Had it not been for their involvement, the Haotian sect may not have suffered such devastation. Moonlight retorted coldly, his expression complex. Chapter 186. The Crisis of the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Haotian Sect. How could this be? Tang Weihua frowned, shaking her head yet increasingly believing Moonlight's account. The specifics of the situation remain unclear to us. For days, Moonlight, Ghost, Hong Feng, and Quang Dao had remained hidden within the Spirit Hall, too fearful to venture outside. Once regarded as the pinnacle of power within the Douluo continent, titled Douluos now barely met the minimum standards. Alongside the rise of indigenous powers, outsiders had begun to dominate the Douluo continent. That very night, Bibi Dong and her companions departed from Spirit City, bound for Heavendo City. Their mission was twofold: to ascertain Zhao Su's return and to investigate the presence of Haotian sect members within the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong also sought to forge an alliance with the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School. However, the success of such an alliance remained uncertain, as Bibi Dong had previously launched a surprise attack on the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School, leaving it devastated. The two factions had been sworn enemies. In times past, an alliance would have been utterly impossible. Yet, with the current drastic changes in the Douluo continent's landscape, numerous variables had emerged, unbeknownst to Bibi Dong. Just as her group departed, Zhao Su and his companions arrived at Spirit City. Upon reaching land, Zhao Su's group learned of the significant shifts within the Douluo continent's powers. Initially intending to return directly to Heavendo City, they instead opted to visit the Spirit Hall first, having heard of its upheaval, which was a closer destination than Heavendo City. Why do I sense something amiss here? Upon entering the city, Hulaina, who was most familiar with the Spirit City, sensed an unsettling anomaly. Although it was the dead of night, and all the inhabitants were ensconced in slumber, the profound silence felt rather unusual. It appeared that everything we had heard along our journey was indeed true. The Spirit Hall had undergone a tremendous transformation. Zhao Su, with a swift release of his spiritual consciousness, enveloped the entirety of the Spirit City. He discerned that the Spirit City was utterly desolate, with all the houses abandoned. There was not a single soul to be found, not even a dog graced the streets. Each dwelling bore the scars of battle. Let us proceed to the Spirit Hall. As Zhao Su's consciousness swept over the Pope's Hall within the Spirit Hall, he sensed the lingering aura left by Bibi Dong. Boss, look over there. There are inscriptions. Upon their arrival at the Pope's Hall, the group found no trace of any figures. The vast palace stood empty and hollow. At that moment, Li Kai pointed to a pillar within the Grand Hall and called out to Zhao Su. Zhao Su followed the direction indicated by Li Kai and soon spotted a column inscribed with a line of characters, unmistakably left by Bibi Dong. It was a deliberate message intended for Zhao Su, signifying that she and her companions had proceeded to Heavendo City, the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Without hesitation, Zhao Su and his entourage set off towards Heavendo City that very night. In the meeting chamber of the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School, the leader Ning Fengxi sat at the head of the table, engaged in a serious discussion with Tang Xiao. Both appeared visibly strained. Ning Fengxi's countenance was grim, while Tang Xiao's pallor suggested he had sustained significant injuries, yet lacked the opportunity for proper recuperation. Recently, the Heavendo Empire had exerted relentless pressure on the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School, demanding their allegiance alongside the Haotian School. They had even dispatched formidable beings of divine caliber to provoke the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School. Bibi Dong. Ning Fengxi furrowed his brow upon hearing the name. Intending to respond when the messenger continued, in addition to Bibi Dong, Miss Tang is also here. Miss Tang? Yue? Tang Xiao rose abruptly, excitement evident in his voice. Indeed. And I sense that Bibi Dong may have ascended to divinity. Ning, this is not the time for stubbornness. We should meet with them, Tang Xiao urged. Very well. If Brother Tang insists, then let us meet. Ning Fengji conceded with a wave of his hand to the messenger. Soon, guided by the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Bibi Dong, along with Tang Yue and Xie Yue, entered the meeting room. Ning Fengji's gaze, tinged with resentment, fell upon Bibi Dong. If not for her influence, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not have been subjugated to the Heaven Do Empire, nor would they be in such dire straits. Elder brother. Upon seeing Tang Xiao, Tang Yue rushed forward in tears. Sister, seeing you safe brings me great relief. Tang Xiao's rare smile illuminated his face, a stark contrast to the turmoil he had endured since the upheaval of the Douluo continent's laws. As the leader of the Haotian school, he had witnessed the demise of his kin, helpless to intervene. The burden he bore was immense, especially as his own brother had instigated the attacks on the Haotian school. Thus, the reunion with Tang Yue stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Sister, is it true about second brother? Despite having gathered insights on the journey, Tang Yue sought confirmation from Tang Xiao. Indeed, your second brother is no longer the same as before. Tang Xiao's expression darkened further at the mention of Tang Hao. Ning Zhongzhu, Ning Fengji remained seated, his eyes coldly fixed on Bibi Dong, choosing silence. At last, it was Bibi Dong who broke the silence, addressing Ning Fengji. But before she could finish, he interrupted. Your Excellency, the Pope, there is no need for such formality. Pray tell, what brings you to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Speak plainly. Very well. I shall be forthright. I wish to form an alliance with your esteemed school and the Haotian school to seek a chance for survival in these chaotic times. That is unnecessary. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School cannot afford to align with you. Your Excellency should seek others. Please leave. Ning Fengji dismissed her coldly. Ning Zhongzhu, I understand your hatred towards me, and I do not seek your forgiveness. However, you must recognize that we now find ourselves in the same boat. Only by uniting can we avoid being completely supplanted by other forces. Bibi Dong's words revealed her transformation. She was no longer the arrogant Pope of yore. Humph, how eloquent. Bang! A sudden, thunderous noise erupted from outside. Master Trouble. The 9 deities claiming to be the law enforcers have returned and are attacking, resulting in many of our disciples being slain. Such brazen tyranny, Tang Xiao exclaimed, striding towards the chaos outside. There, 9 figures clad in black hovered in the air, casting disdainful glances at everyone within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The leader, upon spotting Tang Xiao and Ning Fengji, arrogantly proclaimed, Ning Fengji, Tang Xiao. This is your final chance. If you do not submit, you shall face death. How dare you presume to judge others' fates? A cold voice interjected, that of Bibi Dong. As her words faded, a suit of azure armor enveloped her, and 9 scythes soared forth, aiming at the 9 hovering figures. Bibi Dong herself surged forward, a terrifying aura radiating from her as the soul-devouring demon emperor manifested behind her. With 6 spider-like legs, she ascended into the sky. Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's martial spirit, the 9 sensed an impending threat of death, particularly from the 9 sides emanating dark malevolence. The Rakshasa domain enveloped them, severely hampering their movements. Rakshasa God? The 9 exclaimed in unison, hastily retreating, but it was too late. While they narrowly evaded the sides, they were ensnared within Bibi Dong's Rakshasa domain, rendering escape impossible. Bang! Just as the 9 were on the brink of demise beneath Bibi Dong's sides, a terrifying sword energy descended from above, shattering the Rakshasa domain. A towering figure, exuding an intense aura of slaughter, appeared before Bibi Dong, none other than the Shura God. Bibi Dong, I never imagined that within mere months, you would completely usurp the Rakshasa goddess position. What, do you wish to challenge me? You are not yet my match, despite your ascension, the Shura God declared, his pride evident as he regarded Bibi Dong with nonchalance. Whether or not I am your opponent remains to be seen, Bibi Dong retorted, launching an attack with her scythe aimed directly at the Shura God's neck. Humph, if you seek death, do not blame me. I had intended to spare you, but it seems you leave me no choice but to annihilate you. The Shura God remained composed, effortlessly evading Bibi Dong's strike. Buzz. At that moment, from within the Shura God's being came the sound of a sword being drawn. The crimson glowing Shura sword, imbued with an insatiable thirst for blood, slashed towards Bibi Dong. From the murderous intent, Bibi Dong discerned that the Shura God had surpassed the rank of divine king, likely on the verge of reaching the emperor realm. His mastery of the path of slaughter was nearly complete, just a step away from breaking through the divine king threshold. Bibi Dong's brow furrowed. She found herself incapable of resisting such overwhelming malevolence. PFF. Bibi Dong would naturally not sit idly by, with both hands forming seals. The soul-eating spider emperor behind her instantly merged into her being. She transformed into a colossal spider emperor, her 6 spider legs moving rapidly. Yet, despite this, she was still injured by the murderous intent of the Shura God, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing forth. Just as the Shura God was preparing to unleash his lethal attack, a figure suddenly appeared, whisking the injured Bibi Dong away from the Shura God's domain. Simultaneously, the crescent moon in the sky transformed into a full moon, radiating a gentle glow. The moon's law, Moonblade Assault. It was the evil moon that had intervened. Under the cover of night, the moon in the sky bestowed him with immense power. Countless moon blades descended from the full moon, aimed at the Shura God. Such trivial skills. Do not forget, even if you were a moon god, you would merely be a secondary deity, no more than an ant. The Shura God scoffed, disregarding the multitude of moon blades. With a casual wave of his hand, he shattered them all. He then turned his gaze back to Bibi Dong, who had been taken away by Tang Yuehua. I offer you one last chance. Submit to me, and I guarantee that you shall all ascend to godhood, enjoying the longevity of heaven and earth alongside me. You lack the capability for such a feat, do you not? Just then, a voice echoed from the back hall of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar that reverberated through the heavens. Emerging with the dragon's cry was a figure of immense stature, yet devoid of flesh, purely skeletal. It was Douluo Gu Rong. At this moment, Gu Rong had completely broken free from his seal and had entered the realm of gods, even surpassing it, achieving the status of a god king. A colossal skeletal dragon coiled around his massive form. The 7 Treasures glazed tile school survived the chaos of the world largely due to Gu Rong's presence, which had prevented their annihilation. Dragon Clan Bloodline. It seems the last of the Dragon Clan to escape the divine realm is you? Indeed. I have bided my time for many years, awaiting the day I can return to the divine realm and avenge my dragon kin. You are far too weak. Even your dragon progenitor could not escape the fate of being hunted. How do you intend to take revenge? By my own strength. Boom. Before Gu Rong could speak further, an imposing voice resonated, and a long sword descended from the heavens. This terrifying sword intent made even the Shura God retreat hastily. The sword transformed into a humanoid form, ignoring the Shura God, and instead addressed Gu Rong. Old Bone, I've returned. I promise I will help you exact your revenge. And I will not go back on my word. Ha ha ha, Old Sword, you finally returned. I thought you had perished out there. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Gu Rong erupted in laughter. You want to die while I am still alive. Chen Xian retorted fiercely. Despite their banter, both recognized one another as the best of friends. Gu Rong had arrived on Douluo continent severely injured, only to be rescued by Chen Xian. It was because of Chen Xian that Gu Rong remained within the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Sir Uncle. Upon seeing Chen Xian, Ning Fingji smiled and called out to him. Fingji, your old man is back. Rest assured. Anyone who wishes harm upon the 7 Treasures glazed tile school must first get through me, Chen Xian declared, turning his gaze toward the Shura God. At that moment, Chen Xian seemed like a sharp sword, his prowess in the realm of swordsmanship rivaling even the Shura God's path of slaughter. It was evident that Chen Xian had fully completed the divine trials of the ancient sword god, transcending the god king realm. The ancient sword god. I never anticipated you would so perfectly succeed him. The Shura God's composure had vanished, his brows furrowing in contemplation. Shura God, the final battle is not yet upon us. Do you truly wish to fight to the death now? Humph, do you think you alone can stop me? The Shura God had firmly resolved that he must eliminate Chen Xian and all others today, lest they become future threats. Though Chen Xian had reached the God King realm, he was still somewhat inferior. Coupled with the 9 divine realm experts behind the Shura God, they were sufficient to slay Chen Xian and his companions. Even if it came at a cost, it was a price he was willing to pay. Then let us test that, Chen Xian declared, forming seals with his hands as the 7 killing sword manifested within him, accompanied by an entire sword tomb. Countless swords of various forms hovered above the sword tomb, emanating an aura of terror. Chapter 188. Life and Death Battle with Chen Xian's hand seals, centered around the 7 killing sword. A multitude of swords soared into the sky. ultimately merging into a singular sword that transcended the realm of swordsmanship. Boom. He slashed toward the Shura God. Eternal slaughter, invincible domain. The Shura God similarly formed seals, his murderous intent spilling forth, revealing a crimson glow within that intent. A sword, seemingly dripping with blood, manifested, transforming into a shadow that lunged toward Tang San. Bang! Upon collision, a terrifying aura erupted, obliterating the entirety of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Had it not been for Bibi Dong and the others shielding their area, all within would have perished beneath the cataclysmic aftermath. Even so, many disciples of lesser cultivation coughed blood and collapsed, their fates uncertain. However, they could not afford to check on the lives or deaths of the disciples at that moment, as the 9 divine realm experts on the Shura God's side had already launched their attack. This was a true attempt to eradicate all, leaving no future troubles. Kill. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the 9 divine realm experts, her body radiating battle intent as she roared and charged forward. Tang Xiao, Tang Yuehua, and the remaining elders of Haotian sect followed closely behind. Ning Fengji and the disciples of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school remained in the rear to provide support. Radiant lights enveloped Tang Xiao and the others. Ning Fengji glanced at Bibi Dong, pondering something, yet ultimately cast a light upon her. Compared to Bibi Dong, Ning Fengji harbored an even deeper hatred for the Shura God. Gu Rong and Chen Xian joined forces against the Shura God. Initially, they were evenly matched. However, gradually, they found themselves at a disadvantage. The Shura God grew more formidable with each passing moment. Although Chen Xian had inherited the entirety of the ancient Sword Goddess legacy, the Sword God was inherently weaker than the Shura God. Additionally, Chen Xian had only recently completed the divine trials, and his divine power had yet to stabilize, rendering him no match for the ancient god who had lived for countless ages. Cannot be utilized for my purposes, must be eliminated. What a pity. The Shura God exudes a ghastly scent of blood, surrounded by an overwhelming aura of slaughter. The Shura God's sword radiates an immense killing intent, forcing both Chen Xian and Gu Rong to retreat helplessly. The fierce battle captures the attention of everyone in the entire Tiando city. Within the headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, Niu Gao and Yang Wudi gaze intently towards the direction of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, which is ablaze with brilliant light. Old Rhino, should we intervene? Yang Wudi inquires of Niu Gao. Niu Gao hesitates, aware that they are already struggling for their own survival. Just days prior, someone had approached the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce seeking to recruit them, but upon their refusal, the chamber was attacked that very night. Had it not been for Tang Xiao and Ning Fengji's timely assistance, they, along with the chamber, might have already ceased to exist. Yet, they also recognize their limitations. While invincible beneath the gods, they fall short against divine powerhouses. Are you afraid of death? Niu Gao asks Yang Wudi with unwavering resolve in his eyes. I have lived for over 70 years. I have made my mark. If that is the case, let us go all out one last time. Just then, a stout figure with a beard, Lu Gao, appears behind Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, holding 4 lotus-shaped spheres in his hands. These are my creations, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Today, I shall test their power against the gods. He tosses the spheres to Niu Gao and Yang Wudi. Very well, then let us make this final stand. Yang Wudi exclaims, his formidable presence radiating confidence. The 3 exchange determined glances, having resolved to face their fate. Meanwhile, within Shrek Academy, Zhao Wujin also turns his gaze towards the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. Without further contemplation, he strides out of his chamber, summoning the might of his golden bear martial soul before leaping into action, racing towards the Seven Treasure glazed tile school. With a thunderous crash, Tang Xiao, at the forefront of the assault against 9 divine powerhouses, is the first to sustain injuries, sent flying by a fellow divine warrior wielding a hammer. Big brother. Tang Yuehua exclaims, witnessing Tang Xiao's peril. Without regard for her own safety, she endures a strike from another divine powerhouse. Activating her teleportation soul skill, she vanishes and reappears before Tang Xiao. The noble ring domain envelopes the area as she wields her meridian duck axe, breaking through the constraints of space to strike at the neck of the divine warrior, aiming to deal a fatal blow to Tang Xiao. The assailant retreats in self-preservation, allowing Tang Xiao to narrowly escape death. However, Tang Yuehua suffers grievous injuries from her reckless act of heroism, blood staining her lips and her complexion paling. Simultaneously, the elder of the Haotian sect and the 7th elder are also severely wounded. Bibi Dong struggles to endure, besieged by 4 adversaries while the remaining 5 seek to eliminate Tang Yuehua and her companions before turning their attention to Bibi Dong. Suddenly, a black spear descends from the heavens, and a figure of varying stature appears before Tang Xiao and the others. Lord Tang, how are you? Old brother Niu, we are unscathed. The members of the Yu and Pa clans are familiar with Tang Xiao, as they are affiliates of the Haotian sect. Niu Gao's expression is somewhat distant as he tosses a small porcelain vial to Tang Xiao. This is a healing elixir I developed. It should aid in your recovery. Thank you. Tang Xiao responds gratefully, uncorking the vial and distributing its contents among his companions. After consuming the elixirs, their color returns, and their soul power significantly rejuvenates. Great Sumera Hammer. Tang Xiao, having regained some strength, charges forth, launching a lethal strike. The seventh soul ring illuminates as he unleashes the true form of the Haotian hammer, executing their sect's most formidable technique, the Great Sumera Hammer. The Haotian hammer, akin to a small mountain, surges forward with an unstoppable force toward the divine warrior who had previously injured him. With a series of 9 successive strikes, each more powerful than the last, the final blow exceeds the limits of divine power. The divine warrior, struck by Tang Xiao's Great Sumera Hammer, is left injured, retreating in disbelief. In that moment, Tang Xiao transcends his previous limitations, unlocking a new level of enlightenment, transforming his soul power into pure divine energy, while his mental acuity expands into divine consciousness. The once black Haotian hammer is now adorned with golden patterns, embodying an even more formidable presence. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. Tang Xiao offers no respite to his opponent, wielding the Haotian hammer once more to strike at the divine warrior. Humph, to think you could kill a god right after your breakthrough. You truly overestimate yourself. The injured divine warrior retorts, though he quickly adopts a serious demeanor. A dark shadow materializes behind him, revealing his martial soul, the Shura God. As the Shura God manifests, a potent aura of slaughter envelopes him. He weaves hand seals, merging his martial soul with his own, rapidly elevating his aura. A sword identical to the Shura God's sword appears in his grasp, albeit significantly weaker than the original divine weapon. It becomes apparent to Tang Xiao and his companions that these 9 individuals are none other than the inheritors of the Shura God's legacy. To ascend to the Shura God status, one must sacrifice their soul to the Shura God, establishing the fundamental principle of divine inheritance. In essence, all these figures can be referred to as Shura Gods, and it remains uncertain whether the Shura God battling Gu Rong and Shen Xian is the true embodiment of Shura. However, it is clear that the Shura God is the strongest. Even if he is not the genuine Shura God, he is undoubtedly the closest to it. Despite his valiant efforts, Tang Xiao ultimately falters. In a desperate attempt to evade the lethal strike of the Shura God sword, he suffers the loss of an arm, blood gushing forth as he crashes to the ground. At this moment, Tang Yuehua finds herself ensnared, unable to intervene and provide aid. Just as Tang Xiao closes his eyes, preparing for the inevitable, a resounding roar pierces the air, and a colossal figure lands before him, absorbing the fatal blow. Invincible divine bear, indestructible fist. Zhao Wuji resembled a true giant bear, letting out a thunderous roar as he charged towards the formidable being of divine realm. In an instant, countless shadows of fists manifested, all aimed at the divine entity. Little did one expect that within the city of Tiando, a being of divine realm lay concealed. There were many surprises in store. Since you have arrived today, let your life be relinquished here. On the formidable bear of Zhao Wuji, a thick armor is enveloped, and a pair of bare paws, clenched into fists, strikes fiercely towards the adversary. It exudes an impressive defensive capability, while those bare fists possess the power to obliterate all. Are you all right, Brother Tang? In this moment, Ning Fengji envelopes Tang Xiao in a radiant, 9-colored glow, swiftly staunching his wounds. I am fine. After regaining a semblance of strength, Tang Xiao rises. Although he is now one-armed, his aura surpasses any previous moment. With that, he charges forward once more. Ning Fengji, unrestrained, sacrifices a portion of his life force as his 9th soul ring ignites rapidly. A vibrant, 9-colored domain emanates forth, enveloping all allies. Boom. Bang. Yet ultimately, they find themselves overwhelmed, particularly as the disadvantage faced by Shen Xian and Gu Rong becomes increasingly evident. Gu Rong is struck by the Shura God's sword, a horrific wound appearing on his upper body, blood instantly staining his garments. Shen Xian fares no better. After multiple forceful collisions, he suffers grave injuries. The profound essence of the 7-killing sword dims significantly, and the countless swords atop the sword mound lose their luster. At this juncture, Defeat appears to be an inevitable fate. Die. The Shura God forms another seal, and the Shura sword begins to fragment, assembling into a lethal formation aimed at Gurong. Intent on eliminating him first before turning to Xian. It is you who should perish. At that moment, a cold voice resounds, and a long sword descends from the heavens, shattering the deadly formation directed at Gurong. Accompanying the sword are 5 figures: Zhao Su, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, as well as Hu Laina and Li Kai. Among these 5, save for Ning Rongrong, who has yet to reach the divine realm, the others have all ascended to that exalted state. Even Li Kai and Hu Laina, who had struggled to enter the divine realm within the ancient relics mountain, have surged into divinity upon returning to the Douluo continent. Particularly, Hu Laina has approached the realm of the divine king. Is it you? Indeed, it is I. I must also thank you for the red flower you once gifted me. Zhao Su's lips curled into a smile as he gazed towards the Shura God. It was the Shura God who had once placed the red flower, which sealed the soul of the god of destruction, into Zhao Su's body back in the city of slaughter. Initially, Zhao Su believed that the soul within that crimson blossom belonged to Zhao Su of the celestial guardian lineage. As a being of the celestial guardian lineage, the Shura God had gifted him this red flower. However, it has now become evident that this notion was entirely misguided. The Shura God had indeed bestowed the flower upon him with the intention of benefiting the celestial guardian lineage, but not for his own sake. Instead, the goal was to allow Zhao Su of the celestial guardian lineage to absorb the soul of the god of destruction, ultimately leading to the creation of a brand new Zhao Su through soul possession. Yet, the Shura God had not anticipated that by giving the red flower to Zhao Su, he inadvertently aided him. This act granted Zhao Su the opportunity to strategize, thereby completely severing the connection to the original soul and the demonic essence of Zhao Su from the celestial guardian lineage. This culminated in Zhao Su's triumph, allowing the god of destruction to fully return as an independent soul. Even if you are able to return, what does it matter? You are but in the realm of the god king. What can you do to me? The Shura God snorted coldly, forming hand seals as a shadow of light emerged, imbued with boundless intent to kill, striking towards Zhao Su. Such petty tricks shall reveal the true essence that lurks behind you. Zhao Su gazed at the shadow that emanated a sense of slaughter with a dismissive tone. Casually extending his hand, a colossal palm materialized, which then clenched into a fist, shattering the shadow into oblivion. Without leaving a trace, he reappeared before the god of Shura. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch that struck the god of Shura's chest with tremendous force, causing the armor to fracture and inflicting severe damage. At this moment, Hulina also made her move. In a fleeting thought, she invoked her second sword, Boundless Gentle Breeze. As Hulina's voice resonated, the malevolent eye at her brow opened, giving birth to the Xianyuan sword, which radiated a golden luminescence amidst the darkness. Although birthed from evil, the sword exuded a divine light, akin to a lotus that rises unsullied from the mud. A sword shadow, piercing through the heavens and the earth, cleaved towards the 4 assailants surrounding Bibi Dong. Boom. The 4 had no opportunity to escape, as they were instantly pierced, their bodies exploding, with all divine power and soul energy being absorbed by Hulina. Li Kai also took action, his martial soul manifesting as a black-horned wild boar, transforming him into a towering figure reminiscent of the beast, wielding a massive hammer. He swung it towards the divine realm expert who was also brandishing a hammer. The hammer, enveloped in a white radiance, locked onto the divine expert, obliterating him into a bloody pulp. Li Kai then turned to attack another adversary, liberating the evil moon in the process. Zhu Shiqing was not idle either. Behind her appeared a gigantic spirit cat, half black and half white. Not only was the cat's body divided by color, but its eyes mirrored this duality. It seemed to represent the fundamental principles of yin and yang within the universe. In Chapter 190, after the Great Battle, Rest, and Recovery, the yin-yang spirit cat autonomously attacked, devouring several other divine realm experts whole. Meow. The yin-yang spirit cat reverted to its normal kitten form, leaping gracefully onto Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder. It mewed softly, nudging Zhu Zhuqing's cheek, as if to seek praise. Such a good little one, Zhu Zhuqing remarked with a smile, gently stroking the cat's silky fur. Daddy, observing the demise of the 9 divine realm experts and the safe return of Ning Rongrong, Ning Fengji, who had been forcefully supporting everyone, could not help but smile knowingly before fainting. Ning Rongrong hurried forward to catch her collapsing father. A radiant 9-colored light enveloped Ning Fengji, and he soon regained consciousness. Although his complexion remained pale and his soul power was severely depleted, He was no longer in danger of losing his life. Rongrong, Ning Fingji grasped Ning Rongrong's hands tightly, his face aglow with joy. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Ning Rongrong's noticeably rounded belly. Daddy, you are about to become a grandfather. Wonderful, wonderful, indeed. Ning Fingji's smile blossomed even brighter upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words. The seven treasure glazed tile sect was, for all intents and purposes, on the brink of extinction, with few direct descendants remaining. Now, with Ning Rongrong's pregnancy, a chance for revival had presented itself. Meanwhile, the battle between Zhao Su and the god of Shura had reached its conclusion. The god of Shura, severely wounded by Zhao Su's relentless assault, resorted to a secret technique to escape. As Zhao Su watched the god of Shura flee, he did not pursue, instead revealing a sinister smile. Boss, I will chase him. Li Kai called out to Zhao Su. Zhao Su waved his hand dismissively. No need, let him be for now. Hearing this, Li Kai felt a twinge of disappointment but refrained from voicing further objections and retracted his martial soul. Zhao Su turned his gaze towards Ning Fingji, hastening to kneel before him. This sudden gesture left Ning Fingji momentarily taken aback. Esteemed sect leader Ning, I beseech you to grant me the hand of Rongrong in marriage. I vow to cherish her for all eternity. Rise, Ning Fingji responded. If you do not acquiesce, I shall not stand. Rongrong is already with child. What more can I say? Please rise. Thank you, sect leader Ning, Zhao Su replied, a smile gracing his face upon hearing Ning Fengji's words. After Zhao Su rose to his feet, he cast his gaze towards Tang Xiao and Tang Yuehua. Upon his arrival, Zhao Su had already noticed Tang Yuehua. Brother, what happened to your arm? I'm fine. Tang Xiao, having overheard Zhao Su's earlier words spoken before Ning Fengji, felt a twinge of displeasure, which rendered his demeanor towards Zhao Su rather frosty. All right, the crisis has been temporarily averted. Everyone should swiftly restore their soul power. Any further matters can be addressed later. Chen Xin, supporting Gu Rong, sensed Tang Xiao's discontent and hastily interjected to ease the tension. Indeed, it seems this place is no longer suitable for habitation. Let us temporarily relocate to the headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce, and once everyone has recuperated, we can discuss the remaining issues. Niu Gao also stepped forward to voice his agreement. The group surveyed the dilapidated dwelling, clearly unfit for habitation, as nearly everything within had been utterly destroyed. Thus, they had no choice but to acquiesce in Niu Gao's suggestion. The party made their way to the headquarters of the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce. Although it still bore the name, the organization had effectively ceased to exist, with its branches obliterated, leaving only this single estate as a remnant. Fortunately, the residence of the headquarters was relatively spacious, allowing all to find accommodation. As everyone began their meditative healing, Zhao Su finally found an opportunity to speak sincerely with Tang Yuehua. Where have you been? I searched for you throughout the ancient remnant mountain. Do you have any idea how worried I was? After ensuring everyone was settled, he expressed his concerns. We were transported to a place called the Sun and Moon Continent. Tang Yuehua recounted her experiences in detail to Zhao Su. I'm just relieved you're safe. I missed you dearly. Zhao Su gently embraced Tang Yuehua, leaning closer to her ear and whispering, I miss you so dearly. I was so worried that I might never see you again. The usually strong Tang Yuehua clung tightly to Zhao Su, unable to contain her tears any longer. Perhaps it was only in Zhao Su's presence that she could reveal her vulnerable side. No, it won't happen. Rest assured, we shall never part again. Zhao Su gently comforted Tang Yuehua, while simultaneously channeling a formidable regenerative energy into her body, working to mend her internal injuries. Nestled in Zhao Su's embrace, Tang Yuehua soon drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, as Zhao Su stepped out of the room, he encountered the one-armed Tang Xiao standing not far away, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Zhao Su took a deep breath and approached Tang Xiao, calling out, Elder brother, you have been waiting for me, haven't you? Indeed. I am eager to know what thoughts reside in your heart. Zhao Su understood that Tang Xiao was referring to the relationship between himself, Tang Yuehua, and Ning Rongrong. No one knew what Zhao Su and Tang Xiao had discussed, but ever since that conversation, Tang Xiao ceased to oppose Tang Yuehua's union with Zhao Su. The two had become good brothers. Big brother, Tang Yuehua, upon rising and stepping out of her room, happened upon Tang Xiao and Zhao Su engrossed in conversation, both wearing expressions of mirth. Tang Yuehua, somewhat puzzled, called out to Tang Xiao, Yuehua, with Zhao Su looking after you, I can rest easy. Tang Xiao replied, though the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a hint of concern in his eyes. What do you mean, big brother? The battle of the gods is about to commence, and my rank as a titled Douluo is too feeble, so I must leave for a while to hone my skills. Big brother, now that you have lost an arm and your strength has diminished, is it not too perilous to embark on such a journey? Precisely for this reason, I must train. I refuse to be rendered useless. Tang Zhao's gaze was resolute as he placed his right hand over the shoulder where his arm had once been. Having made up his mind, big brother, enough, you need not say anything further, nor worry about me. In this world, who can escape death? Having lived this long, I have already made my share of memories. As he spoke, Tang Xiao gently wiped away the tears from Tang Yuehua's face. Then clasped her hand and placed it in Zhao Su's. Zhao Su, do not forget the promise you made to me. If I return and find that you have treated Yuehua poorly, I shall not spare you. Rest assured, I will take good care of Yuehua and ensure she suffers no harm. Then I can leave with peace of mind. After saying this, Tang Xiao offered Tang Yuehua a final smile, refraining from further words or hesitation, and swiftly departed. Do not worry. We must have faith in Big Brother. He will be all right. Zhao Su gently whispered words of comfort into Tang Yuehua's ear. Tang Yuehua nodded, refraining from further comment. Chapter 191. The Nine Treasure Glazed Sect. Brother Su, Sister Yuehua, Master Ning has summoned us to discuss our next course of action. Zhu Zhuqing approached Zhao Su and Tang Yuehua. The three then proceeded towards the meeting room. Bibi Dong, you are now but a solitary commander, no longer the formidable pope you once were. Even if I am not the pope, I am still superior to you. As Zhao Su and his companions entered the conference room, they overheard a heated exchange between Chun Xian and Bibi Dong, both steadfast in their positions. The other attendees sat in silence, understanding that survival in the divine realm of Douluo Dala necessitated unity. However, the pressing issue lay in the fact that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the Haotian School, and the Spirit Hall were unwilling to yield to one another, rendering any potential amalgamation impossible. Grandfather Jin, this is not the time for internal strife. One exclaimed. I harbor no desire for conflict, yet I will never ally myself with her, came the retort. Then you are free to leave, a voice suggested. Why should I depart? If anyone should leave, it should be you. This is not the Spirit City, was the response. Enough, Uncle Jin. The past is behind us. We must not linger on it. Zhao Su is correct. Our priority now is to find a way to consolidate our forces and ensure our survival in this divine realm. Another intervened. Is it to be so easily forgotten that my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was destroyed? Chen Xian, though slightly more composed, still felt a simmering resentment. Besides Bibidon's role in the ruin of his school, his general disdain for the Spirit Hall compounded his feelings of animosity. Let us not dwell on it any longer. Ning Fingji sighed, taking a deep breath as he sought to move past the issue. As the leader of a sect, he had to consider the broader implications. Grandfather Jian. Uncle Ning speaks wisely. What is done is done. Our focus must shift to facing the challenges ahead. This matter may be set aside. But the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School shall never merge with the Spirit Hall. Ancient Rong interjected. Indeed, we will not unite with the Spirit Hall, especially since it has already become a mere shadow of its former self. Zhao Su contemplated for a moment before continuing. My proposition is to establish an entirely new sect, centered around the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, with various halls beneath its auspices. He added, I have no objections. After all, I no longer seek any power. A life of freedom is far more appealing. To Zhao Su's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Dong was the first to endorse his proposal. This unexpected support left Ning Fengji and Gu Rongchen astonished, prompting them to cast inquisitive glances at Bai Dong. Given that Bai Dong had expressed her agreement, particularly with the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect as the foundation, they felt no further need to voice their opinions. Ning Fengji and Bai Dong reached a consensus. Naturally, Niu Gao and Yang Wu Di of the Holy Angel Merchant Association also voiced no opposition. Nor did the Haotian sect. Prior to his departure, Tang Xiao had entrusted the entirety of the Haotian sect to Tang Yuehua, securing the backing of the two remaining elders. Ultimately, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect was renamed the Nine Treasures Glazed Sect. Composed of disciples from both the direct lineage of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the Haotian sect, the Holy Angel Merchant Association would exist in a commercial capacity, refraining from involvement in the sect's specific affairs. Ning Fengji was appointed as the leader of the new sect. Zhao Su, Chen Xian, Gu Rong, Bai Dong, Tang Yuehua, alongside two elders from the Shang Haotian sect, as well as Yang Wudi, Niu Gao, and Lu Gao, all hold the esteemed position of elders within the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile sect. They possess the authority to make decisions for the sect, indicating that the governance of the nine-treasure glazed tile sect is not solely in the hands of Ning Fengji. Rather, it necessitates the unanimous agreement of all elders. Hu Liina, Xie Yu, and Li Kai serve as esteemed guest elders of the nine-treasure glazed tile sect. As for Zhao Wujie, Zhao Su initially intended to include him in the Council of Elders, but Zhao Wujie declined the offer. According to Zhao Wujie, once these matters have concluded, he intends to return to Shrek Academy to resume his role as a teacher, wishing to disengage from the conflicts amongst sections. Zhao Su did not make any requests, instead respecting Zhao Wujie's decision. Subsequently, Zhao Su imparted the Great Freedom Source technique to all present, enabling them to swiftly ascend to the divine realm, granting them the genuine power to contend with the gods. 1 month later, under the craftsmanship of the Yu family, a magnificent castle rose majestically from the ground. This castle was divided into 5 distinct areas, with the Holy Angel Chamber of Commerce allocated a separate region at the forefront, primarily for business purposes. Following that were 4 additional areas: Haotian Hall, Jiubao Hall, Wuhuan Hall, and the Elders Hall. Notably, the Jiubao Liuli sect did not adhere to a hereditary system. Instead, it operated on the meritocratic principle. This meant that the next sect leader need not necessarily be chosen from Jiubao Hall, as individuals from Haotian Hall and Wuhuan Hall were equally eligible to ascend to the leadership. Thereafter, Zhao Su, in the name of the Jiubao Liuli sect, issued a proclamation, boldly declaring that the sect would not align itself with any imperial or sectarian forces. Furthermore, he announced the detachment of the Jiubao Liuli sect from the Tiando Empire, liberating it from its constraints. The headquarters of the Jiubao Liuli sect was not established within the Tiando city. Rather, it was constructed on the ruins of the former 7-treasure Liuli sect. Boss, the people from the Holy Dragon sect have arrived. On this day, before Zhao Su had even risen from his slumber, Li Kai knocked on the door, calling out to Zhao Su. The Holy Dragon sect? Zhao Su cast a glance at the still slumbering Ning Rongrong beside him, then quietly descended from the bed, donned his garments, and exited the chamber. Indeed, to Oba she appeared quite disheveled, accompanied by Huyan Zhan, the esteemed leader of the Elephant Armor sect. Let us proceed to investigate. Zhao Su casually uttered a remark and proceeded with Li Kai towards the Grand Hall. Upon entering, they observed Tuoba Shi and Huyan Zhan seated there, their eyes brimming with anxiety. Although Ning Fengji was the current leader of the Nine Treasures glazed sect, both he and the elders were in seclusion, striving to break through to the divine realm. Thus, it fell upon Zhao Su to take the reins of the sect. Mr. Zhao? Upon spotting Zhao Su, Tuoba Shi and Huyan Zhan hastily rose, addressing him with utmost respect. We are uncertain as to the purpose of the esteemed Tuoba and Huyan sects visiting our Nine Treasures glazed sect, given the perilous situation faced by the Martial Soul Hall. The Sacred Dragon sect and the Elephant Armored sect, traditionally allied with the Martial Soul Hall, were the first to turn against them, even leading an assault on Martial Soul City. Consequently, Zhao Su's demeanor towards the two was less than cordial. Moreover, he had learned that Zhang Ying's fate remained uncertain due to injuries inflicted by Huyan Zhan. Had the moment not been inopportune, Zhao Su would have already struck, prioritizing Huyan Zhan's demise. Mr. Zhao, we wish to align ourselves with the Nine Treasures glazed sect and serve you. Tuobashi stated forthrightly without any preamble. Haha, Zhao Su chuckled upon hearing Tuobashi's declaration. You overestimate my abilities, esteemed sect leader. I cannot afford your services. Mr. Zhao, I comprehend your thoughts. We are compelled to act as such. If we do not, our lives and those of our kin would be forfeit. The imposing figure of Huyan Zhan, resembling a mountain of flesh, lowered his stance before Zhao Su. They recognized that in this era of divine beings descending upon Douluo continent, the Nine Treasures glazed sect was the sole original sect capable of contending with those under divine dominion. The former powers of Douluo continent had either been eradicated or had submitted to the sects controlled by the deities, becoming mere pawns, laboring for their conquests without reaping any benefits, their fates disregarded. Furthermore, Miss Zhang is not deceased. She has gone to Shadow Island. Tuoba Shi leaned closer to Zhao Su, whispering, Shadow Island? Zhao Su furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He was aware of Shadow Island, though not intimately familiar. It emerged after the rules of heaven and earth were established on Douluo continent, appearing alongside the arrival of the gods, located not far from Sea God Island. It was rumored to be an island created by the witch ancestor to counter the divine realm. It was inhabited by the formidable Shadow clan, said to be the mightiest army under the witch ancestor. When the witch ancestor was sealed in the Forbidden Land, the Shadow clan vanished alongside him. Indeed, We had united in an assault on the martial soul hall under the duress of the Shura God. During that time, Miss Zhang feigned severe injury to protect the martial soul hall, but in truth, she has gone to Shadow Island. Then why did you choose to betray the Shura God and join the Nine Treasures Glazed sect? Zhao Su fixated intently on Tuoba Shi and Huyen Zhun, seeking to uncover any peculiarities within their gaze. Yet, all he discerned was palpable fear. At that moment, the Shura God was no longer the Shura God. What did this signify? It appeared that the Shura God had been usurped. A month prior, grievously wounded, the Shura God had retreated to the original Douluo palace. And since then, his demeanor had drastically altered, unleashing a ruthless campaign of bloodshed against the surrounding factions, voraciously absorbing the soul power and spirits of all in his path. A month ago? Upon hearing their accounts, Zhao Su murmured softly, realizing that this time frame coincided with his own escape after inflicting severe injuries. Indeed, through the consumption of soul power and spirits, the current Shura God emanated an overpowering aura of malevolence, causing widespread trepidation throughout the once mighty Douluo Empire. The present incarnation of the Shura God could be likened to a madman, sparing even the innocents. Did you sense anything amiss? If he was indeed usurped, who could have perpetrated such an act? It is highly plausible that it was Tang San. Tang San? Yes, there exists a woman by the Shura God's side. If my memory serves me correctly, she is none other than the fabled rabbit spirit, Xiao Wu, who has existed for 100,000 years. Upon hearing Tang San's name, Zhao Su could not help but recall Yin, whom he had left in the Sunset Forest, and wondered how she was faring now. Very well. Since it has come to this, I shall take it upon myself to shelter you both and establish the Sacred Dragon Hall and the Elephant Armor Hall. Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for your gracious hospitality. We shall undoubtedly devote ourselves wholeheartedly to assisting you. Li Kai, Zhao Su called out to him. Please make arrangements to vacate 2 courtyards for Master Tuoba and Master Huyen. Certainly, please follow me. Li Kai held Zhao Su's words in high regard and did not elaborate further. The two stood, paid their respects to Zhao Su, and then followed Li Kai as they departed. Zhao Su sat in silence, lost in thought. What occupied his mind? Without warning, Bai Dong appeared and settled beside him. Uncertain of which faction Tang San represented, Bai Dong confidently asserted, if I am not mistaken, it must be the Dao Ancestor's side. Are you familiar with the Dao Ancestor and the Witch Ancestor? She continued. During my time on the Sun and Moon continent, Moonhua and I encountered a remnant soul sealed within a cave, who identified himself as Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian? Zhao Su replied, recognizing the name. Indeed. He is the first and only human to attain the primal realm. However, you are mistaken. Emperor Tian did not truly reach the primal realm. He was merely at the semi-primal level, which still distinguished him from the Witch and Dao ancestors. Back in the era when the Witch ancestors' demon clan ruled the land, it was a dazzling yet tumultuous time. There were numerous formidable beings, even among the ordinary divine kings. Yet the Witch ancestor upheld freedom, allowing both humans and beasts to be masters of the land. Among the 18 divine kings nearing the imperial level, 13 were of the beast clan, leaving only 5 from the human race. Consequently, humans found themselves at a disadvantage, often enslaved by the beasts merely to survive. In such dire circumstances, Emperor Tian rose to power, single-handedly instilling fear in the beast clan. By stepping into the imperial realm, he weakened the demonic forces and restored the divine path, which led to the Dao ancestor breaking free from his seal. The Dao ancestor promised Emperor Tian that after the Witch ancestor's downfall, humans and deities would coexist harmoniously. Thus, Emperor Tian allied with the Dao ancestor, and the union of humans and deities declared war on the beast clan. The struggle between the Witch ancestor and the Dao ancestor was evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. However, Emperor Tian's strength surpassed that of the 13 unparalleled ancestral demons, bolstered by the semi-imperial beings of the divine race. The ancestral demons suffered defeat after defeat, and the coalition of deities and humans swiftly emerged victorious. Subsequently, Emperor Tian aided the Dao ancestor in sealing the Witch ancestor in the forbidden realm beyond the stars, leading to the dissolution of the demonic path beneath heaven. The divine path became synonymous with the consciousness of the heavens, often referred to as the Almighty. Little did Emperor Tian realize that the Dao ancestor had been manipulating him from the very beginning, ultimately betraying him. In response, Emperor Tian split his soul in two. One half he sealed within a cave to recuperate, while the other he transformed and devoted himself to the demonic path, intent on mastering the 3,000 avenues, releasing the Witch ancestor, and seeking vengeance against the Dao ancestor. However, the Dao ancestor anticipated this move, employing every means to suppress the demonic path while nearly obliterating his own portion of the divine path. This left only a few of the 3,000 avenues. And to further suppress both humans and beasts, he altered the cultivation laws, mandating that one must possess a martial soul to continue their training. Thus, over countless ages, Emperor Tian's original form grew increasingly frail. Is the other part of him perhaps linked to the lineage of Tianzhen? Upon listening to Bibidong's narration, Zhao Su had already formed a semblance of understanding in his heart, yet he still sought confirmation from Bibidong. Indeed, Zhao Ru is the demonic soul of Emperor Tian. However, Zhao Ru's great freedom origin technique has ascended to the second tier, having reconstituted his complete soul, and can no longer be referred to as Emperor Tian. It is precisely as such. Furthermore, according to Emperor Tian, the Jin Tian lineage appears to be orchestrating a scheme to fundamentally alter the entire layout of this realm. What does that imply? It remains unclear. At that time, Emperor Tian was exceedingly weakened, and although he and Zhao Ru were essentially one, he was entirely incapable of discerning Zhao Ru's ultimate intentions. Bibidong shook her head, acknowledging that this matter was also of considerable concern to her at present. Chapter 193, Twins. Innate Emperor Realm. Does Emperor Tian still exist? Zhao Su's face displayed a thoughtful expression, as if he had suddenly recalled something, yet remained uncertain. At this moment, the soul of D. Tian had completely dissipated. Thus, I surmise correctly, the D. Tian you encountered is likely not the genuine D. Tian. Are you suggesting this is also part of the conspiracy of the Jin Tian lineage? Whether it is a scheme of the Jin Tian lineage, the machinations of D. Tian, or perhaps the plot of Wu Zhu, remains uncertain. As Zhao Su spoke, a smile played at the corners of his lips. Yet I am certain that Shadow Island will undoubtedly provide us with the answers we seek. You intend to journey to Shadow Island? Indeed. Zhao Su rose, leaving the grand hall and stepping into the courtyard, gazing up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. I believe our foremost priority at this juncture is to enhance our overall strength expeditiously. Otherwise, when the final battle commences, we, as the fourth faction, may become the target of collective animosity. The Witch Ancestor, the Dao Ancestor, and the lineage of the Celestial Emperor represent three formidable forces that have existed and contended through countless ages, each possessing profound heritage. This is especially true for the Zhao family of the Celestial Emperor's lineage. Besides Zhao Ru, who has perhaps reached the Source Realm, there is also Cheng Feng at the pinnacle of the Emperor Realm. Similarly, Zhao Mei, Lan Yu, and Wang Fei are all of the same realm. And the elusive third brother, who has never made an appearance, is undoubtedly a formidable Emperor Realm powerhouse as well. Additionally, the Divine Kings allied with the Celestial Emperor's lineage contribute to an overwhelming force that is utterly unparalleled. Zhao Su could not help but acknowledge that the Zhao lineage is truly unparalleled. This invincibility does not belong to an individual. Rather, it encompasses the entire Zhao clan. In battles of the same realm, it can be said that they seldom encounter worthy opponents. Even the ancestor of sorcery and the ancestor of Dao cannot be compared. While the ancestor of sorcery and the ancestor of Dao may possess greater strength than Zhao Ru, the divine monarchs allied with them are far from being a match for the Zhao clan. This explains why the ancestor of Dao and the ancestor of sorcery dare not engage in direct conflict. So what shall we do? Since this is the case, let us first incite them to battle amongst themselves. Are you proposing an alliance with the ancestor of sorcery? It is not an alliance. Rather, we intend to make the ancestor of sorcery one of our own. After Zhao Su uttered these words, he refrained from saying anything further, for he had already set his sights on a goal in his heart. One cannot fathom what you are truly thinking. When the time arrives, you shall naturally come to understand. Zhao Su revealed a mysterious smile, choosing not to elaborate further. 10 days later, Ning Fingji and the others emerged from their seclusion, each having ascended to the divine realm. Gu Rong and Shen Xian had firmly established themselves at the divine king level. With Zhao Su's assistance, Bai Dong, Hu Lai Na, and Zhu Zhuqing also found themselves on the cusp of the divine king realm. Notably, Hu Lai Na had fully comprehended the four swords of heaven and earth from Emperor Xian Yuan, complemented by a small sword that had transcended the divine king level. Even Gu Rong and Shen Xian might not stand a chance against her, making her the mightiest aside from Zhao Su. In the conference hall, all members of the Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School had gathered, including the newly added Tuabashi from the Holy Dragon Hall and Hu Yinjin from the Elephant Armor Hall. Master, today the Angel Sect sent envoys, expressing their desire to ally with our Nine Treasure Glazed Tile School to confront the Heaven Do Empire, controlled by the god of Azura. Li Kai spoke up first to Ning Fingji. Additionally, Sea God Island and the new city of Slaughter, along with the Alliance of Monsters, have extended olive branches to us. These individuals are not here to forge alliances but merely to probe our strengths. How should we respond? Should we ignore them? Of course we must respond. We shall first reply to the Angel sect. If they wish to ally, they should come directly to Shadow Island. Shadow Island? Precisely. All right, I shall take note of that. Uncle Ning, tomorrow morning, Li Kai and Xia, you will accompany me to Shadow Island. During my absence, avoid any conflicts with various factions. We shall discuss everything upon my return. You intend to go to Shadow Island? It may be the final battleground, thus it is essential to go. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further objections. Ning Fingji nodded, indicating his agreement with Zhao Su's proposal. Although Ning Fingji was the master of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, all matters ultimately revolved around Zhao Su. After Zhao Su had arranged all matters meticulously, Bai Bai Dong took charge while the others resumed their seclusion, striving to break through to the Divine King realm before the ultimate confrontation. That night, in the courtyard where Zhao Su resided, a crimson flower blossomed, exuding a potent essence of destruction and vibrant life. Zhao Su knelt in the center, surrounded by Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Tang Yuehua. 5 positions remained vacant, 2 of which belonged to Xiao Lu and Shi Yao. Thus, the 9-in-1 3-life reincarnation annihilation array was still short of 3 individuals. Red flowers melded into their bodies, with Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yuehua each absorbing a single red petal, while Ning Rongrong incorporated 3. A formidable force emanated from within Ning Rongrong, prompting Zhao Su to display a hint of confusion and concern on his face as he swiftly approached her. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing and Tang Yuehua had also awakened. Recognizing the change in Ning Rongrong, Zhao Su reached out to grasp the hands of Ning Rongrong, who sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. A warm current flowed into her body, but it was swiftly absorbed upon entry. With no other recourse, Zhao Su intensified his divine power while ensuring he did not harm Ning Rongrong. How is Rongrong? Upon noticing Zhao Su's peculiar expression, Tang Yuehua hurriedly inquired. It appeared as though there were twin entities within her, one absorbing the essence of the Zhen Tian Ding and the other drawing from the 9-colored divine fire, both at the innate emperor level. The realization of these 2 beings astounded Zhao Su. 2 immense auras coexisted within Ning Rongrong, as they absorbed the powerful primal energy of the world through their mother while simultaneously channeling their formidable divine energy back to nurture her. Innate emperor level? Upon hearing this, Tang Yuehua and Zhu Zhuqing gasped in astonishment and rushed to hold Ning Rongrong's hands. They quickly sensed the 2 imperial-level presences Zhao Su had mentioned. Though overwhelmingly powerful, they exhibited a certain restraint, seemingly fearful of injuring Ning Rongrong. Under the influence of these 2 imperial auras, Ning Rongrong's soul force began to